Chapter 1. The electronic pet system has been activated. In a humble grass hut, on the compacted earthen floor, lay a pallid figure, gaunt and with dark circles under the eyes. This individual was bound by vines, eyes tightly shut, in a state of unconsciousness. You awaken, a voice urged. Esme regained a semblance of consciousness. An agonizing pain coursed through her heart and vital organs. She had fainted once more. Ever since her terminal illness had been diagnosed, occasional fainting spells had become her new normal. She had grown accustomed to it. She felt herself being lifted, a cool liquid being administered to her lips. The parched dryness of her throat was suddenly quenched, alleviating the heaviness in her chest. Mii was about to express her gratitude when a mechanical voice resonated in her ears. Ding. System binding successful. The electronic pet system has been activated. Searching for feeding targets for the host. A system? An electronic pet? Miu's vision darkened, and a buzzing filled her ears. When her senses returned, she found herself in a primitive tribe. All around her were crude huts constructed from branches and straw, so rudimentary that even the most dilapidated rural areas would scarcely boast such abodes. Beside her crouched a male figure adorned with two tiger-like ears atop his head, his upper body bare, while his lower half was modestly draped in a short pelt. As he crouched, glimpses of what lay beneath the pelt became visible. He did not seem entirely human. The chief and the others are still deliberating on how to execute you. You must flee, escape far away, and do not allow yourself to be captured again. What had she done to warrant execution? Miu yearned to inquire further, yet felt it prudent to remain silent, observing as the man untied her bindings. However, before the vines could be fully loosened, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hut. This is bad, the chief is coming. The tiger-eared male's expression shifted dramatically, a look of alarm crossing his face as he scanned the surroundings. The hut had only one exit, and now it was too late to escape. As a middle-aged male entered, accompanied by several younger males, Miu realized her chance of escape had vanished. Shoka, you dare to attempt to secretly release you. Do you wish to turn against the entire tribe? The male addressed as Shoka appeared grave, hastily denying, I did not. In this time of great drought in the beast realm, with surrounding water sources depleted, you have chosen to bestow precious water upon a false shaman, another male exclaimed. Indignantly, the chief, Shoka, and the false shaman are in cahoots. They're sinners deceiving the tribe. The others chimed in, their voices rising with righteous fury. Indeed, only by burning them can we quell the wrath of the beast deity and summon forth the much-needed rain. This proclamation. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Miu had yet to comprehend the gravity of their words before she found herself bound to a great tree outside the hut. Before long, dozens of people gathered around, their faces contorted with anger and resentment, gazing at her as if she had committed some unspeakable atrocity. The male member of the tribe had meticulously arranged dry firewood beneath the tree, awaiting the chieftain's command to hurl the torch. In her heart, Miu felt a surge of anxiety, pondering how to navigate this precarious situation. Upon detecting that the host was on the brink of peril, the system inquired, would you like to spend 100,000 to summon a torrential rain? Simultaneously, the chieftain of the tiger clan gestured grandly. Ignite. The nearest male hurled his torch with all his might, and the dry wood immediately erupted into flames upon contact. Miu could acutely feel the heat from the blazing fire, realizing that the flames were indeed real and that her life was in jeopardy. Without hesitation, she declared, yes, exchange for the torrential rain. Ding! The host successfully expended 100,000 to summon a downpour. Up to the moment the system's announcement ceased, rain cascaded from the heavens as if the sky had been torn asunder, pouring down in torrents. The once raging fire was extinguished in an instant. The onlookers from the tribe erupted in joyous exclamations. It's raining. It's raining. We have a chance at survival. Priestess, you truly beseech the rain for us. She is indeed a genuine shaman. As they spoke, several tribesmen knelt in earnest reverence. The male who had ignited the fire turned pale, gritting his teeth. This must be mere coincidence. I refuse to believe it. You is a false shaman, and even if I were to slay her, the beast god would not react. With that, he transformed his hands into tiger claws and lunged at Miu. Nearby, Shuka, similarly bound to the tree, whispered a warning, you, be careful. Detecting that the host was facing imminent danger, the system prompted once more, would you like to spend 100,000 to harness the power of lightning? Without a moment's doubt, Miu resolved, exchange. In response, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the sky, striking the assailant with pinpoint accuracy. The once menacing male was instantly reduced to charred remains, subsequently washed away by the relentless rain. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, causing them to collapse to their knees, even the typically haughty chieftain of the tiger clan bowing before the might displayed. May the beast god quell his wrath, forgive us, priestess you. May the beast god quell his wrath, forgive us, priestess you. With a crack, the vines that had bound Miyu and Shuka snapped as a result of the lightning's force. Miyu looked down upon the crowd with a stern countenance. What a foolish and ignorant assembly of beastmen, willing to harm their own kin for an unfounded deity. Seeing that Miyu made no further move, the tribesmen hastily bowed several times before fleeing in disarray. Though the chieftain, who prided himself on his lofty status, did not appear as desperate, his retreat was equally swift. Within moments, only Miyu and Shuka remained. Shuka regarded the shaman with a grave expression, and after a pause, bowed his head in respectful gratitude. Shuka bows in appreciation for the grace of priestess Yu. He declared before departing with measured steps. As the rain began to lessen, Miyu's complexion paled, her vision blurred, and she stumbled heavily toward the muddy ground. As her body was about to make contact with the ground, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and she found herself collapsing onto the soft cushion of a Simonis goose-down mattress. When Miyu regained consciousness, it was already evening. Pain coursed through her entire being. Even her bones ached with excruciating intensity. Gritting her teeth, she stumbled to the table and gulped down several painkillers with the now cold water. For someone afflicted with an incurable disease, the hospital could no longer save her. She could only await her fate at home. Suddenly, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Miyu answered the call. Miyu, how dare you block me? Your brother? Are you not afraid? I shall turn you to ashes one day. Confirming the caller to be her unscrupulous cousin, she activated her phone's recording function. Miyu, if you know what's good for you, transfer all your company assets to me. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise goes unremembered. The voice on the other end continued with malicious threats. Yet, Miyu exhibited no signs of panic. After the threats subsided, she promptly hung up, saved the recording, and blocked the number in one fluid motion. Almost immediately, a message from her blood-sucking uncle appeared on her WeChat. Yeah, why not hand over the position of general manager to your cousin, and have your assets notarized in his name? This way, when you eventually depart, someone will still burn paper for you each year. What do you think? We are family, I would never harm you. Chapter 2. A Sorcerer's Silence. Seeing her relatives pressuring her in such a manner caused Miyu's chest to tighten with pain. They had once been a close-knit family. Why had they transformed into greedy vultures, eager to snatch her inheritance after the death of her parents? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and her frail body could barely withstand the repercussions of her rising fury. Soon, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Struggling to breathe, she dialed her assistant, Li Xiangyang, in a lavish yet understated office atop a skyscraper in city. The only sounds were the rustling of papers and the scratching of a pen. Ding, ding, ding. The mundane ringtone broke the silence of the room. Mississippi Miyu's weakened voice reached Li Xiangyang's ears through the phone. Stop all business dealings with the Mi family's second branch and remove their personnel from the company. Li Xiangyang frowned slightly. Miss, are you feeling unwell? I could take you to the hospital. I am fine, just a bit tired. You must do as I say. Miss, the second branch is your uncle, wouldn't this be a bit? Li Xiangyang adjusted his drooping, gold-rimmed glasses, suggesting gently. They would turn me to ashes without a second thought. What dignity do I have left? Li Xiangyang, remember, even in death, I shall not allow them to gain an ounce. Recalling how, on the very night her parents perished in a car accident, the second branch had stealthily emerged to seize family assets without a care for her parents' fresh graves, her heart ached with profound sorrow. All right, I have it noted, Mississippi. How is your health? Recently, I contacted a hospital in Switzerland. Would you like to? No need. Just manage the company well, Miyu said, suppressing a violent cough in her chest, deliberately softening her tone to reassure the person on the other end. If there was anyone in this world she trusted, it was Li Xiangyang. He was a student sponsored by her father, who trained under him right after graduating from university, specially groomed as her father's deputy. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiangyang was filled with concern, his handsome brows furrowed together. Confirmed target for assistance. Male Shioka of the Tiger Clan. Ding. The feeding system is now activated. You have successfully added Shioka as a friend. You may now begin chatting. The new chat application Fei Sun appeared on her phone, with a newly added friend in the contact list. Received 10 gratitude points from male Shioka. Current gratitude points, 10. Received 10 merit points from male Shioka. Current merit points, 10. Remaining lifespan of the host, 400 days. Special reminder. Gratitude points can enhance the host's spiritual and physical well-being. Extremely useful. Accumulating 100 merit points can be exchanged for 1 year of life. Please continue to strive for merit points. A long life is not merely a dream. Can gratitude points cure my illness? Yes, host, but your lifespan is limited to 400 days. Even if the physical pain subsides, you will still face death after 400 days. The only way to achieve longevity is by accumulating merit points to exchange for life. This is a kind reminder from the system. Is that really true? Up until now, she still found it hard to believe she had acquired a golden finger. Of course it is true. The system will now use gratitude points to enhance your physique, allowing you to experience it firsthand. Miyu felt skeptical, but soon a warm current flowed through her limbs, significantly alleviating her bodily pain. The lung pain that accompanied each breath had vanished, and after a while, she realized how liberating and refreshing breathing could truly be. This system is indeed genuine, and the matter of exchanging for life is also real. Miyu hurriedly explored the Fei-Sun application, familiarizing herself with the background of the Beast World continent where Shioka resided. The Beast World was akin to a primitive society, existing in an era reliant on hunting for survival. In the Beast World, females are referred to as little females, while males are called males. Males are born in beast form and evolve into human form as they age, able to switch between the two forms. Little females are born in human form, with a low survival rate, making them scarce. Thus, a polyandrosocial system has emerged due to the imbalance of males and females. The original identity she replaced was that of Yu, the shaman of the Tiger clan. Yu was born with black hair, which many considered ominous, and because she was a little female, her biological parents abandoned her in the forest to fend for herself. Fortunately, the kind shaman Jie from the Tiger clan rescued her. The wizard, Jie, concealed the true identity of a young female, Yu, to save her life, and before his demise, he bequeathed his position as a wizard to her, ensuring her a secure existence for the remainder of her days. Since that moment, Yu, disguised as a male, has been living within the Tiger clan. However, an unexpected drought plagued the beastly world, driving the tribe into a frenzy of anxiety. After her unsuccessful attempts to summon rain, the desperate clan members knocked her unconscious and bound her. Yu, having been frail since childhood, succumbed to the blow that nearly took her life, which ultimately led the system to select her identity. You could only lament the misfortune of the original owner. Upon reviewing the world's backdrop, she discovered a software list containing 5 potential benefactors, of which only one, Shioka, was unlocked, leaving the details of the other shrouded in mystery. Now bound to this feeding system, she found herself capable of traversing the modern world and the beastly realm at nearly identical speeds. The prospect of survival exhilarated me. She became enamored with the software named Fei-Sun, eagerly exploring each of its features. That it possessed functionalities akin to WeChat, including chatting, video calls, voice communication, and the ability to send red envelopes. While WeChat's envelopes contain currency, this system could transport modern items to the beastly world and vice versa. Why is Shioka's avatar flickering? Buzzing. Her phone vibrated intensely. Host, your benefactor is in imminent danger. Please provide assistance promptly should the benefactor perish. All system rewards will be rescinded. Note, normal death of the benefactor is an exception. Startled, Miyu swiftly sat up and checked Shioka's condition through Fei-Sun. She noticed several claw marks on his back, with the wounds appearing red and swollen, indicating inflammation. Shioka. In his dazed state, Shioka heard a melodious voice use. Confused, he was about to speak when a cough escaped him. Cough. His cheeks flushed, and his breathing became labored. System, what is wrong with him? Host, the benefactor's wounds are inflamed, and he currently has a high fever of 40 degrees Celsius. Hastily, Miyu rummaged through her home for a first aid kit. Due to her own occasional fainting spells, she had stockpiled a variety of medications and medical supplies. With bandages and antipyretics prepared, she activated the Fei-Sun function to transport them to the beastly realm, but a flash of white light enveloped her, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a dilapidated thatched hut. In the beastly world, adult males typically leave home to construct their own dwellings. Yet Shioka's abode appeared rather unimpressive. Describing it as a thatched hut seemed generous. It was merely a crude enclosure made of wooden branches and grass. The interior was pitch dark, forcing her to switch on her phone's flashlight for illumination. In the corner of the hut lay a tall male, curled up and trembling. Miyu rushed forward to inspect him, and upon touching his skin, she was struck by the intense heat radiating from him. The temperature was alarmingly high and needed to be cooled down immediately. She struggled to lift him, gently placing 2 fever-reducing tablets to his lips. Shioka. Ding. A reminder for the host. In the beast realm, it is decreed that witches must never speak throughout their lives. To conceal your identity, please adhere to the rules. Chapter 3. How could someone like him receive the favor of the divine? In his unconscious state, Shoka instinctively opened his mouth upon hearing the voice, and Miyu successfully administered the tablets. The bitter taste of the fever medication slowly permeated his mouth, causing Shoka to furrow his brows. He attempted to expel the bitterness, but sweet water gradually flowed into his mouth. In a daze, he opened his eyes, seemingly catching a glimpse of a pair of water-like eyes, a delicately featured face, and a faint floral fragrance. However, the high fever soon plunged him back into unconsciousness. Anyway, the person has fainted and can't speak, so there's no need to say anything. The wound on Shoka's body was indeed caused by a wild animal and is quite deep. The area around the wound has already become inflamed and needs to be disinfected before applying medicine. It's just uncertain whether rabies and tetanus shots are needed, and of course, she doesn't have those injections. Miyu secretly pondered that she needed to prepare some things after returning, as it was inevitable for the males in the beast world, who relied on hunting for survival, to get injured by wild beasts. The pain from the alcohol disinfection pulled Shoka back from his unconsciousness. His narrow eyes fluttered slightly as they slowly opened. A pair of azure eyes shone in the dim grass hut, but Miyu did not notice any of this. She was leaning weakly on Shoka, her arms wrapped around his strong waist from above his shoulders, struggling to bind the bandages. After much effort, her hands finally completed the task of securing the bandages, but the next moment, she was pushed away forcefully, her left wrist caught in an iron grip. "What are you doing?" The male's voice was cold as frost. Miyu secretly curled her lip and thought, "Humph, what else can I do? Save your little life. Without me, you would have burned it to a fool long ago. Big idiot." Shoka, full of confusion, instinctively looked around. There was no one else in the room, nor any unfamiliar presence. Was it the wizard you speaking? But he had night vision and did not see the other party's mouth move. Moreover, this voice was clear, yet carried a hint of delicacy. Unmistakably a young female's voice, which was completely inconsistent with the usually serious demeanor of Wizard Yu. Shoka's hand involuntarily tightened, causing Miyu to gasp in pain. She patted him and thought, "Hey, let go, big idiot. You're hurting me." Shoka looked at Miyu, then at his own hand gripping her slender white wrist. This time he was sure he really heard Wizard Yu speaking. It was just that the other party did not open her mouth. Could it be a voice from the heart? Moreover, this voice was somewhat similar to that of a young female. He scanned the person opposite him, noting her slender figure and the lack of a prominent Adam's apple, which suggested that her underdeveloped body might have led to an incomplete vocal development. After all, the voices of young males and females were not much different when they were young. Shoka quickly accepted the fact that he could hear the wizard's heart voice. He gazed at the white bandage in Miyu's hand and asked, "What is this?" Because the wizard could not speak, Miyu could only gesture and explain with her hands. "This is a bandage for you to wrap your wound. Covering the wound will prevent dirt from getting in and help it heal faster." "Did Wizard Jia teach you this?" Wizard Jia was the previous wizard of the Tiger tribe, who raised you since childhood and passed the position of wizard to him before dying. Miyu didn't provide any further explanation and just nodded casually. Because she understood the situation, she became less resistant to the idea of repairing the card and dealing with the bandages, obediently listening to Miyu's arrangements and acting as a tool. Miyu wrapped the bandage around his waist, and due to her smaller frame, her head was just at the level of Shoka's chest. In the beast world, males rarely wore clothes on their upper bodies, and Miyu's scorching breath sprayed onto his bulging muscles, bringing Shoka an unprecedented sensation. He paused in his breathing, his muscles involuntarily stiffening, his posture straightening, and he instinctively leaned back. Miyu rarely had such close contact with a man, and noticing Shoka's change, she felt inexplicably nervous. However, she still endured and completed the final bandaging. As she reached out, Shoka's body moved further back, increasing the distance between them. Just as Miyu was about to complain inwardly, her body suddenly felt weightless. "Oh no, I have no strength left." Immediately after, Miyu lost her support and fell directly into Shoka's arms, her delicate cheek colliding with his solid chest. Shoka was also taken aback and didn't react in time. He could only feel a faint floral scent rushing into his nostrils, making his head feel dizzy. He secretly bit his tongue to regain clarity and reached out to push the person in his arms, only to touch a smooth and soft skin. He couldn't believe it and secretly touched again. Indeed, it felt different from the roughness of the males who spent their days hunting outside. "Miyu, hey, where are you touching, idiot?" She angrily sat up and threw the remaining bandage into the male's arms, her obsidian-like eyes wide open, leaning against the mud-covered wall. She breathed heavily, and soon her palm-sized face was covered in sweat. Miyu secretly mocked herself. My useless body. It's exhausting to do anything. The dim environment effectively concealed Shio-Ka's flushed ears. He knew that he had overreacted just now and behaved inappropriately, so he apologized softly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. He then noticed Miyu's unusual behavior. Are you feeling unwell? However, the petite figure across from him crossed her arms and let out a cold huff to express her dissatisfaction. Shio-Ka felt a bit anxious. He wanted to move, but was reminded of the injury on his back. Hiss! Miyu felt her phone vibrating in her arms and sighed helplessly. She waved her hand to signal Shio-Ka not to move around, then took out fever-reducing medicine and anti-inflammatory pills, gesturing with both hands to show how to take them. Miyu's fingers danced nimbly, causing Shio-Ka to feel dizzy from the array of colors. The red ones are fever reducers, and the blue ones are anti-inflammatory drugs. I finally managed to save you, so make sure to take your medicine on time and don't die. Shio-Ka. He pressed his lips together and tightened his grip on the medicine bottle. All right, thank you, Wizard You. Received 10 gratitude points from the male Shio-Ka of the Tiger Tribe. Current gratitude points, 10. Received 10 merit points from the male Shio-Ka of the Tiger Tribe. Current merit points, 20. Hearing the system announcement, Miyu felt that everything tonight was worth it, and he regained a bit of strength. The slight displeasure he had felt earlier was completely dissipated by the gratitude and merit points, and even his gaze towards Shio-Ka sparkled with stars. Wizard You, what's wrong? Miyu shook her head, her eyes smiling as she reached out to touch Shio-Ka's full forehead. Shio-Ka didn't expect her to suddenly touch him, and although he wanted to pull away, he held back due to what had happened earlier. Then he felt a warm, soft thing covering his forehead, and when he looked up, he could clearly see the blue veins at her wrist. He was so pale, whiter than any male he had ever seen, even whiter than some females. Phew, it's not burning anymore. I should be okay now. Shuka. Why is Wizard You always concerned about whether I will die? In the past, Wizard You never interacted with anyone, always alone. Why was he so unusually caring today, even coming to treat his wounds in the middle of the night? Perhaps it was because he had given Wizard You water today, and the other felt grateful. But in reality, Wizard You didn't know that the water was given to him by his grandfather. He looked down at the 2 white medicine bottles in his hands, the corners of his lips curling up in a self-deprecating smile. How could someone like him ever receive the favor of the gods? Chapter 4. Her first experience with raising an electronic pet in a secluded corner, Miyu quietly used her phone to return to the modern world. She couldn't wait to use the 10 gratitude points she had just received. 10 gratitude points are now in effect. Just like last time, a warm current washed over her body, dissipating the fatigue and pain that had already set in, and her strength returned. Even the simple act of breathing no longer felt tiring. After falling ill, she had not only experienced pain all over, but also frequent dizziness. And even simple tasks like bathing, drinking water, and pouring tea would leave her breathless. Now, things had clearly improved, having been tormented by pain for so long. Even a slight improvement made Miyu feel happy. After enjoying a rare and comfortable bath, she fell into a deep sleep. After a night of sweet dreams, Miyu was awakened by the sound and vibration of her phone. Ding dong. The leader of the Beast World Tiger Clan is about to arrive at Wizard Yu's residence. Please return to your position as soon as possible. Countdown, 5 minutes. Miyu had no choice but to get up, wash up simply, and put on yesterday's beast skin robe before being transported to the Beast World. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Miyu sat cross-legged in the bamboo house, several footsteps sounded outside. The Tiger Clan leader respectfully knelt and bowed at the door, requesting to see the shaman. The sound of a bamboo pole striking the ground echoed inside, a single strike indicating consent. The Tiger Clan leader, with a serious expression and supported by a male companion, gradually stood up. He slowly pushed open the bamboo door and entered the room. The air was filled with the fresh scent of bamboo, and a young person with waist-length black hair, indistinguishable in gender, sat cross-legged on the ground, fingers pinched together resting on their knees. Observing the young person's extraordinary appearance, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the Tiger Clan leader's eyes. After all, they were just an abandoned infant, born with black hair which was considered ominous. Fortunate enough to be picked up by Shaman Jia. If it weren't for the beast god truly showing a miracle yesterday, there would be no reason for him, the clan leader, to lower himself so much. Miyu has been accustomed to the unpredictable thoughts of businessmen in the business world since she was young, and the hidden expressions of the Tiger Clan leader cannot escape her keen eyes. Yesterday, I was incompetent and failed to suppress the transgressions of my clan members. Today I have come specifically to apologize and sincerely ask for your forgiveness for their mistakes. The Tiger Clan leader stood in the room with a cold expression and a serious tone, flanked by several tall, muscular males, giving off an air that suggested they were ready for a fight rather than truly seeking forgiveness. She had plenty of money and could easily exchange it for lightning power to strike them down without a second thought. She was not afraid at all. She subtly raised her chin and gazed ahead, looking down on everything. The few males beside the Tiger Clan leader felt uneasy in their hearts, and though they wanted to speak, a glance from the leader silenced them. Miyu secretly shook her head. What a stubborn dead duck. Let's see who can outlast him. After all, she wasn't the one in a hurry. Just as Shoka arrived outside the bamboo house, he heard this remark. It could only belong to the witch Miyu. It was his grandfather who had heard that the clan leader brought someone to the bamboo house and was worried. So he sent him to take a look. Unexpectedly, the seemingly frail person was quite bold and wasn't intimidated by the clan leader's presence. Shoka, the male of the Tiger Clan, Shoka, greets witch Miyu. Shoka knelt outside the house and respectfully paid his respects. Since the person he wanted to feed had arrived, he naturally wanted to meet her. Thus, under the increasingly gloomy expression of the Tiger Clan leader, Shoka slowly walked into the bamboo house. Shoka, what are you here for? Thank you, witch Miyu, for saving my life yesterday. I have come to express my gratitude today. The Tiger Clan leader's face turned ashen. The clan leader has matters to discuss with witch Miyu. You should leave quickly. Clan leader, witch Miyu is the owner of the bamboo house. You should at least ask for her opinion. Everyone looked towards Miyu. Miyu waved at Shoka, signaling him to sit down beside her. Shoka obediently sat down, observing with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. Seeing that Miyu was determined to keep Shoka, the Tiger Clan leader gritted his teeth in frustration. Witch you, I have come this time to ask where the Tiger Clan should go next. Does the beast god have any instructions? If it weren't for the drought that led to the extinction of the rabbit clan, I wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. Miyu gently tapped the ground once. The nearby members of the Tiger Clan could no longer hold back. The beast god really has a command. What did he say? Miyu learned from the system yesterday that the tiger tribe must migrate to the south in order to seek a way to survive. Otherwise, the dog tribe will face extinction. Miyu lightly tapped the ground with 2 fingers. Only migration can provide a way out. Shoka was taken aback. Could it be serious migration? Miyu looked at Shoka with appreciative eyes and nodded heavily. What? Is it already time to migrate? A few days ago, the Snow Wolf tribe already started moving away from their original habitat. Tribe leader, are we really going to migrate? Tiger tribe leader, what will happen if we don't migrate? Miyu extended 3 fingers and then shook them. Everyone was confused and turned to Zukaki, hoping he could interpret. Zukaki felt a huge pressure. 3 days? 3 months? In the next 3 years, this land won't see a drop of rain if we don't migrate. We might as well wait to die. Are we really going to have no rain for 3 consecutive years? Miyu nodded. The Tiger Clan leader's expression was severe. Which you, is what you said truly the will of the beast god? Miyu frowned and waved her hand irritably. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Get lost. You deserve to die. Her intention to chase him away was already very clear, and there was no need for a translation from Shoka. Shoka silently criticized in his heart, wondering why the witch liked to use the word death. It was so strange. If he had gone through the experience of learning that he had an incurable disease, feeling indifferent, then collapsing, trying to commit suicide, and slowly accepting it. After this series of torment, he would also have no reverence for the word death. So annoying. Miyu is now very disgusted by all behaviors that disrespect life. Why is it that some people desperately want to live, while others seem intent on seeking death? Seeing her show signs of irritation. She also took into account the obedient departure of the Thunder Tiger tribe leader and a few others yesterday. Outside the bamboo house, the males anxiously looked towards the Tiger tribe leader. Leader, do we really have to migrate? The next 3 years will be a severe drought, and if we don't migrate, it will only lead to death. While they were filled with worry, Shoka had quietly left to hunt in the forest. After confirming with the system that there were no outsiders around the bamboo house, Miyu returned to her bedroom. The situation was urgent earlier, and she hadn't had time to eat breakfast, so her stomach was growling with hunger. The housekeeper had already been dismissed, so she could only order takeout. Carbohydrates and sweets always lift one's spirits, so she quickly ordered a few pieces of cream bread and sent a red envelope with a note for expedited delivery. In the meantime, while waiting for the takeout, she opened the messaging app and saw that Shoka's health bar was still not full, which worried her a bit. This was her first time raising an electronic pet, and she hoped nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, her plan for survival would be in jeopardy. Chapter 5. Shoka's indifference was nothing to worry about in the tiger tribe, in a remote, open field away from the central area. Although she had been to the grass hut last night, seeing the simple hut clearly in the daylight still gave Miyu a slight shock. Families in the tiger tribe with slightly better conditions had already built walls of stone, while Shoka was still stuck with mud walls. Miyu walked to the door and gently knocked on the thin door panel. "Who is it?" The wooden door was opened, revealing a frail, old male. The old male's amber eyes were murky, and upon recognizing the visitor, he immediately knelt down to pay his respects. "The male of the tiger tribe, you are," greeted the wizard Yu. Miyu supported the person at the moment when they were about to kneel. She shook her head to indicate that there was no need for formalities. While she could accept the greetings from the tiger clan leader and the clansmen, she really couldn't bring herself to let someone old enough to be her grandfather bow to her. "Was the shaman Yu here to find Shoka?" Miyu nodded. "Shoka went out to hunt. Do you need to find him for something?" Miyu shook her head and nodded again. Wu didn't know what to say. At that moment, Wu Er's stomach made a gurgling sound, breaking the silence in the room. Wu Er's thin cheeks flushed red, and he said, "Forgive me, wizard." Miyu bit her lip and took out a piece of cream bread from the animal skin bag she carried with her. In an instant, the creamy aroma filled the entire grass hut, and Yu couldn't help but sniff the air. When he realized what was happening, his face turned even redder as he lowered his head, secretly thinking to himself how shameless he was at his age. A delicate little hand patted his shoulder, and the food with a milky fragrance was placed in front of him. Miyu's gaze was sincere. "Is this for me?" Wu was surprised. He had never seen such a sweet thing before. It looked like it was made from wheat flour and had sugar in it. Wheat flour and sugar were only meant for young females who could bear offspring or for young females from higher tribes. He, an old and frail male who should be in the ground, was completely unworthy of such food. "No need. You should keep it for yourself. I don't deserve it." Seeing the bitter smile on Wu Er's face made Miyu feel uncomfortable. "I can't accept this." One insisted on giving, the other dared not accept. The two began a tug of war. "Grandpa, what are you two doing?" Shoka appeared at the door, carrying a scrawny goat. Seeing this, Miyu directly threw the bread in her hand and ran to Shoka's side. "What a stubborn old man. It's really hard to send him something to eat. We have plenty of this at home, so feel free to eat." Wu was worried about the food getting damaged and held it tightly. Hearing Miyu's complaint, Shoka's forehead twitched. "Grandpa, the Wizardmy family still has some. You should just accept it." Wu was still a bit hesitant. Miyu had no intention of continuing to tangle with him. She pointed at the injury on Shoka's back and then gestured towards the goat. "My injury is much better and doesn't affect hunting. But why is the health bar not full yet?" Miyu bit her lip and frowned in thought, asking the system in her heart. "System. Host. The health bar represents the spirit and energy of the feeding target. Besides being injured or ill, mood and hunger can also affect the health bar." Miyu's eyes lit up, and then she took out a piece of cream bread, unwrapped it, and held it up to Shoka's mouth. "Here, eat." Her confusing behavior left Shoka somewhat puzzled, but under her sparkling gaze, he could only lower his head and take a bite of the bread. The softness and sweetness of the bread instantly captivated his taste buds. It was a flavor he had never tasted before. So sweet, so soft. Seeing Shoka finish the whole piece of bread, Miyu finally felt relieved. She secretly checked her phone and found that Shoka's health bar was indeed full. It really works. It turns out feeding him is the way to go. Miyu secretly made up her mind to stock up on food in the system space when she returned, so she could feed herself anytime. Seeing the radiant smile on Miyu's face, Shoka momentarily lost his focus. The witchy was truly beautiful. Miyu waved his hand in front of Shoka's eyes to bring him back to reality, then began to draw. "We need to migrate, so we should prepare more food. Do you understand? It's really hard to communicate without speaking." Shoka felt that something was off with his emotions. He actually found the wizard Miyu's bright eyes and his animated gestures trying to express himself somewhat adorable. But the word adorable shouldn't be used for a male like the wizard Miyu. "I will prepare more food for the migration. You can leave now." Miyu was excitedly gesturing when she was suddenly met with the order to leave, and her lively expression instantly froze. She lowered her head and silently left the grass hut. Shoka watched her departing figure with narrowed eyes, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart, heavy and uncomfortable. Wu looked at the bread in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. He was a good child, but unfortunately, her naturally black hair was seen as an omen. She had been abandoned at birth, and if it weren't for Wizard Jia picking her up, she might have been eaten by wild beasts in the forest long ago. If you could take care of her in the future, watch over her a bit more. I see the chief as a nature that doesn't respect the beast god, so he may not treat you well, Wu softly reminded his grandson. Shoka remained silent. On the other side, after returning to the bamboo hut, Miyu teleported back to the modern world. She sat on the bed, hugging her legs, feeling a bit down. It felt like her good intentions had gone to waste. She received 10 gratitude points from the male of the tiger clan, Shioka, bringing her current gratitude points to 10. The unexpected joy from the 10 gratitude points quickly washed away Michigan-Yu's feelings of disappointment. The system used 10 gratitude points. Miyu felt her originally soft body gradually gaining strength. Her eyes were red, realizing that her body was truly developing in a positive direction. Compared to her health and longevity, Shuka's indifference was nothing at all. Wiping away her tears, Miyu put on an exquisite makeup and took her favorite bag to go shopping. In order to accumulate more gratitude points and merit, Miyu decided to migrate together with the tiger tribe. During the migration, she cared for Shuka in subtle ways, making him feel overflowing gratitude whenever he thought of her, which would then be converted into gratitude points. However, migrating during a severe drought made essentials like food, clothing, and shelter indispensable along the way. Miyu went directly to the largest shopping mall in the city center, which had over 100 stores across several floors, capable of meeting any customer needs. It was a weekday, so there weren't many shoppers in the mall. Miyu took the elevator straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was the sports zone, featuring various stores for sports gear, fitness equipment, fishing, outdoor supplies, and more. Since migration definitely required walking, the shoes she wore were important. She bought herself a few pairs of marathon-specific shoes and also prepared a few pairs for Shioka. Not knowing his shoe size, she bought all sizes in the men's section, believing that one of them would fit him. Next, she went to the outdoor supplies store to buy a tent, sleeping bag, and water bladder. Finally, she went to the supermarket on the basement level to buy a lot of food. Chapter 6 was just a scapegoat after all. Because she had bought so much, the mall's customer manager personally drove the items to Miyu's home. Before leaving, he kindly handed her a business card, saying, "Miss Me, feel free to contact me if you have any needs in the future. Our mall also supports home selection of products." Miyu politely took the business card. "Okay, thank you. I will contact you again if I need anything." After sending the person away, Miyu collapsed onto the bed and let out a heavy sigh. So tired, but so happy. A week ago, she wouldn't have dared to think that she still had the energy to go shopping, considering she struggled even to go downstairs. Although it was tiring, it felt different from the fatigue caused by illness. It had been a long time since she had shopped for such an extended period, and she missed that feeling. After resting for a while, Miyu packed some light items into her suitcase, while the rest went into the system space. The initial space of the system was only 1 cubic meter, but she had a lot of money, so she splurged to upgrade it to 200 cubic meters. The thing she bought now only filled up a corner. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit president's office, a well-dressed assistant was respectfully reporting to the president. "Mr. Li, the young lady's spending has been somewhat unusual these past few days. Would you like to take a look?" Li Xiangyang pinched the bridge of his nose. "Unusual?" "Yes. In the past few days, the spending has reached 5.9 million. The assistant handed over the prepared documents. Li Xiangyang flipped through the bills, and everything seemed reasonable without any anomalies. "How has the young lady been these days?" "The young lady is in good spirits. She even went shopping today and bought a lot of things." "Then there's no need to worry. Just keep an eye on her health and report anything to me immediately." "Understood." After the assistant left, Li Xiangyang took off his glasses and leaned back in his office chair. He wanted to see her, but was also afraid to, so he could only understand her situation in this way. Miyu had another good night's sleep when the tiger tribe began to migrate. She put on the bee-skin skirt unique to the shamans. The skirt wrapped around her entire body, and a thick chest wrap made it difficult to discern her femininity from the outside. However, due to the hot weather, Miyu shortened the skirt to just above her knees. She was completely unaware of how striking her long, fair calves were in the crowd. Suka frowned slightly at the dazzling white. The leader of the tiger tribe walked up to Miyu and asked aloud, "May I ask Shaman Yu, which direction are we migrating?" Miyu raised her hand and pointed to the south. "All right, I understand." The leader of the tiger clan did not doubt her this time. With a command, over 100 members of the tiger clan set off towards the south. After walking south for the whole morning, the sun reached its zenith, and Miyu, whose health was already poor, felt weak in her legs and stumbled. However, she could not break her character of being unable to speak. She could only grit her teeth and persist, wobbling to the very end of the line. The young females of the tiger clan could not endure such a strenuous march either, with most of them being carried by their partners, fathers, or brothers. The roads in the beast world were not smooth. They were either rocky or filled with pits with small steep slopes. As she climbed another small steep slope, Miyu could no longer hold on and slipped backward. She closed her eyes in fear, waiting for the pain to come, but the next moment, she found herself in a warm embrace. Be careful. Miyu, are you okay? You were hurried over with concern. Miyu stepped out of Shioka's embrace. But as she tried to stand on her own, a sharp pain shot through her foot, causing her legs to go weak. Ugh, it hurts. I twisted my ankle. The long hours of walking had taken a toll on Miyu's frail body, and she clutched her chest, breathing heavily, her small face turning pale. Are you feeling unwell? Your face looks terrible, Wu Er said with concern. Shioka scanned her up and down, finally noticing her swollen ankle. You've twisted your ankle. You need to rest before we can continue. Otherwise, you'll only make it worse, Wu Er said worriedly. Shioka, I'll go find the tribe leader. The leader of the tiger tribe, upon learning that Miyu had twisted her ankle, did not make things difficult and instructed everyone to rest in place and eat something before continuing their journey. The tribe members all breathed a sigh of relief and began to prepare food. Miyu's heart, which had been racing wildly, gradually returned to a steady rhythm after resting for a while. She sat on a folding stool, applying red flower oil to her injured ankle. It seemed she had to work hard to earn gratitude points to slowly fix her broken body. Thank you for your medicine. My injury is completely healed now. My grandfather asked me to give this to you. Miyu looked at the lamb leg in front of her, a bit confused. Is this for me? Shioka felt an inexplicable awkwardness in his heart. He turned to leave, but was stopped by a weak, boneless little hand. His body stiffened, frozen in place. He could only watch as Miyu opened the black box beside her and took out 2 large packages from inside. The rice moon was handed to Shioka, who gestured and scratched. This is a tent and sleeping bag, which can be used for sleeping at night. Used for sleeping? The stuff inside the package looks soft and fluffy. It must be very comfortable to use. But a rough man like me doesn't really need such good things. You can use it yourself. I don't need it. Miyu pointed to the tent, and then to her suitcase. I still have my own. It was originally prepared for you. If you don't want it, I'll have to drag it myself. How exhausting. To avoid exposure, Shiden put the tent and sleeping bag into the system space, dragging them in her suitcase all the way. Now that she found an opportunity to give the items to Shioka, the other party didn't want them, which was unacceptable. She didn't want to carry such heavy things anymore. Seeing Miyu say this with a troubled expression, Shioka finally took the tent. Once Shioka accepted it, Miyu visibly brightened up. She looked at Shioka with sparkling eyes, full of anticipation. Shioka felt a bit shy under her gaze and quickly thanked her before fleeing. After waiting for a while without receiving any gratitude points, Miyu fell a bit down. The tent and sleeping bag were wasted. To soothe the anxious feelings of the tribe, the migration on the first day didn't last too long. In the evening, when they found a suitable open space, the tiger tribe leader announced that they would set up camp here tonight. Both the males and younger females slumped on the ground, complaining about sore legs and feet. The males were physically strong, but after a whole day of carrying the family's belongings and running around, they couldn't hold up. Not to mention some males had to carry their partners all day, leaving them so exhausted they couldn't even stand straight. A young male stood beside the tiger tribe leader and quietly said, "Father, we can't keep going like this. Everyone is so tired. What if we encounter a wild beast? I think we shouldn't have migrated." The young male's eyes were filled with resentment. Didn't the shaman say it would rain? Why are we still migrating? The shaman said the next 3 years would be a severe drought, and the rabbit tribe had already been wiped out. We can't bear the blame for that. Gaia, you will be the leader in the future. You must shoulder the entire tiger tribe. If there's anything you can't bear alone, you need to find someone to help you, the tiger tribe leader said earnestly. Gaia's face was as cold as frost. Father, I understand. He squinted at Miyu, who was leisurely sitting under a tree with a thermos, drinking tea, and coldly snorted in his heart. She's just a scapegoat. After drinking some water to moisten her throat, Miyu started setting up the tent in the dim light. She chose a style that was easy to set up and finished a simple tent in just half an hour. Worried that Shioka wouldn't know how to set it up, she kindly ran over to guide him. Shioka was clever. After trying once, he understood the general direction. So Miyu supervised while Shioka, with help from Grandpa Wu-Er, set it up. Chapter 7. Shioka, I will protect you. No one can bully you. That is how it's done. Not bad, quite smart. Miyu couldn't help but praise him in her heart. Although he was a beast man, he was clever. He was teachable. Shioka heard her thoughts, but pretended not to, continuing his movements while his ears secretly turned red. In less than half an hour, Shioka's 2-person tent was set up. Miyu personally checked inside before leaving with peace of mind. After she left, the eager members of the tiger clan gathered around. Everyone was chattering about the tent, and some even boldly wanted to lie down inside, only to be thrown out by Shioka, who grabbed them by the neck. A small, charming female approached and softly said, "Shioka, this is really nice. Can you let me stay here?" If you let me, we can keep each other company tonight. I refuse. Shoka replied expressionlessly. The actively courting female immediately turned red with anger, biting her lip and stamping her foot. Do you know how many people want to accompany me? How dare you refuse me? This thing must be given to me today, or you will face the consequences. After saying this, the small female winked at two nearby males, who immediately rolled up their sleeves and approached Shoka. These two were already suitors of the small female. They were displeased to see her courting Shoka and even angrier at his rejection, which had embarrassed her. Other Tiger Clan members stood by, watching the spectacle. Wait, let's talk it out, don't fight. Ewer stepped forward to intervene, but was pushed to the ground by a male. Shoka immediately became furious, raising his fist, as big as a sandbag, and lunged at the two. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Defeating target Shoka is in a dangerous situation. Please assist the host in a timely manner. Miue was about to drink the milk, but decided not to. Can still be done? Is anyone allowed to rest? In anger, she threw the milk carton on the ground and strode towards the Shoka camping site. She wanted to see who was so bold as to interrupt her meal. Just as she arrived, two figures wrestling passed right in front of her. While she was confused, she heard Wu air shout while holding his waist, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! We've given up the tent, and you can have everything inside." Beside him, a small female crossed her arms and looked haughty, saying, "You should have just agreed. But since Shoka dared to refuse to team up with me, I must take this out on you. You two, make him kneel and beg for mercy, and have him bow his head to apologize to me." Miyu was somewhat displeased to see the little female being so arrogant, and it was clear that the two males fighting were using deadly force, as evidenced by the bruises on Shoka's face and body. She walked up to the little female, pointed at Shoka and the others, and waved her hand to signal them to stop. The little female snorted coldly, saying, You're meddling too much. They're just having a normal duel. Even if they kill each other, no one would say anything. If you want to destroy my life-saving artifact, you need to see whether I agree to it. In her heart, Miyu secretly thought, system, exchange for the power of lightning, no need to kill. After all, she wasn't that brutal to just kill someone right away. Ding, successfully spent 100,000 yuan to exchange for the power of lightning. Under the gaze of everyone, Miyu raised her small hand, and a purple lightning burst forth from her palm. Shoka quickly dodged. Hearing the familiar voice, Shoka, who was entangled with two males, instinctively moved aside. The purple lightning seemed to have eyes, and in that moment of opportunity, it struck the two fierce-looking males. The cries of pain rose and fell, as the two males lost their ability to move and fell to the ground, their shoulder-length yellow hair standing on end from the shock. The onlookers were so frightened by this scene that they didn't dare to make a sound. The little female who had just been so arrogant also collapsed to the ground, her legs weak. Miyu walked slowly to Shoka's side and helped him up, then glanced around. Fortunately, it was just a minor injury, and his health bar had only dropped a little. Wizard Moon. Miyu shook her head to stop Shoka from speaking. She turned to the crowd, pointed at Shoka, and then made a fist with her hand to gesture. Shoka, I'm protecting you. No one can bully him. Shoka's breath hitched, and his emerald eyes looked at Miyu's petite figure, feeling a warmth in his eyes. This was the first time, besides his grandfather, that someone was protecting him. Yu, a fragile and speechless person, stood firmly in front of him, protecting him. Although the others couldn't hear Miyu's thoughts, they all understood her meaning. With Yu here, Shoka couldn't be bullied. Otherwise, the two dark figures on the ground would be the consequence. The Tiger Clan leader, who initially ignored the commotion, couldn't sit still when he saw Miyu use thunder to knock down the two males. He first wanted to check on their condition, and, seeing that they were still breathing and their injuries weren't serious, he felt relieved. Thank you, Yu, for your generosity. I will make sure to properly advise my clansmen not to act recklessly again. This was the second time the Tiger Clan leader bowed his head to Miyu. The first time was out of helplessness, but this time he was intimidated by the thunder. Once was a coincidence, but if it happened twice, it proved that Yu could summon thunder at will. Miyu didn't say anything and just held Shoka's hand back to the tent. The Tiger Clan leader's expression was gloomy. After scolding everyone a few times, he let them go about their business. Father, why does the shaman you seem like a different person? He's so timid yet stood up for Shoka. And then there was that thunder. Seeing his father's face grow darker, Gaia stopped speaking. Father, what's wrong? That thunder was suspicious. We should be careful these days and not provoke Shaman Yu. It's best to get on his good side. Gaia felt indignant, but thinking of the two males struck down by the thunder, he could only hold back. Meanwhile, Miyu was applying ointment to Shoka's wounds. The pungent smell of the medicine made Shoka sneeze. Ouch, that hurts. After fighting so fiercely, now you know hurt? Miyu muttered to himself. But his hands worked even harder. Shioka, knowing he was in the wrong, didn't dare to shout out in pain again. However, while he could ignore the pain, he couldn't ignore the small hand wandering freely over his body. Males fought without restraint, so getting hurt in any part was normal. Feeling that soft little hand slowly drifting toward his lower abdomen, Shioka immediately shrank away from the fair, jade-like hand. Miyu looked up in confusion. Shioka coughed lightly. I've learned, I can do it myself. Of course, Miyu was willing to avoid any trouble, and without any hesitation, she tossed the bottle of red flower oil into his arms. Shioka caught the medicine, feeling inexplicably lost, unsure if it was because his rough palm lacked the softness of wizard use. After applying the medicine, Miyu checked her phone and, seeing that her health bar was fully restored, finally felt relieved. At that moment, Wu Air, holding a leg of lamb, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Wizard Yu, for your help. We don't have much at home, so please accept this leg of lamb. Due to the severe drought, the animals in the forest had little to eat, so the leg of lamb was mostly bone with little meat, but it was all they could offer. Wu Air looked embarrassed, not daring to meet Miyu's eyes. Shioka also nervously clenched his fists, cautiously observing Miyu's expression. Chapter 8. Do I have to accept your apology? Miyu didn't say anything and turned to run away. Shioka furrowed his brows, watching the petite figure gradually fade into the distance, feeling a knot in his chest. Yu also showed concern, wondering if he had said something wrong. If perhaps Miyu thought the lamb leg was too little, maybe he should just send the whole half-sheep over. Perhaps what he disliked was them. In their impoverished home, they couldn't even provide a decent lamb leg. It wasn't his fault. It was my ineptitude that burdened you. Yu sighed and silently walked back with the lamb leg. Shioka also remained silent, squatting on the ground to start a fire using primitive methods. It was the most basic way to make a fire, and it would get cold at night if he didn't start one before dark. He heard footsteps behind him, but he was too focused on starting the fire to pay attention. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. He turned around to see a smiling face. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, but thinking of Miyu's earlier actions, he suppressed the corners of his lips that were slightly turning up. He continued to concentrate on starting the fire. Miyu noticed that he was ignoring her, and her young lady temper flared up. She directly handed the lamb leg and bread in her hand to all. With gestures, she pointed to the lamb leg, and then to herself, shaking her head. I can't roast the lamb leg. It's a waste to give it to me. You all keep it for yourselves. The bread is for you, but don't let Shioka eat it. She shoved the bread into Ul's mouth and coldly snorted at Shioka on the ground, regardless of whether Ul understood or not. She finished gesturing and was about to turn and leave. However, before she could take a step, Shioka grabbed her arm with a strong pull, bringing her back. This sudden action caused Miyu to fall into his embrace. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Shioka said, his turquoise eyes filled with regret, and his voice was softer than ever. Miyu snorted coldly, twisting her body to break free from Shioka's restraint. Do I have to accept your apology? I refuse. Shioka felt even more guilty. What happened to Shioka? Where was a bit confused. Seeing the somewhat intimate behavior between the wizard Yu and his grandson, Shioka also realized that the two's posture was somewhat inappropriate. And after confirming that Miyu was standing properly, he hurriedly let go of his hand. Grandpa, we misunderstood. Wizard Yu doesn't know how to roast meat, which is why he didn't take the leg of lamb. It's my misunderstanding that you dislike us. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Miyu turned her head and ignored him. Wu Air spoke up to ease the atmosphere, which it's just that Shioka didn't understand your meaning. So don't take it to heart. Since you can't grill meat, why not stay and eat together? Let Shioka grill some meat to make amends. Miyu didn't speak, but also didn't insist on leaving. Seeing this, Shioka hurried to start a fire, but for some reason, he just couldn't get it going. His palms were sweating from the effort, but it was all in vain. Just as he was contemplating whether to borrow fire from someone else, he caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. It was as if the jasmine from the mountains was wafting through the air. He didn't even need to look to know who it was. Crack, crack, crack. Two slender fingers were rubbing something together, and a bit of starlight appeared. But Miyu had been trying for a long time without being able to ignite the fire. Her cheeks flushed. She angrily threw the flint to the ground. It's just one tea light, 0 stars. Seeing her flustered and running away, Shioka couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Who would have thought that the Wizard of Thunder, would have such a temperament in private? After watching for a while, Shioka figured out that the black thing was for starting a fire, so he pondered for a moment and managed to strike a spark. Then, the tiny spark fell onto the tuft of grass, producing curling blue smoke and igniting a small flame. Shioka then took a small twig to help the fire along. and the firewood was completely lit. He turned to look at Miyu, who was sitting on a rock with her lips pouted, and when she saw him looking, she turned her head away, still angry. Shioka shook his head helplessly and started roasting the lamb legs. In no time, both lamb legs were perfectly roasted. He thoughtfully used a bone knife to carve the meat off the lamb legs and placed it in a stone bowl to hand to Miyu. This meat is the most tender from the lamb legs. Wizard you should try it. Miyu looked at the meat in the bowl and bent down to rummage through the beast skin bag she brought. By the firelight, Shioka saw her take out a white object and a strip-like item. Miyu took out a clean, wet wipe to dry her hands, then opened a chopstick box and took out a pair of stainless steel chopsticks. Watching her series of actions, Shioka and Wordith thought she was performing some kind of pre-meal ritual, and they quietly watched in silence. Miyu picked up a piece of roasted meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The crispy, golden skin mixed with the firm meat burst with wonderful sensations in her mouth. It had a different flavor from modern roasted lamb, possessing a pure taste with a hint of fruity aroma. Seeing the satisfied expression on Miyu's face, Shioka secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she liked it, Miyu was eating roasted meat with bread and soon felt full. She waved her hand to refuse Shioka's offer to add more meat, rubbing her belly. "I'm full. Eating more would make me uncomfortable while sleeping at night." She pointed to her tent, indicating that she was going back. Shioka put down the roasted meat, his voice hoarse. "It's too dark. I'll walk you back." Miyu shook her head, turned on the flashlight, illuminating the path ahead as bright as day. The members of the tiger tribe curiously looked over, but when they saw the light coming from Miyu's hand, they were all startled and shrank back. Miyu waved her hand and smiled. "I'm leaving." Shioka stood quietly in place, secretly thinking, how did the wizard you grow up if he can't even cook the most basic grilled meat? Miyu returned to the tent and turned on the small night light. The fabric of the tent was opaque, and the light outside could not be seen at all. She lay down for a while, feeling anxious about why the gratitude points for Shioka had not arrived yet. Logically speaking, since she had given him a tent today and saved him once again, the gratitude points should not be few, yet it had been so long without any notification sound. On the other side, Shioka and his grandfather Yor had also finished the barbecue, and the two were lying in the tent, filled with curiosity. This tent was really good. Sleeping inside, they didn't have to worry about being bitten by bugs. She wondered what kind of bee skin was used to make it so windproof. "Shioka, today, thanks to the wizard you defending you in front of the tribe. Otherwise, such a good tent would have been taken by others. You must remember his kindness in your heart and protect him more in the future when you encounter any issues," Yor said. Shioka was born with low innate abilities and was determined to be stuck at the green level of strength for life, so he was abandoned by his parents. If it weren't for Miyu braving the wind and snow to pick him up from outside the city, he would have probably frozen to death long ago. Yor often thought of Shioka's childhood when he saw Miyu, which made him particularly fond of her. Shioka lay on his back in a sleeping bag and replied softly, "I will." Received 15 gratitude points from the male of the Tiger Clan Shioka. Current gratitude points, 15. Received 5 merit points from the male of the Tiger Clan Shioka. Current merit points, 25. Miyu, who had originally been feeling drowsy, became energized at once. She finally received the gratitude points. It was indeed worth the trip. Chapter 9. The Night Raid of the Wolf Pack on the Campsite. Miyu held her breath and focused, noticing that there were no people moving outside. She turned off the nightlight and transmitted back to the modern era. After returning to the modern era, she couldn't wait to use her gratitude points. For the third time using the gratitude points, Miyu originally thought she would be accustomed to the changes in her body, but she still underestimated the system's capabilities. This time, not only did her shortness of breath improve, but she also felt much lighter overall. In the past, it felt like her soul was carrying a heavy shackles. But now she felt completely relaxed from the inside out, moving her hands and feet effortlessly and lightly. "Congratulations, host. Your body has recovered 80% and is about to completely rid itself of illness." Miyu was very excited. It felt so good to be able to breathe freely and run and jump. In the past, no matter how rich she was plagued by illness with no cure. Now, she had hope to live. With expectations for a beautiful future, Miyu fell into a deep sleep. At 7 in the morning, her phone alarm went off. Miyu hurriedly got out of bed to wash up and brush her teeth. She hadn't taken a shower last night, so she made up for it today. After a while, a fragrant little fairy walked out of the bathroom. But when she had to put on that ugly dress from the wizard again, Miyu's good mood dropped by 20%. Sigh. After getting dressed, she clicked on her phone and teleported to the beast world. At the Tiger Clan's campsite, many people were already awake, but no one dared to lift Miyu's tent, so they didn't know about her absence all night. When Miyu unzipped the tent, she saw several males had returned with their prey. However, most of these prey were emaciated and skeletal, clearly showing the severe impact of the drought on the animals. The drought was a natural disaster, and survival of the fittest was the reality. Miyu didn't have time for pity. After eating bread and drinking milk, she began to pack up the tent. By the time she stuffed the tent into the box, the leader of the tiger tribe announced it was time to continue on their journey. Because the tribe was large and included young females, their pace was not fast. Thanks to her gratitude value, Miyu's physique had improved, making it less strenuous to keep up this time. However, after a day of walking, her feet still felt tired, so once the tribe members rested, Miyu returned to the modern world. The flow of time in the modern world and the beast world was not the same. So it was 8 o'clock in the evening in the modern world, and the nightlife was just beginning. Miyu drove directly to Jinyumantang, Yuzu's store. She spent 888 yuan and requested 2 masseurs, one for a spa and the other for a foot massage. Her feet soaked in warm water. A sense of comfort enveloped her body. It felt pleasant. Miyu was eating fruit and scrolling through her phone, lazily lounging on a sofa bed. At that moment, the manager walked in with 2 young and handsome men, both dressed in technician uniforms. "Miss, they're the best artisans in our shop. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Miyu nodded. "Let's get started." A man sat down at her feet, gently lifting her foot and placing it on his knee to wipe off the water stains. Another man stood by the sofa bed, his bony hand resting on her delicate shoulder. "Miss, is this pressure okay?" he asked softly, pressing gently with varying strength. Miyu closed her eyes and stopped looking at her phone. "All right, continue." After the 2 male technicians finished the complete service, they quietly left. In the private room, the soothing aroma of essential oils made Miyu gradually feel drowsy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, her phone on the glass table vibrated violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The target, Shio Ka, is about to face danger. Please rescue the host in time. Huh? What is going on? Does Shio Ka have some kind of bad luck constitution? Always encountering danger? A pack of wolves is approaching the Tiger Clan's campsite. And if the Tiger Clan is not warned in time, it will suffer heavy losses. What wolves? Miyu was shocked and quickly sat up to change her clothes. How long do they have until they arrive? 45 seconds. So fast. Miyu looked at her short sleeves and frowned, fearing she wouldn't have time to change into her wizard dress in the tent. 30 seconds left. Miyu didn't have time to complain. She directly took out her phone and clicked the send button. Everything went dark in front of her, and before she could turn on the night light, she used a flashlight on her phone to pull open the tent's zipper. Miyu took the lead to find Shio Ka, as she needed to rely on him for her survival and couldn't afford any mistakes. In this urgent situation, she didn't bother with politeness and directly opened Shio Ka's tent. Shio Ka, who was in a deep sleep, became extremely alert upon hearing the noise and instinctively clawed at the intruder with his hands, transforming them into tiger claws. Miyu didn't expect his reaction to be so strong, and he was suddenly knocked to the ground. The 2 of them fell outside the tent, and the phone also dropped to the ground. Shio Ka's pair of emerald green eyes glowed eerily in the dark night. His hand gradually closed around Miyu's small face, which turned bright red. She raised her hand and forcefully slapped Shio Ka's shoulder. At this life-and-death moment, she couldn't care less about the rule that wizards couldn't speak. Shio Ka, it's me." As she moved, a fragrant scent wafted into Shio Ka's nose, gradually bringing him back to consciousness. "Wizard you, it's you." Miyu pushed open the repair station and stood up, her round apricot eyes staring at him. "Who else could it be? Countdown. 10 seconds. No time to waste on nonsense with you." Miyu pointed to the distance, made a funny face, and howled like a wolf, then pointed to the sleeping tribesmen beside her. "There's a pack of wolves about to attack the camp. Hurry and wake everyone up." Shio Ka's face changed dramatically as he scanned the surroundings and indeed found pairs of green, red, and yellow eyes slowly approaching. The number of wolves coming to ambush them was considerable, probably driven mad by the drought and targeting their group of passersby. "I'll go wake up the tribesmen. You and Grandpa stay together and run if you encounter the wolves. Don't confront them head on." After giving these instructions, Shio Ka tore off the beast's skin from his waist, shook his shoulders, and transformed into a yellow and white tiger. The tiger was strong, its claws as thick as Miyu's arms, and with a powerful push from its hind legs, it kicked up dust as it ran off into the distance. As he ran, Shio Ka let out a thunderous tiger roar, which Miyu couldn't understand, but roughly meant to wake everyone up. In the tent, Yuar heard the tiger's roar and also woke up. He hurried out of the tent to survey the surroundings. The wolves in the distance were gradually approaching the campsite, their outlines becoming visible in the dim light of the campfire. This is also the first time you has seen a wild wolf up close, and her heart is tightly wound with tension. She secretly asks the system if her real body will be affected if she dies in the beast world. The host will not truly die if they die in the beast world, but their lifespan will be correspondingly reduced, so the host should take care of themselves. Additionally, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-level pagoda. The host can also gain merit points by doing good deeds. Although it may not be as much as the feedback from feeding targets, but it's better than nothing. Miyu frowned, which meant that if she saved the members of the tiger clan this time, she could earn merit points. However, seeing the fierce pack of wild wolves approaching, Miyu chose to act cautiously, not wanting to lose big over a small gain, and decided to proceed according to her own capabilities. Upon hearing the pack of wild wolves attacking, the male members of the tiger clan in the camp instantly woke up and entered a state of readiness. At the same time, the wild wolves let out howls, as if sounding the horn for battle. Awu Chapter 10. A life-saving grace repaid with sincerity. Be careful, stay hidden, and don't let the wild wolves spot you. Miyu nodded to Wu Air and welcomed him back into the tent. The tent was of good quality, providing wind protection and warmth while also blocking out some odors. As long as the smell was not detectable, it wouldn't attract the attention of the wild wolves. Miyu zipped up the tent, leaving only a small gap to observe the situation outside while ensuring her own safety. Outside, the leader of the tiger clan had arranged for a group of males to protect the younger females of the clan, preventing the remaining males from engaging the enemy. Soon, the tiger clan males were in a fierce struggle with the wild wolves. Although they were brave, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of wolves. One-on-one might not be a problem, but facing 2 or even 3 opponents became quite dangerous. Before long, the tiger clan males were already showing signs of injury. Miyu anxiously searched for the figure of Shioka, but all the males had transformed into beast forms, and each tiger looked so similar that she couldn't tell them apart. That tiger was Shioka. Wu Air guessed her intention from the way she was looking around and pointed to a tiger not far from the tent. Surrounding the tiger were 3 wild wolves, one in front and one behind, with another one on the left ready to pounce. Host, your feeding target is about to face danger. Please provide timely rescue. The system's sharp alert tone sounded again. Miyu was somewhat confused. Although Shioka was fighting against 3 opponents, it seemed that he still had a good chance of winning. Why was it urgent enough for her to come to his rescue? Oh no, it's the Wolf King, Wu exclaimed, transforming into a dull-furred tiger that directly burst through the tent. Miyu also looked over and locked eyes with a pair of dark green pupils. It was a wild wolf with a head the size of a basin, its body twice as large as other wild wolves. It was even comparable in size to Shuka's tiger beast form. In the split second, Miyu made a choice. She gritted her teeth and ran wildly toward Shuka. Shuka was engrossed in a fierce fight with 3 wild wolves and had not noticed the approaching Wolf King at all. Wu Air chased after him, helping to fend off one of the wild wolves, but at that moment, the Wolf King also launched an attack, pouncing on Shuka. Its sharp wolf fangs aimed for the back of Shuka's neck. Shuka thrashed desperately, but it was of no use. The other 2 wild wolves attacked his front limbs and hind legs, and he was knocked to the ground. The Wolf King took the opportunity to turn and pin Shuka beneath him, drool dripping from its mouth and soaking Shuka's fur, its sharp teeth about to come down. Just then, there was a sound of a blade piercing flesh. Miyu had somehow leaped onto the Wolf King and stabbed a survival knife with tiger teeth into its neck. The blade was 19 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide, made of the hardest steel, strong enough to chop down trees. The Wolf King's carotid artery was pierced and blood gushed out, quickly robbing it of its ability to move. Warm blood splattered onto Miyu's pure white short sleeve and also splashed on Ashoka's face. With the Wolf King's crisis resolved, Miyu quickly stowed the tiger tooth dagger back into the system space. The 2 wild wolves surrounding Shuka, seeing their Wolf King fall, were immediately frightened and tucked their tails to flee. Shuka, disregarding everything else, got up and killed the wild wolf entangled with his grandfather Wu Air before transforming back into human form. Miyu stood frozen in place, her hands covered in blood, staring at the corpse of the Wolf King on the ground, her hands trembling uncontrollably. This was her first encounter with such a thrilling and dangerous situation, and she had personally killed the Wolf King. After the shock, fear took over. A large hand covered Miyu's crimson palm, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, it's already dead." The starry eyes filled with concern that met Miyu's gaze were especially bright in the dark night. When Shioka saw the mist of tears in her sparkling eyes, he knew she was truly frightened. Such a usually timid and weak girl, who couldn't even light a fire, was actually able to muster the courage to save herself from the jaws of the wolf. Thinking of this, his heart surged with warmth. He spoke even more gently. You saved me. You are amazing. Miyu's eyes trembled as she looked at the dying wild wolf on the ground. But I killed it. She had been taught since childhood to protect animals, but now. Shioka instantly understood her dilemma. It wanted to harm people. You did nothing wrong. If you hadn't killed it, I would have already been bitten to death by it. Don't you think that's the reasoning? Miyu nodded in a daze. Her appearance was both pitiful and cute, making one unable to resist wanting to cherish her. A dark light flashed in Shioka's eyes as he restrained the impulse to pull her into his arms. I'm going over there to help. You stay hidden with Grandpa and wait for me to come back. Miyu nodded. The Wolf King was dead, and the remaining wild wolves were no longer a threat. They either died under the sharp teeth and claws of the tiger tribe males or fled with their tails between their legs. The crisis of the wild wolf pack's night raid was resolved. She received 10 merit points from the tiger tribe members, bringing her total to 35 merit points. She received 10 gratitude points from the tiger tribe male Shioka, bringing her gratitude points to 10. She received 20 merit points from the tiger tribe male Shioka, bringing her total merit points to 55. The system's notification sound awakened Miyu from her daze. The 55 merit points brought a hint of joy to her previously panicked heart, which is 45 more merit points she could exchange for a year of life. Hope was right in front of her. The wild wolf's failed ambush instead became food. The tiger tribe males, though injured, were very happy. The tiger tribe leader decided to distribute all the wild wolf meat equally among the males to thank them for their brave performance in this battle. Shioka returned in his tiger form, picking up the bee skin he had thrown away earlier before gradually transforming into human form. He moved very quickly, but Miyu still caught a glimpse of a hidden corner. The moon hung low, and her cheeks flushed. Shioka didn't know what she was thinking. He only felt that everyone was male, and there wasn't much to care about. How's the situation over there? Wu asked. 2 males are dead, 12 are seriously injured, and 3 young females are hurt. The clan leader decided that each family will get 1 wild wolf, and families with young females will get an extra one. Wu frowned, but you yourself killed 2. If it weren't for the shaman you killing that wolf king and dampening the wild wolf spirits, it wouldn't have ended so easily. Miyu listened beside them and nodded in agreement. The tiger clan leader's allocation was clearly biased towards families with female cubs. She had just seen it clearly. Not a single male came to help Shioka, and these few were killed by Shioka through his own strength. The tiger clan leader is obviously biased. When Shioka heard me use inner thoughts calling the clan leader bald, he couldn't help but curve his lips. That's fine. I don't want to argue with them. He had long been accustomed to such unfairness. He and his grandfather were not native to the tiger clan, and the tiger clan leader had always regarded them as outsiders. Well, anyway, as long as I'm here, you won't go hungry. Wolf meat is nothing special. After the battle with the wolf pack, Miyu clearly felt that Shioka had become much closer to her, and he even proposed that everyone eat together. Miyu was worried about not having a reason to feed him to gain gratitude points, so she immediately agreed. And the members of the tiger tribe also tacitly acknowledged the fact that they had a good relationship. Those who wanted to take the opportunity to please me, you were all discouraged by her indifferent attitude. Chapter 11. A forced fruit is not sweet. With the additional income from the wolf meat, the members of the tiger tribe were no longer so resistant to the idea of migration. Everyone was filled with hope and longing to find a suitable place in the south to establish a new tiger tribe. From time to time, Miyu would feed Shioka, making him plump and chubby, but in just over a month, his height had increased by half a head, and his handsome features were gradually maturing. Such a good-looking face made not only her heart flutter, but also caused the previously dismissive little females to turn around and signal their willingness to form pairs. One morning, Miyu returned to the campsite from the modern world with fruits she had bought, walking towards Shioka's tent. Before she reached the spot, she saw 2 figures standing in front of the tent, engaged in conversation. Thanks to the restoration of her gratitude value, Miyu's hearing had improved, and she could hear their conversation from a distance. The little female with dark yellow skin shyly looked at the tall male across from her. Shioka, I like you. Would you like to pair up with me? I can let you bring Wu to my home. I won't dislike him. Shioka scoffed coldly in his heart. The fact that she could say this proved that she was already looking down on him. After experiencing a wolf attack, most of the little females in the tribe chose males as partners, not for anything else but for safety during migration. Such an emotionless union was not what he wanted. Choosing to pair up for safety now would only lead to breaking off the relationship for safety in the future. Being abandoned sooner or later was worse than never having had it all. He didn't want to be the one who could be discarded at any moment. Sorry, I don't have any plans to pair up at the moment. This was a polite refusal. Upon hearing Shioka's words, the little female's eyes turned red. I only have 2 partners. I'm afraid during the migration. There are many single males in the tribe, and many would be willing to pair up with you. But I don't like them. Shioka, I only like you. Facing the little female's passionate confession, Shioka's expression remained calm and indifferent. His cold tone and merciless rejection made Miyu click her tongue. So ruthless. Shioka didn't look at the tears welling up in the little female's eyes. His gaze was fixed ahead, where he saw Miyu eavesdropping not far away. Seeing her bright-eyed and looking like she was enjoying the show, his expression darkened. At that moment, the little female's low sobs began to annoy him, and his voice turned cold as ice. I don't like you, and I won't pair up with you. Please leave. I need to prepare breakfast. The little female's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She stomped her foot, covered her face, and ran away. Miyu watched the little female run away and sighed, wondering why it had to be this way and why it hadn't been done earlier. Shioka glanced at the petite figure not far away before turning to start a fire to roast meat. Miyu shrugged indifferently. As usual in the morning, she divided a piece of bread between Grandpa Shioka and his grandson, enjoying a delicious wrap with roasted meat. After the meal, she took out a few red apples from her leather bag, one for each of them. Recently, everyone had been eating too much roasted meat, which was causing some heat in their bodies, and a long-term lack of vitamins wasn't good for health. So she decided to add fruit after meals every day. These fruits looked so fresh. Maybe I should give them to the little female at the chief's house. Primebun dietan. Wu-Er was a typical, good-natured male in the beast world, following the principle of treating little females well, always thinking of them first when encountering something good. Miyu narrowed her brows, disliking Yuer's thoughts. Giving them anything is like feeding a dog. What is he really thinking? They don't care about him at all. Is there really a need to go out of one's way to please them? It would be better to please me. She angrily bit into the apple in her hand, producing a crisp sound. Shiokan noticed her expression as she took the red apple from her grandfather and bit into it. If you won't eat it, I will. I won't do things that benefit others, nor will I let you do so. He also disliked his grandfather's nature. Yuer realized that the item was brought out by Wizard Yu, and he had no right to take it and offer it as a gift. Looking at Wizard Yu's expression, although still calm, the corners of her lips, which usually curved slightly upwards, were now slightly drooping. I didn't consider it clearly. Please forgive me, Yuer said. His murky eyes filled with apology. Yuer was a kind-hearted person, which was not a problem, so Miyu waved her hand to show forgiveness. Shioka, you actually dared to refuse Randy. You really don't know what's good for you. If you're smart, you should leave your grandfather and obediently pair up with our sister. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. 3 tall and powerful males approached, their appearances very similar, indicating a blood relationship. They were accompanied by the yellow-skinned female Randy, who had just confessed. Upon closer inspection, she bore some resemblance to the 3 males. Randy frowned with a worried expression, but did not stop her brothers from looking for trouble. I won't leave my grandfather, nor will I pair up with her. Shioka stuffed the apple into his mouth and swallowed it hastily before standing up leisurely. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Shioka, I challenge you. I want to duel with you too. And me. The 3 males rubbed their fists together, their brown eyes turning into slits. So, if I defeat you, you won't bother me anymore? Shioka's brows furrowed tightly, his tone growing colder. Has such a big mouth. The 3 males exchanged smiles and simultaneously charged at Shioka. Miyu was a bit surprised. Is it really that simple to call for a duel? Isn't that a bit arbitrary? Moreover, how could she, 1 against 3, not see that Shioka was bound to lose? She felt a bit anxious and wanted to intervene. What are they fighting for? If their health bars drop, won't I have to heal them anyway? Shioka was currently fending off the attacks from the males. He couldn't hear Miyu's thoughts clearly, but he knew that she didn't like him fighting. However, if this matter wasn't resolved through a duel, other young females would follow suit. It would be better to have one fight to deter those with ulterior motives. Yuar was tense, but not overly worried. Don't worry. They're no match for Shioka. After all, how could a newly entered yellow-level beast compare to Shioka, who was born with yellow-level strength? There is still a qualitative difference between yellow levels. Everyone thought that Shioka's yellow-level strength was developed through training, but they didn't know he was naturally yellow-level. Miyu was anxiously watching from the side, but since the system had not issued any prompt, she did not intervene. Sure enough, after a while, Shioka had pinned down the 3 males to the ground. He raised his large tiger head, holding one of the tigers by the nape of its neck in his mouth, and let out a thunderous roar, full of spirit. Miyu looked at his shiny fur, feeling a bit itchy inside. I really want to go up and give it a rub. I wonder what it feels like. Shioka turned to the sound and saw Miyu excitedly clenching his little fists. His ears turned red as he let go of the three males who had transformed from beast skins into human forms. How strange. Why is Shoka's face so red? Could he be getting a fever? This won't do. Miyu pushed through the crowd and walked to Shoka's side, her soft, delicate white hand gently resting on his sweaty forehead. The sudden intimate gesture caused Shoka's heart to stop, which he used. Chapter 12. A wizard cannot speak throughout his life. What do you want him to say? Shoka took a step back to avoid Miyu's touch. I'm fine. Hiss, but due to the overreaction, he inadvertently aggravated the injury on his body. At that moment, Miyu's phone vibrated, and Shoka's health bar began to drop. Miyu shot a glare at Shoka. This is all your fault. Then she stepped forward and took Shoka to the tent, where she retrieved alcohol and other medical supplies from the system space, using the tent for cover. Shoka sniffed the familiar pungent smell and realized what Miyu intended to do. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes lowered, watching me use small hands fiddling with the cotton balls. He felt both nervous and somewhat expectant, along with an indescribable sense of shame. Miyu was unaware of the turmoil in Shoka's heart. She was very angry at his careless behavior. She wanted to alleviate her physical pain, but had to come to the beast world to act as a nanny. Yet, with just a few words, Shoka wanted to duel and do something harmful to his body. This was simply too unfair. Feeling indignant, she didn't hold back the force of her hands. The alcohol-soaked cotton ball pressed against Shoka's wound immediately caused a sharp pain. Shoka looked up to say something, but upon seeing her sullen expression, he swallowed his words. He held his breath, hoping to hear Miyu's thoughts and understand why she was angry. However, Miyu was focused on her sulking and treating the wound, her inner turmoil as calm as still water. Soon, she finished treating the wound in front of him, gestured for Shoka to turn around, and then began to treat the wounds on his back. His broad back was covered in purplish-red injuries, extending even to his tailbone. As her hands moved downward, the muscles on Shoka's back gradually tightened. He clenched his fists and softly said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't fight with him casually anymore." He vaguely sensed that Miyu's anger stemmed from his fighting. His words ignited the long-suppressed emotions within Miyu. "Now you know to bow your head, admit your mistakes, and apologize. Were you earlier? What a stubborn fool. So dumb that you don't know how to be flexible. Just promise them other things and deal with it later. Can they really force you to mate? Big idiot. So stupid." Hearing Miyu's inner thoughts, Shoka's gaze deepened. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you want me to pair up with that little female?" Miyu paused her movements, blinked her eyes without answering directly, and instead inquired with the system in her mind. "System, does the presence of a companion for the feeding target affect my ability to accumulate gratitude and merit points?" "Host, it does not affect it at all." Her silence disturbed Shoka's already restless heart. He turned to grasp her pale wrist, the deep green of his starry eyes reflecting a faint dark glow, inscrutable. "Are you willing?" Miyu was good at reading people's expressions. Under the watchful gaze of Shoka, who had a wolf-like look in his eyes, she reluctantly shook her head. Unwilling, that's fine." Shoka breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the frustration that had been pinned up in his heart dissipate. After this incident, no more young females from the tribe tried to befriend Shoka, and the males also understood that although he was quiet, he was not a pushover who could be bullied. Miyu also gave the prepared sneakers to Shoka and Wu Er, and they gradually began to accept new and modern things. In the following half-month, the tribe faced severe shortages. The further south they traveled, the less forest they encountered. Most areas were plains and wastelands, making it difficult to find dense vegetation. Even though the males had skills, there was nowhere to apply them. The food that each household brought was about to run out, and some families, who were not frugal, were already living on 2 meals every 3 days. Gradually, complaints began to rise within the tribe, and they started to blame the migration decision. "Chief, we haven't eaten for 3 days. My child fainted from hunger this morning." "Yes, Chief, it's fine for us males to be hungry, but the young females are weak, and if they go too long without food, they will get sick." The tribe members surrounded the leader of the tiger tribe, all demanding an explanation. The chief still had some prey at home, but to avoid drawing attention, he had also started living on 1 meal a day. His cheeks were thin, and his cheekbones were prominent. He felt helpless. The migration was the will of the beast god, and they could only obey. The current difficulties were only temporary. Everyone just needed to endure and overcome it. The shaman, couldn't speak. Who knew if he was deceiving them? Who knew if he was deliberately playing tricks on them because of the last rain prayer incident? The shaman has food. I've often seen him giving things to Shoka and his grandson. It seems to be food made from wheat flour, and it smells good from afar. A few words from the males instantly pushed Miyu into the spotlight. The shaman must have food. Let's go ask him. Yes, since the beast god wants us to migrate, he will definitely prepare enough food for us. Let's go find the shaman. So, early in the morning, the tiger tribe members rushed towards the tent where Miyu was located. In the distance, Wu-Er, who was roasting meat, sensed something was wrong and hurriedly called out to Shioka, who was packing up the tent. Shioka, it's bad. It seems like they're going to find trouble with the shaman. You should go take a look. Shioka turned around and indeed saw that some people had already reached Miyu's tent and were even about to open it. I'll go take a look. If the situation seems wrong, you should run and leave everything behind. Okay, I understand. You hurry up. The shaman is timid. Don't let these people scare him. After spending more time with Miyu, Wu-Er's kind nature had also improved. As Miyu just crossed from the modern world to the beast world, she heard footsteps outside the tent, and there was more than one. She quietly took out her stun gun from the system space and waited for the right moment. The tribe members outside, unable to find a way to open the tent, were anxious. One of them transformed his hands into sharp tiger claws and directly tore through the tent. Just as he was about to step into the tent, Miyu seized the opportunity, raised the stun gun, and set the power to the maximum, aiming for the intruder's neck. That spot is one of the human body's most vulnerable pressure points and would cause someone to faint quickly. The male who entered did not expect her to have such a trick. Within 3 seconds, he began to foam at the mouth and his eyes rolled back. Miyu kicked him out of the tent and walked out holding an electric shotgun. She looked coldly at the person who came in, seeing a perfectly healthy male lying on the ground, and with Miyu's hand flashing with lightning, her previously arrogant clansmen immediately fell silent. One by one, they knelt on the ground, knocking their heads. Would you, please calm your anger. We truly have no way out. We beg you to grant us food to save our lives. We beg you to grant us food to save our lives. Miyu struck 2 stones, producing 2 sounds that meant not allowed, not possible, cannot. Wizard you, can you really bear to watch us starve to death? Yes. You have food to share with Shuka and Wooer, so why can't you share with us? Aren't those foods prepared for all of us by the beast god? You're biased. That's why you only gave them to Shuka and Wooer. Right, it must be like that. Wizard, you speak. Where have you hidden that food? The clan's people pressed closer, while the Tiger Clan leader quietly stood back, watching this scene. A wizard cannot speak his whole life. What do you expect him to say? A cold voice came from afar, growing closer. Chapter 13. The lips are sweet, like nectar. Miyu looked up and saw a tall male striding towards her. The male had healthy wheat-colored skin, sharp eyebrows, and bright green eyes that held a fierce gaze, giving off an imposing presence. The chief's son, Gaia, spoke up. Shioka. The migration was proposed by the shaman Yu. Now that everyone is out of food, he naturally has to take responsibility. Gaia, wanting to succeed the position of chief, needed to win people's hearts, so he stood up in accordance with public opinion. He wants us to relocate to save our lives. Does he also need to supervise when you take a shit or pee? Would you hold it in without his permission? Shioka replied coldly, with no politeness in his tone. Gaia was momentarily speechless, but he was unwilling to let Shioka suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Shioka, why do you think the shaman Yu cares about you? Sending you gifts and protecting you. There must be some secret between you two, right? Gaia's expression was lewd, and the implication in his words was evident. Shioka's face changed dramatically, his forehead veins bulging, and he instinctively glanced at Miyu. Miyu was amused by Gaia's brazen attitude in asking for things. It really is the first time encountering someone so shamelessly begging. It seems that I can't stay in the Tiger Clan any longer. System, do I have to stay in the Tiger Clan to accumulate gratitude points for repairing the card? Or is it that repairing the card must be done in the Tiger Clan? No. It won't be long before the card repairer goes to find his biological parents and part ways with the Tiger Clan. The host should endure for a while longer. This is also a chance to earn some merit points, as even the smallest flies are still meat. Thinking that she only needed 45 more points to exchange for a year of life, Miyu could only endure. Upon hearing that Miyu was unwilling to stay in the Tiger Clan, a thunderclap exploded in Shioka's mind. Was it because of Gaia's words that which he was angry? Was she going to abandon him? Miyu gestured for food and extended a finger, saying, I'll help you this time, but if you cause trouble again next time, you'll get a taste of being electrocuted. She pressed the switch in her hand, and the stun gun made a crackling sound. Shioka's thoughts were pulled back to translate for Miyu. Hearing that they could indeed get food made the tribe members laugh joyfully, and they sincerely bowed to her several times. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Gaia signaled for the tribe members to leave and prepare to set off. Miyu did not take the torn tent, only grabbing the sleeping bags and small night lights inside. Once she packed her suitcase, Miyu set off with the main group. This time, Shioka did not walk alongside her. He remained silent and deep in thought along the way, and when Yu asked what was going on, he did not respond. Miyu gradually distanced herself from the group, and then secretly returned to the modern world. She directly contacted the manager of the supermarket and asked him to deliver 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes to her home. Then she contacted the property management to rent a storage room in the community, requesting 5 rooms immediately. The property management had the resources and completed the arrangements in less than half an hour. Miyu also transferred 100,000 yuan as rent on the spot. By the time Miyu finished her arrangements, the first batch of sweet potatoes from the supermarket had also arrived. 100 pounds of sweet potatoes were unloaded into the storage room in the underground garage, filling the 10-square-meter room to the brim. After the driver left, she used the system to store everything in the system space. This process was repeated, and by the time it was almost dark, the 1,000 pounds of sweet potatoes were completely stored. The excessive use of spatial abilities caused Miyu's body to consume too much energy, but time was pressing, so she could only chew on 2 pieces of chocolate before returning to the beast world. By this time, it was already dark in the beast world, and Gaia was leading the tribe members to search for Miyu. When he saw Miyu walking out from behind a tree, he hurriedly surrounded her with his people. "Shaman Yu, where have you been? You're not trying to run away, are you? So, where's the food you mentioned? It can't just fall from the sky, right?" At this moment, Miyu's lips were pale, and her legs felt weak. She could only lift her hand to point at the patch of yellow earth behind her, lacking even the strength to gesture. "Food is in the ground? Are you kidding us?" Gaia was about to reach out to pull Miyu when a large hand stopped her. "Shioka, what are you doing? Can't you see she's unwell?" Shioka's face was ashen. Only then did everyone notice Miyu's frail figure trembling, her face also somewhat pale. Shioka helped Miyu sit under a tree, softening his voice. "You rest for a bit. I'll take you away shortly." Miyu felt dizzy and only nodded blankly. Shioka stood up and went to the empty space behind, transforming his hands into tiger claws to dig up 2 palm-sized sweet potatoes from ground. He turned around and threw the things into Gaia's arms, coldly saying, "The things you wanted." He bypassed the crowd and picked up Miyu, carrying her back to his tent. The tribe members looked at Gaia, wondering if these things were edible and if they were poisonous. Out of hunger, a male member took a bite of sweet potato and found it sweet, so it should be safe. They decided to search for more. Thus, the tribe members began to dig madly in the soil like Shioka, and soon they unearthed quite a few sweet potatoes. Seeing this, the tiger tribe leader called for all the males to go dig for sweet potatoes. When Yuar saw Shioka return with Miyu, he asked with concern, "What happened to the shaman?" Shioka pursed his lips. "I don't know either. She looks exhausted. Let her sleep for a while." "Okay." After reminding Shioka to watch over Miyu, Yuar went to prepare roasted meat. Received 5 gratitude points from the tiger tribe members. Current gratitude points, 5. Received 20 merit points from the tiger tribe members. Current merit points, 75. Due to Miyu's excessive energy consumption, the system directly used gratitude points to help her recover. Shioka quietly sat by the edge of the tent, the orange-yellow firelight illuminating his chiseled face like a divine sculpture. He stood there silently, gazing at the sleeping Miyu, his deep eyes resting on her delicate oval face, with her curled eyelashes rising and falling with her breath. Her originally pale lips gradually regained their color, turning into a beautiful pink. Shioka unconsciously reached out his hand, gently rubbing his rough fingertips against her soft lips. Miyu's flat brow furrowed slightly as he let out a soft moan. He hurriedly withdrew his hand, one hand running through his hair, feeling ashamed of the dark thoughts in his heart. But he couldn't help but press the fingertips that had touched his red lips against his own, his tongue darting out like a dragonfly touching water. It was sweet, like flower nectar. Hearing footsteps approaching, he quickly hid his hand behind his back. "How is Wizard Yu?" Looking at his much improved complexion, he should be fine. "The meat is ready. Let's eat first." Shioka swallowed hard. Good. After sleeping for about an hour, Miyu's phone vibrated. Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Host, your friend Li Xiangyang is requesting to call you." Miyu squinted as she picked up her phone and saw a message from Li Xiangyang. "Li Xiangyang, young lady, I'll arrive at Yulong Bay in 10 minutes. Is there anything you want to eat?" "Li Xiangyang, how about a sunshine rose mousse cake?" "Li Xiangyang, I'm downstairs now." Chapter 14. Crawling in the darkness. Miyu. She propped herself up and, not caring about her surroundings, ran straight towards the desolate area. Shioka turned around upon hearing the noise, only to see her gradually disappearing figure. Wu Er shook his head and chuckled lightly, thinking that this child must have been holding it in for a long time. Shioka lowered his head and added some firewood to the pile, then quietly waited for that figure to return. Miyu hid in a secluded area and took out her phone to press the home button. At that moment, The doorbell outside was almost being pressed to the point of breaking, yet no one came to open the door. Miyu lived in a single-unit apartment, so she wasn't worried about disturbing the neighbors. Outside, a man dressed in a tailored suit and tie anxiously looked at the closed door. His assistant's fingers were tired from pressing the doorbell, and he showed signs of concern. "Boss, should we call the police? If she doesn't open the door for this long." Miss might, facing Li Xiangyang's dark gaze, he didn't dare to finish his sentence. "Let's wait a little longer." Instead of the doorbell, heavy knocking replaced it. The assistant's heart gradually sank, and he was about to dial a number when the door suddenly swung open. Before Miyu could say anything, she was suddenly hugged tightly by someone. "Miss, it's so good that you're okay," the assistant said, almost in tears of joy. Miyu patted the person holding her and said softly, "I'm fine. I'm still alive." The man's expression changed drastically upon hearing her words, and he held her shoulders tightly, his face serious. "You mustn't say that about yourself." Miyu saw the redness at the corners of the man's eyes and felt her heart soften. "All right, I won't say anything. Yang, don't be angry." Li Xiangyang had been supported by Mi's father since childhood, and Miyu had grown up alongside him. When they were younger, she would sweetly call him Yang as she followed behind him. The long-lost term of endearment calmed Li Xiangyang's almost halted heart. When he looked up again, he had already returned to his decisive, commanding CEO demeanor. He took something from his assistant and said, "You can go back now." The young assistant nodded politely and left, closing the door thoughtfully behind her. It was obvious that the boss was in love, and she hoped that the young lady and the boss could end up together. Li Xiangyang sat at the coffee table and took out the sunshine rose mousse cake, then went to the kitchen to get a clean fork and silver spoon. "Come and taste it. I had to make it fresh." Ever since she fell ill, her appetite had worsened. Even the food she used to love felt slimy and made her nauseous as they went down. Despite this, Li Xiangyang still brought her favorite cake every time he came. Miyu felt a warmth in her heart and a slight acidity in her nose. She took the spoon and began to dig into the cake bite by bite. Li Xiangyang poured a glass of warm water and sat beside her, carefully observing her expression. Seeing her eat an entire piece of cake without any abnormal reaction, his anxious heart finally relaxed. Her appetite had improved a lot recently. What about her health? After confirming it was an incurable disease, Miyu refused to go to the hospital for further checks. And no matter how much he wanted to know about her health condition, he had no way of finding out. "I'm feeling much better now. I can eat and sleep, run and jump. I hired the most authoritative team from Switzerland to consult at a hospital. Young lady, please go to the hospital with me tomorrow." He didn't know when it started, but Li Xiangyang always referred to her as young lady outside, and she repeatedly emphasized that he hadn't changed. "I don't want to go." Miyu was still somewhat resistant to going to the hospital. Meanwhile, in the Beast World continent, Shioka was worried when Miyu hadn't returned for a long time, so he took a torch and searched around. However, after searching the area and not finding her, he hurriedly informed the leader of the tiger tribe. Although the tiger tribe leader was displeased, he still instructed the tribe members to search around, but they still found nothing. How could she be missing? It's so dark, where could she go? "Search again. Search again," Shioka urged anxiously. But the tribe members were unwilling. They had been digging for so long at night and were exhausted, wanting only to sleep. How could a grown witch like you get lost? Yeah, maybe she'll wander back by herself soon. The tiger tribe leader sighed helplessly at the sight. "Shioka, we've searched, but haven't seen her. There's nothing we can do. If she doesn't come back soon, she might have been taken away by a wild beast. She probably has no life left by now. You can't just give up like this. She is with you, our tribe's witch, our guardian." Ewer, seeing that the tiger tribe leader didn't want to search anymore, became anxious, his face red and neck thick. "She is a guardian. She wouldn't want the tribe members to be in danger while looking for her. She has the beast god as protection. She won't be in trouble," Gaia said loudly. Ewer wanted to argue a bit more, but was pulled away by Shioka. Back in his own tent, Shioka's expression was gloomy and his voice was cold. "Grandpa, I don't want to follow the tribe anymore. I want to leave the tiger tribe." "All right, once we find what we'll leave. When we get to Tiger City, Shioka didn't have the patience to listen to the rest. "I'll go look around nearby." In modern Yulong Bay, Miyu felt her phone vibrating intensely. Defeating target Shioka is emotionally unstable. Please calm him down as soon as possible. "Miyu, what's wrong with you at this late hour, Shioka?" "Young lady, I'm really worried about you. Just let me feel at ease." The man, who usually stands tall with a straight back, is now hunched over and looking quite pitiful. Miyu's eyes fell hot. "Brother Yang. Okay, I'll go to the hospital with you tomorrow." Li Xiangyang showed a happy expression. "Okay, then you should rest early. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning." After speaking, Li Xiangyang washed the silver spoon clean and left with the trash. After sending off Miyu, she hurriedly opened her phone. The FaceTune app has a chat communication feature. Miyu was worried and sent a voice message. Shioka, what's wrong? Shioka, who was aimlessly searching while holding a torch, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked around, but did not see the figure he was hoping for. Shioka could only speak to the air. Wizard you, where are you? Why can't I see you? Miyu, don't worry. I'm in a very safe place. Shioka, when will you come back? Will you come back? Miyu, I'm not going back tonight. Upon hearing the words, not going back, Shioka crushed the torch in his hand, and it fell to the ground, the light gradually fading. In the dark space, a pair of yellow eyes gleamed with a ghostly light. Shioka's voice was hoarse. Does that mean you won't come back anymore? Miyu shook her head. No. I'm just dealing with something. I'll be back tomorrow. Shioka, is there anything I can help you with? Miyu, no need, don't worry. I'm a wizard blessed by the beast god. I'll be fine. Just wait for me to come back. Miyu checked the panel of Shioka and saw that his flashing health bar had stopped changing, which finally put her mind at ease. She had finally managed to soothe him. She really had become a mother, not only needing to take care of the child and feed him, but also to comfort him. Miyu sighed, but seeing the merit points increase to 75, she felt that the hard work was worth it. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Li Xianyang called to say he was already waiting downstairs. Miyu hurriedly got up to wash up and reminded herself to fix her card on her phone after getting in the car. Miyu, good morning, Shioka. Remember to have breakfast and take good care of Wu-Er. Chapter 15. Is Shioka going to turn dark? Miyu smiled slightly while texting, completely unaware that the man beside her, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was silently watching her. Shioka, okay, I got it. Shioka. Miyu, huh? Shioka, it's nothing. Come back early. We're starting to go. Miyu put down her phone and looked out the car window at the road. Having been in the beast world, the contrast with the modern world is truly not something to be compared lightly. Li Xianyang swallowed hard and finally asked, has the young lady gotten a boyfriend? Which young master is it? Do I know him? Miyu yawned. He wasn't her boyfriend, but he was a very important friend. The kind that could prolong her life after being fed. Hearing that it wasn't a romantic relationship, Li Xianyang's tense expression relaxed a bit, but the word important made his heart race again. However, seeing Miyu yawning repeatedly, he didn't ask any further questions. There was still a distance to the hospital, so the young lady could take a nap for a while. Miyu hummed and closed her eyes, soon falling asleep. But she didn't expect that when she arrived at the hospital, she would be welcomed by senior executives and veterans of the Mi group. There were so many people that they filled the hospital corridor. Fortunately, they were at the administrative building's director's office, which wouldn't delay patient consultations. Otherwise, she would know how much scolding and complaints she would face. What are you all doing here? Li Xianyang's cold gaze swept over the crowd in front of him. At that moment, a thin young man stepped out from the crowd, wearing a smug expression on his face. Don't be afraid, Mr. Yang. We are all concerned about President Miyu's health. We heard that you were coming to the hospital for an examination today, so we all came together, 1, to show our concern, and 2, to see if there's anything we can help with. After speaking, Miyu raised an eyebrow and looked at the pretty girl behind Li Xianyang. Little sister, why aren't you speaking now that you see everyone? The smile at the corner of Miyu's lips deepened. Are you angry with your brother, or are you too weak to say anything? Miyu took off the mask from her face, her watery eyes filled with anger. Her fair cheeks were tinged with a faint pink, and her plump red lips were vibrant and tempting. This was not the complexion of a seriously ill person at all. Miyu, what do you want to do? Disturb the morale of the army? And then take the opportunity to seize power? Miyu's ambition was pointed out by Miyu, and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Li Xianyang also sneered. I didn't know that owning 10% of the shares could make one the helm of the Mi family. Miyu continued, anyway, you're going to die. After you die, your assets and shares will belong to our second branch. I'm just enjoying my authority in advance. When did the civil code state that uncles and cousins have a right to inherit their nieces' or sister's property? Li Xianyang protected Miyu behind him, his sharp gaze piercing through his glasses and landing on Miyu. Miyu tossed her thick, dark long hair and chuckled. Who said I'm sick? If you can't see, go to an ophthalmologist. You say you're not sick, but do you dare to show your medical report? If the report shows you are ill, then you should resign in shame. Miyu firmly believed that Miyu's good complexion was just makeup to deceive others. All right, if the checkup shows I'm fine, then you must voluntarily resign and never cause trouble in the Mi family again. Miyu's confident demeanor reassured the senior shareholders present. Following this, she conducted a series of examinations in front of the onlookers. Thanks to the special passage and the hospital's advanced equipment, all the test results came out by noon. President Mi's health was generally good, though she was a bit weak, likely due to recent overwork, and she just needed to pay more attention to resting. The hospital director announced this result publicly, causing the anxious hearts of some to settle down. Mia's eyes widened like copper bells. How could this be possible? She clearly had an incurable disease before. You all colluded, you cheated. Mi is willing to accept defeat. Can't you handle losing? You didn't have the leisure to argue with him about these things. Today, you should resign from the company. Otherwise, your cousin is just worried about you and has lost his head. You shouldn't stoop to his level. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline and a big belly hurriedly ran over from the elevator. Someone must have sensed that something was wrong and alerted for backup. Why did Uncle come so late? He must have missed a good show, Mi said sarcastically. Mi Ching-Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled kindly, knowing that his second uncle could rest easy knowing he was in good health. It had been a long time since we last met. So I ordered some dishes at the hotel for a nice gathering. At this point, what else could the executives and shareholders not understand? They were all veterans who had fought alongside Mi's father, and hearing that Mi was fine eased their worries, so they all started finding excuses to leave. The corridor, which had been crowded before, suddenly became much quieter. At that moment, the elevator door opened, and a young assistant walked out, dressed in a suit and holding a black briefcase. Boss, this is what you wanted. Li Xiangyang nodded and turned to the little girl beside him with an apologetic look. He initially thought that clearing out the second branch would bring peace, but unexpectedly. All right, Mi Yue. It seems that the dismissal of Vice President Liu was indeed your doing. Are you trying to go against me? Mia's anger surged as he recalled the difficulties he had been facing in the company lately. Vice President Liu embezzled public funds and bribed you with an amount as high as 2 billion. This contains the evidence. Impossible. How could you have? Mi Ching-Wang's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly said, what are you trying to do? You can't really want to send your brother to jail, can you? Miyu snorted coldly, not wanting to go to jail, so she took the initiative to resign. Also, Uncle, you too. Otherwise, this evidence will appear where it should. Mi clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. Miyu, do you dare to threaten me? It looked like he was about to take action. Li Xiangyang's expression suddenly turned cold, his gaze like frost, exuding a chilling aura. What do you want? Mi Ching-Wang may not be exceptionally smart, but he knows how to read the situation. He quickly grabbed his son and apologized. Let's go, we resign. I'm sorry. We were just confused for a moment. Please forgive us this time, and don't let the evidence. What about the 2 billion deficit? Miyu's cunning eyes blinked, not allowing them to take advantage of her. We'll still pay, we just don't have that much cash on hand right now. You see, if you don't have cash, you have shares. The money will be deducted from your share dividends. After saying that, Miyu dragged Li Xiangyang away. I really feel dirty just looking at them. The nurse who leaked the information has been dismissed. At this moment, the usually commanding Xiangyang seemed a bit weak and didn't dare to look at the girl beside him. Miyu couldn't stand seeing him looking so aggrieved, so she tiptoed and touched his brown hair. Li Xiangyang looked up in a daze. Miyu was also stunned, her small hands behind her back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Host, defeating target's emotional state is unstable. Please soothe him in time to avoid any darkening situation. Miyu. Chapter 16, The Wizard Moon, was captured by the wandering beast. The system's sharp alert tone made Miyu unable to pay attention to what Li Xiangyang was saying. I have something to do. I'm leaving. After leaving this sentence, she ran away with her phone. Li Xiangyang, who remained in place, had a hint of gloom in his eyes, and the atmosphere around him became oppressive. The little assistant felt a chill. Could it be that the CP he was shipping was going to end badly? The young lady's hurried demeanor clearly indicated she was going to find her boyfriend. He cautiously spoke up. Boss, should we send someone to follow the young lady? Li Xiangyang raised his hand. No need. Back to the company. On the other side, Miyu's hand was numb from the vibration of her phone. It was too late to go home. She hid in the bathroom stall and clicked on the transmission. In the beast world, on the migration route of the tiger tribe. At this moment, Xiaoka was pressing a male down on the ground, ruthlessly rubbing against him. He punched the male's mouth again and again. The male opened his mouth to cry out for help, but all that came out was blood. The tiger tribe leader shouted sternly, "What are you waiting for? Separate them." The onlookers hurriedly stepped forward to pull Xiaoka and the male apart. Xiaoka, what did he do to make you go so hard on him? If you can't explain, I will punish you. Xiaoka, an outsider beast, had disrespected him several times. Now that the Wizard Moon's life or death was unknown, this was a good opportunity to teach him what rules were. Xiaoka's gaze was cold, with veins bulging on his neck. You ask him. Those humiliating words he couldn't bring himself to say. The beaten male dodged his gaze. I didn't say anything. He came to me first. Since that's the case, then punish Xiaoka with 50 lashes, execute immediately. Xiaoka, outnumbered, especially with his grandfather, you are present. could only endure the whip falling on him. The target of feeding, Shioka, is currently being punished. Please rescue the host in a timely manner. As soon as Miyu arrived, she heard the system warning. She frowned slightly and said, "It's so noisy. Shut up." Miyu ran towards the resting place of the tiger clan, lifting her skirt. Upon seeing the injuries on Shioka's body, she instinctively wanted to speak, but was interrupted by a voice. "Host, please do not reveal your identity in front of the tiger clan members." Miyu cursed under her breath, "Damn it," as she watched the whip, thick as a baby's arm, about to fall again. She could only spend money to avert disaster. The male's hand was raised high, ready to strike down hard, when suddenly he felt a wave of numbness throughout his body, and then his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Miyu took the opportunity to run over and stand in front of Shioka, holding an electric gun that crackled with electricity. The crowd was so frightened that they all stepped back, fearing that a lightning strike might accidentally hit them. The clan members were so scared that they lost control and hurriedly hid behind the rocks. Miyu turned her head to look at Shioka, and as soon as he turned around, he hugged her tightly. "You're back." His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with red blood vessels. Even stubble had grown around his lips. He excitedly embraced the person in his arms, wanting nothing more than to disregard everything and tell the little one his true feelings. His chin touched Miyu's face, causing her a bit of pain. "Before me, you could push him away." She was instead forcefully pushed away by the person in her arms. Miyu didn't have time to think about the reason for Shioka's unusual behavior. She only saw the blood seeping from his back. She wanted to check the extent of his injury, but as soon as she took a step closer, Shioka dodged away as if to avoid suspicion. Miyu tilted her head, her beautiful eyes blinking. "What's going on? What situation is this? I just wanted to see your injury." Shioka's hands were clenched at his sides, and he said coldly, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about it." After saying this, he went to the side to start a fire and grill meat. "How strange. I want to treat his injury, and he is not even willing. He was the one who hugged me first. What does he mean by acting like this now?" Wizard was the one who hit Shioka first. It's only right for the clan leader to punish him for his mistakes. Just as Miyu was still trying to make sense of it. The tiger clan leader walked over slowly. "Yes, Wizard you can't blindly protect Shioka. That would bring disaster to our entire tiger clan." The clan leader's son, Gaia, also stated firmly. Miyu blinked her eyes. Gaia pointed to the male beside her and said, "You, tell Shioka why he hit you." The male trembled and didn't dare to raise his head. I didn't do anything. Shioka just came up and attacked me directly." Miyu frowned. Seeing that the male thief with shifty eyes didn't look like a good person, it was only right for Shioka to hit him. Not far away, Shioka, who was flipping the roasted meat, paused his movements. Did the wizard really think of himself this way? He was unwilling to acknowledge his bias towards himself. Who would want such favoritism? But could he bear it? Could a timid person like Wizard withstand the unbearable rumors? He couldn't imagine what expression the petite figure would have when facing those malicious words. He was originally the bright moon in the sky, and he didn't dare to bring him down from his pedestal. The soft expression that Shioka was about to show quickly turned cold again, carrying a hint of keep your distance. Miyu pressed the stun gun in her hand, zapping with a crackling sound. The lying male was so scared that his legs went weak. "I lied. It's because I spoke disrespectfully about Wizard Moon that Shuka got angry and hit me. Wizard Moon, please forgive me. Spare me this time." The male knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Miyu turned to look at the leader of the tiger clan, her gaze cold with reproach. "Is this what you meant when you said Shuka was at fault first?" The leader of the tiger clan also felt a bit embarrassed, and he said sternly, "All right, you dare to deceive me. Then have someone give him 20 lashes to teach him a lesson." Gaia did not expect the situation to take such a turn. He rolled his eyes. Where did you go last night?" Miyu's expression was cold as she raised her hand to point at the sky. Has she received a summons from the beast god? Did he say anything? The leader of the tiger clan was somewhat agitated, but all he was left with was the figure of her leaving. Miyu came to the tent and saw that Shioka turned her back on her as soon as she saw her, which made her feel a bit displeased. However, seeing the blood bar with 0 health, she still left the medicine for Yor. She pointed at the wound on Shioka's back and made a gesture of applying ointment. But Yor only understood half of it. Miyu saw her suitcase next to the tent and was about to drag it away. Yor spoke up. "The barbecue is almost ready. Let's stay and eat together." Miyu shook her head. "What is the point of eating? I have no appetite." After Miyu left, Shioka didn't say a word, and Wu Er could only sigh. He initially thought this was just a minor conflict that would resolve the next day, but 2 days, 3 days, and even 10 days passed, and the two still weren't speaking. Miyu still feeds the food at a fixed time every day, but she hasn't gained any gratitude points. However, She keeps telling herself that the food is for you are, that she is doing a good deed every day, respecting the elderly and loving the young. Every time Shioka cooks, he also prepares food for Miue, but has never called her to eat. When Yuar invited her, she also refused. During this period, the atmosphere of pressure has been very low, and Yuar is worried when he sees her. That night, he sat by the campfire, looking at his gloomy grandson, and couldn't help but offer some advice. In this lifetime, it's rare to meet a true friend, so you must cherish it. Grandpa may not know what happened between you and Wizard Yu, but Shioka should not do anything he would regret. Shioka hesitated, wanting to speak, when suddenly he heard a male's exclamation. Not good. The stray beast has captured Wizard Yu. Chapter 17. Your female bodies on land are too weak. Shioka was horrified and scanned the surroundings with his green vertical pupils, but couldn't find that petite figure. He unleashed his full momentum to find the male who just spoke. Where is Wizard Yu? The male was frightened by his fierce aura and pointed in one direction. Shioka tore off his bee-skin skirt and transformed into a yellow and white striped tiger, grabbing his bee-skin skirt and rushing in the direction the male pointed. His speed was swift, and soon he caught the scent of Miue in the air. He followed the scent and continued searching, spotting two black figures not far ahead. A deafening tiger roar echoed. Miue, who was being carried on the male's shoulder and felt like she was about to vomit, was overjoyed to see Shioka. The male with ice-blue short hair, upon seeing only one tiger beast, gradually slowed down and then stopped by a small creek. The creek had little water, but having some was better than none. The male smirked and tossed Miue to the creek's edge, while he crossed his arms and waited for the tiger beast to arrive. Shioka stopped by the creek, and the first thing he noticed was Miue, who had been thrown to the ground. The petite girl, with her beautiful black hair now somewhat disheveled, had eyes glistening with tears, and her hands were bound by vines, leaving red marks on her fair and delicate skin. Shioka. Miue stood up and walked toward Shioka, but before she could take 2 steps, her arm was tightly grabbed by an iron hand. You are now the female of my Xingqi, and you are not allowed to approach other males without my permission. Xingqi's deep blue eyes were filled with possessiveness. See, tribe male, you are mistaken. Wizard Yu is not a female. He is a male, our tribe's wizard. Shioka's voice was clear, hiding his anger. Xingqi's pupils constricted as he looked at the person beside him. The sea shark had exceptional night vision, and the person in front of him was undoubtedly the most beautiful orc he had ever seen, with eyes as clear as crystal, which could not belong to a male. Moreover, the sea shark's sense of smell was extremely keen. Even a stray beast that had consumed a concealment fruit could not escape their tracking. Therefore, he was very certain that the little person in front of him was a little female. It was just that the tiger beast had made a mistake. He smiled charmingly, finding it amusing. A little female could manipulate the entire tiger tribe. How interesting, very interesting. She was indeed a little female worthy of him. No wonder he had taken a liking to her at first sight. But I dislike her. What can you do about it? A mere yellow-level male thinks he can stop me. Don't overestimate yourself. Xingqi glanced disdainfully at Shioka's yellow hair, not taking him seriously at all. The colors of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Yellow level was not even close to his blue level, but 2 levels apart. Just go back, little one. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go this time. He pulled Miue and was about to leave. Shioka didn't take the sea shark's ridicule to heart, or rather, he had long gotten used to it. But he would not allow anyone to take Wizard Yu away unless they stepped over his dead body. When he heard that Wizard Yu had been captured by the stray beast, his heart felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand. He finally had to admit that he had hopelessly fallen for Wizard Yu, a weak male who couldn't even take care of himself and couldn't even start a fire. He had tried to distance himself, but the suppressed feelings only grew stronger. At that moment, he was determined. He would never let go, unless he died. Shioka, filled with intense killing intent, charged at Xingqi, but was easily evaded by the latter. Miyu was pushed aside, and she secretly took out a tiger tooth knife from her space to cut the vines binding her wrists. With her hands freed, she was about to exchange for the power of lightning. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Confirmed feeding target, male Haisha tribe, Xingqi. You have successfully added Shioka as a friend, and you can now start chatting. Limited time reward. Blue level feeding target gratitude value, merit value 2. Time limit, 29 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes. This arrogant and conceited Xingqi is actually a feeding target, and the reward is doubled. This means she can't hit or scold this person, but has to treat him like an ancestor. Crying emoji. Your feeding target, Shioka, is in life-threatening danger. Please rescue him as soon as possible. Your feeding target, Xingqi, is in danger. Please rescue him as soon as possible. When Miyu realized what was happening, Xingqi had already pinned Xiao Ka to the ground and was rubbing him against it. Xiao Ka's mouth was bleeding and he was barely conscious, but his sharp tiger claws were still firmly gripping Xingqi's waist. Seeing this, Miyu hurriedly went to pull Zinch, stop fighting, stop fighting. Before falling into a coma, Xiao Ka saw the little person's mouth moving, and he smiled faintly. So nice, just like the voice I heard in my mind, just as pleasant. You said to stop, so we won't fight anymore. Who told you to be my female? My own female can only be cherished by me. Miyu pushed him away. I'm not your female, don't talk nonsense. She quickly crouched down to check Xiao Ka's injury and looked at the blood bar in her hand. Fortunately, it had only decreased by 1/3, and luckily, the timely intervention had prevented any life-threatening danger. Miyu took out the medicine stored in the system space and gave it to Xiao Ka. After using it, his health bar recovered a bit. Seeing her so attentive and caring for this tiger beast, the deep blue color of Xingqi's eyes deepened, resembling the blue crystal of the deep sea. He furrowed his brow slightly and forcefully pulled Miyu up from the ground, the playful expression on his face disappearing completely. Do you like him? Miyu only felt a chill all over, and the hair on his body couldn't help but stand up. No, he's just my friend. That's good. If I find out you have a male you like, I'll kill him. The coldness around Xingqi eased slightly as those icy words came from his mouth. The feeding target, Xingqi, shows signs of darkening. Please calm him down as soon as possible. If the feeding target reaches 100 darkening, all system rewards will be reset to 0. Miyu looked at the male's unpredictable expression and hurriedly tried to soothe him. Don't worry, I don't have a male I like. If you obediently listen to me and be my female, I'll grant you anything, even the biggest shell house from the ocean depths. Come with me. The turbulent emotions of Xingqi were calmed, and he took Miyu's hand to leave. But Xiao Ka, don't worry. That little injury won't kill him. Seeing Xingqi's firm attitude, Miyu didn't dare to insist. This guy clearly wasn't easy to get along with. If he really stayed with Xiao Ka, it wouldn't be long before there were small fights every 3 days and big fights every 5 days. After soothing one, she would have to soothe the other, and that would truly be a nightmare. Seeing Miyu obediently follow him, Xingqi's discomfort finally dissipated. After walking for more than 2 hours, the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn, and Miyu felt her phone vibrating continuously in her arms. She glanced at Xingqi and tentatively spoke. See, can we take a break for a moment? Xingqi snorted and turned his head. The rising sunlight illuminated the little female's face, making her look even more beautiful than when he saw her at night. You land females have such poor stamina. This will affect our mating in the future. Mating? Miyu's pupils widened. What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to mate with you, you wish? Xingqi's expression instantly turned cold. What did you say? After chapter 18, that'll be my moon alone. His icy hand gently stroked the pale, slender neck, then slightly tightened. As Miyu's breathing became difficult, she took the electric shotgun and aimed it at Xingqi's hand. However, the electricity wasn't strong and didn't cause much harm. Of course, she didn't intend to kill Xingqi. She just wanted to teach him a lesson and prevent him from hitting her at will. She had a feeling that Xingqi's gratitude points and merit points weren't easy to accumulate. No wonder the system had set up a time-limited reward. A dog. Truly a dog. Xingqi felt a tingling in his little hand and caught a glimpse of a fleeting purple light in the small female's hand. What was that? Seeing Miyu's wary expression, he didn't ask further. He just raised the corners of his lips, revealing a set of white teeth, and thought, "Since I've set my sights on you, you must be my partner." It was a domineering declaration, carrying the flavor of a powerful CEO. Miyu ignored him and found a large rock to sit on, turning her back to check her phone. Xiao Ka, wizard you, where have you been? Xiao Ka, are you okay? Are you hurt? Xiao Ka, say something to let me know you're safe, okay? Xiao Ka. Miyu looked at the usually silent Xiao Ka, who was surprisingly spamming the screen. Feeling a bit surprised, the feeling of frustration and depression also affected his health bar. Xiao Ka's eyes were red as he knelt on the ground, hating his own helplessness, unable to even protect the person he liked. Miyu, Xiao Ka, I'm fine, don't worry about me. I need to leave for a while again. A familiar voice rang in his ears, and Xiao Ka looked around in surprise. Just like last time, there was no sign of Witchu, yet he could hear the voice. He looked ahead and anxiously asked, "Is it that sea beast? Where's it taking you?" Miyu was also confused. "I don't know either, but he doesn't mean to hurt me. Once I find a chance to leave him, I'll go meet you. Shuka, you need to keep heading south. Only by going south will you have a way to survive. I will also head south to find you." By the stream, Xingqi dipped his feet in the water. The stream was scarce and murky, barely wetting the surface of his feet. He was irritated and splashed the water. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a comfortable soak. The water on land was too little and too dirty to let him play freely. Once he got back to the sea, he would swim for 3 days and 3 nights. He also wanted to make the biggest air bladder for the little female so they could explore the underwater world together. His secret garden had fire corals. He turned to look at the little female not far away, her head buried in her knees, frowning. Is she crying? Did I scare her too much? Or is she thinking about that tiger beast? Too many thoughts flashed through his mind. He stood up irritably and walked towards Miyu. What are you doing? The deep voice of the male startled Miyu, and her phone almost fell to the ground. What is that thing? Why is it glowing? Shang-Chi looked curiously at the fleeting light. It's nothing. Do you need something? Miyu replied calmly. Seeing that the little female was deliberately hiding something, Shang-Chi felt a bit disappointed and pouted. I still don't know your name. What are you called? That tiger beast calls you Wizard Moon, so Moon is your name, right? Then I will call you Moon from now on. Before Miyu could say anything, Shang-Chi spoke excitedly. Moon, what a beautiful name. From now on, you will be my Moon. My Moon. That name that even the tiger beast has never called out, now could only be called by himself to lift Shang-Chi's spirits. He wore a radiant smile, and the orange sunlight shining on him made his demeanor less intimidating. However, he was still a domineering, arrogant, and slightly conceited mermaid. Here, eat. Shang-Chi pulled out a piece of dried fish the size of an arm from a palm-sized bee skin bag. Miyu looked at the ordinary bee skin bag with some surprise. Seeing her cute, surprised expression, Shang-Chi explained this is a storage bag, made by a holy shaman in Bee City. It costs 10 crystal beads each and can store a lot of things. It said that one costing 100 crystal beads can hold 100 prey, but who knows if that's true. What are crystal beads? She seemed to have never heard of them before. Crystal beads are. As Shang-Chi was speaking, she suddenly pounced on Miyu, knocking her down to the ground. Miyu exclaimed in surprise, thinking that the other party's sudden beastly nature was about to find a phone to return to the modern era, but her hand was held down again. Don't move. Someone is ambushing. Miyu turned her head and saw a polished harpoon stuck in the spot where she had just been sitting. Who wants to kill me? She seemed to have not offended anyone. It's not you thereafter. It's me. I didn't expect that we would have to live a life on the run right after getting together. Are you scared? Shang-Chi's lips curled into a wicked smile, seemingly unfazed by the pursuit. Aren't you afraid of dying? The veins on Miyu's forehead were throbbing. Don't worry. You're my female. I will protect you. After saying that, he reached out and held Miyu in his arms, then ran to the side of the creek. The speed of the sea shark would be even faster in the water, but he knew that the enemies chasing him would be even more cunning. So Miyu watched helplessly as a harpoon flew over from the opposite side of the creek. Shang-Chi, danger! Shang-Chi's icy blue eyes glinted with coldness. He kicked the harpoon away and then set Miyu down. He reached out to touch the soft top of the little female's head and said, Be good and hide well. I will come back for you soon. Shang-Chi, listen, don't hold me back. Miyu bit her lip and thought to herself. After all, Shang-Chi was a blue-level male with formidable strength. Who could possibly hurt him? So she held a stun gun in one hand and a tiger tooth knife in the other, hiding behind a large rock and quietly observing the situation outside. A few males jumped out from the grass. Although they weren't blue level, they were at the green level. 3 males attacked Shang-Chi with harpoons, and with the help of their weapons, they managed to hold their ground against him for a moment. The sharp harpoons glinted in the sunlight. Miyu watched in shock beside her. System, I want to exchange for the power of thunder. The target of feeding, Shio-Ka, did not show any life-threatening danger. Exchange failed. The target of feeding, Shang-Chi, did not show any life-threatening danger. Exchange failed. Miyu, so only when they are in danger can they be used? What if it's too late and they die? If the feeding target dies, all system rewards will be reclaimed. Please take feeding seriously. Cherish life. Miyu was speechless. But on the bright side, this battle wouldn't hurt Shang-Chi or put her life in danger. With that, she felt much more at ease and quietly watched the spectacle from the side. Blue-level power was still blue-level power, and soon the 3 males were retreating one after another. One male narrowed his eyes and aimed a sharp harpoon at Miyu, who was hiding behind a rock. Despicable. Shang-Chi's eyes were filled with rage. She felt relieved when she saw Miyu dodge, but her distraction caused her to get a harpoon wound on her abdomen. The other 2 males, seeing this, attacked Shang-Chi. She clutched her bleeding abdomen and retreated towards the shore. The target of her protection, Shang-Chi, was facing life-threatening danger. The host must rescue her in time. Damn! Exchange for lightning power. Chapter 19. The Shura Field. Is that person very important to you? A thick bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere, directly striking at the three males attacking Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi only saw a dazzling purple light flash before her eyes, instinctively closing them against the bright glare. Three cries of pain echoed in her ears. And when she opened her eyes again, the male who had just tried to kill her was lying on the ground, his body charred and his hair burned away, giving off a smell reminiscent of grilled fish. Miyu saw three male figures dead and hurriedly approached to check on Shang-Chi's injuries. "Are you okay?" Shang-Chi covered his abdomen. "I'm fine. We need to leave here. They'll be back with more people soon." "What kind of person did you offend to have so many males chasing you?" "Don't ask so much. Let's go quickly." The two supported each other and took a path opposite to the small stream. Fearing that the assassins would catch up, Miyu followed Shang-Chi and ran until noon. During this time, her phone kept vibrating, indicating that Shang-Chi's health was decreasing. It wasn't dropping too quickly, but if they continued to run like this, it would really become dangerous. Wait for me. I can't run anymore." Miyu gasped for breath, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. Her body had just returned to a normal level, and such prolonged exercise was really too much. Shang-Chi's lips turned pale, and he had lost most of his strength, so he could only agree to stop and rest. After catching their breath, Miyu took out some alcohol, hemostatic powder, and bandages from a bee skin bag, which was actually from the system space. "What is this?" Shang-Chi had never seen a transparent container that could hold liquid. He looked at the clear liquid in the alcohol and thought it was water. As soon as Miyu opened the bottle cap, he snatched it and took a swig. "Why is this water so spicy? Is it spoiled?" Miyu rolled her eyes. "This is alcohol. It's used to disinfect wounds, not for drinking." "Disinfect? What is that?" Shang-Chi's cheeks turned red as she transformed into a curious baby. Miyu looked at him with surprise at his dazed expression. "Are you drunk? You just took a sip and spat out more than half, and you're already drunk?" "What is drunk? I didn't drink." Miyu didn't want to be 100,000 wise. She directly took an alcohol-soaked cotton ball and wiped it on Shang-Chi's abdominal wound. "Ouch, that hurts." Shang-Chi arched his body in pain. "It should hurt." Miyu continued to handle it with her head down. When she looked up again, Shang-Chi was weakly leaning against her. The target of her care, Shang-Chi, was facing life-threatening danger. "Please, host, rescue him in time." Miyu furrowed her brows slightly as she checked the health bar, which showed no signs of decline and even had signs of improvement. So what was this life-threatening situation? "Shang-Chi, do you have any injuries?" Miyu asked, patting Shang-Chi's hot cheek. Shang-Chi had his eyes tightly closed, mumbling incoherently. "What did you say?" Miyu leaned closer to listen carefully. "Water, soaked in water, lack water." Miyu struggled to extract the two words lack of water from his words. "Yes, the star pool is where mermaids cannot stay away from water for long." Miyu looked around and didn't see any water source, and the space in her system was filled with milk drinks that were completely unusable. "Host, you can bring the feeding target back to the modern era. Each one only requires 10 million to unlock the permission. The feeding target, Shang-Chi, is in danger. If he doesn't get water within 10 minutes, he will suffocate and die from lack of oxygen. Please rescue him in time." "Miyu, do you have other options for me?" "Grant me access to the star pool to return to the modern era." Access granted successfully. Miyu quickly took out her phone and pressed the home button. In an instant, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic change. The two appeared in the bathtub of the bathroom, and the system knew it couldn't handle the star pool, which was quite considerate. Miyu let Shang-Chi lean against the wall, and she stepped out of the bathtub to turn on the faucet. She didn't dare to turn on the hot water, so she only opened the cold water and stood by, watching Shang-Chi's body temperature closely. With the refreshing water, Shang-Chi's burning body was relieved, and the redness on his face faded a bit. Miyu glanced at her phone again. The vital signs page was still not showing any red. The heart that had been hanging in her chest finally felt at ease. She looked at the male's lips, which had regained their color, and his perfectly handsome features when he wasn't speaking. The long eyelashes cast reflections on his eye bags, giving him the appearance of a dashing young man. She gently traced the ice blue hair that was face, feeling its real texture. There was no denying that Shang-Chi was very good looking, as if he had grown into her heart, a rarity even in modern times. Having such a handsome boyfriend would likely make one wake up smiling even in their sleep. She had thought that Xiao Ka and Shang-Chi were just virtual characters in a system world, but she never expected to bring them into reality. This meant that the beast world truly existed, a parallel universe identical to the real world. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. Miyu saw through her phone's monitor that it was Li Xiangyang. He was holding her favorite fruit, ice crystal lychee. Miyu hesitated, biting her lip, unsure whether to open the door. But since the other person was here for her, it would be inconsiderate not to open it. She glanced at Shang-Chi. who was still unconscious, and felt that she probably wouldn't wake up anytime soon. The door opened, and Miyu warmly welcomed Li Xiangyang into the room. What brings you to this little temple today? I finished my work before coming here, definitely not slacking off, the mature man said, using modern slang that made Miyu feel intrigued. It wasn't that Li Xiangyang was old, but he had always been mature and steady since he was a child, like a little old man. As he grew up, he became even more methodical in his work, like a workaholic programmed with code. Ha, I didn't say anything. Why are you sweating so much? What were you doing just now? Li Xiangyang pointed to his forehead, indicating to Miyu. Miyu blinked nervously. She had just finished yoga and hadn't had time to take a shower. In fact, she hurriedly took off her clothes, stained with the blood from the star pool, and quickly changed into her pajamas to avoid exposure. Li Xiangyang looked at the little girl's rosy cheeks and recalled the inspection report from the hospital yesterday. Have you taken care of what happened at the hospital yesterday? Do you need my help? Although he hoped for the little girl's health, he knew it was impossible. Miyu's beautiful eyes flowed with a lively charm. I didn't do anything. Those test reports are all true. The previous hospital mistook the person, and I just happened to get gastroenteritis, which is why I look that way. Don't worry. I'm healthy and will definitely live a long life. The little girl's smile was like a brilliant firework blooming in Li Xiangyang's heart. You will definitely live a long life. Suddenly, a sound came from the bathroom, interrupting the conversation between the two in the living room. Li Xiangyang's smiling eyes instantly turned cold. Miss, is there someone at home? Is it someone very important to you? Can I meet them? Li Xiangyang stood up. Want to go to the bathroom? Miyu hurriedly grabbed him. You heard wrong. There's no one. I just forgot to turn off the faucet when I was running the bath water. Li Xiangyang slightly lifted his chin. Oh, really? Miyu thought he had believed her and was about to breathe a sigh of relief, when suddenly a deep, hoarse male voice came from behind. You, who is he? Chapter 20, The Shura Field. Miyu, break up with him. I do not agree with you being together with him. Is he the male you like? Miyu was startled. The sudden sound from Xingqi nearly made her hair stand on end. She turned around in fear, like a frightened little rabbit. To make matters worse, he was shirtless, with her pink strawberry towel wrapped around his waist, the bear pattern on the towel perfectly covering his important parts below. Miss, who is this? Li Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, his cold gaze not even hidden by his gold-rimmed glasses. He is. Miyu stammered, unsure how to introduce him. A wicked smile appeared on Xingqi's lips as he stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Miyu's shoulders and pulling her into his embrace. I am her partner. Partner? What kind of partner? Li Xiangyang closed his eyes, suppressing his anger as he asked. Of course, we are. Miyu sensed danger and quickly silenced herself. Shut up, you. Although Xingqi didn't say it out loud, Li Xiangyang could guess that he wasn't using proper language. In front of him, this man could openly say such words, showing that he had little respect for Miyu. Li Xiangyang's face darkened like ink, and he reached out to grab Miyu. Miyu, break up with him. I don't agree with your relationship. We don't. As the hand around her shoulder moved upward, Xingqi's arm wrapped around Miyu's neck, his cherry-colored lips softly whispering in her ear. Miyu wants to push open the star pool, but the system reminds her from the side. The feeding target, the star pool, shows signs of darkening. With a current darkening value of 20, the host is advised to calm it down in a timely manner. The system suggests that the host should not push open the star pool, or else the darkening value will increase by 50. If the darkening value reaches 70 points will be deducted from a host. Miyu, why is this getting harder and harder? The system regulations are becoming more and more strict. So she endured the possibility of being sliced apart by Li Xiangyang's sharp gaze and didn't dare to push away Xingqi's face that was leaning in. Not being pushed away by the little female made her mood much better. You are my partner. We have the closest relationship. I don't want to see him at home. You wouldn't want someone to disturb our world of two, right? Or do you like being watched? He spoke provocatively while looking at the male across from him. He was showing his possessiveness, indicating that this little female belonged to him. Seeing that Miyu didn't seem to mind Xingqi's intimate actions, Li Xiangyang's heart sank. He clenched his hands at his sides, and, after one last look at those deep blue eyes, turned to leave. Yanggu. Miyu knew she had silently allowed Li Xiangyang to feel disappointed. She wanted to chase after him to explain, but her arm was firmly held back by the person behind her. Don't go. Immediately after, that tall, muscular male with ice blue hair collapsed softly to the ground. Although it was already autumn, the temperature was still high. Xingqi's body temperature was low, but being close together was still uncomfortable. Miyu gritted her teeth in anger. It was truly infuriating that despite being so severely injured, he still insisted on coming out to annoy her. While cursing under her breath, she dragged Xingqi, like a dead dog, back to the bathroom to soak in water. The wound she had previously treated had turned white from soaking, so Miyu let some water out of the bathtub, leaving just enough to cover Shang-Chi's legs up to his waist. She then disinfected his wounds with alcohol, applied medicine, and finally put on waterproof band-aids and wrapped them in gauze. Shang-Chi narrowed his long eyelashes, looking down at the little female who was buried against his chest, wrapping him in bandages. He didn't know what the strange things in her hands were, but he guessed they were for treating injuries. His heart softened. No one had ever cared for him since he was born, nor had anyone treated his wounds. He didn't care much about minor injuries, and even severe ones were neglected. He either endured them and continued living or succumbed and ended his ridiculous life. He would never let go of this little female. Miyu was worried that Shang-Chi would have a fever in the middle of the night, so she didn't return to the bedroom. Instead, she moved a small stool to sit by the bathtub, keeping an eye on him. Sure enough, he developed a fever in the middle of the night. She hurriedly gave him fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicine. Once his condition stabilized, she groggily returned to the bedroom to sleep. The next day, Miyu was still cuddling her blanket and having sweet dreams when someone knocked on the bedroom door, and the doorknob rattled. "I'm so noisy." Miyu turned over, wanting to continue sleeping, but in the next moment, her body felt weightless and she was lifted into the air. "Oh, what are you doing?" She opened her eyes to see a handsome face and a pair of deep eyes like the ocean. Shang-Chi raised his chin and said confidently, "I'm hungry." "If you're hungry, just eat. Don't you have fish in your storage bag?" Miyu replied irritably. "There's no fish in the storage bag. And are you sure you want me to go hunt outside by myself?" He had just looked through the window and noticed that this place seemed quite different from the continent where he lived. There were many running rectangular shapes around, and there were tall objects as well. Looking around, there were pitifully few trees, the air wasn't great, and most importantly, he couldn't see any lakes or oceans. Faced with this strange environment, he felt cautious, but seeing how familiar the little female was with this place eased his worries a bit, though he still had many questions. Hearing Shang-Chi's reminder, Miyu immediately lost her drowsiness. No. Tell me what you want to eat, and I'll get it for you. Just please don't go outside." Miyu ran to the living room and found 2 pieces of bread in the snack cabinet, thoughtfully tearing open the packaging. "This bread is really delicious. You should try it." Shang-Chi took a bite with doubt and wrinkled his nose. "It tastes good, but I don't like it. I want to eat seal." "No way, I can't get that." "Just kidding. That's a protected animal." "All right, I want to eat dolphin." Shang-Chi looked very disdainful. Miyu gritted her teeth. "No, let's change it. Sea dog, sea lion. Change again." She was also very tired. "Can we eat something less torturous?" Shang-Chi lost his patience and irritably ran his fingers through his ice blue hair. "Nothing works. I might as well go catch it myself." With that, he walked towards the entrance hall. Miyu hurriedly said, "Tuna, turbot, lobster, abalone, oysters, king crab, which one do you like?" Shang-Chi said that he was just scaring her by saying he would go out to catch them, and now that he heard the menu, he decided to accept the offer. "Let's have a bit of everything." So Miyu could only call the hotel that specializes in seafood, reporting all the dishes and emphasizing that she wanted extra-large portions. Since it was morning and the hotel hadn't opened yet, she specially took out 2,000 yuan as a reward to get the manager's guarantee for timely delivery. Shang-Chi sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, his deep blue eyes carrying an examining look. "Little female, you're not being obedient. You have a secret. Come on, tell me, where is this?" Chapter 21. New Exchange Method. Giving birth in exchange for a lifespan. Miyu felt anxious but pretended to be calm on the surface. "I am the shaman of the tiger tribe. As you know, this is the world of the beast god, so it is different from the beast world continent. There are many rules here that everyone must follow. So those things you mentioned cannot be eaten." Shang-Chi raised an eyebrow. "Are you telling the truth?" Miyu nodded, "Of course. This time I made an exception to bring you to the beast god world to save you, but you can't stay here for long. After breakfast, I'll send you back. I can't feel at ease having a great white shark at home. It's better to send you back early." Who was that male from last night? He didn't care about the beast god world at all. He really wanted to know who that person was. "He is Li Xiangyang, my brother who grew up with me since childhood. He is very important to me, and you must not hurt him," Miyu said protectively. Shang-Chi sneered. "If you want me not to touch him, then don't let him come in front of me." He didn't believe in any brotherly feelings. That Li Xiangyang's concern for the little female was not sibling love. He could see the way that male looked at the little female. It was the kind of concern a male has for his own female. It made him feel very threatened. Miyu looked at Shang-Chi, who was still half naked with the upper body bare and the lower body in a pair of strawberry-patterned shorts, unable to resist a little jump. So she rummaged through her things and found the white t-shirt and quick-drying sports pants she had bought for Shoka, but had given him out of fear it would be too abrupt. "Here, put on this clothes." In the beast goddess world, you have to wear clothes, otherwise, it's not following the rules. Shang-Chi shook the white t-shirt in her hand, which was the same as Miyu's, with some disdain. I don't want to wear it. It's too hot. No, you have to wear it. It's not hot at all with the air conditioning on in the house. In the beast world, I don't care, but at home, you have to wear clothes. Seeing her serious little expression, Shang-Chi compromised. All right, I'll listen to you, but I've never worn such strange clothes. You have to help me put it on. If you don't help me, I'll stay like this. Shang-Chi slumped on the sofa, acting spoiled, and his casual posture left nothing to the imagination below. Miyu was anxious and had no choice but to help him get dressed. It seemed that Shang-Chi's bones had turned to mush, as he needed Miyu to help him lift his arms and hands. Miyu half knelt on the sofa and leaned over, then pulled the clothing over his head with a motion that wasn't exactly gentle. He didn't particularly like this rough way of dressing, but he couldn't bear to make the little female stop. After finally getting the clothes on, no matter how hard he tried, they kept slipping down. Miyu had no choice but to summon all his strength to lift the person up. Shang-Chi was quite tall, and this action happened to press his face into Miyu's embrace. Miyu was so focused on getting dressed that she didn't notice the situation at all. The unique scent belonging to the little female was intoxicating, causing Shang-Chi's cheeks to flush and his breathing to quicken. At that moment, Miyu had also helped him put on a short-sleeved shirt. Finally, he didn't have to see any embarrassing scenes anymore. It felt much more comfortable. Why is your face so hot? Did I squeeze you too tightly just now? Shang-Chi cleared his throat, feeling very hot. Didn't you say that wearing a shirt wouldn't make you hot? He didn't dare to look at me, used distinctly boned hand tugging at his collar. Stop pulling it. If you keep pulling, it will get ruined. Miyu lowered the temperature of the central air conditioner with the remote control, waiting for it to cool down soon. She glanced at the little bear holding a strawberry. Its cheeks flushed and told it to put on its pants. This thing didn't have any underwear inside, and she didn't want to have to deal with that. Shang-Chi saw Miyu's cheeks were also red and stopped forcing her. After all, it was his little female he was teasing, so he needed to coax her. He had never worn sweatpants before, but after thinking about it a bit, he understood the principle. He put them on and stood up, taking a couple steps. This beast's skin was quite lightweight and cooler than the seal skin he was wrapped in, but the crotch area felt a bit loose, making walking uncomfortable. However, there was no comparison between land and sea, so he just endured it. Received 30 gratitude points from the ocean shark Shang-Chi, current gratitude points, 30. Received 40 merit points from the ocean shark Shang-Chi, current merit points, 115. Time-limited reward, double points for ocean shark, countdown 28 days, 30 hours, 55 minutes. Miyu's excited hands clenched into fists, her voice hoarse. I have something to do. I'll go back to my room. After saying this, she headed straight to the bedroom and locked the door. Shang-Chi looked at the closed door, his tongue touching the roof of his mouth. Lao Haisha said not to pressure the little female too much, or it would backfire. Inside the bedroom, Miyu's nails trembled as she exchanged 100 merit points for 1 year of life. Ding, 100 merit points consumed. Exchange for 1 year of life. Remaining merit points, 15. Current lifespan of the host, 730 days. A tear slid down Miyu's cheek, and she covered her mouth tightly with both hands. Her eyes sparkled with joy, but the tears couldn't stop flowing. The host successfully gained 100 merit points and unlocked a new exchange method. For each offspring born to the feeding target, 1 golden point can be earned. 10 golden points can be exchanged for 1 year of life. This news left Miyu so stunned that she forgot to wipe her tears. Giving birth can also exchange for life? Yes, host. And the Haisha clan has many offspring. It's said that 1 birth could exchange for at least 1 year of life. And high-quality offspring would double the golden points earned. Miyu wanted to say something else when she heard the doorbell ring outside. She glanced at her phone. It was almost time, and it should be the hotel delivery. Your breakfast is here. I'll go get it. The door was opened, and a man dressed in a casual suit with a gloomy expression stood at the door, followed by a few young men who looked somewhat intimidating. Miyu sensed that the visitor was not friendly. She wanted to close the door, but a young man with blonde hair approached with a baseball bat. She quickly stepped back and checked her pajamas pocket, finding nothing. Her phone was left on the sofa, and now she had no way to call the police. Miyu, what do you want to do? Little sister, I truly feel sorry for uncle, so I've decided to voluntarily adopt into the main family as the eldest son. This is the adoption acknowledgement. As long as you sign it, we will be siblings from now on. Mia's face displayed a crazed expression with bloodshot eyes. Miyu sneered, you wish. My dad doesn't need a son like you. He only has me as his daughter. Mia's expression was cold as he ground his back teeth. Little sister, what's wrong with you having 100 billion inheritance? What do you need so much money for as a girl? When you get married, won't it just benefit another man? Just give me the position of general manager of the Me family. That way your maternal family will have someone to rely on, right? He had been struggling lately, using his share of the dividends to pay off the company's debts, and he had become a joke in the second-generation circle of the capital. No matter what, he must secure the position of general manager today. No way, leave quickly, or don't blame me for calling the police. Little sister, why make such a scene? Since you won't listen to my kind advice, let's change our approach. Get on it. Mi raised his hand, and several young people behind him rushed into the room and surrounded Miyu. Miyu could only retreat step by step until she bumped into a solid chest. Want to move her? Did you ask if young Master Xingqi agrees? Xingqi's calm gaze reassured Miyu as he protected her behind him. Which little pretty boy is so arrogant? Come at me. The cold words over the past few days had already driven Miyu to lose her sanity. Xingqi, with his blue-level strength, effortlessly knocked several thugs to the ground in just a few moves. No, don't kill me. Miyu was so frightened by the terrifying aura emanating from Xingqi that his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. At that moment, a group of people in black police uniforms rushed in from outside the door. Miyu seemed to see his savior. He hugged a police officer's leg and wouldn't let go, crying, "Officer, help me, he's going to kill me. He has killed people. All the ones on the ground were killed by him." Chapter 22. Leaving a mark on you, so he knows you belong to me. Miyu was also shocked, looking at Li Xiangyang, who was sweating profusely in the crowd. Li Xiangyang spoke softly with the police captain beside him, and then a police officer stepped forward to check the situation of several thugs on the ground. The captain was still breathing. He had just fainted. Miyu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the star pool didn't take lethal action. "Mr. Miyu, you are suspected of a hit and run. Please come with us to the police station for investigation." The police captain helped Miyu up. Upon hearing this, Miyu instinctively wanted to be restrained by the two police officers beside him. The police captain, with a serious expression, told Miyu, "I have to inform you that someone has submitted evidence of your drunk driving that resulted in death and of finding someone to impersonate you. I advise you to confess honestly for leniency." Upon hearing this, Miyu's face instantly turned pale, and he couldn't even speak. Soon, Miyu was taken away, and after everyone had left, Li Xiangyang walked over to Miyu. He carefully examined Miyu with his amber eyes and then let out a sigh of relief. The security in this community is not very good, so for safety's sake, it would be better for the young lady to move in with me for the time being. The master bedroom has always been reserved for you, and there are people cleaning it year-round. Miyu felt a pang in her nose and remembered something she had said when she was young. She asked Li Xiangyang to keep a room for her at his house, so that when her dad made her angry, she could run away and live there. She never expected him to actually keep that promise. I'm tired. I need to soak in water. I just move around a bit, and I'm all sweaty. Soaking in water will make me feel better. Can you run the water for me? I can't do it. Miyu has no other choice but to serve. However, this person is truly hard to please. From yesterday until now, she hasn't received any gratitude or merit points, being so stingy. Li Xiangyang was even more displeased with Xingqi upon hearing this. The young lady, who had been pampered all her life, now had to draw a bath for some other disgusting man. She had just been frightened and said, "I'll go draw the bath for you." Xingqi shook his head, a look of arrogance and rudeness on his face. "We're not familiar. You knows the temperature I prefer for my bath." Li Xiangyang's veins bulged on his fists, and Miyu, watching from the side, was anxious, fearing the two would fight. She pushed Xingqi toward the bathroom, saying, "Shut up. I'll go draw the water for you." The bathroom door closed, and Li Xiangyang's expression darkened, like a deep eyelid that, when opened again, returned to a calm and indifferent look. Inside the bathroom, Miyu squatted on the floor drawing water, softly saying, "Don't intentionally provoke Li Xiangyang anymore. Soon you'll return to the beast world, and you won't have any more interactions with him." "Oh, are you feeling sorry for him because I'm treating him this way?" Xingqi's deep blue starry eyes reflected a dark glimmer, unfathomable. His large hand covered the delicate pink neck of the small female, while the fingertips of his other hand slipped under the hem of her white short-sleeved nightgown. The icy sensation made Miyu's hair stand on end. She wanted to get up, but was firmly pressed against the edge of the bathtub by Xingqi, leaning forward to avoid falling into the water. She could only brace herself with both hands on the edge. "What are you doing? Mind your hands. You are my female." Xingqi's large hand wrapped around Miyu's waist, heavily pressing her towards himself. His cold lips touched the back of Miyu's neck. "Not only do I want to touch you, but I also want to mate with you and leave a mark on you, so he will know you are mine. Don't mess around, there are still people outside. Let me go." In the bathroom, steam rose, and a petite girl was trapped beside the bathtub, the atmosphere ambiguous. The girl's white short sleeves had already been lifted above her lower abdomen, and her long, elegant fingers were caressing her flat stomach. Miyu's entire body was trembling, the corners of her eyes reddening, and her skin temperature was rising. The little female was shy. The frost in Xing-Chi's eyes gradually faded. Do you mean that if there's no one outside, you'll mate with me? I didn't say that. Miyu's gaze flickered. Although she had accepted the new way of exchanging life for offspring, she hadn't thought it would happen so soon. Xing-Chi raised the corners of his lips, his ocean-like beautiful eyes revealing a hint of a smile, and his cool lips landed on her slender swan neck for a kiss that gradually deepened. She shrank her neck and covered the kiss spot, playfully scolding, "All right, you can soak in the water, I need to go out." Xing-Chi, having tasted the sweetness, didn't mind that there was a dog waiting for the little female outside. He leisurely stripped off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. The beastman sea shark was different from ordinary wild sharks. They needed to attract their desired little females for mating with their beautiful fishtails and good looks. Therefore, the sea shark beastmen had evolved over generations through the efforts of their ancestors and genetic modifications to possess fishtails as attractive as those of the merfolk. As Xing-Chi's long, muscular legs submerged in the water, they instantly transformed into a vibrant fishtail primarily in icy blue with colorful patterns. And the arms resting on the sides of the bathtub also revealed fish fins. With his eyes tightly closed, he emptied his mind, but his ears were always attentive to the sounds outside. Xing-Chi was picked up by me on the roadside. His brain is waterlogged, and he can't speak. Young Gu, don't bother with him. If he's sick, take him to the hospital. It's not safe to leave him with you. Li Xiangyang's voice was clear, and his tone was full of dislike for Xing-Chi. Miyu had never seen Li Xiangyang be so sharp-tongued before. Li Xiangyang also realized he had spoken out of turn and changed the subject. You should move to my place. I'm not at ease leaving you here. No need. Xing-Chi can protect me. Besides, I plan to buy another house. This one is too small. This house was a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room place. She had settled for it back then because she knew there was no hope of life. Now that she could continue living, it was different. Do you want to move back to the old house? I can find a way to get the people in the second house to move out. The old Mi family's house was taken away by the second branch of the Mi family after the passing of Mi's father and mother, on the grounds that there wasn't enough space for everyone. At that time, he was exhausted from stabilizing the company's morale, and Miyu was also in mourning, so neither of them pursued the matter. Miyu shook her head, saying, I still have things to do, so this can wait. Since Miyu just went in, I'm afraid of them getting desperate. Moreover, what is most urgent for her right now is to feed her electronic pet to extend its life. So she doesn't have time to deal with the second house. If the second house can keep to themselves, she can overlook it for now. But if they insist on acting out, then she won't hold back. Do you need my help with anything? Then help me find a new place to live. It needs to be a villa with few neighbors around, a swimming pool, and convenient transportation. Far from the city center is fine too. I might bring Xing-Chi back to swim, so having a pool at home is important. To avoid exposing my identity, it's better to have fewer neighbors. And no neighbors would be even better. Upon hearing the word pool, Li Xiangyang glanced towards the bathroom. There's a villa for sale in the suburbs that meets all your conditions. The price is 500 million. If you're in a hurry, we could go see the house right now. Miyu was of course willing. All right, wait a moment while I get ready. The bathroom door opened, and Xing-Chi came out again, wrapped in a pink strawberry towel. I want to go too. Chapter 23. I can't stand it, unless... Miyu tightened her scalp, forgetting that this ancestor was still around. She glanced at Li Xiangyang, steeling herself as she pulled Xing-Chi back into the bathroom. I have something to do outside. Your injury is healed now, so how about I take you back to the beast world first? After I finish my business, I'll come find you. Once marked by the system, she could teleport to her feeding target anytime and anywhere without worrying about getting lost. You want to shake me off? Xing-Chi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the aura around him turned cold. How could that be? It's just that they don't allow beast transformation here. If you can't control yourself, you'll get caught. Xing-Chi pinched her soft cheek, that's good. Little female, you are mine. At Miyu's repeated requests, Xing-Chi reluctantly agreed not to transform into his beast form and not to hit anyone casually. Thus, a rich aroma of dishes overflowed from the extended Rolls-Royce, and the small table in the car was opened, displaying several takeout bowls. Garlic oysters, steamed sea urchin egg, salmon sushi, Australian lobster, and a king crab with a head the size of a basketball. Li Xiangyang sat on the genuine leather seat, watching the seemingly naive man across from him, his eyes growing darker. Miyu felt a bit embarrassed being stared at. She had no choice but to bring it over just before leaving, and Xing-Chi was complaining about being hungry, so they could only eat in the car. Do you want some? Miyu offered a piece of lobster meat to Li Xiangyang's mouth. He initially wanted to politely refuse, but upon seeing the burning gaze in Xing-Chi's eyes, he changed his mind and ate it. Xing-Chi chewed on the salmon sushi and chuckled. You said she considers you a brother. We are partners, so you being her brother means you are also a young master's brother. Li Xiangyang's earlier pride was quickly overshadowed by disappointment upon hearing the word brother. Eat up, can't you keep your mouth busy? Xing-Chi pouted and looked out the window, huffing. That little female is so biased. Outside, the trees were lush, and many rectangular objects were moving back and forth, along with flashes of various colors. This place was indeed different from the beast world. There were many strange things. Even without being near the ocean, one could eat fresh seafood. The oysters and sea urchins he used to disdain could be made into delicious food here. It would be nice to stay here with the little female all the time, not having to hunt every day and being able to raise cubs together. The villa was located in the suburbs, built halfway up the mountain, with only one other household nearby. The entire land of the mountain belonged to the villa, which made the 500 million price quite reasonable. The owner had put in a lot of effort into the construction, pulling in power lines and building walls at the foot of the mountain, and even hired a team of 20 security guards for continuous patrols. As Li Xiangyang showed Miyu around the villa, he gave a detailed introduction. Not bad. You really have the flair of a property manager, Miyu said with a smile in her eyes as she looked at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang cleared his throat. I just looked at the materials a bit more in the car. This place is great. I'm very satisfied. Then I'll contact the owner now. Miyu nodded and continued to stroll around. In the back garden of the villa, he saw an open-air swimming pool measuring 20 meters on each side, with a canopy made of color-changing, single-sided glass above it. It blocked ultraviolet rays while still allowing sunlight in. The pool maintained a constant temperature year-round, had automatic disinfection, and featured flowing fresh water. How could there be a lake in this house? Xing-Chi was a bit surprised. It's so big. Even my beast form, I could fit in it. He gazed longingly at the crystal-clear pool and couldn't help but step forward to take off his clothes. Miyu was taken aback and quickly grabbed him. What are you going to do? I haven't had a good swim in a long time. I want to play in the water. Xing-Chi's eyes were full of desire. No, wait until I buy this place before you swim. There are people here who can't swim. If he can't hold back while swimming and turns into a great white shark, and someone sees her, it will be over for her. She would either be sent to prison or cut up. Xing-Chi frowned in annoyance, his ears twitching as he suddenly leaned closer. His deep, husky voice entering Miyu's ear. Sea beasts have a natural affinity for water. I can't help it unless... Unless what? Miyu looked up in confusion and was immediately drawn in by Xing-Chi's deep-set eyes. Unless you give me a kiss. The old shark said that kissing and hugging are things only lovers do. If the little female is willing to kiss you, it proves she likes you. Miyu glanced around hesitantly. Xing-Chi lowered his head slightly and smiled while threatening. Hurry up and kiss me, or I'll show you my handsome and towering beast form. Miyu bit her lip and quickly planted a kiss on Xing-Chi's lips. She wanted to escape, but was pulled back, and a hot, passionate kiss landed on her lips. Xing-Chi was initially a bit inexperienced, but it seemed that males had an innate talent for this, and he quickly became skilled. Miyu was kissed to the point of weakness, her small fists pounding against his chest. Li Xiangyang was still outside, and they couldn't continue. As their lips parted, a transparent white thread of silk traced through the air. Miyu's small face turned red. Xing-Chi raised his head, the corner of his eye glancing towards a black figure at the entrance of the garden, a provocative smile on his lips. Li Xiangyang clenched the hands that hung by his sides, anger evident on his face. However, no matter how angry he was, he could only silently calm his emotions. He had no right to interfere in a young girl's romantic life, as that would only push her further away. His heart felt as if it were being pricked by needles, a dull pain. While waiting for the homeowner to arrive, Miyu contacted Shouka through a flying message. Miyu, Shouka must be exhausted after walking all morning. I'll bring you 2 bottles of water to help replenish your energy. Miyu, remember to eat well and take care of yourself and Wu air. In the beast world, after a morning of travel, the tiger clan leader announced a rest in the nearby forest, and the males began to scatter to hunt. As they moved south, the trees and vegetation became denser, and occasionally they encountered streams with water still flowing. Some males even caught wild chickens and rabbits, adding a bit of meatiness to their otherwise sparse diet. Sweet potatoes are delicious, but males are naturally inclined to prefer meat. The tribe members were no longer so resistant to Miyu's decision to migrate the tribe. In the forest, Shouka was chasing a gray rabbit, and just as his tiger paw was about to fall, he heard Miyu's voice. He looked around in surprise, but saw no sign of anyone. and the smile that had just appeared on his face faded. Looking down, he noticed two strange bottles and some bread and candy at his feet. Shioka. Miyu looked at Shioka's rather gloomy expression, so she hurried to comfort him. Miyu, I will be back soon. You need to eat well, or I will be angry if you starve yourself thin. Hearing Miyu say she would be back soon, Qianbai's green eyes immediately lit up. Yes, come back quickly, Grandpa misses you. Okay, I know. I miss Grandpa and you too. Once the homeowner arrived, the house purchase procedures were handled quickly, and by noon, Miyu had received the warm property deed. Chapter 24. Has Li Xiangyang ever kissed you like this? Li Xiangyang also found someone to check if the walls and electric fence of the hillside villa were safe. The security guards were still the same ones, but the number of patrols increased, and no outsiders were allowed entry without the owner's permission. With such a decisive president as him, all the furniture and appliances were moved in 2 hours later, and cleaning was done. By evening, everything was tidied up, and Miyu sat in front of the 3-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the beautiful lights of thousands of homes. The soft light shone on her, gentle and tranquil, making one feel that all the hard work of the day was worth it. It's so late, aren't you leaving? Xing-Chi leaned against the embossed, wallpapered wall, casually smirking. Li Xiangyang pressed his thin lips together, and his assistant scoffed. Shouldn't you be the one to leave? A grown man dares to lounge around in a young girl's place. How shameless. Xing-Chi's expression darkened, his fists clenching and cracking. Say that again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone vibrated, waking Miyu from her daze. She glanced at her phone and noticed that Xing-Chi was very emotionally volatile. At the same time, she realized that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'll leave first. You've had a long day. Get some rest. Ignoring his assistant's indignation, Li Xiangyang took him away. Miyu comforted Xing-Chi, who still looked sulky, saying softly, All right, they've all left. Don't be unhappy. I'll get you some seafood. Xing-Chi snorted coldly, but their mood gradually stabilized. The takeaway arrived quickly, and throughout the meal, Xing-Chi remained quiet, their expression serious as if deep in thought. Miyu saw that there was nothing unusual about Fei Sun's message, so she let it be. After dinner, Miyu took a nice shower, and when she walked out of the bathroom, she was surprised to find another figure in the bedroom. She instinctively tightened her bathrobe and cautiously spoke. Xing-Chi, why are you still not asleep? This is for you. Xing-Chi casually tossed 2 blue beads over. Miyu examined the crystal bead in her hand, which sparkled like a gem, and she could vaguely see something moving inside. The blue crystal bead, a manifestation of mysterious power. 10,000 beads can be converted into 1 merit point. How could there be such a good thing? You can earn merit points without having to take advantage of others. 10,000 to 100 merit points, 1,000,000 crystal beads. And 1,000,000 beads can be exchanged for a year of life. Star Pool. What is this, and where can it be obtained? Seeing the little female's eyes sparkling with interest in the crystal beads, Star Pool raised the corners of his lips. This is a crystal bead, which I found in the body of a hunted magical beast. It is also the currency traded in Beast City. Magical beast? Beast City? Since it is a trading currency, it can be obtained through buying and selling. Can you take me to Beast City? I like these crystal beads and want to get more. You like them? Star Pool stepped forward, scooping Miyu into his arms, and whispered ambiguously in her ear, Be my female, and you can have whatever you want. She still couldn't quite accept choosing a male as a partner. She still had time and didn't necessarily have to rely on having offspring to earn golden points for extending her life. Star Pool saw her reluctance, and his expression suddenly turned cold. He pinched her delicate chin and said coldly, To get to Beast City, you need to pass through Tiger City and Lion City. Without a passage stone, you cannot enter these cities. Moreover, only males with strength above the blue level can enter these cities. So it's impossible for you to get in by yourself. Her thoughts being seen through, Miyu's cheeks secretly flushed, and she bit her lip, lowering her head. Starpool didn't give her a chance to evade. He lightly bit her ear. Be my female, and I will give you my life. A dark blue shadow flashed with a hint of gloom. It would be best for the little female to agree, or he wouldn't mind locking her in an underwater cave for a lifetime. Who wants your life? Don't say such scary things, okay? So do you agree? Starpool pressed closer. Miyu silently nodded. Xing-Chi raised a smug smile, and he picked up the person in his arms horizontally and walked towards the big bed in the bedroom. Wait, what are you going to do? You promised to be the young master's female, so naturally, we are going to mate. Miyu was gently placed on the bed, watching as someone was about to press down on her. She quickly rolled to the side, wrapping herself in a blanket. No, I'm not ready yet. Xing-Chi chuckled softly, tearing off his short sleeves and pants. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Or did you like being in the water? Miyu shook her head repeatedly, her mind racing, and quickly came up with a perfect excuse. I'm not in heat yet, so we can't be together. In the beast world, only females who have had their first menstruation are considered adults. She still has half a month until her period, so she can delay it for a while. Shang-Chi furrowed his brows and leaned down to sniff around Miyu, and sure enough, he didn't smell the scent of heat. He looked a bit disappointed and after a while, gritted his teeth and said, I'll let you off this time, but you better make it up to me when you're in heat. Miyu sighed in relief as she pushed the male figure pressing down on her. You go out. I want to sleep. Shang-Chi didn't respond. Instead, he held Miyu tighter, one leg wedged between hers. The close proximity left Miyu stunned. As if she sensed something, her voice trembled. You. A forceful kiss pried her lips apart, their breaths quick and hot. The deep blue of Shang-Chi's eyes was tinged with a seductive crimson allure. Miyu felt like she was about to suffocate before being released, finally able to breathe freely again. Shang-Chi panted heavily, his fingertip brushing over the little female's glistening red lips as he hoarsely asked, Has that Li Xiangyang ever kissed you like this? Miyu's body was limp, and she didn't want to speak, just shaking her head. What about that tiger beast? Seeing him becoming more ridiculous, Miyu couldn't help but kick him. Shioka only thought of me as a wizard. He believed I was a male who couldn't speak. What a foolish male. Shang-Chi leaned down and pecked at her, thinking that once he heard your beautiful voice, like a lark in the mountains, he wouldn't think you were a male anymore. Don't be afraid, just let me hold you for a while. The male's voice was hoarse, filled with unfulfilled desires. After waiting for nearly an hour, Miyu fell into a deep sleep, and Shang-Chi's tense nerves finally relaxed. He turned to look at the sleeping female, feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart. The next morning, Miyu took Shang-Chi to gather some food, and then returned to the beast world. Through flying messages, Miyu learned that Shioka and the others were also heading towards Tiger City. The places where the Miyu has not set foot cannot be teleported to, so the two traveled for 2 days to reach the nearest city, Tiger City. Miyu looked at the towering city walls in shock. Is this really the beast world she knows? The stone walls, watchtower, wooden gates, and the ancient city are quite similar. This is Tiger City, incomparable to that small wild tribe. The lowest ranked males in Tiger City are at least blue level. The strongest males in the Tiger clan are only yellow level, while most are merely orange level. But don't be afraid, I will protect you. Shang-Chi puffed out his chest with great confidence. Okay, I believe you. Miyu smiled sweetly. Chapter 25. The harsh conditions for entering Tiger City. There were quite a few people gathered at the city gate of Tiger City. An elderly male with graying hair was conversing with 2 male guards. Both males were at the blue level and looked down on a tiger beast that was not even at the yellow level. They dismissively pushed the male away, telling him not to linger at the gate and be an eyesore. As they got closer, Miyu recognized the elderly male as the clan leader of the Tiger clan. He, who usually holds himself in high regard, was actually bowing and scraping in front of someone strong. How ridiculous! Since the clan leader of the Tiger clan is here, then Shuka and Erkin must have come as well. Miyu looked around and indeed saw Shioka's figure under a nearby tree. She turned back, just about to say something to Shang-Chi, but saw that the other party had leaned in to watch the excitement. It turned out to be a fish that liked to see the commotion. Not wanting to disturb his enthusiasm, she walked straight to Shioka. Shioka was sitting under the tree, lost in thought, and didn't even notice her approach. She went around to his back and gently tapped his shoulder. Shioka raised his head in confusion and suddenly saw an exquisitely beautiful face and a pair of sparkling, expressive eyes. Wizard you're back, Shioka exclaimed with joy, standing up and embracing the person he had missed for so long. Miyu could feel his body trembling, like a lost little puppy finally waiting for its owner. Her heart softened, and she couldn't help but reach out to rub Xiao Hu's head. Shioka, inhaling the unique fragrance of the little person, finally felt his long empty heart filled. He no longer struggled. Liking someone was just liking someone. Regardless of whether that person was male or female, as long as it was that person, standing there would always attract his heart. Over there, Shang-Chi finished watching the excitement and turned around but couldn't see Miyu. He felt anxious and angry, just as he walked out of the crowd and saw 2 people embracing under a tree from a distance. A layer of frost covered his face, and his dark blue eyes turned icy. If you don't want to die, take your claws away. Shang-Chi stepped forward, gripping Shioka's hand firmly to separate the two. Then, pull Miyu behind him. She is now the young master's person. You, stinky 4-legged beast, stay away. He then affectionately pulled Miyu into his arms, their faces close together in an intimate manner. Shioka's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists and swung them at Shang-Chi. I won't allow you to force him. Shang-Chi, holding Miyu, easily dodged Shioka's attack and chuckled softly. You, tell him that our relationship is mutual. I didn't force you. Shioka looked at Miyu with expectation as he reached out his hand. Which you, as long as you shake your head. I will protect you even if I die. No, you mustn't die. Miyu's almond eyes widened suddenly. She nodded and gestured, not caring whether Shioka could understand. He didn't force me. I'm willing, don't go against him. Then she took Shang-Chi's hand and walked in front of Shioka, placing their hands together. If possible, I hope you two can become good friends. Seeing Miyu struggling to speak, Shang-Chi understood she was pretending to be mute again. He raised his hand and tapped her little nose, his eyes filled with mirth. Little liar, starting to deceive again. Shioka felt as if a cut had been made in his heart. In just a few short days, the witch you already had someone else by her side. He swallowed hard, and since this is your wish, I'll be good friends with him. After saying that, he left dejectedly. You are, seeing his grandson in such a daze. Was also worried. Gululu. Shang-Chi's stomach let out an embarrassing growl. He cleared his throat. Young master is going hunting. You stay here and don't run around. If you dare to run, I will break your legs. He spoke fiercely, but Miyu knew he was just putting on a show and was not afraid at all. She whispered to Shang-Chi, I understand, I want to run away. Shang-Chi snorted, glancing back 3 times as he went off to hunt. The leader of the Tiger clan returned frustrated from the city gate, and the clansmen surrounded him. Leader, what did they say? When can we enter the city? We brought so many little females. We should qualify to enter the city, right? Our tribe also has newly adult little females. We can let them choose Tiger City males as their first partners. The clansmen and elders chattered with questions and suggestions. Miyu frowned while listening nearby, thinking, these shameless dogs only want to exchange the qualification to enter the city with little females. Shioka and Wu Er also walked over, and he quietly explained Miyu's thoughts. The tribe is very exclusive. Allowing outsiders would affect the mating rights of the little females in the tribe and would benefit the outsiders. However, males who bring their own little females to join the tribe are different. The opportunities for those males to form pairs with new little females in the tribe would greatly increase. Miyu pouted, she thought. Why not just take advantage of the situation? It's only good if he cares about others, but not if others care about him. However, seeing the Tiger clan leader's gloomy face and how he was bowing and scraping to the male guard at the city gate, it seemed that entering the city wouldn't be so simple. The Tiger clan leader hesitated and refused to speak. At that moment, a middle-aged male with yellow hair and green eyes stood on the high city wall, letting out a tiger roar that drew everyone's attention. To enter the Tiger clan, males must possess a strength of at least the blue level or pay a blue crystal bead. Young females can enter Tiger City, but their partners cannot accompany them. Young females must undergo fertility tests, and only those with fertility capabilities at the green level or above can enter Tiger City. Miyu only heard Shang-Chi say that males need to have green level strength to enter Tiger City, but she didn't expect there to be conditions for the little females as well. But we don't have green level strength, which means none of us can enter the city. The blue crystal beads are high-level crystals from the giant beast forest. Where can we find them? The Tiger clan members looked ashen, as they couldn't meet these 2 conditions. The accompanying males looked worriedly at their partners, and the little cubs, who could already understand words, looked pitifully at their mothers. The migration journey had made it hard to eat and sleep well. The once plump little females had lost 2 circles in size, and they seemed as if they had lost the sunshine and dew, looking listless. Now, hearing that many little females could enter the city, they were tempted. At the city gate, a few males walked out carrying a huge spherical object. Little females who wanted to enter Tiger City could come to the city gate for fertility testing. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, the Tiger clan leader spoke sternly. Little females, go for the test. It would be good if you can enter Tiger City. If not, we will continue to head south. The males showed displeasure at the Tiger clan leader's words, as no one wanted their partner to abandon them. Unfazed by the male's resentful gazes, the Tiger clan leader instructed his son beside him, Gaia, take the little females for the fertility test. The rest of you stay here and wait. Do not move. Under the pressure of the clan leader's authority, the males, though reluctant, could only watch their partners, daughters, and mothers go for the fertility test. Once all the little females had left, the Tiger clan leader lowered his voice and said, Don't worry. The chances of our tribe's little females having green level fertility are very low. If we insist on not letting them try, they might resent us. Only by knowing there is no hope will they give up and live well with everyone. Miyu listened carefully to the calculations of the Tiger clan leader beside her. What a clever plan. Is he really not afraid that a small female might actually reach the green level? Shioka pursed his lips and explained. A small female with reproductive capacity at the green level can give birth to at least 2 litters a year, but there are no such small females in the tribe. Chapter 26. Wizard Moon, please don't make me abandon you. Miyu frowned, so that is how it is. No wonder the Tiger Clan leader is so confident. But the heavens are unpredictable, and human fortunes can change overnight. Among the 35 young females, there are indeed 3 whose reproductive abilities have reached the green level. One young female, just coming of age and yet to find a mate, was naturally overjoyed to enter the Tiger Clan. Her parents and relatives were thrilled. The other 2 young females have already found mates, one of whom has 3 cubs that have grown to knee height. The other is an old acquaintance of Miyu, Randy, the young female who had previously tried to force herself on Shioka. Her 2 partners were heartbroken. Randy, please don't go to Tiger City. We will hunt hard to make sure you are well fed. Don't leave us. Yes, we'll get you anything you want, just don't go. The 2 tall and strong males bent their bodies and pleaded softly with the yellow-skinned young female. Randy looked resolute. Tiger City and the tribe are not comparable. It is prosperous and has many things I have never seen before. I want to go and take a look. Just during the fertility test, the males from Tiger City subtly educated the young females about the prosperity of Tiger City and the preferential treatment for green-level females, which made the originally slightly interested young females even more inclined. Randy was filled with longing. Castle, Denton, if you love me, let me go. If I can't enter Tiger City, I will never be happy for the rest of my life. Miyu stood aside, clicking her tongue. What a familiar PUA script. If you love me, let me go. Isn't that disgusting? It's better to just say, I want to live a good life. Don't stop me from doing that. Listening to her straightforward complaints, Shioka chuckled softly. Only she could come up with such novel and interesting remarks. He narrowed his eyes at Randy, having not the slightest bit of fondness for this pretentious and selfish female. If it weren't for you helping him last time, he would probably be one of those abandoned this time. He had vowed never to be the one who was abandoned again. Randy's 3 brothers stepped forward, each restraining one of the 2 males. Less nonsense. It's an honor for my sister to enter Tiger City. Don't block her path here. All you males should be a bit magnanimous. Don't you want her to be happy? Humph. With us 3 brothers here, no one can stop my sister from entering Tiger City. The blond male named Castle wiped away a tear, his gaze firm. All right, I want to stop you from entering Tiger City, but I want to terminate our partner relationship. From now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Castle, didn't you say you love me the most? Why do you want to terminate our partner relationship? Randy looked incredulous. I disagree. I want to terminate our partner relationship. You are my partner for life, and you can't be with any other females. A male cannot terminate the partner relationship without the female's consent. It's a pity that such a good kid like Castle will be wasted by Randy for a lifetime, and he can no longer have his own offspring. Castle was heartbroken. He regretted blindfolding himself and partnering with Randy in the first place. He scanned the surroundings, but couldn't see the figure of the Tiger Clan leader. Gaia was also standing far behind, ignoring them. Finally, his gaze hopelessly fell on a frail figure. He broke free from the male's control and staggered over to kneel down. I beseech you to help me terminate my partner relationship with Randy. I am willing to serve you for life. The eyes of everyone present turned towards him, and only then did they realize that the Witchu, who had disappeared for a few days, had actually returned. Miyu looked at Xin with sympathy and silently nodded, then turned to Randy. Randy bit her lip. Even if you can communicate with the beast god, you cannot force me to dissolve my partnership with Castle. That would be unethical. Ethics? You think you deserve that? Miyu held the electric baton in her hand and secretly turned up the current. The crackling sound of electricity made everyone present's hair stand on end. Stood up to persuade. Randy, when you go to Tiger City, you'll have a new partner. Just let go of Castle and Denton so they won't be lonely for the rest of their lives. Under the pressure of Miyu's lightning, Randy, despite his reluctance, had no choice but to agree to sever the partnership with Castle, and of course, Denton was not left out. Another little female also followed suit and ended her relationship with her partner. Then, amidst the heart-wrenching cries of the cubs, they stepped into the gates of Tiger City. The hardest thing in life is parting and death. Miyu felt a pang in her nose, but she couldn't blame the little female. She just wanted to survive. Why? That was her partner and cubs, and she abandoned them just like that. If that was the case, why did she form a partnership in the first place? Why did she give birth to them? Shioka's eyes turned red, biting his fist tightly, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at the little female's figure. Feeding target Shioka as corruption value 30. Please host calm down and eliminate the corruption value as soon as possible. Shoka, don't loosen your grip, don't bite yourself. It's not your fault, you did nothing wrong. Yor hurriedly tried to pry his grandson's hand away, but even when his hand was bitten until it bled, Shoka did not let go. Miyu felt heartbroken as she stood on her tiptoes, her fair little hand covering Shoka's red eyes. Shoka, you are not wrong. And she is not wrong either. She couldn't speak, only try to communicate with her heart. She was not wrong. How could she not be wrong? She had abandoned her child. Shoka fell into madness, gripping Miyue's shoulders and gritting his teeth. His strength was so great that he caused pain in Miyue's shoulders. But as she watched the rapidly rising corruption value, she couldn't care about the pain anymore. Confirming that her heart's voice was effective, she continued to gently comfort him. Shoka, she just wants to live. Perhaps after she finds her footing in Tiger City, she will come out to look for her child. Or maybe when the children grow up and gain the strength to enter the city, they can reunite as a family. A family reunion? Shoka's emotions were calmed, and he gazed dreamily at the towering gates of Tiger City. A family reunion? You also repeated these 4 words, leaving in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Which moon? Would you give up on me to stay alive? Shoka asked directly, his gaze sincere as he looked at her, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in her expression. Miyu answered decisively, I won't, because I can only live when I'm by your side. She entered Shoka's life to survive, and she would also take responsibility for him, ensuring that he lived without worries and remained healthy until the end of his days. Hearing Miyu say this, Shoka felt as if he had died and come back to life. His pounding heart could no longer be hidden. He tightly embraced the person in his arms. Wichu, please don't leave me. I beg you not to abandon me. Miyu watched as the darkening value gradually disappeared, and the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally settled. She gently stroked Shoka's broad back, silently comforting him. Shoka's eyes were fiery, his large hand trembling as he cradled the face of his beloved, his thin lips gradually drawing closer. At the moment their soft lips touched, Miyu's pupils widened and her breath caught. What are you doing? Chapter 27. The damn old tiger wants to take advantage of the young master's absence. At this moment, Xingqi returned from hunting and saw the intimate scene of the two embracing. The veins on his forehead bulged as he dropped the prey and directly yanked Miyu out of Shoka's arms. Damn old tiger. Trying to take advantage of the young master's absence. Xingqi angrily raked his fingers over those crimson lips. Filthy, filthy. Why didn't you dodge? Miyu's voice choked, and her expression was innocent. I didn't expect this either. You are not allowed to yell at him. Shoka tried to calm his turbulent emotions, his gaze darkening. He is the little one of the young master. I want to yell however I want. Xingqi was irritable, but still retained a trace of reason when speaking, continuing to conceal Miyu's identity. He is his own person, not your possession. It's you who should let go. In a fit of anger, Xingqi laughed instead, pulling Miyu into his arms and forcefully kissing her on the lips, biting down with his teeth. Miyu pushed him away in pain. Nervous, what are you going crazy about? You, tell him whose you are. Miyu snorted coldly and ignored it. She turned her head and saw an elderly male figure, hunched over, walking unsteadily towards the entrance of Tiger City. He handed something to the male guard and was allowed to pass. Wow, he entered Tiger City. How'd he get in? Miyu was surprised. Shoka, not caring about staring at Xingqi, hurriedly chased after him to the city gate, but only saw the disappearing back of his grandfather. Grandpa, where are you going? Come back. Shoka anxiously wanted to follow, but was stopped by 2 blue-level males. No entry without a pass stone. Let me go, I need to get in. My grandpa is inside. Shoka struggled, but he was only a yellow level and was no match for the blue-level males. Feeding target Shoka's emotions are unstable. Please calm the host in a timely manner. Miyu turned to look at the star pool beside her and said softly, You can take Shoka in, right? Of course, the star pool replied proudly, raising its head. But why should I take him in? Why would he help his rival in love? Is it because he's too bored? Miyu gently tugged at Xingqi's arm and said, You're such a good person. You definitely wouldn't want to see Shoka and his grandfather separated, right? Xingqi withdrew his arm and pinched Miyu's delicate little chin, smiling in his eyes. Little liar, just one sentence isn't enough to get me to take you into the city. So what do you want? Miyu replied. Don't you like steamed sea urchin eggs and salmon? I'll get you 10 more servings. Xingqi lightly tapped his lips with his long fingers, his meaning clear. You. With so many people around, I don't want to. Besides, I'm still in the identity of a male wizard, and it doesn't seem quite normal for me to kiss another male. Well, you can decide for yourself. The target for feeding Shoka is under attack. Please, host, provide rescue. Miyu was shocked and hurriedly looked towards the city gate, where two blue-ranked male guards were fighting with Shuka, throwing punches and kicks. How annoying. The people of the tiger tribe naturally saw this scene, but none of them were willing to step forward. Shang-Chi leisurely watched, still whistling contentedly. Miyu clenched her fist and climbed onto Shang-Chi's neck, dropping a light kiss on his lips before trying to leave, but was pulled back into his embrace as he deepened the kiss. Just as the system emitted another alarm, this sweet kiss finally came to an end. Miyu's small face was slightly flushed as she breathed lightly. Is it okay now? Shang-Chi was in a good mood as he took her little hand and walked towards the city gate. He took out a dark stone with a golden sheen from a storage bag and handed it to the two male guards at the gate, along with 2 crystal beads. The guard smiled and accepted the crystal beads, stating that those with a passage stone could bring their family members into the city freely. Miyu helped Shioka and Shang-Chi enter the city together. Isn't a pass stone enough? Why did you give him a crystal bead? Miyu was puzzled. Shang-Chi tapped her full forehead, saying that the pass stone is only for one person, and everyone else entering Tiger City must pay a crystal bead each. That's the rule. Miyu was speechless. In the beast world, there's also a saying about tolls. Before he even started earning, he had already given away 2 crystal beads. Thank you. I'll return these crystal beads to you later, Shioka said, holding his chest and thanking him in a deep voice. He had heard rumors about crystal beads. They exist within the bodies of magical beasts in the giant beast forest and are extremely rare. The 2 blue crystal beads just given by Shang-Chi were even more uncommon, and he definitely had to repay this great favor. Come on, with your yellow level strength, you wouldn't even reach the edge of the giant beast forest before dying? Shang-Chi said with undisguised disdain on his face. Miyu frowned and shot him a glare, signaling him to speak less. Shang-Chi shrugged, sighing, well, it seems I can't even speak the truth. Whose city was indeed very prosperous, comparable to ancient cities. On both sides of the streets were stone houses, and there were small vendors calling out their wares in the streets. However, most transactions were barter, with only rare goods being exchanged for crystal beads. Miyu bit her lip, realizing that if she wanted to earn crystal beads, she needed to start from the principle of rarity increases value. However, the urgent task at hand was to find Wu Air. Everything else could wait. After entering Tiger City, Shioka followed the scent of his grandfather to a stone house. This stone house was quite large, about 100 square meters, and there were 2 males guarding the entrance. Get lost. You're just an eyesore here. Our master has no lowly relatives like you. Hurry up and leave. A green-haired male forcefully shoved an elderly male with gray-white hair. The elderly male, frail and weak, was no match for him and fell directly to the ground. I really am your lady's relative. Please help me convey that Wu Air wants to see her. She will definitely meet me when she hears. Wu Air climbed up from the ground, smiling and trying to ingratiate himself. The green-haired male frowned irritably, scram. Or, I want to be polite. Wu Air gritted his teeth, wanting to charge forward but was easily pinned down by that male. Old fool, you're really asking for death. The green-haired male raised his fist high, ready to smash it into Wu Air's face. Stop, a male voice shouted sternly. A yellow-haired male rushed over quickly, followed by a blue-haired male and a frail male. Upon seeing Shang-Chi with his ice-blue hair, the green-haired male quickly exchanged glances with his companion, who then nimbly ran into the stone house. Shioka helped his grandfather up and carefully checked if he was injured. Seeing numerous bruises on him, his chest heaved violently with anger. He clenched his fists, ready to attack the male who had just acted, but was firmly held back by Wu Air. Wu Air shook his head, his face full of pleading. Shioka, no, don't cause trouble. Grandpa. Shioka was very puzzled as to why. Just then, there was a commotion at the entrance of the stone house, and a plump little female and a tall, middle-aged male walked out. When Miyu clearly saw the appearance of that male, she was stunned. This was Chapter 28, Lord Shang-Chi of Blue Level Strength. The male who walked out bore a striking resemblance to Shioka, but he was even more robust and appeared more composed. His eyes were the same brown as Shioka's, but his hair was cyan, clearly a symbol of cyan level strength. Miyu is testing the relationship between Zayakar and the male. Shang-Chi, who is standing beside her, takes the initiative to clarify things for her. The male has a blood relationship with Zayakar, and it should be a father-son relationship. He looks at Zayakar with a hint of amusement, his gaze resting on Zayakar's golden hair. He didn't expect that he actually had a father with a strength level of the blue rank. Miyu was confused. Isn't it only those with blue level strength who can enter the city? What about those 2 guards? They are beast servants, so it's different. Beast servants? Shang-Chi played with me, used ink-like hair, and said softly, in the city, as long as you have enough strength and crystal pearls. You can purchase beast servants and enjoy their service. Miyu was surprised. She didn't expect that just a city wall would separate two worlds. And it wasn't just a change in resources, but also a clear shift in status. As she watched the two approaching her, Miyu immediately closed her mouth. I am Butai, and this is my partner Maya. May I ask if you, sir, have come to find me? The male, who resembled Shioka, spoke humbly with a kind expression. Butai's respectful attitude shocked Miyu. It was at this moment that she realized how powerful the blue-level strength of the star pool was. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. This was only second to the peak purple level. I am from the star pool. Those looking for you are them. I'm just here to watch the excitement. Starpool's calm demeanor clearly showed that he was used to Butai's attitude. Them? Butai turned back in confusion and noticed the disheveled grandfather and grandson at the door. Wu Er's murky eyes looked at the small female in a silk dress before trembling as he spoke. Maya. The small female, named Maya, was quite surprised, then glanced at her partner before saying, let's talk inside. Hearing his daughter invite him in, Wu Er's face broke into a smile. All right, let's go in. Maya led the anxious Wu Er and Shioka into the house, as if afraid others would discover her two yellow-level relatives. Butai remained polite, slightly bowing. Please, Lord Starpool, come inside to rest. Starpool nodded, lead the way. Miyu followed the big shot into the stone house with her head held high. The stone house was spacious, resembling an ancient two-entry courtyard, with many clean rooms that were in stark contrast to the dilapidated scenes in the tribe. They were currently in a room similar to a living room, furnished with stools made from tree stumps. As soon as they sat down, a beast servant entered holding a plate of fresh fruits and placed it by Xing-Chi's side. Lord Xing-Chi, these are the freshest fruits from the market. Please enjoy. If it's not enough, I can have someone fetch more. Xing-Chi picked up a fruit and handed it to Miyu, then casually waved his hand. You all talk. Don't mind me. Butai then shifted his gaze to the male in the room who resembled him, his eyes filled with scrutiny and devoid of any joy. Miyu observed nearby, feeling uneasy. She secretly glanced at Shioka's background information. Shioka, a male of the Tiger Clan, father, Butai, mother, Maya, birthplace, Tiger City. He was diagnosed with low strength at birth, limited to green level at most, and was abandoned by his parents. Later, his grandfather Wu Er couldn't bear to leave him and took him back to raise him in the Tiger Clan. It's no wonder that Shioka is so sensitive about being abandoned. It turns out the root of the issue lies here. Maya said, the Tiger Clan is facing a severe drought, so we have no choice but to migrate south. I came to Tiger City this time to let you see Shioka. After all, he is your child. Wu Er's tone was very sincere, even carrying a hint of humble request. However, Shioka found it grating to hear. Why should his biological parents have to humbly request to see their child? He looked at the petite female in front of him and noticed the indifference in her eyes. He is merely at the yellow level. Maya's words were interrupted by Butai. Your name is Shioka, and you look just as tall and strong as your brothers. It's a pity that you are only at the yellow level, Butai expressed his regret. However, since you are here, you can stay for a while. When your brothers return, they will take you around Tiger City. Seeing her partner say this, Maya wrinkled her nose. The previous room is still available. Father, you can let him continue to stay there. It was a pleasant surprise for Wu Er that Shioka could stay, and he nodded repeatedly. All right, we can stay anywhere. In that case, you should also stay at home, and I will prepare the best room for you. Xing-Chi threw back a half-eaten fruit into the plate and casually tossed in a yellow crystal bead. I won't take advantage of you. This yellow crystal bead will serve as payment for accommodation. Butai's eyes lit up at the sight of the yellow crystal bead. Thank you, my lord. Shioka and Wu Er were led by the bee servant to the front yard, while Xing-Chi and Wu Er were personally taken by Butai to the better environment backyard. My lord, please rest well. I won't disturb you. A bee servant will come to take you to the dining hall for dinner. Once the others left, Miyu dared to speak softly. I didn't expect your blue-level status to be so useful. Xing-Chi snorted proudly, of course. That orange crystal bead, just now, is enough for them to exchange for food for half a year in Tiger City. In the beast world, crystal beads are classified by colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, indicating their quality. Are crystal beads really hard to obtain? Miyu worried about her money-making plan. Of course, the giant beast forest is a place where only males at the blue level or above dare to go. All creatures there have crystal beads in their bodies. And the fiercer the magical beast, the higher the quality of the crystal bead. Moreover, giant beasts have water spirits in their bodies that can enhance lifespan and strength. However, giant beasts are very powerful. Even purple-level males need several people to hunt one. Shang-Chi patiently explained to Miyu, seeing her curiosity about this topic. Miyu was also greatly shocked upon hearing this. Does that mean we also need to pay crystal beads to go to B-City? Naturally, even with a pass to B-City, one has to pay 20 blue crystal beads. If you don't have any, you need to pay 100 blue crystal beads. Moreover, in Beast City, there is no barter. All transactions are conducted using crystal beads. Miyu fell silent, realizing that if she wanted to make big money, she had to go to Beast City. Right now, the most urgent thing was to earn enough blue crystal beads to enter Beast City, 100 of them. Shang-Chi, I want to earn crystal beads. What do you think I should sell? Shang-Chi stroked her chin and pondered for a moment, saying, of course, it should be something precious. Precious things? Miyu racked her brain, but still couldn't come up with anything. Seeing her confused expression, Shang-Chi chuckled and tapped her head. Stop thinking about it. I'll take you out to the street, and you'll know. Meanwhile, in the stone house, Wu Taoyi, why did you agree to let them stay? If outsiders find out about my face, where will I put it? Maya finally released the pin-up frustration. Butai maintained a calm demeanor and poured Maya a glass of water, soothing her softly. Don't be angry. I have my reasons for keeping them here. Chapter 29. The awkwardness of family reunion. Maya pouted, unwilling to believe him. Butai shook his head helplessly and had to reveal his intentions. After hearing this, Maya reluctantly accepted the fact that Shioka would be staying at home. On the bustling street, a blue-haired male was walking slowly, holding the hand of a small female. The blue-haired male had deep blue eyes, and his blue-level strength was quite rare in Tiger City. Although the small female had unpopular black hair, her appearance was remarkable. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her porcelain-like skin shone under the warm sun. The two of them were striking figures, attracting quite a few gazes. Feeling uncomfortable under so many stares, Miyu struggled to pull her hand away, but couldn't succeed, so she whispered, "Can we be a little more low-key?" Shang-Chi's eyes were like deep pools, with a refreshing and proud expression. What is there to tone down about taking my little female out shopping? Don't worry. With me around, no one dares to have designs on you. Miyu. Am I worried about this? Fortunately, she has a strong heart, and she quickly accepted reality. So she began to quietly observe the things sold on both sides of the street, most of which were animal skins, prey, and rarely some pottery. Miyu was a bit curious and asked how much it costs. The middle-aged man selling it, seeing her interest, enthusiastically introduced. This is a clay pot, which I got from the B-City. It contains only one orange crystal bead, compared to a stone pot. This pot is lighter and more convenient to carry. It can be used to boil water and cook meat soup, and it's also a great container for holding water. Miyu calculated in her heart that 100 orange crystal beads equal 1 yellow crystal bead, and 10 million orange crystal beads equal 100 blue crystal beads. Oh my, she would need to sell 10 million clay pots to exchange for 100 wolf-colored crystal beads to gain entry into the B-City. It takes 10,000 blue crystal beads to exchange for 1 point of merit, which equals 10 billion orange crystal beads, clay pots, to obtain 1 point of merit. She didn't even want to calculate how much 100 points of merit would be. This result was just too shocking. But then again, it's understandable. Wanting to extend one's life isn't easy. The fact that a life that can't be bought with money can now be purchased with crystal beads is a gain for her. Miyu continued to browse and stopped in front of a stall with a relatively large crowd. The vendor was selling fruits that did not look very good, but the prices were set high. 1 red crystal bead could be exchanged for 10 fruits, and there weren't many available, so she decided to buy if she liked them. She counted and found just over 30 fruits on display, which was indeed a small quantity. Bro, I have 50 broken crystal beads. How about we pool together and buy a share? A male said, discussing with another male nearby. The other males were also splitting the cost. And the crystal beads in their hands were mixed colors, not pure like the red crystal beads, indicating they were of a lower quality. The market for these fruits is surprisingly good. Shang-Chi smiled faintly. That's natural. Most fruit trees grow deep in the mountains, either eaten by wild beasts or picked by nearby tribes, so they rarely make it to the cities. In Tiger City, only red crystal beads can be used, while in the farther 100 Beast City, orange crystal beads might even be sold by the piece. Miyu realized why Butai would use fruits to entertain Shang-Chi. It turned out to be a luxury item. Since that was the case, she could also sell fruits. Modern fruits were much sweeter than the ugly ones from the beast world. After wandering around, she discovered that to earn crystal beads, she needed to sell rare items from the beast world. The orcs in the city were no longer satisfied with just filling their stomachs with prey. They had started to seek a higher quality of life. Thus, she had a direction, selling fruits. When the sky darkened, Miyu and Xing-Chi leisurely returned to Butai's house. As soon as they arrived at the stone house, they were led by a beast servant to the dining hall, where Butai and Maya were already waiting. There were also 5 unfamiliar males and a young female in the room. Judging by her resemblance to Shio-Ka, she should be Shio-Ka's siblings. Lord Xing-Chi, this is my eldest son, Yagu, my second son, Bulang, and my youngest daughter, Gulia. She will turn adult in a month. Butai introduced them enthusiastically while secretly signaling to his own children. The 5 males greeted humbly. The youngest male, named Ma Chi, was about 10 years old, but his hair color was dark blue, indicating he already had blue-level strength. The young female, Gulia, gazed at Xing-Chi with her emerald green eyes full of affection. Miyu playfully curled her lips. Seeing this, Xing-Chi squeezed her hand, his expression proud with an air of aloofness. Gulia, undeterred, spoke gently. Lord Xing-Chi, the barbecue is ready. Let's eat. Several roasted game were already laid out on a few wooden tables. Miyu glanced around, but did not see the figures of Shio-Ka and Wu-Er. She gestured to Xing-Chi with her eyes. Xing-Chi understood, but did not want to get involved. Miyu tugged at Xing-Chi's arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Xing-Chi pointed at his lips with his fingertip, taking the opportunity to ask for a reward. Miyu could only nod in agreement silently. Xing-Chi raised his eyebrows in satisfaction and looked at Maya. It seems you don't welcome your father and son. Maya's smile froze for a moment. How could that be? I've already sent the beast servant to call them. They'll be here soon. Xing-Chi said no more and slowly sat down with Miyu. A quarter of an hour later, Shio-Ka and Wu-Er were brought over by the beast servant. Shio-Ka looked serious as he glanced at the room full of relatives he shared blood with but felt unfamiliar. Wu-Er, on the other hand, squinted his eyes and walked up to the young male with green hair, his thin, wrinkled hands excitedly stroking the other's face. Yage, you've grown up, that's great. And you've become stronger too. Yage frowned, pondering for a while before vaguely recalling some memories. You are. Grandpa. In the beast world, there weren't many rules. Both paternal and maternal grandparents were referred to as Grandpa and Grandma. Yes, it's me. This is your brother Shio-Ka. You watched him be born when he was little, remember? Yage shook his head. I don't remember. Maya didn't want to continue the large-scale family reunion, so she impatiently said, sit down. Everyone is waiting with empty stomachs for you. All right. I won't say anything more. Wu-Er quickly agreed, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. As the hostess, Maya was responsible for distributing the meat. The tastiest parts of the prey were the meat on the belly and the firm meat on the thighs. She thoughtfully divided these 2 parts of meat for Xing-Chi, and the remaining portions were distributed in turn to her partner and the cubs. Miyu received a portion with more fat from the neck, which tasted quite good due to the light from the star pool. She turned to look at Shio-Ka and Wu-Er, who had received the prey's lower legs. The distinctly jointed lower legs had very little meat, and aside from taking up space and being hard to chew, they had no other advantages. These bony lower legs clearly couldn't satisfy the appetite of an adult male. Miyu silently divided a large portion of the roasted meat in front of her and gave it to Shio-Ka, and all. Shio-Ka's hand, resting on the table, tightened into a fist, and her eyes deepened with emotion. She smiled sweetly, thinking, hurry up and eat. I still have bread and can't hold on much longer. Xing-Chi noticed that the little female's smile toward Shio-Ka made him unhappy. So he directly pushed all the roasted meat in front of him to Shio-Ka. His voice was cold and filled with anger. Eat, it's all for you. Then, in front of everyone's stunned expressions, he took Miyu's hand and left the dining hall openly. Chapter 30. I really want you to be my little female right now. You hurt me. Xing-Chi, let go of me, no matter how Miyu shouted. Xing-Chi didn't release her hand until they returned to the room. Miyu looked at her red wrist in anger, sitting on a stump and turning her head without saying a word. Xing-Chi took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, his deep blue eyes hiding anger. He squatted down and held Miyu's reddened wrist, gently blowing on it, his voice low and hoarse. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to see you smile at him. It hurts me to see you smile at him. His cold, rough thumb rubbed against Miyu's slender wrist, his eyes revealing an undeniable desire. I really want you to be my little female right now. The heat swirling in his eyes burned into Miyu's heart, and she instinctively pulled her hand back, whispering, I'm not yet of age. Xing-Chi sighed, raised his large hand, and ruffled the soft hair on the little female's head. Don't worry, I'll wait until you come of age. Miyu let out a sigh of relief in her heart, and tentatively spoke up. Please don't be angry with Shio-Ka. He is very important to me, and I want you two to get along peacefully. The key is not to affect her ability to earn gratitude points and merit points. Xing-Chi's previously softened expression suddenly turned frosty. Did it really have to be him? Deep down, He knew that the little female couldn't possibly have only him as her partner. But it was still hard for him to accept a yellow-level male who was not as good as him being the little female's partner. Miyu nodded with a guilty conscience. Shing-Chi's inner anger surged, but he could only force it down. All right, but I want to be your first beast husband. Since I can't be the only one, I will be the first. On the other side, the atmosphere in the stone house dining room became a bit tense due to Shing-Chi's sudden departure. The youngest son of Butai, Ma-Chi, was the first to express his dissatisfaction by throwing the roasted meat in his hand onto the table. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Lord Shing-Chi wouldn't have left. We finally had a chance to ask him how to improve our strength, and now you've scared him away. He stomped over to Xiao Ka, his little fist the size of bean buns smashing down, since he was already at the green level and didn't hold back. 2 punches knocked Xiao Ka off the stump chair and onto the ground. You really are despicable. Ma-Chi's face turned red with anger. Wu-Er exclaimed in surprise. The eldest, Yago, furrowed his brows and walked over, bending down to pick Ma-Chi up and gently comforting him. All right, don't be angry. Lord Shing-Chi will be staying at home for a while. There will be more opportunities to consult him. Is what you said true, big brother? Yago pinched Ma-Chi's nose. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Xiao Ka sat on the ground in a sorry state, watching the scene of the 2 brothers being affectionate and felt it was glaring. This should have been the relationship between him and his own brothers. Maya also looked displeased and coldly said, What a buzzkill. Take the food back inside. I don't want to see you. Wu-Er's eyes turned red as he helped Xiao Ka up and dejectedly returned to the house. The system detected Xiao Ka's gloomy mood and urgently needed to comfort him. Thus, Miyu tried her best to persuade and even offered a kiss to let Shing-Chi go find Xiao Ka. Upon seeing the small stone house where Xiao Ka and Wu-Er lived, she felt for the first time that there were mothers in the world who did not love their children. With a look of pity, she pushed open the door to the stone house. Inside, Xiao Ka was curled up alone in the corner, with no sign of Wu-Er. Miyu slowly approached and crouched down beside Xiao Ka, gently patting her stiff shoulder. Xiao Ka, I brought you some bread and milk. You should eat a little. She had just learned through the system about what had happened after she left the dining hall. Xiao Ka raised her head, her eyes filled with sadness. Like a pitiful dog abandoned by its owner, she reached out to stroke the dog's head. Xiao Ka, don't be sad over people who aren't worth it. They're just strangers related to you by blood, just like Uncle Mi and her. But why doesn't Tishu want me? She's my mother. Hot liquid dripped onto Miyu's hand, and her heart felt as if it had been tugged painfully. Just because I am a yellow rank and can't compare to the naturally born blue rank of Maki, does that mean I have to be abandoned? She's my shame. Why? The corners of Xiao Ka's eyes turned crimson as she fell into madness. Miyu's breath caught, wanting to retreat, but was pulled into Xiao Ka's embrace. A strong arm tightly locked around her waist as if trying to cut her in half, and Miyu struggled. Let go of me. Xiao Ka, you're hurting me. However, at that moment, Xiao Ka had lost her rationality to listen to her heart. Miyu had no choice but to bite down on Xiao Ka's shoulder, try to use pain to stimulate him back to reason. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Ka's emotions finally stabilized, and his lips left a faint kiss on that fair and delicate neck. Miyu touched her neck and felt that she was overthinking. Chiuka, if you don't want to stay here, we can find a place to live outside. Shing-Chi handed her the storage bag along with its contents. She saw that there were 2 green crystal beads inside, which should be enough to buy a stone house in Tiger City. The 4 of them could squeeze in and still make it work. Xiao Ka shook his head, wanting to see more. He wanted to see if his mother was really that heartless and if she felt any regret for abandoning him back then. Okay, if there's anything you want to tell me, I will help you. Xiao Ka held Miyu's hand with deep affection in his eyes. I only ask that you don't leave, don't abandon me. If you do, I will go crazy. He didn't dare to say the latter part for fear of scaring Wichu, and he was also afraid that if she knew his true feelings, she would distance herself from him or even come to dislike him. Received 20 gratitude points from the male Xiao Ka of the Tiger Clan. Current gratitude points, 20. Received 20 merit points from the male Xiao Ka of the Tiger Clan. Current merit points, 35. After Miyu comforted Xiao Ka several times, she finally left. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. Several piles of firewood had been lit along the corridor of the stone house, providing some light. Just as she reached the resting room, she heard Shing-Chi's furious voice. Get out of here. That ugly thing is making my eyes hurt. With a loud crash, a stone bowl was thrown out of the room, followed closely by a round little female who ran out. As she brushed past Miyu, the little female bumped into her hard and then huffed coldly as she ran away. What was going on? Shing-Chi's anger had not subsided. He was angrily rubbing his strong chest muscles with animal skin. Damn it, it's filthy. I want to take a bath, I want to soak. Miyu couldn't help but laugh at his disgusted expression. "You touch me," she said. As soon as she spoke, a chill seemed to settle in Shang-Chi's blue eyes. He stepped forward angrily and said, "Take me to that world. I want to soak in the pool. I can't stand it anymore. I also want to eat seafood, salmon, and steamed sea urchin eggs. You promised me before. Before me, you could refuse." Shang-Chi had already blocked her path. Miyu sighed and reluctantly agreed. "I could take you back, but you have to promise me 2 requests." "Shang-Chi, go ahead." "First, Chapter 31. Do you have a little bit of crush on me? First, you cannot change into your beast form at will, and you must not reveal your identity as a beast man. Second, you should wear clothes and talk less, preferably not talk at all." Shang-Chi raised an eyebrow, playfully. "You. It seems like you have more than just 2 requests." Miyu raised her chin with a haughty snort. "Humph. Why should you care about me?" Shang-Chi sighed with a smile, wondering what he could do about his little female who was being unreasonable. He could only indulge her. During his first time traveling, Shang-Chi was in a coma, but this time he remained conscious. However, the time travel happened in an instant, and he still couldn't figure out what was going on. A blinding white light flashed by, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already in a familiar yet strange half-mountain villa. The villa was equipped with smart lighting, which automatically turned on upon sensing someone was present. Miyu glanced at the clock in the living room. It was just 8 o'clock, and the mall was still open. "You, I'm going swimming. Remember to help me prepare some seafood to eat." Shang-Chi left this message and eagerly headed towards the villa's backyard garden. Miyu, feeling exhausted, decided to take a bath in the bathroom upstairs after eating the seafood from that seafood hotel. While relaxing in the bath, she also thought about ways to earn crystal beads. Half an hour later, the landline phone in the villa rang, and Miyu answered it while wrapped in a little yellow duck towel. "Hello, Miss Me, this is the security office of the Hillside Villa. I am Chen Jinshui. There is someone at the door who wants to deliver seafood to you." Miyu recognized the voice of the security team leader. "Yes, it's me who ordered it. Just let them leave it at the villa door. I'll go get it myself in a moment." Then, she opened WeChat and transferred the meal payment to the manager and also paid a 500 yuan service fee. Miyu stood on the 2nd floor of the villa, looking down from the 5-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window and saw the outdoor swimming pool in the backyard, which was 20 square meters in size. Solar lights were installed around the pool, casting a soft glow that added a unique charm. Splashing about in the pool was a starfish, with its upper body bare and its lower half trailing a beautiful blue tail. Miyu was drying her hair while admiring the incomparable big tail of Shang-Chi in the pool. As she continued to watch, she noticed something was off. Shang-Chi had been submerged for over 10 minutes. Aside from the earlier violent splashing, there had been no other movement. She was taken aback, wondering if he had drowned. With that thought, she didn't bother to put on her clothes and wrapped herself in a towel as she rushed down to the backyard garden. "Shang-Chi, Shang-Chi." She leaned over the edge of the pool and called out, but received no response. Miyu's forehead was sweating anxiously. She gritted her teeth and jumped into the pool, taking a deep breath before sinking down to rescue the person. However, before her hand could touch the dark figure, it was grabbed by a strong, solid hand. She widened her eyes in surprise. This guy was completely fine and was just pretending. Furious, she kicked at Shang-Chi twice and tried to swim up, but her foot was firmly held by him. She couldn't break free and was dragged deeper into the pool by Shang-Chi. A bubble popped in the water. Miyu covered her mouth, struggling to hold back. Shang-Chi noticed her predicament and swiftly pulled her into his embrace. His cool lips pressed against her soft, pink lips, and oxygen gradually flowed between them. The suffocating feeling of oxygen deprivation for Miyu was alleviated, and she angrily pounded her fists on Shang-Chi's shoulder. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, expressing her anger. Shang-Chi smiled lightly, his tail gently wrapping around the petite figure, then slowly swam towards the surface of the water. At the moment of breaking through the water with a splash, Miyu began to breathe frantically. "You liar! I will never talk to you again." She released Shang-Chi's shoulder and swam towards the pool ladder. Shang-Chi wouldn't let her go, his ice blue hair sticking to his face. Water droplets falling onto Miyu's shoulder, and a breeze passed by, making her shiver involuntarily. You were worried about me. Have you forgotten that I am a sea shark? Do you like me just a little bit?" Shang-Chi playfully pressed Miyu against the edge of the pool, asking in a muffled voice. Miyu snorted coldly. "Now there isn't any. I'm very happy." Shang-Chi carried Miyu ashore, and his beautiful blue fish tail transformed into long legs the moment he left the water. He gently walked with Miyu to the lounge chair by the pool, took a towel, and carefully dried her body. During the drying process, he would occasionally touch Miyu's small face, little hands, and Miyu grabbed the bath towel and crossed her arms over her chest, saying, "Go away. You pervert. Xingqi laughed and said, you don't be shy. You're beautiful, and that's to attract males. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Attract my foot. Go get the seafood when it arrives. Miyu glared at him. Xingqi was in a good mood and casually headed for the door. Miyu jumped up and threw a bathrobe from the lounge chair, shouting, shameless. Put on some clothes. It's ridiculous that a proper young lady like her was forced to use such foul language. At the entrance of the villa, there were several large bags that emitted the fresh scent of fish and shrimp. Xingqi sniffed and touched his flat stomach, finally able to eat seafood again. The villa's door was equipped with a smart lock, requiring fingerprint verification for entry. Xingqi's fingerprint had already been recorded on the first day. Imitating Miyu, he placed his index finger on the fingerprint scanner and heard a chime as the villa door slowly opened. Before he could step forward, a leg clad in black pants entered. His handsome face immediately turned serious, his deep blue eyes fixed on the figure walking in. Miss me, I'm Chen Jinshui. These items are too heavy, so I brought them in for you. Chen Jinshui peeked around, but did not see the beautiful figure he expected. Put it down. A cold voice startled Chen Jinshui, making him shiver. He turned and saw a tall man in a white bathrobe standing at the door. There was actually a man in the villa. Chen Jinshui panicked, his thoughts racing. He hurriedly placed the items on the ground and bent down with a smile. I'm sorry. Sir, I was being rude. I was worried about Miss Me being alone with the delivery. Since you're here, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Xingqi's response, he quickly ran away. Xingqi looked at his fleeing figure with disdain, bent down to pick up the delivery, and returned to the villa. At this moment, Miyu had already dried herself off and changed into clean pajamas. Seeing that Xingqi looked unhappy, she asked, what's wrong? Is the seafood not to your taste? Xingqi, sitting on the sofa angrily, replied coldly, are all the males here so undisciplined? They just waltz into someone else's territory without the owner's permission. What do you mean? Did you run into someone at the door? Yeah, a stinky male dressed in all black. In truth, he wasn't sure if that person was male. He had masculine features but a faint aura, unlike that of a beast man. That was the security guard, responsible for protecting the villa. He must have come to deliver food. Miyu said, relieved and dismissive. Xingqi still felt uncomfortable but didn't know how to express it, so he just sulked and ate seafood. Even after Miyu explained, he still harbored resentment towards the so-called security captain and planned to investigate the other party next time. Chapter 32, You Are My Female. You never need to say sorry to me. After dinner, it was already late, so Miyu didn't change back to the beast world. Could a simple stone bed compare to a soft goose-down mattress? Only someone with a hole in their head would choose the former. Xingqi wanted to sleep close to Miyu, but she refused and blushed, pushing him out of the bedroom. He wasn't angry. After hugging her and kissing her for a while, he went to the backyard pool to soak. He had been away from the sea for some time and missed the feeling of swimming in it. Although this strange, heated pool couldn't compare to the vast ocean, it was better than nothing. This time, he didn't maintain his half-beast form, but transformed directly into a 15-meter-long ice blue shark. The next morning, Miyu greeted Shoka with her phone. Miyu, good morning, Shoka. Make sure to eat well today and take care of yourself. Shoka has gradually gotten used to the sudden appearance of Miyue's voice in the empty surroundings, and only he can hear it. With a sullen expression, Shoka still replied, okay, I will. Miyu, Xingqi said that without the passage stones, you cannot go out to hunt. You can eat this bread and milk first. I will find a way to get you 2 passage stones, and then you'll be able to move freely in Tiger City. As she spoke, she sent the bread, milk, jerky, and ham from her system space to Shoka. Shoka looked at the pile of food by his feet and smiled faintly. It felt good to know that someone cared about him. Received 10 gratitude points from the male Tiger Shoka, current gratitude points, 30. Received 5 merit points from the male Tiger Shoka, current merit points, 40. Hearing the points credited, Miyu felt relieved and sweetly reminded, Shoka, Xingqi and I have gone out for something. If you need anything, just think of me and you can contact me. The flying message can monitor the vital signs and emotional changes of the feeding target in real time. As long as Shoka thinks of her, the flying message will push a vibration to remind her. Shoka picked up the bread, easily tore open the packaging, and took a bite. The milky and sweet flavors instantly burst in his mouth, and the sweetness lingered in his heart. After dealing with Shoka and obtaining the points, Miyu chose to use the gratitude points directly. This time, there were no obvious changes in her body after using the gratitude points. After washing up and getting dressed, she went downstairs. Upon opening the bedroom door on the first floor, she did not see Xingqi's figure, and there were no signs of anyone having slept on the bed. Miyu was puzzled. Could it be that this guy went to soak in the pool again? With She went to the backyard and immediately spotted the gigantic creature in the pool. Oh my God, what did she see? A living shark. After Miyu was surprised, she quickly looked around and, seeing nothing unusual, felt relieved. Upon hearing her footsteps, the ice blue shark surfaced, playfully splashing water towards Miyu with its tail. Miyu quickly dodged with quick reflexes. Her light figure and agile response surprised even herself. What is going on? Host, your health has returned to the average level of a normal person, and the 30 gratitude points just now enhance your physique. So that's how it is. Does that mean I can strengthen myself to the point of punching a cow to death in the future? System, theoretically, it is possible. Shang-Chi couldn't help but ruffle Miyu's hair, looking at her adorable days, and asked, what are you daydreaming about? Are you angry? Miyu pushed him away. No, I was just thinking about something. I'm hungry. What are we having for breakfast? The little bit he ate last night was long gone after soaking in water all night. Let's go eat out. You should try some new flavors too. There are many delicious things in this world besides seafood. Oh, Shang-Chi looked incredulous. Is there anything in this world that's better than seafood? He didn't believe it. Miyu nodded, deciding to let him experience the vast and rich cuisine of Huaxia. She took Shang-Chi directly to the breakfast hall of the supermarket, ordering 3 portions of seafood congee with shrimp and abalone, shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, and braised chicken feet. The soft and tender chicken feet easily detached from the bone with a gentle pull, filling her mouth with collagen. The braised lion's head burst with juice, leaving a fragrant taste. At first, Shang-Chi frowned slightly while eating, but by the end he was completely captivated by the food. He finished all 3 portions, while Miyu only had 2 bites and half a bowl of seafood congee. How is it? Delicious, right? Miyu raised her eyebrows proudly. Shang-Chi, with its Tsundere attitude, smacked his lips and replied, it's okay. Knowing that Shang-Chi had a Tsundere personality, Miyu didn't force him to admit it. After the meal, she took him to the basement level of the supermarket to see the world at Bimao Supermarket. Shang-Chi looked at the strange little cart in Miyu's hand, pondering how it moved so easily. However, he was soon dazzled by the various goods in the supermarket, and his questions multiplied. Is this really the world of beast gods? There's so many novel things that even Beast City probably doesn't have. Miyu was afraid of getting lost like Lu Lao Lao in the Grandview Garden. So, she held his hand tightly, and the two finally stopped in the fruit area. Are these all fruits? The smell of fruit is so rich. Shang-Chi's deep blue eyes shone with rare brilliance. Well, we can eat fruits all year round here, and there are especially many kinds of fruits. She tentatively asked, what do you think about me selling fruits in Tiger City? Can I earn crystal beads? Of course you can, but if you want crystal beads, I can go to the giant beast forest to hunt for you, so you don't have to work hard selling fruits. You're my little female, and I will do my best to satisfy whatever you want. Miyu shook her head. I need a lot of crystal beads, thousands of them. No matter how many you hunt, it won't be enough for me. Why do you need so many crystal beads? Shang-Chi asked, certain that the little female had never seen crystal beads before him. I have my reasons, but I can't tell you. I'm sorry. Miyu's delicate face showed her regret. Shang-Chi smiled and playfully tapped her full head with his fingers. You are my female, and you never need to say sorry to me. He took Miyu's youthful fingers and kissed them at his lips, his eyes filled with deep affection. I will dedicate my entire life to you. I am willing to do anything for you. Miyu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't excited about Shang-Chi's straightforward confession. Okay, I understand. At that moment, she no longer rejected the idea of Shang-Chi being her partner. She couldn't ignore his sincere and passionate affection. During her first fruit shopping, Miyu didn't dare to buy too much. She only got apples, pears, pumpkin oranges, and cantaloupe, 3 types of less conspicuous fruits, and she only bought 10 pounds of each. With the system storage having a preservation feature, she wasn't worried about them going bad. All these fruits only cost her 2,000 yuan. After buying the fruits, Miyu glanced at Shang-Chi's clothes. He was still wearing the simple white t-shirt and sports pants she had bought for him before. He hadn't prepared any shorts or underwear. So, Shang-Chi was still in a state of undress. Since she had accepted him as her partner, she needed to take care of him in every aspect. Blushing, Miyu walked into a men's clothing and accessory store. Chapter 33. Earn the first bucket of gold welcome. Sir, miss, what would you like to see? A salesgirl approached with a standard smile. Miyu Wehong, without saying a word, directly pulled Shang-Chi to the underwear section. What is this? Shang-Chi, like a curious baby, pointed at the triangle panties hanging on the rack. Miyu was shy and silent, and the salesgirl thought he was playing with something inappropriate, quietly watching him like a transparent person. Under Shang-Chi's serious gaze towards the product, Miyu had no choice but to pick up the packaging box of the underwear next to him and handed it to him. You look at it yourself. Shang-Chi looked down at the square box in his hand with confusion. On the box was printed a naked male, with both the upper and lower parts of the body exposed, only the important area at the waist covered by a small piece of clothing. He compared the item in the picture with the clothes on the shelf and understood what it was and what it was used for. Why do people here wear this? Shang-Chi asked softly. Miyu glared at him angrily and said, "Don't you think it's uncomfortable to sway back and forth? And it's unhygienic." Shang-Chi rubbed his chin and replied, "It's fine. I'm used to it." Was hygiene? Miyu didn't want to explain anymore. So she waved to a sales assistant a few steps away and asked him to bring her some comfortable underwear. "Okay, miss, may I ask what size the gentleman wears?" Miyu was stunned. She had no idea. Since she wasn't sure, she could measure it and then buy according to her waist size. Miyu nodded randomly, saying, "Okay." Shang-Chi didn't understand what they were talking about. He just stood there, admiring Miyu's flushed cheeks, finding her very cute. If it weren't for the presence of others, he really wanted to pull the little female into his arms and give her a kiss. Thinking this, he felt a heat rising in his heart. Meanwhile, the sales assistant had already come over with a soft measuring tape and reached around Shang-Chi's waist. In the next moment, Shang-Chi's deep eyes narrowed slightly, carrying a hint of coldness, and he raised his hand to push away the approaching sales assistant. The assistant was pushed and fell directly to the ground, hitting the shelf. Seeing this, Miyu secretly thought it was bad and quickly helped the person up. I'm sorry. He doesn't like people getting close. I'm sorry." The young lady's expression wasn't very good, whether from anger or pain. So she could only buy 50 pairs of underwear in one go and also transferred 3,000 yuan to the young lady as compensation. The size was measured by herself. Although Shang-Chi looked fit, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the size was 2XL. After paying, Miyu quickly pulled Shang-Chi out of the underwear store. In her haste, she bumped into a man in a black suit, and as her body leaned to the side, a strong arm reached out before Shang-Chi to support her waist. "Thank you." Miyu looked up to thank him, and when she saw the person holding her, her heart skipped a beat. "Brother Xianyang, what are you doing here?" Li Xianyang's golden-rimmed glasses glimmered with a white light, making it impossible to see his expression at that moment. One could only hear his cool and restrained voice. "I should be asking the young lady why she is here." He paused again, looking up at the sign of the store in front of him. "And why did you come out of this store?" A soft laugh came from nearby. Miyu turned her head and saw a woman with curly brown hair, wearing a striking lipstick and a sophisticated makeup, standing beside her, covering her mouth and giggling. "Mr. Xianyang, can't you tell? Miss Mi is buying clothes for her boyfriend." "Hello, Miss Mi, I'm Yuan Meng. My father is Yuan Huaqing from Huamao Company. We met at the Shun family's banquet before." With Yuan Meng's words, Miyu recalled a bit. "What are you two doing?" Yuan Meng smiled gently as she wrapped her arm around Li Xianyang's, winking playfully. "It's obvious. I'm pursuing Mr. Xianyang." Li Xianyang frowned slightly at her sudden intimate gesture, but out of politeness and some personal thoughts, he did not push her away. Miyu suddenly realized and, with a face full of curiosity, quickly said, "Then you guys hurry up and go on your date. We won't disturb you." "Thank you, Miss Mi." Miyu took Shang-Chi to the men's clothing section and bought a few well-fitting outfits. Then they went to the women's clothing section on the third floor to buy some beautiful dresses, as women tend to have a stronger desire to consume when they see pretty things. Back at the villa, Miyu changed into a beautiful dress to show Shang-Chi. "Does it look good?" Shang-Chi turned to look and saw that the already beautiful female was even more radiant in the fiery red dress, her skin appearing even whiter, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. "Yes, it looks good." He swallowed hard and slowly stood up. His large hand brushed against Miyu's rounded shoulder, the cool touch making her shiver slightly. "This dress really suits you." Shang-Chi couldn't help but swallow again, feeling a dryness in his throat. "Shang-Chi, what's wrong?" Miyu's ears turned slightly red, spreading to her cheeks. "I'm fine. I just think you're too beautiful. It made me unable to resist wanting to make you my little female." The depths of Shang-Chi's azure eyes were filled with desire. Miyu was suddenly pulled into his arms, unable to suppress a gasp. "Oh, what are you doing?" Miyu turned her head to look at Shang-Chi, her face already blushing a large patch. I just want to take a good look at you." Miyu shyly lowered her head, and before she could speak, a cold kiss landed on her cheek. Following that, kisses fell one after another, and Miyu felt that each kiss was terrifyingly hot, as if her skin was about to catch fire. "Wait, Shang-Chi." At this moment, Shang-Chi could no longer hear Miyu's words. He tightened his grip, firmly holding the limp figure in his arms. When Shang-Chi's hands gradually moved down, Miyu's somewhat hazy consciousness suddenly became clear. "No, I can't. I'm not yet of age. She suddenly broke free from Xing-Qi's embrace, taking 2 steps back to maintain a certain distance from him. Xing-Qi looked at Mi-Yu with dazed eyes, but he did not force her any further. The fire that had just ignited gradually faded away. Mi put all the fruits and clothes she purchased into Xing-Qi's storage bag. Fortunately, this storage bag could cover for the system's space. Otherwise, it would be difficult to take out so many items. After tidying up, the two returned to the beast world. As soon as they arrived, Mi-Yu pulled Xing-Qi to the street to find a suitable spot to set up a stall. She spread a moisture-proof raincloth on the ground, and then took out the fruits she brought, arranging them neatly. After all, rarity adds value. So she didn't take out too many at once. Once the goods were arranged, Mi-Yu started to call out, "Passers-by, don't miss out. Big fruit sale. 11 fruits for just 1 red crystal bead, and 25 fruits for only 2 red crystal beads." The voice of Mi-Yu is loud, and this price is indeed attractive. Other stalls sell 10 fruits for 1 red crystal bead, but Mi-Yu offers 1 more fruit than others. Although it's just 1 extra fruit, who wouldn't want to take advantage of a bargain? The stall was quickly surrounded by a crowd. Even before Mi-Yu had shouted a few times, "What you're selling is cheaper than others. Could it be that your fruits are rotten?" Although the males want to take advantage, they are cautious and careful about how they do it. The price of the plums is cheap, and they suspect there might be a scam involved, possibly mixed with some bad fruit. Don't worry, that's absolutely impossible. Let me cut a few open for you to taste right now. You can see if the fruit is good or not, and if it is, then you can buy some. Mi-Yu generously cut up several fruits into small pieces for these males to taste. Naturally, they were happy to have free fruit, and after tasting, they found the fruit really delicious, so they immediately cleared out all the fruit from Mi-Yu's stall. Mi-Yu looked at the 10 red crystal beads in her hand and smiled with satisfaction, not expecting them to sell so quickly, much faster than she had imagined. It's just a few low-grade red crystal beads, yet she's this happy. The crystal beads I get from hunting magical beasts are at least of blue quality. Chapter 34. Competitors arrive. Even if they are red crystal beads, they're still something I worked hard to earn, so of course I'm happy about what I've earned. Mi was still very happy and didn't take Xing-Qi's words to heart. The items had already been sold out, and the two of them packed up their stall and returned to the stone house. Although they were temporarily staying at Xiao-Ka's parents' home, the beast servants were still very respectful towards Xing-Qi, the blue-level male. From a distance, they saw Xing-Qi and Mi returning, so they hurriedly reported the news to Butai. "They're back?" As soon as Butai heard that Xing-Qi and Mi had returned, he immediately stood up. "Yes, Lord Xing-Qi just arrived. They should have just entered the door," the beast servant replied. "Good, go bring my little ones over and prepare some fruit. We're going to find Lord Xing-Qi now." "Understood." The beast servant received the order and immediately went to prepare the fruit. As soon as Xing-Qi and Mi returned to the stone house and were about to rest for a while, there was a sudden knock on the door. Xing-Qi hurried to open the door and found that it was Butai and several of his sons, with a small plate of fruit in the hands of the beast servant, which was a bright red color. "What is this?" "Lord Xing-Qi, this is a token of my appreciation. I sincerely apologize for what happened last night. Jalea is still young and spoiled, and she has done some disrespectful things. I came specifically to apologize to you. These are some rare fruits. Please accept them." At that moment, Mi also came over and saw a crowd of people standing at the door. She noticed the fruits as well. She was very familiar with them, as they were the same fruits she had just sold at the stall on the street. She didn't expect that after being sold, they would somehow come back to her. Mi couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth and secretly winked at Xing-Qi. Xing-Qi shot her a reproachful glance, but his expression remained unchanged, still as cold as ice. "I'll let you off this time, but it won't happen again." His voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Butai repeatedly thanked him and instructed the beast servant to take the fruits inside the house. "Lord Xing-Qi, do you know how to quickly enhance one's strength? Just like you, so powerful." Xing-Qi lowered his gaze to where the voice came from. The speaker was Ma-Qi, Butai's 5th son and the youngest brother of Xiao-Ka, only 10 years old but already at the blue level of strength. "Powerful like me?" Xing-Qi repeated. 10-year-old Ma-Qi nodded firmly. He hoped to be as strong as Lord Xing-Qi, although he was already at the blue level. He was not content to remain there and was eager to enhance his strength. To improve one's strength requires hard practice, but to surpass the blue level, talent is also needed. Without talent, it's all in vain. Xing-Qi's gaze swept over the males present, and their talents would only allow them to remain at the blue level. This was somewhat cruel to Ma-Qi, and his small face fell immediately. As males, their greatest pursuit was to enhance their strength. Without strong strength, they would be looked down upon. But Lord Xing-Qi said it depended on talent, which was a vital part, He himself relied on talent. If they truly had that talent, would their father and several brothers still be at the blue level? Obviously not. Other young males began to show disappointment on their faces as they heard Shang-Chi's response. If they were not diligent enough, they could push themselves harder. But if they lacked talent, or if their talent was insufficient, what should they do? Sorry for disturbing Lord Shang-Chi. You all rest well, we'll take our leave. Butai left with his sons. The next day, Miyu and Shang-Chi continued to sell fruits on the street. When they arrived at their previous stall, they found it had already been taken. Upon closer inspection, they saw that this person was also selling fruits and shouting very loudly. Seeing their stall occupied, Shang-Chi unconsciously clenched his fists. Their territory had been seized, and he couldn't tolerate that. Just as Shang-Chi was about to swing his fist and rush to teach that male a lesson, Miyu hurriedly grabbed his fist. Her small, fair hand couldn't even cover Shang-Chi's hand. Shang-Chi looked down at Miyu, his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could rush up and tear apart the person occupying the stall. No one dared to encroach on Lord Shang-Chi's territory in the sea. Miyu shook her head tightly at Shang-Chi's eyes. She couldn't act impulsively now. Fighting here would definitely cause a big scene. She didn't want to complicate things. This person not only occupied their spot, but also copied them. Shang-Chi was furious. The male who occupied their stall not only took their spot, but also sold fruit like they did, and even lowered the prices to match theirs. 11 pieces of fruit for just 1 red crystal bead, and 25 pieces for 2 red crystal beads. This was a bit too much. It's okay, Shang-Chi. If he wants to take it, let him take it. If he wants to copy, let him copy. We'll just find another place to set up our stall. After Miyu finished speaking, she turned around to find another suitable place to set up a stall on the street. Shang-Chi was still upset, watching as many people surrounded the stall, while the male who occupied the spot was laughing happily. This made him even angrier. But since Miyu wouldn't let him take action, he certainly wouldn't act impulsively. He also turned around and followed Miyu to look for another suitable stall. Fortunately, the street was long enough, and there were plenty of vacant spots. Miyu quickly found a suitable spot, tidied up a bit, and prepared to set up her stall. Shang-Chi followed her and helped Miyu arrange the stall and set out the fruits. That male student is copying us and even used the same prices as you. Are you going to lower your prices? Otherwise, everyone will go to his stall. After setting out the fruits, Shang-Chi turned to look at Miyu beside her. Miyu still looked very relaxed, completely disregarding the competitor who had snatched the stall and copied the marketing model. No, we won't lower the price. If we reduce it any further, it might upset the other fruit stalls, and then they might come to trouble us. But what will you do if you don't lower the price? Shang-Chi continued to ask. Don't forget, my fruit isn't a common variety around here. I'm probably the only one selling it on the street. Rare items are valuable, and besides, my prices are already low. They will definitely come to try our fresh varieties. Miyu smiled, confident in her fruits. While her stall could be occupied and her marketing methods could be copied, the products themselves were another matter. Her fruits were not common varieties, and copying them wouldn't be that easy. Shang-Chi listened to me use analysis and found it very reasonable. Miyu then brought out several spliced hangers that she had bought earlier. She quickly took out a few dresses, vibrant in color with beautiful prints. She hung the dresses next to the fruits. Now her offerings weren't just the fruits, she also had dresses. These ordinary fruits were already considered rare varieties here, let alone these beautiful dresses, which they probably had never even seen before. Now what could those small vendors use to copy her? Chapter 35. Business comes knocking. A few males who came to buy fruits saw these vibrant dresses and found them very attractive, so they asked Miyu for the price. Little female, how can I trade for this dress? 1 orange crystal bead for 1 dress. As soon as Miyu mentioned the price, the few males gasped in shock. They had thought that since the fruits were so cheap, the skirts wouldn't be very expensive either, but they didn't expect there to be a single orange crystal bead. It's important to know that 1 orange crystal bead is equivalent to 1,000 red crystal beads. Such a high price is something they can't afford at all. To ask for an orange crystal bead is just too expensive. We simply can't buy it. Yes, let's forget it and just buy some fruit instead. The few males waved their hands, gave up on the beautiful skirts, and left after only purchasing fruit. Isn't the price of this skirt a bit too high? Very few people can afford such an expensive skirt. 1 orange crystal bead could cover the food expenses for a family of 5 for half a year. Shang-Chi also felt that the price range was a bit too large. The fruits were so cheap, yet the skirts were so expensive, creating a huge gap. No, there must be someone who can afford it. My skirt is so beautiful. Someone will definitely buy it. Miyu was not discouraged. Instead, she shouted even more enthusiastically and introduced the dresses to everyone. 2 young females shopping were attracted by her stall, and they immediately noticed the vibrant colors of the dresses and hurried over. This dress is so beautiful. One of the young females exclaimed. Yes, I've never seen such a gorgeous dress. I have to buy it. The other young female agreed. Quick, tell us how many crystal beads it costs. I absolutely must have this dress. Hurry up, I can't wait to wear it. Faced with the eagerness of the two young females, Miyu knew her business was picking up. Each dress only required one orange crystal bead. However, when Miyu announced her price, the two young females hesitated. One orange crystal bead? Why is it so expensive? The two young females hesitated. Miyu didn't want this business deal to fall through, so she quickly began to introduce. I suppose you two have been wandering around this street for a while, right? Have you seen anyone selling skirts like mine? Just look at the craftsmanship, the print, the color. This is truly one of a kind. Moreover, I only have a few pieces left. If you miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be back to sell again. After all, you can't miss this chance. It won't come again. Miyu's coaxing made the two little females' hearts stir again, but the price really made them feel a bit pained. The crystal beads could be earned again, but if this dress was sold, it would be truly gone. You're right. In a few days, it will be the coming-of-age ceremony in Tiger City. A very important day in our lives, and I want to be the most beautiful female on that day. Me too. I only have this one coming-of-age ceremony in my life. Forget it, an orange crystal bead is a bit expensive, but my coming-of-age ceremony is more important. Hearing these two little females mumble, Miyu felt that these two deals were about to be made. Yes, the coming-of-age ceremony is such an important day, and one must be the most beautiful female, so that everyone remembers you on this grand day. Okay, I want this red one. I want this one. Miyu took two orange crystal beads and happily helped to take down the skirt, handing it to the two little females. After the two little females left, other males and females came to look at the skirt one after another, but most were deterred by the price. After all, the beauty of the skirt was undeniable. Although it was expensive, it was sold out by the end of the morning. Of course, not a single piece of fruit was left. Miyu counted the crystal beads in her hand, revealing a satisfied smile. Although the earnings were small, they could accumulate over time. Xingqi looked at the crystal beads in Miyu's hand and felt they were a bit too few. However, seeing Miyu's happy expression, he chose not to say anything. After selling their goods, the two packed up and headed home. The two little females, who had gotten new skirts, couldn't wait to go home and change, inviting their friends to come admire them. The other little females were dazzled by the beautiful skirts, unable to close their mouths in amazement, and were envious, clamoring to buy one as well. We bought this on the street. There are very few skirts. Only a few pieces. I wonder if they've sold out. Don't talk about it. Take us there now. Let's go now. The little females rushed to the street. But after walking from one end to the other, they couldn't find the stall. Oh no, could be that they sold out and left. The little females all looked disappointed. They loved that skirt so much, only to find it sold out. I remember the scent of the female who sold the skirts. The male beside her has blue-level strength. There aren't many blue-level individuals in Tiger City, so we can find out, said the male partner of the little female wearing the new skirt. Really? Then let's go ask now. The little female's partners were remarkably efficient and quickly found out the location of Butai's home, so they all headed to the entrance of Butai's stone house. The two beast servants guarding the door saw a sudden influx of males and little females, all at green-level strength, and didn't dare delay. They hurried to report to Butai. Upon hearing the news, Butai and Maya were overjoyed. Quick, bring them in and treat them well, Butai instructed. The beast servants complied and went to host the little females and males. Butai and Maya soon arrived, and as they entered, they greeted everyone with cheerful expressions. May I ask what brings you here today? Butai inquired. We're looking for that black-haired little female. Butai was slightly taken aback, and the smile on his face faded a bit, but he quickly smiled again. That little female does live here. May I ask what you need her for? Stop with the nonsense. Just take us to her. A wealthy little female directly tossed a red crystal bead to Butai. Butai, ignoring her rude words, smiled and said, Please follow me. I'll take you to her right now. Butai couldn't ask what they needed her for, so he led them to find Miyu. Butai brought a large group of little females and males to Miyu's stone house, and at that moment, Miyu happened to be inside. Lord Xingqi. Butai tentatively called out from the doorway. What is it? Xingqi frowned and opened the door, only to see a large group of little females and males standing at the entrance, momentarily stunned. Miyu also came out and, seeing this scene, raised a question. What is this? Don't you remember me? We were here this morning buying a dress with an orange crystal bead. We came this time to buy a new dress from you as well. Do you still have any? Hurry up and show us. Chapter 36, Gloria's Ugliness, Butai's Scheme. Miyu noticed the little female who was speaking and saw that the dress she was wearing was one of the few that she had sold on the street that morning. She immediately understood what was going on. So that's how it is. You all come in quickly, and I'll go get some new dresses for you to choose from. Miyu was very happy and quickly took out a dress from her storage bag. To her surprise, she even attracted repeat customers. It seems that persisting in selling an orange crystal bead was the right decision. Miyu took out several skirts in one breath, each one different, but all very vibrant. Just the colors and styles that these little females love the most. Miyu took out the dresses, and as soon as the young females saw these beautiful dresses, they all showed surprised expressions. These dresses were just too pretty. Could it be that an orange crystal bead is all it takes to buy one? Quick, I want two. I want one too. Save one for me. I want to buy one to wear for the coming-of-age ceremony. The young females started to snatch them up, and the commotion was quite loud. Even Galia heard the beast servants discussing it and learned about this event. The beast servants had never seen such a scene. With so many young females rushing to Miyu to buy dresses, it was quite a spectacular sight. So many young females? Maybe I could make a friend. So Galia hurried to Miyue's stone house and found, as expected, many young females there. They were gasping in excitement and continuously saying things like, "So beautiful, and I want one too." What is going on? Why is it so lively? Galia murmured as she walked into the stone house and saw Miyu holding several brightly colored dresses, her eyes instantly sparkling. Oh my God, these dresses are too beautiful. No wonder so many young females were saying how pretty they are. It turns out Miyu has such beautiful dresses. You actually have so many pretty dresses here. How many, pray, would it take to exchange for one dress? Galia immediately set her eyes on a green dress, thinking it would look stunning on her, and she was determined to buy it. Miyu turned her head and saw Galia walking in, still asking about the price of the dress in her hand. She smiled and replied, "This dress requires one orange crystal bead. All the dresses here are the same price. One dress for one orange crystal bead." Miyu quoted the price, causing Galia to gasp. She had guessed that these dresses might not be cheap, but she didn't expect them to be this expensive, requiring an orange crystal bead. Wait, did that black-haired little female just speak? Turns out she can talk. Galia thought Miyu was mute since she never spoke when they met, but she didn't expect her to be so eloquent. The other little females surrounding Miyu erupted into fits of laughter. When Galia looked over, those little females immediately turned their heads away, clearly mocking her. Look at her, wanting that dress, and when she heard it needed an orange crystal bead, that little expression was really funny. Yes, without money, it's better not to get involved. These few dresses aren't even enough for us to share. To be so shocked by an orange crystal bead, she probably can't even produce one, so she can't compete with us. Galia's face turned red. An orange crystal bead was indeed too expensive for her, and she really couldn't bear to use one to buy a dress. The laughter continued and became more rampant. Galia couldn't take it anymore. Her face was burning, and she turned around and ran out the door. Maya saw that Galia was in a bad mood and hurriedly chased after her. Two little females bought the dresses in Miyue's hands and were happily trying them on. In a few days, for the adult ceremony in Tiger City, I'll wear this. Me too. I specifically bought this for the adult ceremony. And I don't like my old clothes anymore. This new one is just right. All right, since you two have also bought dresses, let's go. Okay. The little females who bought the beautiful dresses were satisfied and planned to leave. Okay, then in that case, let me see you off. Butai smiled and personally escorted the little females out. After sending them off, Butai quickly went to find Maya. Hey, why are you back? Did they leave? Maya asked as she saw Butai walking toward her. Yes, I told you. The dresses are amazing. Those two dresses sold for 2 orange crystal beads each. As soon as Butai said this, Maya was shocked. Such a high price, and someone really bought them? Maya found it hard to believe. After all, an orange crystal bead was their food supply for more than half a year. Who would exchange half a year's worth of food for a dress? Moreover, didn't he know how difficult it was to earn back an orange crystal bead? Unexpectedly, Miyu had earned it so easily. If we could sell these dresses, wouldn't we be able to earn a lot of money? You should have a good talk with Galia, let her interact more with that black-haired little female, build a good relationship, and find out where her dresses come from. With these dresses, we could also earn a lot of orange crystal beads. Butai's eyes sparkled. This was really tempting. Maya nodded repeatedly and immediately went to talk to Galia about this. At this moment, Galia had red eyes, tears welling up. Mother, I don't want to befriend her. I lost so much face in front of her, I don't want to. Galia refused. Maya patiently comforted her in a gentle voice. You lost face because of those dresses too. As long as you find out where those dresses come from. You could also have beautiful dresses, right? Look at Lord Xingqi. He spends all day with that black-haired little female. If you build a good relationship with her, wouldn't you have more opportunities to be with Lord Xingqi? Hearing this, Jalea felt it made some sense and nodded in agreement. On the other side, Miyue arrived at Shoka's stone house and knocked on the door. Kumin, a deep male voice came from inside, and Miyue pushed the door open. Seeing that the visitor was Miyue, Shoka hurriedly welcomed her. Miyu took out 2 orange crystal beads and handed them to Shoka. These 2 orange crystal beads can be used to obtain the passage stone for Tiger City, and with the passage stone, one can freely enter and exit Tiger City to hunt. By the way, there are also some which can be kept on hand for emergencies. Since she learned that Shoka could hear her thoughts, Miyu felt that communication between them had become much easier. She took out some and handed them to Shoka. No, I can't take your crystal stones. Chapter 37. The lingerie store. Shame. What are these clothes? Shoka looked at the 2 orange crystal beads lying in Miyu's porcelain white palm, feeling a surge of warmth in her heart. I can't accept this. Take it. These will make hunting much easier. Miyu held down Shoka's hand, not allowing her to return the crystal stone. However, this was something you worked hard to earn. Shoka pursed her lips, still unwilling to accept the gift from her beloved. You hold on to it for now, and when you earn crystal stones in the future, you can return it to me. Miyu looked at Shoka and nodded, hoping that Shoka would not refuse any longer. Shoka stared intently into Miyu's eyes, filled with gratitude. He really needed the crystal beads right now. Without the passage stone, he couldn't go out to hunt and could only wait at home. These 2 crystal beads had helped him a lot. Received 10 gratitude points from the male Shoka of the Tiger tribe. Current gratitude points, 10. Received 5 merit points from the male Shoka of the Tiger tribe. Current merit points, 45. The emotional state of the star pool is experiencing significant fluctuations. Please take note. Miyu hadn't had the chance to feel happy about the points she had finally earned when she immediately felt a bit nervous due to Xing-Chi's emotional fluctuations. However, the emotional fluctuations were definitely because Xing-Chi had guessed that she had come to find Shoka, so he was currently angry. No, she couldn't let Xing-Chi turn dark. She had to hurry back. I'm leaving first. After Miyu finished saying this in her heart, she hurried back to her stone house. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she saw Xing-Chi sulking on the stone bed. Upon seeing her come in, Xing-Chi merely glanced at her and immediately turned her head away, wearing a look that said, I'm angry, and it's hard to coax me. What happened to Lord Xing-Chi? Who made you angry? Miyu sat down beside Xing-Chi, her voice playful as she pretended to be confused. Xing-Chi shot her a sidelong glance and huffed. You know very well. Miyu realized that Xing-Chi was not easy to coax, so she hurriedly said, Great Lord Xing-Chi, please don't be angry. I'll do whatever you want. Xing-Chi was about to speak, but she added, except for teaming up with me right now. Hearing Miyu's rejection of teaming up with him, Xing-Chi's long eyelashes fluttered, hiding the disappointment in his eyes. When he raised his head again, he had already become that proud Lord Xing-Chi. I want to eat seafood. I want to eat it at a restaurant. All right, forget about seafood. You can eat whatever you want. Miyu readily agreed, as it was just seafood, which she could easily handle. In the blink of an eye, the two returned to the villa, surrounded by modern furniture and many advanced appliances. Since it was still early, I will go pick up the car. You wait for me at the door. Miyu opened the drawer and took out the car keys to head to the underground garage. Xing-Chi obediently waited at the door for Miyu. Before long, he saw Miyu driving a metal box to the entrance. Getting quickly, Xing-Chi got into the car, constantly observing the interior environment. This was his second time in a car, and this metal box was truly shocking to him. Although it wasn't his first time in a car, he still found it a bit difficult to adapt to the car's environment at that moment. Miyu was very considerate and came over to help him fasten the seatbelt. After fastening the seatbelt, Miyu started the car, and soon the vehicle was driving on the road. Xing-Chi looked through the car window and saw the trees continuously retreating, gradually opening his mouth wider. Do these leaves move? Why are they running in the opposite direction? Xing-Chi kept staring at the trees outside, finding everything very interesting. Soon, Miyu drove from halfway up the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The security guard at the foot of the mountain opened the barrier, and the security team leader, Chun Jinshui, greeted the owner very courteously. However, Miyu didn't care and drove away directly. Miyu parked the car in front of the seafood restaurant and asked the waiter to help her find a parking space. As soon as they entered, a waiter came to personally lead Miyu and Xing-Chi to a suitable spot. They had just sat down when a menu was handed over. Miyu let Xing-Chi order by himself, choosing what he liked to eat, and Xing-Chi was very unreserved, directly ordering a large table of seafood. The seafood he liked included salmon, king crab, steamed sea urchin egg, sashimi platter, garlic oysters, seafood porridge, and so on. Halfway through the meal, Xing-Chi felt it wasn't enough and even called the waiter to order some more. Miyu didn't care. This time, she was originally just trying to make Xingqi happy, so she let him order. Xingqi was quite satisfied with this meal, and the seafood brought him a lot of joy. After they finished eating, Miyue took Xingqi to the mall for shopping again. The fruits and skirts they bought last time sold very well, so this time she wanted to buy some more fruits and skirts. Of course, selling only fruits and skirts wouldn't be enough, so she also had to look for other items to bring to the beast world to sell. Since the little females tended to have fuller figures, Miyue intentionally chose larger-sized skirts when shopping. As they passed by a lingerie store, Miyue suddenly thought of something, and she pulled Xingqi in to buy some camisoles and women's underwear. If Miyue had come to shop alone, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But now she had Xingqi by her side. Buying such intimate clothing with a male present made her feel a bit embarrassed, and by the time she paid, her face was already flushed. Xingqi had never been in a women's lingerie store before, and seeing the array of lingerie sparked his curiosity. These didn't look like skirts, so he didn't understand why Miyue wanted to buy them. Is this also clothing? Why are we buying this? Xingqi picked up a red piece of lingerie and handed it to Miyue, making her face turn even redder. You can't just take things randomly. Why are you so curious? She quickly put the lingerie back, covered Xingqi's mouth, and told him not to ask any more questions. Don't just take anything here. You can't touch any of it. And even if you have a million questions right now, don't ask them. We'll talk about any questions when we get home. After Miyue finished her instructions, she pulled Xingqi along. When they reached the door and were about to leave, Xingqi accidentally caught sight of the mannequin in the lingerie store, wearing the very piece of clothing he had just picked up. So that's what it was. Xingqi instantly understood what kind of clothes they were. When he turned to look at Miyue, his gaze had already become somewhat unnatural, intensely fiery, as if flames were burning inside him. After buying the camisole and women's underwear, Miyue lost the desire to continue shopping. Her face was now heavily flushed, and she feared that if they went on, others might notice. So she hurriedly took Xingqi back to the villa. Before she could put the car keys back in the drawer, she was suddenly yanked into a strong embrace. The suddenness of it left Miyue a bit dazed, and she stammered, "What are you doing?" Chapter 38. The fruit business attracts attention now that we're back. Can you tell me what that thing really is? Xingqi's words immediately reminded Miyue of that red lingerie, and her previously calm face turned red again in an instant. She shot Xingqi a glare, but remained silent. Why won't you tell me? If you don't, I'll just have to guess. Xingqi didn't directly reveal the answer. His hand had somehow slipped under the hem of Miyue's shirt. His fingers gently caressed her smooth skin, moving upward little by little, the touched skin feeling as if it had been warmed by small flames. Miyue only felt that the hair on her body stood on end. Stop it, you let go of me. Miyue's small face was red, as if it could bleed. She knew that if this continued, there would be no way to wrap things up. But her strength was no match for Xingqi's male strength. After struggling for a while, she still couldn't break free. The cold, large hand encountered resistance on Miyue's skin. The smoothness of her skin disappeared, and instead, it touched the edge of a piece of fabric. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Instead, he prepared to reach further towards Miyue. Miyue was anxious, and the only thought in her mind was to stop him. She proactively stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cold lips. The sudden kiss indeed distracted Xingqi. He ceased caressing Miyue's skin and began to deepen the kiss passionately. Just as Xingqi was enjoying the kiss, Miyue was constantly calculating how to escape. Taking advantage of Xingqi's momentary relaxation, Miyue quickly crouched down and broke free from his embrace, then stepped back 2 paces and rushed towards the bedroom. She closed the bedroom door as fast as she could and locked it from the inside. With nothing in his arms, Xingqi watched Miyue flee in a panic and smiled helplessly. The little female had run away, but there were some matters he had to resolve, his desire rising powerfully within him. So, he headed to the pool in the back garden, intending to calm down. Miyue brought the fruits and clothes from this purchase to the beast world to sell at her stall. Gradually, many people recognized her because of her fruits and clothes, and they only came to her stall to buy. Miyue's business was booming, and she quickly saved up nearly 50 orange crystal beads. With such a good business and so much profit, it was natural for her to attract the attention of other fruit vendors. Moreover, with one more stall, there was one more competitor, which meant fewer customers for them. Where did the goods on Miyue's small female stall come from? Indeed, they are varieties that others have never seen before, and those skirts are indeed very beautiful. They cannot compete with Miyue, largely because their fruits are not as good as hers. If they could take her fruits, they would definitely make a fortune themselves. Some people became so jealous that they gradually went down the wrong path. One day, Miyue came to her stall as usual. Her stall on this street is not fixed, as there are always people competing for her spot, but she doesn't mind. After all, it doesn't matter where she sells. And her customers will search for her stall all over this street. She is no longer afraid that changing locations will affect her customer flow. Miyu just finished selling a batch of fruit and is about to restock. Suddenly, a few very strong males stand in front of the stall. Please wait a moment. I still have some fruit to set up. You can take a look at which fruits you want to buy. Miyu didn't expect someone to come to buy things so quickly, so she picked up her pace. A few males did not respond to Miyu's words and did not choose any of the fruits displayed at the stall. One male was staring intently at the pouch on the table and reached out his hand towards it, which contained the crystal beads you had just earned. Miyu quickly threw away the fruit and protected the pockets on her body. The other males picked up the fruits and skirts from the stall, planning to run away. Xingqi, someone is stealing our fruit, Miyu shouted. Xingqi had been hunting in the morning and accompanying Miyu to the market in the afternoon, and even a blue-level male would feel exhausted. He was resting under a tree when he heard Miyu's voice and immediately rushed to shield her behind him. Seeing the several males stealing a lot of fruit and escaping, anger surged within him. Stop! Dare to steal from me, and you'll be looking for death. Xingqi roared, and the males scattered, clutching the fruit and running even faster. However, he wouldn't allow them to take the fruit so easily. He charged forward to reclaim it. The males were strong and confident in numbers, even though they were carrying fruit. They felt they could take on a blue-level male like Xingqi, but a blue-level male was still a blue-level male, something these green-level males couldn't compare to. Although facing many opponents made it a bit challenging, it didn't mean he would lose. Seeing they couldn't beat Xingqi, the males, unwilling to return empty-handed, turned their attention to snatch the more valuable pockets from Miyu. As long as they got those crystal beads, they would be set for life. Xingqi saw that the males had changed their target to attack Miyu and quickly rushed over to protect her. To avoid accidentally injuring Miyu, he held back considerably, which allowed the males to find an opportunity to hurt him. One male, in a desperate move, attacked Miyu, and Xingqi took a sharp tiger claw to his abdomen while pushing Miyu away. Xingqi, run. Don't worry about me. When the males saw Xingqi was injured, they pursued them relentlessly like wolves sensing blood. However, Xingqi was already exhausted and injured, making it difficult to deal with these males. At a critical moment, Miyu rushed towards Xingqi without caring about the crystal beads and directly took him back to the modern world. Just then, Shioka's younger brother, Lao Wumachi, was wandering around the street and unexpectedly witnessed the fight. He initially wanted to join in to watch the commotion, but was shocked to find that the ones being attacked were Miyu and Xingqi. This was serious. Who didn't he know about Xingqi's abilities? Yet, he was being chased by several males and was in such a predicament, even injured. What blue-level male? He is just average, and people say he has no talent. Machi was overjoyed and quickly ran home, excitedly recounting the scene he had seen on the street to Butai. Father, this Lord Xingqi is really nothing special. He was chased by several green-level males, and you should have seen how embarrassed he was. He even got seriously injured trying to save that lowly black-haired female. I don't know what he was thinking. Ma-Chi mocked, finally finding an outlet for the pent-up frustration in his heart. Lord Xingqi was chased. He must have offended other vendors on that street. If Miyu had told us about her supply channels earlier, this wouldn't have happened today. They really deserve it. Jilia listened to Ma-Chi's words and began to gloat. But coincidentally, this was overheard by Shioka, who was passing by. Shioka immediately rushed to Miyu's stall, but there was no sign of her, only a pool of blood on the ground. What happened to this blood? Chapter 39. Xingqi receives medical treatment in the modern world. Is it Xingqi who is injured or Wichu? Shioka couldn't help but worry, her emotions fluctuating greatly. Miyu received a prompt from the system and quickly sent a message to Shioka to reassure him. Miyu, Shioka, I'm fine. It's Xingqi who got hurt. I'll take care of Xingqi's injuries for a few days and then return to Huqing. Hearing that it wasn't Miyu who was injured, Shioka felt much more at ease. After Miyu sent the message, she put down her phone and looked at Xingqi. He had passed out due to severe injuries. With a large wound on his abdomen that could not be treated with just band-aids and gauze, he needed to go to the hospital for surgery and stitches. However, she was also a bit worried that Xingqi might uncontrollably transform into his beast form during the operation, exposing his identity. Miyu thought for a moment and then asked Shioka through her phone. Miyu, Shioka, do you know if there's anything that can help a male maintain his human form? As long as a male can transform into a human, he can control his body shape. Shioka didn't understand why Miyu needed such a thing, but still answered honestly. There is a type of transformation herb that can keep a male in human form for a day. It's sold in Tiger City, but it requires crystal beads. 5 orange crystal beads can be exchanged for 1 transformation herb. Seeing Shoka's reply, Miyu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only required crystal beads. She still had quite a few on hand, so problems that could be solved with resources were minor issues. Shoka, I'll give you the crystal beads. Can you help me buy some transformation herbs? Miyu said with a hint of urgency. Okay, wait for me, I'll be quick. Shoka didn't ask too many questions and hurried off to buy the transformation herbs for Miyu. Thankfully, with the crystal beads, purchasing the herbs wasn't difficult, and soon Shoka had them in hand. He sneakily returned to his stone house and closed the door. Looking at the transformation herb in his hand, he wondered, how am I supposed to give this to you? Miyu glanced at the pale-faced Xingqi and felt a bit uneasy leaving. System. As long as the host sincerely wishes for the object, it can be teleported to your hand using telekinesis. It can work like that? After Miyu recounted everything to Shoka, she soon received several shape-shifting herbs that resembled ginseng. Xingqi was currently in a coma, and getting him to consume these herbs was also a challenge. After thinking for a while, Miyu came up with the simplest and most straightforward solution. She used a juicer to extract the juice from all the shape-shifting herbs and then fed it to Xingqi. Although some of it spilled out, fortunately, most of it was consumed. After feeding the shape-shifting herbs to Xingqi, Miyu felt a sense of relief. As long as Xingqi didn't reveal his beast form in the short term, she could take him to the hospital for treatment. Miyu let out a sigh of relief, ignoring the mess on the bed. She directly helped Xingqi up and used all her strength to get him into the car to go to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, she didn't register or call for a doctor, but instead exercised her investor privileges to find the hospital director. Xingqi's situation was too special. He was undocumented and had no identification. If they contacted other doctors, they would likely have to verify his identity and go through similar procedures. Moreover, payment and other matters would also require identification, so only by going directly to the director could these procedures be bypassed. The director hurriedly arrived, calling a few young, strong doctors who brought a stretcher, lifting Xingqi inside and directly placing him on a hospital bed. Before leaving, Miyu put a coat on Xingqi, but now his clothes were soaked in blood, with blood dripping down and staining the bed sheets. Seeing this scene, the director frowned, lifted the coat, and revealed the wounds on Xingqi's body, which were clearly claw marks from a beast. What kind of beast could inflict such shocking wounds? How large and ferocious must it be? Mr. Mi, the patient's wounds are too deep. He needs surgery to be stitched up, the director said while diagnosing Xingqi's injuries and explaining the course of action. Miyu frowned at the director's diagnosis. These injuries were inflicted with deadly intent. Director, please do your best to save him. Rest assured, Mr. Mi, as doctors, saving lives is our primary responsibility. I will do everything I can to ensure his survival. With the director's assurance, Miyu felt slightly relieved. The situation was urgent, and the director wasted no time, immediately arranging for the surgical room while personally performing the operation. During the preparation of the surgical room, the director thought for a moment and then made a phone call. Mr. Xiangyang, Ms. Mi. On the other side, in a spacious and bright office building, a young man in a suit was calmly negotiating a partnership with a middle-aged man opposite him. His tone was gentle, yet he gradually forced the other party to lower their bottom line. The middle-aged man looked troubled, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead with a bitter smile. Mr. Xiangyang, you have to leave us a little leeway. I can only accept 1 more point reduction at most. Li Xiangyang said nothing further, his long, bamboo-like fingers lightly tapping on the table, and the room fell silent, the air seemingly frozen. About 15 minutes later, a ringtone broke the silence in the quiet room. Li Xiangyang glanced at his phone screen and immediately sat up straight, answering the call with a worried expression. The middle-aged man was surprised to see the usually unshakable man change his expression. Mr. Xiangyang, Mr. Chun, just go according to the 3 points we discussed. Go find a project manager to sign the contract. I have something to attend to and can't entertain you right now. Mr. Chun looked as if he'd been hit by a pie falling from the sky, utterly astonished, and when he turned around, Li Xiangyang's figure had already vanished from the office. Seeing Li Xiangyang standing at the door of the hospital room, Miyu was very surprised. Brother Xiangyang, what are you doing here? The director said you were in the hospital. I was worried and came to check on you. Is something wrong? Are you hurt? Meeting Li Xiangyang's concerned gaze, Miyu shook her head. I'm fine. I'm not the one who got hurt. Miyu glanced at Xingqi, who was lying on the hospital bed. At that moment, Xingqi was still in a coma, his face pale, and several nurses were dealing with the blood on him. Li Xiangyang followed her gaze and saw Xingqi as well, his brown pupils narrowing. What happened to him? How did he get hurt so badly? You were just with him? Li Xiangyang's expression turned grim as he carefully checked Miyu's condition. Seeing that she was really uninjured, he finally felt relieved. The injuries on him were caused by beast claws. What exactly happened? Mi was worried about being discovered, so she quickly found an excuse. The two of us went to the wildlife protection area to see the wild animals. On the way, Xing-Chi got out of the car at the wildlife protection area to observe a tiger up close, but unexpectedly, it startled the tiger. At this point, Miyu's eyes turned slightly red and her nose felt sour. She had only known Xing-Chi for a short month, and the fact that he was willing to protect her with his life moved her deeply. Chapter 40. Who will keep watch at night upon hearing Miyu's explanation? Li Xiangyang's face immediately darkened. This is simply reckless. In a wildlife protection area, how dare you get out of the car? You're courting death. Li Xiangyang already disliked Xing-Chi, and his gaze towards him was filled with unmasked disdain. It was outrageous. If Xing-Chi didn't value his own life, he shouldn't drag her into it. Miyu, stay away from him in the future. Such a passive behavior made understand just how vast the gap between them was. Less than Changxiu hold it against them later, and then something happened, and Changxiu wouldn't be able to step into the entertainment industry at all. The chatterbox was venting its frustrations. At this moment, it was no longer the big shots they offended, but rather the foolish drunkards who listened. Ever since their parting that day, he had been searching for Yu Ro's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the heavens and the Buddha were mysterious and powerful, and even he couldn't figure out where Yu Ro was. Seeing the drastic changes brought about by the 10th celestial shift, Huang Shang, who could temporarily avoid the threat of time's reign in Fengdu City, also became increasingly serious. This is what people often refer to as the issue of fate. People are divided into ranks, and regardless of their identity, their fate is predetermined from the womb. Floating in front of Su Rue, who had her eyes closed as usual, she reached for the misty form, and in an instant, a massive blade materialized. The power of Pangu was indeed terrifying, especially under such reckless assault at this moment, where he once again exhibited an invincible and unstoppable demeanor. His bitter smile, coupled with the sweat in his palms, made his stiff body sway as he walked like a mechanical spirit, lowering his head, anxiously staring at Tina's condescending and domineering gaze. Dong Dongkai knew this person's advice was well-intentioned and didn't mind it, but on the other hand, the Hongheng Trading Group had a grand scale and an extraordinary background. If they were truly targeted, it would be difficult for his family to handle it. After much deliberation, he glared at Xiao Yifan and chose not to say more. Step by step, he lured out the deepest desires of the scarred man's heart, then completely destroyed them, ultimately imprinting himself on the other's heart when he collapsed, obtaining the information he wanted. After all, his actions, though subtle, could be said to lack sincerity in terms of concealment. Tang Xiaofeng directly activated the golden fire, and in an instant, this remnant soul turned to ashes and vanished. Therefore, when she saw Yun Beichun, she unhesitatingly offered her body. Using various means, she firmly grasped Yun Beichun's heart. Pan Ling and Wu Shui discussed and decided to set the time for tonight. It was better to confirm this matter sooner rather than later. Wang Tian's words were quite reasonable. Dragging it out was not a good thing, especially with the eerie ancient tree before them. Li Fugui felt an involuntary fear as he looked at the colorful ribbons fluttering in the cold wind. With his palm strike, the ghostly hand held nothing back, and Tang Xiaofeng was directly sent flying dozens of meters away, with his entire meridians and bones breaking apart, spitting blood. His internal organs shattered, and his dantian damaged, leaving him in a tragic state, dead beyond recovery. The Flame Emperor and others were making preparations. Once they saw hope, they would take action against Yinan. In the distance, the Snow Wolf King leaped down from the dirt slope, landing directly in front of Tang Xiaofeng, dust swirling around. Jiang Jiu had been waiting below. He had already investigated the matter of the blood-red eyes yesterday, but there were still no results. With everything ready, I raised the burning torch, the flames flickering wildly, and directly pressed it against the beehive. A gentle breeze blew, the fire borrowed the wind's force, and the wind aided the fire's might, crackling as the bees erupted from the hive, buzzing loudly, truly a fiery inferno in the beehive, and the bees swarmed toward us. Chapter 41. Xing-Chi unconscious after a brief exchange, Li Xiangyang hung up the phone. Soon after, the dean hurriedly arrived at the ward with people. Starting to examine Xing-Chi, you looked at the suddenly arrived dean and felt a bit strange. Could it be that Xing-Chi's condition has worsened? What's wrong, dean? Is there something wrong with Xing-Chi's body? The dean lifted Xing-Chi's eyelid and checked, then felt his pulse. Everything seemed normal. The real issue was that his sister had come today to discuss something important with her. Mo Xiaoxue was not concerned about Li Sun's indifference and directly stated her purpose. The report to the Cyber Monitoring Bureau has been handed to me. As the manager of the electronics company, I've dealt with the Cyber Monitoring Bureau a few times. The second task, just like the report to the Cyber Monitoring Bureau, Zhang Xiao also spoke up. Jiang Yuyao's 3 conditions were very important. If the Raccoon City side did not agree, it would definitely have a significant impact on the Umbrella Corporation's development in the United States. Daughter-in-law, why does your face look so bad? I looked at Chier and said what was true. It might be better to let it go. Duanshu walked over to Hua Jiu's side, looking warm and friendly, even speaking softly. Now, Hua Sheng just wanted to know who did it. No matter what the conspiracy was, since others wanted to play dirty, he would just play along. Don't be afraid, that person is seriously injured. I've increased the guard here. You are very safe, Su Shihue said with a smile. Just then, as the captain of the Imperial Army was about to say something, a faint smile appeared on Feng Jing's lips, and dozens of men in black descended from the lush trees, swords in hand. She wore a fitted black professional outfit with a low-cut neckline, revealing her snow-white peaks and valleys, creating a strong visual impact. The King of Honghai says he plans to erect a statue of your highness here. You are now the king of this space, and it is only right that your majestic figure stands above. A gold core cultivator stepped forward. Feng Ao recognized him as one who had always followed the King of Honghai, in the battle group closest to Shi Yin Yu. The 7-star demon-slaying sword formation firmly suppressed the 8 trigrams fire pill cloud formation. The remaining hundreds of chaotic gold core disciples, although the Lingding mountainside had the upper hand, were unable to break through the encirclement to assist Shi Yin Yu. As for Luo Hao and other strong figures, although 1 or 2 challengers were easily defeated by them, they ultimately lost the momentum, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Liang Wolzu suddenly laughed. Zhang Chunxing wasn't foolish. This was the funniest joke she had ever heard. Wu Xuan was still immersed in the humiliation Liang Wolzu faced moments ago and did not fully understand Wu Banchang's words at this time. However, after years of being looked down upon in the Wu family, he had long learned to remain indifferent to any situation and not ask for reasons. A month went by in the blink of an eye. Gu Yajing arranged another date for Cui Jun. This couple had nothing to do and tirelessly worried about Cui Jun's lifelong major event, enjoying themselves. Fu Lan, Luan, and Xian Xia surrounded them, and Yin Lu, who was on guard, followed them with a somewhat embarrassed wry smile. Back in reality, Jiu was still laughing foolishly, and the starry glow in his eyes had completely been taken over by the idea of taking a bath. The war sweeping the world broke out, just like that. In terms of military strength alone, the Royal Coalition forces were no longer under the United Government, but no one believed that the Royal Coalition had any hope of victory. After all, the Royal Army was still vastly inferior compared to the battle-hardened Navy and Revolutionary Army. The people here certainly did not understand the meaning of this almost nonsensical talk. They were just puzzled. Shi Qian's expression subtly changed. Su Hofeng was not a thug from the underworld, but a figure from high society. The Su family was also quite famous locally. Li Hanyan knew she had been chatting with someone last night and unconsciously saw that profile picture, knowing it should not be a man, so he didn't care. Chapter 42. Which month? In your heart. Who is more important to me? And Xing-Chi. These past few days, Xing-Chi had been lying in bed, having very little contact with water. No wonder his skin had started to crack. It was all her fault. She had been worried about Xing-Chi's physical injuries during this time, neglecting the fact that, as a sea beast, he needed water very much. Fortunately, these past 2 days, they had been giving him 4 fluids, which somewhat compensated for his lack of water. But looking at the current situation, relying solely on 4 fluids was not enough to satisfy Xing-Chi's body's need for water. Yin-Jin thought for a moment and finally spoke softly. So, do you still think your so-called secret is absolutely not to be leaked? Obviously, Yin-Jin's words carried a more casual and relaxed tone, as if everything was under her watch. What was displayed next was, in part, not a special effect. The people present did not know that those floating mountains were real existences from the mysterious world. Therefore, to them, it seemed incredibly lifelike. Everyone hold on. Zhang Han encouraged his comrades strongly in the battle array. At this point, he had almost exhausted his magical power, and the protective shield above his head was swaying precariously, about to collapse. Seeing that Mo Shiyun was silent, Feng Xiaoyuan slightly nodded at her, then cautiously cast the soul-returning technique. Simply the barbecue executive, Yu Qian and Heidu, who also planned to get meat to roast, stared in shock at the giant stone they had never seen before, unable to resist at all. Facing such a giant stone was even more terrifying than facing the Vine Peak. They involuntarily followed his every step. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but cry again, his heart filled with disbelief and helplessness, as if saying, "Don't be so foolish anymore. If you keep laughing like this, you're going to be in trouble." His calm face slightly frowned. After a moment, he looked at Shun Lianqing with great interest, eagerly anticipating what she would say next. Originally, Qinyan did not place much importance on joy points, but the appearance of the magic bean greatly changed his view on the importance of joy points. Later, upon learning that they could be exchanged for people to go out, he regarded joy points as treasures. Because Chun Meifan hoped to return to Daizhou, Chen Ji simply organized an elder council for the clan to sit down and discuss what to do. The current Xiongnu royal court was like a big bomb, ready to blow up Qin Yun and others at any time. Although Qin Yun had a guarantee for his life. What about the armored soldiers of the Blood Dragon Cavalry and Blood Wolf Cavalry? These were elite soldiers who had survived many battles. Losing even one made Qin Yun feel pained, let alone the remaining 700. Although his hand was throbbing with pain, the persona of a master couldn't collapse. So the diviner tried hard to endure the pain, trying to appear calm and indifferent. Fortunately, Yang Yu couldn't see this scene, otherwise, the ginseng doll might stop selling and directly run away with the bucket. Due to both sides' plans to steal the city and the members who had completely collapsed and left, the number of people on the main battlefield had noticeably decreased. As a storm settled, the guests who had watched the good show continued to eat and drink as usual. Unaffected, after selecting, they finally chose a 1.2 billion battle power account on the 59 account trading platform, with various available generals, starting not low, at least allowing Waha to spend a little less money. Xian Xiu pondered for a moment and said, "The golden-eyed jade tiger phenomenon has a great hope of forming a golden core." She did not stay by Mrs. Song's side today, but returned home. After rummaging through boxes and cabinets, she finally found a delicate jade hairpin. Moreover, as long as they secured the KVK championship, it would undoubtedly attract a large number of players from surrounding districts to migrate, and, at that time, wouldn't the daily income soar? Chapter 43. Shioka's question left Miyu speechless. She didn't expect him to ask so suddenly. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, "Host, this question needs to be answered carefully. A wrong answer may accelerate Shioka's dark transformation." Miyu understood in her heart that if she mentioned her greater concern for Xingqi here, it would certainly affect Shioka's emotional state. Although Shioka had given her a choice, in her eyes, the answer he originally envisioned was to fake his death and escape for a while, retreating to Ronggu to cultivate. A group of people soon arrived, and the first one hurriedly dismounted and bowed. "I am Fang Zheng from Hangzhou Prefecture. I greet the esteemed envoy." His square face was indeed as his name suggested. Lin Su was silent for a moment. He did not expect that because of his attack, the Left Tent tribe's internal strife would come to an end. This Kunlun sect was indeed terrifying, as the religious leader, the divine Dao elder, had the power to determine the fate of the tribe's leader. "Hey, what the hell are you? How did you know we were here? And why did you attack us?" Long Changjiang said in a deep voice. Sunan thought of him as the master of the one who plotted to kill Su Dongzi and severely injure Wen Xiuchen. And her expression changed dramatically, unsure of how to treat him. With each word he spoke, Lucy's face paled a bit more until she was utterly white. She placed one hand on her back, occasionally patting to comfort herself, her eyes constantly focused on Shi Xiang, who was shielding her from disaster. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. Clearly, Shi Xiang had become a divine beast, the phoenix, and should be very powerful. Yet he was being pushed back step by step by the enemy. The man in white was suddenly at a loss for words. Since the advent of chess, it seems there has never been a rule against playing like this, and his white face turned red. "I came to meet your two talented students. I heard they are quite remarkable." Gao Dasang was not bothered by Hua Qinyue's cold face, as if he hadn't seen it at all. His skin was so thick that even a large needle would not pierce it. Yixiao mumbled to herself, her gaze falling on Siener. Their friendship was neither particularly good nor bad. They were simply two lonely souls who recognized each other's strength and played together. When they approached Estes, she said something to her before stepping forward again. As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the guest room swung open, and a dozen people rushed out, crowding the hallway. Under the gaze of thousands, the feeling of battling someone of equal strength was exceptionally exhilarating, making Wu Yu suddenly feel much more awake. Great Demon Mountain Fist. A punch clouded in mist. Lian did not dodge, but threw a punch back at the lion's punch. The martial emperor's question was phrased tactfully, and the more so, the more it carried a clear and profound sarcasm. Teasing, Chui Xuanwei's heart was like a drum, perhaps because of his guilt. He did not raise his head to respond. Hesitating in his heart, he ultimately said nothing, unable to voice anything. Later, Yi also found her own happiness. She got together with Su Yingru's brother and Changran. Although Count Rooster's devil fruit ability allowed him 3 stages of evolution and the ability to enhance his strength, these things were essentially meaningless for aerospace. Bao Ronger attended to Xiao Ling Xiao after she washed up, and only after she lay down on the bed and covered herself with a quilt did Bao Ronger quietly leave. Whether it was the sect or Empress Way, they had always treated Shangwan Wanner with respect. If one were to say they admired her talent, it would be more accurate to say they cherished her due to a different kind of sentiment, hence valuing Wanner. This was true at this moment as well. Since Zhou Yunmei confirmed she had money, she could not contain her joy, chattering away and expressing her happiness as if this money was earned by their Luo Jiming. Taking it for granted. Chapter 44. Your matters have never been a trouble for me. If you think 50,000 is too little, you can name your own price. But this is not a big deal. If your price is unreasonable, I will not agree. You calm down. After all, it was just Qin Jinshui. Born into a wealthy family, she was already accustomed to extortion and blackmail. She didn't want to complicate matters, so she decided to pay him off. If the other party was not satisfied, then, sure enough, as if to confirm Han Fei's thoughts, a flying beast let out a shriek, carrying a warrior who rapidly plummeted. Without needing to follow and take a look, Han Fei knew that the person was doomed. I'm fine, let's act separately. Han Bing took a deep breath, reining in the killing intent around her, and darted away, searching everywhere like a headless fly. Her spiritual sense traversed through the dark forest, startling countless magical beasts, making the entire dark forest unusually lively. Mo Fan unleashed an overwhelming aura, accompanied by an endless roar. He first returned to his residence, tidied up briefly, sent a jade message to a few acquaintances to inform them he was going out, then took the token given by the immortal and walked to the mountain gate. They didn't even need to taste it. Just bringing it close to their noses made several old experts frown. It was bad. They couldn't tell if it was real or fake and stared at the herbal slices in their hands, trembling. However, what Lin Yumei didn't know was that setting up the formation required spiritual essence, and the spiritual essence for the 9-turn star shifting formation had almost been exhausted. Even if Lin Yumei didn't appear, the formation would naturally break after a few thousand years, at which point the magical beasts inside would be able to move freely. Li Qianxi didn't know what they were discussing, but seeing the two of them, they didn't seem like life and death enemies from the evening. Instead, they looked like friends who appreciated each other. With that, the meal was finished, and Laz arranged for Tong Shuang and Chao Yangjin to return to their rooms to rest, while Luo Din still had to take the 7 sheep out for a stroll in the afternoon. The several martial techniques struck the formation. The martial techniques did not dissipate, nor did the formation disappear, resulting in a stalemate. With whimpering cries, seeing the 3-eyed creature's cowardly appearance, the vermilion bird proudly raised its claw, flew off the 3-eyed creature's head, landed on Lin Yumei's shoulder, and flapped its wings, chirping in a way that made the 3-eyed creature nod repeatedly. Early in the morning, Ji Yunfeng first went to Jinyan Real Estate, and now he returned to Yunfeng Design. He planned to arrange matters for both companies before accompanying Yushir for a few days. Although they couldn't travel too far, there were still nice places around Shenzhen suitable for leisure and relaxation. Keeping a trace of kindness in mind is not only a blessing for yourself, but also for those around you. The moral true monarch's expression changed, ultimately breaking into a bitter smile. He knew that Tai was still dissatisfied. Rongju pursed her lips and smiled slightly. Her smile so fleeting that it seemed ready to dissipate into smoke, ethereal and elusive. Upon hearing this, the white elephant demon king exchanged a glance with the strange bird, revealing a hint of a human-like cold smile. As the divine sense swept across, various strange materials made Jiang Chun raise his eyebrows slightly, finally understanding why the potion she concocted tasted so horrible. How could it be the same? I am now his hired challenger. Sign a contract. Lu Xiang pulled out a piece of white paper and said, in the pitch-black calamity clouds, arcs of lightning flickered incessantly, and rumbling sounds echoed continuously. However, among the human race, a small number were practicing spells said to be taught by 10 beautiful young women back in the day. Yet those 10 girls only took care of a human race for 3,000 years before leaving together, after which the human race embarked on a path of self-reliance. Yushir was touched as he pulled her along. Ji Yunfeng was usually a composed person, very measured in his actions, but this time he struck Zhang Rundong because of her. This shows just how important she was to him. Chapter 45. Lord Xingqi has returned. It was still the lively street, and Miyu chose an empty spot to set up her stall. She displayed exquisite mousse cakes one by one, making them particularly eye-catching on this street. Wow, what is this? So beautiful. Miyu's stall was quickly surrounded by 3 little females. Miyu remembered these 3. They were the ones who had bought her skirt before. So it's you guys. This is mousse cake, she said. She had finally reached the level of a 7th-tier beast, having developed wisdom and no longer being just a creature of instinctual killing. They also had social interactions and often exchanged cultivation techniques with each other to improve their skills. Not much different from human cultivators. Puzzled, he dragged his numb legs back to the preparation room, not noticing the inexplicable black line that had appeared on the wall next to the restroom. Indeed, things had changed. The formation they had cracked had somehow activated again and had undergone another change compared to before. Hearing the voice, Kazel and the fully armed Hant turned to look at Charlotte, who was standing by the city wall in Roman general armor, as the words came from him. Lu Shiyu said, "They took a 2-day leave to help you get the bar sorted out." Xiao Ming smiled and said, "What a good wife she is." After dinner, the two immediately got into Lu Shiyu's red BMW and headed straight for the happy bar. "Master, what do you mean by bringing your disciple here?" Lung Zishuan looked up at the old rascal, his face full of suspicion. The sun had not yet dispelled the morning haze, and most of the town's residents were still in dreamland. The Lundian people, who mainly raised pigs, cattle, and sheep rather than cultivating grains, enjoyed a more leisurely life without the need to wake up early. Zhang Yi quickly furrowed his brow, and his vast consciousness enveloped the entire purple cloud, scanning it thoroughly. Long Wu looked up and indeed saw the opponent approaching slowly with a bulletproof shield towards the backyard. "Humph. Our knight Moon Lone Wolf's rule is that the 7th gate opens. Unless there are tributes to pay, we will unleash slaughter. Now that the tribute is in hand, we have no reason to act." The knight Moon Wolf King firmly rejected. Raising his head, Giant Blade Lei Ling glared at Master Thunder Emperor and roared in anger, enduring the intense pain in his chest as the lightning-covered blade slashed upward fiercely. The handsome young man behind him turned pale again. If it weren't for the public setting, he would have kicked him long ago to save face. Only if Liang Yishan wins can they get back the things they bet on. Otherwise, they would lose everything. This was worse than being beaten. What was the Zhong family? What was Zhong Longyang? How could they be compared to me? Qingyi. Wang Chun slightly lowered his head, recalling the incredible gains he made when he accidentally entered that modern realm. "Don't start. The film emperor has already settled accounts with us. You didn't invest in the promotion," Xiaolon said. "Now, on the warship, we need to prepare to return to the Feng clan." Lung Yu said with relief. After so many years, they could finally bring Wang Yu back. The Li family, the Ishan Array Guild, the Sun family, and the City Lord's mansion have surrounded our Song family. "What should we do now?" Fubo asked. Xiao Jie was nearly driven to rage by Su Duan's words, but to be honest, what Su Duan said was indeed the mainstream of the martial arts world today. Family suffering a tragic fate, seeking revenge. This was the theme of martial arts, quite monotonous, at most adding a bit of love and suspense as a spice, far from the flourishing peak of martial arts in Su Duan's previous life. Chapter 46. Mi Yu's identity exposed. She placed a string of meat she had prepared on the grill, continuously flipping it and occasionally sprinkling some seasoning on it. The grill was fueled by charcoal, which she had prepared early in the morning. "So this is how barbecuing works?" Shoka stared at Mi Yu's actions with great curiosity. This was not much different from their usual way of grilling meat, but Mi Yu was grilling not only meat but also a variety of other dishes. "Which moon? What are you sprinkling on the meat?" After several experiments, he finally figured out how to deal with someone. That is, less talk, more action. Of course, she had her reasons. Since this guy had seen her completely, he naturally had to show some consideration. Even if he wouldn't take responsibility, he should at least provide lodging and food to make up for her physical and mental trauma. "Ah, young Master Chiu, how come you're here? Am I dreaming?" Lien Zijia, having drunk a bit too much, walked unsteadily. "Come on, Junhui came to the Fire God Temple to take away Gu Chun. She's not foolish. If she wants to release Junhui, she has to wait until they're married. By then, Gu Chun will be her rightful husband. Does Junhui want to take him away? He has to ask if the heavenly Tao agrees." After finally regaining a bit of fighting spirit, Ran Luoxue eagerly opened her ring and took out a jade bottle, swallowing the 7 or 8 recovery pills inside in one go. The dried-up energy furnace finally began to have a continuous and stable flow of fighting spirit. Known as the indestructible sword body, it was now severed by a single sword. This was a storm destined to sweep across the entire Sword Soul continent, symbolizing the resurgence of the soul cultivation lineage. It was a watershed moment in an era. The fierce bird was transformed from the starry celestial image, Its destruction meant the annihilation of the starry celestial image. Once the celestial being and the starry celestial image were destroyed, it would be impossible to condense them in a short time. Without condensation, it would be like being disabled. All right, I'll go. Suyu promised Huang Fu Huan and then got up to leave. She had repaid another debt of gratitude, and her heart became more steadfast. It's truly sincere repentance. Nangong Pinger did not know the reason for He Qingfan's sadness and thought that He Qingfan had become this way because of her rejection. Compared to the previous He Qingfan, the current He Qingfan had obviously become more reserved and adept at hiding himself. Suddenly, Qing Qin Yongqi finally understood. Last time at the birthday celebration, he arranged for so many people to secretly protect Lu Xiaoga but received no news at all. At first, he thought those people would act outside the palace, but it turned out they wanted to kill two birds with one stone. After a scuffle, both of them knew that Di Longjia and Li Anqi were still innate masters. To take on 3 opponents of the same realm and keep his 2 brothers alive, it shouldn't be a problem to escape with the 2 brothers dragging him down. Now, with an additional helper who didn't seem weak, they could surely escape safely, and he felt relieved to leave. Before Su Dingshan could finish speaking, Murong Feiyu's last bit of hope shattered with a bang, and he sobbed. The Holy Eternal Gate received news from the capital that Shi Yuan was secretly contacting the Yuan people recently, seemingly about the Yuan Miejin. If nothing went wrong, it should be the time for the court to celebrate their victory now, Fang Ning said at this moment. Ouyang Puji and El Fei nodded in agreement. They didn't have many star crystals, but they were from prominent families in the Central Empire and still had some treasures on them, which they could sell to the Xianin Chamber of Commerce later. The last time he acted like this was during the proposal. After all these years, Zhou only thought he had changed, but he didn't expect he was still the same. I'll take a sip, haha. Lu Qingsong smiled at Long Zhu Hai and took a big gulp from the cup. Haha, am I wasting your time? Xie Qi, kindly accompanied you to practice. Since you say I'm wasting your time, does that mean all those previous remarks about us being too weak were nonsense? Scorpion looked at Wolf Hongxiang and suddenly felt a chill. Chapter 47. You want to be the moon's companion? Don't you need to ask me first? Confirming that there were no sanitary napkins at home, Miyu went to the bathroom and ordered delivery using her phone. It's fine, the things I need aren't at home. So I called the courier to bring some over. Miyu made muffled sounds in the bathroom. What is a courier? Xing Qi asked. It's someone who helps deliver things. After I place the order, they will bring it to me. Miyu explained while pinching her calf. Buffed. Yi Jinwei rolled her eyes and disdainfully said, What's the use of being pretty? That scar on her face is terrifying. What man would want her? Such a waste of that beautiful face. No matter how much psychological activity Yayan had, after confirming his harmlessness and non-aggressiveness, everyone temporarily left him behind and started attacking the real culprits, Karamaru Kuniyuki and Namikawa Toshiro. Shinsu immediately followed, pondering in his heart how to deal with Jinyan later. As for that Demon King, if he could delve deep into the dangers, he would have done so already. There is no need to go around in circles. Duanmu Isin, Isin Xiner. Yi Qingtsong recited the name Duanmu Isin, and then naturally blurted out Xiner. When the name came out of his mouth, Yi Qingtsong was stunned. They were all part of the Chang'an elite circle and naturally knew how unrestrained that debauched princess was. After she finished speaking, Princess Showa noticed her father's strange expression. First stunned, then recalling what her mother had said, she quickly withdrew her hand and knelt down with a thud. Lu Zifin's hand slowly clenched, suppressing the anger in his chest, and turned to Li Su, saying, Go get the money. The three reached a consensus and quietly disappeared under the watchful eyes of so many people in the main hall. The more everyone thought about it, the more they felt this item was precious, with fiery eyes staring at Feng Qianwei, nearly burning her to ashes. Ao Qingyo was also puzzled. Why didn't he get hurt, even though he was clearly hit? Was the force not enough? Thinking of this, he put in even more effort to unleash his ultimate move. Leiling, you within the vast star system? You can comprehend the rules of the 9th level. You could be called a genius, but many in your level have comprehended the rules of the 12th level. The 11th level rules? Of course, before leaving, Yi Wuchen had to return to the manor and conveniently settle the matters of the Murong family and the Li family. Who else could be called a monster on the journey to Wushan besides that guy who reached the peak? They lived here. Hua Futian returned to the residence, and the servants would handle the matters here, so she didn't need to worry. The servants would come to notify her if anything happened. He actually knew that the medicine on him was all developed by them, enough to show how terrifying the Gu family was. There were doctors everywhere. Of course, after this tribulation, the second-generation disciples would have fewer opponents for your father, Master Yuding proudly said. Outside the demon spring? setting up a strong formation to stabilize the puppets. To step in, it would also take some time to consume, but the evil spirits actively opened the formation, allowing the two to enter, preparing to eliminate them within the formation. Although the Mu family had power, they were still far from being able to compete with Chi Bai, the Lord of the Divine Realm. If Chi Bai targeted the Mu family, they would be in danger. Tears almost ran dry before she stopped crying. The smartwatch had no signal, so he ran upstairs to seek help on the street. In the domestic area, even on the important New Year's Eve, fans are paying attention to the pre-game news of this match. But knowing that the Nagoro Fox was just a paper tiger, would he not take the opportunity to deal with him, waiting until the season ended to fire him and then pay him his salary? Dream on. Huan Yu wanted to use this incident to directly fire him without spending a dime. Chapter 48. I want to be your first partner. Shioka completely disregarded Xing Qi's words. His arrogant attitude also provoked Xing Qi, who rushed up and started to hit Shioka without saying a word. Shioka was not to be outdone and fought back. You dare to fight back? You really have some guts. This yellow-level male not only wanted to snatch his little female, but also dared to attack him. Xing Qi touched his left cheek, his eyes filled with anger. I've been patient with you. Wu Yu regrettably shook his head, applying a bit of force with his left hand, breaking Madame Diao's neck and casually tossing the corpse towards Shi Zhongtian, while he charged towards Li Shou and others. He heard that the manor not only had machines for threshing wheat, but also custom-made machines for hulling grains. So there would be no worries about slow threshing during the rice harvest season. Fortunately, the Tian family and the Kong family had always been at odds over resource competition. Otherwise, if the two families joined forces against the Liu family, even if the Liu family managed to survive, they would definitely suffer severe losses. Brother Au, it's been a long time. She should have called him Sen Yuezengju, but she blurted out the childhood nickname. I divorced over a year ago, she said calmly, not feeling it was something to be ashamed of. It was already 21st century. Everyone had seen such matters, and there was no need to hide it. The two security guards had never seen such a delicate child, so adorable that they couldn't help but want to hug and kiss her. Jun Mo looked at his tightly clenched fists, seeing his pale knuckles from fear, clearly startled by what he just said, but he did not offer any comfort. All the spatial water gathered 3 meters in front of her, forming a water column shooting straight into the sky, shimmering with crystal brilliance under the illusory light. Lu Jiahua fell silent, not knowing what to say. She lightly pressed her lips together, seemingly a bit hurt. Although she had shown enthusiasm before, she was also unsure in her heart. She knew very well that the reason they came here was just for Gu Xiaojun. In the audience, Wu Yan's fans looked at the person who had taken the racket with resentful eyes. Yang Xini and Xia Jianya had quarreled twice. Xia Jianya refused to give in. And no matter how fiercely Yang Xini acted, it was useless. She deliberately made things difficult for Xia Ji, cleaning out the most shabby, damp, and dark storage room in her home for Xia Ji to live in. Her words were quite sarcastic, and her warmth at the door was also for show. The villagers habitually chatted together by the main road, talking about this and that, and our village was no exception. Holy Emperor, it has been 3 days. Why are they still unconscious? Jean E came back to his senses and looked at Shinnong. I think I heard snoring. Biting her finger, Jiwer turned on her toes and scanned the surroundings with bright eyes. But at that moment, Meng Kei's right hand suddenly slid along his right thigh to the root. A very classic move was suddenly executed. Bai Sanfu turned his head and stared hard at Bai Sanyu, who was head-to-head with him, gritting his teeth and not saying a word. Is that the reason? Song Zhongji sweat. The coach is still the coach. He hasn't changed at all. After all, the substitute lineup of Jingtian University was doing their best in defense and offense. Meng Lang, Zhu Di, Sun Peng, Zhou Xiaoshan, and Gung Haoshi managed not to be overtaken while conserving their strength as much as possible, which was already the best result. He was already by the banks of the Huangpu River, and with this fall, his body plummeted down like a giant stone weighing 10,000 pounds. Cover me, if you don't want to die. Susan dropped the line and immediately jumped out of the cockpit, heading straight for her black gold mech. Helian and Yuz's expressions flickered. They wanted to explode with anger. It seemed she had been particularly impatient lately, easily agitated. Although she didn't erupt, the intense internal reaction was enough to frustrate her. Chapter 49 Reasons for Staying in Tiger City. All right, the doctor made you run a trip for nothing today. It's fine. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he processed what Shioka had just said, he was stunned. Huh? Didn't you just say someone fainted and was in danger? What's going on now? The doctor, a bit angry, had rushed over so hastily that he almost twisted his ankle, only to be told it was for nothing. She is now. It seems not. My strength is too weak to cut through this millennium dark iron. Yi Tian felt a bit disappointed. His only hope had been extinguished. Really? Guerra raised an eyebrow, and upon seeing Dan Xian nod in confirmation, she couldn't help but take another big sip, looking up at Dan Xian, only to see that he seemed to have something on his mind, staring blankly at the soup in the bowl. However, her neatly combed hair was already disheveled, and the anxiety and fear on her face were not fake. Tianji Gate? Zhang Zhiping raised an eyebrow, somewhat suspicious of how Tianji ensured that the Tianji Gate followed his plans throughout future generations. Given that various backups left by the Blood Soul Supreme had gone awry over time, yet the Tianji Gate seemed to consistently adhere to Tianji's plans. The three of them sat under Guanzai's flower shed for quite a while before a large pot of cool tea was finally brewed. After filtering out the dregs, it cooled down and turned into a reddish-brown tea when poured into bowls. As for the rest, there were various bizarre aspects. It was truly shocking to discover that the Immortal Alliance's leniency towards the Tang dynasty had begun to undermine the foundation of the Immortal Alliance's existence. Given the current situation, if they had to shatter the stone platform in front of them to exit the barrier, wouldn't that mean that Dan Xian had no chance of getting out of this barrier at all? A clattering sound rang out, and Gao Zijian and I turned around to see Tian Xin coming down the stairs. She seemed to have coincidentally overheard us and smiled gently, remaining silent. At this time, Guan Hongda was in his 60s, and Wu Bingxin was in his 50s. Both could be considered elderly at this age. Between old people, there were many common topics, and they chatted in the courtyard for a long time, having nearly figured each other out. Logically speaking, the power in the hands of the Giant Han Empire should be at the top level. Now, in the backpack behind him, there was not a single herb, ginseng, or spiritual grass with an age less than 1,000 years, including that spiritual king. Bai Bao also returned it to him. No need to worry, LeBron. He's recovering well now. He can definitely participate in the dunk contest, and he'll be very strong, so you better be mentally prepared, Wade said. Gu Yuan finally stopped hiding his strength. The aura of a grandmaster burst forth, and the sword light in his hand became increasingly sharp. He shouted break, as waves of powerful energy swept in all directions. Looking at Yuan Luoshan's face, Liang said nothing, just held her hand and walked towards the front hall. He understood that Yuan Luoshan was afraid he would abandon her, just like a desperate person suddenly sees hope and no longer wants to give up. Zhao Yu was very enthusiastic when she saw Zhao Hao come, and after some pleasantries, she pushed a nearby courtesan toward Zhao Hao, but Zhao Hao gently pushed her away. Zhao Yu didn't mind and simply embraced others on both sides. Just as the blade was about to strike, Wu Song suddenly moved. Before the naked eye could see how he acted, the originally cradled blade had already slashed towards Shun Ming at waist height. After issuing 3 consecutive orders, Zhang En signaled everyone to retreat, leaving only the Salt Gang leader, Yin Yi. Hundreds of cavalry answered in unison, while Zhang Xiu's personal cavalry, upon seeing Zhang Xiu defeated, instantly dropped to below freezing morale. They had no heart to fight and were scattered and fled under the charge of Zhao Yun's cavalry. Chapter 50 Escape Plan. You think you can? I will not agree. If you don't agree, your grandfather and that black-haired little female will be in danger. As for the specifics of the danger, I can't say. By the way, Vishali will soon come to our house, so you better prepare quickly. Shioka's face looked very ugly as he said sternly, Yade's strength is stronger than mine. That little female might have taken a liking to Yade's strength. You don't need to worry about this. I'm... All right. I'll come back next time with a check, the section chief said with a light smile. Wu Di gently agreed, still sitting on the sofa, slowly drinking water, but his mind was never idle, thinking about how to deal with this formidable rival in his heart. I don't know when it started, but Mu Manny began to frequently visit this restaurant and always sat in the same spot, the table where she had her second encounter with Jiang Chengse, firmly believing that Jiang Chengse would appear again. Once everyone was seated, Li Quan suddenly knelt in front of Wu Tian with a thud. Wu Tian was shocked and quickly dodged, helping Li Quan up. After a while, they turned onto the main road, leading to the main hall. First, the night was falling. Second, he was alone. And third, as long as he didn't confront the Beast Emperor directly, he could still enter and exit the Beast Emperor's palace freely. Thus, although he occasionally encountered the palace's martial guards, they didn't pay special attention to him. The high priest bowed and lowered his head, flattering the king of Yen. He was even more delighted in his heart. He really wanted to go up and give that old ghost of the king of Yen a kiss. The future benefits would probably be endless. After Xinghe finished speaking, a green light suddenly flew out from somewhere on his body, and this green light transformed into a large pot in midair. Song Tao then remembered, helplessly scratching his head. When he looked up, he saw that the sky was indeed very low, with thick clouds looming darkly, seemingly containing countless thunderbolts glaring down, ready to unleash a violent outpouring at any moment. Sure enough, in recent days, the Southern barbarians had not made any major moves, but who could guarantee that there was nothing happening behind the scenes? As Xiaowen was lost in thought, she finally understood that everyone wasn't looking at her, but at this young man. The underworld and the demon realm were equally dark. Both were pitch black, but the underworld had a faint ghost fire illuminating it, appearing particularly eerie. He dared not pick up any more dishes, trying hard to calm himself. Sitting upright, secretly channeling his internal energy to expel the alcohol. Wu Yong was anxious. How could a commander lead the charge first? If there were any mishaps, wouldn't that greatly demoralize the troops? So he ordered the generals to launch a surprise attack. In the chaotic battle, the Zheng family army gradually retreated into the village. Wu Yong feared there might be ambushes and ordered a retreat. Both sides suffered some casualties. Zhao Gai was furious and was about to send someone to confront them when the leopard-head Lin Chong had already galloped forward. The two horses crossed paths and fought for 3 to 5 exchanges. Zhang Kuei pulled his lance and turned his horse back into the willow forest. But Lin Chong did not pursue. The prince was immoral, arbitrarily framing loyal subjects, bribing ministers in the court to form factions, murdering his wife, and hiring assassins. All the way, the person behind him, although cold-faced, his body temperature was like a furnace, making him sweat profusely, thus severely dehydrated. Almost everything in the world could not escape her eyes or ears. All right, you decide on this matter. Mrs. But I did not expect Bai Yunyang to be so indulgent towards Yin Liuli, and she left in displeasure. I don't like to interfere in human affairs, but this matter involved a lot, Xie Yin said. Lei Sheng looked at these 5 characters and felt a sense of disorientation. If it weren't for the barren geological landscape along the way proving to him that this was not Earth from his previous life, he would almost have the illusion that he was still on Earth. Then it depends on whether you have a life to see it, the tigress said angrily, and the golden ring slipped out of her hand again. She transformed back into her original form, which was a white tiger with some black stripes, looking extremely fierce. Chapter 51. Have we become so estranged that you won't even invite me in to sit? Grandpa, hold on me tight. We have to speed up. Yuer's weak hand firmly grasped Shioka's arm. Okay, I understand. Shioka nodded and ran with Yuer, only 2 steps behind Xingqi and the others. Wait a minute, Xingqi. I can't go on. My stomach hurts a lot. Miyu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach, causing her to bend over in agony. Xingqi was forced to stop, and seeing that Li Hao's expression was not very relaxed, Zhong Xian knew that today a situation must be very difficult for Li Hao. However, what had to be done about it? To prevent Li Hao from being in danger, she had to persist. Since he had already joined the Wolfang and become a mercenary, he might as well go all the way. If luck was on his side, and he didn't get blown up suddenly, he would continue to fight and eventually become powerful and invincible, just like he was before. Now, Zhao Go realized that Steward Wang was indeed a capable steward. The vast Amber Villa was managed by him when Zhao was not around, showcasing his abilities and the unquestionable trust others had in his orders. It also showed that Steward Wang was very adept at handling affairs. Sane was not in a better state either. Coupled with the previous injury to his lung from being pierced by Searles, he now had lost a leg, looking equally miserable. The sky in the southern border demon realm was purer than that of the human realm, as clear as a deep blue crystal. When they arrived near the city center, they found that it had long been surrounded by a barrier, and Mu Mian had sent over 1,000 trusted cultivators to guard it, prohibiting anyone from entering. Their request to enter was denied, and in their anger, they began to attack the formation. It turned out that Jin Xian, who had just begun to untie his mental knots, wanted to ask Shi Deng directly, but felt embarrassed to do so. So he sent Jones to seek out the water ship. Unexpectedly, the ship was empty, holding on to a hope of trying his luck. He went to the Sky Mercenary Corps base. Some raised questions about this. However, it didn't matter. The Saber line was very exciting. And to conclude it was the Saber line based on just one bright shot was a bit hasty. Perhaps Teacher Ching Bai was preparing for a plot twist later, creating a contrast. They wanted to argue back, but couldn't find the words as what Elder Yao said was indeed the truth, no matter how they refuted. It seemed pale, in terms of pure strength, before the Wood Tree Emperor reached the Golden Core 3 flowers. Mu Luo's Golden Core 3 flowers tree body was likely the strongest force in the human realm. Her fists were even stronger than Lian Ling's sword. Cheng Donglin was quite struck by Mu Qianqian's words. He wasn't the kind of person, okay? Moreover, many times, the conflicts occurred not because of his violence, but because others provoked him. The war remained brutal. In just one day, the death toll for humans reached such a level. But no one dared to take a step back. They didn't understand the meaning of this war. They only knew that behind it was their homeland. And they couldn't let these demons enter the human world no matter what. Cheng Donglin and the others appeared in the arena, only to be met with mocking words from the crowd. But this was basically nothing to them. Such verbal attacks felt laughable. Wang Gonggong and the wife of Duke Su were startled by Wang Deshun's words. She clearly thought Su Wan was being unreasonable, but Wang Gonggong's words involved Prince Gong. Hearing this, Fei Chui hurried out, while Gusher lovingly prepared hot water and gently wiped Summer Chuan Yuan's face with a towel. Tears slowly gathering in her eyes until they finally fell onto Summer Chuan Yuan's face. Upon hearing Chen Kuang's words, Elder Heiyu and Ganshun were momentarily stunned. They had used forbidden techniques and spent nearly a month preparing to have a 7/10 chance of refining a portion of elf blood. Yet this boy actually boasted that he could do it in one night, and even with better results. Chapter 52. Shuka is captured and injured. Brother Xiangyang, what are you saying? How could I not welcome you? It took a moment for her to respond. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, but Miyu quickly explained. As soon as Li Xiangyang entered the villa's living room, he saw Xing Qi. I have something to discuss with the young lady. Please step aside. Li Xiangyang immediately began to shoo people away as soon as he entered, which displeased Xing Qi, but Miyu was still present and knew she couldn't give in. Conversely, Sing Feng's battle experience allowed him to always attack the opponent's weakest point at the most opportune moment, making it hard for the latecomer Daoist to exert himself. Tang Fei looked at Duan Ziwan, staring into his eyes. Her composure and openness made Duan Ziwan hesitate to meet her gaze. Ai Kaidona suddenly wondered why she was talking about Dona. It seemed she was a bit drunk. In the somber music's backdrop, the hunchbacked man glanced around the pitch-black surroundings, as if searching for something ominous. The music accompanied his rhythm as he stepped forward until another beam of light shone down, revealing an object covered in black cloth before him. Finally, the participants of the original world were decided. Sun Wukong and Vegeta naturally made the list, while the third participant wavered between Sun Gohan and Piccolo. Logically speaking, a concubine is of a lower status than a wife. In a household, they're considered the master. But in reality, they are just a servant. On Huaitree Street, a yard stood with high pink walls and dark tiles, a tall door frame, and a pitch-black door. This house belonged to the wealthy Su Yuan Wai, known in the Yuqing Fong. When Yiru was brought to the medicinal garden by Ju, she saw such a scene and was momentarily stunned, as if she had returned to over a decade ago, murmuring to herself. Xiaoming fully supported Zhang Yu's plan, only nodding in agreement. However, after he finished the call, he felt uneasy, fearing that Renzuru might not come and that she had lost feelings for him. It was clearly a viscous form, but felt like air when touched, probably like flames. Since that's the case, let us call it Black Fire from now on. Black 13 happily named his new skill. Yifeng was not someone who loved taking photos, but he was dragged into taking many pictures with the three girls. Now, the mist still lingered, and Klee, carrying an assault rifle, held a sniper rifle in hand, reminiscing about the countless combat techniques he had honed since arriving at this camp. Xia Chun and Xian Minglong didn't want the atmosphere to worsen, so they made toasts and told jokes, and the atmosphere at the table became lively again. Just then, a sudden gasp echoed from the recording division, drawing the attention of Shun Qi and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled with her eyes, while Shin Qi felt as if she was being pinned down, but couldn't do anything to Jiang Ning. Shin Qi's cool voice rang out from behind Song Sinew, and Zhao Miao Miao, get out of the way, don't block the path. Then, she bypassed them and placed the 2 portions of seasoning she had just prepared in front of Jiang Ning and herself. Jiang Ning was amused by her demeanor, but suddenly remembered her bed hadn't been made, so she quickly put away her smile, climbed onto the upper bunk, and tidied up the bedding for Shun Qi. With their opinions unified, Yifeng didn't hesitate, directly turning the car around and heading straight for the nearest market to Beehai Garden. As for that beggar, after learning the craft, with the support of a wealthy benefactor, opened a restaurant across the street, naming it Hulaixiang. In the past, the masters of various schools merely proposed a grand goal, but now the emperor wanted him to propose specific steps. He really overestimated himself. Previously it was domestic, but now it has reached abroad, and this tradition has surprisingly continued, with gifts from all over the world being sent to the galactic headquarters. Weren't you in a hotel without a base in Los Angeles before? Now, there's one, so we have a place to store gifts, right? Chapter 53. Lord Starpool, I will listen to you, don't kill me. In the beast world, inside a dilapidated stone house. Xiaoka was almost in a state of exhaustion from the pain, looking at the few bottles of medicine beside him with a helpless expression. Xiaoka, are you okay? He slightly raised his head to look at the person outside. It was Maya. Was she there to persuade him to? Or was she going to torture him? Xiaoka slightly opened his mouth, but made no sound. Xiaoka, how did you get hurt so badly? As Lan Fei slowly pulled her hand down, I could almost see the clear texture of her skin above the clouds. And of course, the slightly raised curve was also gradually unfolding before me. And at once, I felt extremely thirsty, wishing I could hug a bucket of water and drink it all. Along the way, Yichun and others saw a lot of destroyed forests and mountains, clearly the traces left by Tang Feng and others during their chase. As my vision gradually cleared, I realized I had returned to the dormitory. Everything felt like a dream. If it weren't for the pain still persisting in my body, I would really think I had a long dream. Although there were many people here, the portal was also very large. Basically, within every breath, around 100,000 people entered it. Lung Lingyun was sighing to herself while tearing off a piece of meat from the roast and putting it in her mouth. Before she could start chewing, she felt the gaze of the crowd. Her breath suddenly caught, almost choking her. Saying this, Si Luhin's gaze inevitably dimmed, and at the same time, he let out a faint sigh. He said that this guy was too impatient. How could he gain any benefits from Si Luhin? Otherwise, who would be willing to present their warm face to someone with a cold demeanor? If they didn't freeze to death, even if the other party just farted, it would stink to death for them. At this moment, Lung Lingyun slightly lowered her head and did not speak. Yin Yinjin couldn't see her expression and thought she was angry, making her even more anxious, even starting to hit herself. The proud and complacent Shangwan Yinhai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand, almost crying out. He felt as if his hand had been caught in a tiger's mouth, bitten hard, and this bone-deep pain made cold sweat pour down his forehead. It should be known that the opening of the heavenly gate and the descent of the heavenly ladder had not happened just once or twice, for countless years. It had never been heard that a martial artist stepping onto the heavenly ladder could see another martial artist on the blue stone steps simultaneously. AI Chen's character should not be affected. It was exceptionally good. If the two could be together, he would be more than happy. Previously, Zhang Fan had also come to the Shura realm looking for the whereabouts of the Ghost King's sex master, Wan Renwang, but he had never found him. And he didn't know where that guy was now, whether he was alive or dead. It was completely a mystery. You made me like this, and you still want me to apologize? Mu Hong said incredulously. All the bones of the people were stacked into a flat-top pyramid, with a ram skull placed on top. The two large horns of the ram pointing skyward, very imposing. Bai Yuankai's driving speed was not as fierce as when he came. He was obviously taking care of Lin Dongyang's speeding SUV behind him. If he traveled at his usual full speed, his Bugatti Veyron could easily leave the SUV behind by a street's length. Zhang Shi'er pouted, looking incredulous. Wang Yin squinted slightly, seemingly observing whether I was lying. However, because of the high-speed escape along the way, as soon as she returned, Peggy was already almost exhausted. She scored a total of 9 goals. Fong Fong was the first to applaud, and under her influence, every time Hua Xiaolong scored a goal, the people present would burst into enthusiastic applause. Shangwan Jin sighed deeply, put a horse into the mirror world, and rode another horse, racing towards the western regions. Chapter 54. Xiaoka can't live anymore. Lord Starpool, please let go of Ma Chi, don't hurt him. Starpool looked up and saw Yage standing in front of him. Big brother, Ma Chi, seeing his elder brother arrive, was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Lord Starpool, let us discuss this. Please don't hurt my brother. Rest assured, I won't hurt your brother for now. Go back and tell Butai that if he wants to save your brother Ma Chi, he must bring back Xiaoka. The burning Godmaster, in comparison with the celestial martial artist he saw when he listened to the teachings of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, found that even celestial beings had their disparities. At least this person's realm was higher than that of their sect's predecessors. A voice filled with anger instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw Jin Lianqing in red, his eyes full of rage, staring at Mu Yin with a flushed face as if he wanted to eat her. The round was over. Arthur finished playing the remaining cards, summoning the 66 Palos and the Lord of Death. The addition of these two new followers fortified Arthur's defenses. At this moment, Cleanse squatted down, holding his head. The usually calm Cleanse appeared panicked. His hands were continuously sweating, and his heartbeat was racing. Jin Lianqing flew straight into the city lord's mansion, and Xiao Xinghan followed him inside. After walking a distance into the depths of the city lord's mansion, Jin Lianqing changed direction, taking Xiao Xinghan not towards the Xianyuan clan's ancestral hall, Every cultivator who received the Dragon Gate Enlightenment reward could enter here to seek the stone monument of laws that resonated with them, accelerating their understanding of the laws. During the talent test, 70% were below 7 grids, so they were directly eliminated, and the remaining ones were all at 7 grids, with very few reaching 8 grids. No, if I cover my eyes, I won't be able to see your acupuncture points. Although I can feel them, if I make a mistake, it's easy for the meridians to reverse flow. Although I can save your life, you might end up with a head full of white hair, Qian Ruhai said, shaking his head at Yin Luo. Except for newborns born in the Yinhuang Earth Sha, if a newborn fails to reach the nascent soul realm within the stipulated time, they will be expelled from the Yinhuang Earth Sha. After walking all the way down, Zhang Jun finally observed the surrounding terrain. It was a large valley surrounded by mountains, but he didn't know which mountain hid this deep valley. Wow, our school really produced a top scorer, and it's the highest score in the country, Xiaolifu shouted excitedly. However, with the combination of his wind element, he was able to create a larger area of explosive combustion, coupled with the tearing and splashing of his wind blades. The damage increased significantly. If it weren't for his possession of the Yang Spirit Pearl, which allowed him to maintain his mental state, he really felt like his soul was about to be drawn into the stone wall painting. Jihan nodded and asked Lu Mianmian to go back first, while he stayed here to wait for Ying Jiao to finish the battle. Song Qingzhai and Su Ji were naturally very happy. Su Ji took out the gifts prepared for the Song family and showed them to him, indicating that adjustments could be made if anything was inappropriate. Song Qingzhai leaned against the palace door, looking up at the blue sky outside, feeling that the day of the clear jade universe was just around the corner. Although he was confident in his medical skills, believing that he could delay even a terminally ill patient, Bai Ming still patiently waited for someone to come. Under Lin Ye's overwhelming attack, the remaining members of the Blood Sect were easily wiped out, and the resurrection point in the one-line sky forest was completely occupied by members of the Qing sect. Su Ji wasn't particularly skilled, but her remarkable memory allowed her to provide guidance based on the knowledge she had crammed before setting out. The craftsmen combined their experience to build a military factory that integrated mining, transportation, sorting, smelting, and forging. Chapter 55. Do you still want to burn me to death? Mi was treating Xiao Ka's wounds in the thatched hut arranged by the Tiger Tribe leader. She had only done a simple treatment earlier and needed to perform a deeper cleaning. Miyu carefully disinfected Xiao Ka with alcohol. And this time Xiao Ka not only felt pain, but couldn't help but frown. After disinfection, Miyu applied high-quality wound medicine and even stitched up the larger wounds with band-aids. After all, she wasn't a professional nurse and could only do this for now. Zhao Wangshi secretly signaled to her partner, reminding him that there were outsiders present and to at least give the child some face. Zhao Laoshi fell silent and squatted to the side, sulking. At this moment, the town of Nirvana was already in chaos, with players preparing for battle. But there wasn't much energy in the town since Duan Chun and the others were absent. As for Lu Qing, he had been sent back by Qin Yang before they arrived. At such a time, Lu Qing would only drag them down. The treatment for a side concubine in the Tang dynasty was quite good. At least, apart from the first day, Yongning didn't have to report to the Wang family every day, only on special occasions like festivals, weddings, or funerals, or when the Wang family summoned her for something. The strong wind gradually stopped, and a man dressed in all black, just like the one Xiao Han had encountered before, appeared in front of Xiao Han, his eyes the only visible part of his face. He glanced at Xiao Han, who was trapped in midair, and suddenly knelt down on the ground. Although Zhao Changkai had never interacted with him directly, he had heard quite a bit about him, and his words explained his actions perfectly, making Yin Buizhai feel it was reasonable. Looking around, he found there was no one at home to discuss things with. At this moment, he couldn't help but envy his elder brother. How could his sister-in-law have so many ideas? At this moment, the Great Hall was silent. These usually proud bloodline geniuses looked at Qin Yang with eyes full of dread and fear. The apple tree was like a hope when it bloomed and bore fruit. It was Aunt Wei smiling at you. Life could still be happy and colorful without Aunt Wei. But Mommy, Ziru lowered his head, looking at the bracelet on his wrist. His eyes filled with tears that would not fall, as it was the first time he called Huan Yinfeng godfather. And it was Huan Yinfeng who gave it to him and personally put it on. It's about you. It's only sold outside for 998. I just snatched a better one than yours. A skeleton hand rested on the bald head. The bald head, didn't finish speaking before he fell to the ground. No taste, such a cool hand was also bought with money. After saying this, he sat down regardless of everyone's gaze. After Shi Yin finished speaking, the sword seemed to respond to him, emitting a refreshing chill. Waste him? Peng Mo looked down at the arm of Jin Xiuqin at his waist. Were these hands really considered to be moving? Bai Yiqian instinctively looked in the direction that Sun Yunfei mentioned and indeed saw a lot of scrap cars parked there. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he immediately pulled open the car door and sat in. According to the promotion conditions for the Yuan Soul Master, after he opened the third spiritual vein, he could look for materials to help himself advance to the Purple Mansion realm. But he didn't do so? What does this indicate? It indicates that he was laying a solid foundation for himself, wanting to make his base more solid before breaking through. In a row of seats nearby, a middle-aged man with a slick hairstyle coldly watched Dong Zhanyun's arrival. Dong Zhanyun had long suspected that the two guards at the door had been bought off by the Tianshi, and the identity of this middle-aged man was self-evident. Yin Feng was ruthless, a sword striking back at Ji Yan, allowing Ji Yan's palm to hit him, while a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he unleashed the 8th style of Zhu Tian with a bang. Chapter 56. The Identity of the Little Female Exposed. Want to burn me alive? Come on, I want to see if you have the ability to do so. After me, you finish speaking. She took out the stun gun from the system space and pressed the switch without hesitation, producing a crackling sound of electricity. The buzzing sound startled the Tiger Tribe members present, and they actually forgot such an important matter. Miyu is blessed by the Beast God and possesses powerful lightning abilities. How can mere mortals like them possibly deal with her? To be honest, she is quite satisfied with this man. He has looks, a good appearance, and a great figure, and the power behind him is even more to her liking. Finally, with a helpless sigh, she stuffed the half-eaten egg roll into her mouth and ground her teeth. Although the fire essence bird is not limited to a single type, its overall outline resembles that of an eagle to a large extent. The earth underworld python belongs to the serpent family, and upon seeing an eagle-like being, it instinctively obeyed its nature of fear, filled with bitterness, pain, and jealousy. When Renly drank deeply, his expression dark. The smoky flavor of the tofu filled her heart with joy, as if her heart was floating in spring water. She contentedly closed her eyes and buried herself in his embrace. At the first sight of General Tang, she found it hard to believe that such a perfect man still existed in the world. With Cold Flame gone, and he and even the 5th young master and the eldest brother nowhere to be found, let alone the 4th young master and Jingyan. The sounds of soldiers in the Military Strategy Bureau brandishing weapons could be heard. Wherever the Crown Prince went, they saluted before continuing their actions. So, does this mean they recognize me as the Shonu Prince? The man wore a wicked smile at the corners of his mouth, making his otherwise ordinary face seem somewhat different. He remained in the Rebirth clan. Did he expect all the members of the clan to treat him calmly, as if he were their benefactor? After saying this, Old Master Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted, his eyes rolling back. Yin Hao quickly supported him, ignoring the pain from the wound on his back. Eldest Yin understood the importance of this call to Lu Yan's expression and ceased to insist on anything further. Yang Qing nodded, her eyes wide, staring at Wu Sheng as if she couldn't believe it was true. Just as Wang Zhiran was pondering, the high-ranking official at the door of the tavern, introduced by a flunky, saw the formidable Tian sitting in the dining hall. Who is it? The blue-haired man asked, coming from the East Sea tribe filled with hatred and disdain for the human race. He would never lower himself to befriend any human. And when faced with life and death, naturally, no one came to his rescue. So why is it that someone actually stepped in to save him? All right, you can answer my question now. Yi Qian threw him to ground, stepping on his chest with his left foot while holding a gun to the man's forehead with his right hand. If you really want to prove your innocence, how about helping me with a favor? Yin Kaching's eyes sparkled, her tone leaving no room for refusal. There are 20,000 massive starships here, each capable of destroying a planet, but that's not the key. The crucial part is that each starship is equipped with antimatter weapons and gravitational fields, and they use these to kill the dimensional worms. Being misunderstood repeatedly made her embarrassed and angry, and she couldn't help but ponder whether she and Pan Haodong looked like a couple. Otherwise, why would they be mistaken for each other so many times? If it were her father, Lei Laohu, he could devour a cow each time he emerged from seclusion. By the way, I can't contact Lu Ding and the others anymore. The contract doesn't work either. I just remembered that I tried to contact Lu Daoist earlier, but even through the contract, I couldn't reach them. Yang Jian gasped. This was definitely a ruthless move. If this were written into the laws of the Great Sway, the court would become the biggest trader in the world, operating a business that only profits and never loses. The so-called merchants rich enough to rival nations would certainly not appear. An interference of merchants in court affairs would be eliminated henceforth. Chapter 57. The Tiger Clan Chief's new scheme after receiving me used crystal bead. The Tiger Clan Chief immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees. He arranged for the entire Tiger Clan to treat Shioka with the best hospitality. Shioka was severely injured, but under me used careful care. His body gradually improved within a few days. Males have strong recovery abilities, and with me providing the best medicine, he healed quickly. Now Shioka could walk on the ground, and the scabs on his back had mostly fallen off. My lord has been waiting for your good news. Walamasa spoke straightforwardly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Once he was certain, it was definite. Li Cixing's deep affection was surely understood by Lord Yu. How wonderful. Mutual feelings, just you alone. He saw a man who usually wore a suit, now having his suit ripped and thrown aside, revealing a delicate collarbone, exuding a powerful and imposing aura. He resigned from the regent position. Let alone the common people, even the ministers in the court would be the first to disagree. The synthesized magical beast chimera, no matter how many strange heads it sprouted, would have its original intention effortlessly erased by the one writing it. Outside, two maids rushed in, quickly stripping Hua Rushi of her clothes and forcing her into a comical red and green dress. How would you know if you don't try? Lu Yuxuan didn't take his words to heart. Meeting his gaze, she secretly competed with him. The newcomer was robust, moving swiftly, wearing a modified, tight-fitting Taoist robe, with two large, calloused fists. I said, Longda, has the princess hit you, or stolen your beloved? Why do you always look at her unfavorably? ISN Tishi doing quite well now. Long San asked in confusion. Chun Shui said, I would like to, but do you know what conditions a political commissar requires? Suddenly, she stumbled, and Fan Minhui bumped directly into her back. However, this incident happened on the second day after Zhao Jia and the others arrived at the Amazon Green Banyan camp. Why don't we send a gift too? Sending a few million to the dean should be no problem. Not judging for a year, ISNT right either. I think if we get a sentence of about 3 years, it would still be acceptable, Gao Yuan said. Well, I can't explain this clearly at the moment. In short, trusting me is not wrong. Just follow me without worry. Unable to articulate clearly, Jiang Ma could only perfunctorily walk away from the mirror image. Gu Feng furrowed his brows. His confusion was resolved, and he noticed that the aura emitted by the three of them was somewhat off. At first, he thought it was due to the demon race, compared to Hai Lai and Xia Shui. Their three auras were weak, lacking confidence, as if they were running out of steam. A trip that should have been a romantic vacation with the Kingdom's flag unexpectedly became the catalyst for a real break with the kingdom. Just when he was feeling utterly miserable, Feng Yifeng was guarding him by his side. Zhao Jia nodded, looking at the parchment with great interest. He didn't expect the Abyss troops to analyze him so thoroughly. Qian, I will come find you. The man held back his tears, but they kept flowing more and more. After the crab, the strongest were the two large pincers in front of him, which were sharp enough to easily cut through low-grade spiritual artifacts, and the bases of the pincers were covered in exceptionally hard scales, which had been easily severed. Obviously, in this battle, Liu Yensong was still slightly inferior and was at a disadvantage, his body already suffering from unclear internal injuries. After they returned to the shrine, Raimo had not slept for several days, so Ellie was coaxing her to sleep. Whether they were students, teachers, sons, husbands, or wives, they were merely roles we played. It could be seen from the alliance that they were capturing Shalebi everywhere, not just for time and space travel. If people truly knew that this ruin could facilitate time and space travel, it would likely become the center of attention immediately. Chapter 58, calling the first feeding target an intimate relationship. In front of a simple thatched hut, a young yellow-skinned female stood there, anxiously tugging at her beast skin skirt. She spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice. Shuka, are you there? Hearing the noise, Shuka came out of the house. Seeing it was the young female who had once helped him, he politely invited her inside. Shuka, how are your injuries? Lily sat on a stool, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. Indeed, could Master Qin be planning a real ranking event? After thinking for a moment, Luan Zhao seemed to understand something. Lingxi put down the envelope in her hand, her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't understand what had upset Anian. At that time, he had him in his grasp, able to act without worrying about resistance. Yin Chui had no time to admire his perfect figure and immediately draped the robe hanging nearby over him. If she hadn't been reborn, she would never have thought that she had 2 children who had been sold. The speed of the car remained unchanged, and the cold air with a hint of chill rushed in through the collar. It made Jiang Nuo feel inexplicably restless. I'll do it myself. I don't want to trouble you, Wu Nong said with a dry laugh. then clenched his fist, gesturing toward his head, and suddenly swung his fist to self-harm. Outside the grid window, several sparrows chirped, flitting about on the treetops, and the scent of dew and fresh grass entered Xiao Yindua's nose. Su Xuanqiang smiled helplessly. He waited for Qinji to leave the private room before he also left the guide hotel. At this moment, Beilong Lei was completely clouded by her Chinibyu. As she descended from the sky and threw herself at Lan Qi with a smile, still sweet. Ever since he had been schemed against by Ning Wudong and thrown into this area, she had been wandering around for several days without finding a way out. Beilong Lei got up from the ground, tidied her clothes, and became extremely arrogant, saying, Wan Qin cannot say more. Although she had been taking care of Xie Pu's daily life and also had the responsibility of being an informant for the Chao family, true confidential matters could not be known by either Xie Pu or the Chao family. She was merely someone who received orders and executed them. Ying Tianchong wiped the water droplets from his hair that dripped onto his face. Of course, Chen Shixiang and Li Shixiang did not count. The glass shards would be shattered into pieces by the approaching entity-like force from Li Ling, with no exceptions. Chun Linen looked at the vortex, but all he could see were darkness and blood red, with no trace of the lake's blue color. At that time, Li Ling had just broken through to the Earth stage, and his strength could not be compared to now. Yang Mingming was a bit angry. She drew out the pink thunder and struck it on the ground, scorching the land, with grass blades and petals being burned halfway. We're leaving Chang'an tomorrow. Did you tell Miss Xiao? Li Qinglian didn't want to bring up those distressing matters again. The regrettable thing was that she indeed hadn't found any innate spiritual treasures. Instead, she had encountered them twice, but the scene was too chaotic with over 100 tight golden immortals present, and, in the end, it was snatched away by an old man with a blood-colored figure. The classes at the Tai Fu were very simple, held 5 days a week. With only one class in the morning that lasted from sunrise to noon, there were no evening classes as Yuan Yutao had mentioned, and the rest of the time was left for the students to arrange themselves. She was so shocked that she immediately turned her head away, not daring to look again, fearing that if she did, she would vomit up the lunch she had eaten. Instead, she smiled and handed a cigarette to the security guard at the door, claiming to be a friend of Wang Tian, saying she was invited to a party by him. In the past, she had never felt this way. She couldn't pinpoint exactly when it started, but recently, she felt like she had forgotten some very important things. Playing with fire? We never play with fire. Wu Wei shook his head repeatedly, responding seriously. Chapter 59, bringing baby sharks back to the beast world inner sea. By the time Shuka completely finished, it was already late at night. Miyu has long been unable to hold on and has fallen into a deep sleep. Shioka tightly embraced Miyu, feeling a wave of warmth and sweetness in his heart. In her sleep, Miyu vaguely heard the system's call. Host, wake up, red alert. What's going on? In a daze, Miyu responded to the system. Host, the baby shark is experiencing some issues with its life signs. After eating something, it is already dusk, and Mangkong hasn't returned yet. My chest hurts a bit, just as the doctor came in to help me change the dressing. It wasn't that he didn't have expectations for the so-called school life. It was just that he was still far from being touched by it. Xiao Luo smiled wryly and briefly recounted what had just happened with Tian Guangguang, Zhao Zihan, and the flower demon, Lu Ruoyan. When they heard that the flower demon had escaped and Lu Ruoyan had committed suicide, it would attract the extremely troublesome and terrifying Lei Fuxian. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Fan Xingmei completely understood what Wang Buochuan's smile meant. In the past, Wang Buochuan had never dared to serve her food. He didn't serve her any during lunch either, but today was the first time he served her, right after Chu Xiaoxiao spoke. Xiao Luo and Holder stopped Clarissa, saying that no matter what, Carol had a good reputation in the Black Horse football team, and driving him away rashly would inevitably dampen the morale of the players. I shook my head. Since I chose Xiaoqi, I already believed that I couldn't even be friends with Li Wanqiu anymore. You child, the couple broke into smiles, shaking their heads helplessly. This child is so injured and still teasing them. Yes, she thought she would definitely escape and seek protection from Qin Jingjing. Yang Guo retreated quickly, punching the nearest person in the face. Her plan was good. She had to run quickly, but Ran Jun and others had already surrounded her, leaving no gaps. How could she escape? At that moment, she realized she had been too impulsive and should have waited for Xiao Luo to come over. Then let's go out and eat something else. Yizihan didn't care too much and said directly. That's right, after seeing Qin Yan's perverse 50 consecutive three-pointers. Number 7 was completely convinced. He had no more dissatisfaction because his previous discontent was due to not seeing Qin Yan's strength. Li Xian naturally complied. He was also worried about how to get along with Long Jinping. Moreover, he hadn't seen Rushi for a while and wanted to talk to her. In an instant, all cities on the East Coast fell into paralysis. People fled as they could, leaving as they could, in short, trying every means to avoid this disaster. After the burning lamp Daoist struck, he changed targets and joined forces with the Golden Crow Daoist and Dong Yong, charging into the boundless sea of blood to fight against the lord of the underworld river and his blood god's avatar. Long Howren took the letter and skimmed through it. His eyes showed indescribable surprise, and his hands trembled slightly, unsure whether it was joy or sadness. Duo could tell that Jiayuel liked him very much, so he should take good care of her. She was so beautiful, and he would definitely have many rivals, so he shouldn't let her be bullied. We're discussing serious matters now. Don't cause trouble. He Lanyao glared at Long Xiaoyan. Her mind was actively working. Long Xiaoyan, usually Wu Ti, allow her to smile at others. But today she decided to be magnanimous and Wu Ti smile at Long Xiaoyan. With cultivators and demon beasts combined, there were over 100. Moreover, each of them was not weak, the weakest being in the transformation realm. Additionally, 99 of these cultivators had a trace of special bloodline. Slap. Ma Xiaoying was ruthless, slapping him on the left cheek again, making Ma Jijila stagger back repeatedly. Chapter 60 arrived at Lion City. Xing Qi hesitated. If he agreed, it would mean he had to part ways with Miyu. After all, Miyu was just a small female who couldn't stay with him in the water for long. But then, I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. Xing Qi held Miyu tightly in his arms, unwilling to let go. After you settle the cubs, you can come back to find me. Xing Qi was reluctant to let go of Miyu, thinking about their separation. Looking at Ji Qingwei, who was activating the yin-yang lamp in the distance, it wasn't a good time to disturb her. Tang Qi and the others had already reached the barrier's location, which, as Xiaobin had said, was very solid, and they couldn't break through for the time being. Thinking about how Hu Qingqing's master had been to the Hu family once, it wasn't surprising that Hu Lele had a high-end defensive treasure. The two weren't as complacent as computer engineers. They were somewhat astonished. And when the native boy continued to ask questions, they suddenly realized that he had a purpose. Few people knew about this history. Chundan scratched his head, deep in thought, while Kelly pondered for a moment before giving an answer. The rushing native startled the crew of the Evair, as the situation in the royal capital was tense, and they wanted to leave early. However, the spaceship needed maintenance, so they had to stay on this war-torn planet. All the officers and brothers of the 1st Division had just heard the Deputy Division Commander detail the responsibilities and obligations of the squad leader, hoping everyone would study the Deputy Division Commander's speech seriously after returning. Hearing Yang Bo's assurance, Li Guanshi felt somewhat relieved as the two walked towards the rows of board houses ahead. Here, the guards patrolled in pairs, and anyone who approached the outer railing would be sternly reprimanded, as valuable items were displayed here. Email? Ryan regretted not thinking to check his email earlier. If he had been checking regularly, he might have had a better understanding of the accelerated world by now. According to some observing adventurers, Jiang Yunshi's mindset at this moment could probably be summed up as, Director, this script is different from the one I received. Unfortunately, it wasn't a movie, and there was no one named God to yell cut. At this moment, as Lin Tao, the president of Osborne Industries and the leader of the Han Association, he had never dealt with Xue Su, so he naturally should know her. However, seeing Xue Su's appearance, it was possible that she had seen through Lin Tao's two identities. This mutant with prophetic abilities. It was only Lin Tao, this multi-identity person, who was her natural enemy. When electing the alliance leader, Huang Zhong told them that even though Chun Mo was high-ranking, he respected Yuan Shao, who had served as the 4 generals of the 3 dukes. Anyway, even the provincial governor, Tao Qian, didn't care, and Chun Mo didn't mind being commanded by Yuan Shao once. At Murong Shuer's suggestion, Mo Hen finally took Baoer's hand and continued to listen carefully to her words. After chatting for a bit, Bairuo Zhu took her leave and returned home to have lunch with her parents. The ribs were split open, stained with fresh blood, and the old mouse bites looked like the wealthy merchants of the south flaunting bundles of ivory. As for setting traps, writing promissory notes, and conning temple properties, Su Xianling might not have seen these tricks, but he had heard of similar things. On the weekend, you should know how hard it is for me to find someone who can be a rival in Los Angeles. I think Eugene can. Chekhov felt wronged, looking at the weekend with a pitiful gaze, like a child begging for his lollipop. Feng Kaizhong and the people of Fushan sent Su Lang off for 10 miles. And Feng Bin's mother looked at her son with tearful eyes. Just as she finished speaking, Sun Yi rolled and crawled to the wall, shouting urgently, "Don't come over. I have poisonous insects on me." He said this while fearfully searching his body with his eyes. Chapter 61. Pregnant again and again. But after half a day, Miyu, who had been left on the ground, still hadn't awakened. Claude's beast servant, Sarah, found it strange and came forward to push Miyu, but still received no response. Wake up, wake up. Sarah slightly lifted some animal skins and saw that the little female body inside did not have the mark of a female slave. So she was not a female slave, but a little female. He quickly picked up Miyu and brought her before Claude. As the younger generation of cultivators in the Tianyuan world, who wouldn't want to shine in the youth competition, how about using it as a deposit? In the future, for each use, I will give 10 taels of silver, and this cannot be refused again. Luo Wuxing, seeing Zhang Qi in such difficulty, made what he considered the biggest concession. A steward looked at the countless sea beasts that had fallen one after another, and a hint of worry flashed across his face. At that moment, he looked straight towards that direction while continuously attacking with his hands. Lei Qianqian and Shi Luan ignored the gazes of others, cared little about what others thought, and after taking their seats, they were open and natural. At this time, the proud man spoke again. Although Yi Xian in front of him had the cultivation of a 4th-rank, 9-heavens Xian immortal, he still wore a face of disdain. Feeling the heat coming from the mouth and nose of the dragon beast, Su Mu swallowed hard, instinctively taking 2 steps back, and his heart began to beat wildly at that moment. Just as he was about to ask something, a sudden splitting headache struck him, and a massive flow of information surged into his mind. A few seconds later, he realized he had traveled through time. Yi Xian thought to himself that although this lady was from the demon race, her figure and appearance were almost indistinguishable from ordinary immortals. Only her blood-red eyes indicated her identity as a demon. Many people, like monkeys, were stunned, not expecting Shun how to be so fierce, while a few were ecstatic. And after their excitement, they began to desperately look for the guard. Watching Lin Zi leave, LV Xian quickly hugged Qian Duo, pressing his warm lips against her face. Among these people, did it include him? I did not stop my steps and continue to walk forward, keeping about a meter's distance from him. But what should I do about finding my husband after returning to the underworld? Having lost this hard-won opportunity, will there still be a day for us to reunite? Wu Gu, the leader of Sikong Mountain, saw this and did not hold back, changing his steps to circle around and head towards Changjinshi, swinging his long knife, which turned into a waterfall of blades covering Changjinshi. I heard Duan Sulian say next, Yang Zhuangshi, allow me to subdue the remnants of the rebel army. With the rebel army's corpse lake in sight, Yang Yunhan is undoubtedly innocent. The Bodhisattva's fruit position seems to be a bit higher than the Arhat's fruit position. But in terms of strength comparison, the Arhat specialized in battle and exorcising demons, while the Bodhisattva may not necessarily be able to defeat them. As for the Buddha, it can be said to be the highest fruit position and realm in Buddhism. Both Arhats and Bodhisattvas can become Buddhas. But is it really that easy to become a Buddha? The first round of the new competition elimination match has reached this point, and the most intense and exciting battle on the field is undoubtedly between Jin Yuan and Wan Xingtian. Those liquids were not rushing towards him at all, but were all attached to the black gas layer outside the ghost pill. Under the rotation of the black gas, it instantly formed black gas and began to rotate. With all 3 being divine emperors, how could everything on this island escape their eyes? Yet now, there were people entering their cave, and they hadn't even noticed. In the shock of the 3, Long Luo slowly appeared in front of them. Zhu Yuan actually sensed something was wrong with the phone, Shui 6 grids, but he didn't know exactly where until he started drinking. I think this is not an ordinary person's residence. It should be a temple. Looking around again, there were no other temples present, so it was confirmed that this was the Qiao God temple mentioned by the person in black at night. As for whether it was inappropriate, what does it matter that her mother handed the elixir to him? Chapter 62. Claude's illness flared up. She knew that Shioka had always been silently making concessions, placing himself in a very low position. Perhaps the appearance of the cub could give him a bit of confidence. Miyu took out her phone to contact Shioka, suddenly being sent to Lion City to fix the card. She was definitely worried and didn't know how he was doing now. Miyu, Shioka, are you there? Can you hear me? Miyu sent a message to Shioka, but after a long time, she still hadn't received a reply. After casting a spell on herself, Qing Wei felt much better, although it was still difficult, and she lost another spell. The second module is the energy module, which is knowledge that all types of cards need to master, primarily used to connect energy cards and optimize energy usage. Xiaonuan knew well what Wei Qingping was talking about. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to the relatives at home, who, due to their family's dire economic situation, mocked them coldly fearing to get involved in any trouble. While she felt sad, she couldn't say it was resentment. Such as life, it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. Oh Chi, over here, over here. Due to the presence of many people, Lu Yushi could only use the simplest method, waving her hand to let Oh Chi know where she was. Even as an injured person, Lung Xiao still looked vibrant and dazzling, more eye-catching than the sunlight. Unsure if it was peace of mind or lack of words, Ming Qin lowered her head obediently, holding an apple and nodding as she sniffed the sweet fruit scent. This is of course related to me. If you have a good figure, I naturally benefit, the man said with a cold smile. He remembered how he had been timid and fearful in front of the class monitor before, feeling both regretful and frustrated. Not allowing the 5 beauties to apprentice means that in the future, if they want to improve their skills in the Hunyuan pool, they will find it hard to casually enter the water curtain villa. Should we remind Manager Qin? After all, they've treated us well. Another person mistakenly thought the ghostly figure was referring to Qin Feng and kindly suggested. When he rushed into Yu Shengxiao's body, Jiang Xiao clearly sensed that at that moment. Yu Shengxiao's soul let out a heavy sigh of relief, then disappeared again, not knowing which corner of the body it had hidden in to rest. When they saw this mark, Qing Mu and Su Huilan were both startled, and Petru also looked up at them. He knew this mark was related to the alliance mentioned by Su Huilan. Position shifting, one of Hao Yu's body technique's soul spells, can instantly change the positions between the caster and the locked target. However, inside her heart, it was a turmoil. She never expected that Su Ying would be involved with Murong Che. Raising her glass, she downed it in one go. The princess also raised her glass and smiled gently at Hani and I, taking a small sip. The reason she was willing to do these things was that she inexplicably liked her design after seeing it that day. After just a few breaths, a satchel's spiritual body finally collapsed completely, burned to nothing. Only by keeping them close, meaning bringing them into the noble high school, could she protect them. Qi Ziyi, is this the reinforcements you brought? Hua Qingrong glared at Qi Ziyi. Was this kind of opportunistic reinforcement here to save people or to rob things? In the end, it was old lady Sun who truly understood her grandson. Once her words were spoken, Sun Qingpu's face turned gray all of a sudden, and he awkwardly walked up to Ying Chun, hastily greeting her. The distant sound of Buddhist chanting seemed to touch the nerves of the divine beast, causing it to suddenly turn around, its 2 enormous claws embracing its equally massive head, and its eyes, which were almost green, turned red in that moment. However, Sin Sanyang's reaction surprised Sin Wunyang. Facing her deliberate humiliation, Sin Sanyang surprisingly did not shout and argue like before, but silently accepted everything, without joy or anger, completely unlike the previous Sin Sanyang. Chapter 63. The shark baby returned to the sea. Mi didn't say much more. She just asked Sarah to take good care of Claude and returned to her room. She closed the door of the stone house and, through the system, returned to the modern world once again. In the beast world, she had no way to treat asthma, but modern medical technology is advanced. Although it couldn't completely cure it, there must be special medications that could save lives in time. Mi returned to the mountainside villa and took out her phone to call the hospital director. Upon hearing her, the doctor was quite surprised and wanted to say something, but Wei Wei had already stepped back to his original spot, his expression normal, as if nothing had happened. The doctor even doubted whether he had just imagined it. Zhou Man asked if she was still in contact with Tang Huang, and Su Zhimo sighed and shook her head. The conflict between her and Tang Yuchun was caused by Tang Huang, and even though she didn't want to be involved with Tang Yuchun now, it didn't mean she would have any interaction with Tang Huang. She didn't expect him to suddenly bring this up. Tang Yishuang almost choked on the tea in her throat and hurriedly took several deep breaths to avoid disaster. When she secretly raised her eyes, she saw him smiling at her, and there was a clear glimmer in his narrow eyes that suggested he knew everything. Until yesterday, Paris had either rainy or overcast weather, chilly and bleak. However, it started to clear up last night, and this morning the sun was shining brightly, and the temperature had risen significantly. Yet, none of these legal entities succeeded. The paths they took were all dead ends, impassable. After Old Masterly hung up the phone, Old Lou on the other, and listened to the beeping sound for a long time before dialing Old Masterly back. Yi Feng in the north had killed many outstanding talents and powerful individuals from ancient noble families, making him a veritable god of death. At this moment, Yi Feng had arrived at their Emo sect, which made his heart restless. Brother, long time no see. Gu Nua surprisingly called him brother, just like Xiaoyan Xian did. Although Chu Yingyu couldn't check the accounts, the old maid beside her was left by the late lady and could spot any loopholes at a glance. General Chu didn't understand these matters, and if it weren't for Chu Ying's previous negligence, he wouldn't have handed it over to Chu Pingting's biological mother. Xie Yuan murmured to the knife by himself. After a moment, the calm expression on his face vanished, replaced by earth-shattering madness. Lin Ji Cheng glanced at me, and in the end, he nodded with a particularly complex expression that I couldn't decipher. However, her voice was a bit low, and her gaze was somewhat absent, making it hard to guess what she was thinking. At that moment, Ling Ziqian was in the Ling residence, holding a string of 5 emperor coins, lost in thought. This string of 5 emperor coins was something Ling Ziqian could easily obtain. Korsu Jiada was not enthusiastic about that position, but of course he wouldn't refuse it, because at that time, he could openly study spirit communication techniques and gather like-minded mages to promote it and seek the eternal truth. Originally, the Bounty Guild and the Contract Merchants Guild were in a state of opposition tolerated by the main temple. Once the Bounty Guild declined, 2 outcomes would emerge. Either the Contract Merchants Guild would perish alongside it, or a new force would rise. Seeing this, Vice President Gu immediately got out of the car and followed Yin Lingdong. After all, Yin Lingdong had said that Zhao Ziyu and the others were from the Huaqing Academy, and as vice president, he had the responsibility to protect his students. I haven't figured out yet. Where can I go with money? I'm not talking to you anymore. The car is here. I have to go, Huang Chang said, and hung up the phone. When he looked at Bai Yun Fei, although he hid it deeply, his eyes shone like hooks with a certain colored light, shining hotly. Just now, they all had a feeling that once they made a move, their fate would not be good. Xiao looked at Sima Shanlan, who had already stepped onto the stage, and saw that Sima Shanlan was tall, not exactly good-looking, but exuded a righteous aura, wearing a green robe, with a dull black sword at her waist. Chapter 64. Unifying the Sea Shark Tribe. He actually came back. Oh my god. Wasn't he already driven out of the inner sea by the clan leader? Yeah, how'd he come back? After all, he was a sea beast. Living on land for too long was definitely not feasible, and now he had returned to his sorry state. As soon as Xing Qi entered the Sea Shark tribe, the tribe members began to point at him. He seemed to have grown accustomed to this, continuing to draw expressionlessly. Bai Qianman replied with 2 words. Now she had learned most of the basics, so during her free time, she would practice hand drawing or digital drawing to solidify her fundamentals. In the blink of an eye, Bai Wuyi had charged into thousands of troops, swinging his heavy steel knife left and right, creating a vacuum on both sides of his horse, while enemy soldiers paved a bloody path with their bodies. And at the end of the road stood the general who had just shouted. He also bestowed upon his eldest disciple Hong Jun the creation Blue Lotus, guiding 3 portions of the primordial spirit. When heaven and earth first separated, the Chaos Lotus was damaged, leaving behind 4 Chaos Lotus seeds, which have now become the 12th grade Merit Golden Lotus, the 12th grade Karma Red Lotus, the 12th grade World-Destroying Black Lotus, and the 12th grade Creation Blue Lotus. Among them, the 12th grade Blue Lotus was obtained through the fortuitous encounter of the primordial spirit of creation. The Blood River knife trembled lightly. As Qin Hao gently swung down the Blood River knife, a Blood Evil Pearl was directly broken by it. The moment the Blood Evil Pearl shattered, an immense aura of Blood Evil spread out, as if some great evil being was escaping, causing alarm. The divine sense continued to extend outward, and there was nothing unusual in the surrounding void, except for the direction of the passage that Li Tian frequently entered and exited, where a drunken figure was sleeping. The divine sense continued to extend outward, crossing the barrier between the virtual realm and the flat world, and the entire flat world immediately appeared in the mind of the Divine Master. Although the number of people involved in the event was less than 300, they were a good model for many wooders. Due to the bright sun, the sky of Erie Star was very blue. The light screen projected into the air appeared quite dim. In the next moment, like a moth diving into a candle flame, Hu Shubao gently fell onto my chest, and then, like cherry blossoms melting into lava, she slowly disappeared. Bai Luo, she listened to all this, shook her head with a light laugh. Rumors were flying, and she didn't plan to look or care, just wanted to watch coldly. Jiang Yi felt a suffocating pressure, if it weren't for the Sword Saint's intervention. How could they deal with the gate of the immortal realm? Passing through the great corridor, the 2 arrived outside a grand hall. The hall was square and spacious, with white marble steps facing 16 rooms, each supported by golden dragon-carved wooden pillars, resplendent and magnificent. Knowing that Lilada would never let go, my heart became much calmer. I gently turned the copper ring on my hand, revealing the silver needle inside, and slowly pricked it into my left cheek. Under the pitch-black night, the Chow Tower struck the fourth drum, and under the cold moonlight, only the Liu family was brightly lit. Lin Han, she suddenly understood why Lung Wu Chun had been so fierce last night, nearly causing her to faint several times. If it weren't for him channeling true energy for her, she might still be unconscious by noon today. Lying on the ground, Vivian's face was ashen, her body already lifeless, with a wooden stake driven through her heart. At the same time, members of the National Emergency Committee, Defense Minister Yatso, summoned the commanders of each military district for a meeting, issuing directives. Maintain order according to the situation, strengthen military facility vigilance. For other matters, pay attention to radio broadcasts and read newspapers. Why do I feel like I've either been catching or being caught lately? Is it bad luck? Someone was bored, looking around the cell. Just as she thought of it, she lifted her eyes and saw Lin Hanshi walking towards her, and a brilliant smile spread across her face. Chapter 65. Reunion with Xiuka. She was no longer in the Tiger Clan tribe, but in Lion City. If Xingqi found out what had happened to her, it might cause some trouble again. It was better to avoid such situations as much as possible. Otherwise, with her feeding targets getting into trouble one after another, she would really be a bit overwhelmed. Miyu repeatedly refused. So Xingqi had no choice but to agree to wait for Miyu to come to the inner sea. On the other side, Shinsuo slowly opened his eyes from sleep. The surrounding environment was unfamiliar. However, he was gay. Why did he react after just a few touches from her? The first time she was dominant, but the second time he turned over? In fact, they both knew what was going on, so why hide it? There was no need to pretend not to know. Chi-Chi was also troubled, unsure if the ghostly figure following her was still there. More and more things were happening, which was extremely annoying. Jixia immediately stopped the divine dragon upon receiving the divine thought. This clever second fairy not only quickly recognized the situation, but also responded decisively. Su Ji, Zhou Yuanji, and He Ming Jiao remained silent, quietly waiting for Dr. Xie to speak. Ever since that night, helping Lin Chengyi with the antidote, Rongyan felt a bit timid telling him the truth. As she looked up, she saw a silver sports car 5 meters away, the driver's door open, and a tall man in military green leaning against the car, watching them. As soon as Xian sat down, she got straight to the point. Today, the 5 of us are here for a brief meeting, but the content is very important. When the ruins of the desert ancient city re-emerged, it not only shook the archaeological and academic circles, but also attracted the attention of various countries. Dozens of different voices represented the youthful lives that made significant contributions and sacrifices for the guild. Zhang Cheng initially smiled, thinking when Xian's methods were brilliant, as expected of a professional, but soon he could no longer smile. Those recordings formed vivid images that swirled in his mind. Because the leader was responsible for the final warning of the team, only Leo could see the leader's performance. The old king pretended not to hear, and the yellow-robed monster said, "My son, I haven't finished speaking yet when a voice from afar interrupted me." Long Shoot and Ribery scored successively, causing pressure on another member of the Robilon combination. Long Shoot didn't expect to have such a hot foot feeling without any boosts. He took 7 shots throughout the match, all hitting the target without exception, so during the first half, he generously let his teammate take the penalty opportunity. Kong Xian and another person received the order and left without saying much, directly heading to the North Sea Dragon Palace with 30,000 elite troops. Oh, the destroyer let out a painful roar. Its body, which was supposed to come out immediately, became briefly stiff as it hesitated. With Long Shoot on the field, he certainly wouldn't just watch his team play so poorly. Of course, there were exceptions, like Huiyuner, whose strength was remarkable, even surpassing the elders. But he was too young and spent most of his time cultivating. Huofan hadn't had the chance to tell him these things yet, so he was unaware. Even without counting Long Shoot, the penalty-taking skills of the old predecessor CAC were evident. Although he missed a crucial penalty during his time at Real Madrid, CAC remained quite efficient in his scoring rate. However, 22-year-old Long Ritian, though younger than them, was only the second member elected nationwide among the post-90s. "Thank you for your good wishes." Chu Si smiled, sitting steadily without a hint of panic. Setting out from the Een Star, Jiang Shao was quite straightforward this time. He transformed into a stream of light and landed on the top of Buzhou Mountain, looking around for a while before taking out a white flower without leaves from his pocket. Chapter 66. Xiuka is jealous. Miyu really felt something was off this time. "I said that I no longer liked you and wanted to end our partnership." Xiuka casually pushed Miyu, making her almost collapse to the ground. "Xiuka, do you really want to end our partnership?" Miyu did not believe it and asked again. This time, Xiuka did not reply, just nodded heavily. Miyu tightly clenched her fists, quietly gazing at Shioka. In her heart, this time, she not only made talismans, but also created dozens of exorcism charms and ghost-repelling charms, which she affixed to the bodies of those dozens who had been infected by the plague and beset by the thin strands of black gas from the sky. Thank you, brothers. At this moment, CMO Han was deeply moved. When he referred to brothers, it came from the heart. My dear Zeo, don't be angry. Ning Xia leaned over and hugged Su Zeo's arm, her voice soft and pleading. The manager shivered with cold, quickly slipping away like oil, fearing that if he hesitated for a moment, he would become cannon fodder. It seemed that Master Ma had let her go the previous 2 times out of consideration for her exceptional spiritual root. Evidently, this exceptional spiritual root had some value in the academy. Qin Chuan was calm at this moment. He knew he would definitely be suspected and would absolutely be a key suspect. In the beginning, she thought the guests had some requests and proactively approached to inquire. But the 2 guests waved her off, saying no, telling her to go about her business. Later, the 2 whispered a few vague words, but still occasionally glanced at her, making her think that perhaps they had seen her portrait and recognized her, secretly discussing her. The Bai family was also incredibly surprised. Qin Feng's strength was such that he would be a dominant presence even in Tianyue City, much younger than the old man of the Hua family. All right then, you all sit tight. I will transmit this sword technique to you. As for how many levels you can surpass, that will depend on your own comprehension. Thus, Ruo, she quickly transmitted the flowing cloud sword technique to Nan Li, Xin Yuan Chun, and Hu Di. All the survivors, including Bai Sheng, Ji Shui, and others, were staring at Jiang Feng and the long sword in his hand. You stay here, I will go check, Jiang Huairan said as he left to head towards the corpse hand, wanting to confirm whether they were there. Using his teleportation technique, Jiang Huairan arrived at the corpse hand but saw no one. It seemed that Weirs and the others had vanished. Heavenly ladder? Jiang Yi showed a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had heard this term. Did I ever promise you any of this? I was dumbfounded. This troublesome fox really could bring up old grievances, remembering even the trivial matters clearly. Compared to Zhao Shangting, Qian Shanju's face was even darker than charcoal, his body trembling with anger. And the disciples of the Changshan sect were also filled with fury. If mastering basic magic makes one a magic apprentice, then gathering magical power is the hallmark of becoming a magician. When magical power reaches a certain level, one can become a junior magician. Magical power and mental strength together determine the key factors of a magician's level. In any case, Qin Zhao had already taken Xiao Shiyu out of their sight, and he had enough time to find a safe place to hide her. When Alexander saw Qin Zhao and Xiao Shiyu sitting on the sofa, in front of these 2 people he once considered enemies, he surprisingly felt no fear at all. On the contrary, his previously tense nerves relaxed. The experienced driver who had just crawled out of the car was still on the ground, trembling and trying to pull out his phone for help. Zhang Er, whose eyes widened in shock. Goodness, 5th brother had actually become a 100 household, and not just any 100 household, but one in the Jinyui, wielding considerable power. His eyes were filled with envy. What do you want to do? Han Dan Ding shouted sternly. He was the real Ming army leader. Who were these damned bastards helping? His imposing presence made several soldiers involuntarily take 2 steps back. Chapter 67. Shioka breaks out in a rash. Shioka coldly replied, almost instantly calming his emotions. His expression completely composed. Host, Shioka's emotions have returned to normal. Oh, that was quite fast. Miyu was slightly surprised. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. Shioka was not far away. Encountering her would make her feel uncomfortable, so it's better to leave quickly. Claude, let's not hang around here. I have a soft slime monster that is close to physical immunity, while the ice ball seems to be a magical attack, but it primarily manifests as physical damage. This coffin serves as both her bed for sleeping and a large backpack she carries with her, containing everything she needs. In critical moments, she can also hide inside it to avoid the harm of sunlight during the day. At Stefan's age, being able to cultivate to the peak of a beginner warrior, with the potential to advance and awaken fighting spirit to become an intermediate warrior, is already considered quite impressive, even excellent. It's not like you didn't lead me astray. Ming Wanli thought back, realizing he hadn't looked at the sign when he entered and had blindly followed Yang Kai's path. Song Shan was slightly surprised to find Song Xiu not only at home, but also welcoming him at the door with a fawning expression. Even Ming Chengfei relaxed, suddenly wanting her own grilled ingredients, so Song Shan had to let her do it herself. Robin was eating grilled meat while adding firewood. By the time he finished a skewer of grilled meat, the campfire had been rekindled. Thinking that there was nothing to worry about, Feng Ling immediately agreed to take Ming Yu and the others to the Tongtian tree. Can I say it now? Su Qian's face turned red. Like a rose transformed by fire abilities, beautiful and alluring. I have to say, the soundproofing of $1 million luxury car is indeed impressive. I've heard the suspension is better, but Tang Feng hasn't found the opportunity to try it yet. Regarding Yin Yu's question, Lin Feng made a foolish expression and said naturally. Xia Yimo instinctively wanted to dodge, but Mu Jingqian frowned, wrapping his arm around her, his gaze cold. Raising his hand to grab the drink bottle, Li Lingchuan first went to check Murong Fei's injuries. After being knocked away by Li Moying, Murong Fei fell unconscious. At that time, Li Moying was entirely focused on saving Huang Yuli and had no time to pay attention to her, so her injuries weren't too severe. She was only hurt by thunder-type profound energy, leaving a long scar on her face, and it was uncertain whether it could be healed in the future. She noticed two black, round objects on the ground not far from the two, similar to what had attacked Dugamu earlier. Qing'er, you were separated from home when you were young. I finally found you, thinking of keeping you for a few more years. But who would have thought that the jade comb in the hands of the good-natured lady would slowly slide through my flowing hair? And my mother's words suddenly stumbled, unable to continue. The infatuation was evident in Lian's eyes, while there was a hint of resentment and worry on Li Mo's face. Originally, she didn't need to wear it, but since talking on the phone was too obvious and it was more convenient to wear it on her ear, she decided to put it on casually. In the office, a man in a white coat with silver-rimmed glasses calmly observed the gloomy-faced man across from him, forming a stark contrast between the gentle and the strong. Chu Xia thought for a moment, that should be about right. It seems that Shirtsong's skills haven't dulled. It only took 7 days for Zhou Yu to die. Gu Jinyu didn't say anything, but his body reacted before his brain, before Xin Shu could react. She had already fallen into a cold embrace. Well, this matter is easy. Weren't you with the MOCS sort a couple of days ago? You can merge as much as you want, I curiously said. Even acquiring 1,000-year-old ginseng caused concerns among geniuses about their health and potential injuries. So they bought pills for refining and healing, which were auctioned for over 10 million. Chapter 68. Claude's Gratitude Value and Merit Points. Therefore, Michaela clapped her hands, and several slender figures appeared. Entering through the door were 4 beautiful females, each very pretty, captivating the attention of all the males present, whether they were paired or single. With their beautiful faces, their eyes were fixed, unable to look away from the few females. Michaela was quite proud. This was the carefully selected female he had chosen, and he couldn't believe Claude would remain unmoved. This was also the reason why the base was unwilling to adopt maritime trade. Transporting parts from Earth to assemble ships in another world was simply too demanding in terms of transportation capacity, and it was impossible to produce larger ships. A white light illuminated everything, so pure that it was hard to look directly at. The fierce wind once again ravaged this chaos, tightly surrounding the slender figure within the white light. Gradually, the white light faded, leaving only Liu Yu's body proudly standing in the void. Zhang Tian saw Lin Su's lips turn pale and was still feeling happy inside. So what if the signal came? It was so late. Who could come here to rescue them? Were they going to throw a ladder down to pull them up? Calanda, familiar with the place, found a table under a tree and invited the two to sit down. The tables and chairs were greasy, with mottled stains on them, and as they got a bit closer, a strong smell of grease hit their noses. Xiaoqun didn't think much and sat down, while Luo Ling felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. I entered the outer room of the bathroom and looked at myself in a mirror, noticing 2 spots on my cheeks that needed touch-up. So I took out foundation, blush, and setting powder from my handbag to freshen up. I walked into box 3 and found that everyone was not dancing or singing. They were all sitting on the sofa, sipping tea and chatting. But whether you want to leave is your business. I will never leave you. At this moment, Feng Lingyue spoke again, though her voice was not very loud. Li Tianfeng could feel the determination in her tone. Master Feiyuan was a virtuous monk and a master of martial arts. I didn't know Master Feiyuan would be visiting at home. It seems the person Grandpa mentioned who could save you was referring to Master Feiyuan. Bai Jun Man continued speaking. Huang Lianhong and Hu Shuang both turned on the flashlight on their phones and shone it towards the helicopter, which found a relatively flat place to land. If the uncle wants to eat, it will be available in town in a couple of days. We know the owner of Guangji Grocery. He said if it's tasty, he'll come buy tofu for me next time. Su Miao shrugged and said honestly, all right, it will definitely be delivered tomorrow morning. The staff member was internally complaining. There was no problem, but moving things around was troublesome. Whatever, as long as they signed the bill and paid, it was fine to work a little harder. Generally, when encountering such situations, I would say you can change the machine because changing the machine only takes 2 minutes, but changing a microphone, getting the keys, opening the machine box, and moving the machine box is complicated and takes at least 10 minutes. It was you who did it, right? All those things reported about Xinu and Wu Yulin were done by you, right? Chun Zixin, who had quietly walked beside Chinamo, expressed her anger without reservation. It seems this Lu Squint is quite clever. If he admits to the murder, then his life is truly over. The delicious food in front of him automatically ignored the fat man's fiery gaze. He picked up a piece of colorful pastry and was about to put it in his mouth. Haha, don't worry. After bullying your sister, it will be your turn. Before the young master enjoys himself, I decided to enjoy first. In Lu Huang's eyes, a chill surged, and his gaze recklessly swept over Xiaoxidia, as if he were casually looking at his own belongings. Hu Li, as usual, prepared to go home after getting off work. Hu Li's security level was evidently lower than Long Kuen's. The bodyguards beside him were not professional soldiers or retired soldiers, but a few capable and loyal individuals selected from his subordinates. Chapter 69, She felt no more than the initial pain. She had no other sensations. But Claude knew his aura had already left its mark in Miyu's body. Mated females carry the scent of males, which can be detected by males. Claude looked at his arm and saw a beast mark on his left arm. It was the mark of a partner. A small black tiger, indicating that Claude was now Miyu's partner. Although Diane was somewhat disappointed, thinking the defense procedure would be more complex. She had prepared many gimmicks to fool the investors. Why didn't they ever listen to her? This cold-faced prince was not charming at all. How to secure this prince's position until he successfully ascended to the throne was indeed very important. Diane recalled a previous encounter when she saw the third prince suffer from poisoning. His weak appearance during detoxification made her feel a trace of concern. Unfortunately, Chao Xiong was old, and he was overwhelmed by the imposing manner of General Chun, slipping and falling in the rain. Moreover, we are only trying to compensate for the lack of understanding of space. Would the soul beasts not eat humans to fill their stomachs? Amuro Tru looked up at the sky. It was now afternoon, clear and cloudless, much like Idagawa Konan. Hanada Haruna felt the hands holding her tighten. At the same time, she heard the class leader scream in her mind. Fortunately, today's recordings with Lu Ran and Lu Mingji were quite resilient, and she could speak candidly. While saying this, he smiled at Konan. Although he was smiling, the pressure behind his glowing eyes was overwhelming. Several elders of the Huazong could not find the sect master and had to obey Yefei's arrangement, gathering all the disciples from the Huazong to settle in the Northwest Alliance. You were once married to him. How could there be no relationship at all? Shen Tingyu expressed doubt about by Ruoi's words. She was too direct and made people suspicious. Doctors and nurses rushed to comfort Zhou Yu, while Gu Qingze and Qinrui also went up to help Zhou Yu up. Indeed, she did not lie about this. Xikong Changting would not use such a simple and foolish method, nor would he let her take risks. Just imagine how a ruler would feel when the fate of a company could no longer be controlled by themselves. I can only do my best. The adults should understand that the Yunjie Fairy of Burii Villa only has her meridians corrupted by dead energy, while the respected lady is possessed by madness. The two are not comparable. The person in black did not approach immediately, but first offer an explanation. It is indeed a pity to lose your former friend. But losing the latter friend is not regrettable, Wu Mei summarized. Still noisy, she began to undress. Her suspender dress and shirt were tossed aside, and she lay on the floor. Even when backlit, his facial contours were strikingly clear, exuding a scent of cologne and male hormones that made Bairoi feel dazed, as if she had returned 5 years ago. At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood the thoughts of the original primordial emperor, Fuxi, Hongjun, and the gods. Shen Bainan looked at Feng Yi with a half-smile, and then a smile appeared on her ancient, icy face. The exchanges between the two were merely a moment's work. Yet the seven-star spear changed moves continuously, controlling the rhythm of the entire battle, forcing the firewolf to retreat. Taking away the Peiyuan Zhu fruit was naturally because it was useful to him. Old Zhu inferred that the god of the hill should possess a physical body, most likely a kind of extraordinary creature. Fuxi naturally knew the severity of the situation. Before the heavy aura could press down, he swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the Beast King by several dozen meters. Who is your wife? Nangong Qingsheng pouted her cherry lips and glared at Yichun, looking like she was acting spoiled and sulking. Chapter 70. From now on, she is the city lord's lady. The physician shook his head and explained, with my current medical skills, I cannot accurately determine the exact time of pregnancy. However, based on the color depth of the beast mark, we can roughly infer the month of the cub. Everyone looked towards the beast mark on Claude's arm, where a small pink tiger was resting on his muscular arm. Indeed, it was the clan leader's cub. It had already been nearly a month. A sharp-eyed male noticed it first. Michaela felt a chill in his heart. He stood for a long time and suddenly felt warmth on his back as a pair of arms tightly wrapped around him. Turning around, he saw it was Gao Chonggong. Forcing a smile on his face, Gao looked at him, his expression dejected, clearly unable to get to the bottom of things. Lu Yingying's words were not yet finished when Xing Haodong pushed his hand, striding into the room and slamming the door shut with a bang. By the later half of the night, Qin's body temperature began to drop again, and Huali started to feel at a loss. She knew that it was a sign that the body's functions were beginning to cease. Why can't you go on? I know you're not very handsome or tall, but you haven't declined, right? You're taller than Udi, aren't you? You're richer than the beggars on the street, right? If today you say you are, then I will definitely choose someone else. Teacher Tsang's voice was as strong as steel, captivating and soul-stirring. But is this really the company where she works? Or is this a place of employment? All right. Sonen is now 100% sure that Yuan did not leave on her own. Someone or some other animal must have taken her away. Upon returning to the capital, just arriving at the city gate, she leaned against it and saw Chuanfei guarding the entrance. A hint of astonishment flickered in her heart. Chuanfei was indeed keeping a close watch. Is it really that magical? Then let's order this dish. Mu Yusin exclaimed excitedly. Del Ying sat at the bow of the boat, silently watching the sunset slowly sink down. The sky gradually turning blue and dim, without saying another word. With no other way to live but death, upon hearing news that they might survive. The Xinbei soldiers expressed their willingness to follow Murong Deng's proposal. Is it that prison sword? Or the spirit within the sword? Or perhaps simply the malevolent thoughts derived from countless grievances under the prison sword? In any case, Jiang Zishi could only temporarily refer to it as the prison spirit. How would you be here? The old man stepped back in shock. If not for someone behind him supporting him, he would have almost fallen. He was unclear why Yang Fan appeared here, and was even more surprised by Yang Fan's earlier words, which aligned perfectly with his own plans. Father, this time I really have to go against your wishes. Li Yuhuan bowed to the old man, and then turned to leave slowly. They had originally agreed to return home for dinner, but now it seemed unnecessary. The hazy figures of the two combined experts paused in the midst of the dull sound, and their bodies that had leaped into the air both fell to the ground. While collecting information about the blooming cherry blossoms, she also intentionally sought to draw closer to Chan Hao, which is why she had been persistently sticking to him during this time. Both of these girls were of the extreme body, as Chinibai knew, but what was this extreme tripod? Did it have anything to do with him? Let us live a little more fun. This is what an old farmer who saved him said before he passed away. Guitu also didn't know why Zhang Hong had such a strong influence, first admitting a mistake and then proposing to have the Bohai defending forces rescue them. Of course, I have to take on business when it comes knocking, or else I'd be a fool. After all, I can get news about rare medicinal materials at the first opportunity. It wouldn't be a bad idea to take some risks and gather more. Then, in the next moment, the male fire dragon charging towards Catherine lost its balance in the air, its originally diving posture turning into an uncontrollable roll before crashing to the ground. Chapter 71. Trouble for both, you don't need to worry about that. I already have a plan. After a while, I will lead my people to the inland sea to exchange for sea salt. At that time, Miue will go with me, and I will take the opportunity to bring back a lion cub. The shaman also has ways to reverse the breath. Claude's words revealed an undeniable confidence. Seeing Claude so resolute, Vasily felt even more jealous. But she knew her brother was truly concerned about that black-haired female. At this moment, it was hard to confront the fact that he was so lustful, which was well known in the Merchant Association, but his father was a high-ranking member of the association, so everyone would give him some face. Yin Sun and Huili were playing a game when a flash of golden light appeared before them, and Yin Sun's character leveled up. If she wouldn't lose her head, Chenmei wanted to give Zhao Ji a good beating to ask him what he was really thinking. But similarly, Zhao Jin wanted to make sure his 7-year-old son's image deeply ingrained itself in the hearts of these old foxes, so they wouldn't be too targeted. My dad said, at home rely on parents, out rely on friends, and friends should maintain material support. So I'm giving some gifts to future classmates, which is also a way to make some friends in advance. Chiamo said with a silly smile. This punch was powerful and heavy, capable of splitting mountains and rocks. If Shinedo were hit, it would definitely lead to serious injury. Sun Yin was puzzled. Lu Yoli was just one of her lovers, and she had never really cared for him. But why did she feel like crying when she saw Lu Yoli bleeding from his nose? Could it be that deep down she loved him so much? The golden lion said he would chop him down, and unless he escaped to Marin Fando or Mariehua, it would be a dead end for him. Although he was the grass-type gym master and not troubled for a living, he still herded cattle and farmed every day. He often rolled around with his electric dog, and the uncontrollable speed of the woolly sheep even became a sight in Grass Road Town. After being sent flying, the lion immediately ran back with a look of grievance. Lin Ro didn't give him a chance to complain and just took him out with him. This is quite a lot. Over $20 is a month's salary for an ordinary worker, and more than 2 gene of meat tickets would last an ordinary family for several months. If he were the grandmaster of the Gu clan, he wouldn't be able to release such a powerful aura in his own royal city, right? A clear sound of metal colliding rang out. The giant wolf's claws were extremely sharp, and against Deng Qiming's knife, it suffered no damage. Instead, it raised its other claw and continued to strike at Deng Qiming. To ensure nutritional value, the chef always added these 2 ingredients to her dishes, which Fu Ainen liked very much. You can learn. The host physique under the host changes is a universal body, just like your sword intent. The system's cold response made Qin Feng's heart burn with passion. Every sect should have principles. Yixian also didn't want to put the old fellows in too much danger. Moreover, being the ancestor of a sect might be very interesting. Up close, Tanya could see this horseshoe crab clearly. It looked neither like a turtle nor a scorpion, with a turtle-like front and a shrimp-like back, and a 6 pair of legs resembling wooden paddles that could glide in the water, measuring at least 4 meters in length. I am no longer the previous Su Weiran. Perhaps I have truly gotten used to being abandoned by Mo Yunxian, so I can increasingly walk out of the pain. Outside, the roar of this middle-aged man echoed. It was as if he had heard his son's cries and burst in. His belongings, especially such important ones, can they be easily stolen? None of these matters. Whether they're glass replicas or priceless jade, she knows in her heart. Later, Li Jun told us that at that time, she really wanted to be with that man, but he had always been indifferent to her. Just then, a friend introduced her to a master. So after having a quarrel with Air Shozi that day, she went to find that master. Chapter 72. Claude is poisoned. Miue encounters assassination. The young male took the bottle, his hands trembling slightly. But he knew this was his golden opportunity. As long as he got rid of Claude this time, Michaela would sit in the position of the city lord, and he could become the favored one by her side. So he suppressed the fear in his heart and replied, I will definitely complete the task. As the shadow of the spy slowly disappeared, Michaela's lips curled into a cold smile again. In Claude's stone house, the spy quietly infiltrated, relying on familiarity with the environment. This universe is sealed within a barrier, and with 4 poles blocking it. Could it be hiding some unknown secrets? 2 security guards in black uniforms strode out. One of them shouted at Li Tianxun and the others. The plan of the Tongming Technology Group is to use these 5 golden explosive beasts, along with a large amount of explosives in the underground core area, to blow up all these people, creating the illusion of mutual destruction between the 2 major forces, and then change identities to continue development. Song Yuenda understood what the old lady meant. He was also indifferent to the matters in the backyard, allowing the old lady to make a fuss. He needed to inform Yi Feng. After confirming that the equipment was fine, Zhou Qiming went to a corner of the factory and called Yi Feng to notify him to come to the Qiming Technology Company factory immediately. Although the job at the beverage factory is not exactly a stable one, it can temporarily guarantee that Lin Jianya has an income. Qin Weining looked down at her gently. The sun set, glow casting warmth on her face, adding a touch of warmth to her usual charm. However, when she arrived at Jianing University, she was disappointed. The school gate was very ordinary, and the teaching buildings inside were even more shabby. Unlike other areas of the spirit domain, there seemed to be an invisible force here that gathered the heavenly and earthly energies of the entire spirit domain. Song Xiaoshang was about to get up to go to the courtyard of the old lady when a panicked maid rushed in from outside, her voice urgent. The pressure of divine weapons descended from the sky, like 1,000 steel blades and 10,000 daggers, their edges pointing directly at the black scales. After all, the old man was over 60 years old, having been an emperor who rarely left the palace for 9 years, and after indulging in smoking, drinking, and perming his hair in grief, his health had deteriorated significantly. I am a rugged man, and cannot be described as cute. Guhan is definitely a straight man. The next morning, after the 2 finished washing up, they went together to the Debao mansion. The place they were staying was not far from the Debao mansion, only a 15-minute walk. With endless regret in her eyes, she really wanted to slap herself. Why was she so talkative? Lin Luo took advantage of Reina's return to change out of her long dress and high heels, putting on her usual casual clothes. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, in the under-construction Bai city, huge five-color dragon phantoms suddenly rose everywhere, their might spreading like a tide, instantly suppressing the agitation of the otherworldly cultivators. Mao Mao, how do you know that the person in black next to Su Yifan is his assistant? I am quite curious about this, and now that the truth is revealed, but very few actually know it. A way needs to be found to restore the general's reputation in her family. There have always been fools in every era and dynasty, and there are quite a few of them, but the problem is they are just foolish and cannot really be called bad people. Although I always feel like you are lying to me. For some reason, I just want to believe you. Sunisha sighed deeply, not knowing where this feeling was coming from. In order to achieve success in one battle, Xiao Qingfang sent out 4 leaders and 200 elite assassins all at once, which can be considered a significant investment. He touched the storage bag at his waist, lowered his head in thought, knowing that the few people in the distance had arrived 2 to 3 miles away. Zhang Shiping dispersed the worries on his brow and smiled as he flew over. Xian Yuan and Qi Yu, after the gods and demons vanished, were the closest to the gods and demons, families with divine bloodlines, especially those large families with hidden inheritances, must know this oath. Chapter 73. The secret beneath the pit. The city lord is in trouble. Sarah has sent word that someone is trying to assassinate me. At this time, Claude was hunting in the forest outside Lion City. Upon hearing the report from the bee servant, the prey he had just caught had escaped. The bee servant's voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened by this news. He knew how important Miyu was to Claude. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill all over his body. Claude, with his usually gentle and stern face, gazed affectionately at Lu Qi, and only followed after Lu Qi's car drove away. For example, there are acceleration talismans that can instantly increase speed, invisibility talismans, and even talismans that can directly kill. Lu Sanchuan was not good at leg techniques to begin with, and after being pressured like this, he had no way to counter it. In a fit of anger and shame, he exerted force with his foot, pushing Su Qing's heel away. This is a rectangular room filled with bunk beds, stocked with blankets, and other simple living supplies, each bed labeled with a name. Infants are currently in a period of skeletal development. Lying in bed is more beneficial for their growth than being held by adults. The trident instinctively jumped out, forming an energy shield to block the sword light aimed at Tang Song, just in time to shield it from the old man Yang's sword. But at that moment, 5 men in black rushed up again, still from 5 directions, still with forced pressure. Their movements were remarkably coordinated. Seeing Su Chenxi's cold expression, Yin Yushan stood there. Even though she was reluctant, she could only bite her lip and plan to walk outside. Where's the girl going? Perhaps it was because there were only the 3 of them alive around. The man was no longer in a hurry to continue his journey, simply sitting down next to them to rest. This name shocked everyone in the car like thunder. In an instant, no one dared to breathe loudly. Inside the tavern, the voices of accusations grew louder, and Zhang Chengzi's anger gradually rose, wishing to slaughter these people completely. So everyone casually tossed the ancient corpse's head and walked to the Qilin relief, pressing the ancient corpse pearl into place, and then, with a click, the pearl perfectly aligned with the Qilin's eye socket. But nothing happened next. Wana, Grandpa, let's go. We will check out the villa they mentioned to see if my parents are inside. I wonder how they have been after being imprisoned for years. Ingjun looked at Mu Wanner and the old man Mu and said. He fell solidly onto the concrete path in the grass, feeling his body shatter into pieces. The pain was unbearable, a breath of cold air stuck in his throat, making it hard to even cry out in pain. After he hung up the phone, he pressed a red button without hesitation. A sharp whistle echoed throughout the military camp. She silently prayed that they wouldn't chase after her, but her eyes kept darting around, and just a glance made her break out in a cold sweat. However, something incredible happened again. Although she felt as if she had truly crossed over while standing in the darkness, her entire form remained completely unmoved, still in the original position, as if she were just pacing in place. She had not really crossed over. Ingjun's eyes sparkled as he looked at the black bear, as if he had already extracted the bear bile and roasted the bear paw, waiting for himself to taste it. The attitudes of the United States and Britain determined their cooperation with the Soviets. Intrigue would always lurk within. The day of victory in this war would also be the day both sides parted ways. Cold War? Without this war, without gunpowder, how could there be so many opportunities for Yangzhen? But just then, people suddenly felt a flash in front of them, and everyone shivered, thinking that Dantai Laoyue had arrived. What's wrong? Isn't it good to have a celestial position? Others are envious of it, Chunyangzi said with a smile. but his tone didn't sound like he was happy for Xing Yigao at all. Chapter 74. We will leave Lion City. Someone come. Restrain Michaela, and don't let him get close. I want to see what secrets are hidden here. As the soil was turned over, the bodies of the little lions gradually revealed themselves, and the air was filled with suffocating sadness and anger. How could this be possible? The third elder was shocked, but more so filled with anger and heartache. Michaela, how could you be so cruel? Michaela's complexion became even worse. It can be said that it is faith, but where this faith comes from is also a question. Until you receive affirmation, you will never know whether the belief you insist on is right or wrong. Taozi squinted her eyes and then remembered that he usually treated her perfunctorily. Only when looking at Su Zimo did the smile on his face come from the heart. Zhen Jigang was still the same, as warm and hospitable as ever. To express his gratitude for saving his life back then, I specially borrowed 10,000 yuan from Professor Yin to leave for Zhen Jigang to help with household expenses. Lan Batian and Hong Zhong secretly improved their skills and adjusted their states. Currently, there were hundreds of high-level demon clansmen around who could compete with the top experts in the 12 cities, plus the incarnations of the Duke of Zhuang and others, making it truly hard to say who would win this battle. Jiang Han looked at Guo Xinyu's back and couldn't help but shake his head. Although Guo Xinyu's thoughts were not bad, she was destined to have made the wrong decision. Mu Yinxuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. For the sake of the four of them, he would not be soft-hearted anymore. 2 days later, Yang Qingzhu, stationed at Kunling Mountain, leaned on the table, which had a map of the developed areas of the Kunling Mountain Range. 6 points were marked on the map, representing the places searched by the troops of Baidi City. Mo Lin had already awakened the energy of 2 meridians, but his application was weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit squarely in the chest by Yang Li's sword during the exam. Seeing Xiang Ke looking up at the sky with a face full of melancholy, Kong Deqing's heart wavered again. Xiang Ke had cut down Kong Daru, which meant he had a grudge against the Kong family. So saving his life could be considered a great kindness. Overall, Kong Deqing no longer held such resentment towards Xiang Quebec. They had no way out. When they made that decision, they were already prepared. But now, no celestial beings or sacred spirits would obey you. A king who has lost compassion will not gain followers. Morningstar said, "Damn," I suddenly turned around. What happened? That voice belonged to Feng Yi, but why was the person in front of me not him? As the old man expected, when Song Paiyu heard the old man's self-righteous words, he indeed felt a bit dismissive. No matter how powerful the cultivators on earth were, his spring and autumn decision was a cultivation scripture evolved from several Mahayana period masters, which could not be compared with ordinary cultivation techniques. Great. This has become the territory of the 9 palaces. I wonder what the people from the church will think if they hear this. Yes. So clear. After saying that, Chi Fei extended 2 sides forward while simultaneously thinking of Andrew's name and the word release. This could also be considered what a San instructed. Look more, listen more by less. The 6-character mantra coincides, right? The hatred of killing one's father, the resentment of stealing one's wife. Yao Qixing said gloomily, these are the 2 major grudges in life that must be avenged. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Empress Dowager, would Wei Dongting be willing to give you his beautiful fiancée, Yi, for free? And Wu Yuanming was already stunned on the spot, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Chi Fei looked around and found that he was lying in a small room, with a hard wooden bed underneath him, which was not comfortable to lie on. There was a table and a chair made of simple wooden furniture by the bed, and the walls were made of logs, giving the feeling of a wooden house. After the 2 fought, they quickly retreated, each holding a long spear, closely watching their opponent, waiting for an opportunity, looking for a flaw in the other, waiting for a perfect chance to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 75, Coercion and Compromise. I can. Claude's words were interrupted by Miyu. Claude, you are a good person, but if we stay, we are bound to stand on the opposite side of Vishali. Would you be willing to harm your Vishali? Would you punish her for us? From this period, Claude has been a very good and capable brother. If she insists on staying, the only one who will be troubled is Claude. But, Miyu, I like you, Before she could react, Li Yeqing's tall body, which was mixed with a chill, tightly embraced Lu Yuyu. No one expected that this battle could truly eliminate all those hundreds of heavenly demons. Xiang Yunfei seemed to have no interest in Yang Yin, not even looking at him, and then walked to the center of the arena, performing the 13 swords of cold light. Li Wei looked at his blackened computer screen, his throat rolling, and the robust muscles in his arms seemed to tremble at that moment. Yang Zhou waited for a moment, realizing that the god Lord did not appear, and the future body of the Heavenly Emperor did not show up either. So he prepared to start communicating with the main world. The cultivation difficulty of each level in the divine pill realm is extremely high, and the time spent is also very long. Sheen, he directly drew his gun, swirling towards the first metallic monster like a swimming dragon. The infinitely approaching 5th level sharp purple electric spear directly shredded that monster into pieces. As the warm water poured over her head, she momentarily recalled the gaze that Fu Shiyu had just given her, which seemed to contain not only dislike and indifference, but also some hatred. On the enormous body that had already reached nearly 20 zhong, countless bolts of lightning flickered, comparable to a giant fist like a stone mill, heavily meeting the large hand of Tai Zhong, who wanted to penetrate the elemental illusion and directly grab Qin. This blood carried spiritual energy. When the blood flowed out, it not only had a fishy smell, but also a faint fragrance. It turned out that because of Chu Qingyun's threat earlier, all the soldiers scattered in a hurry, and only Ouyang Yuhai, who was following behind, didn't he know where to go. The emperor ordered him to follow the Marquis of Wanhu, so he could only wait outside, convenient for being summoned. The two arrived in front of the president's exclusive elevator. Hua Xishuan entered a few numbers, and then he and Gu Feier walked in, fingers intertwined. Mu Jinghan had an impressive figure. If he were gentle, being with him would be the highest enjoyment in the world. Feng Min and Feng Qingran checked the building's condition together and found no signs of man-made violent destruction. The security department's weapons had all been taken away. By Xian, is the Wood clan leader still around? At this moment, Su Ruoshi's voice entered Mo Baixin's consciousness. Mu Yunyan said, and unexpectedly tears fell, shaking Wang Shi's hand. But Wang Shi still did not wake up. What? I'm weak. Where am I weak? I'm the most powerful shadower of the Shadow clan. If I weren't injured, I wouldn't have become like this, okay? The Black Mist said defiantly. A crisp and loud sound suddenly came at that moment, causing the originally quiet Feng Valley to become silent again. Tung Kong was filled with awe, while Tung Jiang beside him had different thoughts, thinking to himself that it was no wonder the heavenly Gang Venerable had such extraordinary talent. Honey, what do you think of this photo? Hua Tianyi asked, pulling up the 2 photos on Xian Wanxin's phone. Among these 6 virtual divine monsters, the 2 with the highest combat power were only at the 3rd turn virtual divine realm, which is why Lin Huang felt at ease using the insect nest directly. This second point also directly informed everyone that the Xintian sect was stationed in the southern border. Even if they remained hidden, they could not escape his sight regarding matters at their doorstep. Every time, he looked fiercely at the city wall. He saw those Guishuang people smiling down at the city. The Zhao Kingdom's army's continuous camps could not provide enough deterrence to the enemy in winter, but instead became a joke. Many people began to be possessed by one vengeful spirit after another, draining their limited life force while continuously wailing for help. But whether it was a plea for help or a curse, Su and I was deaf to it. Chapter 76, Vishali Escapes. Miyu immediately got up to find Vishali to settle the score, only to discover that she had already fled. It's all your fault. She's your sister, and the way she is now is all because of your indulgence, Miyu angrily accused Claude. Tears shimmered in her eyes, and her heart was filled with a complex mix of anger and helplessness. Claude did not refute her. He silently accepted Miyu's accusations. He knew it was all his fault. If he had recognized it earlier, she might have tried to remove the sea calming pearl from her hand. But it was probably stuck on her for good, which was why she gave up. Tears suddenly welled up at the corners of her eyes, and as they flowed more and more, she cupped her face in her hands and cried out loud. By the time Qiao Xinru came to present those conditions and later made those threatening remarks, her mind had turned to mush, and she hadn't thought of this at all. With one hand holding a gun and the other supporting a single loop-leaf waist, the only discomfort was that the tactical vest they were wearing got in the way, preventing them from being closer. Tao Bao couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He didn't have a single cent in this world's currency and could only seek help from Miyamoto. However, Shen Yin indeed fell to the ground, and Ding Baona became happy again, showing a strange smile on her face. Therefore, Luli also took the opportunity to enhance 8 10 Type 92 pistols, plus over 1,000 explosive rounds. It was strange. The bullets he produced were all hellfire. The Libyan government had wanted to eliminate the 2 brothers for over 10 years, but they had never had the capability or opportunity to do so. With the second group's covert observation assault and the first group's frontal breakout making noise, they avoided the hidden Estonian soldiers while attracting the surrounding Estonian soldiers to ensure the success of the second group's covert breakout. Then, Sido Lang and Lin Marin watched in disbelief as Tao Bao began to cry, sobbing uncontrollably. According to Dianwei's report, this morning during the court session with Dong Zhua, Lu Bu did not follow, but secretly entered the backyard of the Grand Preceptor's residence, where Jiao Chan was located. Yesterday, it was someone who fled in a panic. It's truly ridiculous. Dian Wei began to provoke Lu Bu from behind Chang Tian. Facilities such as gyms, game rooms, and entertainment halls were all available, making their revenge trip to Dongwang Fortress much less boring. Phil Jia was singing the forbidden technique of Jendaya, but before he could cast it, he received a heavy blow to his back. How long have we been here? Yi Huan glanced at the enormous beam of light in front of him and looked down at Destiny, sitting in a wheelchair. As for the four divine beasts, they did not appear at such a formal occasion due to their identities. The saints' mounts could only stay in their own dojo. Bang! It crashed onto the glass table at Mo Wei's house, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. The blue fox's chin was shattered, and he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. The players then posted their information online, instantly causing a stir, and many people began to rush to Liang Kingdom. The people around Su Jing naturally changed their previously skeptical attitudes and eagerly rushed forward, fearing they might miss such an opportunity. Left with no choice, Zhang Yi taught some exceptionally talented young men in a ninja village the chakra extraction methods that only ninjas could learn. They could also drop stones and logs, pour down large quantities of oil to soak the enemies below, and then add a torch. Shi Jian readily agreed and led the suitcase into Shun Qingfeng's bedroom. It wasn't her first time in his room, but she still felt a bit nervous. Janik generously provided a batch of drinks, elevating the atmosphere of the bonfire party to the extreme. Chapter 77, Finding an Antidote in Modern Times. Li Xianyang's voice was deep and powerful, each word revealing his dissatisfaction and doubts about Xing Qi's actions. He looked at Miyu, who was sitting on the stool, and seemed a bit uneasy, his gaze filled with both reproach and concern. Miyu lightly bit her lower lip. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, and she tried to make her voice sound calm. He just went on a trip. There are some matters to handle, and he will be back after a while. Her voice. Situ Ming's heart twisted as he formed a sword formula, and he saw countless luminous points filling the vast demonic mist. The seven-star sword flickered with brilliance, illuminating the world, and at that moment, the crimson moon in the sky had turned to yellow-orange like a banana, casting soft rays of light that enveloped the earth. What? Shi Tian, the Shi Tian from the Dragon Clan? Mo Yun and Mo Lang's faces suddenly changed. The exact location is still unclear, only that it's around the Yellow Dragon City in the Five Heavens, said Su Yunxue. Although it was just the beginning of sunset, autumn nights come early, so the capital was already bathed in a wash of orange-red clouds, emitting a faint red glow. The line of light in the western sky was quite brilliant, resembling a layer of rosy pearls embedded together. The way they spoke didn't sound like the accent of Huaibei, but rather clear and round, as if they came from the north. After speaking, the bandits turned and prepared to leave. Then, it was unclear who first noticed my appearance and saw my name above my head. Feng Mu, he had known for many years that he would probably never catch up to Su Mou in this lifetime. We had passed through this spatial gate many times before, but each time we were empty-handed and downcast. Now, we were about to walk out of here with a glorious victory, which brought a long-lost sense of refreshment to our hearts. I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me any further. Ziying sighed deeply and rose to walk towards the back hall. That black mist was like an invisible substance. Facing Ku Xingyun's powerful strike, it was directly split into two parts, like a mass of water being forcefully divided in the middle. To go from a marquee of Zhongwu's residence to the prince's residence, one must pass through two main streets, even by carriage. It takes about a quarter of an hour to arrive. 3,000 taels were spent again. The merchant delivered to the door, and Shuero had them placed at the entrance. Then she exerted herself to move everything inside, plugged it in, and eagerly placed the fragrant fruit inside. Seconds later, the other disciples in the martial arts hall bore varying degrees of injuries, while only Shinruochu, protected by Lin Tian, remained unscathed. At that moment, Elder Shun let out a series of extremely unpleasant screams, struggling painfully within, unwilling to accept that the soul he was about to grasp was shattering right before his eyes. And hope was ultimately extinguished. The Shrek team achieved a complete victory in this month's team battles. Their true strength is far more complex than you think. Among them, this thousand-handed Jura can always support the team in moments of certain defeat, turning the tide. Qi Ming explained. Xiao Yuhuan was somewhat distracted while practicing his sword, constantly worrying about whether his mother was ill. Although Jing Jian showed no change in expression and still demanded that Xiao Yuhuan practice his sword posture and strength to perfection. At times, his gaze would become vacant. With Jing Jian taking over, she could finally indulge in a deep sleep without worry. Wu Shige also wasted no time. Pulling out a scroll of the marriage contract from his sleeve, which he had kept all along and which Qing Yu had always wanted to obtain. Understood. No need to say more. If he still didn't understand this, he might as well jump into the Atlantic and feed the fish, and stop selling liquor to sell medicine instead, the kind that can increase IQ. The spear, made of gold, created a significant aura as soon as it was drawn, causing the surrounding air to disperse. Chapter 78. The danger of the monster forest. Shu Ka slowly stepped into the garden, his gaze falling on the two embraced figures, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Miyu heard the voice and quickly broke free from Claude's embrace, turning to face Shioka, whose eyes were filled with worry and apology. Shioka, why are you here? How have you been these past 2 days? Is there anything uncomfortable? Her series of questions revealed her deep concern for Shioka. Shioka's gentle gaze fell on Miyu. After everyone had left, the shopkeeper wiped the sweat off her brow, feeling puzzled, not understanding what was so good about Song Chowan that made him stay. Just as she was contemplating, she suddenly felt a chill between her legs, realizing that she had been placed on the stone bench in the pavilion by Nangong Chu, who had thrown Zhu Han heavily onto the bench, as if in frustration. Tai Jin Zhu asked Tai Hong Yin if there had been any problems during their transfer of the blue armor people into prison, to which Tai Hong Yin replied it went smoothly. A person who became regent at such a young age couldn't be simple-minded, so it was better not to provoke him. Su Luo Hong stared blankly at the courtyard, as if something was guiding him to stop here. Although he remained silent, it was evident that he didn't reject her and might even like her, as he watched the man's fingers gradually move down, from the collarbone to the chest, and then to the slim waist. The undulating lines and perfect figure were faintly visible under the white shirt. I understand now, brother. Song Chowan rarely called him that after he became an adult, and this time he was sincerely grateful. However, once this matter came to light, everyone lost the mood from the previous banquet and left casually. Shengyu, just wait, you're done for. Those shadows of yours. Your enterprises will be taken down one by one. One Yu sneered coldly, turned, and walked away. The name Xiao Feng seemed to carry a strange magic. The crowd in the hall, who had been loudly discussing, suddenly fell silent. Due to some previous conflicts, Imujala had asked Sinom to delete Marlin from his friends. So although Marlin was very close to both of them, he couldn't learn about Sanem's specific situation. Don't be afraid. It will be fine soon. I hold it with my right arm and touch its fur with my left hand. Its eyes are beautiful. It's a female fox. After dealing with the guards in the prison, Tang Ning began to search for people from room to room. Of course, he understood that when Xia Qi Wan said she wanted 3 stars, she didn't mean for him to actually go pick 3 stars from the sky. The driver looked at Ling Lan's outfit with some doubts, and Ling Lan quickly added that her disguise was to prevent the other party from recognizing her identity. Oh, Master Magio, you're here, the shop owner said, bringing a bottle of wine and a plate of peanuts to sit down, making it clear that the two were familiar. The governor might be dismissed or transferred by the court since he had nothing to do with this matter. And if someone could solve the pirate problem, bringing peace back to the sea around Deng Lai, the court might not necessarily insist on withdrawal. Ling Xian's face remained icy, and the 3 demon spirit tigers had no doubts. If he dared to say no at this moment, Ling Xian would unleash the suppressed storm onto himself. The 3 demon spirit tigers sighed helplessly, summoned the soul-cleaving sword, and carried the wraith up. Thus, the next second, seeing the bird in the cage continuing to eat and drink, her little bit of pity for it vanished completely. It was no longer of the same kind as her. Having been domesticated into a pet, it truly could not be considered a bird. Yet Bing had no special weapons, just barehanded, with no tricks, at most having a favorable environment. Chapter 79. The 4th feeding target appeared. Miyu and Claude stood back to back, cautiously facing the surrounding restless beasts. A winged beast charged at the 2 first, and Claude quickly transformed into a lion, biting the beast's neck and throwing it against a nearby tree. Subsequently, Claude showcased his agile movements and incredible strength, weaving through the beast horde to protect Miyu. However, the number of beasts was overwhelming, and they knew how to fight as a team. As for the refined corpse blood, Zhao Yanqing had some. The reason being, he was a refined corpse himself. Compared to the poison of the Qilin scorpion, it might be slightly weaker, but is there an antidote on Earth? Tang Zheng countered. Tong Tong, what are you talking about? Your second sister just got out of the hospital a few days ago. Her injuries aren't healed yet. How can she do such things? If no one is cooking at home, just hire someone. Our family can afford it. He said, what's wrong with Uncle Da? How can you crash into our door like this? How are we supposed to sleep at night? To be honest, I don't like Wu Yud very much. He is too shrewd, with those slippery eyes that make you feel like he wants to take advantage of people. But saying that, he felt as if someone had used a knife to peel off a layer of flesh. The pain was excruciating. MOAR, I don't have time to wait for you any longer. I-chun snorted coldly, picked up the car keys from the roof, and locked the car. Rwanji glanced at the narrow alley, frowning. Both ends were open roads, and the nearby bar had no side entrance. Even if tonight's events didn't concern her, encountering those heartless people meant that once she exposed herself to the light, she could be shot in the head. Tang Su had also arrived, holding Xing Xing. To avoid raising Yu Shaoxi's suspicions and to trouble Tang Su with taking care of Xing Xing, the only option was to have Tang Su come along. As for hoping Zhao Yanqing would go easy, that was nearly impossible. Zhao Yanqing's cold-bloodedness was far beyond his imagination. In the golden tent of the Tsang kingdom, the ruler Yulishio was entertaining the monk who had just won an argument for Baitsong, along with about 100 nobles who managed to attend the feast. Although it was just a vegetarian banquet, the power players of Baitsong, who have always revered Buddhism, took pride in being able to step into today's golden tent. Sephiroth's private matter naturally referred to the attack on the eastern region. Moreover, there would be plenty of opportunities for battles with Dao Wu and Mi Ku Li in the future, so there was no need to rush. Occupying the eastern region could not wait. Forget it, let him have it. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Ku said, it has an indescribable taste. In the Sang village, Yunha sat by the lakeside pavilion, holding a cup of hot wine. The cold air was biting. Yunha seemed to enjoy winter. This chill constantly reminded him. System. How long did Zoro take? There was no other way, so Yagyu had to shift his attention. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor Jinkin laughed madly. His originally somewhat delicate face now appeared a bit ferocious. The passing tribesmen didn't say anything. To them, seeing the young people was like seeing a god. Although they might not understand the concept of a god, the people in the tribe greatly admired the young individuals. Upon hearing this, Long Yu's face fell. Why is the adult being so discouraging, only saying things that make people unhappy? She turned her back and ignored Yunha, leaving him to only smile apologetically. Oof. Am I supposed to take on this painful task of treatment? Baiju felt a bit unwilling, but still nodded. Xia Luiying didn't linger and stepped forward, politely greeting the Lord and Lady first. The Lord and Lady seemed not to notice Xia Luiying's presence, continuing to talk to Xia Chongjing. Although Sun was a well-known chef internationally, he rarely came to such places and had no opportunity to do so. Today, seeing it, he felt it added a sense of warmth and humanity. Chapter 80 isn't just to kill these little ones. Miyu prepares food for him in various ways every day. An AI Urfa man gradually lowers his guard and begins to accept her offerings, receiving 1 point of gratitude and 1 point of merit from the snake beast AI Urfa man. Over time, Miyu also discovers that as long as she feeds AI Urfa man, she can earn 1 point of gratitude and 1 point of merit. As time goes on, Miyu feels the loneliness and longing deep within AI Urfa man's heart. Your Majesty only let her drink 3 jars and is in this state. If you continue to toast, it is likely that Lady Zheng Yi from behind the screen will rush out and fight you. Huaijin snorted coldly. After receiving the ball, James still posed a rather decent back play stance, leaning back with force, trying to suppress Qin Yan. But at this moment, the one who caused the explosion often has already disappeared, either chased away by my family or has returned home with their master. So Huang's licking skill often feels quite practical. What a silly dog, a stupid dog. After a while, a text message sound rang out, and looking at the amount on the phone screen, Wang Yu felt quite a headache. Long Jinyu did not enter their room, but waited in the outer hall. Reportedly because Long Xiaoyan had fallen asleep, and Long Jinyu was unwilling to disturb him. Unknowingly, my thoughts, my memories, returned to that unforgettable yet gradually forgotten nostalgia. She looked at the child, who had a black mole on his brow, a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a full forehead. Indeed a sign of good fortune. After a long time, with the life essence of the innate blood fetus, Sifeng Xue finally healed her injuries. Yes, boss. Li Wei also realized the seriousness of the situation and replied solemnly, then hung up the phone and found the staff again. To be honest, seeing her dislike for Hua Lingfeng brought a hint of joy to Hua Ting's heart, but he quickly suppressed that feeling. The arrows clattered as they struck him, leaving marks on his body. Xiao Yin nodded, retracting his sweeping gaze. There were too many people here, and he couldn't find any familiar faces among them. Just when the flame double-winged giant tiger thought it had escaped, Zhu Pelu appeared smiling in front of the flame double-winged giant tiger with his hands behind his back. Originally, Su Jiui did not want to resolve it this way. She just wanted to ask Lin Yuan Hong if he could try to likely fan Ling, intending to discuss the matter peacefully. However, when Su Jioi thought of Li Famling from last night and saw Lin Yuanhong's indifferent expression, she could no longer hold back. Although the players for Vital Lead were in the wrong, they could not sit idly by while Olesa was bullied by Barcelona's players and quickly rushed up. Under various influences, these forces in the wilderness that did not affiliate with the mythical empire naturally saw the common people beginning to flee, joining the mythical empire and becoming its citizens. The entire audience stood up, expressing their respect for this miraculous man with synchronized and fervent applause and cheers. Many people noticed that low-temperature hibernation technology seems to allow the rich and powerful to live longer. Unable to help but glance at Li Feng a few more times. They thought that Li Feng had a large supply team following him. However, Meng Garen was not favored. Since the emperor ascended the throne, he had only favored her once 3 months ago. Before Li Feng could react, a terrifying and hideous face suddenly appeared, letting out bursts of roars. Uchihamadara exploded the first form of the demon Buddha, and then the demon Buddha entered the second form, its body twisting, growing countless tentacles, its size expanding again, losing its Buddha form and transforming into the Cthulhu evil Buddha, with every gesture unleashing terrifying rays that covered everything within view. Chapter 81. Misunderstanding leads to anger. Miyu felt a surge of anger in her heart as she glared at Elvman, wanting to scold him. However, remembering that she shouldn't be so impulsive, her voice carried a hint of compromise. Elvman, I will give birth in a month. Aren't you the one who fears loneliness the most? Once the baby arrives, the cave will be lively. Elvman thought for a moment and felt that Miyu's words made some sense. With the cave becoming livelier, he would no longer need to rely on the overdrawn skill, which didn't last long. After this entanglement, Yifeng had already reached his limit. Jiang Shui never expected that he would suddenly start to flee without putting up a fight. In the time it took her to be startled, Shirtuiden had already run far away. Shoot the arrows, shoot the arrows. Hurry up. Han Dezhuang, who had just escaped from danger, was once again terrified. He opened his crimson mouth and commanded loudly. Indeed, his instincts were spot on. Almost at the same time, the frontline soldiers raised their shields. Several beams of cold light suddenly slashed down from the ice wall. Jiang Shui crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, "Let's see if anyone can deal with you. I'll capture you first." With that, she suddenly stepped forward and reached out her left hand to grab the lady's shoulder. Just then, an invisible will suddenly stirred into space, followed by the sword heart of all things sensing a sharpness. With a crack, a person fell to the ground 10 miles away, eyes blank, their head already severed, blood spraying far away, and the fourfold spiritual sea in the air began to dissipate. The life force about to vanish. Guisinyu made up her mind, her mood clearly improving a bit, as she wiped the tears from her face and pulled Guisinyan back. The local dignitaries around them, however, felt they weren't enthusiastic enough and continued to chase after them, expressing their admiration. It wasn't until the two had escaped into the military camp and the guards unsheathed their swords that they reluctantly stopped, looking back as they sent them off. As long as they organized their troops, they would occupy a favorable position again. Even if the enemy general managed to break through the Chaozhou army, they would still be at a disadvantage below. The tide of attack and defense could be reversed in just a few breaths. Of course, after arriving on Fengyuan's star, the main character would definitely not be Lu Qing or Liang Taiji, and not even the demon sword would be the main character this time. The true protagonist was the one who had already stepped onto this battlefield, Zhou Yu. The young man was indeed hungry, and he also knew that if he didn't accept, his sister would definitely not agree, so he accepted it without pushing back. However, with Su Qi's medical skills improving, he anticipated that he could elevate his alchemy skills to grade B in a few days, after which the sage's gift would become rather useless. The various ferocious beasts that dominated the Kunlun Mountains instantly vanished without a trace, the previous roars calming down and returning to silence. In the Hongmeng Creation Tower, Xiao Wuxia was fully focused, sitting cross-legged. He was diligently sensing the surrounding Dao rhythm, his mind moving with intent, and at this moment, Xiao Wuxia had reached a state of meditation, everything following the principles of the great Dao. Qing Feng and El Go were speechless and could only smile wryly in the end. But they could understand Zhou Yu. After all, in such a situation, anyone would be confused and find it hard to come up with a reasonable solution. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chanyue put his originally used Fire Thunderblade into the floating weapons, and Jin Haozi nodded appreciatively, thinking this child was quite sensible. Half an hour later, the Sky City had mostly returned to calm, with no more sounds coming from it. Looking around, the city was filled with sorrow. A scene of devastation, smoke billowing into the sky, and sporadic flames still burning. As long as he could withstand that strike, Xiao Nu was fully confident in killing this powerful immortal emperor in the soul-seeking domain of the three realms. No wonder even the brute force of the demon beasts couldn't harm her. Li Yunxing turned into a shadow, quickly dodging the golden phoenix. Chapter 82. Black crystal pearl. Deep in a monster forest, there was a hidden cave unknown to many. The glow of the setting sun filtered through the sparse leaves, casting a dappled warm light at the cave's entrance, adding a touch of warmth to this dark place. Inside the cave, the campfire flickered, illuminating two young faces. After dinner, Elfman took out a beast skin bag from his bosom, and as he loosened the bag's mouth, colorful crystal beads rolled out, sparkling enticingly in the candlelight. Clearly, in his previous life, he had been married to her for 5 years, but he had died in a car accident after 5 years. How had it now turned into self-deception for her? The question is, how did a world with saints and many immortal beings suddenly become devoid of magic in such a short time, forcing even the saints to lead their disciples away from their homeland? Boss, you need to be careful. She holds grudges. I was once badly dealt with by her. Zhou Fei said, feeling a bit ashamed and embarrassed. The Xiongnu chieftain Hochukian and the leader of the Chong tribe finally exterminated the Xinbei. They captured the Xinbei chieftain Tuabalami and KB Nung, marching through this valley with the captured Xinbei soldiers and 2 Xinbei chieftains. Although the person in charge of this operation was the great strength Demon Lord. And failing Demon Lord had only gained the opportunity for surprise attack because he disobeyed military orders. Both felt a bit uneasy. As for the summoned Pan, Jin Lian, he couldn't be bothered to care. After all, she was an inconsequential person, and he would deal with her when she arrived. This was something the Yin government had to do every day, regardless of whether the arrested person was a bad person. They had to first be taken to the government for investigation, and if nothing was wrong, they would be released. It wouldn't affect anything. Lin Huan's thoughts were clear to Mo Iza, but he had no intention of explaining. He recalled the demo sent by the other party at that time. Try to see which part had gone wrong. Even the unchanging school uniform looked exceptionally youthful, lively, and vibrant on her, as if sunlight had naturally coated her with a layer of filter. Suddenly, a green tree shadow appeared behind Xingyun. The 3 luminous green leaves of spiritual energy transformed into starlight and merged into Xingyun's body, significantly enhancing the spiritual fluctuations emanating from her. Cheng Chumo was usually carefree and disliked tea, using it only to show off in front of Qin Huaidao and others. Hearing that the method was so simple, he was even more delighted, waved his hand at Tang Zhou, and left with the tea leaves. The members of the sword brigade who followed saw Sun Rudin's serious expression and silently checked their weapons. However now, any country that dared to isolate Isaac was going against their own stomachs and wallets. But with the intelligence of the silent sword, it surely understood the reason behind it, and wouldn't be easily deceived by a few words. So there was only one reason to explain why the silent sword would ask why. It was truly perplexed by this question and wanted an explanation. I nodded, casually placing the mysterious bones in front of her, and Lu Wanner's expression instantly turned as if a hungry wolf had spotted a large piece of delicious meat. After leaving Ailuan, Meiji secretly glanced at Zhang Yaming's expression, seeing that he looked normal, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. There was just an extra hint of determination compared to usual. Life was tough for the fishermen, and the boat tax of the Suzhou County office was already heavy, compounded by the occasional extortion from gangs, like 2 heavy stones pressing down on the Su family, making it hard to breathe. If at first Bella was merely grateful, her gaze had now turned to admiration. It was said that Groves, as a black body, was a giant stone. Then this dark blue bear man was a mountain, sitting there unmoving. Chapter 83. Elfman sends Miyue back to Lion City. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. Miyue's belly has already swollen high, and it seems that the time for giving birth is approaching. Elfman looks at Miyue's belly growing day by day, increasingly anticipating the arrival of the cubs. However, he is also somewhat worried, having heard that it is not an easy task for young females to give birth, and he does not want anything unexpected to happen to Miyue during this process. Unfortunately, what he fears comes true. Among the members of the group, apart from himself and Tion, one is busy with filming a drama, and the other is performing on various stages and participating in variety shows to maintain the group's dwindling popularity, while the other sisters have all paused their activities for self-reflection. The giant dragon revealed a cunning smile and suddenly pushed out several enormous magical beasts from behind, clearly having anticipated that Yi Hao would say this. The 5 of them headed towards the county town, but halfway, Su Fai Long and the crazy beggar quietly took a detour and headed off-road towards the Bamboo Mountain in the southwest. I didn't mean to. How would I know they really have a younger sister? Su Filong said, somewhat flustered. Enough. Amelia, who had been silent and listening, rebutted with her head held high amidst the mocking gazes of many. Checking the status regularly, and under the special care of Tian Yang, the flower fertilizer was also guaranteed on time, so it remained at excellent. However, strangely, when she woke up this morning, the status had suddenly dropped to fading, scaring Zhou Yu so much that he almost swallowed the mouthwash. Now, all 7 outstanding disciples took action at the same time, but they all ended up kneeling down, and the key point was that this person was a new disciple from the outer sect. Jean Minseek covered half of his face with one hand, his thumb constantly rubbing his lips, and the vertical line on his chin became more pronounced. Reporters are the same, but battlefield reporters have a bit more trouble, needing warriors from the 3 major knight academies to change professions to advance. Those from the Bird Knight Academy who did not advance to become advanced Bird Knights due to their qualifications can enter the Television Academy to change professions to become battlefield reporters. Tanley shared his guesses and plans, which made everyone feel relieved. As long as the other side didn't have bows and arrows, it would only take a bit of effort, which would at least reduce the casualties of his subordinates by 80%. If time could turn back, how great would it be if that world war never happened? Mu Yun said with a sense of loss. The 3 traps that took so many years to set up cannot be exposed due to impatience. The Victor Temple shines brightly. With a steady stream of worshippers coming to pay their respects, even ordinary people would go to pray for peace of mind. Uncle Rayleigh, let me go. I want to save Ace. Luffy, placed on a branch by Rayleigh, looked at him with incredibly urgent eyes. In fact, most of the capable people Zhao Bing encountered were those who treated others sincerely and had mutual trust after a long period of consideration, loyal individuals who had experienced life and death tests together. More often, they were forced by circumstances, whether seeking wealth, position, or even to save their lives, leading them to appear overly eager to show loyalty upon first meeting. Kill him, Batman. If you kill him, I'll let your parents live. Lex Luthor laughed maniacally, while Clark's eyes were filled with anger. But he had no choice but to agree to Lex Luthor to deal with Bruce first. Souls are not unfamiliar to Yao Guang, and one could say that they are very familiar to every deity. Although they may not be overly proficient, they certainly have an understanding, as the power of the deity's belief comes from the deepest part of the soul. During this time, the Fat Huang was overjoyed. Aside from sneering at the artificially raised pangolins, he was thriving in the real estate business. Bai Yujing silently thanked the dizziness that chose the time when the Americans were eating to attack, allowing the mountain of food to be left here. Bai Yujing and Heibai cheered and rushed to the pile of food, starting to eat happily. Chapter 84. The Beast Seal Changed. Starpool worried with the help of the doctor. Miyue's condition stabilized a bit. However, the time for giving birth was indeed too long, and her strength was nearly exhausted. It was somewhat difficult for her to give birth to these cubs. Miyue, hold on. If the cubs don't come out soon, they will suffocate to death. The doctor encouraged Miyue, while feeding her water and food, to quickly restore her strength, continuously encouraging her. If it weren't for that man's presence, he probably wouldn't have looked at her even once. He had just closed the live broadcast, and the people in the room were wailing, but Qi Jing could no longer see it. Ji Luohan did not respond, but who couldn't tell that he had become a strong man who bullied others with his power? Li Fenglan's face was flushed, her eyes tightly closed, her teeth chattering, and her body trembling uncontrollably. In a moment of urgency, Gu Yuanshan hurriedly carried her into the room, laid her on the bed, and with several hands, took off her wet clothes and pulled over a quilt to cover her. Immediately, on the Ju Wu Guangbei, that mass of gray gas suddenly thickened, overflowing with strands of gray lightning, striking towards the 2 beams of spiritual light. Unfortunately, I completely ignored him and took a Hua directly to the school's clinic, simply treated a Hua, and then sent a Hua back to the dormitory before leaving the school. After parking the car and just opening the trunk, before Xiao Junyang could get out to help her carry things inside, the door opened, and a tall young man in a dark blue coat and jeans walked out, looking casual and laid back. Among the 6 schools, only the Physics and Electronics Institute is purely theoretical, while the others are practical disciplines. This does not mean that the University of Electronic Science and Technology does not value theoretical research, but rather emphasizes the practical application of electronic technology, which can be seen from the focus. The Snow Wolf once thought that Chi Hong was his lucky star, sent by heaven to revitalize Snow Wolf Valley. He had to tie him tightly to Snow Wolf Valley, making him the most reliable and trustworthy brother. To manage and lead the brothers to move forward boldly and take Snow Wolf Valley to the next level. Gu Yuanshan got out of the car, walked to the entrance of Tiansharin restaurant, looked around to confirm that no one was following, and then entered the revolving door. Zhuge Yume shyly said, "Thank you, but what you are doing is very foolish. I'm not worth it." A golden figure sprang out of the void, wrapping around the gray-red evil soul's heart as it tried to flee quickly. Although surprised by Lu Jinyu's abilities, Jidong also gave Zhu Hui a warning. The other party has always been proud, and although they are busy at this stage, it does not mean they should neglect their own work. Previously, the Ming army knew that these two countries had formed an alliance, but that was because they needed to jointly resist the invasion of the Northern Teutonic Knights. However, this was the first time they heard of a joint expedition to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. At the same time, according to traditional Chinese medicine theory, treat the disease before it occurs. Through professional data accumulation checks, potential dangers in the other party's body are detected to achieve the goal of preventing problems before they arise. In the depths of the water curtain cave, on a stone bed, sits a figure I've been thinking about day and night, threading a needle. In Osaka City, under the bright sun, due to the implementation of a new territory plan, the smog that once spread across the earth has become very rare. Now, everywhere is picturesque with clear mountains and water, fresh air, and significant progress in desert vegetation. Birds are patrolling when suddenly the communicator goes off. After all, he had hardly ever been on a boat in his past life. Even after drifting at sea for more than a month, he still feels a bit apprehensive about the deep ocean. This time, Qi Yong changed his earlier casual demeanor, calling his partner to bring out his good tea. Cui Mingyan blinked her beautiful eyes, only able to quietly listen to their conversation, still completely in the dark. Chapter 85. 21 An Elfman Kiss. Why is it so noisy? What happened? Claude heard the commotion and quickly came in. As soon as he entered, he saw this scene, his brow furrowing involuntarily. He wanted to rush over and pull Miyu from Elfman's arms, but he accidentally noticed a partner beast mark on the back of Elfman's hand. It was a small black tiger. It seems Miyu has already made her choice. Stop arguing, Miyu. This is the elite of the Leaf family, the Flame Legion that guards Lava City and rarely goes out. This is the private army of the Leaf family, the culmination of 200 years of effort. Li Nan's eyes were already filled with anger. He immediately drew the Desert Eagle from his waist and aimed a shot at the forehead of the burly man in front of him. Right in front of him was the solitary Rain who had retracted his spirit sword, slowly drawing it out as the body of the tyrant of another world spewed fresh red blood again. The strong wind blew through the forest, and the surrounding swallows were silent, but this made it even more terrifying as no one knew from where the enemy would suddenly attack. All the contestants were on high alert. With the advantageous weapon in hand, Li Nan confronted the bald man spewing gunfire. The great king seemed to be in danger. But is it really like that? Shifting his gaze away from Mou, Zhao Xian knew very well the loyalty of Mou and Mou to him. But the 9 phoenixes were an untouchable bottom line in Zhao Xian's heart. Since they dared to hide anything about the 9 phoenixes, Zhao Xian could never accept it, even when it came to his most loyal subordinates. Just as Bei Mang was about to reveal the famous name of their nightless sky, he was forcefully grabbed by Luo Qianhan on the shoulder. Seeing Qianrou on the bed, looking listless, Jing Maoxuan shook his head helplessly, gently picking her up and walking into the bathroom to give her a shower and change her into pajamas. Bata, led by BS, was followed by Batu's army of 200,000. In the Celestial Empire, led by Mu Kuan and the 9 phoenixes, there were only 100,000 generals. The reasoning is simple. As people's levels rise, the information they can access increases and their horizons widen. People become more respectful as they know more. Qi Yin speculated that Wu Huai was acting according to Xing Wu's orders, and his dispute with Lu Ming in front of everyone should be part of the plan. Zhang Ma never talked to me. She was on Ji Manru's side and usually only spoke to me to greet me. Today, she had to say something. At this age, I can already see the dawn, and in another year or two, I can start correcting my teeth. In the early morning, we suddenly left, pretending we were looking for an opportunity to escape. Roddy immediately gave orders to several corpse refiners. If we were trapped in here, let alone setting a table, we wouldn't even get a warm bowl of rice porridge to eat. The thought of being trapped made my heart feel cold. Roddy, through inquiries, arrived at the Black Armored Army's base, a huge black rose arch made of metal. Inside the arch, a statue of a rider holding a spear stood tall, its pose of fighting giving a strong sense of shock. We dare not guess the king's intentions. I am a rough person and cannot be certain about the intricacies, but I feel that things are not as simple as they appear, said Andre. Fortunately, Song Yuanhan had no idea that these two research reports were done by Wang Nuo himself. Otherwise, he would have directly booked a flight to Shanghai to throw Lu Dunhua into the sea to drown. Pan Yang suddenly sat up, took the cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and his side profile was shrouded in gloom, making it hard to see his expression. Fortunately, the place we were going was far from the imperial city, and the travel time was more than enough for Hua Xuanji to rest. Suddenly, the monster known as the red-haired ghost slowly walked up to the slain green-haired ghost, absorbing its black aura, and soon the red-haired ghost's body began to change. Chapter 86. No choice. Want them all the next morning. Claude came as usual to bring food to meet you. Although he knew he would be stopped by Elfman at the door, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. However, today was a bit different. He stood at the door, hesitating to knock. He sensed a different smell, and as a fellow male, he was very familiar with it. This was clearly the scent of estrus, and without needing to guess, he knew that Miyu must have already engaged in intimacy. Tonight was the largest auction hosted by the Liu family, not only for auctioning items, but more importantly, to promote cooperation between the Liu family and the Ning family. Yin was constantly screening responses regarding Demon, clearly finding the life of fighting and killing too dull. It was rare to have some substantial gossip, and everyone was very enthusiastic. Seeing the giant lizard being so ferocious, Lin Yu was also taken aback. This giant lizard was too powerful. Even with the Xian Yuan sword and Zhuge divine needle, Lin Yu could not compete with it. Then a snake-like punch struck, bypassing his face and hitting the back of his head. He approached where Xie Fui and others were, and before he could finish his sentence, Bai Li Shifeng suddenly revealed his true dragon form, a gigantic green dragon appearing as if it were blocking the sky and sun. After leaving the demon god temple, Jiang Yonglai was blindfolded and escorted to the dungeon. Upon entering, he was surprised to find that there were indeed quite a few prisoners. Sun Haoyang did not expect the other party to think this way. Although the Sun family could not compare to the Jin family, they still had some wealth. Besides the donations, there were also some family businesses, so they were not poor. He raised his thick eyebrows, and there was a hint of sternness in his deep, ink-colored eyes that he could not conceal. Cough, cough, Boss Chin. I wonder if we could take a look at the upper floor? The agent, being perceptive, immediately spoke to ease the awkwardness. Lord Sun, you flatter me. I don't dare to take it. Lin Miaoka also raised her glass and said to Sun Qing. In a blink, she saw the delicate appearance of Bai Liuli pear blossom in the rain. Qing Ji furrowed her brows. Did what she just say make her so sad? She admitted that she was pouring salt on her senior sister's wounds. She just wanted to know the real reason behind their destruction of the Apricot Grove Academy. Look, the six-eared macaque lifted up its tiger skin skirt, revealing a prominent blood footprint on its monkey butt. The opponent's head immediately sparkled with a myriad of colors. And Pangu almost laughed out loud, constantly reminding himself to be serious, to be serious. Pangu said that even if he died many times, he would still go down with Naya today. In fact, he could see that Naya had not yet fully recovered. Inside the cave, Linger realized that the wood she had picked up was utterly useless at this moment because there was no fire. She wanted to create fire by rubbing the wood together, but after a long time there was still no result. She felt two elastic forces pressing against her chest, accompanied by the fragrance of its dark, fine hair. Both on and off the stage suddenly became enthusiastic as the intensity of the battle exceeded everyone's expectations. No, I'm very satisfied. Ron spat. You guys just keep fooling me like this. If you don't capture the crown prince's fiancé, later, I'll be your gatekeeper, giant snake from now on. Indeed, deep dark circles were imprinted on Lin Miaoxiang's fair face, clearly a result of severe sleep deprivation. The third sword was the same. The power of purification was indeed the power of white. Yet, the leaves of the reincarnation 10-leaf grass had not changed. They were still orange. This was incredibly terrifying. Hey, where are you going with this? It's easier to find 1,000 soldiers than to find a general. You can come. I couldn't ask for more. Tang Feng sincerely replied. Some elders behind Lu Wanchong smiled and reminded him, their expressions equally excited. Many of these people were already old, with deeply rooted beliefs and concepts, having long intertwined the life and death, glory and disgrace of the abysmal palace with their own lives. The general spoke with a deep and confident tone, recounting the legends of the wolf demon clan that had been passed down for thousands of years to the land of the dead. Chapter 87. Departing for the inner sea. Don't move, it will be over soon, it will be over soon. Elfman kept kissing Miyu, trying to minimize his movements beneath her. However, once he started, it was easy for him to get carried away, almost exhausting his reason. Elfman, you. Miyu opened her mouth to breathe. She wanted to speak. But Elfman didn't give her the chance to finish a complete sentence at all. Su Shu seemed to be getting angry again. In the past, whenever she got angry, Zhou Jin would compromise, and it seemed he wanted to use the same trick this time, but the effect didn't seem ideal. It appeared that this Xia Wei's father was not simple at all. Ling Xia had already made her judgment. This guy was acting in front of everyone to win her favor. The reasoning was sound, but right now, the Bounty Hunter Alliance, Thunder Leopard, and MOU were all on guard, and none of them initiated an attack first. Liang Yueying was wearing a purple long dress today, which looked quite romantic. With her slender figure, long and fair legs, and an elegant ponytail, this was her usual hairstyle. Zhou Lin didn't even know what to say. She just felt it unnecessary to trouble Xia Wei's father anymore. Similar things had happened before, and she wasn't the inexperienced newbie she used to be. Yesterday, she encountered a master who taught her how to use e-walking. She was practicing. Wang Guan was 0 kills and 3 deaths, feeling embarrassed, so he made an excuse. This was a soul imprint. As long as Yi Shaoqing accepted it, she could connect to the virtual network space of the myriad realms, freely traveling to other worlds. Essentially giving her the identity of a time traveler. While fighting the blue buff, the Mantis was directly ambushed by the opposing jungler Doomsday and top laner, resulting in first blood. Thirdly, an application for a bounty capture order was made, calling for the capture of the monk across the province. And those 2 mysterious individuals who sent Mo Jifeng off. Mother Kong also spoke, but her tone was self-evident, completely different from that of Chu Xia and Wang Qigong, making it quite uncomfortable to listen to. There had been no wars in Dian recently, so there was no talk of the enemy surrounding the city. Crown Prince, the Holy One, is not even pregnant. Where'd the Crown Prince come from? The Empress Dowager's health was not great, but she had just asked for a peaceful pulse yesterday and hadn't heard anything bad. Wan Qi lightly raised his wrist, his white robe drawing a graceful arc in the air, his slender fingertips radiating a cold light. With a gentle tap, a crack appeared in Wan Qi's indifferent expression, and a smile at the corners of his mouth and eyes showed a hint of satisfaction, a youthful nonchalance. Xiao Chu buried his head and left. When this man was unhappy, it was hard to gauge just how unhappy he was. After all, it wasn't the start of a new school year. With a suitcase in tow, Xiao Chi was still somewhat eye-catching, but since it was after breakfast, people were preparing to go back to the dormitory for class. And there weren't many people on the road. Clearly, it was a matter of strong arguments and seeking blessings from Guanyin for a child, which was dictated by the timing you decided. And if the timing was missed, it was still up to you to say. In any case, today's matter was strange. The lady should follow me back to investigate further. There were also these worn-out clothes and paper money candles, which could cost 700 or 800. These ragged pieces were considered expensive at 51 sets. Tan Xinlan's voice also rose by an octave. Meanwhile, Madame Yang looked at her with an even dimmer gaze. Just then, someone came in to relay a message, and people settled down with a commotion. Jiang Zixing turned pale at once and plopped down on the ground, unable to utter a word. His pride in life was his son, and now that his son was gone, he suddenly felt the sky had collapsed. Fang Zheng saw this and felt a bit sympathetic. Was he going too far by doing this? Chapter 88, Arrival at Beast City. Miyu was startled by the sudden appearance of the person in front of her, and Shuka thought they were in danger and stood in front of her. Seeing the intimate actions between Shuka and Miyu, Elfman felt a wave of discomfort in his heart, but he held it in. "It's me," Elfman said sullenly. Miyu raised her eyebrows, feeling angry. "Why are you here? Did you leave suddenly just to shake me off and leave with that stinky old tiger? Since I can't resist, I might as well attach myself to them. A powerful piece that deserves attention is definitely better than a dead piece." Shui Qing sat in the teacher's office of her middle school, subtly observing Xiao Shenbao, who had been beaten into a mess, while listening to her former homeroom teacher, Mr. Chun, speak, smiling gracefully. "Madam, it's time for morning exercises. I have to go," Qiong Si said, looking at the strong sunlight. This strand of power was derived from the divine power of the god of strength, and although it wasn't divine power, its quality was absolutely pure. In the future, Brayden would have better potential than his peers when practicing martial arts, which could also repay some of his mother's debt. Humph. Chen Yu's words hit Rinzhong's sore spot. He snorted softly, gripping the steel rod tightly. It had been a long time since he had used a steel rod. Now, suddenly encountering it felt a bit unfamiliar, causing a trickle of cold sweat to form in his palm. "My arms are already weak, and you still want me to walk slower? How unreasonable." I snorted coldly and placed my hands on her hips and pulled upward. With a wild shout, a violent force surged towards Wu Jia's outstretched right arm, as if it were inexhaustible. Is it autumn harvest already? Xia Zining said in surprise, her gaze involuntarily turning towards the fields not far away, and she moved in that direction. Some nobles sitting at the farthest end of the inner banquet hall began to slip away quietly, occasionally glancing back at Li Wei'er, who did not inform Lutz of this situation. Clearly, the main target of the rebel army was still Duke Aldington, rather than the guests of lower status. All right, father. Zhao Zifei saw her father's gaze and couldn't help but subtly shake her head, her expression somewhat dim. He was born a vampire. His nature wasn't bad. But why couldn't he feel any warmth? The characters on the screen flashed by, beginning to relax the powerful competitors of the region from past generations and the well-known teams of today, while everyone stood apart by the roadside, looking no different from the tourists from elsewhere based on their skin color. Su Yi's expression was cold, and then he carefully focused on the position where Xiao Feng was after the explosion of the formation. Among the orcs, there were also those who used energy to create special attack methods to entice their fellow orcs. Lien Sheng stood aside, occasionally using dust-avoiding pearls, thunder talismans, and the yin-yang wheel to cooperate with the 8 divine generals. Gradually, the protective 8 divine generals became more skilled in using their divine spells, able to completely match the 8 treasures of auspiciousness. After parking the car in a relatively hidden spot, Bai Ling casually knocked down a swaying zombie that walked by. The two of them, carrying 4 large bags and holding their respective weapons, headed towards the entrance of the hotel. Chun-Li was somewhat puzzled, but didn't think much of it. After all, this type of research was just in its early stages, and even the same type of supernatural abilities could have possibilities for mutation or enhancement. But he didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. Yaoshi didn't speak and directly attacked from the front. In an instant, she unleashed a series of moves similar to military boxing. Du Ming wielded his assault, attacking wordlessly, but she couldn't touch Yaoshi at all. Her movements were so agile, and her strength was so fierce that she showed no fear of the sharp sword in Du Ming's hands. Suddenly, the Qianlong jade pendant transformed into a golden ribbon, carrying an unparalleled, terrifying momentum and power, sweeping across and striking fiercely towards Chen Kong. Chapter 89. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Princess Sophie. Miyu. Hold on a little longer. We will be there soon. Shioka stood behind Miyu, seeing that she seemed a bit uncomfortable and could only comfort her a little. Miyu turned around and nodded at Shioka. Seeing Miyu's tired expression, Shioka felt very heartbroken and wanted to do something for her. So he started to massage her shoulders. Miyu was slightly taken aback, but soon began to enjoy it. Although the technique of repairing the card was no problem for the two of us working together. I left the lion and said with concern that the captain of the Golden Blade Guard was very strong, and he was well aware of it. However, one cannot deny that the effects of drinking directly are definitely much better than absorption through the skin. At least for now, Lu Hua has benefited greatly. Shue's father and mother could be considered the parents of heroes in the capital. As soon as they stepped out, they were surrounded like celebrities, which made their outings quite problematic, and this was what left them both laughing and crying. The old ghost, the leader of the Hidden God sect, knew how much Su Hai loved Zhang Tian, and now he was just as heartbroken. It was unclear how much time had passed when suddenly that monster let out a long sigh. Of course, don't ask me where its mouth is. Anyway, a sigh came from within that round sphere. At that moment, the professor saw that Lu Hua had temporarily escaped danger and let out a sigh of relief. He transformed into the appearance of a chipmunk, lazily lying in the divine consciousness, and said languidly. Then he recalled Su Yang, who had left the capital for over half a month, and combined with the earlier dream, a bad premonition spread in Ling's heart. Could it be that the old master really encountered something? The fiery magic array, with the power of 10 warriors' blazing slashes, instantly stunned the Black Bear King. The fat man wiped the dirt off his face and then kicked the previous Oda out with one foot, sending it flying in a parabolic arc before it landed with a crisp sound. Bai Su's expression was dim. He was not Sun Wukong and did not have the ability to change the death book in the underworld. Everyone who saw this scene felt that the chaotic celestial body of the Chaos Clan was indeed fierce, especially since such a big event had occurred. She didn't know if Brother Chin knew that Mommy was already aware of their relationship. Although this research institution of the Chinese Manufacturing Workers' Hospital looked very strange, it wasn't anything too significant. After Li Jinsheng had just greeted him, Robert pulled Li Jinsheng directly toward the laboratory inside. How dare he sneak into a private banquet? Isn't that asking for trouble? Now being thrown out would be embarrassing. If it were in the city, these leftovers would often be stored in a refrigerator to keep fresh for the next day. But Guan Julin said they wouldn't eat overnight food, so every time after dinner, A lot of food was packed up to take back, not wasting anything at all. Shwa, why did you bring an outsider? At that moment, Feng Lishua walked over, looking at Yi Chun with a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Do you want to stay out of it? It's not that easy. The person knocking on the door knocked for a while and, seeing no one respond, muttered angrily. He retreated to the street, glanced around, and aimed at a wall. With a run-up, he used the momentum to jump onto the wall, and then flipped over it like a. That's right, the scene just now was all staged by her. All calculated, betting that Qi Xiu wouldn't leave right away and wouldn't really just watch without doing anything. Zheng Tongwei was just the chief physician and professor at the 3rd hospital of the province, not a big shot like Duan Hong. After following Duan Hong out of the operating room, he thought for a moment and still felt it was a bit reckless. The hunting ground was too vast with grasslands, hills, and forests. The spectators could not see the participating military officials' figures all the time. You held absolute initiative. How much damage to share was naturally up to you to decide. Chapter 90. The Huge Bubble in the Sea Shark Clan. When Xing Qi heard Miyu's voice, he was so excited that he had no intention of continuing to fight with the stray beast. He directly gave the stray beast 2 punches and then ran over to find Miyu. Miyu saw Xing Qi rushing towards her suddenly, and before she could say a word, she was tightly embraced. Miyu, I finally waited for you. Do you know how much I've missed you during this time? Why did you come now? In the Star Camp stable, Su Jin's white horse was lying on the ground resting. It seemed to sense something, suddenly opening its large eyes and shaking its mane before running outside. However, Deji's face still bore no smile, and there was a hint of anxiety and anger. She hurried over on horseback, and upon seeing Zhang Xiu, she let out a slight sigh of relief and stopped the horse. Yufeng suddenly remembered that there was still a Guyin. However, he hadn't seen his corpse and didn't know if he was okay. Let's hurry upstream to look for him. It will be troublesome if Guyin encounters any more trouble. Saying this, he prepared to get up and leave. It's okay, Aunt. Don't worry. Didn't I say it was a spirit beast? When it grows up, it won't hurt anyone. Instead, it will be more obedient and become our good helper. As long as we teach it well. Baya looked at Yufeng with a slight smile, as if looking at her own child. I came to find him. It's for him. Lin Qi revealed his intention. Find him? For him? Bob remained expressionless. He first pointed at Zhang Jiaming, then looked up at the giant face, which was immersed in the pain of losing a father. During this time, Ander also organized a night squad to head towards Dragon City, inquiring along the way with the gate soldiers of various towns. At the border between the Imperial City Province and the Yulin Province, he found some clues that basically confirmed that Ming Yao was headed towards Dragon City. A warm current flowed from Lan Shi's eyes into Fan Shiri's heart. After a slight hesitation, she nervously helped Lan Shi take off her embroidered shoes and rolled up her pants to check the place where she was bitten by the snake. You won't understand how I feel right now. No matter what I've done, just know that I'm absolutely doing this for your good. Chu Tianyang sighed and walked back into the room. He would never forget the moment he saved Mo Qianxia. Forever, every time he saw Lin Mohan, he would think of Mo Qianxia's tragic condition at that time. After the seaweed surrounded him, Long Ming felt his breathing becoming smoother. This should be the effect of absorbing the pure oxygen provided by the seaweed. As Long Ming submerged into the sea, the light spirits also followed him into the water. Li Chaoyan suddenly grabbed the black-clothed man's wrist, lifted his feet, and hooked them around the man's throat, locking it tight while using both hands to pry open the black-clothed man's 5 fingers that were choking his throat. Undoubtedly, his previous voice did not come from his throat. Flowers, grass, trees, and dim lights. Ancient buildings resembling those from the Tang Dynasty, but also with modern shadows. Krobin thought that he couldn't learn the transformation method of Super Saiyan 4 without defeating Vegeta, but unexpectedly, Vegeta eventually recognized him. He felt very happy now, even forgetting that he was heavily injured. Long Yin Xie remained silent throughout, calmly observing from the side. The old lady didn't mind her son's naturally cold temperament. But Long Yin Xie, who had always been trying to cheer his mother up, didn't think so. The corners of his mouth under his beard were wickedly raised. Long Yin Xie also didn't understand why he had to deliver it personally, and couldn't control his desire to see her. But they had just separated. What was wrong with him? Early the next morning, the princess's kitchen had already prepared the meals. Shang Wanzhu got up and went to the kitchen to eat, then called the sleeping Duanmu Yun to the dining table. Chapter 91. The shell room. The little sharks surrounded Miyu, chattering nonstop. For a moment, Miyu didn't know which little shark's words to respond to first. Don't worry, this time Mother will try to spend more time with you. When the time comes, you must show what you've learned during this time. The little sharks continued to chatter with Miyu for a while, and Xing Qi could no longer bear to watch. Seeing their father angry, The little sharks finally let you go and followed him back to the sea. Then how about this? How much saltpeter do you have in your pharmacy? Can we just buy half? Guido talked to the old doctor for a long time, and seeing that there was no response, he took a step back and said, "Take your parents' spirit tablets and hurry up and move out." At this moment, Lin Daniu pretended to be calm and said, even if he could dominate here, if there were no breakthroughs after tens of thousands of years, he would still turn into a pile of yellow earth, leaving only a name for future generations. That was not what he wanted. More than 30 laws of death had only improved by 3 points. It seemed, as Casa said, that it became harder to improve as time went on. And it also related to the talent Casa mentioned. I wonder if this is good or bad, Lien thought silently. Sure enough, not long after, several of them gradually woke up, and the first to awaken was surprisingly Yuaner. LV-Phone carefully sensed her cultivation and found that she was already at the 6th level of Yuan Shi, just like himself. It seemed she had also benefited greatly. LV-Phone frowned. He had no good way to break the formation, and none of these people were proficient in it. Breaking the formation would be too difficult for them. However, Qin Yu kept Shun Jiuxing and Shun Zilien behind, taking them to the core area of the ancient royal palace. Hey, Mu Feng. The sect master is right there in front of the waterfall. You can go find him yourself. I'm going back first. Yi Waner also realized she had lost her composure. So she changed the topic to LV-Phone and, after speaking, left. Arriving at the shop that sold livestock, a strong smell of animal waste wafted in, and the road appeared very dirty and chaotic. Zhao Yuan picked up Luo and walked inside, after many attempts yielding the same result. Ning Fuchen became a bit annoyed. You guy living inside me, eating my food, and when I talk to you, you don't even respond. Isn't raising such a son for nothing? Passing through the trading hall, beside it stood a grand and wide building, decorated lavishly with carved dragons and phoenixes. Passers-by frequently glanced at it with envy and admiration. Xiao Yin watched as Jiang Ziyu left her room with wide eyes. No man had ever entered her room before. And he was an exception, and she was still wearing a nightgown. Navigating through the crowd, Chu Yang sat in the first seat on the left side of the podium, with no one at the entire table, which relieved him. Ling medicines and fruits were everywhere, some even hundreds or thousands of years old. If taken out, it would cause a bloody storm, making countless powerful individuals fight to the death. This surprised them, as Elan had such sword intent even without drawing the Yungu sword from his waist. One could only imagine what kind of scenery it would be if he drew it. Traveling westward, the murderous aura grew stronger. I and Wu Si held our breath, and even the old warhorse, sitting down, sensed the heavy atmosphere and lightened its steps. Gu Yong visited the countryside and discovered a sturdy man in a mountain village, standing 9 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and named Gong Sunyang. He was born with great strength and was famous in the nearby villages for fighting tigers in the mountains. Wu Ming swept through his storage ring and, as expected, found over 100,000 qi, refining pills and various cultivation techniques and medicinal pills. Because there was about a 5-meter gap in between, Lao Quan fired 3 shots before bringing it down, but at that moment, the teammate who was running ahead immediately turned back to counterattack Lao Quan, while a third enemy also climbed in through the window. Chapter 92. Water-repelling Pearl. It turned out he had not appeared because he was capturing sea beasts. Elfman also saw Miyu and hurried over to her. The males beside Xing Qi made defensive gestures towards Elfman, and Xing Qi waved his hand. It's fine, everyone step back. After issuing the order, the males beside him still looked somewhat worried. Elfman, you're hurt. Because the blood had been diluted by the seawater, Miyu did not notice it at first. However, what Bai Shuriao did not expect was that 3 whole days passed, and her resume seemed to have sunk without a trace, with no response whatsoever. She even held her phone while eating, afraid of missing a call. But what saddened Bai Shuriao was that, besides the nuisance of promotional calls, no company contacted her. Last night, she experimented with summoning and unexpectedly succeeded, although she wished to become the strongest magician while making a wish to the stone man. She knew how foolish that wish was. If such a wish could be granted, it could only mean one thing. The other party was lying. I don't care how you want to fight, but you'd better not climb on top of me to urinate. Otherwise, I will make him regret being human. Ji Longting flicked his robe and turned to leave. If what he didn't want to see really happened, perhaps seeing it with his own eyes would make him give up. The young man with yellow hair turned around and cursed. But when he saw Yi Chun walking over, a look of fear suddenly appeared on his face. Then he drew a series of symbols on the mirror, and finally, the mirror emitted a brilliant light, reflecting a stunning scene. Zhao had to admit that just in terms of eyesight, she was indeed much weaker than Xiao Yun. At least she could not see what kind of qualities Lin Chong had to produce such a set in such a short time. Oomph. You asked for a toast, but refused the penalty drink. Fong Qing saw that Su Qingwei still showed no sign of bringing out the immortal silver dragon and immediately sneered and made a move. This pure white paper was quite valuable. Only high-status officials could afford to use it. Afterwards, Han Buqiao ran to CK to buy a few pairs of ice silk underwear. After purchasing, he called a Didi and headed straight to Shanghai International Airport. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't gone back to driving Didi, have you? Su Gu asked after getting in the car. Once his soul was damaged within, his physical body would never wake again, but so what? As long as Song Lan could wake up. Coincidentally, the main character of the show was Hua Kuan-Yue, but this show might have already been aired for a while and was nearing its end. The Emperor Jing came alone to the Yin Kingdom, clearly prepared. But he obviously had few men. It seemed his father should not be in life-threatening danger, but he still felt uneasy. She opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she didn't say a word, slightly turning her head to organize her thoughts. Your Highness Chang'an. During the battle between the two armies, countless screams accompanied by splattering blood scattered together, dyeing the imperial city into a blood-soaked city, with broken corpses and flesh everywhere. Tell me everything clearly. Mr. Bagwit no longer had his usual composure, and there was a hint of grievance in his eyes. When fighting with Ruoxia, why did the master choose to take risks and use himself as bait, putting me in a relatively safer position? With a few quick taps of his fingers, he quickly distributed half of what Zhou Yui had painstakingly prepared over the past few days. Meanwhile, the apartment renovations were just completed. So Guxie and Ling Chushi hurriedly moved out of the dormitory. Lu Man listened, her inner anger rising, reaching a peak, and her mind exploded. Oh Yangqi, since that's the case, I want a divorce. With the old lady gone, Lan Kai-dai was pregnant with Ouyang Qi's child, and since he clearly didn't believe her, she would have to wait until Li Sui found that assassin to discuss it. Chapter 93. Hunting 5 sea beasts to obtain the water-repelling pearl, it's okay. It should be that this sea beast is just young and hasn't formed a water-repelling pearl in its body. Xing-Chi patted Miyu's shoulder to comfort her. Miyu looked at the enormous corpse in front of her, momentarily speechless, and could only shake her head helplessly before walking in another direction. What to do with this corpse? Elfman gazed curiously at the whale-sized sea beast carcass. Just leave it here. Such a big one is surely indestructible after achieving the diamond body, right? The old man's pupils constricted. He had never seen a young man with such a powerful flesh body in his 100 years of life. Fong squinted slightly, unable to discern whether this person harbored hostility. It was just a cigarette, after all. Fong took out a cigarette and tossed it to him, and the scruffy young man caught it with a grin. An hour later, the square was packed with people, surpassing yesterday's crowd, all there to witness today's battle. Those who managed to stand out from the thousands and enter the top 50 martial artists would undoubtedly be taken seriously by various factions. The territory was vast, but the population was relatively small, which was a significant headache for Xiao Mo. Therefore, expansion was not an option right now. Otherwise, it would lead to indigestion. Moreover, if they encountered a fierce battle, Xiao Mo could very well suffer a setback. Long Hao, since you're fine now, please go ahead and scout the way. Liang's was suddenly said, revealing a gentle smile. The chaotic dragon displayed unmatched might, sweeping away the 3 elders and leaving them powerless, their lives hanging by a thread. Hearing this, Yi Chun threw out a crescent-shaped trajectory at Ling Jinghua, and with a loud crash, Ling Jinghua's elderly body collided with the sports car he had created, while the driver of the car rushed out to assist Ling Jinghua. Fuxi knew that Si Mu and the others hadn't left, but he didn't mind. Helping Bai Lu with the horn wouldn't take much effort. He simply preferred a quieter environment when he worked. Take care. If there's reincarnation in this world, perhaps we will meet again, Xiang Hao whispered, bowing deeply before leaving. Seeing this, Fuxi was taken aback. A wave of chilling crisis surged up his spine. At this moment, the scarred face had turned the BTR around in the yard, shaking off the door panel it had been pushing against, and turned to look at old Fu, clearly asking how to proceed. The 5 of them took turns using their internal power to attack Cheng Yaojin, countering the massive internal force within him, akin to hammering muscles and bones, which instead made Cheng Yaojin's body even sturdier and his meridians more resilient. The old immortal of the star constellation raised a wooden stake, chanting incantations, and the surrounding environment changed once again, with the stars of the universe appearing. The Milky Way hanging overhead, and beneath him, a massive star vortex slowly rotating. This was unavoidable, Attempting to catch a wolf barehanded seemed unrealistic for the vast Iron family. And if this place suddenly fell silent, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Iron family's cultivators. They would surely seal off the surrounding area, making it difficult to escape. Additionally, it was worth noting that their plans seemed to have never succeeded. From Lin Ziqing's disdainful tone, it was clear that the organization where the Muscle Brothers were had attempted several resistance activities, all of which ended in failure. This further strengthened Lin Ziqing's resolve not to walk the same path as them. On the other side, Li Chong had just sat down on a dusty sofa when he heard a rustling sound behind him, followed by a male voice. To be honest, the reaction of these militiamen made old Fu and the others feel like they were throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person, especially the rabbit playing with the turret at the back. Sitting in that inhumane chair, he felt like his old back had hurt for 5 minutes in vain. Li Chong, understanding this reasoning, didn't feel the need to stand up and rush to see what was written on the paper behind Jay. He adhered to the notion that what I need to know will definitely come to me, waiting for Jay to share the information. Chapter 94. Moving back to live on land, really? Your hair seems to have turned green. Miyu tiptoed as she pulled at Shioka's shoulder-length hair, which was originally yellow but now had green mixed in. This was a sign of male advancement. Shioka, you're already at the green level. Really? I didn't notice at all. Shioka also looked down at the hair scattered across his chest, and, sure enough, it had turned green. He had been so busy hunting lately that he hadn't realized. The wars among practitioners were terrifying. In battle, no one would be spared, and the goal was to bring down the other side. Watching Li Li wriggling like a bug, Lung Li Tian couldn't help but shake his head and finally had to let him down. Just then, Yang Guan's phone rang. He took out the phone and yelled hello, but his expression froze. Han, it's so good to have you. Unable to help himself, sweet words spilled out. Phrases that usually sounded cheesy felt completely natural in this moment, as if they were lines written in advance, and at this time, it was appropriate to say them. The 6 of them quickly unleashed their supreme light power to dissolve the ominous aura and resist the boundless killing intent. Although he felt a bit regretful, he thought that this was an opportunity. He could find a chance to deal with the 2 in front of him. However, you didn't ask what I wanted you to do, yet you agreed to this deal. Aren't you afraid I'll take you to a brothel and make you a prostitute? Chu Tingchuan narrowed his eyes slightly, carrying a hint of threat. The Dragon Group and the Xianyuan family were in the same boat. If one suffered, they all suffered. If the final battle ended with the Xianyuan family victorious, relying on Lin Tian's strength, the Dragon Group would undoubtedly replace the Holy See and become the dominant force in the Third World. If the Holy See won, there would no longer be a title of Dragon Group in the Third World. One must know that controllers are already rare in the ability world, and each is a key training target with high status. Lin Tian's control ability was outrageously strong. Once recruited by the organization, his identity would be immediately different. Chun Daqian glared hatefully at Luo Yishuan, who was laughing in the distance, nearly grinding her silver teeth. With a graceful figure, a rounded butt, and a full chest, she was full of sensual beauty, making Li Shun unable to take his eyes off her. Normally, anyone who could make the 9th master lose his temper to this extent would have already been chased out, rather than sitting face to face with him. However now, Lu Yang changed his mind. Public money was hard to obtain, especially funds related to people's livelihoods. What else could be done? Hua Sheng's tone was a bit desolate as he took out a lighter and lit the cigarette between his fingers, taking a deep puff. After finishing the ramen, Qing Yu hesitated for a moment between going back to the hotel to rest and starting the afternoon journey early, then said to Shimura Hitomi. So the plan was to startle the snake in the grass, wash away some wavering short sellers, mainly to cover their own retreat. Watching the old relative bury himself in his chaotic work, Lu Yang felt much better. He usually didn't eat much for dinner, but tonight he surprisingly had 2 bowls of rice. Suddenly surrounded by a warm and soft sensation, Li Shun couldn't help but feel comfortable, gently exhaling a long breath. Zhang Yaozi felt a chill in his heart from being looked at this way and tactically retreated a few steps. He glanced at the data room behind the man, which was ablaze, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although he didn't know what technology and methods Yu Hong was using, as long as he could survive, everything was fine. After the blue space blurred, it gradually became clear again, but a scene appeared. He's doing research. Yeah, Wan Luo laughed. Realizing she was too easy to pursue and too easy to deceive, she had never seen this guy's jealous side. After a round of play, the comrades were exhausted. While only they were still doing well, no wonder they had run back, while the others had taken the cable car. Chapter 95. The suddenly appearing biological brother. Seeing the little tiger cubs having so much fun, Miyu felt relieved that she had made the right decision. It's better not to force land creatures to live in the sea. That would only be counterproductive. You chose a residence right next to the beach by the inner sea, but since the house has not been built yet, for now, she can only live in a tent. Although Xing-Chi has moved to the shore, he does not hunt on land and still returns to the sea to capture prey. He originally had his gaze on Tang Luo, but it wasn't directed at her chest, to be precise. He was looking at the student ID she wore around her neck, not staring at her breasts. Ae listened and obediently nodded, sliding her hand from one side of her lips to the other, indicating to Ae that she had locked her mouth. Sorry, I have to go to Sister Imoya's house for dinner later. Tang Yinxue showed a hint of disgust in her eyes, but due to the other person's identity, she did not fully reveal it. However, in the face of such a strong energy wash, Yun Xian still gritted his teeth and persevered. An average person might have chosen to give up halfway. Of course, at that moment, Bian Yuanheng, who had already left for the bus station at the East train station in Xinjiang City, naturally had no idea about his brother's inner monologue. Tang Luo nodded. He originally didn't plan to involve Lin Yiming, but since they met, he couldn't refuse. You can eat now. Here's a big one for you. Just as I was staring intently at the roasted wolf leg over the bonfire, swallowing countless times, Lung Yu finally spoke, saying this while handing me a wolf leg that had been roasted to a golden color. At this moment, Yao Yi also curiously turned her gaze towards Liang Bo, wanting to know what the extraordinary object sealed within the forbidden tomb was, to prevent these intelligence agents from believing in the deceptive tactics of these religions. Zhang San personally exposed several kinds. Anyway, he demonstrated everything introduced by the higher-ups, even involving Gong Sun Sheng in the exposure activities. Looking at Bian Yuanheng's helpless expression as if he wanted to say something but couldn't, Lu Exiner sighed in her heart. While the reporter was surprised, the players from Kaiserslautern had already arrived beneath the fan stands, ready to share this celebratory moment with everyone. Li Zimu's face was somewhat pale, but compared to when he was confronting Yi, it was much better, although he had used 3 sword techniques in a row. Using them again now was much more proficient than before, and he could control the falling star and sinking moon technique much better. Time flies. Ning Dao raised his palm and waved. A surge of unknown majestic airflow rushed towards Gong Mingyu and everyone. Don't make a big deal out of it. Xianyuan Sangxiong interrupted him lightly, pulling the dirty Yu Qianqian and stepping into the gathering guest in. It seemed that the ancestral bones also played a role. All they could hear were continuous roars from the lake, too afraid to come ashore, which made Meng Yi feel much more at ease. He took out healing pills to help Gu Yinglian recover, and the moment Gu Yinglian opened her beautiful eyes, the two exchanged glances for a moment, and she smiled slightly. That was a newly added property under the Liu family, with almost no patience, but the security was excellent. It was particularly difficult to meet Lady Liu. He had to rely on some other forces, and finally met Lady Liu, who was sitting on the balcony basking in the sunset one evening. Oh my goodness, my great-aunt. Didn't you already know the plot? Why are you still crying like this? Zhang Buke said with a mix of amusement and heartache as he hugged Lin Xiao, who rested her head on Zhang Buke's shoulder, her eyes still fixed on the screen. I stood aside, watching the emperor maneuvering between these concubines, and because of his personal preferences, those people had to fight openly and secretly, even to the point of bloodshed. Riding a bicycle with Ling Chun through the sunlit woods felt as beautiful as a dream. Chapter 96. The test results came out the next morning. Miyu personally drove to pick up Mi Qingguang, Lu Kaifeng, and their 2-year-old child. The hospital was chosen by Miyu to ensure the authenticity of the identification results. She selected a hospital under her name. Only in this way could it be ensured that Mi Qingguang could not tamper with anything. As soon as they arrived at the hospital, Li Xiangyang immediately came over. He had been waiting in the hospital since early morning, and he had already made arrangements with the people doing the identification, ensuring that there would be no fraud. Yin Feng had only lived in the landlord's house for half a month, with another 2.5 months until the lease expired. As long as she had money, the landlord wouldn't change the rules, and she estimated she could earn enough to keep both houses. Just as the middle-aged man was about to do something, a tall man suddenly jumped over and kicked the middle-aged man to the ground with a muffled grunt. Chunhao drove alone to Wanqing City, beginning to wander and observe the places where they gathered. Perhaps because of his age, the recent magic detection had made the old man appear somewhat fatigued, and he had no choice but to slowly set off with the support of Wulode. The food tasted acceptable, with a balance of salty and sweet. Xia Shiguang chewed, finding the texture crisp. To be honest, it tasted pretty good. If they don't leave, just wait for a good job. Zhan Hongying has already lost half a year as salary, and hasn't T earned a single good word. The rooster had always been calm and rarely impulsive. Since it was said, it must be true. The eldest aunt felt very embarrassed, but Feng Jun was still useful and could not be offended too deeply. She could only endure her embarrassment and pretend not to care, saying whatever needed to be said. This was a victory obtained under the attack of the Three Kings. Even if there were unforeseen changes they didn't know about, winning was a fact that could not be changed. The usually steady young master, who was as steady as a pine tree, seemed to have lost his composure at this moment, angrily shouting, "I'll have a steward send you away right now." After saying this, he disregarded his identity and directly dragged the copper bean, intending to leave the courtyard. It turned out that when Chang Sun-yi invited Hong Guxian to his home for a visit, Fang Hao happened to be there as well. He had heard of Ma Yi saving Chang Sun-yi and had admired him for a long time. Upon learning that Bai Shui and Chang Sun Jiangying had returned home, he begged Hong Guxian to take him along. "Okay, let us go by your suggestion. Set the price according to the market rate. Anyone who dares to back out or raise the price in the future is a turtle grandson." Ma Hailong didn't care about the breach of contract penalty, thinking that Song Baiyu only brought it up for the villager sake. He was deeply touched by Song Baiyu's feelings. New Scene Army, is there such a thing? Song Baiyu was surprised to hear that the martial arts competition of the city bureau was actually related to the New Scene Army. He couldn't help but be stunned. It seemed he needed to contact his elder brother. Could it be that the New Scene Army had some major event recently? Anyway, in Ma Yi's heart, the Tianjin continent was a perfect planet worth all his efforts. "Baiyu, what are you thinking so deeply about so early in the morning?" Song Yuanqing appeared in the room without him noticing, asking with a gentle smile, gently wiping the tears hanging on her cheeks. She obediently walked to the center position as instructed by Zhang Feng, sitting cross-legged, hugging her arms, and began to meditate in a proper manner. Looking at the joyful expressions of everyone, Lao Gui's relaxed laughter, and Lan Roland's beautiful face amidst the sea of flowers, he felt that all of this was worth it. What was the hottest topic in the officialdom recently? After quelling Fang La's rebellion, it was Tong Guan's northern expedition, followed by the matter of the Maritime Trade Bureau. If it weren't for the obsession with revenge supporting him, he would have wanted to die with his master and mistress long ago. A person who no longer fears death must possess immense power. There will be opportunities later. Along waved his hand, calling back Catherine and Audrey, and upon seeing this, he gestured for everyone to walk together. The man came stepping forward, one step, one sword, one person, where the sword light flashed. The guards in the passage seemed unable to resist, turning into waves of black smoke dissipating. This person's singing continues endlessly, moving slowly, parting the dark mist like waves crashing, causing anyone who stands in the way to disintegrate into ashes. Chapter 97. They're actually biological siblings. "Aunt Hong, come in and sit down. What do you want to talk to me about?" Miyu turned to the side to give Chun Hong a way through. "I recently heard about your brother's situation, and regarding this matter, I think you might have some doubts. I'm here this time to clarify things for you." Miyu carefully poured a cup of tea for Chun Hong and patiently listened to her explanation. "Aunt Hong, don't worry. Take your time. Miyu, I think this 2-year-old child is very promising." At that moment, Qing Wen inexplicably thought of the master lying in the icy wilderness of the sixth space. "Aunt, I don't know anything. I'm just passing on a message. I have something else to do. I'm leaving first," Huiyin said succinctly and walked away. After finally getting a chance to cultivate immortal techniques, it was gone again. Perhaps she simply wasn't cut out for cultivation, and she encountered Princess Jiu. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that Princess Jiu liked General Liu. "I really am not," Zhang Linfeng said with a slight smirk. "Was that a provocation?" Chun Fei's face darkened. He initially thought dealing with just Pan Hu would be enough, but he never expected to provoke such a reckless force. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Mu Qianqing directly ignored sea-coating and walked a few steps outside. His nearly uncontrollable shout distracted Jiang Yuexin, who was tracking the spore's movements in the mist. The water person looked at the young man with surprise, unable to believe that he, who was usually so calm, could be so excited. The spirit demon that had fallen Tianzhong deep leaped out and exchanged glances with the two ghostly figures. Lin Mu thought for a moment, but couldn't he come up with any specific information about the two? After all, he wasn't a professional in the film industry. He was a latecomer, relying mostly on copying scripts and either relying on luck or risking his life to act. They had known each other for decades, always existing as rivals, never giving each other any face. "Let's go." Lin Mindao saw the situation and immediately led his people out of the gym. It was difficult for Huang Jiaming to win now that things had come to this. After arguing with Li Jinia, he felt a bit dizzy and under her relentless pursuit, he managed to restrain himself. Not because he was pretending to be confused, but because the pain feedback in his head made it hard to concentrate. Yi Yaoyao was quite anxious. The hospital was a bit far away, and Old Tang had taken a leave of absence today. Even if she wanted to take Han Xiaoxuan to the hospital, she couldn't find anyone to help. A fighter jet flew past, not far above his head, the massive engine and shockwave booming against his eardrums. The jet concentrated firepower on a certain location, launching an airstrike, and subsequently dropped incendiary bombs. When this new type of bomb exploded, it created a twisted flame accompanied by a rising mushroom cloud. Of course, the boatmen would never agree to leave their boats to them and return alone. Yimashi was slightly taken aback by Han Xiaoxuan's straightforwardness. She didn't expect him to express her true thoughts so clearly. The courtyard was dark, with no lights. The old man was sitting with an embroidery frame on his lap, holding an embroidery needle, stitching red peony flowers stitch by stitch. Hey, Luo Jun, calm down first. Let's hear what the child has to say. Lu Kuan didn't even have time to smoke and hurriedly stopped him. He could clearly feel that every time the chains collided with the flames, a wave of alternating hot and cold heat spread along the chains, which made him quite uncomfortable. Moreover, the J God Studio was extremely mysterious, never interacting with any collaborators, only working on its own projects. Even Fu Ting and Lian Sun couldn't buy them off, let alone the entire J God Studio. Chapter 98. Elfman declares sovereignty. I don't want to stay here alone. What are you talking about? Why can't I listen? Elfman was somewhat reluctant when Miyu brought him back to the bedroom. Be good. Wait for me to call you out again, okay? Miyu tried to make her voice friendly, carefully soothing Elfman. You guys hurry up. My patience is limited. I knew you were the best. Miyu was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw the two characters that only existed in her dreams. Hui City, when she truly reached a well-lit place. Rin Ruashi was introducing the sale situation of the past few days to her sister, as Wu Ziyu was promoting outside, and all products had to be picked up at the counter, so Rin Ruashi had the most say in the matter. Nan Shuiyu's face turned pale, and her body tensed up. How is Dr. Lu doing now? He wouldn't still be hanging there, would he? No need. Nan Shuiyu glanced in a certain direction. Someone would follow, and besides, this was the Xiangfu, so you don't have to worry. Aunt Zhang had already been beaten to near death, and her father had someone watching her. At this time, what tricks could she still pull? Lan Linger felt a stir in her heart. She naturally sensed it. But the poison had already been resolved by Mu Xinghan. Although she didn't know how it was resolved, it must be related to his wine and pills. She had intentionally pretended to sleep in the carriage, and being kidnapped was also intentional. The dark green plant leaves resembled Sichuan pepper, used to remove fishy smells. During these days, Wang Yinshan had taught Ouyang many outdoor survival skills and medicinal plants, and even some plants could be used as cooking seasonings. Yiming knew that this was one thing he could not hide. He nodded, not denying Li Mengyao's speculation. After all, he hadn't done anything with Lung Xinyu, and as long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough. Cheng Xian slowly opened the door, and Amon was surprised to find that it was her marriage certificate with Cheng Xian. Cheng Xian carried Amon upstairs, and when they reached the room, he found that beads of sweat had actually started to form on his forehead. It had to be said that dead girl had gained weight. So Meyer knew that Jiang Chuan was her biggest creditor in this life, and this debt would require her to repay with her entire life. With this thought, Meyer had unknowingly fallen in love with this young master who had suddenly come back to life, was wise and mighty, and had great ambitions and a grand demeanor. Just as he stepped into the emperor's hall, Shi Yin and the others came out from inside, looking at him with resentment. Chaotic flame, a technique that combines the hellfire of nightmares with the holy flame of light, capable of burning the heavens. In contrast, Li Yongle sat there leisurely, eyes closed, leaning back, looking relaxed and content, which made Bei Wanchong gnash his teeth in hatred. Right in the cockpit, it could be said to be a shot that hit home. Originally, the reinforced cockpit could withstand ordinary bullets, but that was already a stretch. However, to block specialized armor-piercing bullets was basically impossible. Is that so? But I feel that the situation is favorable for me now. Jiro sneered at everyone. It's not your fault. I know everything about you. Xiangyu walked up to Kratos, offering a hand to help him up. A tight and loose approach, with a balance of firmness and softness, rewards given when due, and appropriate suppression to avoid the subjects becoming arrogant. Perhaps this is what the heart of an emperor is about. Leveling up requires billions of experience points. It wouldn't be that simple without the existence of a spirit-gathering array. Coincidentally, after the program resumed recording, the next treasure holder brought up an antique, which was a piece of porcelain, and it was the famous Yuan blue and white. Thus, Today's battle was even more brutal in close combat, and the casualties on both sides naturally increased. After a whole day of bloodshed, the casualties in the stronghold exceeded 230 or 40, while the death toll of the Yuan army reached as high as 1,500. Chapter 99. Why don't you want to have babies? After Li Xiangyang finished the last cigarette in the box, he didn't know what to do next. Miyu's words kept swirling in his mind. What she said wasn't wrong. She was just having a normal relationship with those two men. Miyu didn't force them. Both of them were aware and willing to accept everything. It seemed that Miyu hadn't done anything wrong. Li Xiangyang irritably ran his fingers through his hair, starting to carefully recall his interactions with Miyu. I stood there for 3 seconds, then picked up my phone from his desk to check the call log. Although the previous call had no notes, I knew who it was from. Fan Xingmei huffed, turned around, grabbed the white rose from the back seat, and, taking advantage of the red light, opened the car door and got out. Wang Buochuan wanted to chase after her, but he couldn't just leave the car on the road. Besides, what could he say if he caught up? What could he use to swear that the business would be successful? In any case, Fan Xingmei didn't believe him. Wang Buochuan was very angry. All right, stop overthinking. Go and package everything properly, Xia Qingxiao said with a smile, patting Siwen's cheek. After her explanation, I learned that she had gone to inquire about Long Ji's news early this morning, but when she was about to return at night, she unexpectedly ran into Long Ji's people and found that Guan Jinhua was following them. So those two guys acted without a second thought. Qijian lingered for a long time before finally coming out, and upon seeing the abundant breakfast on the central preparation table, he felt dazed again. Their bows had a long range, but Danyang City was like a copper wall and iron bastion. The arrows fell on it without leaving a mark, let alone injuring anyone. As soon as he finished speaking without caring about anything else, he unleashed the aura of the easy muscle period from his body. A massive aura surged forth, startling me. Although I was also a master in the easy muscle method, I still found it hard to withstand his aura and kept retreating. Jun Erzhang reminded in a low voice that Yang Shi was clearly unhappy. It had been more than 2 months since Xia Weixing's family returned, and they hadn't even knelt at the door to repent, which must have made Yang Shi very surprised and unhappy. His reasoning, though flimsy, was within reason. He expected that he would fall for this, right? Xiao Zitian gritted her teeth, tightly wrapping the bath towel around herself, and got up to help him with his back. Also thoughtful was Dr. Zhao, who sent a text when Chu Xiao was off work, saying he had finally finished his 2-day, 1-night shift, looking pale, and had taken a taxi home to prepare for sleep. Chu Xiao couldn't understand what Dr. Zhao was thinking. She could only endure and wait to see how things would unfold. Indeed, his magic had been greatly enhanced, earning a C-level rating among heroic spirits. But the most critical aspects of power and speed could not be compared to heroic spirits at all. Just as I was about to activate the true illusion, I had to scan around. Lu Yiming beside me suddenly whimpered, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. The so-called immortality was merely based on the vampire's powerful recovery ability and the special blood of the blood god that could restore its form. Chao Jun had retreated, and there were no major issues here anymore. It was likely that Tao Gong would not treat the Lord poorly this time, as Shuzhou's wealth was far above the North Sea. Guojia feigned seriousness and said, while both sides were in a stalemate. The other 2 groups of vampires had all entered Frank's villa, and what was originally a spacious elevator lobby was now filled with vampires. Sigh. Having a strategist with too much intelligence isn't necessarily a good thing. They all like to play these tricks. Zhuge Liang did this, Tianji did this, and now Feng Xiao is also doing this. Liu thought helplessly. The soul, having been enhanced by the 3rd law, had become corporeal and could no longer be considered a pure heroic spirit, but rather a different kind of immortal being. Fujiwara Akiro was the music director he had invited from Japan for a high price to participate in this film. He believed in his professionalism, but he just couldn't understand why Fujiwara Akiro would let a Korean artist audition. Chapter 100. Someone interrupted their world of 2. Miyu didn't know what size would be suitable for Elfman, so she ordered nearly all the sizes. When the delivery person arrived, they were carrying a big bag. After Miyu thanked the delivery person, she took everything from the bag to the bedroom and dumped it all on the floor. Elfman looked at the various small boxes with curiosity. Were these things? As he spoke, he opened one box and took out a dish after dish of exquisite cuisine. Pigeon and turtle soup, dompa pork, steamed wuchang fish, jade shrimp rings, boiled phoenix tails, scallion tofu, and other delicious dishes, with a steamed crab as the last item. In fact, he hadn't planned to come over, but to ensure the product launch went smoothly, he thought it better to show up. El Renlong and his disciples were seated on meditation cushions, with an elderly man with a wrinkled face and silver hair occupying the main seat. Mu Lanqi felt incredulous upon hearing this. How could her father possibly not want her? Xinwan's gaze sharpened as she turned around and struck out with a palm. The fierce wind from her palm was easily neutralized by the newcomer, who then swept her into a warm but awkward embrace. Everyone looked up at the sky, gazing at the heavy dark clouds, their hearts weighed down. This guy seemed to be looking for him, but he couldn't remember having any connection with this person. The way he had become a shell of his former self was largely the result of the consequences you had spoiled him with. Zhao Ju listened quietly to Mrs. Zhao's lament. If calculated this way, wouldn't he be unable to sustain even a single battle and directly run out of lifespan? While walking and looking around, the two had unknowingly reached the middle of the square, now only about 150 meters away from the headquarters magic tower. From this distance, the magic tower looked like a towering mountain piercing the sky, its imposing pressure far exceeding that of the magic tower at the Central Military Academy of Titania. In an instant, the brilliant fireworks like lights spread across the entire Dragonhead city, intertwining with the falling frost to create a surreal and beautiful scene. Although he hadn't spent much time in Luolong City, whenever he was in the city, Carter couldn't help but look up at it, gazing at the stone fortress representing the highest power and strength of Luolong City. That was his goal to climb, and perhaps one day it would become his ladder to ascend. The hand resting on her waist unexpectedly began to slowly move up, and she couldn't help but let out a gasp, which turned into a whimper before it reached her lips. So this is when I promised to date you. It's too late to object now, Kalia laughed. This terrifying sight covered every inch of space, just now shrouded by the magic array. For the people of Dragonhead City, it felt as if the universe was being bombarded into pieces, and the sky was about to collapse. They had originally just gone up to feel the wind and see the way ahead, but unexpectedly, they were deliberately led astray by Celapir. The two gathered quite a bit of intelligence on AI Air before dropping him from the dense canopy, re-entering the green world. They continued toward Luolong City through the nearly impenetrable forest. After hearing the words of Harbor Nest Princess, Meng Luo paused and looked at Fei Yu. Seeing no signs of opposition from Fei Yu, she summoned a massive ship hidden beneath the waters, bringing a group of ship girls into the interior of the Meng Luo ship. With a splash of waves, the Meng Luo ship slowly submerged into the water. Calm down. You need to calm down. If you kill the adult, it won't be good for you either. As long as you let go of the adult, we will absolutely guarantee your safety. The Shinano acted like a professional negotiator, trying to persuade Meng Luo. The cold seawater had completely enveloped half of Fei Yu's body and was surging toward the upper levels of the ship through the various cabins. Even with the water valve closed, it could not stop the erosion of the seawater. It merely slowed the speed at which the water entered the cabin. Chapter 101. Shopping. Shopping. Elfman sat aside, watching me. You coaxed me, Zhao, with an unhappy expression on his face. Miyu didn't respond immediately. She looked at the already asleep Mi Zhao. Although he was a test tube baby, he was the only person in the world who shared her bloodline. He was also the last gift left by her parents that was related to her. Moreover, this Mi Zhao was so small. It wasn't his fault that he was brought into this world. How could she blame this child? Lin Tianfan suddenly let out a scream, as Xiao Chan had suddenly pinched him hard around the waist, causing sharp pain that made him grimace. Seeing this, everyone understood what had happened and immediately burst into laughter, shaking with amusement. Lung Qinyu turned to look at Ling Anfeng, who was fighting with the beast. It was obvious that Ling Anfeng was no match for the ferocious creature and was just stalling for time. The soldiers in front had already retreated quite far. But when people discovered that Ling Anfeng was battling the beast, they all rushed back. Qiju and Hao Air were taken aback at the same time, turning to look at Kai Air with strange expressions. The Tianchuan family was a prestigious family, with more influence in Japan than Matsushita. The wedding day of Tianchuan Meiko and Lin Tianfan was naturally quite grand. However, Wen Qian did not chase after them. He was still on the opposite side of the road, watching this side. Although he was a bit far away, she could still see that Wen Qian's face was dark and very unpleasant. Oh no, more blood. My soft couch, my bedding. It seems I have to change to new ones again. What bad luck. The man looked disdainfully at the blood flowing from Lan Zi's body, as if the bedding was far more important than a person's life. All right, we've been on the road for a while and are a bit tired. Let's head back to the family for a rest, Qiju said as he took the lead toward the main gate. Naturally, there were guards in front of such a large mansion, and one of the 4 guards stationed at the main gate stepped forward to approach Qiju and the others. She suddenly threw down her pillow, covered her face with her hands, and tears streamed through her fingers. What? He speculated that in Luo Chu just didn't want to face Guyang Chan, so she sent him away. How could it be related to him? Guyang Guang looked at him in confusion. Jiang Xining bounced over, very affectionately hugging Chu Qing Chung. Just before parting, he realized that the two hungry ghost kings were actually female, but he had no further relationship with them. The Trapani team players all chose to send their blessings to Hugo via phone and text messages. Although Wu Yuanqing was also anxious, he seemed a bit callous, which made people feel angry. Some people started to stir up trouble, pushing the relationship between both sides toward a more tense situation. Such outsiders were so malicious, even cursing them not to live until tomorrow. As soon as the village chief gave the order, they would definitely go all out to make these outsiders suffer. Lu Shiyin tumbled headfirst into the wooden barrel with a splash. Watching the struggling Lu Shiyin, Fang Yu sneered, holding her neck but not letting go. Unfortunately, by the afternoon, he still hadn't returned, and he was quite puzzled, so he continued to send people out. Yitan watched this behavior and even saw the green light entering the other person's body. This was a kind of skill. They had really put in a lot for such a performance. It was just that for some unknown reason, most people, except for a few occasionally, ended up gathering toward the flat housing area where Chunbo and others were. Long Jie responded and turned to the direction from which the sound came, leaping toward it. After a few jumps, he broke through the barrier and landed on a large tree outside. Sure enough, he saw the damned 10,000 snakes, continuously whipping the giant bowl-shaped barrier with their tails. Chapter 102. Rescued a troublemaker passing by the cake shop. She bought some cakes, passing by the fruit shop. She meticulously selected many different kinds of fruits. After the shopping trip, Miyu filled her system space to the brim with not just cakes and fruits, but even some rice, planning to sell it for crystal beads. At this moment, in the beast world, a pterosaur was continuously circling in the sky, its claws grasping something. If he really received 3 million in compensation, he would directly transfer 150,000 to Chi Zhao. His thinking was quite simple. The money he earned was to be split evenly. Weisher knelt on the carpet, one hand spraying mist and the other applying healing gel, skillfully rolling up Wu Jin's combat pants to treat the wounds that were processed by the healing pod. Almost for midnight, on April 19th, the haters were jumping up and down, posting various messages waiting for Wei Xiao to get married, looking forward to seeing his character collapse. As soon as old Master Amo said this, the air instantly became silent. Jishu's breathing noticeably quickened, and Mo Lianghong and Mo Yang exchanged worried glances with her. While Mo Yangbin's family of 3 and Shun Sisi looked at old Master Mo with confusion. He said at 13, a boy does anything mostly just because adults tell him not to do so. Coming in and out, Song Tingjun followed him like a tail, looking like a servant trailing behind the emperor. With an investment of 3 billion, every frame of special effects costs money. Most of this 3 billion was spent on special effects, and money for the actors was naturally minimized. For thousands of years, even the face of landslides, the expressionless Mother Phoenix had her heart skip a beat. After all, when Great-Grandma got serious, she was quite intimidating. If forced to marry, there was nothing she could do. That streamer was a newcomer named Han Xiuxiu, who entered the broadcast room provocatively challenging Wang Zihong and stating she wanted to take him down from the throne. I see. Big Brother, I'm very happy. You don't blame Big Brother, then Shinji, let Big Brother see just how strong the elves you raise in your own way are. Lei Si said. When we arrived at the high platform, the poisonous mist had dissipated and Optimus Prime was lying on the box peering inside. Its 2 feet still swinging outside, not knowing what treasure it had discovered to be so excited. Just as I heard you mention the word despicable, I sensed trouble and rushed over. Coincidentally, I was familiar with this feeling and knew you were trapped by something, so I came to attack the objects surrounding you. Just as I perceived, Yin Wu smiled at Xia Yi. This time, unlike when returning to Ling City, there were no roadblocks along the way. He encountered quite a few mercenary groups, most of whom were somewhat interested in having him join, but he refused them all, wanting to hurry to Qingyu City. Luo Ling City didn't know why Yin Kanglin hadn't come today, but he wasn't worried. Even if Yin Kanglin was exceptionally capable, if he wanted to ascend to the throne in Yin Tian Kingdom, he wouldn't be able to do so without Yin Hao's imperial edict. Yin Hao had always disliked Yin Kanglin. How could he issue such an edict, especially during the hunting season? The problem was that he didn't understand himself. As the emperor of the 3 realms, why would he need support from others? His own power could destroy heaven and earth. Why would he need help from anyone else? Han Yun's cultivation was completely exposed in the eyes of Chi Mo Tian, a mid-stage holy ancestor, without any concealment. A military doctor approached, using rough hands to examine Yu Fei, who gently closed her eyes and did not open them even once during the examination. Oh, Last time boss Lu told me to bring him a turtle if I caught one. Wang Chong explained his intention. Chapter 103, House Customization Modern World. Miyu stood at the entrance of the supermarket, satisfied as she checked off an item on her shopping list and let out a sigh of relief. Finally finished shopping. It wasn't easy at all. Although she was a woman and found shopping to be a joyful activity, this task-oriented shopping was truly exhausting. Was it finally over? AI couldn't believe his eyes, and Jiang Wan still dared to say she believed it. Jiang Feng, Cheng didn't know what to say. Our cellar is quite big. We've stored a lot of things in there, enough for us to last until spring, Grandpa Wang said with a smile. Moreover, compared to the flesh and blood thugs, the flesh and blood butchers seem to be relatively powerful among the third-tier promotions, automatically gaining an additional third-tier elite attribute bonus, enhancing their strength, constitution, and perception to third-tier standards. Resembling some elite creatures he had seen before, her aura was so strong that just a few steps closer made those around her immediately avert their gaze. Not daring to meet her eyes, the wind shifted towards the Blood Machinery clan, ready for battle. The sound of the wind rose, and only a faint black hinted at the existence of the distorted wind, with air currents stirring up a hint of gold. Huang family horizontal training? Fortunately, I can still recognize some ancient characters, he thought. While he might not guess the more complex ones, he could make out these few characters. However, his divinity still couldn't awaken, while his peers of the same age, with initial divinity points of 1 or 2, gradually awakened their divinity in the second half of their first year, establishing divine realms and building power. Glancing at the unassembled gun on the table, he reached over and, in the blink of an eye, had it assembled. If Jiang Wan were there, she would likely be surprised at this scene. Yuan Yi disliked the blazing sun, but for some reason, today, seeing the sun made his mood inexplicably better. From his eyes, Chun Xiaowei understood everything. She opened her mouth to say something, but ended up saying nothing. This antique-style shotgun was incredibly powerful, and due to its lightweight advanced materials, the gun was very light. With a magazine weighing less than 2 kilograms, it could hold 10 rounds, firing like thunder, truly the most flavorful hunting tool. Meng Yutong instinctively raised her arm to stop him. But seeing the affection in her boyfriend's eyes, she gently lowered it, closed her eyes tightly, her lashes trembling heavily, her face flushed. What do I know? Chen Jun also felt puzzled. Why did Zi Feng show that expression of doubt? It was as if he should have already known something. Han Yen, already somewhat irritated, was made more annoyed by Huang Zhong's moment of distraction and impatiently asked. On February 20th, 1990, the newly established electronic group released a groundbreaking news that the Pangu computer market was officially open for compatible machines. After all, he was one of the 4 protectors of the Death God Hall. Although he had restrained his murderous nature in the past 2 years, he was still a person from the dark world. Xiaolan thought so too. She suddenly seemed a bit downcast. With these 5 shareholders acting this way, she couldn't help but wonder what the management of the hotel group would think. Apart from Uchiha Madara, seeing the sudden ambush from Kurizetsu behind him, Sasuke and Naruto were also shocked, their eyes wide. Only Yu's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this, merely watching a good show about to unfold. No, he didn't have any abilities. Qin Yuqing saw that Chen Jun didn't respond and had to answer Zi Feng's question. The service desk quickly switched the public screen to the battle between Yu Yin and Yi Jianwu Zone, allowing those who placed bets to follow the developments. Everyone held receipts indicating their bet amounts, focusing intently on the upcoming mecha duel. Chapter 104, Competing for the Bedroom. Blue sea and blue sky. Before me, you could take a step. She vaguely heard the lively sounds of the little cubs. It seemed like she could smell her mother's scent. Miju, Miju, has mother come back? One of the chubby little tiger cubs wobbled towards Miyu. Big brother, wait for me, I want to go too. Miyu had just taken a few steps when she saw 5 small figures running towards her in the distance. Chao Yu once again gave Butterfly an order to command the others to parachute from about 2,000 meters. At that height, he would reduce the pressure to match the atmospheric pressure outside. What's the point of trying hard? I'm still sleeping on a lounge chair at night. Guliang felt it was too unfair. After all, this dormitory was assigned to him by Liu Bei, so why should he only sleep on a lounge chair? No, he had to sleep in a bed tonight. Anyway, there were plenty of blankets, so they could each have one. Yi Chue used a thought to unleash a forbidden technique of killing that shattered everything, annihilating all the members of the Bird Clan at the Shanxian Mirror level. Because of her, the Nian clan effectively lost 3 deputy lord-level powerhouses, and imprisoning these 3 Nian clan members was not simple for her. Following that, many people began whispering to each other, discussing Su Tian's origins, with some believing that Su Tian had made a big enemy. Got it. Budugung frowned and replied, feeling that these guys were trying to push him to a dead end. Even the figures on the podium, like Colonel Miyamoto and Colonel Fuji, failed to notice this anomaly. Nieching occasionally caused trouble, asking Xiao Yu to pose for a few pictures so she could post them on her social media. After the operation began, the sound of helicopters filled the air, and 2 police helicopters appeared overhead, followed by several huge beams of light locking onto the 2 cargo trucks. However, this statement made the common people feel it was extremely ridiculous and even infuriating. Anyway, it's just the palace. If you want to see me, just come find me. Besides, it won't be too long, just a few days, so don't mind the ice blocks. Su Yueshue felt embarrassed immediately upon hearing Yi Machen's words. Why did he suddenly look so reluctant to part? His emotions were affecting her too. At that moment, the 2 Cheongshi glanced at each other and pounced towards Masiki and Xiaoyou. Seeing this situation, Ling Runing, who had just escaped the clutches of 4 fierce beasts, would not sit idly by. Why? Because she suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power. Raising her hand to look at her arm, she found that her bicep had developed faint muscle definition, as if she had reached a certain level of fitness training. This handshake lasted a bit longer than usual. Mao Qiqi didn't notice that Ling Runing and Ma Siki were secretly competing. Ma Siki naturally regarded this first handshake as a competition. Can we answer the question first and then get excited? I looked at Li Pengzi and said gloomily, this guy hasn't answered my question yet. Hearing this, not only did Zhang Huan, who was lying on the lounge chair, slowly open his eyes, but even Chu Jiang was drawn to the old butler's words. Has he been like this since morning? Ling Runing looked at Ding Shuang, always feeling he was different from before. However, the powerhouses of the divine and demon races were unaware, as they felt no fear. After this battle, the 12 ancestors of gods and the 12 ancestors of demons would take action, reversing time and space to resurrect them. Chun Qingya was anxious, and I nodded and got up from the ground. A day and night of unconsciousness had allowed my depleted energy to recover significantly. I even felt I was on the verge of breaking through to the early stage of the heavenly rank. Chapter 105. Goodbye, Princess Sophie. The next morning, Miyu got up. After feeding the 5 little tiger cubs, Miyu had Xingqi and Elfman take her to the bee city. Shioka did not go along. The 5 little tiger cubs were too mischievous and needed someone to watch over them, or they could easily cause destruction. As the father of the tiger cubs, Shiokan naturally had to shoulder this responsibility. Upon arriving at bee city, Miyu carefully searched for a suitable spot on the street. The next moment, Qingqing and I also hurried towards the crowd, leaving directorly far behind. The car screeched to a halt, the sudden braking force causing the tires to leave a dark mark on the road. In a room at the Xuanwu Lake International Resort Hotel, Kai Xiao paced back and forth, his expression anxious. The black and white flame thunder had a special ability that increased Xining's combat power by 30%. And with the addition of the flame thunder tooth, the current Xining was strong enough to fight at the 10th level high rank. This was also why in Miami, Xin retreated upon seeing Xining's transformed state. Upon hearing Mo Zihan's words, the black-clad man lying in the latrine and Yi Wuchen outside both twitched their faces. The rest was to wait for the follow-up personnel, especially for the arrival of the first batch of building materials. Although he felt very uncomfortable, at least it showed that his good treatment of her last night was merely for this purpose, and he wasn't plotting anything with Mo Zihan. Thinking of this, Gu Lanshan felt the same tightness in her chest that had appeared twice in the bedroom earlier. In that case, then Matthew is a henchman of E? So, is Matthew's action an order from E, or is it his own intention? The sapling said, Hey, I'm here to be your matchmaker. If you're not going to thank me, that's fine, but why do you want to hit me? I'm the president of the Young Dragon Association, so put your fist down. We can negotiate. Art quickly stepped back. Fong Tonyang was the leader of the Medicine King Valley, essentially representing the pinnacle of medical skills in this world. It was estimated that countless people outside would want him to take a look. If he continued to refuse, it would be seen as ungrateful. The several deities felt like they were facing a great enemy, all nervously fearing that the impulsive Neza would take them all down together. What's wrong with the Grandmaster? Can the Grandmaster defeat you? Ing Tianhao naturally retorted. Perhaps the weight of these 4 words was too important and too heavy in his heart. Su Jie and Li Chunfeng looked at Gao Gong, thinking he had returned to the demon refining division and damaged his head. Bang! Suddenly, a deep pit appeared in the ground, and the cursed warrior vanished from spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the teleportation circle, reaching out to grab Freya's shoulder, about to step into it. However, he would rather die than lose, raising the golden cudgel to strike at the Tathagata. But the Dathagata was a virtual will, and Wukong could not harm him. Xie Yuan said no more. As once mentioned, the others were also professional players, and their awareness wouldn't be too different. They could understand the stakes involved. Great sage, this is the chosen world. I summoned you here. Yifeng replied respectfully. Therefore, it's necessary for the other party to hold a title. This is a formal invitation. Gu Sancho naturally informed Kong about this aspect's details to avoid the other party feeling used. This matter must have an explanation. The master cannot suffer in vain. If Tianfeng does not provide compensation, we will go find Tianfeng until they compensate. One disciple said, if it weren't for a war general on this planet delaying the other party, she might have directly come down to take this earthling away. The tiger head, tiger paw, and tiger leg fell to the ground one after another. The great tiger's body was chopped into pieces. Even the body was cut into chunks of meat lying on the ground. Chapter 106. Sophie plays the rich. No one is here to compete with me this time, right? I was the first. You really are the first. Miyu admitted that since she hadn't even set up her stall, naturally, there wouldn't be many people gathered around. Well, since I'm the first, pack all these things up for me. I want them all. Sophie waved her hand grandly, her crystal beads seemingly endless. And she didn't even ask the price of the beautiful dresses Miyu was selling. The few people in the venue were surprised, as if they had encountered an unprecedented enemy, and they became a bit hesitant. Although Zhao Zhan had arranged a resting place for them through Li Gonggong, they certainly wouldn't actually rest. So Jiang made up his mind that in this era, he would avoid composing poetry if possible, even if he did write. It would have to be in a situation where he could leave at any time. Moreover, Jiang had already captured everyone's attention with the mirror and fireworks today, so coming out again would be a bit too much. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the swirling demonic clouds of the underworld, suddenly a colorful light curtain erupted. One scene after another, dazzling in this sea of sky. Yi Chun was startled, summoning the Zhenxiong Ding to hover above his head, vigilantly looking around, sensing a hint of life, fluctuations, and malevolent energy. From Huang Lingming's words and actions, her attire, and her first-class ticket home, it could be inferred that her family environment should be quite affluent. However, since she appeared here and was locked down by his spiritual chain, trying to leave would basically be a joke. It seemed that this time, his true self had gained a lot. Just looking at the table, there was a plate of chives and eggs, a plate of scallion lamb, a plate of garlic fried tofu, a plate of kung pao chicken, a plate of braised grass carp, several plates of vegetables, and a large bowl of lean meat tofu soup, which made everyone's fingers itch with desire. When that dazzling golden sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling window onto Gu Shishir's delicate and snowy body, Chu Feng felt genuinely gratified. Because Cangzhou borders the Liao Kingdom, Jiang sent Du Qian to find Cai Jin for assistance. Upon learning it was the request of the Pinyin Marquis, Cai Jin immediately agreed. At this time, within dozens of miles of Nigu village, all were Cai Jin's tenants. However, it now seemed that everything was her own delusion. Nie Wei's cultivation was much higher than hers, and she had been self-satisfied, thinking she could definitely surpass Nie Wei in cultivation. She hid in Zhang Yu's residence, not daring to come out. I must emphasize one point. Although Xia Haoyu is somewhat a rogue in a certain sense, he is also a cultured rogue. Just let them be. I have just joined the Beast Army's infantry division as a nominal deputy commander, so being low-key is also a good thing. Zhu Sha settled for less, and then found a way out for herself. Just based on this, you say they are the missing Tianshi? These evidences are indeed a bit weak. Furthermore, settling in the solar system isn't a big deal. This isn't my Earth, but a completely different parallel world. His only purpose here is to show his wives the mother who no longer exists in his world. After that, they will leave together and set off on the road to find their homeland again. The waiters of the hotel have quality. They didn't say you had to argue outside. Just subtly reminded you. Song Kalen didn't even need to eavesdrop. Xia Kalen's voice was loud, purposely raised in pitch, and it was unclear who gave her the courage. Even if it didn't escalate in front of Jiling Hai, anyone who secretly poked her would ensure Xia Kalen wouldn't have a good time. The two initially stubbornly insisted they hadn't done anything, and Pan Zhenan wasn't in a hurry. He poured another cup of tea, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. As the three began to pursue the figure of Luo Can and Tang Chi ahead, they could already vaguely see shadows among the trees behind them, and realizing the scene, even Shendong began to show some fear on his face. Chapter 107. No longer a street vendor, became a mover. All right, I promise you. Miyu nodded in satisfaction and said, good, then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. In order for both of us to honor our commitments, I want to establish a beast god pact with you. and neither of us can go back on our word. Miyu had no objections. She was eager for the two to make an oath, so she wouldn't have to worry about Lap secretly plotting something. After all, making a beast god oath would grant them the protection of the beast god, and once they violated the oath, they would face punishment. However, Qinli slightly turned his hand, and 3 blades rebounded back, striking the wrist where the blade's spirit intended to injure. There was another round of low, thunder-like explosions echoing from a young man's body, and the muscles around him visibly trembled in a very regular manner. Don't! Dongfang Bubi weakly murmured, gripping Lin Yiji's arm tightly, his eyes unable to fully open, filled with endless sorrow. Zheng Datong had some business talent, making the jewelry business in the mainland thrive. However, he had a flaw. He was obsessed with pleasure. Whenever he traveled for work, he would inevitably visit bars and nightclubs to pursue women. But the effect of the drug was even shorter this time, dissipating after just a few breaths, causing the time of its gathering to slow down. At this moment, Li Yongluo was sitting in a car, heading towards the villa. He had just made a phone call to Li Boyi, mainly to inform him that he was ready to take action and asked Li Boyi's forces to remain still for the time being, keeping a trump card. However, with Xia Wuji and the others' pace, unless something major happened, it's possible they would arrive at Wudong Mountain before Yin Tianjing's group. The girl came and went as she pleased, truly looking down on us. Haha. It's a pity that at this moment, Diana could no longer retreat. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, Zhuang Zheng leaped into the courtyard, right in the direction Diana intended to leave. After a while, Li Qingfeng learned the Fire Thunder Sword technique, and the entire Fire Flame sword became different, its surface swirling with red flames and lightning, resembling a red glow that contained a terrifying aura. The appearance of an ant tide was unpredictable. Now, I announce that the practical assessment is over. Return quickly to the supply point and hand in the beast trophies you've obtained. Shuye said, turning to look at the tall and thin Wu Lang, Meng Sha, and the not-so-good-looking Wu De. Zhang Liang had followed Yang Tsong for a long time and was no longer that straightforward, infatuated man. He understood that the spotlight should be left for his older brother and stepped back a bit. However, under the pressure of strength, Qin Yu's resistance was futile. She had no choice but to obediently nestle in Nan Chongqing's embrace. Nan, he was somewhat surprised, after a few days of interaction. Bai Lu had behaved like an inexperienced young master, yet the speed at which he had just vanished was something he couldn't achieve himself. Since Teacher Song has agreed, let's set a prize, Yi Tian continued, not satisfied with just winning against Song Xiaowen in their duel. Yes, 3 years ago, I actually felt that I might break through to the mid-level of a refiner, but 3 years have passed, and I no longer have that feeling of wanting to break through, Tong Xinyao said calmly. Shortly after leaving the restaurant, the group became the center of attention. When Xinyu noticed, she felt somewhat helpless. She could only turn back into the restaurant, letting Nan, Yi, and Bai Lu change clothes to scout the area. Ryan reached into his pocket with a last bottle of potion lei, a powerful stimulant concocted by Snape. The fever had turned into a tool for sympathy, and later, trying to frame Yi Tian was also unsuccessful, becoming another tool for sympathy. Han came to Gong Ming's side, pulled him up, trying to carry him on his back. However, Gong Ming seemed a bit heavy. After pulling for a long time, Han could only manage to lift half of Gong Ming's body. Chapter 108. The Humiliated Princess of the Merfolk. Since Miyu no longer needed to set up a stall during the day, she spent more time with the several males at home. Miyu had no free time. She seized every opportunity to accumulate merit points. Opportunities to gather merit points were few, so Miyu occasionally had to create chances herself, deliberately stirring emotions to move a few males. After much hard work and numerous difficulties, she finally gathered 3,000 merit points. It was indeed not easy to accumulate that amount. I'm not quite sure what to do next. His complexion was much better than a few days ago, and he could practice Tai Chi push hands without exerting force. Li Ji did not drive out. According to him, the restaurant was not far from the hotel where they were staying. Wang Haoming was too lazy to ask. This guy was like a local tyrant wherever he went, and it was enough to just follow him. The water by the shore was not deep. When a maid was rescued, she only choked on a few mouthfuls of water and was a bit frightened. At the end of February in Linen, the flowers were blooming and the willows were green, so it was not considered cold. Once public sentiment truly boiled over, the political and economic departments of the Taiwan authorities had a way out, which was to repeal this tax law. They had done it before, and doing it again wouldn't hurt. Xia Haoran was slightly taken aback and instantly understood what was going on. However, he was also speechless about signing such a contract. Bai Bing initially thought that the relationship with Xue Dai was merely a conflict between the two of them, but she didn't expect that it involved a family feud. which made her even more indignant. At this moment, Li Chun truly let go of the resentment he felt towards the old patriarch and grandfather for not giving him a chance. In fact, during the interview, when a manager made things difficult for him by asking him to move tables and chairs, he had already begun to absorb the water spirit from the fish tank by using his chef's true energy. When Fat Rong ambushed him from behind, he again used his chef's true energy to absorb the water spirit. The highest level of magician is called a magic tutor, and there are always 6 of them per generation, symbolizing the Star of David in the magical world. Having a wish to grant is always good. Perhaps the heavens will help you fulfill your wish if they take a nap. Why not give it a try? Hong Li maintained the posture of handing over the flower lantern and gazed steadily at Su Yi. Generally speaking, players who have been in the league for about 5 years begin to reach their peak, not only because their skills and playing style have matured, but also because they understand better how to adjust their bodies to maintain a stable condition. Subsequently, Chen Feng learned from Yi Hong Yu that the sign hanging on the door indicated that the fire spirit had not yet signed a contract. Mr. Wu, if there is no problem with the goods, it would be possible to delay for long, right? Zhao Xiang asked curiously. The Los Angeles Lakers have always had a second unit when Steve Nash was absent, and they are familiar with this unit's configuration and playstyle. Jody Meeks replaced Steve Nash in the starting lineup, while the other players were Yuan, Nick Young, Al Harrington, and Pau Gasol. As she spoke, she looked nervous. She regretted involving Tang Feng. If she had known that this expert Ji Chanya would actually be a thug at the club, she definitely wouldn't have acted tonight. Chen Feng was unaware of all this. He only knew that after the materials for the 9th Magic Energy Tower arrived, the supply suddenly disappeared. The reason Yuan was unwilling to rest was that the next day, the Lakers had to face the Houston Rockets in a back-to-back game. However, Su Feng was right in front of him, and Chen Xianqian didn't know what to say. She just gently twisted her hips, signaling Qin Xian to let go. You have to have an identity while staying with me, right? How about this? You could just be my brother, Zhu Mei Ming said with a twinkle in her eye. Suddenly, Li Ming remembered that he also had a fragment of a map in his storage bag, although it wasn't as large as the piece in his hand. It was identical in material and texture to the piece that Zhuge Yun had given him, which recorded the remnants of an ancient artifact. Chapter 109, Princess Sophie's Coming-of-Age Ceremony. It's fine. No need to thank me, just your brother. Miyu hesitated about whether to meddle in this matter. Host. Successfully rescued the mermaid Princess Lily. Gained 30 merit points. Current merit points, 30. Host. Successfully activated the side quest. Side quest 1. Rescue Lily's brother Kaya. Reward, 50 merit points. Miyu had not yet made a decision when the system's voice echoed in her mind. 5. Start the 4 drip. I'll handle the outside matters. Ho Yuan's unquestionable voice rang out. The Aries lay on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He could no longer withstand this torment, which was 100 times more painful than death. The electric light filled the sky, condensing into form at this moment. Yi Tian shook his head, not expecting such a weak opponent. Zhuo Fan was in contact with Fang Qing. Upon sensing this surge of thought energy, he stood frozen like a wooden statue. For this was a thought energy fluctuation not inferior to that of his grandfather, Zhuo Chengxian, the great sage. The last Norman did not have time to rush through the door before being blown to smithereens by a rocket, leaving no last words behind. So far, Dewey had perfectly passed the first stage. The remaining task was to see whom he would choose. Liang Shan nodded upon hearing this, thinking that he hadn't realized that Li Yunhui was a bit proud. He had never noticed before. If a man with weak abilities married her, he would probably be suppressed for a lifetime. No wonder such a beautiful and outstanding person still had no boyfriend until now. If it weren't for D. Renja guaranteeing with his own head, it would have been difficult for Een Ruiji to escape the tragic fate of having her head cut off and hung high on the city tower. Seeing Hisoi's seemingly calm demeanor, but with a slightly trembling voice, Zijing felt extremely worried and dared not let him go out of the palace alone. Li Yunhui looked at Liang Shan with an expression of watching a show and slowly shared her decision. Hellion knew that Yi Ji was right. But what did that have to do with him walking boldly in this villa without defense? The villa was no longer the same as before. It was fraught with danger, and at any moment, a greedy and ferocious evil spirit could spring out from the corner. My beloved, Yin Jingtian approached, holding Qian Wan in his arms, calling her affectionately. Without time to say even a word, Wu Er suddenly turned and walked towards the backyard, his face dark and tense. Aren't I afraid you won't marry me? No house, Xinyang said in a very submissive manner. That was her incredibly precious memory, now all drowned in endless darkness, leaving only the obsession shouting. After returning to the house, Han found a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and pasted it on the door before locking it from the inside. Xiaoqing did not blindly enter, but kept observing nearby. Xiaoqing noticed many people hurriedly entering the middle room and then quickly coming out, but they were all very quiet, not in the least chaotic. As he spoke, Zhong Muchu began to touch Han, and soon after, he was so excited that even his mouth moved. Imoka suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at Xiaoqing with a dazed look, reaching out to smooth the stray hair on his forehead, murmuring softly. However, there are not many things that could bear the talisman formation, but evidently, this crystal pearl could withstand divine fire, so it could naturally be engraved with a talisman formation. He knelt on the ground for a moment, feeling that the icy ground was not as cold, and his back was soaked with sweat. The survival of the human race. Aopun took a deep breath, but he vaguely felt something was off. Nie Yong went to handle some matters before coming over to chat with us. We also had a lot of questions to ask him. Hu Qinggu was a king-level divine beast. A beast that could transform into human form was not weak. But even so, how could Lung Yin be afraid? Chapter 110. The Black Dragon clan should blame the fastidiousness. A masculine figure appeared on the villa's balcony. He said nothing, just leaned against the balcony, quietly watching me below, signaling her to speak freely. Come down and help me take this little female back. She's been on the shore too long and won't be able to withstand it. Okay, Xing-Chi responded, flipping over the balcony and walking up to Lily. Let's go. Okay. Thank you, Miyu. Angus Gaydon was momentarily stunned. He had originally thought that Luo Lan would reject his proposal or possibly raise different opinions. But he did not expect her to have no objections at all, and his brows furrowed slightly. Although Fu Zhuang's actions today were a bit out of line, she could not care about that now and was solely focused on matters concerning Fu Kong. In the VIP seats, Sano was anxious. He did not expect that the masked man would be so ruthless, attacking with such sharpness. If his power had been a little stronger just now, Selen would have been injured. Along the way, several groups of maids had already greeted him. Almost every maid was quite beautiful, and some could even be described as charming. They were all recently bought into the mansion, reportedly at Yang Huanwan's suggestion. If he hadn't suddenly bumped into his sister today, he would probably have remained in the dark. Turning to glance at Song Paiyu, he found that Song Paiyu was engrossed in reading the newspaper, completely ignoring his presence, which left Luo Xunwan feeling extremely indignant. He was not angry either. The arrogance of the islanders was known worldwide. He didn't need to be angry over these foolish people. Don't you want a phone? I'll get it back to you. Song Paiyu angrily threw the powdered phone toward Yi Tianan, accusing him of spreading rumors. Blood evil? Seeing the anomaly in the air, Song Paiyu frowned. He had seen a similar scene when battling the super murderer Huang Jichuan in Jining City. Could it be that the blood evil array in Jining City was set up by this guy? An entertainment magazine had a striking headline. Young and beautiful mayor takes office for half a year, millions skimmed from public funds. Hua Yushi crossed her arms, shook her head, and sighed. The valley ahead was full of cliff walls with no way to go. If any situation suddenly arose during the journey, there would be no room for maneuvering. She felt it was strenuous enough, let alone the Yin siblings. Fang Xing was directing the Nantan Alliance cultivators from a distance. And Xian Han had no choice but to call Zhang Yuanhao. Zhang Yuanhao didn't hesitate, giving a few instructions to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator of the Holy Alliance beside him, then leaping into Xian Han's floating war chariot, standing side by side with him. This guy, Deng Chao, really didn't seem like a middle-aged man. His mindset was very young and lively. He was quite easy to talk to. Worms could come to the surface from this place at any time. So Bai Sun decided not to consider this passage under the given conditions. Yi Chun displayed a cold smile, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth, holding the rusty sword, advancing instead of retreating, stepping towards a May mountain, while also using the power of the Qi, He Sutra, to merge with the earth vein. With a gentle flick of his finger, it seemed to contain unmatched power, and if not for a companion rescuing him in time, he would have perished instantly. Okay, I'll take you over now, said Dong. He finished speaking and walked ahead, leading Huiyin and the others towards the mountain in the west. Lu Junyi suddenly recalled that his wife might have an affair with Li Gu, and he couldn't help but sway unsteadily, sitting down in his place, his gaze vacant, which made Jiang to feel a bit heartbroken. Although Hong Tao spoke very calmly, there seemed to be an extremely cold, killing intent surging deep in his eyes, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. Chapter 111. The little female cub she lost for a long time, Sophie, also noticed Miyu. In fact, it was not her who noticed Miyu first, but the little female standing next to her who let out a wow. Sophie's attention was drawn over. and only then did she notice the stunning Miyu in a bright red dress. At first glance, Sophie didn't even recognize it was Miyu, until Miyu got a bit closer, and she saw that exquisite face, vaguely recalling that she had seen this little female before. Just as Li Xiao was lost in thought, a gentle knock on the door suddenly broke the silence in the room. Lin looked towards the sound and saw a young man standing in front of her, with an expression of disbelief on his face. After Elder Long made the final decision, the previously heated discussion among the crowd subsided, and they reluctantly nodded. Even though neither side was particularly satisfied, they didn't dare to go against Elder Long's decision, and this was the best outcome for both parties. The entire ground rose 3 feet again, floating in mid-air, with countless dirt and stones scattering everywhere. However, he was somewhat surprised why Lu Feifei was suddenly waiting for him at the door of his room. Pei Yin suddenly calmed down. How could someone who was clearly in a winning position still lose their composure? The director blurted out, but instinctively looked around, quickly shutting his mouth, afraid of offending someone. On the Spurs side, Jin Billy, after hitting a wall twice, dared not to hold the ball and single-handedly attack Suwon anymore. The ball went to Tim Duncan's hands. Han Song didn't go to the bar tonight. Instead, he was at the internet CAF next door, parked on the side of the road. This sentence was said by Lu Yunhu, and he didn't understand it either, casually voicing Lu Dazhuang's doubts. Sun Ning looked at Ji Qing's eating manner and said to him, "Can't you be a bit more mindful? Is this how you visit someone, going straight for it?" Su Feng waved his hand helplessly, just about to withdraw his troops when Liu Bei waved the command flag decisively, issuing the order to attack. No matter what, Capricorn's right hand was broken, and you could still use other powers. Now Capricorn probably couldn't break your defense either. What do you plan to do now? I can no longer stop you. Erica looked at Salvatore Tony with a smile. Suddenly, that giant wind and thunderball rumbled forward, compressing the ground into a trench about 10 feet deep, instantly crashing down towards Mo, thinking about how he caused trouble and made his father wear a smile. Li Jinsong felt a wave of regret. The father and son got out of the car and walked towards the CAF. Suddenly, another 300 Foundation stage cultivators from a large formation shot out a wave of sword light, directly targeting the sea demon Ma Zuchong, with sword light swirling around the sword body, shooting out sword energy. Once they withdraw from Yangzhou, then the Elbu army would really be done for. Don't expect to dominate the world anymore. Being able to lean towards one side would already be the best outcome. All along, she had felt like a genius, the number one of the younger generation. But since meeting Li Tian, her prideful mentality had been ruthlessly shattered. Master, did you plan to kill that fierce god battle team long ago? Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen such a notorious opponent. Zhao Wujia asked the master while finishing dividing the spoils with Flander. The overwhelming demonic energy began to ripple, surging towards the depths of the void. As the towering figure of the demon ancestor flickered and disappeared into the void with a single step, the next moment charging towards the 8th heaven. The stronghold of the heavenly envoy was in disarray, although they were prepared for the evil spirits. Everyone felt that Zheng Huiyin exaggerated in his words to lessen his own responsibility. At this moment, bringing her here to control her would be tantamount to us feeling guilty for being thieves, right? Before Banruo's words fell, Yu Xuanji interrupted her quietly, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach. Chapter 112. It turns out to be the princess of the Black Dragon clan. I was abandoned in the forest, picked up by a wizard, and raised by the Tiger clan. I don't even know who my father and mother are. Miyu had just said this when Vivian's eyes had already turned red. Could it really be her own little female cub? Sophie, standing aside, felt something was off when her mother raised the question, and the astonishing resemblance between her mother and Miyu made her quite flustered. She clenched her fists as another earth-shattering roar echoed from below, not a roar of anger, but one of excitement. The legend of the 5 elemental demons was not as notorious in the demon realm as it was in the human realm, simply because the demon race in the demon realm was one of the few races, and its legends circulated limitedly to high-ranking demon practitioners. The 5 elemental demons were merely ordinary earth and wood-type demons, nothing significant. This echoed the old saying, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. No powerful figure who made a name for themselves on the continent was of mediocre talent. As the 3, whose energy was nearly exhausted, began to slow their attacks, the sword and shield, which had been on the defensive, started to reveal their dangerous fangs. Sun Ming was truly frightened. His grandfather's gentle comfort almost made him lose control of his emotions and cry out in grievance while holding on his son John Shan. Fine, I'll go along with you. Let's get it done on the bed. We need to finish early. The wine at my home is still on the stove, and I need to go back and check on it. After saying this, Yin wished he could slap himself twice. He regretted using the word bed, as it could lead to misunderstandings. As the two sides pushing their true energy for the duel heard the arbitration from a third party, they slowly withdrew their powers. The massive fireball returned to the elder of Huayuan's sect, transforming back into a yellow talisman, though it was somewhat dimmer than before. The rain and mist summoned by the Taoist from Changsheng sect gradually dissipated. The aura of an absolute master instilled a sense of fear within him, not due to the other party's angry expression, but because of the suspicion surrounding the other party's new weapon. Huang was not as excited as the elder. He first gently broke away from the elder and then bowed to the male cultivator from Yuanshu, thanking the couple for guiding him and bidding farewell. Bai Jintian suddenly felt a chilling sensation piercing through his neck. With the skill of hiding souls, who in the world could be absolutely sure to evade his assassination? Perhaps Zhu Guorong had used red fabric for the repaired parts of the official attire to make it more eye-catching. The Divine Realm is called the Divine Realm not just for its complete laws of heaven and earth, but also for its incredible solidity. The night in the Luwang Xian clan was quiet and desolate. The sound of cicadas echoed through the night sky, and the stars twinkled, beautiful enough to intoxicate. To release a task, I need to find my family, and then I can also let them help me look for medicine. At this moment, in the eyes of Empress Qin, Gu Qingming was still the person who had been demoted to a commoner and sent back to his hometown because of the emperor's momentary anger. So Gu Qingming should be at his home in Jizhou, not appearing in Igua. On that face, sculpted like jade, the brilliant eyes gently closed and the long lashes, like crow feathers, trembled softly in the breeze. Below the delicate nose, the lips were a moist, rosy red, like the peach blossoms that had just bloomed on the branches in March, so alluring that it made one's heart race. Looking at the rack in the yard filled with clothes of various colors, all clean and tidy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged glances, and couldn't help but laugh together. Understanding the reason behind it, Yun Yao carefully put everything back in its original place, retied herself to the chair, acting as if nothing had happened, returning to the original state. Zhuo Tian shook his head in denial. Although he had broken through another layer since the last time he used the Grand Dao sword technique, it was absolutely impossible for him to be like this. Chapter 113. Rest assured, I am very happy. As soon as Vivian saw her yawning, she quickly reached out to push away the people around her. Princess Miue is tired. Hurry and prepare a stone house for her to rest. The beast servants quickly went to prepare. After all, this was the princess who had just returned. And the chieftain's wife held her gently in her hands, afraid she would melt away. So they naturally did not dare to be negligent and swiftly cleaned up a stone house. Miue did not refuse. She was indeed a bit tired. She entered the arranged stone house to rest. If she could get in touch with her former gaming friends, Desert Flying Snow, Malogar, Longji Forest, and Drunken Qingfeng too, she would also invite them. Even if Han Xiuzhu left now, what could it do? Although the Lu family would not bully others, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with a Han Xiuzhu. With one slash, she cut off a wooden spirit's arm, and Yi Exeter also suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing the cloth covering her face to float away, revealing her unparalleled beauty. In the past, Liuxing often fell into fear. Although he had killed many animals during his assassin training, animals did not have particularly rich expressions, so Liuxing swung his knife down without showing any expression himself. Those spikes were like forged steel. If they hit a person, they could easily pierce through flesh. The spellcaster must have means to control such vengeful spirits, allowing them to be used for their own purposes. At the moment of making eye contact with Qin Alai, Qin Shinran quickly averted her gaze, the smile at the corner of her mouth lingering, as if waiting for her response. The strongest divine weapon of the Holy Spear, even if it could slay gods. So what? Divine artifacts are ultimately just tools. If the user is incompetent, it's useless even holding a divine weapon. Hearing the ridicule from behind, Cao Cao felt a mix of emotions. A gust of wind blew, and Yifeng had already rushed to Yang Wangba's front, executing the Qilin fist again, mixed with a raging wind, surging soul power, and fiercely striking toward Yang Wangba. Next to him, Princess Kongyang chattered nonstop, since they were in the palace. He couldn't chase her away, nor could he ignore her. He could only slightly turn his body, pretending to listen intently to her, while his thoughts had long flown elsewhere. On the whole, both sides were evenly matched, and Qin Hongru's side had a slightly greater chance of winning, but battles often couldn't be calculated this way. Thinking of this, his momentum surged. Those past torments no longer posed any threat to him. At the same time, he also had time to pay attention to the changes within his body. Mu Xian waved her hand and said, "No need to say thanks. Let's part ways here." She turned to leave. She was pregnant with Yi Feng's child. At this point, her tone became a bit heavier, her eyes filled with helplessness, and the curve of her lips carried bitterness. With a bang, the door opened, and Hong Lian hurried in, followed closely by Luo Xingyuan. President Huang? Huang Fei was taken aback, then remembered he was now the general manager of Murong Xianglong Company. He quickly nodded at the other party and extended his hand for a handshake. This was his most practiced move, and also his most imposing one. The wind and rain at Zhongshan stirred. The heavy sword and his not-so-mighty body stood in front of Linglong, facing the starry light points. Since the Ghost King dissipated, they hadn't eaten anything for many days. Now that a living person had come in, it was like a feast delivered to their door. They simply did not want to miss this good opportunity. Lu Qiyu already had a rough plan in mind, but its implementation still required cooperation from Huang Dazhuang. He was now leading the business world, his methods impressively admirable. With internet business tycoons publicly stating that Chun Zheng was the most talented young genius in the domestic internet industry today, comparing him to domestic figures like Zuckerberg and Musk. Chapter 114. Back at the Neihai home. Wei Wei felt regret in her heart. She did not protect her little female cub well, and she would regret this for a lifetime. You have a partner. Is your partner good to you? Does he bully you? Nowadays, many males look down on little females and bully them. You weren't bullied, right? Wei Wei anxiously asked. Miyu smiled, and then took Xing Qi's hand beside her, a sweet smile on her lips. Don't worry, he treats me very well. He specially wore a white silk military uniform today, looking quite dashing. He casually lit a cigarette and surveyed the surroundings with an air of nonchalance. In the most luxurious reception room of Rind Ishu High School, Yamazaki Shiro greeted Tsukiyoda. If we were to search slowly, it would undoubtedly waste time. And if the two sides got too far apart, they might lose sight of their target. Ningxiao bowed, while secretly observing Su Wuji's appearance. He looked like a handsome middle-aged man around 30, dressed in a blue robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, showing no signs of bloodthirstiness. After all, almost every top LPL team has the ability to balance fighting and strategy, far from what PvB could compare to. Old man, I got hurt like this just to save your disciples. You wouldn't even spare a pill, would you? The weak Tengu said. With the experience of reincarnation from his past life, Solomon would not easily get angry, nor would he allow a shadow warrior to slip from his sight at a critical moment. Even for a brief, almost imperceptible instant. Lu Yifei stared at Huang Dingxiao several times. Was this guy going to take Lu Rue on a tour of the RNG base? Yi Xinglan felt quite wronged upon hearing Qin Zhao's reprimand and stammered. Mom, Lu Feng doesn't he know about this situation? How can I tell them? Long Xiuyan said on Lu Feng's behalf. The Qingshu Taoist stood in the void and saw a figure struggling over 200 meters away. The martial artists waiting under the arena sighed deeply. Now they were completely hopeless as the last spot had been determined. And they all began to walk toward the pedestrian passage, no longer lingering. Yet, even so, they remained role models in the hearts of countless people, the exemplary children in many families. Ruyu, go back to the western suburbs. Be good and wait until you're well before coming out. Su Yihong said as she raised her head. Her voice was loud, but there was no response from outside. And she couldn't help but resent how effective the noise-canceling measures were. The scouts following Xue Jiqing's footsteps found the footprints disappearing in the dense forest. Qian Qian rubbed her temples and said, Is that okay? Right now, she was indeed homeless, and she still had to find a way to bring her brother out and settle him. She simply didn't have time to worry about future daily life. Zhou Xian felt disgusted and forcefully pushed Ku Jing's head, which was pressing against his chest, away, kicking him off the bed. Isn't ugliness supposed to be more precious? The young master replied to the landlady's words, but his eyes were fixed on me, the light in his gaze flickering. Also, when Chu Yin mentioned this appa, can she interpret it as the big yellow duck? Isn't that a custom order? Master, I won, right? After Xiao Ran woke up and saw Ling Air with tear-streaked cheeks, he gently wiped the tears from her face and eagerly asked Tao Qing. Luo Xia did not give him a chance to react and swung his hand up, striking Kane's chin. Brian lifted the yellow caution tape, allowing Luo Xia to slip in. Before him was a charred ruin, with only some wooden beams left unburned. It has nothing much to do with me, but if there is any benefit, it's that if the watch factory closes down, the support funds might tilt towards 100, Lu Jinjia bluntly stated. The echoes on the mountain were loud. Upon hearing someone call her name, she turned her head to look, but everything was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything. What makes you think I'm unworthy of you? After that, Jing couldn't help but roar, her whole body bristling like a hedgehog, hair standing on end. However, Kai emphasized that it absolutely must not happen, as the people inside would become even more ruthless upon hearing his name. Kai had enmity with the people here. Hu, exhausted, was knocked down by a strong wolf and could no longer get up. He lay on the ground, struggling helplessly. Since you were once part of the judicial system, you should understand the court's rules. No perjury, Fong Qiaoyang emphasized. Mr. Gutao, are you joking? Or are you mocking me? Amin was somewhat taken aback. A master painter actually wanted to buy a painting from her. Wasn't that a joke? All right, I'll take a day off too. At that time, I could find 2 cleaning ladies to help. Peng Jiang smiled brightly, as she always hoped Fong Qiaoyang could let go of his grievances and accept this new house. The other party had no time to conceal anything and simply restored their true forms. It turned out that the ghost army before them was entirely composed of extraterritorial demons. This surprised those present, as they had not expected that the extraterritorial demons had taken up such a large share in the underworld without anyone noticing. And there were even so many of them. After Lu Guangda led the army to chase after Hu'er, both sides on the main battlefield retreated to their respective camps. Master Zhixian had lectured more than once, yet this lively scene was still the first time he had seen. With no mental preparation, he still held fast to his principles and stepped firmly onto the podium. A wave of demonic energy struck the ground, causing the entire Western Royal Palace's floor to collapse by 100 meters. Wherever it passed, there was a black shadow, extremely fierce. A tremendous roar echoed from the sky. If my feelings are correct, someone has set up a huge feng shui killing formation here. The things Lin Ruogu gave should be helpful. Long Dayton shook his head. However, when Wu Jiao attempted to use the heavenly fire dragon and another fire dragon Laos as offerings to summon Lu Bu, he found that the summoning action could not be completed. Sigh. Originally, I planned to prepare New Year goods in these few days before the festival. Who knew I would run into this kind of issue? And I haven't had time to take care of it. Yu Tsuishuan sighed as she leaned against the pillow. Chapter 115. Making Money in Modern Times. The medicine she provided still needed time to take effect. It wouldn't be long before Kaya would wake up. So, what should I do, Miyu? Lily was somewhat worried. She had never experienced such a thing and didn't know how to decide in such a situation. I haven't thought about the specifics yet, and I'm not quite sure how your clan rests. So just keep an eye on him and try to avoid letting him come into contact with water, Miyu advised. Okay. The glass ball-like object surprisingly melted in the mouth. Yiji was somewhat taken aback, her beautiful eyes brightening. However, after looking at Zhang Chen's face, Lin Yuru couldn't help but lean closer. As she got nearer, she slightly closed her eyes, just about to kiss him when suddenly a knock sounded from outside. Just as Zhang Chen entered the elevator, the company received the news, and by the time the elevator arrived, someone was already waiting at the elevator door. Sure enough, Wang Ge stepped on a used condom in the grass, slipped, and almost fell while trying to manage the stretcher in her hands. Not long after, everyone put on their clothes, hats, and shoes, and they all expressed their gratitude to Lei Zhu, taking out their best food offerings for her. Roar! Once again, a furious dragon's roar echoed, and the ground at the center of the Taiyin formation suddenly bulged up. A massive green dragon head emerged from underground, and as the dragon's head rose, the dragon's body gradually broke through the soil and stones, revealing itself completely after extending several hundred feet, rising into the air. In the mansion, Zhang Fan sat quietly on the sofa and smiled slightly as he saw Long Bi Wu and the others enter. Listening to these words, he understood that the maritime merchants were indeed not planning to put all their eggs in one basket, which was correct. After all, walking on 2 feet is much more stable than stepping into maritime trade on 1 foot. Zhen Qian nodded in agreement. Why not let me pry it open? Ollie felt a bit sorry for the giant sword, but looking at these tender new roots, she couldn't believe they could use these things to pry the stones loose. At first, there were some, but after a long time, she became more open-minded. Su Zi quoted what Sun Qingda had said in the morning, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Hu Bing was a bit surprised. Yu Keqing rarely admitted her mistakes like this. Could it be that she figured things out after a month of rest? Oof. Do you think I'm as foolish as you? With a haughty shake of her head, Jiao Fanchio picked up 3 pills and turned to bounce away. The Black Rose was incredibly decisive and ruthless, her 3-foot cold blade spinning lightly, instantly splattering a large amount of blood in front of the elder of the 10,000 poison sect, staining her face blood red. The late emperor once said that the common people are like water and the emperor is like a boat. Water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. The officialdom is the same. These officials are just like that. although this action might have been instinctively taken for survival. It was a pity that such a rare piece of fat meat fell from the sky, but it turned out to be a mutated ant with an iron plate. The stinky monkey and the fat man exchanged knowing glances and quietly moved closer to Jingu, seemingly wanting to trap him. Is it because of that previous job? Han Jinshan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had already anticipated Lin Ji's response. First, the turbulent waters filled with seaweed and flying rocks were permeated with a bloody smell everywhere. Not far away was a dense forest, from which came the sounds of fists and feet fighting, occasionally accompanied by shouts. All done, time to wrap up. The city lord put away his wolf-toothed club, as if regaining his composure, and muttered a complaint. At the same time, they could not help but look at Chun Fei with complex, even envious and jealous expressions. He knew very well that there could be no mercy here, and that the young man in the blue shirt had originally wanted to kill Lin Chun. Naturally, Lin Chun could not let him go. Otherwise, people would only think Lin Chun was a soft target, which would lead to more trouble. So it was better to set an example to deter others. Otherwise, given how long the second prince had been imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, how could he have been released safely? Chu Yunlian sensed a moment of hostility and looked at Su Mei, who showed no signs of abnormality, still gentle as ever, though her face was a bit pale. You must know that this is the capital, and this Triumph Imperial Tower is also a well-known, bustling business district in the capital. The flow of people is so huge, but these people just walked in with guns. Are they dreaming? During this time, if any other major trouble were to arise, it would probably throw even their Snow clan into chaos, leading to a very miserable situation for a while. The disciples of the Longyan martial house, upon seeing Lin Chen walk in, immediately revealed expressions of surprise. You are the uncle. Your whole family is uncles. Zhang Cheng was really anxious, almost losing his ability to think, and blurted out this sentence. Of course, replied uniquely lazily. Lord Wu's been clean and upright in Jiangnan's Runzhou for these past few years. No wonder the common people praise you as Wu, Qingtian whenever they mention you. After saying this, he looked around and waved his hand. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, everyone seemed to wake from a dream and turned back to the main hall of the Zhangxi, carefully examining every corner without any unexpected discoveries. Everyone exchanged glances. After witnessing Lu Fei's decisive actions, who would still dare to say a single word against him? Lu Xiaoheng and others' past experiences were fresh in their minds, and no one wanted to follow in their footsteps. She grabbed with both hands in the air, and in front of her, where Mo Zichen stood, an area of about several dozen feet suddenly had large amounts of spiritual energy rising, resembling a sea of clouds. The street fell silent. Even on Christmas, the cold winter made families more willing to curl up in front of their fireplaces at home. When the old cat turned to the eastern corner, a man's sorrowful cries suddenly echoed from the depths of the corner, making the old cat curious and stop in its tracks. Chapter 116. Yang's pursuit object. The sales assistant smiled widely as she checked out Miyu, handing the receipt to her, while a full bag of toys was handed to the elf man behind her. So many? The elf man asked. Kids nowadays are quite fickle. These will keep him entertained for a while. If that's not enough, let's go buy some snacks. Miyu had dragged Elfman to the supermarket, heading straight for the snack aisle. She carefully examined the ingredient list on almost every bag of snacks. That's how it is. If it looks good, you can study it. If not, there's nothing you can do. A man finished speaking and picked up a newspaper, seemingly indifferent about whether the textile factory could sell its products. At this moment, they noticed that the entire large formation had completely disappeared, and the Fountain of Enlightenment was less than a mile ahead, surrounded by numerous experts from the invading camp, each with one of the 49 divine patterns. According to ancient texts, people from the primordial era speculated that this battlefield might be the last battleground from the legendary mythological era's end, where the immortals were buried. Zhao Zhang said. While Yang Yi was struggling, suddenly the entire Milky Way star map erupted with brilliant light, a radiance that even Yang Yi had never seen before. Subsequently, the source power within the Milky Way star map began to burn fiercely, as if the star map was wielding some terrifying power. At that moment, the ground's Dharma ancestor also reacted. Upon opening his eyes, the first sensation he felt was pain, and no wonder, as he had a massive wound on his chest. Hee. The tooth injury divine emperor smiled down and, without warning, moved like lightning, reaching out with one hand, fingers slightly curved, and fiercely grasped towards a Fey. Even if the dragon and others were powerful, they were still deities born under the rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, they could not violate or resist these heavenly rules, which could easily strip them of all their power. The four divine masters, protected by the order and rules of heaven and earth, naturally dared not offend lightly. The 6 heavenly kings of the sea demon clan and the 8 great elders of 9 sacred island wore gloomy expressions after being humiliated by a lowly human. The atmosphere was filled with murderous intent. For a moment, the supreme realm of Chi-Tian was ablaze with lights and filled with voices, creating a grand scene as nations came to pay their respects. The great sage Miaoa, the great sage Miaosong, and the great sage Miaoqing were all extraordinary figures above the 8th level of immortality. At this moment, 3 torrents of immense energy surged from their bodies, transforming into pillars of heaven as thick as rivers, soaring into the clouds. Dai Dong, who had been engrossed in watching, didn't he notice that Xinyu had also leaned over. He was startled and quickly, agilely moved to the back of the ship. On her head, besides a few randomly placed white pearls, there was also a hairpin with a green gem embedded with red jade, and her wrist was adorned with a gold bracelet with pearls, while her ears sported uniquely designed diamond earrings in the shape of rhombuses. She took a deep breath, but the warm kisses of the man on her body made her tense up and hold her breath again. Unknowingly, after several moments of forgetting to breathe, just when she thought she was about to lose herself, the man unexpectedly slid onto the bed and made no further moves. Wu Kuan knew that Li Kong was deliberately looking for trouble and creating issues for them, but he showed no impatience and instead signaled another doctor in a white coat to draw blood from Li Kong, gripping her short sword tightly across her chest. The seemingly delicate figure stood tall and straight under the gaze of 11 pairs of eyes. Bai Chiga faced the blade, adopting a defensive posture, silently conveying her decision. She could die, but she would not surrender easily. She suddenly remembered that, throughout, the mysterious iron dragon piece in Zhu Xuanzi's hand had never reached Zhao Chong's hands. Shun Liangma suddenly knelt down, intense pain in his legs causing beads of sweat to drip from his forehead. Chapter 117. People you can't offend. Who would have thought that someone would actually cause trouble in the company? If this gets out, it will be terrible for the company. Let go of her, young man. Hurry up and let her go, and nothing will happen. The security guard, fearing for Lu Jingjing's safety, could only verbally advise Elfman. This advice had no effect on Elfman. He completely ignored it. Less nonsense, Elfman said. In a moment of panic, it instinctively called for its companions. But how could there be any other Skullwind wolves in this place? She began to miss the Lu family, thinking of her adoptive parents who treated her like their own. Even Lu Tangdang, who had ultimately caused her to be kicked out of the Lu family, started to seem adorable. On the wall, there were dark red stains seeping into the wall, scattered in patches, giving off a somewhat solemn atmosphere. Your Majesty, the old man stepped forward respectfully and saluted, while over 100 people behind him bent over and bowed respectfully. Jiangxia cried even harder, her eyes reddening like a rabbit's, glaring at him fiercely, then suddenly biting down hard on his lips. What do you think of this plan? How can we make it comprehensive? Mr. Mu, in his wheelchair, began to move around the room. Of course, what happened over 20 years ago was separated by a generation. The third generation of the wealthy families might not have been born at that time, or were still learning to walk and talk. And the older ones might already be 7 or 8 years old. But not long after, Lei Chen noticed something was off. A dazzling light pierced his eyes, and he quickly pulled Niu Chan to hide. Lei Chen was about half a meter away from Lu Hanqing, who emitted a faint fragrance. And with her every smile and frown, she teased Lei Chen, making his heart itch. I know, the holy dragon is calling her mother, Cheng Dang shouted wildly, waving the wine pot in his hand. Gulme. The car door was open, and the person sitting in the back wore a gray shirt, casually waving at me with a leisurely motion, completely unlike someone who had just experienced death. Then, after scanning the hall with his eyes, they suddenly shot over here. The catfish, who was originally harboring resentful and malicious thoughts, was planning to launch a powerful attack the moment I opened the divine fire cover to take me down. But unexpectedly, I didn't give this guy any chance at all. After several days of continuous travel, this logistics team escorting supplies finally reached its destination. The classroom was filled with noisy discussions, but Su Chi paid no mind, habitually blocking out everything around him and quietly focusing on his work. After yawning, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture, making her starry black eyes seem suddenly adorned with dazzling crystals, extremely beautiful. However, several decades ago, there was a military turmoil in the Iron Kingdom. Besides He Eyes, who was still in the hands of the general of the Iron Kingdom, Qing Feng had fallen outside. In that instant, All three ghost-faced purple butterflies focused on me, controlling their puppets as they loudly howled and lunged at me. Xiaorui and the others continued with their usual work, either looking at images or processing data. When Xinyun arrived, the command room suddenly erupted in a burst of warm applause. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yun's eyes as he unleashed a dragon elephant strike, shattering Jing Ju Luo's defenses. Advancing again, he punched Jing Ju Luo's chest, and an incredibly terrifying force exploded, crushing Jing Ju Luo's chest inward, breaking countless bones. Brother Shang, how about we skip it? Yi silently stopped scrolling on his phone. Brother Shang seemed very off today, really off. I said it was Brother Jinyu. He gave it to me. Yi shouted with her eyes closed. Chapter 118. Returning to modern times to make money, let's go. The farce is over. Come in and sit down. Li Xiangyang pushed open the door to the president's office. Wait for me. Miyu turned to look at Elfman, thinking something was wrong, only to see him picking up the scattered toys and snacks beside him. He had been too hasty earlier and had spilled things everywhere. Now it was all good. Elfman carried the items and followed Miyu inside. Bo Jianyan was at a loss for words as he faced Su Mumu, only able to glare at her without daring to say a word. If you have the ability, kill me. Do you think making that ugly face is cool? Let me tell you, your attempt to be cool is far from my level. Zhuo Yifan stubbornly said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he maintained his posture. His whole waist starting to feel numb. The implication was that, during the chaotic times at the end of the Yuan dynasty, whether Zhu Yuanzhang fled or stayed in his hometown, it would be unlucky. Thus, the only way out was to rebel. Zijing Shenlan was the home I gave to Xiner in the mortal world, and it was also a place where we wanted to leave the mark of our love. In fact, when he was kicked by Lung Yinfeng earlier, he had already sensed the other party's hidden energy and could guess the outcome. No matter who Wang Jiaping was, he was definitely a subordinate of Wang Benggu. Upon hearing that it was the experience department of the Dezhouan, the crown prince felt relieved. Wang Benggu was the right deputy minister of the Dezhouan and was considered a prominent figure there. This prevented Lu Yao from having any contact with Bo Lu, also cutting off Bo Lu's thoughts of wanting to see Lu Yao in the future. The ward was extremely quiet. Feng Yu sat on the bed, looking at the foggy weather outside, just like his current state, thinking of Gu Qingze. Gu Yi's smile faded as she looked at Yu Shimu and asked in a low voice, what happened to Gu Qingze? What did you say? S-class assassination order. Tsunade turned her head in surprise. At that moment, the other two elder advisors also expressed their opinions, leaving Tsunade to look expectantly at the third generation, her own teacher. Seeing Sang Baika's reaction, Luo slowly turned around, hiding the smile on his face and his expression becoming slightly serious. Give me a seafood fried rice and a glass of fruit wine. Luo didn't think for too long before placing the order. At this time, Jean and the others had retreated far enough, so Luo didn't need to endure the damage, easily dodging several thought waves whipped by the fierce wind, and then suddenly accelerated, instantly stepping into the deadly range of the fierce wind. It still required vital blood to open 10 prohibitions. This great secret could not be taken lightly by the ancestors. 11 said somewhat helplessly. Seeing Karapika being so distant, Luo didn't say much, just patted his shoulder and walked forward. At this moment, the clay pot boiled. An immediate aroma wafted through the air. The starving people who had been out of food for several days craned their necks to smell it carefully, as if smelling it was already a form of enjoyment. This guy, who saved her a few days ago, was also the first man to whom she owed her gratitude. But they were strangers to each other. The ship docked, and the sailors on board were idly doing nothing. Generally, apart from a few people watching the ship, most sailors would disembark to enjoy themselves in the port. However, today, the number of sailors on the ship Lan Zi boarded seemed to be excessive. Marong was actually Gong Sunnan's wife, but this fact was known only to a few major ancient families and big sects like Shushan. Dear villagers, please rest assured. The previous chaos in military discipline was due to our commander not arriving in time. Now that I, Lan Zi, have arrived, I will definitely capture those who committed crimes to give you an explanation. As long as I am here, such nonsense will never happen again. Is this a spiritual barrier? Chong Gong Liao frowned slightly, seemingly not expecting that his teleportation would be blocked once again. I just had a dream, and then I was pushed into the examination room. Dean Lin wants to conduct a comprehensive examination on me. Chapter 119. 100 million for 3 years of life. Worth it. Well, we just need to take a little powder from this shell for testing. I'm just worried that you might feel like we are damaging the shell. But we're only scraping a little powder from the surface. It won't hurt the shell. The manager expressed a bit of guilt, as they had encountered similar situations during previous tests. The seller felt that this would damage the treasure and did not allow them to scrape the powder, which resulted in them being unable to conduct the test, and this treasure naturally. Although he received the notice just a few minutes in advance that Chi Wei was coming, Rue Xian's boss quickly cleared the area and prepared the firearms as requested by the assistant. Lu Huijing listened to Jiang Wan's words, each one piercing his heart. He thought to himself, why is Jiang Wan, who looks so obedient now, able to be so ruthless? There is no need for that. Later, you will simultaneously use your spiritual tools to attack the lake in front of you. When the lake splashes up, I will take action to break this prohibition. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. Rest assured, Master, we are not afraid of life or death. Such an opportunity comes once in 1,000 years. We are not afraid of danger. More than 1,000 people said simultaneously. Xia Yuan tied her feet together, binding her to the bed, making her think about her future choices. These actions indicated that Shen Luo was not only a celestial master, but also cold and ruthless, showing no mercy. He was definitely not a kind and gentle person. It's mustard again, he said, peeking out sneakily, his expression strange as he waved at him. Within the inner city of Ling City, there was only one exit. On the towering city wall, hundreds of soldiers stood ready, rainwater soaking their dark armor. Their faces adorned with fierce, toothy devil masks. The martial artists of the Jianghu wished for him to live honestly, hoping that the younger generation could once again ascend the Nanhai Imperial City and pull Lu Qingyi down from the top position, erasing the heart demon of that generation. The old man beside him immediately changed his expression from initial fury to joy. Slowly moving forward, he murmured to himself, it's too cold. With his physique, he feels somewhat unable to endure. Tianji was a pitch black, completely forged from Yama realm iron, Vajra pestle, while Tianyin Lao Dao and Wang Lin both wielded pitch black 3-foot-long swords. However, Zhao Sui felt that no matter how she adjusted, her whole body was shaking, especially her arm holding the water kettle, which trembled even more violently, constantly spilling water outside. Yi Wudao's words shocked Zhong Lingxian into silence. She did not expect that Yi Wudao could also wield the Taishu Xingyue sword, and that she had been showing off in front of him, which made her feel hot in the face. Jiang Kairan reached out to shout at the departing Wang Tao, but Wang Tao only turned back with a smile before continuing to walk forward. Jiang Kairan could only sigh, letting him go. He didn't want to eat and sat at the tent entrance. At that moment, the wind stopped, the sun set, and everything was silent. He stared blankly at the setting sun, his mind going blank, and in this boundless silence, he felt as if his soul had left his body, as if he were dead. He guessed that if Song Yuhan had not died that day, she must be near Rome. Perhaps she had just been washed away by the waves, but no matter how far she was washed away, she could not escape the range of Rome. If she had been discovered and rescued, it would also have been within the range of Rome. This made Yi Wudao feel a bit awkward. It turned out he had made a blunder, but seeing Zhong Lingxuan's appearance, it was clear that she was not sick, but rather suffering from menstrual pain. At that moment, Chun Hao's pupil shifted to the corner of his eye, staring intently at Wu Xiaoqian's bare body, almost drooling like a pig. However, Yi Wudao had already obtained Jinwu soil, regardless of whether it still glowed or not. He had gathered all the medicinal materials needed to refine the broken mirror pill, which was of great significance to him. A miracle child, huh? Yang Yinzong suddenly realized that encountering Lin Tao this time and taking him as a disciple might be a twist of fate, as well as an opportunity for the Yang family martial arts school. Chapter 120. Set up. Lu Jingjing stared intently at Miyu's back, wishing she could swallow her whole. Suddenly, it seemed she thought of something, and hurriedly took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions. She had just been too emotionally unstable, which was not acceptable. If Li Xiangyang saw her expression, it would not be good. She had to maintain her best state at all times. At this moment, Miyu happened to turn around and caught sight of Lu Jingjing managing her expressions, which made Wang Ningji refocus his attention. He glanced at Su Youfu and immediately kicked him. Suddenly, Mun Sa's eyes widened. She saw her sword climbing up the crack, and the cracks multiplied until they exploded, shattering completely, and she was severely injured by Chu Tingyun's internal force, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Lin Hao was satisfied as he held a large box of blueberries and blew a breath towards the man on the bed who was unconscious. Hao sat down next to him, where there was a box, half of his body in the streetlight and half in the darkness. Squinting but unable to see Lu Chang's face clearly, so he leaned forward closer to him. It was midday, and the bars outside were not yet open. Even if somewhere I was not familiar with them, So I went back to the hotel with Guasimyao and took the elevator to the top floor. As we both knew, there was an executive lounge there. Under the guidance of Huang Daxian, Lin Hao arrived at a building in Fushan City with a sign that read Strange Mining Company, Limited. Next, Jiang Yu discussed the script with several people, among whom Deng Jingsheng provided a lot of feedback and understood some plot points very well. Thus, Liu Huayan took advantage of this excellent reason to swiftly withdraw from this pile of disputes. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you and make you better. Musher looked at him and murmured. The new Sihyuan was quite large, and the entire front courtyard was for business negotiations, where a group of people were chatting and eating. You know, Minister Pierce gave me a top-secret mission, and I've been busy, Hitweir said without changing his expression. The one speaking was Lucy. Besides Shun Yi, she was also someone who might use the Eternal Clan gene template. Over the past decade or so, they represented the wave of technology until the next wave came. Yu Chuyu did not expect that Yun Ruei, while leaving, would leave a letter for himself, indicating that Yun Ruei was not so heartless after all. In the bench seats, head coach Lin Qian solemnly issued tactical commands to Meng Qi on the court. Bai Li Yu was likely an ally of the girl, and Bai Li Yu's certain actions surprised her, which is why she couldn't help but glance at him a few more times, just as Qin Ruobai caught her eye. He definitely was not fleeing in a panic. Who told Tan Shan to deliberately expose himself in front of him? Only if Xiao Man gave birth to a boy for the Xiao family could Qin Yushi rightfully be taken back by the Qin family to marry off and obtain the betrothal gift. In an instant, an indescribable pressure surged forth, and Su Feirong immediately showed a pained expression. Kitahara Shiotzi smiled at her and joked. The accountant of this factory should have their salary deducted. If they can't even do false accounts, what kind of accountant are they? Sitting there, Imo Xingchen shot them a cold glance with his dark eyes and let out a cold hum. The young man instantly turned red, his beautiful face nearly twisted in agony, disregarding his injuries as he punched and kicked Gu Shi, but unfortunately his own derivative power was sealed. So how could he fight Gu Shi? To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this spiritual medicine. Please enlighten me. Morong Feng cupped his hands towards the evil young master. Ah Chun, promise me, okay? Don't cause trouble anymore. I don't want to see you in danger. Chun Lan held Chao Chen's hand, her tone very soft. Chapter 121. She has 9 years of life left. You. I'm not talking to you. Lu Jingjing was so angry upon seeing Miyu that she found it hard to control her emotions. Li Xiangyang, do you really have to be so ruthless? We have known each other for quite some time, and my father is in a cooperative relationship with you. We are all partners. There is no need to ruin our relationship over a natural clamshell. Don't you think so? And Lu Jingjing was about to continue. Wang and others did not go to Changshan to capture mounts, but instead gathered here, which clearly indicated they were preparing for a collective action, and with so many people, they were sufficient to conduct a sweep. Gao Fei tossed the unconscious Tang Yuan to Ningyu, letting Mo Yunjia and others take care of Qin Qin Chao. And then he shot out. He pushed his speed to the limit, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, he chose to strike first. Staying in the Queen Mother's boudoir, ISNT bad either. Lin Feng smiled indifferently, and then began to clean the room. It had indeed been a long time since anyone tidied up here. It took Lin Feng a long time to clean it up. However, relying only on the contact between the sword light and the opponent's protective energy might not produce freezing delay and rapid freezing effects. And Ai Chong estimated that she was unlikely to cultivate this technique, but she was the one listening the most attentively. Then, with a leap, he actually used the dense rain to escape, and strangely, the giant made no other move, simply allowing him to escape. At this moment, he still thought it was just an error and did not consider that Bai Yu was playing tricks. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after, footsteps came from inside, and an old lady with a beaming smile opened the door. However, she did not look at them much and excitedly ran off. In the alley, there was no sign of the black and white cat on the tree, and the windows of the house next door on the second floor were still tightly closed. It looked like there was nothing special about it. Xiang Tianliang and Xiao Yuliang stayed at the South-North Tea House until the afternoon shift before returning to the municipal party compound. The bear demon immediately became a live target. No matter how it tried to shield itself, it couldn't escape, though it was not injured for the moment. The piercing pain made it unable to help but open its mouth to cry out in pain. No need, just take a look outside. I just want to know what kind of person he is, Lu Xingping said calmly. Old Wu saw that he was sincere and said no more, just waved his hand to let them go, then began to study the spiritual mushroom by himself. To prevent the old lecher's harassment, she kept her home door tightly closed every day, but unexpectedly, just when she was changing clothes in a room, the door was opened by the old lecher. and her Ernyo didn't know what had happened at this moment. Lying down did not feel like much. She only felt cold, and Long Qinshuan quickly tried to absorb the spiritual energy from the snow peak. Just now, the two seemed to have never parted, and although their words were faint, they could not stop the trembling in each other's hearts. As for Yao Bei, Ing Zilu felt no hatred. She also had no courage and no need to hate. Chenyu, Luo Qingrong called out as she walked, also daring herself. If Liang Yuanqin had already arrived and heard her voice, he would naturally come out. At this point, Zhou Tianbao's expression grew increasingly fierce. Humph, my good brother, if you really are my cousin, that would be fine, but unfortunately you are a bastard. So I can't be blamed. If you want to blame someone, blame our old man for favoring you too much. So much, so that he foolishly tried to give half of the family fortune to you. Long Qinshuan looked at Qing Yi not far away, and a smile appeared on her face, clearly satisfied with this attack. Mom, I'm back, Grandpa, I brought something too. Ernyo puffed and let the white breath rise into the air, hands on his hips with a grin, inviting praise from his mother. Chapter 122, The Sick Old Fifth. The natural clamshell did not auction successfully and was unsold, but that is not important. At least I learned that its price is very high and precious. After me, you finished speaking. She planned to find something to do in the villa and suddenly noticed the huge mobile villa placed in the yard. The customized villa looked particularly impressive, with a notably large area. Fortunately, this hillside villa was already spacious enough to fully accommodate the mobile villa. Miyu took advantage of the absence of others. If it weren't for the fact that this plan to lure the snake out of its hole was proposed by Shun Sanfeng himself, and he personally took the risk to act as bait, Shun Yojia would seriously suspect whether his uncle from this sect was cowardly and therefore hesitant to act. Su Fengwan lay on the bed, hugging the quilt and staring at the ceiling. Recalling yesterday, her face flushed again. She reached out to touch her face, suppressing the warm heat in her chest, and sat up. Who told you to cook such delicious food? Wang Yu playfully touched her own head and stuck out her tongue at him. There were not just the two of them on the flying boat. There were also several others. They all seemed to be new disciples. He was holding Luo Tianqing's arm and felt a bit nervous about suddenly being in a room with so many strangers. They naturally knew about this matter, but they were unsure why the Heavenly Emperor would suddenly remind them, as if a certain guess was forming in their hearts. With such an illness, couldn't such a large Donghu find a safe place for him to recuperate? This way, it not only spared him from taking risks on the battlefield, but also preserved his reputation, preventing him from being laughed at for fearing battle and death. There seemed to be some unrest in Mo Shui City as well, with the Li family going out in large numbers, indicating that they were even more anxious. Now that it had come to this, we hope this girl can safely learn the Four Materials technique and retrieve the Dragon Pearl. Let's go eat. After a tiring afternoon, at least they had achieved an important result, and Mo Xuanqi was in a good mood, feeling hungry again. Linga didn't want to bother with him too much. She swiftly snatched the gourd from his hand and poured it over his head with a splash. The young man finished speaking, looking excitedly at the middle-aged man in the upper seat, his slightly immature face showing a hint of anticipation. Duo Luo waved his hand, and the magma giant slowly walked to the city wall and knelt before Duo Luo, undoubtedly demonstrating to the demons that the magma giant was submitting to Lord Duo Luo. From the photo, it appeared that the irregular spherical boulder had already been moved, and after the spherical boulder was moved, the entrance of the cave was clearly revealed. Now that the new president had personally come to Gillen and always considered the safety of his subordinates along the way, everyone was genuinely impressed by Yun Piaoying. Seeing Davis's despondent expression, Mikhail suddenly stopped blaming himself for not having a chance to go on stage. When Wu Kai heard this news, his expression changed slightly, and he asked the intelligent robot, Wu Hu, immediately confirm the nationality of this submarine. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the cabin. As a demon's innate ability, Babuman could summon another Babuman to assist it in battle once a day, with a success rate of 40%. Wang Xian did not doubt the veracity of Lin Yushuan's words. She thought that Wu Kai's reaction today was larger than usual. So she quickly walked to the bedside and leaned down to check Wu Kai's condition. Wei Feng gently kissed her forehead, stroking her smooth hair, and suddenly picked her up, walking over to the sofa to sit down. Do you know about this system? Wang Ping asked Duan Tianqing after hearing the recounting from Tai Sui and glancing at the mentally broken Siwan. He frowned and turned to ask Duan Tianqing. The later army, under Li Weihua's command, had a dismal record, especially in several battles that should have been easily won, resulting in so many deaths and a demoralized army. Chapter 123, newly launched side mission. Elfman woke up the moment the boss stepped into the villa. When the two came out of the room, they saw the boss pulling Miyu outside. They followed to the 3-bedroom apartment and found Miyu in the room looking at the sickly Lao Wu lying in his little nest. Lao was already looking ill and was twitching from time to time. Is the fever still not gone? Xiaoka quickly walked over. Xiaoka, Lao Wu is getting hotter and hotter. What's going on? Marquis Xier was originally from the battlefield and was quite bold. Although he couldn't compare to Zhang Chong in terms of treasure, he had amassed enough boxes of dragon toys over the years. You really dare to kill me. Don't you fear the Blood Ghost Cave? Seeing the young man truly about to make a move, Shui Yun became anxious. After consuming 30 drops of essence blood, he was now less than half of his original cultivation. How could he fight against the young man? The two figures continuously collided in the sky. One covered in green fur, standing 10 zhang tall, with a pair of pale, golden giant eyes emitting beams of emerald light, wielding a massive club that swept through like a mountain. I think there should still be quite a few survivors waiting for external assistance, Zhao Chong explained. He didn't say much more because the grievances between him and Shun Tu Lai would need to be resolved sooner or later. No one could block his path, not Shun Tu Qian, nor the pain of a body that had reached the human sovereign realm. Nan Gongdian also did not mention Shun Tu Tong again, as his status was not sufficient to participate too much in the affairs of the Lai Shui sect. Back then, why did you leave the emperor? Du Xiaoyu lit a cigarette and glanced at Bai Feng. I nodded and said, I understand. I promise you. No wonder this guy could reach the position of director. He really had the ability. During lunch, Tai Quanglong told Fong Dong that he would remove the bandage for Yi Quangjue tomorrow. Whether his eyesight could be restored would be revealed tomorrow. As he spoke, Zhao Chong suddenly felt like a pyramid scheme salesman, pulling anyone suitable to his territory and even dragging them directly into prison. If it were a regular time, he would probably get a slap in the face. The voice was very soft, and it was hard to imagine that such immense power could come from this man. Yu Ding nodded. Heavenly Tao is merciful and leaves a glimmer of hope. Since I have calculated this result, it is hope, and we must seize it. Duo Bao and Wu Dang nodded and took their leave. They still needed to go back to make some arrangements. Shanxia, you are here. At this moment, hearing the servant say that Gong Xiaoxia had arrived, Xia Zheng walked out to greet him. At this moment, Gong Xiaoxia appeared from somewhere, holding a bunch of flowers and walking in front of Xiao Fanyuan. The 3 bodyguards tried to open the door of the patrol car, but no matter how they tried, they failed. The Heavenly Dynasty had agreed to Wang Fu's request for peace, but the regulations still needed to be discussed in detail. Can you represent your father in negotiations? Yang Side sat upright in the hall and asked. Xuanzang asked Bai Ju, Miss Bai, do you want some water? Bai Ju shook her head, I don't need it. Bai Ju was a bone spirit and naturally disliked water. Zhou Bai was best at such crooked dealings. Discussing matters with him was better than with those officials who preached righteousness. However, Chue Shui forgot that she was now just an ordinary person. This fine wine was not something an ordinary person could enjoy. I actually have some means to save my life, but I don't know if they will be effective. However, if the 4 of them really have such an intention, I won't hesitate. In the face of life, I do not lack the courage and confidence to fight. Sanqing blushed and hurriedly said, I dare not. I dare not. Yiding took out a ginseng fruit for Hao Yin. During the Yaoqi period, they really felt sorry. Originally, this kind of servant boy was not cared for by many. That fruit was something Yu Ding could use to enhance his magical power. Chapter 124. Migrating to the Iron Dragon clan's territory for temporary residence. Miyu gradually calmed down, glanced at the gray sky, and said, 10 days later, a tsunami will occur in the inner sea near the territory of the Iron Dragon clan, and all the males of the Iron Dragon clan will die. Xingqi did not believe it, saying, impossible, the inner sea has always been calm. Where did you get this information? This news was too shocking for Xingqi, but Miyu had no reason to lie to him. It's a revelation from the beast god, Miyu said solemnly. Li Haonan had gotten back together with Shan Jiadong and publicly announced their relationship, causing Gu Xiaobei's heart to feel numb and her whole body to go cold as she tightly clutched her coat. Li Haonan had already returned to his former charming and carefree self, while she was left to wander alone with her son in a foreign land, amidst the cold wind and rain. At the same time, 2 mysterious auras enveloped Liang Dong's body, and surprisingly, Liang Dong did not resist and instantly met the giant tail of the Tungsha. He Ba did not know that Suja only hoped for him to be strong enough, hoping he had the power to kill him. These people were very strange. Each origin warrior had a powerful origin beast by their side, almost all of which were 6-star origin beasts. The crowd had seen origin beasts before, but most treated them as pets, rarely able to make them their companions in battle. Once the Big Dipper launched an attack, its momentum was no less than that of an emperor, causing Prime Minister Ouyang's hand to tremble. Although he did not strike, he still left a large cut on Ouyang Zhao's shoulder and arm, making everyone gasp in shock. Suddenly, police sirens wailed, and the chaotic shouts were unending. But Lin Feng and the others had already left. They caught up with Jinbi, now led by Suzuki Yuli, winding through alleys until they arrived at a private villa. Walking down the street, although the townspeople couldn't help but glance at her, they did so only furtively. The young man's face became even darker as he looked at the middle-aged man with a fierce gaze, like a beast ready to pounce at any moment. The current cultivation world was what ordinary people referred to as the Jianghu, with its powers intricately woven. Due to technological advancements, the power of martial artists had been somewhat diminished, causing cultivators to hide even deeper, and in the eyes of ordinary people, internal power had become a legend. Seeing that seniors Sun Yong Meijia and Mat Sushima Yumi did not cause trouble for Ju Sun Tao just because she was close to him, Lin Ming finally relaxed his anxious heart. Led by Ouyang Leilai, thousands of elite family disciples surged like a swarm of locusts, rushing madly towards Ji Chongfeng's location. In Lin Ming's mind, the information heated up, and the gothic loli before him did not give him time to think, directly sweeping her leg and hitting Lin Ming's just exposed handsome face. Therefore, he absolutely could not weaken his momentum. He had to appear confident and full of energy, as if he had everything under control. If he could scare him away, that would be even better. However, just as the words fell, Huaining suddenly felt a sharp, heart-wrenching pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a young man with fiery red hair, who was now mercilessly clawing at his chest with his sharp hands. Yang Chun immediately picked up Han Yang from the ground, saying, "I'm a bit worried because Han Yang's family previously allied with 2 other districts to suppress the Eastern District." As soon as these words were spoken, the other 2 had no reaction, but Lin Ming looked at Ruruka with a greedy expression. Han Xian was very clear about what the future Maldives would look like. Whether for tourism development or resale, it would be profitable. Cece replied, "There shouldn't be a problem. Their firewall is currently scanning my identity. I just need to disguise myself to pass through. Please confirm the captain's name." Chapter 125. The Black Dragon Clan's guard speaks recklessly, considering the lives at stake and the points of virtue. Miyue began to gently persuade the leader of the Black Dragon Clan. Leader of the Black Dragon Clan, just find a piece of land for them to stay temporarily. They will leave after the tsunami. The leader of the Black Dragon Clan hesitated for a long time before saying, "It's fine to let the Iron Dragon Clan in, but there isn't enough space in the tribe to accommodate so many outsiders. I can only allow the females and young beastmen of the Iron Dragon Clan to enter." However, ever since becoming a workaholic programmer, looks and physique had become secondary, especially hairstyles. As long as one wasn't bald, it was fine. From a distance, Liu Tianhao saw a group of soldiers maintaining order, while Mizhu arranged for the distribution of hot porridge and dry rations. Looking at the group of Han people who had just returned from the depths of the prairie, dressed in rags and looking disheveled, their faces were sickly pale, indicating they had gone through a long period of hunger. The comment section was exceptionally lively, with dozens of messages appearing every second. Many people unable to read the comments clearly. Not wanting to sit next to Xianming Han, Qinxia directly pulled Lan Shiqing to sit beside the gentle Baiyuma. The room was filled with ambiguous light pink curtains, and the hall was already crowded with people. As long as she married him, she would belong to him. How could she come and go as she pleased? After Qin Lang summoned his martial arts avatar, the final shard fused with a martial arts avatar, releasing brilliant golden light. What should I do? Let's have a cold. I'll start asking questions now. Who was the first to write a poem about the peach blossom spring? He thought the reports from the Mo family were impressive, but in reality, they were inadequate even to stand guard at the Xian family. Qin Lang's arrival shocked Chu Siming's team. They had never imagined that Qin Lang would rescue his teammates in such a surprise attack. The valley was filled with a thicker miasma than other places in the Flaming Mountain. Fortunately, the two had taken a 100 pure Grade 3 miasma avoidance pill, so they could still defend against the thick miasma. I think, no matter how many reincarnations I go through, I would still choose Qin Ling, just as he would always silently protect me. This fateful red thread is tightly bound in our hearts, incomprehensible, and I will always love my cool and aloof husband the most. But it clearly wasn't like this. Isha's heart raced as she looked at Chun Fangping, who was about to come close, her eyes seemingly holding a storm, and the panic in her heart surged uncontrollably, wave after wave. The rumbling sounds were incessant, and the entire Medicine King's hall began to tilt due to the crumbling foundation, then suddenly collapsed, burying Long Shuiyun and others inside. As for Ignacio, when she learned that she was actually the eldest princess of the Tang family in the imperial capital, she initially did not want to leave Haizhou. Her tightly furrowed brows relaxed. She had slept comfortably this time. In the morning, she stretched lazily and sat up only to find Jie Yu leaning against her bed, dozing off. As his words fell, a waiter had already come over with a card machine at Li Qingshuan's gesture. Lu Jinghua spoke while shaking the blood off his sword and walked towards the last senior brother. Lung Qingxiu was still in a coma, guarding a blood demon sect disciple by the bed. Zhang Xinyu had instructed before leaving that he must not let Lung Qingxiu wake up and should knock him out again before he wakes up. And she had also lit an incense for calming the mind at the head of the bed. Qin Guan slowly dragged the progress bar. The phantom moved as if in slow motion, slowly raising a foot, taking off, lightly stepping onto the green area, and then using that momentum to steadily land on the platform. In order to allow Tang Li to successfully absorb the spiritual energy to recover her spiritual power, Xiao Chun withdrew the prohibition after leaving. In other words, she was going to completely break them apart. Yi Yuran felt a chill in her heart, but she also felt relieved. Chapter 126. Expulsion from the Black Dragon Clan Tribe. Several partners were afraid of causing trouble for Miyu, and were watching to see what she planned to do. Miyu's gaze was icy, and she uttered a single sentence. There's no need to say much to them, just charge indirectly. As the leader of the Black Dragon Clan and Seidel arrived near the entrance of the tribe, they heard the sounds of fighting outside, and quickly asked the nearby tribesmen what was happening. Leader, some stray beasts are trying to break in and have knocked out our guards. The guard of the Black Dragon Clan are all at the blue level of strength. Are you saying you want me to help you investigate this matter in Huainan City? Chen Yu asked. A powerful hand suddenly reached out from the opening dark door, and Xiao Yang looked coldly at Gong Jing, his voice filled with a chilling aura. Sister Hong, if you compensate 50,000 for Lu Ji's injuries, this matter can be settled. Do you have any objections? Yingjia looked at the 3 police officers. By then, if we establish land connections between this Lan Kai and our country, and with maritime transport under our control, we might really be able to break out of the island chain and reach the world. However, Chen Lin realized that he had overlooked a significant issue. The legend of Yang Guifei was taken down just one day after its release. If it hadn't been taken down, could it have achieved such good results? Her face appeared rosy, and her eyes were bright and lively, but she was unusually calm. As she approached the entrance of the house, she was pulled back by a hand reaching out from the side. Xiao Yang, holding the ice cocoon formed by the ice butterfly, felt a faint heartbeat within and was speechless. The only difference was that the ocean on Mars had just been born and had not yet had enough time to accumulate salt. So at this moment, the Martian Ocean was a standard freshwater ocean. Chen Haoran couldn't help but be curious. Was there really someone who knew that there was something in the deep dark forest that could reverse yin and yang? It's nothing. My spiritual power is far stronger than that of ordinary people. And besides, Miss Zhuge doesn't have an Adam's apple. Chen Yu chuckled lightly. You dare say that again? Han Xiao angrily grabbed his collar, and his fist was about to swing. Only one jar succeeded. Zhang Yan nodded, but you can drink with peace of mind. There's enough here to take you all down. Zhang Yan's smile was a bit strange, carrying a hint of amusement and sarcasm. After receiving a message from Shilin, the head of the Shi family, who was holding a family meeting, could hardly suppress his shock and cried out. Each of the 3 clans sent their second elders, whose status was only below that of the clan leader, which shows the importance of this matter. What are you doing? Of course. I'm here to attend the meeting alone. I heard that your 3 families are gathering. This is a rare opportunity to catch you all in one go. The tall young man sneered, showing no concealment of their purpose for coming. Lin Qing ran over to take a look. It really wasn't Wang Yuchen. The sudden joy wrapped around him tightly. He and Han Zhan had similar expressions, both feeling like they had been reborn after a disaster. The 2 of them couldn't help but hug, but when they realized who they were hugging, they pushed each other away in disgust. The large screen projected Yin Luer's face. She placed her finger in front of her lips and made a shushing gesture. The 3 pure ones, the Tao ancestors in mythology, and the Buddha, probably exist at this level. Did that wind spawn really burn to death in this palace? Ho Yi's voice grew increasingly deep, sounding in the guard's ears as if it came from hell. Zhou Cang's mind was slow, and for a moment, he didn't know what Zhao Su was going to do. Confused and thinking, with such heavy snow, what are we going out for? But he didn't dare to ask and followed Zhao Su outside. Yuan Zhao glanced over, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corner of his lips. Is Yuan Yin trying to play the emotional card? After about 10 minutes, 3 police cars and several ambulances arrived, taking Boss One and a few lightly injured subordinates onto the police car, while those with more serious injuries were taken onto the ambulance. Chapter 127. Methods to resist tsunamis. Father, look, this is what everyone wants. You have already given them a chance and cannot hesitate any longer. Sophie wasted no time and urged the leader of the Black Dragon clan as soon as she heard others supporting her. This time, she absolutely could not let you have another chance to rise again. However, the leader of the Black Dragon clan did not respond and stared directly at Miyu, waiting for her reply. But the people behind him could no longer contain themselves, following Sophie's cue. The colorful land, colorful stones, colorful clouds, colorful flowers, grass, and trees. Even colorful water flows and fish. The aroma of coffee wafted in the air. But he moved the cup in front of Meng, Ching aside, and domineeringly offered his own porridge. The spirit realm is the area between the human body and the soul, where spiritual power and vitality exist. Spiritual power can be released as an attack through the meridians and 365 acupoints. However, Deng Chinchou knew very well that what could truly put Hu Weiyong to death was collusion with the Ilwan division, where he felt his power increase. Disbelief and shock could not help but show on his face. Jingyu smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Chao is indeed magnanimous. If I refuse, it would seem that I am not sincere." Yi Lingwei led Jingyu and a few others along the corridor to admire the 5-colored koi and the chrysanthemum garden of the Yi family. Yi Lingwei was graceful and lively, while Luo Shui was dressed in white like an immortal. Their arrival made the brilliant flowers dim in comparison. The door to the master bedroom of the villa swung open under someone's forceful kick, as if welcoming the visitor. Gu Wenzhou directly pressed for answers, his mind already conjuring the possible suspects who could harm Wan Mian. Ning Wanji, however, leaned against the long stone slab and Vine with her clothes intact. Hearing this and raising an eyebrow in confusion, they each grabbed a compressed capsule and ran to an open area, then summoned the mecha. The pursuit continued, but aside from Jian Hongxian, everyone else felt uncertain. Was it really okay to randomly choose a path? Sun Xiaozong rolled his eyes, just as he was about to analyze the current situation for him, making him understand the fact that the royalists rise and fall together, when suddenly 2 light coughs came from behind the Four Seasons screen. "Fool, my mother said the same thing. Besides, there are many smart people in the world. Being a bit confused might be a blessing," Ning Kaichun said. Saying this, he strolled forward, and Chi-Chi had no choice but to follow him. The two arrived at the corner of the 3rd floor, and from a distance, they heard the heart-wrenching cries of Mother Hua. This kind of radiation is harmful to ordinary people. If they stay too long, it directly harms life, but for those high-energy beings, it has a strong attraction. After all, everyone desires to reach the 7 top super sex, but unfortunately, no one has achieved it in 1,000 years. "Wait, young Master Hua, can you really take me out?" Zhao Ritian's bravado couldn't last more than 10 seconds. Bai Chunfeng watched his friend leave angrily, truly unaware of Su Qingkong's news. When he first saw this ancient jade, he had sensed something, keenly feeling the power contained within, causing his own essence to resonate and sensing a threat. Wan Dong's brows tightened, his palm quickly reaching out. The large shadow of his hand dropping from the air, the overwhelming force scattering in all directions. And the colorful ribbons coming toward him were instantly swept away as if they had crashed into a storm. New students will have 7 days of rest after entering Yingtian Academy, and only after 7 days will courses required by the academy begin. In these 7 days, Jiyu, apart from training, either went to consult with Elder Jiang about certain matters or was dragged by Ying Binyan to wander around the Yingtian Academy, saying it was to familiarize herself with the environment. Chapter 128. Li Xiangyang unexpectedly arrives in the beast world. At this moment, Lap was anxiously waiting for news. When he saw Miyu and the others return, he immediately rushed over, his tone very urgent. "Miyu, little female, how did it go? Have you come up with a solution?" Facing his hopeful gaze, Miyu smiled slightly, her smile containing confidence and composure. "I already have a countermeasure, but it can't be considered a complete success yet. It still requires the efforts of your entire Iron Dragon clan. As long as there is hope, as the Jinchuriki. Kushina's pregnancy is not just a matter for Minato's family, but also a national affair for Konoha. The entire Konoha High Command takes this matter very seriously. Such beings, after undergoing intense training, although immensely powerful, with great capabilities in assassination and protection, have a correspondingly short lifespan. Often, once a death servant is formed, they only have about 5 to 10 years left to live. On the border of the Land of Fire, there is a Konoha outpost, a established by Jiraiya to deal with the surprise attack troops of Awagakure. Blade Edge, did you think of something? Su Ling's face showed surprise as she looked at the other person and inquired. The old man stretched out his hand to pinch his toe, his face showing an expression of anger, and then he forcefully put his foot down, making a creaking sound as the burdened floor emitted a mournful cry, slightly collapsing, and cracks appeared all around. Yuchi, it's time to go back. Everything is in the past. A new life is waiting for you. Many things are not easily forgotten. As someone who has been through it, Qinghe's words and actions are really limited. With the Yang family around, Yang Fan cannot run away from home. Otherwise, he could go anywhere in the world. Since there was no sighting, it's unclear whether the emperor was injured or not. You can go down first. The empress dowager is preparing to see the emperor. Being told that he was not handsome and lacked demeanor, any man would feel a bit displeased. But Lu Tianyu knew he was in the wrong and could only smile bitterly. According to the normal process, Richard and Caesar would sell the completed constructs to the Empire of the Setting Sun, and then the marshal would distribute them to the powerful individuals who needed them. During this process, the Empire of the Setting Sun would collect some handling fees, but that would not impose too much burden on the powerful individuals. Yen. Lan Jingxue did not know when she woke up. Her bright green eyes blinked, twisting her devilishly slender waist, reaching out her delicate hand from behind to hug Su Yen, making his face turn red. Take this, she said, then pulled out the storage ring and placed it into his red dragon shirt. Old John, it's fine. I don't mind waiting a bit. The middle-aged man who caused the dispute showed a gentlemanly demeanor, since the other party was unwilling for him to cut in line. He simply refrained from doing so. What? Climbed out? Sigh. Then there may be no hope. Did anyone notice his appearance? That would make it easier for me to find him, Li Yaojia said, looking at the two in front of him, who were singing and harmonizing with great performance talent. Yin Aonan had a professional smile on his face, but his heart was filled with dull pain. He never thought he would have any connection with the Long brothers. Yet he was pushed to the forefront and endured their so-called fiancé-e's wanton humiliation. What? Do you have something else to say? The hand that had originally held Ji's chin had unknowingly turned into one that stroked Ji's face. Smack! Ji slapped away the lecherous hand on her face, completely unconcerned about the person's ugly expression. After the celebratory feast, the 8 of them arrived at the edge of the continent, watching the waves crashing one after another. The sea breeze blowing on their faces, a feeling of indescribable comfort spreading throughout their bodies. How about it? You say how it is, and it is how it is. You make the call. If you fire the boss, I will follow you to fire the boss. If you stay, I will stay too. It's that simple, the waiter replied. Chapter 129. Invitation to eat barbecue patty. Mi Yu Guang noticed Li Xiangyang's shocked expression, but the current situation did not allow Mi Yu to be distracted. Lap, move these containers over there. Mi Yu directed Rap and the others to move the containers to the designated location. A group of people followed Mi Yu, each male carrying a huge container, which looked quite strange in Li Xiangyang's eyes. He wanted to say something, but El Bu and his army, who had rested for nearly 10 days, finally caught their breath. Like tigers, the Qin army regained their strength and sharpened their teeth and claws. The previous PS might seem puzzling to everyone, as it was written before my revision. Initially, the plot was that Xing Luo personally killed Long Ji and then went on a killing spree to wipe out the entire Fusong envoy group. Taking a deep breath of the cool air, Yi Ziluo was filled with excitement at returning to the sunlight. Standing atop the high mountains and looking around, the deep mountain crevice they had come through appeared like a shadow beneath the snowy peaks, making it hard to imagine it extended so deep underground. Chen Bingwen shook her head and said, I don't want to go to my dad's place now, and she walked toward the main entrance of the building. On the 23rd of the month, Beigong Lingyu and Gong Sunyu hurriedly boarded a flight to Paris, accompanied by the worried parents of Zhu Jia and Liang Xuan's mother. Liang Wanru, trusting Gong Sunyu, Zhu Jia entrusted all matters to him. Deng Xian did not respond, calling her name softly twice before falling silent again. Zhang Buoluan smiled enigmatically and said, Don't you want to know now? Why not just wait until tomorrow? As for Yi Ziluo's current strength, it appeared to be around that of the purple gold star monarch, just slightly higher than before. As the sun tilted to the west, Yi Ziluo wore a short-sleeved t-shirt and iron-gray jeans, barefoot, lazily leaning on a soft jade couch, cradling a soft and fragrant pillow. On the other end of the Longhuan Yujia, Gao Yu rested her chin on one hand, half closing her eyes, seemingly listening to a silent melody or lost in thought. Bai Zhuzi still held military power in her hands. For now, Bai Shaozi had no official title to draw upon, but was slowly planning to reclaim it. Jiang Lan climbed to the 5th floor, took out her keys, and opened the door, moving quietly, her actions no different from usual. You guys are impressive. I'll leave this cave to you for now, but I will definitely come back to take it. The blue light person, seeing he could not compete with Hong Jun and Mei Shiulian, felt the urge to retreat. With such strength, how could he escape? It would be very difficult for Mei Shiulian and Hong Jun to stop him. If he were to rent a house, his sister and brother-in-law would not be happy, saying the rent was too expensive and they wanted to find a job that provided food and lodging. She had once been very eager to elope with the third prince and had repeatedly urged him to take her along. That blade aura transformed into a huge crescent moon, violently cutting through space, leaving terrifying traces on the ground that twisted like coiling serpents. After Pan Yuhong finished speaking, he took Feng Yixiang and Tian Zhao to the formation set up by Mei Shiulian behind them, then signaled Mei Shiulian, who had been by his side, to catch someone. The three of them slowly ascended, stopping to rest for a moment every 10 to 20 meters to allow their lungs to adapt to the changes in water pressure, avoiding excessive expansion that could cause bubbles to enter the bloodstream. The light cast from the sea surface changed from golden to orange as evening approached, and the sky must have been filled with sunset clouds by now. In the end, Natai had no choice but to retreat and seek a compromise. Since he could not hide from that ascendant expert, he could only try to conceal it from the other guards. With just one ascendant expert, he could think of other ways to deal with him. Chapter 130. The request for help from the Triceratops clan. Mi looked deeply at him, and just as she was about to leave, Li Xiangyang suddenly pulled her back. No, I still can't bear to watch you return to such a dangerous place. Miyu, stay here. It's so dangerous there. Even if you want to go back, you can wait until the tsunami crisis is over. Li Xiangyang said earnestly. Brother Xiangyang, when I first arrived in the beast world, if it weren't for Xiuka, at his age he wouldn't have developed an Adam's apple yet. And he deliberately speaks in a lower tone. He should be a eunuch, Duan Ruxia said. Perhaps he loves you too much and can't accept that his lover has another lover. If it were me, I might also go mad. Lin Hao comforted. Of course. It could also be that the other party is just asking intentionally to make people think he has no hostility towards the Red Army, so that Zhang Qingshan and the others would voluntarily admit it. Lu Mingming, who was being covered by Tang Yin, felt suffocated and whimpered, wanting her to let go. But she held on even tighter. Helpless, she could only nod in compromise. Upon climbing to the top of the mountain and not finding any enemies, they quickly signaled Zhang Qingshan and the others behind them that it was safe before letting out a long sigh of relief. Because of the green fire, all the light sources around lost their brilliance, while this green fire seemed to become the only source of illumination in this space. This was merely a tactical confrontation in the local war. For Zhang Qingshan, he couldn't get involved in it. I originally wanted to find an opportunity to change the situation, but I found it to be counterproductive and increasingly difficult to extricate myself. Master, what do you think I should do? Zheng Fan rarely showed a look of helplessness, but he didn't mean to give up. Qingming smiled even more coldly, waving his hand, and the black-clothed people behind him pulled out crossbows and aimed at us. Seeing her mother leave, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that the uncle was still waiting for her downstairs. She didn't dare to delay any longer and hurried back to her room to change clothes. Even if she no longer loved Yuanji, suddenly being treated so ruthlessly by him, how could her heart not feel cold and pained? Ling Jun stepped in front of Qi Lian, but Qi Lian didn't look at him and planned to bypass him. At this point, the estrangement between the emperor and empress finally melted away. However, how could the long-delayed truth comfort Empress Liu? Just as she was about to explode in anger, she suddenly thought that this was how a man should be, and couldn't help but feel a bit shaken inside. So many years had passed in a blink, and Sheng Peijun had almost forgotten about Yu Anji's existence. Yet, Yin Fangfei's deep affection for Yu Anji stimulated her. Well, now everyone was curious. The originally small window was suddenly filled with relatives peering inside. There was plenty of dry firewood in the countryside. Uncle Seven quickly set up a pot on the temporary stove outside and lit the firewood. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. The barbarian cavalry shouted outside the city all day, completely disregarding the defending troops of Daton. The mother of the sick child was not too surprised to see a young doctor suddenly appear. The warm breath brushed against Chu Tianling's ear, bringing a tingling sensation that made Chu Tianling furrow her brows uncomfortably and almost instinctively turn her head. After saying this, before Yun Ruhan could respond, Muyan pressed her finger on his Baihui acupoint, and spiritual energy surged in. Zhang Xingfa quickly waved his hand. He had already learned some of Xiao Wan's cunningness, which was not less than Wei Hanchuan's when she had her tricks up her sleeve, and he was extremely afraid of being dealt with. All right, let's begin. Li Yinyun, Make sure this palm lands on the heart area. Just a symbolic gesture will do. No need to exert too much force. Knowing Li Yunyun's hatred towards Yi Huyan, Li Xiang couldn't help but remind her. This was Tang Song's idea of returning home. In his view, only by being close to the people could one avoid detachment from reality. If one day he truly considered himself a god, it would mean disaster. Chapter 131. The Life-Saving Grace of Two Clans. One by one, the members of the Triceratops clan were placed on inflatable boats, and those rescued were all exhausted, lacking the strength to even sit up. Meanwhile, Miyu took Bo Air to find a temporary place for the clan members. Although the tsunami had passed, it was uncertain whether the wind would pick up again. Once the wind picked up and brought another small tsunami, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, after searching the area twice, they couldn't find a suitable spot. Lin Xian completely recognized someone's potential and even began to help her with some upgrade planning. It was just that this broken time and space map was temporarily unsuitable. Upon hearing this news, Murong-ji felt a stir in his heart, and a genuine smile spread throughout his body, causing a momentary ripple in his heartstrings, suddenly breaking through. Live broadcast ticket for the feud of the wealthy families. 50 yuan? Gu Huaiji read out the words on the computer screen in confusion, although the other party was not injured yet. From her clothing that had been torn to reveal a lot of fair skin, it was clear that if they continued to fight, the outcome would be obvious. The hibernating snake beast in the cave sensed the breath of spring's revival and was gradually waking up. Now, startled by the noisy sounds, its sharp dark purple pupils opened wide, glaring at the intruding beastman, and it directly opened its mouth to swallow one beastman whole. With a target to act on, no matter where it was hidden in the Hua family's corners, she must find a badge. Wanyao City was far away, with the cultivation of a first-level Yuanshan realm. Lu Zheng flew for 8 months before finally reaching here. In that moment, Ku Ilan, who had long been mingling in the upper circles of the royal city, unexpectedly saw the shadow of that great figure in this ordinary young man. People are generally like this. They originally thought having a beard was nothing special. But now that they are without one, they go to great lengths to stick it on. Even if it looks rough and ugly, they desperately try to cover it up. Xie Zhao Zhao's scheme against the meat egg princess, apart from Dong Qin and Gu Xiaoyu, she did not tell Yin Jinan. However, just as Jiang Yi was about to lay the foundation for the spiritual array, an old voice suddenly echoed in his mind. He wasn't actually hungry at all. He just wanted to fly you out to prepare food. He could ease himself a bit, but he was fine, holding him and heading to the imperial kitchen. On the ground, dots of fireflies appeared out of nowhere, as if they were flying out from the herbs or drilling out from the fragrant soil. When everyone saw this beautiful scene, they felt an inexplicable impulse, a desire to cry. If you're not hungry, then don't disturb me while I'm eating here, Luo, she said, picking up her chopsticks and continuing to eat. The moonlight was like water, casting a clear glow as a figure lingered uncertainly at the edge of the woods on the back mountain, with her heart pounding like a drum. The inexplicable unease made Mu Shimei stare blankly at that figure, unable to speak. The heavy atmosphere made her breathing sound heavier, prompting the figure behind the curtain to turn around. Shiji Jia and Hao Xiaoda commanded an army of 150,000, while only 10,000 were willing to follow Do Jinda's command. Your Majesty, today, taking advantage of your happiness, I have an unreasonable request. Defei knelt on one knee in front of Kangxi and said slowly. She was, of course, being turned over and kneaded like dough every night by her energetic, lonely gentleman, listening to flute music every night, sometimes in her bedroom, sometimes being moved to his old house in the middle of the night. She began to wonder if this continued. Would her lonely gentleman end up with kidney deficiency? However, he stopped, not wanting his life. He simply stabbed him in the chest and said, "If you die, I will have no interest." After speaking, he left. After Xiao Ma shouted, she suddenly realized what she had said and quickly turned her head away from Xiao Zhu. The adults were not mistaken. This was indeed the decree of the Lord God. However, the young priest responded and absorbed the great teleportation technique into the golden eyes, beginning to analyze and decipher the frenzied operation method of this technique. Chapter 132. Provocation Backfires. Boer nodded repeatedly. Their clan was able to survive thanks to Miyu's help. If it weren't for the supplies she brought back, they didn't know how many young females and cubs would have died. If too many cubs died, it would be a huge blow to a clan, because the young females that lost their cubs might sink into sorrow for a long time, unwilling to bear new cubs, although the two of them dressed simply on purpose. Just now, Changsun Chongqing's display of a silver ingot at the tea house had attracted these troubles with its extravagant appearance. Since the day he saw that mysterious young man at the auction, Dejun Lao felt as if a heavy stone pressed down on his heart. The person who came was dressed in coarse gray cloth, with eyes tightly closed and hands tucked into the wide sleeves. It was Su Qin. Yu Sheng felt as if fireworks had exploded in his mind, feeling a bit dizzy, as if his breath was being taken away, his heart pounding violently, and his hands tightly clutching his clothes in front of his chest. As the horse-drawn carriage entered the city, Changsun Changqing was about to discuss with Yu Zhu and the others about finding an inn to stay. However, this time, Chu Shuyuan refused to let Changsun Changqing and the others stay at an inn, directly taking them back to his own residence. Shen Hanqi's expression darkened slightly, his demeanor calm as he stared ahead, seemingly lost in thought. He didn't know whether he was listening to He Yu's voice still coming from his phone. Lin Baobao fled quickly, and suddenly, ahead appeared an old ant selling beans. The old ant was so scared by the scene that she immediately panicked, abandoned her stall, and ran away, thinking a fight had broken out. Yu Qing Chan spoke with a refined tone, sounding like a professor, but the threat in his words was unmistakable. He pushed all the blame for the termination of the Lin family's real estate onto himself, believing he was the one causing trouble. In fact, Su Qingye was completely unaware. Yi Lingchan gasped, his voice filled with complex emotions that he couldn't explain to outsiders. Below, the 10 battle spirits had just dealt with a dragon beast several dozen meters long, and Qin Chuan's head had swollen to 10 times its original size, covering cracks. As if it would explode at any moment, his mind already unclear. Jiang Huairan had been gathering the dragon seal, unaware of everything happening. At this moment, the 6th level of the 9 Dragon secret art was already more than halfway completed, as long as he condensed the illusory dragon seal and the universe dragon seal. The 6th level would be perfected. However, the power of the demon child was also about to be exhausted. Moreover, Qin Chuan treated him with the cultivation method he practiced in his youth, not to assist in his cultivation, but simply to make him experience that kind of pain. Although her tone was very kind, the only 2 choices before Ito Makoto were presented, and even the auxiliary card gave a hint. Outside the waterfall, Sita Lin Xiao and Guer, who were anxiously waiting, were completely unaware of the changes inside the cave. At this moment, the mysterious and wonderful spirit master suddenly descended from somewhere, frowning as he looked towards the fog-hidden cave. Both were Tian Gang, and although they couldn't sense the Moon Empress, they could certainly sense Princess Yunjing. But they still couldn't determine who had come. They couldn't judge just by the sounds of breathing and heartbeat. Additionally, they discovered a hidden assassin organization lurking in the shadows, having killed several of their key assassins. Wang Feng finished speaking and closed his eyes, appearing calm and composed, while the young man beside him stood still like a statue. Yi Lao, knowing that he was the heir of the Medicine King Valley, did not surprise Yi Xiao, since Yi Lao had just been so familiar with the life extension pill. He definitely couldn't be unaware that the life extension pill was an exclusive secret of the Medicine King Valley. Dong Palais sneered coldly, clenching his right fist, thinking that mere sword energy couldn't do anything to him. He planned to leave these 3 sword energies for Jiang Feng, letting him die under his own sword energy. Chapter 133. No more male companions. Sophie looked displeased. She didn't want to apologize to this little female who had succumbed to depravity and become a stray beast. However, Seidel agreed before her. Of course, if one did something wrong, they should apologize. Did you hear that? Sophie and Miyu apologize. Seeing Seidel not standing by her side, Sophie turned pale, saying, "Brother, it was your wrongdoing. If you don't apologize, you'll lose your status as a princess of the Black Dragon clan." Su Qing learned that they really liked Hollywood movies and had several favorite Hollywood stars. Could it be that not only the 6th sword master chose Lin Shun, but even the treasured sword forged by Tianjin Mountain for thousands of years also chose him? The master of Tianjin Mountain was astonished, staring blankly at the treasured sword, unable to think of any other reason. Liu Yiming could no longer move. Although this time he had lost his biggest trump card, it was better than losing his life. But there was no evidence here proving that it was the demon clan. Lin Chen disagreed, saying it was too hasty to point fingers at the demon clan without finding evidence, especially when Su Qing's parents directly handed the Connie group over to Su Qing, shocking the people of the Connie group. Chun Yi spat out a mouthful of food he had just eaten. Fortunately, there was no one opposite him, or it would have been quite a scene. Transforming into the sword immortal Yilin, Chun Yi hesitated again. After all, Akai Saichi from the Yamato Guild was completely correct, and he indeed had not seen any so-called eyeballs along the way. But if not, did that mean everything he speculated was wrong? This could not help but instill fear and terror in the other tribes. For such a long history, such a situation had never occurred, and for a moment, The brutality of the three-clan alliance spread around. As the roads became smoother, this news spread even further. It was Song Jing who found them, using the faint light of her phone to search for trees one by one, and finally saw Siet Dang lying on the ground near a pile of recently burnt paper ashes. As she approached, she found his face covered in paper ash and his head covered in blood. Destroy! Qin Chuan roared, a beam of purple-gold divine light shooting from his third divine eye, shattering the white elephant's head like a rotten watermelon. He was not only killing court officials, but also his own people. Those precious earth fiends who were still alive would not survive. Over there, a figure rushed out, seeing several figures at the stairway, without hesitation. I'm afraid the smell from being cooped up all day will offend me, Wu Fan said bluntly, which was the truth. The reason the Golden Ring Gang wanted to eliminate the Qiao family was said to be because Qiao Fortress was a branch of the Pure Land sect. Coincidentally, Wang Qi also wanted to take the opportunity to assess military capabilities and see which direction to develop. Liang Bing probably never expected that one day she would act under Chu Han's command, and now Chu Han brought Chu Xiaoxiao and Xia Chu to a roadside stall. I'm injured, but I won't die anytime soon. Feel free to say what you have arranged, Su Ming replied with a pale face, trying to keep her tone steady. Just now, he was still thinking about how to naturally interact with the protagonist, and this related matter came to him. Not only giving him a legitimate point of contact with the protagonist, but also providing him with 2 stress-relieving free punching bags. Seeing the scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a hint of faint helplessness rise in his heart. Wasn't he also once bustling about for these things? After Yi Chen's severe warning, no one dared to come to Su Lan's house to collect debts anymore. Remembering that the Holy Grail was tainted by that Angola man, Lu Shan felt a surge of anger. The Einsburn family actually summoned such a being to win the Holy Grail War. As if that wasn't enough, they even broke the rules by summoning it. So, those who cheat should all go to hell. Chapter 134. Mi Zhao falls ill. You couldn't help but feel a bit worried. As the biological mother of the original owner and the wife of the Black Dragon Clan leader, she truly cared for the original owner. Mi, you suddenly found it hard to eat, so I'll go back with you. Elfman was a bit worried and wanted to follow her. No need. Just wait for me here. I'll be back soon, Miyu said after thinking for a moment. Although she could forcibly take Elfman to the Black Dragon Clan, the atmosphere between the 2 legendary mages under the interplay of light and shadow became increasingly dangerous. All the media were on high alert, and the reporters were occasionally flipping through their question cards. With so many reporters present today, it was uncertain if they would get a chance to ask questions. Su Mo could become his lover, and their relationship was so good that it indeed made them envious. Zhou Yun smiled awkwardly, quickly tidying up while finding a reasonable excuse for herself. What excuse could it be? There were very few willow trees that could become spiritual trees, and in the vast forgetting Worry Valley, there wasn't a single spiritual willow, so Zhang Tian could only find this spiritual locust tree as a substitute. Ding Xiaoxiao threw the 3-flower, 3-leaf grass into the alchemy furnace and began to refine it. The Mingxin pill was the simplest 5th-grade pill. Yihan had also refined this pill when he advanced to a 5th-grade alchemist. So when Ding Xiaoxiao started refining the Mingxin pill, Yihan carefully observed her alchemy process. She took out the designed square tubes and placed them one by one into the stone trough. The interfaces up and down, left and right were sealed using prepared adhesive mixed with fine iron sand. Now, as the righteous messenger, Audor Linda was going to implement her idea. All the preparatory disciples gathered in the square. Zhang Tian roughly estimated there were about 1,800 people. The ancient castle was much more spacious than Chai Lang had imagined. The first thing he saw upon entering was a huge garden, although the flowers in the garden were all wilted, and most places were barren land. Yu Chen recited these 8 lines, jumped onto the wine vat to seal it, and poured out a full gourd. After taking a light sip, he felt both sweetness and bitterness, with an endless aftertaste. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he put the wine vat into the shumi bag and left the palace. Heavy snow blocked the mountains. Traps and pits were concealed and hard to detect, making it very dangerous. Ordinary people would never choose to enter the mountains at this time. Naturally, the footprints leading into the mountains would be suspicious. It turned out that the footprints left by Ming Xian when entering the mountains drew their attention, indicating that Ming Xian had made a mistake. Du Qingfeng finally stopped being stubborn and said in a softer tone, "You can say anything, as long as I can decide. I will definitely follow your arrangements." Wei Yu's expression suddenly turned ugly, slightly pale, and then she slowly squatted down, hugging her knees with her head buried in her arms, her body trembling. Yu Chan felt that a long time had passed. His body began to make a series of sounds, like a dream. like the ethereal feathers floating in the wind, like rain flowing down the mountains. His spirit was immersed in the wind and rain. The fire was extinguished. The spirit platform became clear again, and his gaze remained sharp. Jingyi directly said, "Sorry, I already have a master. Please forgive me, senior, and seek another talented disciple." At that moment, a brocade cloud rose over Tian's Hufeng, gradually spreading and slowly descending towards Yuqing Terrace. As it approached Yuqing Terrace, the brocade cloud split into two, with the one behind, slightly lower, gradually increasing in size. From his mouth, I learned that being an immortal wasn't so comfortable either, with more intricate rules to follow than us humans. Lord Lin squinted, raised his hand to touch his extremely distinctive, shiny bald head, and said this. After the night's snow, it was the morning sun. The sunlight in Beiki was very clear, warming the body, and in the Beiki Palace. Xiao Imo knew that in such a place, Qinwu couldn't relax, and more importantly, she was in a learning phase and didn't want to be distracted by such things. He also respected her and calmed down before starting to teach her hand in hand. Chapter 135, Li Xiangyang. I can help you. The ticking sound from a phone on the other end was coming from some unknown device, and just listening to those sounds made one feel a bit tense. The dean's heart sank, and he turned to glance at Miyu, who seemed unaware of anything. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Miyu suddenly looked up at the dean. Is it Li Xiangyang's call? She vaguely heard a familiar voice and also caught the name Yi Zhao. De Huang was all smiles, saying, "The Empress is indeed powerful. I'll go now." He took Qing Zhu with him. Just because of this matter, Bo Yunan ignited a fierce jealousy, vowing to surpass Bo Yunlang and gain his father's favor. However, the dense bullets hitting the opponent had no effect at all, not even slightly impeding their charge toward them. However, David's biggest concern was still the SHIELD style of action. Without the supervision of international organizations like the World Security Council, SHIELD operations were more aggressive without various restrictions. The previous massacre of the Los Angeles Mafia was a good example of SHIELD style. More than 40 shipborne missiles exploded in succession, creating an even larger continuous fireball in the air than before. However, the next moment, two black figures flew out through the flames, speeding toward the aircraft carrier formation without losing any momentum. Fang Xiaodong followed Chu Feng's fingertip, and indeed found two strings of crystal hearts emitting blue light in the handbag. As Chu Feng's hands touched Lin Mashue's fragrant shoulders, Lin Mashu let out a low moan, seemingly feeling some comfort mixed with a bit of pain. The two were willing participants, and neither could say anything, and most just gossiping in the village about their affair. Once a big deal, it now seemed trivial, merely a matter of improper conduct, and in the future, no one would care, just pointing fingers. On the grass, there were a few black bug-like things. He looked up at the dragon, which surprisingly nodded at him and pointed to the ground with its mouth. In the second layer of the Yinhan abyss, apart from the usual wind sounds, there were only loud, enormous banging sounds, like a demon knocking on the door, bringing back terrifying childhood fantasies that became reality today. The four big boys were initially a bit confused, but when they saw those photos that Sun Yifan specifically asked friends to take, they understood. This is a bit difficult. Han Yu kept shaking her head, saying that to dress as a witch, one needed to have the witch's aura and even understand some witch knowledge. Otherwise, it would be easy to be seen through. Her voice was passionate and loud, her face flushed, almost pointing at Xie Yu's nose and jumping up. In a hospital, a few plainclothes officers mixed in with the doctors to inquire about the situation. However, they didn't dare to get too close. But they still heard a piece of bad news. Wei Daoqi had already died after coming out of the emergency room. This is the male god that the people of Rancheng widely talked about, who a few months ago was still Rancheng's most valuable golden bachelor. He was indeed an extremely charming man, with an extraordinary aura that seemed to repel people from a distance, yet made one unconsciously want to get closer. But she had pull me up yet. Jian Ting, sitting next to me, held my hand tightly. I felt the firmness and warmth on the back of my hand and turned my side face to Jian Ting. Yi Lily twisted his face and said, "So what you said about climbing trees at 7 and being bitten by a dog at 11 was all a lie to me?" Originally, Xiao Luo wanted to ask how she was feeling now. That round of slaughter, that severed head, was something Shun Ningzhu had never experienced before in her life. She collapsed on the bed. Would she not have nightmares? If she is really scared, Charlotte can run over and comfort her sleep. Chapter 136. Who is the one who poisoned? At this moment, Li Xiangyang suddenly grabbed Miyu. Are you going back to that world? I can help you. Hmm. Li Xianyang nodded confidently. I took a medical elective in college. You actually studied medicine? Miyu looked at Li Xianyang with surprise. Hmm. I learned it for a few years out of boredom in college. No need to mention it. He wouldn't say that he studied medicine because Miyu had been afraid of needles since childhood. At this moment, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the professor's chest was illuminated by a stream of golden light, which surged towards his heart and then spread throughout his body. Uncle Li secretly glanced at Suyu. Although he didn't understand why Suyu did this, he still slowed down the car. Qin Feng, that's the guy with good archery skills. Elbu's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he spoke slowly, clearly filled with resentment towards Qin Feng. Great Wang felt like his head was being blown up by the constant calls of Great Wang. By now, he had basically seen the situation clearly. Both sides were here to win him over, but the starting points of the two teams were completely different. A long whip made of two flames bound their hands and forcefully pulled them into the air. At this moment, looking at Alan, who was speaking with the help of the device, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Indeed, people who have been holding back for a long time speak more energetically than normal. Suyu got up directly, tidied herself up, and rushed ahead, eager to leave the palace immediately. Seeing Li Xuanxia say that someone was following them, Yu's first reaction was that the Iron Fist Sect's reinforcements had arrived. Song Jiechi came to her bedside, took out the Red Crown crane poison package bought from the pharmacy outside, and stuffed it into her sleeve, wearing a crazy, yet determined smile. What was going on? Confusion swirled in Krotar's mind. Even in the dark, he wouldn't let beasts get close, let alone low-level beasts. The huge flames erupting from the great copper attack illuminated both of them in fiery red. The burning arrows that slid past their cheeks made Tiamulin and Klin feel the heat of the arrows clearly. Suddenly at a loss for words. I can confirm that my smile right now must be showing all 8 of my big teeth. Qi Ji nodded, and we let go of our hands together. The Kongming lantern slowly rose, and as I looked at the sky full of Kongming lanterns, I forgot to blink. A spray of blood rose into the air. And Jing looked at Lin Fei with disbelief, covering his still bleeding shoulder and quickly retreating to the side. I could only hear on the other end of the phone that Zhou Tingdai-san was still mumbling some song lyrics, not very clear. Did Chao Huan and Empress Bien leave any descendants? In 302, 58-year-old Chao Huan passed away. Since then, although the title of King of Chunlu has been retained, it is unclear how many generations it has passed and whether they are Chao Huan's direct descendants. Just as the poisonous blood was about to fall on everyone's heads, a light circle unfolded above them, blocking the poisonous blood and the fragments of the corpse of the dome, protecting everyone from harm. However, as a disciple of the Heavenly Tribulation sect and a member of the Extreme Realm Battle Team, Qin Shuang already knew that the path of cultivation was endless. 5 years. 10 years is enough to be content, but who would refuse to be together for eternity? Sima Yi was very clear that killing Chao Shuang's faction would not eliminate the court's suspicion of him. That Erling Wei was a common phrase used by the car drivers. It turned out he came to stand up for Chuer, blaming him for coveting wealth and power. However, Tianxian noticed that these two talisman puppets were somewhat different from those he had seen before. A newcomer has arrived. Interesting, but what difference does it make? Why are you stopping me from immediately starting a war? Lei Liao frowned. Chapter 137. The betrayal of the Black Dragon Clan leader in this world. The punishment is not like that in another world. The punishments in the beast world can really be deadly. It is a death worse than life. If one confesses, they might be given a quick death. I didn't expect him to admit his guilt so quickly. You couldn't believe it for a moment. If I remember correctly, you have always been serving by your mother's side. Why would you poison her? Normally speaking, Shang Wanju's eyes turned slightly red, like a messenger from hell. Using the same method to eliminate all those assassins. Don't blame him for being ruthless, just blame them for recognizing the wrong master. The hall on the first floor was already filled with people. The shopkeeper saw Chunyu and smiled. Young master, there are currently no seats available. Would you like to continue waiting, or shall I help you to your room to dine? Furthermore, not knowing how long they would stay here, Ling Onfing ordered that after going to bed, they must extinguish the fire, so the entire tent was now pitch black, except for a torch lit at a distance. All other tents had extinguished their light sources. Well then, can friends share secrets? Chunshin finally cleverly expressed what he wanted to say. Hearing this, Lin Tianfan understood what was going on. It was Wang Jinshan's tyranny that forbade others from guessing Xie Qingqing's lantern riddles. But these four refused to submit to the Wang family's power and wanted to guess Xie Qingqing's lantern riddles. Several days had passed since letting Yang Luer go. The wooden board on Chunyu had long been removed, and the 3 steps down poison had been completely cleaned up. The only drawback was that she couldn't gather a trace of inner strength, making her feel like a useless person, a glass person who couldn't withstand any emotions. Another explosive sound rang out, and the snake's head spewed a column of water. At the moment the fire whip exploded, it didn't react in time, and the subsequent fireball heavily smashed onto the snake's head. Although it didn't truly harm the snake's head, its dark scales were now pitch black and dim. I didn't expect that for Kyer, so many people would be implicated. Kyer really deserves to die. Kaya zobit kvitli. Miko was frustrated and wondered why he didn't understand. He was a person, not an object. All you had to do was win his heart, and everything else was pointless. Why was he still staring at me? Chopin was quietly listening, and Jenny, who he had arranged to meet here, had already appeared across from him, waving. She looked beautiful. Oomph. Suddenly, a dark chuckle echoed in front of him, a very familiar voice. This information was obtained through extremely secretive channels, but its reliability was absolutely unquestionable. However, out of selfishness, Sheng Hao had never mentioned this to Zhuang because he was afraid. This was Brother Ye's superpower, blood-sucking evolution. Shuijin curiously examined Yi Fan, quietly musing to herself. After an unknown amount of time, Kashu gradually awakened, stirred by an unbearable itch. After being unconscious for who knows how long, Kashu felt as if ants were crawling all over him, making him itch to the point of waking up. After taking a glance at the sphere, Lilith handed it to her disciple, who, after shouting loudly, had someone write the name Xia on a huge wall. Hearing the mage's words made Kashu even more confused. What was going on? Could the refining technique solve the problems he encountered? That couldn't be right. Wasn't this a pupil technique that consumed dark energy? Could it be that the entity inside was a robot? One that obeyed orders? After a long silence, Thomas spoke. Did this yellow lion spirit not know the legendary disciple son, Yukong? Did he not know the famous golden cudgel? Chapter 138. Little Shark's First Time on Land. Saddle hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Mother, I will investigate this matter as soon as possible." If his father really did something so embarrassing, Saddle would definitely not stand by his side. The matriarch's condition improved a bit. Her gaze fell on Miyu. "Thank you for running this errand. It's getting late. You should all head back quickly." Miyu shook her head. "Mother's health hasn't recovered yet, so I won't go back for now. In these few days, the prince. If we take a shortcut back to Shanyang Pass, we must first exit the pass and go through our Ingyan territory before entering Shanyang Pass. Should we send someone to intercept them now?" A general stood up excitedly and said loudly. However, Lady Li's expression at that time was quite pained. The acupuncture was a bit uncomfortable, and the cupping was her first time. The fire cupping startled her, but she trusted Lu Yi very much. Wang Su was riding a donkey, with the Kaiyang sword slung diagonally at the donkey's side, while he held a book on the basics of cultivation, reading it with great interest, and the donkey walked leisurely through the hills and fields. She should know which tune she is suited to play. So why did she choose this one? Liang Yi frowned and said, "Very few from the mundane world survived this calamity. The two left and didn't return for many years. Fortunately, the soul lamp left before they departed was extremely stable, letting everyone know they were always safe. This matter was originally quite simple. According to what the leader of that group of useless fighters said later, not long ago, the rules of Baiyin City were still that you could enter the inner city by paying money. Blood was boiling hot, and his whole body felt like it was being roasted in fierce flames. His muscles were sore and unbearable, almost unable to stand. His arms were numb and felt no sensation, and everything made him break out in a cold sweat. His white robe was as if it had just been pulled out of water, dripping with sweat. It seems that both of them really have this kind of character. Mo Fei couldn't help but laugh, thinking that wasn't he just like that? The only thing better than Feng Chu Fei was that he insisted on washing his face every day before going out. Alas, I don't know if following Feng Chu Fei for a long time will help him maintain this good habit in the future. Plus, Shen Sanfeng betrayed his trust, hiding and following him without knowing what his intentions were. He didn't want to waste any energy for a Han Tingshan. Even if you hide it, isn't it that you haven't hidden it well? If you had let me know first, that would be fine, but you let the Emperor discover the clues. No matter the reason, aren't you putting me in a difficult position too? Finally, when Sidu Haoyu was 4 years old, the completely blackened sun, you frantically found someone to drive and crash into Meng Yunxian and Sidu Haoyu together. Meng Yunxian died to protect Situ Haoyu, and Situ Haoyu became a poor child without a mother. Feng Xian, would you be willing to marry me? Jiao Chan suddenly asked without any hesitation. Xiebai decisively replied, "Impossible, I trust my hearing." After saying that, he put on his shoes and socks and flew out of the room. Huang Yin had no choice but to follow, although she was very unwilling. Sister-in-law, this time the village chief and I came to your house mainly to discuss something. Zhao Zilong took a sip of tea and pretended to speak to Wang Yunping. Feng Xian? Diao Chan had long been moved to the outskirts of the city by El Bu. At this moment, seeing El Bu's halberd and red hair, she hurried over, but was disappointed to only see one person. After Sun Yu realized he had caught the wrong person, would he, in a fit of anger, think of Xianxi here? Cheng Lingji's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Steward L suddenly stopped, his eyes squinted into a narrow slit. Combined with that extremely lewd expression, it made people nauseous. Could you not be so violent next time? It wouldn't be good if you bumped into another car. Gao Jia ran over, holding the car door and gasping for breath, not knowing if she was stimulated or just tired from running. Chapter 139. The little shark is about to transform into human form. They might be about to transform into human form. Xing Qi's words made you instantly tense up. Then how did you bring them to the shore? Wouldn't the lack of water affect their transformation into human form? Seeing you worried. Xing Qi held her hand and explained softly. The little shark needs to transform into human form under the sun. Only after receiving the baptism of sunlight can they leave the water source in human form. Miyu nodded. After experiencing the E-skill acceleration gate of the small tiger cub transforming into the Jieshao cannon form, it not only had an acceleration effect, but also served to open up vision. He had a good impression of the head of the Liu family, who brought him to the Liu family. It was very difficult to let the Han, Wei, and Zhao kingdoms and the Qin kingdoms suffer losses against each other. Although the three kingdoms had a total military strength exceeding that of the Qin kingdom, and Zhao had Lin Pe as a general. The Qin kingdom had Bai Qi as a general and the dangerous Hanggu Pass to defend. Both sides were not foolish, and without seizing an opportunity, they would not easily use their strength to attack recklessly. Having lost too much blood, when Xian felt a bit unwell now, she frowned, but fortunately, her skin was already very pale, so the additional paleness wasn't too noticeable. The prince was very excited to hear this, and quickly said, "Let's go back now." Tian Dan suggested, "Your Highness, you've been startled these days. I think it's better to rest for a few days before going back." Ever since he had his first intimate relationship with Ji Chun, Jiang Junlin gave up on love and marriage, but still thought that when he reached a certain age, he would publicly acknowledge it with his parents and grandparents, ensuring they could hold their great-grandson while they were still alive, so they wouldn't have regrets at their death. Then, Lin Yi slowly went on stage, and as the lights dimmed, all the spotlights focused on him. To his surprise, his master actually gave him a dual cultivation technique and asked him to cultivate together with Liu Changshen. Otherwise, without taking the breaking level pill, with Lu Miaoga's spiritual root talent, it would take a considerable amount of time to break through the fourth level of foundation establishment. Tears welled up in her eyes as she buried her face in Zhou Nan's arms, biting down hard on his clothes to stifle the sounds of pain. They exchanged words, all feeling that putting the prince in such a difficult position was the failure of the ministers, and they should think of more ways to help His Highness consolidate his position. After hearing Xu Xiaofeng's remarks about the system, Xu Haishen, Long Hao, and Xie Zhi were all incredibly shocked. With no other choice, Lu Chun dared not refuse and could only follow behind. He noticed that the guard in the barracks had been replaced by Zhu Di's men, so he walked through without any worries. D. Beasts, haha, I'm level 7 now. A burly man laughed wildly, with crimson energy swirling around him, continuously merging into his fatigued body. The Lin family's gate was tightly closed, and shortly after Xiao left, howls of ghostly cries echoed from within. The next day, Su Meifeng and Lin Yuejiao didn't go out, and this matter quickly spread throughout the lumber factory. Isn't it good? Jean Han continued to plead, completely unaware that her voice was too delicate, causing the other party to react. After not seeing each other for several months, she still liked to hide behind the screen. Duan Chang'e sipped his wine leisurely without lifting his eyelids, seemingly speaking casually. On the other side, Liang Jingrui was sitting in a relatively dry place, taking out medicine to sprinkle on his bleeding wounds and simply bandaging them before sitting down to rest. Ironically, her momentum had clearly improved in recent days, and there were even faint signs of wanting to clear her name. At the entrance of the imperial prison, Jiang Wujie flicked his robe and looked up at the sun, silently cursing. It was already past noon, yet the scorching sun was still overhead, making the midday heat even more intense. The people of a northern town guard had to learn to memorize information about key figures of the time. Part of their time was specifically spent understanding the so-called 10 heroes of the era. After a few seemingly inconsequential actions, Artemisia finally adjusted the knob behind the statue to the correct position, and a water column began to spout continuously from the statue's spout. Just then, A rapid sound of hooves came rushing in, and a team of cavalry led by Ning Qing instantly came into the sight of the Western Liao people. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the Western Liao, the rolling cavalry had already charged into their camp. Instead, they hoped to find common ground through Buddhist faith, and the captured king was later released back to his country. Spiritual stones, originally produced in small quantities, contain a small amount of spiritual energy, allowing for the creation of some unranked spiritual weapons. Using only spiritual stones could at most produce yellow-ranked spiritual weapons. Chen Shua's tomb was located on Jing Mountain in the outskirts of Beiping City. Lu De, to prevent Chen Shua from being disturbed, directly ordered that Jing Mountain would henceforth be a place specifically for burying meritorious officials, naming it the Loyalty and Righteousness Tomb. It is said that misfortunes do not come singly. Lu Langbai got up, brushing the dirt off his body, his expression extremely strange, looking quite unhappy. After walking a few steps, he jumped up, wanting to reach the best viewing area. In fact, most of the trouble in Sabah was caused by those Moro separatists. One could see that as the person fled, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the Liao people who came to surround him. This person's martial arts were impressive. Seeing 3 or 5 Liao soldiers surrounding him, he wielded his curved knife like a butterfly dancing among flowers, and in an instant, several sprays of blood shot up into the sky, with Liao soldiers losing their heads and limbs. Those who can attain high-ranking positions are certainly not foolish. Once the conversation reached this point, almost everyone had come to their senses, wondering what this Prince Su wanted. On this beautiful morning, the Melwood training ground felt tense due to this incident. Even during training, it felt somewhat off. Suarez was aggressive, and his attempts to regain possession in the front field were a bit impatient, committing large fouls against his teammates. His confrontation with Benitez affected his mindset. Speaking of which, these two gentlemen are indeed descendants of noble families, not to mention Z Province. Even in Kyoto, they are prominent figures. Mui was quietly waiting, watching his identification actions without feeling bored or finding it hard to wait. Instead, it felt like an enjoyment, a learning process. Thunder Tiger suddenly leaped, and the lightning on his body gradually dispersed, indicating he was about to explode. Meanwhile, the flame storm on the other side forcibly expanded, dispersing Tian Yuling's Earth's spiritual power while simultaneously increasing its speed to attack Tian Yuling. As soon as the words fell, Ethan really began to eat with great effort. When Yin Shun and his brother-in-law looked over, they both found it incredible. In the end, neither of them found anything suitable. One thought the seafood sold at the morning market was not as good as what he caught from the sea. The other thought the wholesale price was still so expensive, feeling that they were being bullied for being from out of town. Chapter 140. The thick-skinned father and daughter, just as Li Xiangyang was thinking this. The little shark suddenly banged its head against the fish tank in pain. Seeing this scene, Li Xiangyang was taken aback. Xing Qi, however, calmly took out food and fed them some to replenish their strength. Most of this food was made from dried small fish, which maximized their energy replenishment. After waiting for the sun to nearly set, he suddenly heard a bang, and He Shao immediately bent his bow and turned to aim at the giant clan captain, who was limping and unable to escape far after being shot in the leg. "It's nothing, it's not poison. I can drink anything." Oya Anja didn't mind his direct gaze. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression darkened. Fan Sheng punished him to mine spiritual stones in the forbidden numbered mine tunnel, and now he hadn't mined a single spiritual stone. To enter this forbidden numbered mine tunnel, he had to first pay a batch of spiritual stones. What kind of reasoning was that? "Zhao Jun, where are you?" Han Xin was constantly pondering in his heart. If Wang Zhaojun was really in this Xianying palace, where should she be? In the face of a life-and-death crisis, both sides suddenly engaged in battle, and the fight turned into a white-hot confrontation. Chen Ji and Xiao Yinxian drew their swords, and amidst the killings, their sword techniques were fierce. A flash of sword light appeared, and one by one, the green bamboos were silently taken down. When they collided with the 8 claws of the bamboo segment poison spider, a dense sound of metal clashing erupted. Princess Cladis grabbed her brother's hair, unable to help but pull hard. I pulled my brother's hair painfully, and he, in pain, forcefully sucked my blood. My rich blood allowed him to drink his fill. With the star-destroying fist and the power star pearl, there was a direct 30-fold increase in combat power, which slammed solidly into the chest of the Demon King. Because all the sword skills used in the turn 1,000 times had been exhausted and the cooldown couldn't recover. Now, what was held in hand was a fan, with Yi Qian using fan-related skills for continuous output. Gong Jun jumped from the air to the ground, creating a large pit supporting himself on the grass with both hands, gasping heavily with his head down, his whole body needing to recuperate. Li Jinger felt wronged and stifled. She wanted to tell Chao Ting that Chao Ge did not allow her to get pregnant. This made she hang up the phone, but still told him that the new durian-flavored ice cream was the best, and any store could sell it as long as you recognized the brand's flavor. Little did she know there were two hidden demon kings, namely the assistant Wu Hao and market development department head Jack. Once, Yu Yin was worried that Chao Ge would be emotionally affected by this restaurant, suggesting a major overhaul, even changing to another industry. Seeing Yi Xian Ye's resistant demeanor, Gu Jiacheng also knew that today's actions were too radical. However, this was the first time he saw Yi Xianya after their separation. Although he had seen photos before, meeting face-to-face like this was still a first. In the beginning, Yi Miao Cheng was wobbly from being trained by Yi Qing Cheng to walk, but still gritted his teeth and persevered. The Porsche that was supposed to pick up Ning, Fu Chun, and Zhou Zi Yin was no longer available. So Wang Qing arranged for a BMW 7 Series to take Zhou Tian Xiao to the airport. Since it wasn't work hours yet, there were basically no people around. But when Yihan Shang called me over, he must be there, after being hit by Su Nan's head against my private parts. My second brother's functionality in that area would be somewhat affected, so for the next 30 days, until I returned to the main god space, wouldn't I be unable to have fun with the lowly? Bai Pian Ran tightly clutched Mo Jing Yuan's clothes, her eyes full of desire. Yet she did not notice the fleeting disdain deep within Mo Jing Yuan's gaze. The security at the entrance of the biological park gestured for Xia Ho to stop, then slowly walked over. Fan Yin Yan's heart suddenly raced, his hand holding a gun aimed at Xia Ho, who immediately understood the situation. He explained a few things in English to the security, who promptly let them through. Chapter 141. Slapped in public hearing the words of the clan leader's wife. Sophia's face instantly turned red. She clenched her fists and stamped her foot. Mother, I am also your little female cub. You can't be so biased. Although Miyu is your biological little female cub, I've been by your side for over 10 years. Don't you have any feelings for me? Ever since she guessed that Sophie was the partner of someone else and birthed with another female. The clan leader's wife has grown to dislike this little female cub she raised for over a decade. Regarding the cries of despair, Xia AI did not respond one by one, but directly walked to the high platform standing in the center of the camp, climbed the steps, and took a seat with the generals, then produced a list for the soldiers to enter the camp, bringing each village leader to the high platform. Like lions and tigers, Tin Zhonglong, with a ferocious head, a massive body covered in dreadful scales. The most terrifying aspect was the pair of enormous wings on its back that could block out the sky. However, not long after, the smile on his face completely disappeared, replaced by intense surprise. He knew that there were 4 countries on this Xianming Island: Xianming Kingdom, Dongchuan Kingdom, Dragon-Slaying Kingdom, and Lanchuan Kingdom. Fang Zhu felt an indescribable sensation in his heart, sensing that something was not quite right. If this coffin were really open, perhaps there would be some bad consequences. Uncle Lan's spiritual power spread out slightly, feeling and saying in surprise, this person is severely injured, trapped in the deepest level of coma, but not dead yet. Wen Xingyi continued to look at the water-dividing mysterious light mirror in her hand, which was still a white mist, indicating that Zhang Xiaoyun was still alive but trapped in a void rift. As long as she was alive, it was fine. She must have something urgent. Qingfu is located between Xiaopei, with the Guo River and Zhang River flowing through it. There are no dangerous mountains or rivers. The grass and water are abundant, and the terrain is flat, making it a good place for grazing. Next to her, Yin Ruyu comforted her with a confused voice, allowing Xiao Yun Air to fall into a deep sleep, being held in the arms of Suzy Yao. But you can't deprive a suitor's rights. Kai Ming Kuei is indeed the chairman of a big company, sharp-tongued and clever. The voting stopped, and I even saw Wang Chong decisively give up his reckless decision. However, Hong Jian noticed the surrounding gazes and atmosphere and became somewhat impatient, looking up at me coldly. Xia Zi Xian shouted, and his aura suddenly surged, with true essence rising. A true dragon seal appeared in front of him, and a large dragon roared and soared into the sky. Jiao Tong said angrily, if it weren't for saving Zhao Weiming, I would have kicked him hard below. Yes, everyone's faces brightened again. They really liked this absolutely fair way of doing things. But for a while, they still didn't fully trust me. After all, everyone could talk big. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the giant dragon's massive body was reduced to nothing but stark white bones. In the center of the bones, a blood-red demon core was drawn out by a black light. gradually flying out of the water surface and landing in the hands of the leader of the moon god sect. A silver light enveloped the entire body, and in the next moment, the person was teleported to an unknown place, disappearing without a trace. Just as I stepped in, someone looked at Xia Zixian with a sideways smile, full of mockery, causing everyone present to snicker. The illusion forest demon watched Eamed Junfeng's calm demeanor, feeling a sense of imbalance in her heart, and even became a bit angry. When he looked back at the room again, he found that there was already some dust and spiderwebs inside. After all, 5 years had passed in the immortal slaying world, and more than 6 months had passed in the main world. I had tried this action too. The effect was not great, thinking that since it was all dead, the big iron door was firmly closed and there was no sound outside. I guessed that the Tianjie guards also thought the wet prison was as solid as a rock, and we couldn't possibly get out, so after humiliating us, they left. But at this moment, Yishur realized something was wrong. Thousands of poisonous larvae were actually turning their heads and flying towards him. Chapter 142. The Black Dragon Clan leader's provocation, not to mention Miyu. Hearing everyone's discussions, she clapped her hands. Soon, the males of the Sea Shark clan leaped in, holding various items. The leading few clansmen carried 2 large tables inside, followed by others holding roasted steaks, cakes, egg tarts, and more. The array of items dazzled the eyes. What surprised everyone the most was that behind these foods, there were also plenty of fresh water. Lin Kuan looked at them leaving, feeling suspicious. What was that paper coffin for? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. At that moment, he watched as those people carried the coffin, disappearing at the end of the road. Just as the high-held coffin was about to vanish, a white shadow leaped out from the rooftop. After all, Xun Lian was a doctor. He wouldn't do anything too excessive. Taking advantage of a patient's condition was not in his character. Beside him, Qianhe touched her chest. Having always worn a binding cloth during her years of training in the mountains, her development was not good, and compared to the two of them, she obviously fell short. She murmured to herself in silence, "Let us go back." After inquiring about the situation, Zhang Biao turned to head back to the village committee, but was stopped by Zhong Wei. Bang! The fierce BMW, like a legendary beast, was kicked by Wu Ming, directly snapping its neck and flying away. Logically, Xun Lian had already tried all the acupoints on Ironwall, but there was one very secretive acupoint, even rarely mentioned, which was the perineum acupoint. After hanging up the phone, he immediately contacted Lu Qingqing. Being beaten in the photo, these two matters came alight. Yamaguchi, Saikoro respectfully bowed to the host, explaining the current situation of the Yamaguchi group. Before the host could speak, Senyu beside him spoke first. "Record, this is the insight I have on the 5 powers of the divine. You should cultivate it well. This jade slip does not record in detail. In the central plane, I still have the reincarnation jade slip from my previous life. It seemed that the rules were not just for show, and Stone's friend sighed with both envy and joy at his luck. Surviving 2 lightning strikes was something only extraordinary people could achieve, and common folks wouldn't have such bad luck. However, he was a man who cared about his pride. No matter what, he couldn't bring himself to say sorry to her. In his heart, he still cared a lot about whether what she said was true, especially whether the child she was carrying was his. It was still hard to say. The only unique thing about this pool of water was the stone pillar in the middle, resembling a round disc, with a carved stone lotus placed atop it, surrounded by emptiness, with only one lotus flower above the water. Did Ningwu suddenly look at the stone lotus in the water, wondering if it was in the stone lotus? After the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the gentry in various places began to fight fiercely. The Chao family found themselves in an unfavorable situation in their conflict with another gentry family in Chenlu, and to turn the tide, the Chao family decided to bring Chao Chao back from the Jinan state. Those 2 short words stirred ripples in the boy's heart. He wanted to remember this name and keep it forever. Sun Nuan hesitated for a moment, then picked up her bowl, but her eyes kept looking at him, wanted to say something, but stopping short. After hearing this, Xiang Zishi thought to herself, "When I left Lin Muyang, he looked very serious, as if something important was happening. Would he still be in the palace?" Suddenly, a firecracker went off outside, attracting everyone's attention. They had already checked in a military camp last time. Why check again now? How much longer would this go on? Xiao Yi showed no regard for him, reaching out to close the car window. She only knew that there was a lake outside, but did not expect that just 1 meter in front of the house was the lake, and she fell directly into it. Zhang Jinyan turned around to grab her, but only caught half of her sleeve. With a slip, the sleeve tore, and she fell down. Chapter 143. Driven away in public, it was because of someone like her that more little females would be restless. The words of the Black Dragon Clan leader indeed caused several males present to change their expression slightly. If little females were unwilling to bear children for themselves, that would be disastrous. However, she is my son's partner in crime, and I feel proud that Lap can earn crystal beads alongside me. You. What? If you really have the ability, would you still be afraid of little females running away? Iron is said to be the last bit of water. Xinyan really wanted to ask if it was some kind of heavenly spirit root or earthly spirit liquid, a peerless treasure that embodies the last hope of the world and condenses all essence. If we soak in it, would we immediately all wash our essence and build a primordial body? First was the giant tree at the top of the Western Mountain, clearly much larger, making the circulation of spiritual energy in the world 3 times denser, and such a change could lead to a fundamental shift in the nation. Yet he hoped that everyone in this world would like her, because her treasure was so outstanding. How could he bear to let her be disliked by others? Speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the ink square that Shang Tong had thrown a few times, as if saying that this ink square was a prize. Everyone carries the flower sedan. Since the other party is so accommodating, it is only natural that Li Qingyuan would not let him leave empty-handed. The news that Su Ziao and Gu Xiyan had already broken in did not leak out. But the information that only meridians and gathering essence martial artists could enter the Qingyang ruin spread. Murong Kuanpeng did not know what he had done wrong to lead to the once harmonious 4 rascals having different dreams. Due to Jiang Shui's high talent and potential, she attracted the attention of the Qingxin Academy, and Jiang Han felt much more at ease with her, giving her some instructions before leaving the academy alone. Today, there were no classes. In the afternoon, Feng Han took Su to the company, which was also part of his daily routine. Unexpectedly, far away in Qingyang City, he encountered an assassination attempt, and it was from a formidable gathering essence martial artist, crossing 2 major realms, with no intention of giving him a single chance. Completely disregarding old who, purely wanting to crush him before he had a chance to grow. This duel was not only a competition between contestants, but also a confrontation between the strengths of the East and West academies. The mentors and elders in charge took it very seriously. However, for the 2 deans of the West Building and East Building, the outcome would not affect their brotherly bond. This realm penetrates heaven and earth, naturally allowing one to understand oneself, leaving almost negligible weaknesses. The other party surrounded them with guns and signaled Qin Wu and Gong Cheng to get out of the car, and the 2 had no choice but to comply. Xiao Yang and Old Sang both brightened at the same time. There was indeed an ancient saying about the phoenix singing at Qishan, which probably was true. But they also understood the retreat of the Qinglong at that time. The Western Zhou wasn't that the world of sealing gods? Just then, a horse-drawn carriage rushed towards the south gate with the army, encountering the guarding general of the south gate. Upon hearing the orders from the military commander, the medical soldiers quickly entered the scene, lifting the already fallen Wu Fong onto a stretcher for urgent care. Alang held dual axes, while Yu Shui had no weapon. Both sides maintained a fierce momentum. At that moment, Yu Shui stretched out both hands as if pushing through the air, and a strong pulse force surged from his palms, striking Ulung's axes that he hastily used to block, causing Ulung to retreat dozens of steps. Since then, they no longer needed to seek sponsors. Instead, sponsors came to them, and they only needed to consider which sponsor to accept. Due to the Empress Dowager's influence and the fact that Yin Taifu was the crown prince's teacher, there were some matters that Ling Tianhai had to take seriously, and their importance became second only to national affairs. Sister Su Xian, I really like you. Thank you for the cold drink. You were so nice. The girl who had been sunburned to a bright red looked very excited. Chapter 144. Sophie and the Black Dragon Clan leader's scheme. Seeing the Black Dragon Clan leader like this, Sophie knew that her father had already been moved. It was okay to wait for time to pass. After Sophie left, the Black Dragon Clan leader immediately summoned his trusted witch doctor. Do you have any way to poison someone silently? The Black Dragon Clan leader gently tapped on the table in front of him to inquire. Poison someone to death? The shaman was taken aback by the words of the Black Dragon Clan leader. Lu Daofei never imagined that his first piece of bad news would be this, and it would come from within his own company. The Azure Flood Dragon King flicked its long, massive tail, transforming it into a blue lightning bolt that shot straight toward the master of Tianha Island. Wen Feng told Gao Xinxing that if his father and brothers were not dead, given their friendship with Emperor Jin Wei, his career path would not be as stagnant as it is now. Since leaving the courtyard, Yu Chengfeng had been lost in thought, walking distractedly, and sure enough, it seemed he had stepped on a big man's foot, and the other party cursed and reached for his collar. Ning Feiyu and Luo Shi having ended their lively interaction with fans, arrived just in time. As soon as Luo made his move, Rong Tingxian found himself in trouble again. Su Tujiao's delicate body trembled. Her cherry lips slightly parted, staring blankly at the peace sword in her hand. The sword, named Peace. Was it really just meant for her to live a peaceful life as her master intended? Perhaps this peace sword bestowed by her master concealed another layer of meaning. At this moment, Tang Xiaoxiang threw another punch at the man in black, and in an instant he unleashed 5 streaks of fist light, which formed a circle as they shot out, swirling violently, suddenly morphing into a chaotic vortex. Thus, they chose the most brutal way to release their inner dissatisfaction through the sorcerer. However, Li Qing was unaware of the many border generals supporting the ominous man behind the scenes. But Li Qing could guess that since they had the courage to confront him, it meant that the generals backing this ominous man were certainly not few. Lying on the bed, his body slowly curled up, becoming a ball. Burying his head under his arms, the young man's body trembled as if he were in unbearable pain. Gradually, slowly, the curled-up body quieted down. The night remained thick, with only the gentle breeze and the cool moonlight streaming through the window to accompany him. Fan Yu was even more puzzled. Could it be that the items left behind by an immortal were merely this little? He thought that someday he would bring this Chun Feng to meet, since he had just come down from the army. If the matters in Zhuke district were related to him, he thought he would have to have a good talk with him. Zhao Quishan said in the end. Mu Tong extended a hand from the darkness, and Ling Jian's gaze shifted downwards, wondering when this hand had become so dark as well. In this way, they could avoid letting the distributors profit from the price difference. If managed properly, they would definitely earn a lot more. After Xing Yu finished cursing, his fist had already reached the other party's front. The other party, seeing this, had no time to think and raised a fist to meet Xing Yu's. It felt like as soon as the screen opened, it was filled with a chorus of screams and the sound of swallowing saliva. Rong Lang's mouth twitched slightly. He knew very well that Ling Luo was targeting him now, so he naturally wouldn't just surrender. Thus, their words were sharp and confrontational, attacking each other. He knew his power was not enough to confront Ling Luo head-on, but he would never concede so easily, so he set his sights on the people present. This is what is said about having unformed wings. Want to be able to insert itself? A glimmer of light flickered in Fan Yu's eyes. At this moment, when Han Yi spoke, Fan Yu suddenly felt his feet go weak, and he fell to the ground. Han then walked up to the cauldron, took away 20 source pills, and then disappeared. Chapter 145 found Princess Lily. Seidel chased after without a thought. However, the other party ran very fast. He only knew there were several males, but didn't know which tribe they belonged to. After taking a few more steps forward, Seidel suddenly saw a corpse lying on the ground. Next to the corpse were a few members of the Seahorse tribe. What were they doing? Looking at the scene before him, a hint of confusion flashed in Seidel's eyes. Before he could ask, Su Siki quickly changed her expression, but the contrast was too great, making her face look somewhat twisted, more unpleasant than crying, and Shun Mengxing turned away in disgust. I quickly took out a cigarette with Chang Shun and squatted at the door, smoking vigorously, with all the ash falling to the doorstep. When I saw Dingy going out at this time, I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. I turned to glance at the now completely defenseless Zhuang He and had no choice but to accept my fate and draw out the mysterious iron knife from my pants leg. His thoughts were actually the same as the company commander. He didn't want to carry a burden. He didn't want someone who would slow him down. Tang Kursin explained that after her graduation, she had been working as a section chief in the accounting department of a certain unit in the capital. And this trip was actually a business trip. However, Tang Kursin knew that the business trip was irrelevant. She had to meet Qin Shijia. The Tang family merely produced a minister, which was simply incomparable to the deeply rooted old aristocratic family of the Qin family. Yichin put his hand in his pocket and pressed the button on the key. The car followed with a beep. The only exception was Ling Yiming. Although he only wore the rank of colonel, because he was the leader of the investigation team and a rising star in military, his future was promising. He sat at the end, and no one objected. Zhao Huanshu took out his phone and pretended to check the time, glancing at the font of the Phone Gue app. Noticing it was slightly red, though not very obvious, indicating that this child was surrounded by Yin energy. To verify this, Bai Jian and we rushed overnight to Chu Tianyi's grandmother's house, only to find out that this was no longer the Chu family. The new owner told us that Chu Tianyi had sold this place through a real estate agent 3 years ago. That night, Zhongde and the others had a wild time and couldn't remember how much they drank. They only knew that in the end, they were short on the bill. Including Ding Hao, everyone chipped in together, and they still owed the boss 57 yuan and 48 cents. The illusory celestial path had already formed, and we went in. Just then, As the illusory celestial path was formed, someone rushed inside. The formation of this illusory celestial path had a time limit, so everyone naturally hurried. Zheng Gudian's expression was heavy. This time it wasn't just Wang Jinwei who came. Even the city lords from the other three factions had arrived. This made Zheng Gudian feel that the situation was a bit tricky. Lin Xiang shouted, his gaze fixed on the towering building before him. Although Lin Xiang felt a bit reluctant, he knew that these things couldn't be left for the United States. Otherwise, the U.S. would have the capability to create a second Longtian group. After all, time was tight, and not all of Longtian Group's important materials had been brought out. The illusory, celestial path was about to appear. Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with joy in their hearts. Penny, something happened to Fatty. Lu Heng rushed in from outside, shouting at Zhang Penny. Li Shuangxing spoke loudly, making others bewildered. The big boss? Could it be that a bandit resides here? The man at the door nodded with a grim face and turned to run back. According to the messenger he sent out, there is only one place called Baisian Building in Suzhou, but that place was a brothel. Xiao Tang was deeply sunk in the armchair, also rubbing his forehead in contemplation. The sunset light streamed through the carved window, illuminating Xiao Tang's face, shifting and changing. While moving forward, Lin Xiang made an important discovery. His location was incongruous with the other locations in the valley. The other areas of the valley were full of summer vitality, while this place was like winter, completely severing all life force. Chapter 146, taking Lily back to modern times for treatment. Upon hearing Seidel mention Miyu, a flicker of hope ignited in his heart. The leader of the merfolk had to stay behind to protect the merfolk and simply couldn't go along. Miyu anxiously waited for the result at the seaside villa, but unexpectedly, she was met with Lily, who was covered in blood. After checking Lily's condition, Miyu realized that it was beyond her ability to bandage and treat. Ding. Side quest. Healing the mermaid princess can be rewarded. As for those ranked lower, they were all experienced trainers who had emerged from previous regional competitions and had undergone long periods of training. Everyone had this expectation, especially since Ting Shu had achieved a perfect score in the preliminaries, making him one of the top 10 contenders for the championship so far. Ting Shu's score could, in a sense, reflect the level of these 10 individuals. Longma momentarily didn't know what to say. No wonder he felt restless today. No wonder he was in a bad mood. It turned out it was all because of this. Suddenly, Xiao Tao's body twisted strangely, not only evading Chu Qingying's whip kick and punch from the front, but also suddenly lunging forward through Chu Qingying's impenetrable combination of punches and kicks. His right hand forming a finger sword, directly pointing at Chu Qingying's Danzhong acupoint. No, she couldn't wait to recover immediately. She didn't even want to keep her eyes open any longer. Bai Yi said flatly, having been guarding Mo, ran all along. Su Yunliang skillfully collected the corpse, retrieving all the storage spirit tools from it. There are many things in the world that can't be clearly explained in just a few words, but some things can be summarized in just 3 words. Shenqing Wu was unafraid, calmly sipping her tea, but she noticed the man's expression beginning to change. The man couldn't refute Shenqing Wu's calm reaction. As she said, only her place on this entire street was lit, which led him to choose to come here. Shenqing Wu felt as if she had been teased, pouting and stubbornly putting on a brave face, only to put away her earlier shyness and retort bluntly. At this moment, the villa was very quiet, with no one else around. Sheng Ruosi followed Xiao Yunqi inside. Laws are made by people, so there can never be truly fair laws. So-called fairness is merely relative. Perhaps he was shaken off. Forget it, you all wrap up. Wei Zhenghua ordered his subordinates. Upon seeing Wei Kuin's command, everyone was delighted, as it was well known that Wei Kuin had a pair of swift feet, capable of traveling 3,000 miles a day, and he was quick-witted and eloquent, suitable for this task. When the 3 sat at the dining table, Li Shi turned on the television in the living room, locking the program on the Longhai First News channel. She focused on the news, wanting to understand what commotion Xiao Yunfei and the mixed-race Su Nen had caused last night. But today's news didn't contain what she wanted to see. As soon as this was said, Wu Jinglan's wavering heart became even more unsettled. She widened her eyes as much as possible, trying to create a gap to look around, and suddenly her body swayed and fled into the sky without a fight. Mo Fan could sense and utilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, at least now. His use of Earth's spiritual power was definitely not inferior to that of the same level of Tao practitioners. Although he couldn't absorb and enhance his own spiritual power, it seemed simple enough to use a storage bag. At this moment, a dozen men dressed in luxurious clothes hurriedly approached, led by a short, plump man with a round head and bald scalp, sweating profusely, and his shiny head glimmered in the sunlight. This matter alarmed Shakyamuni, who rushed to persuade her. But she couldn't listen and was unwilling to turn away from her evil ways. Sister Yin, my family has only had a single heir for 3 generations. Are you planning to cut off my family's descendants? That's too wicked. No using low blows. Shun Jingyang shouted. Chapter 147. The infectious disease of the Xishar clan. Don't let it be the case that this girl hasn't recovered yet, and her own body can't hold up first. Miyu had no choice but to agree to Li Xianyang's proposal. On the other side, in the beast world, the leader of the Merfolk tribe recently noticed that some of his tribe members had developed fever symptoms. Initially, this was not a big deal. Getting sick is normal. He thought it was just a minor issue due to accidentally catching a chill after going ashore, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, Su saw a hand strike down, and her first reaction was to feel sorry for her neck, as this was the second time she had been struck there. Now, this hotel had been purchased by Li Mingqi, and everyone on the Flying Bird had moved in here. I am here to see your boss. Mr. Lu Ling recommended me. Please take me to meet your boss. Li Tian looked up at the burly man who had just grabbed him and said with dignity. Shortly after, Xiao Chunjiu came in, placed a light blue dress on a nearby chair, lifted the sheer screen, and gently checked her forehead. The only thing that could cause such emotional fluctuations in Mo Bing was that person, her beloved Cinnabar mole. The man on the other end of the phone spoke for nearly a minute before hanging up. However, little did they know that relying on Mana would only lead them deeper into the death trap set by Zhou Ning. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but press her face against Fong Bai's chest, listening to the sound of his heartbeat, feeling the reality that belonged to her. 2 buses, under the protection of modified SUVs, drove along the road into this area, eventually entering one of the buildings. Fong Bai took Lu's father and Lu Jing into the office, and the same reporters and cameramen followed them inside. Moreover, it was evident that the person commanding the operation was well-versed in military strategy. In less than half a day, they had surrounded Cao Cao on the shores of the East Sea. If it weren't for the desperate protection of Generals Su Chu and Dian Wei under Cao Cao's command, and the fierce charge of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry and the Tiger Guard Army, Cao Cao would likely have fallen on the battlefield of the East Sea. A loud bang exploded in his ears. Zhang Jingjiang felt his body lighten and unexpectedly flew out, then landed heavily on the ground. He completely ignored the ancient beast, which was directly hit by the head of the Tiaogu. Next, Yi Wushang took out the ice wind spirit that hadn't been used for a long time, focused his mind, and released his spiritual power. It wasn't long before the boss returned. After coming ashore, he squawked, showing off to Xiang Tixi and also boasting to Shisangio. Upon hearing the sound, Shisangio glanced at the boss and then turned to look elsewhere. Miss Lu, do you have any relatives in the capital? Hong Shichin asked, gazing at the gates of the capital. Zhou Yu felt a sudden pause in his heart, secretly thinking it was bad, clever as he was. He immediately sensed that he had fallen into Zhuge Liang's trap. Lu Hashang casually spat on the battlefield, and a mountain breeze blew by, breaking the bewitching heart formation. Xiao Xian was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, joining hands with the red-faced immortal as they flew off into the distance, leaving the island master behind, with flames rolling layers from within to outside, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, hearing that Gan Ning and Zhu Qi had gone into the water, the Yellow Turban army had already gathered at the ship's edge, looking down. They could only see the dark sea surface occasionally stirring up white waves. But neither the 2 men nor the sea beast could be seen. Unlike Ling Fidi, who had shown some affection for him when at his home, he sensed that Lin Mohan did not like him. Although he had a good impression of Lin Mohan, sleeping together required mutual feelings. Looking at the names of over 300 companies, even with Lin Cheng's photographic memory, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. At this moment, as Western and Japanese Korean capital fled Moscow in droves, Russia's economy was deteriorating, seemingly on the verge of repeating the fate of the Soviet Union's collapse. Chapter 148, bringing Li Xianyang back to the beast world. Dean, I need you to help me prepare a large batch of N95 masks, as well as a lot of alcohol and disinfectant. Mr. Mi, what do you need these for? Has someone contracted an infectious disease? The dean asked instinctively. Miyu looked up at him and said, It's not for me, it's for a friend of mine. Just prepare it. So that's how it is. The dean immediately nodded, indicating that he understood. This was nothing to worry about. After the shock, as the dust settled, the people of the Bloodly tribe were left dumbfounded, feeling the tremors of the earth even from such a distance. The reason why Xiao Aming wanted to buy this painting actually stemmed from a single sentence from Gu Lan at the auction. After speaking, he grabbed my hand and pressed it firmly on the coffee table, then raised the knife and struck down hard. He had once galloped across the desert, bent his bow to shoot eagles, and had experienced the fervor alongside thousands of soldiers, tasted the winds and sands outside the Great Wall, drunk the bitter well water, gnawed on dry bread, and sipped fiery liquor, watched the sunset over the long river, and spent time in the western winds of Bema. Umph. Since you already know Qian Ning, then I can't let you go even more, the man said fiercely, already pulling out a dagger, intending to kill and ruin. Sunan pursed his lips, enduring his anger, trying to keep his tone calm. That day was a dark and windy night, with a cold wind howling. Yang Xiumei felt unwell and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Yi Hansheng did not bring up the matter again, and I didn't want to discuss it any further. Let it be. What comes will come. With Yi Hansheng around, to be honest, I wasn't afraid of anything. Li Wei was getting more and more excited. After about 10 minutes, he considered himself familiar with the mecha's performance, and his operating style began to turn wild. After speaking, Wang Lingwei surrounded his hands with red fighting spirit, forming the shape of a blade. This was the red fighting spirit blade gathered from his fighting energy. Not bad. The frame is already up. I estimate that in another 4 or 5 days after the midterm exam, it will be usable here. Father, why do you tolerate Jiang Ani like this? With your status, are you still afraid of him? Yang Huaiwu was puzzled. Chen Lin casually found a line of dialogue, placed his phone on the instrument speaker to say 8 characters, then quickly moved it away. Although the last move of the 12 paths of staff technique came later than Cheng Jiang expected, its power was such that Cheng Jiang was struck down immediately, feeling a heart-wrenching pain, and finally lost consciousness after being sidestruck by a staff technique from a fellow. Your Majesty, as far as I know, Lu Jin did send the Jinyui to peek at the exam questions in the examination hall, but his purpose was not to leak the questions. On the contrary, he aimed to prevent cheating in the imperial examination, who you said, revealing that the Jinyui had discovered someone trying to sell exam questions to candidates. The skin blackened by the multicolored lightning began to peel off, falling away in chunks, revealing the new tender skin that had grown underneath, entwined with flames, shimmering with colors, slightly glowing with a multicolored light. The Hong family was not after those people's identities. They wanted these forces to come here. As long as these people participated in today's banquet and learned about the situation, that was enough. How they learned was not the Hong family's concern. After all, although the Hong family was powerful, they also couldn't withstand a pack of wolves. The boss is right. This Su Yi is merely suffering from attribute suppression. If the boss goes on stage, he will definitely be beaten to a pulp, said Fan Xiang's subordinate beside him. With Yang Qi's command, everyone began to take action. Dr. Lan left the rescue room first. Then the others carried Lin Shifan back to the ward. Yang Qi unceremoniously removed all the needles from Qianbei, threw them into a tray, and then started the rescue alone. Chapter 149, Source of Infection Found. The strange treatment method of intravenous infusion left everyone puzzled. However, with Miyu present, the members of the Hai Sha tribe were more trusting of this behavior. Miyu paid attention to Li Xiangyang's question. At that moment, Xiuka also rushed over upon hearing the news. When Miyu heard that Xiuka had arrived, her eyes lit up. Xiuka was the most attentive. You could teach him, and he could help share the burden. To her surprise, even with such fierce attack from Tian Xian, she still couldn't injure Li Yanxiao. It was merely a huge consumption, and given the latter's recovery speed, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. You'll understand when we start fighting later, don't worry. It's very simple. Wang Kai smiled. Yifeng looked at Bai Shui's face, which gave a feeling of elegance. But her eating manner was worlds apart from her appearance. Her stiff body weakly collapsed onto the jade stone platform. If she hadn't initially placed the jade stone platform close to the bed's corner, she might have already fallen down like a corpse, completely occupied by the overwhelming energy. Just as the two of them came out, the figure of the elder rushed over like a streak of fire from afar. The hand in Chao Er's sleeve trembled uncontrollably, staring blankly at Mu Qianxuan, at a loss. Looking at her pale face, which was probably drained of blood, he might be right. He couldn't take her away from her. If she cared even a little about herself, she wouldn't have left him with a man to take care of him while he was disabled. Wearing a purple long dress, paired with a white jade hairpin, she appeared gentle and noble, her complexion much rosier, indicating that her health was nearly restored. Heaven and earth create. It is said that during the time of chaos, ignorance was not divided. The sun and moon contained their brilliance, and heaven and earth mingled in their essence, transforming into clarity and turbidity. The 73rd Regiment delivered the supplies to Ho to go on time, and the Red Spear Society at the front didn't even look back. Captain Liang secretly worried, wondering if old Chu was leading people to carry 10 big guns up the mountain to become bandits. However, Chen Xiaoyang was not as good as Feng Sin Shu, nor was he as generous with money, and he had even let his big wife slap him a few times due to indulging her. Would Lu Ying'er still be so attached to Chen Xiaoyang? Lu Kuei's short knife was less than 30 centimeters long, and with a fierce thrust, it pierced directly into the bald man's heart, entering from the front and exiting from the back. He gasped for breath, and the bald man's body immediately collapsed. In fact, from the very beginning, he knew that Li Luowei could never truly harden her heart to take revenge on Bai Mingyi. Liu Xiao did not speak directly, but gestured to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao understood and took Yuan Yi away. Liu Xiao not only wanted to rescue Yuan Yi's brother, but also to deal with the director who had nailed Yuan Yi's brother. With no living person around, suddenly hearing other voices meant dead people? No, it couldn't be. That wasn't possible. The dead were dead. How could they speak? This wasn't Japan. Such strange things wouldn't happen. It must have been a mishearing. It had to be a mishearing, a hallucination. Upon hearing this, Yao Fei couldn't help but press down her heart, which was about to leap out. Shimin Hao's words seemed to be a clear statement to Shimin Zhe that he would not let this matter go. The king, who had long thought this through, signed his name directly on the alliance contract without a second word. If Lin Mo was not mistaken, this man's background must be extraordinary, at least not just an unscrupulous drug-abusing con artist. However, she was indeed tired, and at this moment, even if she wanted to ask Shang Peidi to rescue Aunt Xiang, it didn't seem like the right time to speak. Su Lan suddenly remembered that Shu Qi had said the other party had already compensated her with a new phone, and she was startled. For those people who could not be provoked, being generous enough to admit their mistakes and compensate for a phone might not be a good sign. Chapter 150. The fish in the fish tank is dead. Moments later, Xing Qi stood up abruptly, shameless, putting aside other clans for your own selfish desires. He and T considered that if this infectious disease truly spread, all the seas would be affected. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Xing Qi was very angry, not expecting that the dignified leader of the Black Dragon clan would do such a heartless thing. Lap was also unaware that the truth behind the infectious disease was like this. His face darkened, thinking about the Black Dragon clan. After a while, she sighed and unconsciously glanced at Su Yeshi, only to meet her gaze, which startled her into quickly looking down. Li Ko watched as Yao Pingkong searched inside and outside the Iron Whip Temple without finding any mention of wealth, feeling relieved. Fan Wuqi and others chased outside the government office, seizing the moment to boost morale and pressing on, forcing Jingxi as personal soldiers to flee in disarray. Su Yeshi's fingers curled tightly, turning pale. Just thinking about her past life made her heart ache like being pricked by needles, which had become a mental burden for her. Yuanshi Xingzuan had mentioned to Han Yuan Xingzhe that he planned to accept Lu Xiang as a true disciple when Lu Xiang entered the Guiyuan sect. Although at the time he had some tentative thoughts, but it was still his idea. Chen Yichuan's efficiency impressed Tang Feng. In just 3 days, he had already established a chamber of commerce and appointed Huang Yu as its president. The usually calm and steady Asan lost his composure for the first time in front of others. He hadn't expected that he would actually have such a day. Over 100 cavalry from Zhao Jun followed Han Xiaobao, charging forward. After only a few steps, a group of dozens of Chu cavalry emerged from the front road exit, led by Chu Army Centurion Wu Ying. This experimental path was set up with the same cultivation level as the mixed origin godlord, with formations tailored to the circumstances of different testers. During the experiment, only by achieving the corresponding test results could one trigger the next step of the experimental formation, which depended on each tester's performance. Together with myself, nearly 100 people were frozen on the grass. In such hot weather, such large ice blocks were quite a spectacle. The common people are most fond of following trends. Seeing these big merchants selling goods from Zhongji's shop, they all swarmed in after the merchants left, selecting their favorite fabrics. With the wisdom of an elder king and over 100 years of cultivation, guiding Su Yin was more than enough, leading to 2 days of casual chatting that made Su Yin feel as if his understanding had skyrocketed. Fifth brother, we can't run. We don't even know how to ride the clouds, but don't worry, I will protect you. Bai Qing looked seriously at Hu Wu and said, although she didn't think Li Mu would harm her, she wasn't so sure about Hu Wu. An uncontrollable killing intent seeped out, directed at Charles. This thoughtless remark was misunderstood by Fan Chung, laying the groundwork for future troubles, all sown gradually. This is a later story. It turned out that Li Mu had long heard Chung Daolong mention this Linglong jade and knew roughly about Linglong jade's cultivation. Li Mu initially pretended to be impressive, claiming to use 30 of his power, but it was merely to draw Linglong jade's full attention to his attack. And transforming into a Dharma form was to attract a stronger thunder tribulation. Like a dragon diving into the sea, Sanbao felt at ease underground, with the primal gravity making it easy for him to move in the soil. Lu Sun and others, due to Zhang Ren's defeat, tightened the city's defenses, and I didn't dare to force an attack, but waited for the right moment. A month later, news came from the Ghost Gate that Hu Jun had achieved remarkable success. With only a few hundred men, he took advantage of Xiang Siyuan and Fu Jin's slackness, suddenly emerging from the city and decapitating Xiang Siyuan, while Fu Jin died among the chaotic troops. Previously, when the Heavenly Emperor met Su Nan, he had said some inexplicable words. No matter what request the Empress made, do not agree. Chapter 151. Returning to modern times to treat infectious diseases. At that time, they would definitely find out where the source of the infection came from. It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. A lie requires too many other lies to support it. Xingqi didn't want to add such a burden to Miyue. Looking at the medicine before her, Miyue had been deep in thought, not hearing a word from the two people beside her. Seeing that Miyue remained silent, Xingqi felt a bit anxious, fearing that she might push herself into a dead end because of a failed medicine. Damn it, let go of me. The domineering presence of a man with a sunlit aura enveloped her. Xingyue, who had never been so intimately close to a man, felt flustered, her face turning even redder. Struggling chaotically, I am not Lu Riyue, with a flushed face, tried to explain but didn't know what to say, only looking anxiously at Luo Shui, her beautiful eyes misty, evoking a protective instinct. Man recalled just now when Li Shir cried while holding Gung Haoshi, and, after crying, took out a tissue from her chest to give to Gung Haoshi, thinking, what kind of strange plot is this? At this moment, Man looked at Gung Haoshi with suspicion. Deep down, she felt an inexplicable connection, as if she had some unknown relation to this handsome uncle. For magician like Bai Qi, carrying two hefty men weighing over 100 kilograms felt slightly strenuous. But he still cast a pile of spells on himself because the matters he wanted to know were very important to him. If we say that during Constantine's reign, the most successful thing he did was to further expand the teaching and selection of commoner youths. At this moment, Master Tan Yun and old ancestor Wu Jing were discussing how to deal with the current situation. Knowing that the Demon Sky sect was not like the martial arts of the Central Plains, fearing they would use some ghostly tricks, and that Hong Xian was still inexperienced, lacking in martial arts experience, worried about falling into the enemy's schemes. The man felt the disdainful gazes around him. He originally wanted to say a few righteous words, but upon seeing the gun in the scarred man's hand, he wisely nodded. One can only say that in the reality of society, people are slaves to money, fantasizing about emotions, living in a confused life. This is the state of life for most people in today's society. Jing Liken stretched his long arms to hold her in his embrace, while Jiu'er stared at his ethereal beauty with her adorable eyes, her playful dimples barely visible. Incredibly cute. As soon as he finished speaking, the fierce soul was directly sucked in by the power of the Death Gate, and then Qin Fan's sea of consciousness fluctuated. With the soul's tragic screams and the image of being burned by flames appearing in Qin Fan's mind, a trace of helplessness flashing across his face. With each step he took, his aura would rise, and at the moment Qin Tianxian climbed onto the second high platform, his aura also reached its peak state. However, if one does not obtain their own inheritance and regards it as nothing, merely wanting to acquire the treasures left behind, then it would not be so willing, which is why it would break formations at such speed, serving as part of the process. At that time, there were quite a few people. Under such circumstances, the void hand struck, grabbing Song Yin'er, and then Song Yin'er vanished into thin air. Although Qin Fan wore a smile on his face, when his gaze fell on Yun Zhongtian, the latter uncomfortably lowered his head, as when Yun Xian was about to marry into the Nangong family. It had already confirmed the sorrow of a big family. A strong soul attack struck Wei Xian, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and his face instantly turned pale. Although relying on the advantages of the sword cultivator to resist soul attacks without shaking his soul, it does not mean that his soul will not be injured. Clearly, under this direct collision, Wei Xian's soul has already been harmed. Chapter 152. Crisis averted on the fifth day, Li Xianyang finally woke up from his coma, feeling exceptionally weak and having lost quite a bit of weight. Seeing Miyu guarding him and recognizing the familiar hospital room in front of him, he knew he had returned to the modern world. Brother Xianyang, the dean has developed an effective medicine. You should rest well. Miyu felt a bit guilty. If she hadn't suggested trying the medicine herself, perhaps Brother Xianyang wouldn't have taken this risk. The Education Bureau has been notified, and the top 10 students will each receive a reward of 1,000 yuan. The money for our class gathering will come from there. Haha, Xiao Dakian. So you're treating us. In the top 10, our class has 6 students, and if each contributes 100, that should be enough. Gung Hodian smiled broadly while holding a teacup. Previously, Prince Matthew didn't believe Jiang Yi could cook anything delicious, but now he does. Immediately after, Zhang Yin unhesitatingly kicked Zhang Yijia out of her room and firmly locked the door. At this moment, Zhao Fuxiang understood everything. He had been shooting geese all day, but was pecked in the eye by a wild goose. Zhao Fuxiang had already thought through all the possible outcomes, even anticipating that Fang Yue would embezzle his money and then fool him with a fake, but he never expected this guy would go report him to the authorities. Zhao Yang looked at the desolate street, with shops around tightly closed, and the scattered belongings on the street revealed the panic of the people at that time. Madame Hua spoke perfectly. Her words implied that they should give him money and quickly leave her son alone. Old Qin appeared quite aggrieved, desperately explaining that there must be some misunderstanding and that they needed to investigate thoroughly to avoid wronging him, a good person. Gumian patiently explained while taking out a flare from her bag, igniting it, and throwing it down directly. The guests below were already in chaos, with some even recording the scene and posting it on social media. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, he didn't stop at all, rushing like a reckless man towards Jiang Shulan. A girl in a gray tracksuit strode in from outside, swiftly removing the oxygen tube from Su Miaoi's face and a needle from her hand, then lifting her off the hospital bed and walking briskly towards the door. Several middle-aged men, looking like leaders and neatly dressed, walked in front, followed by a sycophant, and at the very back was a familiar face, the deputy director of the town's police station, dressed in plain clothes, Gao Ge. Li Qianxi didn't care what Lu Junyi said, just struggling to crawl towards Lin Chong, leaving behind 2 trails of blood. Lin Shichong couldn't withstand the attacks from Yu Pengjiu and Han Shizhong with their silver spears, and had to retreat. Yu Pengjiu and Han Shizhong hurriedly turned their horses around and went back. Yes, this is the Shadow Bracelet, the only key to unlocking Enrique's ruins. But it has had its ability to summon the undead sealed by the great Archmage Enrique. Quentin looked at the Shadow Bracelet in Amy's hand, his eyes gleaming with envy. Everyone wait a moment. Lu Junyi will be right back, Lu Junyi said as he walked towards the large tree, while Qiao Daoqing just shook his head. At that moment, a chaotic noise suddenly erupted outside, followed by Gurney being pushed in, carrying a patient covered in blood. Are you all right, Ghost Wolf? Yesterday we were all worried about you. Now that we can hear your voice, to be honest, we are quite relieved, Lian said cheerfully in the channel. Then I'll follow your advice and continue the instance to improve my strength, so you want to leave, right? After thinking carefully, Luo Yu softened his voice to persuade him. Damn it, it's him. Zhang Ye's forehead throbbed, and flames ignited at his fingertips, burning the letter to ashes. Hearing Tai Bai jinxing S words, Lin Tian felt a hint of doubt, as it contrasted with what Dong Huangtai had said. Chapter 153. Seidel has danger. Speaking of Miyu, the shaman's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, I almost forgot about Princess Miyu. Earlier, the situation of the matriarch was discovered by Princess Miyu, and it was she who used that strange treatment method to heal the matriarch. Perhaps this time it's also her, the shaman quickly said. The urgent matter is to throw this pot away. We absolutely cannot let the Black Dragon clan leader think it was due to our incompetence. Sophia gritted her teeth in hatred. Yang Yin's thoughts became increasingly clear. Various answers he had not considered before, or had not realized, now surfaced clearly in his mind. He spared her life to find Casper and let her extract some more poison for him to level up. But the other party suddenly grasped his wrist and squeezed hard, causing Yi Zhusheng to feel as if his wrist were clamped in a vice, and as his hand relaxed, the dagger clattered to the ground. He didn't take it too seriously. To him, he was just helping these sisters. As for how people outside would interpret his relationship with them, that was their business, and he had no mood to care. However, this divine tiger clearly had not been born yet when intercepted by the eternal god. So the other party could not be considered failure. Whether it was the views of the Buddhist sect 1,000 years ago or the discoveries of these great cultivators 1,000 years later, they all pointed in the same direction. Everything has spiritual essence. There's only one thing, whether to sell it for a lot of money to a second-hand dealer all at once or to wait for the right opportunity to find a true buyer and sell it to him for more money. How to choose is always up to oneself. Sophia sighed again. She could imagine that if John S. wishes were not fulfilled, he would do something crazy. That deity, who with a mortal body observed the changes of heaven and earth, sought the path of immortality, and independently created the indestructible path. After this, I will also mention it to the boss, separately listing your department's needs, granting you sufficient authority. Now I just need to do it this way, but I hope that with the authority I've given you, you will also meet my expectations. Li Qianni, coming back to his senses, suddenly cried. feeling wronged like a child over 230 months old. Any legend related to the moon, for some reason, is mostly about guardianship. There must be some secret behind it. Zhang Jie pinched his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Knowing Chun Fei's words had flaws, but not finding evidence of his lies in what Chun Fei said. The second scenario actually only exists in Gao Yi's imagination. The image of Keiko is fictional and lacks substance. Gu Mengqing wiped her face, pulled Lianchen, and looked up waiting for Lan Wan to smile. No one had ever dared to treat her this way while growing up. In reality, that trend had already emerged in the era where Shafeng Jing, existed. Since the core beast control system of the Boya Alliance unified the heavens, the beast control world has increasingly moved towards a unified standard. After grading everyone's math papers, Liang Yin, who now fully understands the feelings of his teachers back then, stepped out of the room to take a breather and calm his emotions. Just as he reached the door, he heard the sound of hooves coming from a distance. Lei Ji then realized that he was still not as sharp as Wang Hao, who specialized in that area. So when facing the snake demon back then, Chun Fan didn't use the Thunder Child because the cave was too enclosed. Liang Yin's situation is completely different now. On one hand, the ancient world Esbahai Island has not experienced hundreds of years of colonization and development by the Japanese, and the entire land has very few people, which cannot support any systematic industry at all. Now that he brought it up, he realized how terrifying the fact they had overlooked was. Damn it, he never expected that he would end up capsized in a ditch, tied up so securely. Chapter 154. Something happened to Seidel. Miyu glanced at the leader of the Merfolk clan and said, "After all, we do not have direct evidence for this matter. If we directly attack the Black Dragon clan, they are very likely to deny it. Let me first go back and ask Seder. He might have some clues." The leader of the Merfolk suddenly realized this and sat down in a daze, nodding. "Little female Miyu, you really are thoughtful." Even if this matter was done by the Black Dragon clan, it didn't mean that their clan would admit it. Zhuowei fiddled with the crystal on his sleeve and said lightly, "I, like you, came to visit." At this moment, in the sky, there were already hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, fully armed, their cold gazes fixed on a dark golden figure sweeping in from the horizon. It was a pair of red gold bracelets, crafted with exquisite detail, the entire bracelet designed to resemble entwined branches with clear and lively veins. The flowers made of rubies that sparkled under the candlelight, shining brilliantly. Then he focused on his cultivation, and 3 days later, his strength recovered a bit. He once again activated the earth walking spell to search for the spiritual source and spiritual veins. Zhang was probably a spirit body. He needed a massive amount of spiritual energy to restore his former strength. Given his level, the required spiritual energy was exceedingly vast, making it quite difficult to recover to his previous strength. "Aunt Qian, didn't you see that she has already gone home?" When she entered, it seemed someone was peering out from the door of the Qian family. After holding his breath for another moment, Zhang forced himself to climb the 25th step. Reaching this step, Zhang could no longer control his body's reactions. His body trembled violently, and he was unable to command it. However, he persisted for a breath before moving onto the 26th step. Once he drained all the spiritual energy from the divine tears, he finally regained his physical form, which marked the beginning of his true healing. Although it wasn't a major issue, the current problem was quite perplexing for the young man. When it was time for dinner, Liangshi invited him to eat together. The food was light and exquisite, and the two began discussing the matter of the 10th princess, finding an unprecedented harmony in their conversation. "I say it's something I stumbled upon by chance. Do you believe it?" Looking at Lu Miao's eye, who seemed to have a grasp of the situation, Jianjun snorted and sat down in the pavilion in front of the building. In an instant, a hint of anger appeared in the man's eyes. He was already a powerful spirit master of the second transition, and he was confident that the highest cultivation level allowed here could not exceed the spirit master of the third transition. Given this, he was already considered a master in front of many first transition spirit masters, but being looked down upon like this made him furious. Goodness, where did this big guy come from? Could it be he ran out of the death woods beside this fiery city? People murmured to themselves, losing even the most basic way of thinking. Then, in front of Chu Tian, a passage appeared, leading to a grand hall filled with black vines, which were not only black, but also oozing corrosive liquid. These 6 major forces were established in the upper realm, each with a history of thousands of years, and each, regardless of background or power, was frighteningly strong. After all, the assimilated Void Army resembled a true phantom, a battle machine with hardly any human emotions. The stone cave remained motionless, as if the person inside hadn't heard what Huang Sanlang said. However, Huang Sanling knew this was impossible because the one in seclusion inside the cave was his family's ancestor, Huang Hu. No matter the reason or circumstance, the ancestor could not remain indifferent to the extermination of the Huang family. How about this? Since that is the case, I want to insist. But can you call me uncle in a place where no one is around? I like to keep a low profile. It's always better to be low-key. Jiang Yuxuan said softly. Defeating Yang Zhenkuan had already exhausted all his strength, and the sudden arrow caught him off guard. Chapter 155. Modern technology, although Xing-Chi and the others knew she could traverse two worlds, explaining the existence of the system to them was quite troublesome. Thus, Miyu could only use this excuse to brush them off. So that's how it is. A few of them no longer doubted it and prepared to set off. However, before departing, they needed to arrange things at home. A few little tiger cubs were still at home, so someone had to stay. Shioka took the initiative to stay. At this moment, he had already confidently stood at the front, and with a flash of white escape light in his hand, a thick shield appeared. Hu Weizong was initially startled by Li Hao's mention of 50,000 vehicles. This guy wouldn't he be thinking of moving all the cars from Dubai back, would he? However, since this matter fell into the hands of this poor Taoist, I could not pretend not to see it. But there is no business that cannot be negotiated. As long as friend Hong agrees to one matter, I can guarantee that your plan will be foolproof. And Night Blind Mountain can safely fall into the hands of your Wanlu Valley tribe. As he said this, his eyes squinted into a narrow slit with a smile. She was willing to transform into a mandala flower to guard the earth for Li Hao, just waiting for the moment he arrived. Unfortunately, this sisterly bond in this life had finally come to an end. What she could do was only to extend her sister's fate for a moment longer. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed that the man preparing to lean on her had stopped moving. In Lin Yu's surprised gaze, the man fell down, revealing someone behind him who made Lin Yu feel both love and hate. If Chitai knew that Sales was complaining about the speed of traveling through the alternate space, Chitai would probably scold them for not knowing their fortune. Yi Chun and Yu nodded in agreement, looking at Yi Nan with some envy. However, in their gazes, aside from envy, there was only happiness without any jealousy. It seemed that Nivia's participation in the Divine Mountain Conference had become a certainty. After all, she came from the Orthodox Mage Island, representing Mage Island at the conference, and Sales had no reason or position to refuse. Moreover, their village had also become one of the favorite trading spots for human traffickers. The village was backward and unmonitored, so there was no worry about police discovery. Li Tion's eyes turned red, and he pressed the mechanism on his cane with his right thumb, causing the outer wooden shell to fall off and reveal the sparkling sword inside. The layout and planning were excellent. Without wind or movement, there was still a sound of music. The prosperity of the world was nothing more than this. Li Jishir smiled and praised a few times before falling silent. Good. As soon as the group of ruffians heard this, they looked at Qing Jie's appearance and curvy figure and immediately united their resolve, rushing towards this side. Who? Chen Sudong was already annoyed with this nasty person, but since she put on a smile, he felt it was inappropriate to act. However, he had never heard the name Zhang Jian before. After Lu Ming shouted this, the dozen or so thugs guarding the Zhenwei platform all began to stir. Hu and I was simply too strong. Niewei felt that he probably wouldn't last 3 moves in this person's hands. After all, they were only staying here for one night, and if they alarmed the disciples or elders in the sect, there would surely be many explanations needed. He had actually already searched through Dakraz's body and taken away the spoils. As for the materials to decompose the dark loss, it isn't that important anymore. At this moment, the iron-headed man behind me was breathing heavily, wanting to stop me, but didn't make a move. He knew very well that with my current abilities, he couldn't stop me if I wanted to kill Chu Shaosheng. Ultimately, Lin Lei's incident was caused by him, leading Lin Lei to ambush the people of the Augusta family, resulting in everything that happened. Lin Feng had also heard this legend, which said that every mermaid was a singer, their voices as enchanting as their appearances. Any creature that heard their singing would be mesmerized, and it seemed that there was indeed some truth to it. Chapter 156. The dragon's reverse scale. Touching it means certain death. Seidel, we finally found you. You are safe now. Miyu's eyes were red. Upon seeing Xing Qi and Elfman, Seidel confirmed that he wasn't hallucinating. After drinking some water, Seidel's condition improved a bit, and Miyu found some food from her space for him to eat. What happened? Miyu asked, her expression heavy as she looked at Seidel. When it came to this matter, Seidel's face turned particularly grim. Ouyang Zhen caught the ring, scanning the space within with his consciousness. Sure enough, there were 50,000 pounds of elemental crystals, which he immediately stored away, then handed a contract jade tablet to Shiroagu. However, just as he thought about how he couldn't fly now, he felt utterly helpless regarding the portal suspended high in the air. The stall was run by an old man at the second level of cultivation, dressed in a white robe, carrying a long sword, with an air of immortality about him. Upon hearing Luo Chen's explanation, Reno immediately understood. Thus, while secretly blaming himself for being reckless, he quickly spoke up. She increased her speed further, charging ahead, hoping to find a better position to strike. In midair, over 100 sword lights immediately locked onto her. The sound of swords slicing through the air ringing painfully in people's ears. With a command from Li Chongfu, the artillery battalion's position soon erupted with a thunderous sound of cannons. 8 mortars and 2 92-type infantry guns fired together, and explosions continuously rang out from the enemy's position as their fire points were destroyed one after another. Others might not know, but someone of Lu Guizhong's age could easily see what Lu Qingshan was facing. With a single strike, he killed a Dohuang. Luo Chen's figure flashed again, soaring into the sky. After fighting for so long, the Do Qi in Luo Chen's body had also been somewhat depleted, but looking at the battlefield, especially the clashes between the experts, it seemed that the stalemate had not been broken. Some scientists studying the weight of the soul conducted precise measurements of weight during deep sleep and after waking up, concluding that the weight of the soul is between 18 grams and 25 grams. A few sharp sounds rang out as several flares shot into the sky. Bright white light illuminating the surrounding area as brightly as day, revealing all the soldiers of the independent unit. He had known for a long time that Shi Yao and he were from 2 different worlds. The reason for this sentiment was that his attitude towards Shi Yao had shifted from gratitude to reliance. Or perhaps, the few of them had originally sent their subordinates in the morning to probe the old man's true strength. Lu Yuan returned to his car, took a deep breath, and realized that he had had little time alone in these past few days. Gu Zun's voice amplified through the microphone, instantly causing everyone present to burst into laughter. The seed of the story can pollute and corrode the story's master. Similarly, they also have a degree of mutual cooperation and adaptation, which is the degree of compatibility. Song Lang sneaked into the classroom through the back door, found a sunny spot, and as soon as he sat down, put on the hood of his Hylon home down jacket. Yu Qian's words frightened Shi Qiu, who quickly hid behind Meng Yao Ge, while Shi Hui's expression wasn't good, clearly forcing herself to hold on. Hee, head, thank you for your tolerance. I will definitely repent and compensate you. Don't worry, from now on, no matter what happens. You are my head. Jean Mao laughed, looking at Qin Yang with a guilty expression, and promised Qin Yang. Mo Sha's hairpin had 3 large boxes. Even if one was missing, it wouldn't be easily discovered. Now that they had the person and the evidence, Yong he cried heartbreakingly, most likely having been framed. Jing Ji looked at her and smiled gently. Meng Yao Ge felt as if she had entered another world, where flowers bloomed in abundance. Chapter 157, Recognizing Uncle. Although Miyu occasionally brought food back from the modern world, Shuka, Xingqi, Elfman, and the others still insisted on going out to hunt every day. But now the situation had changed, and she had to be on guard. What if the Black Dragon Clan leader took the opportunity to harm the cubs while she wasn't there? Seidel was now so weak that he couldn't possibly fight back. Upon receiving Miyu's message, Shuka rushed home immediately. In addition, Miyu also reminded Xingqi to be cautious and to inform her immediately if anything happened. The territory of the Golden Dragon Clan was still 2 days away, and Miyu and the others traveled day and night to finally arrive. However, just as they reached the entrance of the Golden Dragon Clan's tribe, they were stopped by the guards. Stop. No kurose. I'm Miyu. Here to meet your clan leader, Miyu said decisively. Upon hearing that she was looking for the Golden Dragon Clan leader, the guards refused. The clan leader has ordered that outsiders are not allowed to enter the Golden Dragon Clan. Elfman, who followed, frowned slightly. We have important matters to discuss with the Golden Dragon Clan leader. The guards were already worried that outsiders might bring diseases, and upon hearing Elfman's words, they couldn't help but urge them to leave quickly. What could a stray beast want with our clan leader? Hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for being rude. The guard sneered. If it weren't for seeing the mate beast mark on Elfman, he would have already attacked this filthy snake beast. The atmosphere at the meeting place was somewhat tense. Miyu hurriedly said, "We have a token. Go away. Who knows if your token is real? Don't cause trouble here. Who knows if you are carrying other viruses?" The guard said impatiently, wanting to drive the person in front of them away. Elfman was genuinely angry. While he had been polite before, he now couldn't hold back his desire to take action. Seeing Elfman's expression change, the guard immediately went on high alert. "Why aren't you leaving? Are you trying to cause a disturbance? Elfman squinted his eyes. I'll say it one last time. Go report. We want to see the chief of the Golden Dragon tribe. What do you do if I don't go? You, a stray beast, dare to act wildly in our Golden Dragon territory. Although the guard said this, his expression lacked confidence. In the next moment, before me you could react. Elfman and the guard started fighting. The guard was clearly no match for Elfman's purple level strength, and after just a few exchanges, he was left with no ability to fight back. Another male guard, frightened by the beating, cautiously watched Elfman before turning to run towards the tribe. Chief, there's a stray beast with purple level strength, causing trouble outside and trying to force its way into the tribe. The chief of the Golden Dragon tribe, Luo Lei, frowned slightly. A bold stray beast dares to come to my Golden Dragon tribe. How audacious. Lead the way. Miyu anxiously watched Elfman and the male guards of the Golden Dragon clan fighting fiercely. Stop. Everyone stop. Don't fight anymore. She urgently glanced at the entrance of the tribe and saw a middle-aged male being surrounded by several males as he walked out. It turned out to be a purple-level powerhouse. Miyu immediately recognized the identity and strength of the newcomer, feeling a sense of amazement. This cheap uncle resembled her mother by about 70 to 80%, only with more rugged features. No wonder Seidel wanted her to find her uncle. Luo Lei looked at Elfman, who was getting more and more agitated, with a cold expression. He transformed his hands into dragon claws and pounced directly at him. Elfman was caught off guard and instinctively prepared to defend himself when he saw someone rushing towards him. Before they knew it, the two began to fight. Elfman, having exhausted his energy during the earlier chaos, was no match for Luo Lei, who also possessed purple-level strength. Just as Elfman was about to be knocked down, Miyu suddenly rushed forward and pulled him back. Seeing that Miyu was about to get hurt, Luo Lei quickly withdrew his hand. Even so, he nearly failed to stop in time and hurt Miyu. We are not here to cause trouble. I am the little female offspring of the Golden Dragon clan's leader, Vivian. Vivian? Miyu took out the black scales from her arms as she spoke. The leader of the Golden Dragon clan looked at the black scales, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This has the aura of his own sister. He hadn't felt Vivian's presence for a long time. Ever since many years ago, when Vivian insisted on marrying that stinky male of the Black Dragon clan, he had advised her against it. But Vivian wouldn't listen to him at all. He never expected that after so many years, her child would come seeking the scales. Something significant must have happened. Vivian, is she okay? The leader of the Golden Dragon clan asked anxiously. She is fine. I am EU. He is my partner and a good person. Come in, she said. As she spoke, Lore took the two of them inside. After some food was brought in, Lore's expression softened a lot as he looked at Miyu. Speaking of which, when I previously visited the Black Dragon clan, I met a princess named Sophie. How come she seems a bit different from Miyu in front of me? Upon hearing the name Sophie, Miyu's gaze darkened slightly. She told Lore about the mix-up with Sophie, not hiding the role the leader of the Black Dragon clan played in it. Is that so? Then how has Vivian been in the Black Dragon clan these past few years? Lore asked with a hint of worry. Miyu nodded, saying that her mother was doing well in the tribe, and everyone respected this matriarch. Her mother also missed you very much. Luo Lei's expression clearly showed some disbelief. How could the chief of the Black Dragon tribe dare to secretly meet with a little female outside and still treat Vivian well? If everything was going well, why would you come here? Miyu thought to herself, as expected of the chieftain who has led the Golden Dragon clan to this day. Their perspective on issues is indeed sharp. Although the chieftain of the Black Dragon clan has been secretly meeting with a small female outside, he still shows great respect towards her mother on the surface. It is also because some recent events have occurred within the Black Dragon clan that he can no longer hide it. Miyu informed Luo Lei about Vivian's imprisonment and the recent actions of the Black Dragon clan's leader. Luo Lei was furious to learn that his sister had been placed under house arrest. Did they think the Golden Dragon clan was extinct? How could they bully his sister like this? Luo Lei wished he could immediately tear the Black Dragon clan's leader apart. If he had known it would come to this, he would have broken Vivian's legs back then, rather than let her marry such a person. Now, it seemed anyone dared to bully her. Miyu was originally worried that Luo Lei wouldn't help, but she didn't expect him to immediately agree to rescue the lady. Uncle, if we go directly now, the leader of the Black Dragon clan is likely to say that the reason for sending people to protect her was due to her mother's previous illness. And we don't have enough evidence. For now, we need to resolve the crisis in the Mermaid clan first. Miyu said with some difficulty. After all, the Haisha tribe and the Jiaoran tribe are about to reach their limit. Chapter 158. I hope my mother can dissolve her partnership with my father. You're right. As long as there is enough evidence to prove his wrongdoing, it will be easier to bring Vivian back later. Luo Lei easily accepted Miyu's persuasion and, after some thought, agreed to her suggestion. Father, where are you going? I want to go too. Just as Luo Lei was gathering the male members of the tribe, a young female of similar age to Miyu suddenly ran out. She heard that there were important guests in the tribe and was curious to see who it was. To her surprise, it turned out to be a young female. Maya was initially puzzled about who it was, but after hearing a couple of sentences, she realized it was her aunt's young female cub, whom she had never met before. Seeing Maya come out, a hint of headache appeared on Luo Lei's face. Maya, why did you come out? Making such a fuss. This is your sister Miyu, your Aunt Vivian's young female cub. Miyu smiled faintly at Maya and said, Hello, Maya. Maya's lively and innocent appearance clearly showed that she had been pampered since childhood. Father, are you going out? Maya clung to Luo Lei's arm and pouted. Yes, I plan to visit your aunt in the Black Dragon clan. Aunt? Father, I haven't left the territory of the Golden Dragon clan yet. You always say the outside world is very dangerous. But I see that sister me, you can come to the Golden Dragon clan, which means the outside world isn't that dangerous. Father, I want to go with you. Maya said playfully, looking at his daughter acting cute beside him. Luo Lei couldn't bring himself to refuse. All right, then I'll take you this time. But you mustn't run around. You have to stay close to me, understood? Luo Lei's gaze then fell on Elfman. Although he was a snake beast, he had purple-level strength, so having such a companion by Miyu's side should ensure her safety. Maya smiled sweetly and said, okay. Miyu had a good impression of her and chatted happily with her, leaving even Elfman on the sidelines. Without delay, while the two sisters were exchanging pleasantries, Lore had already begun to rally his troops. Lore led over 100 male members of the Golden Dragon clan to the Inner Sea along with Miyu. This was the first large-scale outing for the Golden Dragon clan in recent years, and the male members were all very excited. Miyu was certainly worried about everything in the Inner Sea and returned immediately. However, as soon as she got back to the Inner Sea, she saw a scene that made her tense up instantly. 5 small tiger cubs were lying on the ground, motionless, looking exhausted and lacking energy. What was going on? Miyu saw this scene, and her heart sank. She hurriedly stepped forward, crouched down, and touched the little tiger cub's round head. It didn't have a fever, and its vital signs seemed stable. It looked like it was just overly tired. Hearing the noise outside, Shioka came out from the kitchen. You're back. What happened to Miyu? Shioka and the little tiger cubs. Seeing the little tiger cubs sprawled on the ground, Shioka felt a wave of heartache. During the time you were away, the Merman tribe has already been breached by the Seahorse tribe. And now the Seahorse tribe and the Orca tribe have launched an attack on the Sea Shark tribe. Shioka's words surprised Miyu. How could it happen so quickly? She knew the strength of the star pool, and although the Merman tribe was relatively weak, they couldn't even hold out for 2 days. It seemed that the Seahorse tribe and the Orca tribe were well prepared and came with a fierce momentum. But what did this have to do with the condition of the cubs? Miyu was completely confused. It would have been one thing if everyone was just relying on their own abilities to survive, but recently, the Seahorse tribe and the Orca tribe have been stationed near the territory of the Shark tribe, driving away the nearby fish, making it impossible for the male sharks to go out hunting, resulting in a food shortage. When the Orca tribe drove away fish on such a large scale, the Shark tribe would face a situation with no food, and without food, they wouldn't even be able to survive, let alone anything else. It was truly perilous. How had they been solving their food problems recently? Miyu asked. Shioka was still here, and the system hadn't alerted her that the star pool was in danger, which meant that the star pool was currently fine. The star pool had been coming to land to hunt recently, so I've been helping them hunt with the little tiger cubs these past few days. Shioka looked at the cubs and Miyu's arms with concern. All the food at home had been taken to the seabed, and there were many tribe members over there who couldn't come to land to hunt. In fact, relying solely on the food at home was not enough to sustain a tribe. The star pool, as the leader of the Shark tribe, had to think about the people of the tribe. Lorelei didn't expect to hear such an infuriating thing right after arriving. This was too much. They were trying to starve a tribe to death. Miyu turned to Luo Lei, full of apologies. Uncle, you go to the villa and sit for a while. I'll find a way to deal with this. Luo Lei waved his hand. What can you do? You think you can come up with a solution? He turned to the males he had brought with him. You all go back to the Golden Dragon clan and gather food. You must be quick. Hearing this, the males of the Golden Dragon clan were also very angry. It's common in the beast world to fight for territory, but using such despicable means that could almost wipe out the entire opposing clan is simply outrageous. Any male with a sense of justice would find it unacceptable. The several males of the Golden Dragon clan immediately returned to the tribe upon receiving the order. Mia, who had originally just come out to have a look, was infuriated by the situation and volunteered to go back to help, and Luo Lei naturally agreed. Little Master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Miyu invited the person into the seaside villa. Upon hearing this, Seidel, despite his illness, insisted on coming down to meet Lore. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lore felt a moment of daze. Although he had never seen this male before, he sensed the presence of his sister Vivian in him, especially that face, which resembled a male version of Vivian, though lacking some delicacy and possessing a bit more heroism. Seidel looked at Lore and knew he was seeing through him, as if looking at another person, his own mother. After a moment, Lore came back to his senses and quickly reached out to help Seidel up. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. At this moment, Miyu came in with a cup of tea. Seidel's body had not fully recovered yet, and sitting beside them seemed a bit strenuous. What do you plan to do next? Lorelei asked, frowning as he looked at the weak Seidel. The matter still needs to be resolved. To be honest, Seidel hadn't thought it through yet. In that case, I'll go to the Black Dragon clan myself first thing tomorrow morning, Lorelei said decisively. Miyu initially had similar thoughts, but it was difficult to bring it up directly. Uncle? Seidel's voice was weak. I hope my mother can enter partnership with my father. This is also Lorelei's idea. The Black Dragon clan leader was able to push his own son to this extent, and he also hoped his sister would leave the Black Dragon clan leader. However, they also needed to consider what his sister's 2 children thought. If the 2 children currently share his thoughts, then he would feel relieved. Chapter 159, of course, I'm the clan leader's wife. However, the Black Dragon clan leader might not be so willing to end the partnership with his mother, Miyu speculated. The Black Dragon clan leader still wanted to maintain the appearance of being in love with Vivian. If he was willing to easily end the partnership, then they would let him go. But if he dared to harm Vivian at this point, then he would be opposing the Golden Dragon clan. Lorelei said firmly. Miyu glanced at Seidel and said, why don't I go with my uncle tomorrow? I want to go too. Seidel's tone was very firm. He was already injured like this, and Miyu originally felt pity and didn't want him to go. But when she met his incredibly determined gaze, she could only compromise. I have some things I need to clarify in front of him. Miyu sighed. All right, let's go together. Looking at Seider's current state, it seemed he still had some feelings for the Black Dragon clan's leader. It would be good to go. Perhaps when he sees the true face of the Black Dragon clan's leader, he will be able to let go completely. Seider, unaware of Miyu's thoughts, returned home early to rest in order to ensure a smooth departure the next day. Luo Lei chatted with Miyu for a while, gaining a rough understanding of various matters concerning the Black Dragon clan. Early the next morning, Miyu saw that Seider had gotten up early. He was sitting on the sofa downstairs, his weak body preventing him from standing for too long. When he saw Miyu and Luo Lei coming down, Seider struggled to stand up. Let's go. Can your body hold up? Miyu asked with concern. I can manage. As soon as they arrived at the Black Dragon territory, they were stopped by guards. Halt! Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Dragon clan's territory? The guards blocked a few of them. Seeing the guards stopping them, Seider thought they didn't recognize Miyu and stepped forward. I am Prince Seider, let us pass. Unexpectedly, the guards, who had been somewhat calm, suddenly called for their companions. Seeing several males eyeing them menacingly, Miyu frowned, sensing that something was off. Luo Lei also assumed a ready-to-fight stance. Impossible. This prince must be an imposter, the guard asserted. His expression towards Seider showed more disdain. Even if he is real, so what? A prince despised by the clan leader, even if he miraculously returns alive, can never maintain his position as prince. Thinking of everything that had happened in the tribe in recent days, the disdain on the guard's face became even more pronounced. Miyu sneered, a fake? How can you be so sure that this person in front of us is a fake? Our prince was severely injured by a beast while hunting in the forest and has already died. Since he is dead, how could he possibly return? Luo Lei had already reached his breaking point when those people insulted Seidel earlier. After all, he was family. How could these people be so arrogant? If he hadn't come today, who knows what would have happened to these 2 children? Seeing these people daring to treat Seidel this way, he decided to unleash his power. The purple energy was something these small fries could not contend with. Under the immense pressure, the guards were forced to kneel on the ground. They wanted to stand up, but the pressure felt like a massive stone pressing down on them, and gradually they found it hard to breathe. How could this be possible? In the face of absolute power, even the strongest survival instinct couldn't provide them with any resistance. Just as a few were about to suffocate from the overwhelming pressure, Luo Lei disdainfully withdrew his hand. Useless. Hurry and report back. If those males had the chance to resist earlier, they had already lost any will to fight in the face of absolute power. You just wait for us. When our clan leader arrives, you will see. Seeing these guards hurriedly leave, Luo Lei quietly waited in place. Soon, the leader of the Black Dragon clan rushed over upon hearing the news. Upon seeing Seidel in front of him and Miyu beside him, the leader's heart sank. Miyu actually found Seidel. But so what? He did not acknowledge Seidel. He was just an unwanted wild child, without even the status of a prince. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Black Dragon clan's territory? Seeing the hypocritical leader of the Black Dragon clan, Luo Lei's anger flared up. He decided to take action directly. Miyu didn't expect that Luo Lei would start fighting over a disagreement. She was initially worried about Luo Lei, but to her surprise, the Black Dragon clan leader's blue-level strength was no match for Luo Lei. He was being overwhelmed and had no ability to fight back. Perhaps feeling that this wasn't enough, Luo Lei grabbed the Black Dragon clan leader and slapped him hard across the face. I am Luo Lei of the Golden Dragon clan. If you don't hand over Vivian, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Luo Lei felt furious, and his strikes became increasingly heavy. Settle, who was initially somewhat worried, seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze gradually dimmed. Miyu never intended to have any obstacles from the beginning. For a person like this, even if they were beaten to death, they would deserve it. This is the beast world, a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and where strength speaks louder than words. Killing someone based on strength is not a crime. So what is there to fear? The leader of the Black Dragon clan no longer cared about so much. He desperately struggled to break free, looking at Luo Lei with a dark expression. Young master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. You protect Vivian so much. Could it be that she has a lover outside? No wonder she always seems distracted. Luo, Miyu frowned. Luo Lei had already introduced himself. Yet the Black Dragon clan leader didn't even know that Luo Lei was his mother's brother. This shows how neglectful the Black Dragon clan leader had been towards his mother over the years. At this moment, the Black Dragon clan leader was filled with rage. After so many years as the clan leader, he had never been humiliated like this. It was unexpected that the Black Dragon clan leader would say such disgusting words. And Luo Lei kicked him hard. Stop! Just as Luo Lei was about to kick the Black Dragon clan leader, a small female suddenly jumped out and hugged him. Seeing that it was a small female, Luo Lei barely retracted his foot. He wouldn't hit a small female. Who are you to act in the territory of the Black Dragon clan and dare to hurt my partner? The small female hugged the Black Dragon clan leader in pain and turned to scold Luo Lei. What? Partner? Luo Lei looked at the affectionate duo, still in shock. But it was Seidel who reacted first. It's you. You're the small female who secretly met with my father outside. Any slight hope he had vanished in that moment. It turned out that while his mother had been under house arrest, his father had openly brought this small female into the clan. Who are you? Luo Lei looked at the small female in front of him, remembering Seidel's words, and his expression darkened to the extreme. Of course, I'm the clan leader's wife. The small female proudly raised her chin. Chapter 160. Enemies of the Golden Dragon clan. Seidel was furious, and, regardless of whether the other party was a small female, wanted to take action. Fortunately, Miyu acted quickly and stopped him. Seidel, your body is weak now. Don't act recklessly, Miyu reminded him. He had not yet recovered, and if he acted carelessly, he might hurt himself. The Black Dragon clan leader finally noticed Seidel. The voice of the old lady was a bit trembling and mixed with joy. Lin Wan couldn't help but feel puzzled. What does this mean? It sounds like she's saying that Lin Yuza is not Xuemingzhu's son? A few seconds later, he truly saw those beloved eyes open again, just as he wished. A fragrance, indistinguishable whether it was plum or orchid, suddenly filled his nostrils. Before Su Siyuan could understand, he felt his arms sink, and then Lin Wan half embraced him, making Su Siyuan realize that Lin Wan was going to help him turn over. Mu Qingqing's eyes were full of anger, her silver teeth gritting. She glared fiercely at Qing Hong's smiling face, as if she wanted to crush her to dust. After Xia Liuli left, Yi Xiling hurriedly slipped off the bed and quickly closed the bedroom door. Just by looking into his eyes, Qing Hong could roughly guess what he was thinking. Such skill was thanks to her training in her previous life. After all, in the assassin organization and the gang, if one couldn't see through what others were thinking or plotting, life would be as precarious as a sword hanging over one's neck, and one wouldn't know when it would fall. It turned out that it was just her one-sided wish. She thought this was specially prepared by Lin Wan for her, as most of the dishes on the table were things Su Yining loved to eat. Ji Xinliang rolled her eyes and then smiled happily. You have good insight, knowing what I'm thinking. She didn't scold him, didn't pressure him, and didn't force him. She even said that after they got married, when the emperor eased his oppression on her, she could let Yi Xing divorce her. Before the new emperor ascended the throne, he had jokingly said he would grant him several concubines. Although it was a joke, Swimming Rue had never taken it lightly. It might be a tragicomedy. Salomon leisurely watched as Thor broke into the base, and soon, a heart-wrenching roar that even thunder and rain couldn't drown out came from the temporary research base. Damn rebels. Damn Angsarians. Damn Indians. Wang Xiqing couldn't help but curse. It was an excellent brainwashing device. But the premise was that the memories to be erased had to be the current ones. So Agent Coulson had to remain fully conscious, watching himself endure such inhumane torture. Nan Shutong saw that Lin Shuangjiang had no intention of leaving, glanced over here, and was pulled away by Wang Yihao. Lafayette was troubled about how to wrap things up when Blackbeard suddenly gulped down alcohol. Not far away, thousands of foreign soldiers landed, set up tents, and looking towards the coast, one could see a large number of sailing ships anchored by the shore. I said, Sister Fawn, I really just want to sneak a look at her one more time. I definitely won't disturb her peaceful life. Indeed, many illegal things were done, and what she said about putting people in sacks was true. After being taken out, the first ray of sunlight shone on Li Xing's face, turning it red. Li Xing felt he couldn't let this happen. The three Liue immortals stationed at the terminal had very complicated attitudes, each with serious expressions. They originally planned to maintain their immortal demeanor in the face of a mountain collapsing before them, but their words negated all those thoughts. The next day at dawn, the plane landed. Shui and didn't even go home and directly went to see Lu Dong. Chapter 161. Calculating with intention and without intention. Miyu quickly checked her condition and concluded that she had fainted due to prolonged malnutrition and excessive worry, and she needed to rest as soon as possible. She was quite tactful in her wording. Prolonged malnutrition, but Vivian had only been under house arrest for a few days. The only reason for such a situation could be that the leader of the Black Dragon clan had hardly given Vivian any food in recent days. Just like with Seidel, being able to survive the great battle, this to you is also a capable person and naturally not someone without insight. Lu Iyu had acted as Professor Sun's nanny for more than 3 years, taking care of his meals, washing his clothes, and even if the seafood restaurant was busy, she was still concerned about him, preferring to close the door and not do business just to cook for Professor Sunday. However, I do not have such high-level magical artifacts in hand, and can only rely purely on spells combined with my own true energy to form the current binding spell that locks Wang Hongyu. Yin Lu and the others felt a surge of shock at this scene. They did not know the specific details of the two's confrontation, but they clearly saw that after Ji Wuji hit Qin Longyu in the abdomen, Qin Longyu looked at Ji Wuji with a gaze full of caution. They were all captured by the human race in the South Sea and sold into Chang'an. Long Miao gritted his teeth and said harshly, however, how many medicinal puppets did Yin Yu have in hand, and whether there were more potent medicinal puppets, they did not know. They never imagined that in this world, there could be a man who could wear a phoenix crown and a flowing gown without being tainted by the world's dust. Everyone gets tired, and the other party clearly intended to use a human wave tactic to wear them down. Cheng Jianxi then realized that Chen Qing initially did not take direct action, indeed had some confidence. If they did not find more than 10 Tianshan snow lotuses, then we would definitely take first place, Xiao Chen said with a grin. The street lights were bright, and this block seemed peaceful as if nothing had changed, but clearly something was indeed different. At this moment, these alien races temporarily quieted down. People finally managed to get a breather. Couldn't they take the opportunity to rest a bit? Moreover, it was still unknown what the true intentions of these alien races were. It was like the sound of thunder, or like a resounding echo from deep within the soul, followed by continuous rumbling and crackling sounds. After waking up, Yushi thought for a moment, checked the state of her spirit and source treasure, and calmly confirmed that her belongings had not been lost. Above the rental house, black mist swirled, thunder crashed down, shattering the tiled roof, heading straight for the middle-aged man's crown. Moreover, no one heard Zhuang Buffan's cries, but people on different floors in the same location could occasionally hear each other's voices. Following the master to develop in Dalu was the best choice. They needed to adapt to the environment of Dalu, as she understood the order here. At this time, the Toyota police on the mountainside had just finished searching, found nothing, and were sitting on the dirt road drinking mineral water. This was also the first time these city guards saw that the arrows in their hands could actually deal real damage to these alien races, which greatly boosted their confidence. Even if she currently had no source power stored, nor had she refined her master-esque collection too much, along with some of her important supplies. Watching Qin Yu rush over, Suda did not think about attacking. This was a constant evasion of the deity's attacks. Third, uncle, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for Yangming? Chu Xiangling angrily clung to Chu Yunxiao's arm and acted spoiled. At the same time, Wu Fan raised his right hand. Just as the sun god needle approached his eyes, the space ring was retracted, and the sun god needle rolled into it. Good. Bao Ong, who had been grinning, suddenly straightened his attitude upon seeing Deng Yongxin's serious expression and answered earnestly. Chapter 162. Miyu's counterattack. Moreover, on their way to deliver supplies, the Orca clan was secretly assisting. The leader of the Golden Dragon clan was furious upon hearing this news, nearly exploding with rage. Simply too arrogant. Miyu, who was preparing to go out, frowned upon hearing this news. How could the Black Dragon clan ambush on the necessary route to the Inner Sea? You all go first. Check if there's anything more to prepare in the tribe, but don't act rashly. Wait for my news, said the Golden Dragon clan. This only intensified their resentment towards the amnesiac brother. Every time they saw him flaunting around the prince, they wished they could rush up and dump a bucket of excrement on his head. So, the Lord of the Underworld only spoke halfway and then fell silent. But Zhen Shifeng appeared to understand, nodding incessantly as if he had grasped something, while only Thor remained completely clueless, entirely in the dark. What's wrong? It's completely dark, and you still haven't stopped? Seeing that the sky had completely darkened, but Ming Xian had no intention of stopping, Han Yu couldn't help but ask. Those below the arena could clearly see 3 images manifesting on the stage, one of which had a contestant walking off the stage and heading towards the Yin Huang Guild's area. Flames danced like a dragon, ferocious and unstoppable, charging straight towards leisure.When. When those few meteors crashed into the arms of the Peng Demon King like swallows diving into the forest. The Peng Demon King donned the attire he wore during the Tianmen War years ago. I nervously stared at the entrance of the platform, footsteps approaching, and the dim moonlight cast an incomparable handsome face. So, the lost fine sword from room 308 is very likely the murder weapon, the man in sunglasses realized. As his curiosity grew, he gathered his courage and walked into the cave. He didn't know how long he walked, but the depths of the cave. A vast space unexpectedly appeared. As the two whispered, they suddenly heard the sound of the tide crashing against the shore, waves crashing against the reefs. Only then did they realize that the celestial boat had entered the sea. The top student was also being watched by many classmates. Just as he was about to explain, 2 school security guards rushed over. Although the martial soldiers did not directly make way, they still allowed Wei Wuji to pass, which actually indicated their true attitude. Such days were truly painful. They did not know when it would end, and they really hoped that day would come. The things inside were too important. I hope your subordinate does not enter without permission. Just as he was about to step inside, Old Tang suddenly turned and reminded him. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Su residence, after waiting for half an hour, the heads of the Xia and Zhou families secretly arrived at the Su residence. That kind of soul-derived aura. No matter how many barriers there were, loving people could still find each other. Murong Zhuifeng and Yi Suiyun exchanged glances, not understanding the meaning of those words. Assassin laughed and said, Brother Nya, no need to look any further. He is your son, Yi Suiyun. When Yi Suiyun heard this, he was shocked and found it hard to believe. The other 3, one of whom was an old man in white, had a cultivation that Xia Lu could not see through. He must have used some concealment technique. Don't you find your words ridiculous? Zhang Yifan coldly stared at the shield fort. No, in the courtyard where Li Dao resided, a gentle breeze blew, and yellow maple leaves covered the ground. It worked. It really worked. His body, which had always been blocked, finally opened up completely because he ate this spirit beast meal. This is not just a meal for spiritual beasts, but a set of methods that can completely change a person's constitution. Excellent, and also the most direct way. Note, the ice ceiling of heaven and earth can freeze the area within a radius of 500 meters around the caster, causing continuous damage to the frozen creatures. The longer they are frozen, the higher the damage. Lin Yuxiu looked at Lin Dashin, who seemed to be recovering his spirits, and ultimately did not mention the Wang family. Perhaps it was unnecessary to bring it up, wasn't it? Chapter 163. Crisis of the Orca Clan. Most importantly, many males of the Black Dragon clan had been sent to deal with the Shark clan. Therefore, aside from a few days at the beginning when there was some stored prey to eat, the entire tribe had almost nothing to eat in the following days. The leader of the Black Dragon clan looked at the male standing beside him with a pale face and instantly felt something was wrong. How could they not have hunted any prey for several consecutive days? The leader of the Black Dragon clan called for the tribe members responsible for hunting. At that moment, Lin Yu's body in the incineration furnace was almost burnt to ashes, when suddenly a jade pendant emitted a dazzling light in the fierce flames. Qin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully nothing happened, but he didn't expect Kuang Tianyu to help immediately, which comforted him greatly. He reached out to lift Yiya from Ali's shoulder and threw her to the slave boat behind, then moved Ali's body, covering her eyes as he walked into the room. Ling Jing was not foolish. Ling Jingbua was downstairs, and it was impossible for him not to know about Liang Xian's matter, since it was his aunt who invited Liang Xian out that evening. He could not have been unaware. Fu Beima looked at Fu Babalo, who was full of himself, gritting his back teeth in hatred. "Pa, dog thing, look at him. A bunch of rats. Snakes and rats in the same nest." Yet, although she still hated him to death, she was already able to control her temper. Due to the operation during the opening ceremony, Zhou Yi's new drama became a hit even before it aired, and her fame rose along with Zhou Yi's. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared on the horizon, Jiang Yin quietly waved his hand, and the sea of flowers was instantly enveloped in light, almost as bright as day. The potions in the pharmacy were auxiliary items. The ice magic flower was the main material for refining the spirit pills. No, it was impossible. Zhang Xinfeng was only at the 23rd level of qi rotation. Among those who asked questions yesterday, there were 2 inner sect disciples at the 30th level of qi rotation. How could Zhang Chunfeng solve the problems they encountered in their cultivation? Wang Qingshan did not care about the taboo of not casually mentioning a child under 3 months old, and he repeated the news of Liu Mei's pregnancy several times. Unlike his previous shell-like demeanor that couldn't be pried open, Buster had long since lost his fondness for the royal family. Ever since the mermaid incident was exposed, he even distanced himself from his own grandson. He was now in a perilous situation, with wolves in front and tigers behind. Facing him was Mu Chunning, who was watching him closely, waiting to squeeze out his remaining value and leave him with nothing. Behind him, Song Pei was even more ruthless, like a poisonous snake, with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs, plotting treacherously, ready to pounce and take his life at any moment. At that time, when the boss above asked him to contact Yu Pingsheng, he actually looked down on Yu Pingsheng, which is why he allowed Shining Han's unreasonable antics. However, after this series of tests, Yu Pingsheng completely changed his mind. He couldn't keep his composure like Yu Pingsheng. After all, he held a grudge against him. Once Yu Pingsheng passed the final test, he truly regarded him as a brother. But unexpectedly, Yu Pingsheng turned out to be an undercover agent for the military. In the distance, at the entrance of the private room, Wen Jun went in not long after, leaning against the wall, smoking, and watching the scene from afar. If Miaodia knew that Zhang Yunj was thinking this way, she would surely proudly tell her, "Who said I can't speak? The reason I can't talk now is that the Bat Beast King doesn't deserve to be my opponent." Su Ji nodded and casually sat down opposite Su Yenru. This scene seemed to have played out before, but the people had changed. It was now Su Jin and Su Yenru who were steadily sitting under the old lady's command, and their confrontational posture made the old lady's face unhappy. At this moment, Zhang Yuding had completely lost her mind, weak and vulnerable, with Yilan becoming her only reliance. Whatever she said was what it was. The cold wind was biting and deep, and everyone lost their interest in admiring the flowers. The queen, as the master of the East Palace, said she had set up a banquet and invited all the ladies to Chonglu Palace for a feast. Su Jin found it boring. As she left the imperial garden, Siek Gonggong hurried over. Chapter 164. He would never let her go. Since the clan leader had no way out, then why not make a gamble? It was unclear who spoke up first. This proposal immediately received a lot of support from the Orca clan members. "All right, since everyone thinks this way, let's fight." The Orca clan leader stood up excitedly. The Shark clan had long been prepared to defend under the leadership of the Star Pool. So when the Orca clan attacked, they were met head-on by the already prepared Shark clan. Light music played in the banquet hall, drowning out the noise. When Chu Wan's classmate Fong Ling, the temporary host, announced the start of the annual conference through the microphone, warm applause erupted. Wu Zun suddenly turned around and came back, while Tang Shui thought he was coming for her. But unexpectedly, he brushed past her and walked straight away. "Then how do you know I would be in danger? How do you know the criminal has abilities? Or do you know the criminal beforehand?" Guan Lin suddenly pressed with a series of questions. Boss Dong slapped his forehead and laughed loudly, saying that with the technological guarantee of the hatching base, multiplying 2 or 3 times was definitely not a problem. And then he introduced the hatching base to the 5 successful individuals, who all showed satisfied smiles, leading to another round of toasting. Hearing the way Ngu spoke to him, Wolf Fong could only nod with a red face, not daring to say another word. The Dutchman could not hear what Schwerin was shouting, but Van Bronckhorst saw Van Bommel's face turning red and struggling to breathe, and in a panic, he pushed Schwerin away. The only human scent was also covered up, and millions of mosquitoes naturally left them, the wailing of lost souls finally coming to a stop. That blow left Wei Feng's eyes wide open in shock. He couldn't help but sigh. Imo Chi-Chi's chest shape, curve, and size were perfect, completely integrated with her body proportions. Simply extremely sensual. So while shaking his head, he thought of that recently acquired recording of Mahler's Third Symphony that he hadn't listened to yet, just in time to appreciate it properly when he got back. He has always loved Mahler's symphonies, believing that within the music lies the mystery of life. Imo Yuchi returned to her residence, dragging her slightly fatigued body, and the first thing she did after closing the door was to take off her high heels. Freeing her feet, approaching one of the columns, she flicked her finger, and a drop of blood flew up, disappearing into it without a trace, leaving no mark behind. It was just a feeling like a drunken man waking up, dazed and unaware, with eyes that see and ears that hear. Yet everything seen and heard does not penetrate the heart, merely observed and listened to. At the start of the competition, Elder Sun from the Xian sect directly gave up the match on behalf of the disciples, thus ending the 50-year martial arts convention. In the end, Zhao Ming from the Outcloud sect won first place, and the Outcloud sect became the foremost righteous sect for the next 50 years. Everyone was exhausted, having just fought fiercely with those infant-like monsters, and now they could finally take a break. They thought it would be at least a month before further developments, but unexpectedly, less than half a day passed and astonishing changes occurred, bringing together several recently dispersed nascent soul experts once again. How could this happen? Although this scene had been anticipated underwater, it was still hard to accept. Xiaochuan had lost his breath, his eyes staring blankly ahead, lips stained with blood. Just as he was about to flee, two powerful beings from the heavenly spirit realm were closing in from behind. Yin Yu, with a fierce expression, spoke quickly. In this extreme choice, people unhesitatingly opted for the first method, which didn't sound too difficult. With everyone working together, they could reach their destination and leave this world. Chapter 165. Wei Wei was as calm as dead ash. The Black Dragon Clan leader was speechless, wanting to act, but finding strong male members of the Shark Clan and the Golden Dragon Clan surrounding him. Their fierce gazes seemed ready to tear him apart at any moment. Ultimately, the Black Dragon Clan leader dared not take the risk and could only leave in anger. For more than 10 days, neither tribe showed any intention of leaving. A few days ago, the Black Dragon Clan leader could still sit still, but as time passed, Guan Yu appeared with a red face and long beard, exuding authority. Wang Xinqi was instantly taken aback, raising his large knife to defend against Guan Yu's attack, feeling as if all his internal organs had been displaced by the immense force. The deadlock was broken by a call from my mother-in-law. Yao Qin told Su when she wanted to meet her to discuss something. The weather in the suburbs was just different. Even at the scorching noon, the sunlight felt gentle. White clouds drifted like fleeting shadows. The wind flowed through the car window, bringing fresh air and lush scenery, making one feel refreshed. But in a critical moment, a long spear flew out, forcefully separating the 7 people in sight. Chun-Li walked deeper into the volcano, avoiding dangers with all his might, refusing to waste any effort. Cheating? Qiao Ziya's hostility towards Zhou Zhima remained as strong as ever. Clearly, their relationship was already on the table, yet she still defined it as cheating. Wasn't that asking for a fight? Liao Shi was stunned, not expecting Liu Bowen to be so certain. Given this, Liao Shi still needed to consider it. After resting for 2 days in the southern part of this island with Himiko, Liao Shi set off towards the Yama platform as agreed with her. Yi Jimu looked sympathetically at Chu Jiangchun, watching him struggle under Xiao Ruyue's claws. Yet it was precisely because of Chu Jiangchun's actions that Xiao Ruyue had been spoiled to this extent. Ji Ruomin glanced at the people and vehicles coming and going around her, finally suppressing her anger and glaring at her sister to finish it. Yi Ruoya, having caused a huge mess, fell silent, not daring to speak. Yin Shenghua faced the large black dog that refused to move from its place for a long time, ultimately yielding, slowly turning off the light, and then leaving. Jiaxian, what's wrong? Zhang Xiner asked worriedly, thinking her earlier words had hurt Yang Jiaxian's feelings. Cheng Yiji had never anticipated such a reason. It was truly a case of misfortunes coming in droves. Her father had also disappeared. Tang Han, you should kneel too. Just half kneel will do. Ziliu Lan said to Tang Han indifferently. What are you making me do this for? It's better to save the money for Yushuan's treatment. Although the old lady Chu scolded like this, she still took the bowl and drank the medicine. Compared to yesterday's Qin Cici's excitement, which could be felt even over the phone. Today's Qin Sisi was in tears, making Xiao Man feel that she was completely out of control. Seeing him with red eyes, still stubbornly wanting to stand between him and his enemy, Yin Shunhua also shouted for help. Shun Zishu approached the cage, looking at the curled-up figure in the corner, feeling an indescribable sensation, always thinking that his gaze was so familiar. Sanhe Yuqing clearly did not expect the terrain ahead to suddenly change so drastically. Looking at the gourd-shaped narrow pass before him, he hesitated. After seeing the scout captain wave to signal him, he quickly ordered the troops to halt. Subsequently, Li Gonggong informed the general and right chancellor about his request to Ouyang Su for the third prince being rejected. Upon hearing this, both men showed no special expression. Such an outcome was already within their expectations. Chapter 166. The leader of the Black Dragon clan must be replaced. If you want us to stop, fine. Then dissolve our partnership. Wei Wei's firm words echoed in the Black Dragon clan leader's ears. The Black Dragon clan leader displayed a face full of pain. Do you really want to separate from me? We have been partners for so many years. It's all a misunderstanding. Give me another chance. If it were in the past, seeing the Black Dragon clan leader in such pain, Wei would have softened. However, after the experience of being starved in the stone house for several days, nearly starving to death, she instantly became clear-headed. It turned out that deep feelings could be feigned. Misunderstanding? It seems we have no misunderstandings between us. Wei coldly looked at the Black Dragon clan leader. If you are unwilling, we can continue to waste time. I have plenty of time to waste with you, but you may not be able to afford it. The Black Dragon clan was already on the brink of collapse. Wei estimated that if they did not obtain prey within 3 days, the people in the tribe would truly starve to death. The Black Dragon clan leader naturally understood this, so facing Wei Wei's threat, he showed signs of great struggle in his heart. He wanted Wei back, wanted the support of the Golden Dragon clan behind her, but it seemed that was no longer possible. It seems the Black Dragon clan leader hasn't thought this through, mother. Let's go back. It's windy here, Miyu said as she pulled Wei in beside her, preparing to leave. The Black Dragon clan leader was startled and quickly stopped the two. I am willing. Miyu turned back, slightly surprised to look at the leader of the Black Dragon clan, and even Vivian felt unexpected. Aren't you going to dissolve the partner relationship? Fine. I agree, the leader of the Black Dragon clan said through gritted teeth. Dissolving the partner relationship would inevitably affect his strength. In the past, the leader of the Black Dragon clan would never have allowed it. But now, seeing the resentment in the eyes of the Black Dragon males around him and the leaders of the Golden Dragon clan across from him, he could only agree. Dissolving the partner relationship would weaken him, and looking at himself reduced to a blue-level strength made the leader of the Black Dragon clan feel stifled. In the beast world, strength is respected. If he continued at this level, he might not even be able to maintain his position as leader. Soon, winter arrived. The leader of the Black Dragon clan had little time to think because the clan faced a new challenge. Previous hunting had been interrupted, leaving the Black Dragon clan with little stored food. Without food, the wild beasts in the forest hid away during winter, making it harder to find anything to eat. As the snow fell and the weather grew colder, more and more young females in the tribe fell ill, and the leader's expression grew increasingly grim. Leader, these young females are mostly sick due to malnutrition from lack of food. I don't have any good solutions, the shaman said awkwardly. Looking at the leader of the Black Dragon clan, the best solution would be to eat well and restore their health, but the tribe was currently lacking food, making recovery difficult. Think of another way, the leader of the Black Dragon clan said helplessly, raising his hand. He felt that ever since Miyu returned, troubles had come one after another. This little female truly was a jinx. Previously, he could use his position as leader to obtain more food, but now he no longer had that privilege. The feeling of hunger was truly uncomfortable. Just when the leader of the Black Dragon clan was at a loss, some male suddenly burst into his stone house. Leader, more than half of the young females in the clan have fallen ill. We beg you to find Miyu and let her take a look. The shaman Han Ti told the truth when he returned, leading everyone to believe there was a difficult-to-treat illness in the tribe. The leader of the Black Dragon clan resolutely refused. No need, the tribe has a shaman. We don't need to beg her. Shaman, what can he even do? These minor issues have been untreated for so long. Does the leader not value our lives at all? While the Black Dragon males who had long been dissatisfied with the leader's actions roared. After all, if it weren't for the leader's previous behavior, they wouldn't have fallen into such a tragic situation. Pressured by his clansmen, the leader of the Black Dragon clan had no choice but to agree to their request. Although he was reluctant to face Miyu, thinking of the current situation in the tribe, he could only brace himself and go to the villa. Miyu never expected that the leader of the Black Dragon clan would come over so quickly. Seeing that the once arrogant leader of the Black Dragon clan was no longer so, Miyu felt that karma truly exists. The survival of the fittest is the best depiction of this world. If it weren't for her, the Sea Shark clan would probably have been exterminated by now. Upon seeing Miyu, the leader of the Black Dragon clan looked a bit awkward. After expressing his intentions, Miyu unhesitatingly refused. They're not my people, so why should I save them? Miyu asked as a matter of course. The leader of the Black Dragon clan had thought that Miyu would make things difficult, but he didn't expect her to refuse so decisively. The several males of the Black Dragon clan who came with the leader instantly understood. Miyu is doing this on purpose, angry that they treated the Sea Shark clan that way before. The starving male members of the Black Dragon clan are kneeling down one after another, admitting their mistakes to Miyu. Little female Miyu, although we did those things before, we were also forced into it. If we don't listen to the Black Dragon clan leader, he will find ways to deal with us. Yes, we already know we were wrong. Please save my little female. The leader of the Black Dragon clan watched his people kneeling one after another, pleading with Miyu, and his anger surged instantly. Why should his clan members bow to Miyu? Looking at the scene before her, Miyu remained unmoved. Seeing that no amount of pleading was working, some of them began to have different thoughts. Little female Miyu, please save us. As long as you are willing, we can offer as many crystal beads as you want. They were no longer asking Miyu for kindness to treat their little female. They just hoped she could prescribe medicine for treatment in exchange for crystal beads. No amount of crystal beads would be too much. After being rejected by Miyu again, the males of the Black Dragon clan looked ashen. The little female is the foundation of the tribe. If their partner is gone, what meaning is there in living? Nothing seems to work, and it seems that the leader of the Black Dragon clan has really gone too far, provoking Miyu to want them all dead. The leader of the Black Dragon clan and his people left in disappointment. By nightfall, Seder, feeling guilty, still went to find Miyu. Miyu, how about helping the little female of the Black Dragon clan? Miyu had long been prepared for Seder to speak. After all, he grew up in the Black Dragon clan and still has feelings for these people. If you wanted to take action to save someone, it's simple. The leader of the Black Dragon clan must be replaced. Miyu looked at Seder with piercing eyes. Replace him? Seder looked at Miyu in confusion. Changing a clan leader is not easy in the tribe, but seeing the current state of the Black Dragon clan leader, he has already become the target of everyone's anger, making it much easier to replace him. Miyu's thoughts were simple. The Black Dragon clan's leader was not someone who would be grateful. He would only seize the opportunity to rise again one day. Therefore, to prevent him from causing trouble in the future, she had to cut off the Black Dragon clan leader's avenues. Upon learning this, the Black Dragon clan leader turned pale. Just as he was about to say no, he was interrupted by a member of the Black Dragon clan. Miyu, little female, we are willing to change our leader, as long as you are willing to help us. A male member of the Black Dragon clan stood up with a determined gaze. As for who the new leader would be, he didn't consider it at all, as long as Miyu, the little female, was willing to step in to save them and their partners. Miyu could sense that the members of the Black Dragon clan were filled with resentment towards their leader, which made things proceed unusually smoothly. It seemed she had overestimated the leader's status among them. She had initially worried that some dissatisfied clan members would stand up to oppose. But surprisingly, no one in the entire tribe intervened. The Black Dragon clan leader, witnessing this scene, was nearly driven mad with anger. How can you do this? Who will lead everyone out of this predicament if the leader changes? The new leader, chosen by the crowd, was none other than Saddle. The Black Dragon clan leader was infuriated to see the young male, who had nearly starved to death, taking his place. After a brief succession ceremony, Saddle took his seat as the leader of the Black Dragon clan. Just watch. Letting him become the leader, Miyu will definitely not help us. She just wants to drag our entire tribe down, the deposed leader shouted angrily. He was determined to watch Saddle's downfall and hoped to see the siblings become enemies. He did not believe Vivian would sit back and do nothing. However, he soon found himself unable to laugh. Saddle, now the leader, did not show excessive pride on his face. His first task upon taking office was to properly settle the tribe's members. He immediately arranged for food for the starving females and young beastmen, and brought back a considerable amount of medicine from Miyu. After breaking off her partnership with the Black Dragon clan leader, Vivian chose to live in Miyu's seaside villa. The villa was also home to the little tiger cubs. Seeing the adorable cubs lifted Vivian's spirits significantly. Ruka needed to go hunting every day, and Vivian voluntarily took on the responsibility of caring for the cubs. The first snowfall occurred at this time. Watching the snow gently fall outside, Miyu felt a bit cold. It was indeed a little chilly by the sea in winter. Vivian walked over to Miyu, gently touching her hand. It's a bit cold, she said, looking at Miyu with concern. Miyu's eyes sparkled as she spoke coldly. Let's change places. Change places? Vivian looked at Miyu in surprise. Where can we possibly go now? And rebuilding the stone house would take too long. We don't have any stone houses in other places either. If so many people move away, where will they live? Vivian said worriedly. If it doesn't work, we can go back to the Black Dragon clan. After all, the current leader of the Black Dragon clan is Seidel. So it's only natural that her mother and sister want to live there. Miyu shook her head and said, No need, mother. Seder has just taken the position of clan leader, so we shouldn't trouble him. The Black Dragon clan has just gone through a disaster. Although it wasn't caused by her directly, it can still be considered an indirect reason, and the clan members are surely unhappy with her. If she were to bring a group of people to stay there now, it would inevitably put Seder in a difficult position. We're okay, but the little ones can't endure like this. Vivian looked at the little tiger cubs still playing on the sofa with concern. Miyu thought for a moment and said, Then let's go find a new place to live. Shoka also agreed, so the two of them discussed and decided to go out together to look for a suitable location. We need a wide piece of land, and there must be a water source, Miyu murmured while standing by the sea. To survive, we must find a place with water, otherwise daily life will be problematic. The closest place that meets your requirements might only be the territory of the pterosaur tribe, Shoka said after thinking for a moment. When they rushed over, they indeed found that this area was very suitable. There was a wide grassy area nearby, and the forest was not far away. The most critical point was that it wasn't too far from the sea, making the move less troublesome. If we choose this place, we will need to discuss it with the pterosaur tribe, Shoka said thoughtfully. The interactions with the pterosaur tribe were not very frequent, and after thinking for a while, Miyu decided to go with Xing-Chi back at the villa. Miyu saw Erfuman lazily leaning on the sofa. What's wrong with you? Miyu walked over with some concern. It's been 5 days, and you still look so unenergetic? Originally, Miyu thought Erfuman was just tired from recent activities, but she didn't expect that after several days, he still looked so wilted. Erfuman glanced at Miyu and said, It's winter, and I will soon go into hibernation. Oh right. Miyu slapped her forehead and suddenly remembered. Elfman is a serpent beast, and snakes hibernate in the winter. Once you move the villa to a safe place, I will go into hibernation. Elfman yawned again, looking as if he might fall asleep at any moment. It needed to be arranged quickly. So the next day, Miyu and Xing-Chi went to the pterosaur tribe to find the chief. But unexpectedly, they were refused entry without even seeing him. We have important matters to discuss with the chief of the pterosaur tribe, Miyu emphasized. The person at the door had a blank expression, stating that the chief said he wouldn't meet with anyone for any reason. Miyu frowned, wanting to say something, but was pulled by Xing-Chi, indicating that there was no need to continue entangling here. The moon, the leader of the pterosaur tribe, is unwilling to meet. It won't do us any good to talk to these people here. It's better to go back and think of a solution first, Xing-Chi said. That makes sense. Just as they returned to the seaside villa, Miyu saw Seidel arriving. Seidel, what brings you here? Miyu was surprised. Ever since Seder became the chief of the Black Dragon clan, he had been busy dealing with clan affairs all day long. She hadn't seen him for several days. The internal arrangements of the Black Dragon clan have been made. Now that I have some free time, I came to see you. How's the new place you chose? Seder asked with a smile. Miyu could only mention the problem she was facing to Seidel. I see, I'll go for you. It should be better if I go, Seidel said after thinking for a moment. After all, he is also the chieftain of the Black Dragon clan. Miyu originally didn't want to trouble Seidel, but as the weather grew colder, she had no choice but to agree. All right, then I'll trouble Seidel. I'll go with him. Chapter 168, Moving House. Seidel prepared 10 pieces of prey as a gift and took Miyu back to the pterosaur clan. When the guards of the pterosaur clan saw Seidel, they still stopped them. Halt! Outsiders are not allowed near the pterosaur clan. Seidel found it a bit strange. I am the chief of the Black Dragon clan, and I'm here to discuss important matters. This is a small token of our goodwill. Please help us convey this to the chief of the pterosaur clan. The guard glanced at the prey in Seidel's hands, showing a hint of uncertainty before taking the prey into the tribe. However, less than 10 minutes later, the guard returned with the prey and directly threw it out. Go, go, go. Our chief said he won't meet you. Don't come back in the future. Seeing his prey thrown out, a hint of confusion flashed in Seidel's eyes. Although the relationship between the Black Dragon clan and the pterosaur clan was close, it shouldn't reach the point of being repeatedly turned away and not even being able to see each other. The direct rejection of the prey was akin to a falling out with the Black Dragon clan. Since that's the case, let's go, Seidel. Miyu went to help pick up the prey that had fallen on the ground and glanced at Seidel. We're going back. Seidel still looked a bit worried. What about your place? If they are unwilling to discuss here, There are plenty of other places. You've worked hard this time, so let's head back. Miyue was unconcerned. The territory of the neighboring pterosaur clan was nice, but it wasn't indispensable. Seeing that Miyue didn't seem troubled, Seidel finally relaxed. He took the prey from Miyue's hands and returned with her. For some reason, whenever Seidel looked at his sister, he felt a sense of reassurance. It was as if she could solve any problem at any time. Upon returning to the seaside villa, everyone could tell what had happened when they saw the prey in Seidel's hands. Strange, we didn't have any grudges with the pterosaur clan before, why? Xingqi was a bit confused. Just then, Lap returned. What's going on? Seeing everyone's unsightly expressions, a hint of confusion flashed in Lap's eyes. Miyu explained the situation to Lap. Lap nodded and said, I'll find out if anything has happened with the pterosaur tribe recently. Although the beast world is not as complex as modern society, tribes don't easily hold grudges against each other, especially with winter approaching. The more grudges there are, the more dangers one faces when extreme weather arrives. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, there is no such thing as kicking someone when they're down, only the survival of the fittest. Seidel also agreed, saying he wouldn't be able to sleep until he figured it out. Truly, curiosity kills the cat. Lap had been doing business with Miyu and had just received an order for a batch of cakes, making it a perfect time to gather information. Miyu didn't wait for 2 days, and Lap returned with news. I just found out that the leader of the pterodactyl clan has become partners with Sophie. Lap said after he came back. No wonder. Besides that, the former leader of the Black Dragon clan, your father, has also been taken to live with the pterodactyl clan. Lap added, this explains everything. It seems Sophie has been whispering in the ear of the leader of the pterodactyl clan, which is why he hasn't even seen her. Should we think of another way? Vivian walked over and asked with concern. Miyu shook her head. No need with Sophie here. Even if the pterosaurs are willing to let us borrow their place temporarily, I wouldn't dare to go. Who knows if Sophie might secretly take action against them? Who knows if the pterosaurs would take advantage of us once we settle down? Compared to the endless troubles of living here, I'd rather choose another place. Lap pondered. According to your requirements, there is actually a piece of land at the border between the Iron Dragon clan and the Triceratops clan that would be very suitable. I thought of that place before, but I didn't mention it because it was a bit far, since there's no chance with the pterosaurs. This one is more appropriate. Alright, we're only moving once anyway. I'm fine with it. But will the leaders of the Iron Dragon clan and the Triceratops clan agree? The villa can be stored in our own space for easy access. The main issue is to solve the land problem. Miyu, little female, I can guarantee with confidence that my father absolutely has no objections to this. Well, let us go take a look first, Miyu decided. After all, living on someone else's territory requires some proper acknowledgement. The Iron Dragon clan and the Triceratops clan were also old acquaintances, and Miyu stated her intentions upon meeting them. Both the leader of the Iron Dragon clan and the leader of the Triceratops clan happily agreed. After all, she was the savior of both clans. How could they refuse such a request? Miyu asked Xingqi to take out the things that had been prepared long ago. 2 clan leaders. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please make sure to accept it. Looking at the package in Miyu's hand, both clan leaders showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. What is this? The down jacket seemed familiar, but the brick-like object was something they hadn't seen before. This is compressed biscuit. It only needs a little water to rehydrate, and you can eat until you're full, Miyu patiently explained. So that's how it is. These are for the little females to use in winter, just a small gesture from us. Winter supplies are inherently scarce, and Miyu was willing to give these to them. Both clan leaders couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Then it's settled. I'll go back and prepare. Miyu smiled as she left. It was best to collect such large items at night. She preferred not to expose her secrets in front of others, and she was also afraid of scaring Vivian. After returning to the seaside villa, Miyu asked Vivian to take the cubs back to the Black Dragon tribe for a couple of days. Mother, you go back and stay for a while. I'll come and get you once I'm settled. Vivian wanted to ask Miyu if she needed help, but seeing that her little female cub didn't say anything, she refrained from asking further. She took the cubs back to the Black Dragon territory, and Seidel was very happy to take the cubs around the Black Dragon tribe. That night, when no one was around, Miyu quietly moved the villa into her space and then went to the pre-selected location. Once she arrived, Miyu took the villa out. The 2-story villa seemed a bit insufficient with Vivian's arrival, so Miyu thought it would be better to add a small 3-bedroom unit specifically for Vivian to live in. This way, her secrets could be better concealed. The new mobile home needed to be custom-made, but Miyu was not in a hurry. The next morning, Miyu went to the Black Dragon territory to bring Vivian and the cubs back. Vivian and Seidel originally wanted to help Miyu, but they didn't expect that in just one night, she had moved the villa to the prepared location. This was something that ordinary people couldn't accomplish. Even the males in the tribe couldn't do it. She found it unbelievable. Chapter 169. Selling shells again, unable to understand. Vivian automatically filled in the gaps and attributed the credit to Shioka, Xing-Chi, and Elfman. However, her gaze towards me was somewhat complicated. From the very beginning, she felt that her little female cub seemed to have some secrets, but after thinking it over, she felt it was unnecessary to ask. If Miyu is willing to speak, she will naturally do so. The villa has been arranged, but there are still many things that need to be set up inside. And Miyu took out many items from space. With Vivian around, arranging these things became much easier. Looking at the newly decorated place, Miyu's mood improved significantly. The villa was ready, and seeing that there was nothing left for her to help with, Elfman also prepared for hibernation. The snake beast was supposed to hibernate in a secret place in the wild, but Elfman was not at ease with Miyu, so he dug a burrow not far from the villa to hibernate. Hibernation does not mean sleeping through the entire winter. During this time, Elfman also needed to wake up occasionally to eat something to recover. So, Miyu prepared beef jerky and compressed biscuits for him in advance. Looking at the abundant supplies in front of him, Elfman felt happy inside. The little female cared for him, which proved that she had him in her heart. He just wondered if, after a winter, the little female would still remember him. Would this be a bit too much? Looking at the items in front of him, Elfman smiled helplessly. He only needed to ensure he wouldn't starve during hibernation, but Miyu and the others had to really endure through this winter. Don't worry, we won't starve. It's you who might run out of food and end up starving. Miyu gave him a reassuring glance. It was inconvenient for others to disturb Elfman during hibernation. Otherwise, she would occasionally bring him something to eat. Seeing Miyu being so thoughtful, Elfman couldn't help but hug her and roll onto the bed, burying his chin in Miyu's neck. What should I do? Just thinking about not seeing you for an entire winter makes me a little reluctant. Miyu reached out and gently patted his back. It's okay. When you wake up from your sleep, you'll be able to see me. That was true. The two of them rolled onto the bed, and no matter what, Elfman was unwilling to let go of Miyu. Knowing that Elfman couldn't bear to part with her, Miyu went along with him. After their tender moments, Elfman gently stroked Miyu's flat abdomen. When can you give me a nest of little ones? He glanced at the sky outside, which had already seen a snowfall, and now everything outside was covered in white. Maybe next spring. I promise I'll give you a nest of little ones next spring, Miyu said with a smile. With a reassuring answer, Elfman felt satisfied. The next morning, Elfman went into hibernation. Under the moonlight, Miyu saw Lap calculating something, and there were quite a few crystal beads beside him. What are you doing? Miyu asked curiously as she looked at Lap. Upon seeing Miyu come down, a flash of jealousy crossed Lap's eyes. I'm thinking about a new business deal. Ever since doing business with Miyu, Lap had gained quite a bit of inspiration and had been exploring business on his own. Miyu suddenly became energetic. What kind of business? Tell me about it. Lap pointed to the down jackets and comforters nearby, which Miyu had prepared for everyone a few days ago. These are the clothes and blankets you sent to the Iron Dragon clan. I try them on, and they are very comfortable and warm. I think this is great. The down jackets and comforters are both lightweight and warm, which gave Lap an instant new idea. What do you think about selling these? Lap asked. Miyu hummed in response. Selling down jackets and down comforters? Is that possible? Of course it is. We originally used things like cowhide and sheepskin, but they don't keep you warm as well as down and are more troublesome. If they aren't cleaned well, they can have a smell, and even after washing, there's still a lingering odor. Most importantly, they aren't as warm as down. Sounds good. If I can earn crystal beads, I'm definitely willing to. Whether it's to extend my lifespan or to improve my quality of life, crystal beads are essential. But what would be a good price if I were to sell them? Miyu pondered for a moment. If the price is too high, will they not sell? If it's too low, won't that be a loss? I've already thought it through. One down jacket and one set of comforters for one blue crystal bead. This price isn't too low, and high-ranking males in the tribe can afford it. All right, then I'll prepare to purchase some. Miyu quickly agreed. After all, there were many other items that needed to be procured, so the next morning, Miyu returned to the modern world. As soon as she got back, she headed straight to the factory. The quantity she needed to purchase was large, so going directly to the factory would be more cost-effective. However, the prices at the factory were slightly higher than Miyu had expected. These are all extra thick and of very high quality, the factory manager said, pointing to the items in front of him. Miyu checked the goods, and indeed, as the factory manager said, they were all excellent materials. If they bought them too small, they might not be usable. This batch of goods needed to be expedited, otherwise they would miss the deadline. After ordering a large batch of goods, Miyu noticed her account balance decreasing again and felt she needed to find a way to earn some money from the beast world. Taking the first batch of goods home, Miyu thought that selling clamshells was the most profitable option. Familiar with the process, Miyu asked Xing-Chi to prepare a batch of clamshells for her, which were of good quality but not yet top-notch. Clamshells of this quality couldn't reach auction standards, but they still attracted a lot of interest in the market. However, Miyu looked at the 5 exquisite clamshells in her hands with more anticipation. This time, it wasn't the auction manager who came, but the boss, Mr. Gu, personally came to see Miyu. "Boss, what do you think of these clamshells?" Miyu showed the exquisite clamshells to Mr. Gu. Seeing the shells with excellent shapes and colors, Mr. Gu's eyes lit up. This is certainly good. Where did you get such fine clamshells? He knew that someone had previously asked him if he still had such clamshells. Exquisite clamshells, besides being used as decorations in homes, were also unique. After all, such large clamshells were rare in modern times, and they were also purely natural. "I have my own channels." Miyu knew Mr. Gu's thoughts and laughed it off. Brushing the matter aside, a flash of disappointment crossed Mr. Gu's face. He hoped to gain some clues from Miyu, but it seemed he wouldn't get anything. The other party was indeed very cautious. Soon, the news of clamshells appearing at the auction spread. Lu Jingjing also learned about it. "What did you say?" Miyu is back. Lu Jingjing, who was doing a facial mask, instantly perked up. "Absolutely true. The clamshells at the auction came from her hands." "There's no doubt about it," said the person on the other end of the phone. Chapter 170. Mi Zhao is kidnapped. Lu Jingjing's eyes brightened. She dares to come back? Previously, she had made herself lose a lot of face, and now she still had the guts to return? Recently, she had spent a lot of effort looking for Miyu, but had found no news. Even near Li Xiangyang, it seemed she had vanished from this world. "I understand. You all proceed according to the plan we discussed," Lu Jingjing said coldly. Miyu was unaware that Lu Jingjing had learned about her return through the auction and did not know her ulterior motives. The production of the quilt and down jacket required some time, so Miyu simply stayed in the modern world during this period. Someone had informed her about the embarrassing incident at the auction where Lu Jingjing had been ridiculed by the entire elite circle. However, for Miyu, these were not important. Why would she be embarrassed? If it weren't for her desire to scheme against others first, why would she feel humiliated? Nevertheless, taking this opportunity, she decided not to dwell on such negative things and focus on spending quality time with Mi Zhao, which was more important. Miyu was just thinking about going to find Mi Zhao when she suddenly received a call from an unknown number. "Hello, is this Miss Miyu?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" Upon hearing the stranger's voice, Miyu became very alert. "Miss Mi, your brother Mi Zhao is in our hands. If you don't want him to die, bring 100 million immediately to ransom him." Miyu's expression suddenly changed. Mi Zhao had been kidnapped. "I will send you the address, and don't think about calling the police. If you do, you will never see your brother again in this lifetime." On the other end of the phone, a faint sound of a young boy crying could be heard. It seemed that the call was deliberately not hung up immediately to ensure she could hear the voice clearly. "Sister, sister, save me." Upon listening closely, it was indeed Mi Zhao's voice. Miyu waited for the other party to hang up the phone, her face full of anger. She didn't often act in this world, and if they had taken action while she was away, it would be understandable. However, it just so happened that she had returned. It's hard to say there weren't others involved in this. Miyu immediately made several phone calls. When the other party called, they did not deliberately hide their voice. But from experience, if they were a vicious kidnapper, they would certainly pay attention to concealing their identity. Even their voice would not be easily revealed to others. One must understand that any small detail could bring endless danger. Considering her enemies, there didn't seem to be many. Moreover, very few people knew about Mi Zhao's situation, and only a handful knew he was her brother. If the kidnapper were an ordinary person, it would be impossible for them to know this information. So it was highly likely they were being directed by someone else. However, without any evidence and no suspects at the moment, Miyu could only seek help. That day, a bounty appeared in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Whoever could rescue her Mi Zhao would be rewarded with 200 million. 200 million. When this amount was announced, everyone was stirred up. Previously, such bounties rarely exceeded tens of millions, but 200 million seemed like a fantasy. Most importantly, seeming to fear that others would not believe it, Miyu directly offered 100 million as a reward, stating that whoever successfully rescued Mi Zhao could take the remaining 100 million. This kind of generosity was unprecedented. As soon as the news broke, many people from both the legitimate and underworld began to take action. Sitting in the villa, Miyu felt a heavy heart. The reason for such a grand gesture was her speculation that the kidnapper might have a certain probability of turning against their employer and bringing Mi Zhao to claim the reward. But if she was wrong, Mi Zhao would be in danger. Miyu closed her eyes, and now she could only believe in the power of money. This money, She would never give to the kidnappers. Moreover, now that Mi Zhao was worth 200 million, the kidnapper wouldn't dare to easily kill him. Upon hearing this news, Lu Jingjing was almost driven mad. She never expected that Mi Yu would directly issue a bounty. It should be known that very few people could resist the temptation of such a high bounty in both the underworld and the legitimate world. She didn't know if the kidnapper was aware of this, but if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to resist the temptation either. No, she had to resolve this trouble before anything happened. With this thought in mind, Lu Jingjing immediately contacted the kidnapper. You need to kill him right now. Get rid of Mi Zhao, and I'll give you an extra 2 million. At this point, the kidnapper was already aware of the announcement issued by Mi Yu, but he didn't reveal it. Okay, he obediently agreed. Seeing the other party's consent, Lu Jingjing felt slightly relieved. As long as Mi Zhao was dead, Mi Yu would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Lu Jingjing was planning in her mind, unaware that as soon as the call ended, the kidnapper activated a voice-changing feature to contact Mi Yu. Miss Mi, I want to confirm, if I find your brother, will you really reward 200 million? This was the first call Mi Yu received, and she instinctively became alert. The announcement had just been released for a short time, and someone was able to contact her. If it wasn't someone in the know, the only possibility was the kidnapper. Mi Yu felt anxious but spoke calmly. Of course, the premise is to be quick. Otherwise, if others find it first, even if you provide valuable information, you won't get a reward. The kidnapper on the other end of the phone seemed a bit anxious, and I knew where he was. Where? Mi Yu pressed. The other party suddenly calmed down, saying, I can let you meet the person first. Once you see the person, you transfer the money to me, and I'll tell you the location. Then, after I get the money, I can still kill them, right? That way, I can earn double. At this point, Mi Yu has basically confirmed the identity of the other party. I must see the person with my own eyes. If I can't see them, I won't give you any money. The kidnapper thought that the other party was just a woman and, in a moment of desperation, might agree, but unexpectedly, the other party showed no signs of falling for it. Unable to let go of the 200 million reward and unwilling to give up the money Lu Jingjing had given him, he found himself hesitating. I'm not negotiating with you. I believe that without you, there will be others providing information. After all, there is no wall that doesn't let the wind through, and a passing goose must leave a trace. Mi Yu used provocation. At this moment, Mi Yu had contacted Li Xiangyang using another phone. She typed out the situation to Li Xiangyang and asked him to check this phone number. Li Xiangyang didn't expect that Mi Yu would encounter such a situation right after returning, so he hurried to help her investigate. However, the call came from a black card, making it impossible to trace any leads. On the other side, the kidnapper, who thought threatening Mi Yu would work, realized that the other party was not falling for it at all and had no choice but to hang up the phone. The reward yielded no results. And for a moment, Mi Yu almost doubted whether she was heading in the wrong direction. Unable to find the person, Mi Yu had no mood to keep an eye on production at the factory. Fortunately, the factory director had received such a large sum of money and would naturally do his utmost to avoid letting a cooked duck fly away. Chapter 171. Tracking down Mi Zhao's location. After learning about Mi Zhao's incident, Li Xiangyang rushed over to accompany Mi Yu. Don't worry, Mi Yu. I'll send someone to look for them tomorrow. Maybe there will be news by tomorrow morning, Li Xiangyang reassured her. For now, that was all they could hope for. Mi Yu didn't know how she had fallen asleep. She only knew that when she woke up, it was already the next morning. Some notifications popped up on her phone, and after glancing at them briefly, she found they were all trivial and useless messages. Mi Yu threw herself onto the bed, her heart in turmoil, reflecting on whether what she did was right or wrong. At that moment, Li Xiangyang had just arrived at the company when he saw Lu Jingjing approaching. What are you here for? Upon seeing Lu Jingjing, a bold hypothesis flashed through Li Xiangyang's mind. He instinctively stepped back from her, sensing Li Xiangyang's subtle aloofness. Disappointment filled Lu Jingjing's eyes. Li Xiangyang, I know what you're busy with. I just want to tell you that I have news about Mi Yu's brother. Really? Where is he? Upon hearing this news, Li Xiangyang instantly perked up, and even the way he looked at her changed. Indeed, he wasn't devoid of emotions. He just didn't express them for himself. Disappointment filled Lu Jingjing's eyes. I went through a lot of trouble to find this out. Don't you have any reaction? Once we find Mi Zhao, I will definitely host a banquet to thank Miss Lu properly, Li Xiangyang said without thinking. Lu Jingjing snorted. Li Xiangyang, do you think I need your meal? Although her family background couldn't be considered a top-tier wealthy family, she could still be regarded as a rich lady. Clothing and food were just external possessions for her. Li Xiangyang looked at her in confusion. Then what do you want? If you have something in mind, I can help you. Besides, as long as you help find Mi Zhao, Mi will offer 200 million as a reward. Trading one piece of information for 200 million, Miss Lu should know which is more profitable. Lu Jingjing was almost amused to the point of anger. I don't want anything. I don't want money. I just want you to promise me to marry me. What? For a moment, Li Xianyang thought he heard wrong. Marry her? As long as you marry me, I will immediately tell you where Mi Zhao is, Lu Jingjing said. She was certain that Li Xianyang would agree for Mi Yu's sake. But unexpectedly, this time, Li Xianyang did not agree. You don't care about Mi Zhao's life or death anymore, Lu Jingjing said in exasperation. Li Xianyang looked at Lu Jingjing with disappointment. Of course I care. But if Miss Lu's condition is this, then I cannot agree. Do you dislike me that much? Lu Jingjing asked with a dark expression as she watched Li Xianyang turn to leave. I originally didn't dislike you, but if you continue to be so stubborn, then who knows? Stubborn? What do you mean by stubborn? Lu Jingjing watched him leave, her eyes filled with mockery. So, all her feelings for him were called stubbornness? Watching Lu Jingjing walk away, Li Xianyang's expression grew darker. How could she find a place that so many others couldn't? There must be something strange about it. Thinking of this, Li Xianyang picked up his phone and called Mi Yu to inform her of the situation. So it's like this, I understand. After Mi Yu learned about it, he immediately sent someone to secretly follow Lu Jingjing. After leaving Li Xianyang's place, Lu Jingjing went straight home. Once home, she directly went down the tunnel and into the basement. The basement of the villa was very large, unlike a typical basement that has a creepy feeling. As soon as Lu Jingjing entered the basement, she saw that Mi Zhao was still alive. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to kill him? Lu Jingjing's expression changed. She originally wanted Mi Yu and Li Xianyang to regret it, but now, the kidnapper didn't expect Lu Jingjing to come over, so he didn't want to pretend anymore. Why should I kill him? Keeping him gives me the chance to earn 2 billion. Lu Jingjing was a bit flustered. What are you talking about? Either you let me earn the 2 billion, or I will report you to the police right now. Let's see who ends up worse off. The kidnapper's words made Lu Jingjing's heart skip a beat. You dare to threaten me? Lu Jingjing's face looked ugly. The kidnapper didn't care about Lu Jingjing's attitude at all. It's up to you, will you let me? Fine. Almost gritting her teeth, Lu Jingjing reluctantly agreed to the kidnapper's demands. Watching Lu Jingjing leave in a hurry, the kidnapper finally felt a bit relieved as he looked at the people behind him. Soon, Mi Yu received several photos. The photos showed a little boy with his hands and feet bound, which was Mi Zhao. He had some bruises on him and didn't look well. Mi Yu's heart instantly sank, but she showed no sign of it on her face. I'll give you 2 locations. If the money isn't delivered tonight, we'll tear up the ticket, the voice on the other end said. If it was another virtual number, they would demand 200 million at one location. If they couldn't get it, they would tear up the ticket. After hanging up the phone, Mi Yu's face turned exceptionally pale. She didn't dare to gamble. If she chose the wrong location and brought the money but couldn't find anyone, wouldn't that be a pointless risk? Why don't we each pick a location? Mi Yu suggested, looking at Li Xianyang. Li Xianyang pondered for a moment and then mentioned Lu Jingjing's attempt to contact him. Coincidentally, after he rejected her, the kidnappers called, making it hard not to connect the two events. Brother Xianyang, I suspect that the mastermind behind this is Lu Jingjing. How about this? We each take 200 million and only hand over the money when we see the person. That won't work either. Mi Zhao is very important. But if you get hurt because of this, I won't be able to relax, Li Xianyang said with a worried expression. Mi Yu looked at Li Xianyang's determined gaze and suddenly felt a bit hesitant. Indeed, who knows if Lu Jingjing has any backup plans? Wait, I might have a way to determine Mi Zhao's location. Mi Yu suddenly remembered that the space has a positioning feature. Seeing that Mi Yu had recalled something, Li Xianyang remained silent, quietly waiting. System, can you locate Mi Zhao's position? Mi Yu called out to the system. Host, Mi Zhao is a person from the modern world. Tracking his location requires 10 golden points. Do you choose to redeem? Soon, Mi Yu exchanged golden points from the system and confirmed Mi Zhao's location. Mi Zhao is in the suburbs of Beijing. After confirming the location, the two prepared to rush over together. On the way, Mi Yu felt very anxious. She didn't know how long Mi Zhao could hold on after being injured. She had come in such a hurry that she forgot to bring some useful medicines. When the two arrived at the address in the suburbs of Beijing, they saw a sneaky figure from afar. Huh, you really dare to come, which I didn't expect. The kidnapper grinned upon seeing Mi Yu. Chapter 172. Caught in the trap, where's my brother? Mi Yu asked darkly. The kidnapper walked over to Mi Yu and fixed his gaze on Li Xianyang. Tie him to that pillar over there, and I'll let you see him. Mi Yu frowned. Why? Li Xianyang also became nervous. If he were tied up, he could only watch anxiously if the kidnapper wanted to do something to Mi Yu. The person is in my hands. I say what goes, the kidnapper snorted, not giving Mi Yu a chance to bargain at all. If it weren't for the system having a location, Mi Yu would have doubted whether he was just bluffing. But now, with the system's confirmation, Mi Yu didn't dare to take the risk. Li Xiangyang turned to look at Miyu. It's okay. Just do as he says. He came for the money. If he goes back on his word, he won't get anything. After a brief moment of hesitation, Miyu followed the kidnapper's instructions and tied Li Xiangyang to a nearby pillar. Only after confirming that she had tied him up properly did the kidnapper bring Mi Zhao out. Mi Zhao. Upon seeing Mi Zhao, Mi was so excited that she almost rushed over. Mi Zhao looked in very poor condition, with bruises on the exposed skin, appearing weak and feeble. There was a railing separating them, and Miyu couldn't get over. Hearing footsteps, Mi Zhao opened her eyes and froze when she saw Miyu. Sister. Mi Zhao, don't be afraid, sister. Before you could finish speaking, she heard Mi Zhao on the other side urgently calling out to her. Sister, you must go. Don't worry about me. Hurry and leave. Since she was already here, how could she easily leave? Miyu glanced around the dim room, unable to see what was nearby. This was supposed to be an abandoned villa's basement. Although Li Xiangyang was tied to a pillar, his eyes were quietly surveying the surroundings. His vision hadn't adjusted yet, so the range he could see was very limited. I've done everything you said. Can you let my brother go now? Miyu asked anxiously, looking at the kidnapper. The kidnapper's eyes were filled with greed. Did you bring the money? 200 million. I brought it, Miyu said, taking out a check from her pocket. One hand for the person, one hand for the money. The kidnapper thought for a moment and quickly agreed. The barrier was opened, and Miyu hurried over to examine Mi Zhao. Fortunately, he only had some superficial injuries, likely sustained during the kidnapping. Have you seen enough? Can I give you the money now? The kidnapper urged unhappily from behind. All right, I'll give it to you now. At that moment, Miyu had already exchanged for the power of lightning with the system. However, the power was too strong, so after reducing it a bit, she turned around and directly used it on the kidnapper. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the kidnapper was knocked out by the electricity. Not far away. Although Li Xiangyang's gaze had been on Miyu, he also didn't see how she had unleashed that power. Miyu quickly walked back, untied the ropes on Li Xiangyang, and helped him down, looking at him with concern. Are you all right? Li Xiangyang shook his head. First, let's tie him up and then check on Mi Zhao. Although the kidnapper was unconscious, no one could guarantee he wouldn't wake up later. Miyu tied up the kidnapper as Li Xiangyang instructed and then went to check on Mi Zhao's condition. At that moment, Mi Zhao suddenly fainted. The two quickly lifted Mi Zhao and carried her outside. Outside, Li Xiangyang had already instructed his assistant to wait. After Mi Zhao was taken out, Miyu immediately instructed her assistant to send him to the hospital. What about you, Mr. Mi? The assistant asked nervously. We still have some matters to resolve. The assistant looked at Miyu with concern. Should I come back to pick you up later? Miyu shook her head and said, it's fine. Just take good care of him after you go over. We'll go back ourselves once we're done. The assistant indicated that they understood. Back in the room, Miyu was ready to interrogate the kidnapper about who was really behind this, and whether it was truly Lu Jingjing. However, as soon as the two of them returned, before they could start the interrogation, a mist suddenly appeared in the room. Miyu's heart sank, realizing it was too late to escape. Both of them suddenly felt an abnormal surge of heat coursing through their bodies. At that moment, Lu Jingjing entered with a few burly men. Seeing that both Miyu and Li Xiangyang were affected, a smug smile appeared on Lu Jingjing's face. This person is left to you. Enjoy yourselves, she said, looking at Miyu with a proud grin. As the big men approached, Miyu's heart screamed in despair. Li Xiangyang never expected Lu Jingjing would dare to do such a thing. He wanted to grab Miyu, but found his body already losing control. He could barely stand, let alone save Miyu. Seeing Li Xiangyang like this, Lu Jingjing felt quite pleased. She stepped closer to Li Xiangyang, pinched his face, and forced him to look in the direction where Miyu was being dragged away. Watching your beloved woman being taken away, isn't it powerless? Don't worry, we can have some fun first. As she spoke, Lu Jingjing attempted to start removing Li Xiangyang's clothes. You dare. Li Xiangyang never expected Lu Jingjing would be so bold. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moment, Miyu exchanged for the power of lightning again. The burly men, who originally wanted to enjoy themselves, fainted before they could even get close to Miyu due to an unknown force. Miyu took a moment to recover some strength and headed towards the next room, unsure of Li Xiangyang's fate. Theoretically, Li Xiangyang should not be in any life-threatening danger, but with Lu Jingjing's unpredictable nature, no one could know what crazy thing she might do. Just as Lu Jingjing was about to strip Li Xiangyang of his clothes, Miyu unexpectedly pulled her away. Lu Jingjing was surprised that Miyu could take down those strong men. Well, you do have some skills, but so what? My medicine can only be undone through the union of yin and yang. You've taken him down, but who will detoxify you? Lu Jingjing stumbled and stood up, her eyes filled with pride. Annoying. The power of lightning could only temporarily suppress the agitation in Miyu's heart. and soon she felt that wave of heat enveloping her body again. She stepped toward Lu Jingjing, her expression almost murderous. "What do you want?" Lu Jingjing said. "I tell you, once I become your sister-in-law, I will treat you well." Though she said this, she was already trembling inside. "Damn it, how come you have such a strong aura? Then let's see if you have the ability to become my sister-in-law." Miyu directly struck Lu Jingjing with a palm, knocking her unconscious. Bang! A box fell from Lu Jingjing's body, and Miyu looked down to find it was actually a box of incense. Without a second thought, she dragged Lu Jingjing into the adjacent room, lit the incense in her hand, and locked her in with the several big men. Soon, indescribable sounds began to emanate from the room. When Miyu returned, Li Xiangyang was already gone. Chapter 173. The Other Side of Li Xiangyang. Miyu was startled and hurriedly went out to search, finally finding Li Xiangyang, who had immersed himself in cold water in another room. After holding on for so long, Miyu was about to reach her limit. Due to being close to Lu Jingjing, Li Xiangyang had inhaled a significant amount and was now showing symptoms of a nosebleed. If this continued, he might really be in life-threatening danger. "Actually, if you don't mind, I can." Miyu's cheeks flushed, not knowing if it was a good omen destined for this child to be extraordinary and achieve great things in the future, the old man said. However, at this moment, Dog Brother's gaze fell on Wu Shi-san and his group, realizing that these guys were actually watching them fight. Didn't they feel afraid? "Your companions are trapped in the house by the formation. I calculated that tonight would not be peaceful and did not want innocent people to lose their lives. These people are the guardians of the underworld. Their cultivation is above that of the underworld envoy, and you have the ancient dragon god within you. These people cannot harm you." Zhou was baffled, but now that he knew where Lung Qingyu worked, even if she temporarily rejected him, he would have many opportunities in the future. The buzzcut man pulled out a gun to shoot, but unfortunately, Lin Fan's wrist flicked, and the dagger in his hand immediately flew out. Soon after, the three prepared themselves, glanced at the entrance, and then got ready to go in. The old ancestor Yunxing naturally saw that when Qingye was the true master of this giant ape monster and immediately floated toward Wen Qingye to attack. Wan Dongwei walked out of the main hall with a grin, while Zhang Jinkuan shook his head with a wry smile, then organized his belongings and brought along some pills before leaving the main hall as well. The flames burned for a full quarter of an hour before gradually extinguishing, replaced by a fire-colored light ball with a diameter of 5 centimeters. What truly surprised Xiao Yuandong was learning from these county officials that Wang Ming had not only subdued the local tyrants in Xianghe, but had also established laws and started household registration. If he were truly willing to give up, Huang Fusheng could give him a prince's position, allowing him to live without worries from then on. But it was fear that there was no way to satisfy him. His heart might still belong to the Zijing kingdom. The emperor looked at the child with great fondness and named him Xian Bao, then announced to the world, which naturally caused some jealousy among the concubines in the harem. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room changed drastically, a lot of noisy sounds came from the entrance, and many Shenghui group employees were thrown in from outside, breaking the glass doors of the conference room. When Mu Li Xiao saw her like this, she inexplicably felt a sense of sadness for her. Who would have thought that the once proud and favored concubine would end up like this? Yin Feiyu quickly opened his computer and started checking the news online. Sure enough, it felt like the entire internet was covered with news about Sheng Yun and Shi Yao. Yin Feiyu clearly remembered instructing internal staff not to leak this information. Yet now the whole world knew about the troubles of these two major groups. They could only help each other now. Seeing this, Han Yueqiao's expression changed. If the opponent threw common hidden weapons, she wouldn't be afraid, but she was worried that what was thrown might be something poisonous, so she had to dodge quickly. I hope it hasn't raised any suspicions. Lu Mingya prayed in her heart while editing an email to send out. With Beitang Yeshuan's shout, people finally regained their senses. Though they didn't quite understand Beitang Yeshuan's intentions, they would just follow the prince's orders. A giant python like this is a legend in the city, and various benefits would come with it. What subsidies? What bonuses? As you said, wild animals as food. What's that? If they could bring this giant python into the zoo, the government would feed wild animals every day. Chapter 174. Li Xiangyang, welcome to join us. Damn it, if I had known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have taken this job, even if it killed me. Who knew that this seemingly weak woman was so powerful? He didn't even know how he got knocked out. There's no need for a golden basin to wash hands. Without hands, there's no need for a golden basin. After Li Xiangyang finished speaking, he directly ordered someone to drag him away and cut off both hands. He could certainly go get prosthetics, but prosthetics are inconvenient, and he wouldn't be able to threaten others again. Even for a kidnapper like this, with enemies as numerous as river fish, once incapacitated, many would want him dead. Everyone was taken away, leaving only Lu Jingjing. Looking at Lu Jingjing, who was disheveled and dazed, there was not a trace of sympathy in Li Xiangyang's eyes. It's all you, all you. Why did you want to harm me? Seeing Li Xiangyang standing in front of her, Lu Jingjing finally broke down. Li Xiangyang, I like you so much, so much. Why did you have to do this? Lu Jingjing stumbled to her feet, trying to rush over. But her legs went weak from the multiple experiences, and she couldn't stand up. If your affection comes at the cost of hurting others, then your affection is worthless. Li Xiangyang showed no signs of concealing his disgust. Dirty? Lu Jingjing suddenly laughed. What do you do to me? My father runs such a large company. If you dare to touch me, my father won't let you go. Lu Group? Li Xiangyang didn't take Lu Jingjing's words seriously at all. Do you think your father can save you? Li Xiangyang said as he took out his phone and directly called Lu's father. On the other end, hearing his daughter's cries for help, Lu's father frowned. Who are you? What do you want to do to my daughter? Li Xiangyang calmly picked up the phone. It's me. Long time no see. Can't Lu Zong recognize my voice anymore? It's Li Xiangyang. Lu's father's attitude softened a bit. What happened? She offended someone she shouldn't have. I don't want to do anything. I just want to give her a small punishment. So that's how it is. Lu's father was already a bit annoyed with his daughter. Now that he saw she had offended someone she shouldn't have, he simply decided not to care. Since it's like this, as long as I keep her alive, I'll send her abroad and make sure she won't be a nuisance again. Lu Jingjing never expected it would end up like this. She wanted to seek help, but couldn't voice it anymore because Lu's father had already hung up the phone without hesitation. At this moment, the assistant walked over from the adjacent room, still carrying some bloodstains. Boss, it's all taken care of. What about the things I wanted? Li Xiangyang asked. The assistant brought over a box, opened it to reveal an unknown injection. No, I don't want it. Miss Lu might as well not move around. Li Xiangyang's voice was sickly as he approached Lu Jingjing with the syringe. Soon, a full syringe of liquid was injected into her body. This won't take your life. It's just a muscle relaxant. You will gradually lose all your strength until you become a bedridden person for the rest of your life. Li Xiangyang pulled out the syringe and said coldly, How can you do this to me? Lu Jingjing's face showed an indescribable emotion, hurt and anger. She looked at the man she liked, who had no pity for her. After handling everything, Li Xiangyang instructed his assistant to take her back, while he returned to accompany Miyu. She was extremely tired and slept soundly through the night before waking up. By the time Miyu woke up, it was already the next day. A delicious aroma wafted up from downstairs. After a quick wash, Miyu went downstairs to find a table full of delicious dishes, with Li Xiangyang busy in an apron. Hearing the noise behind him, Li Xiangyang turned around. You're down? I was just about to call you. It smells so good. I couldn't resist coming down. I made it myself. I hope you like it. Li Xiangyang sat down a bit awkwardly. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere seemed a bit awkward for a moment. Miyu, can you take me back with you? I want to be with you. Li Xiangyang finally chose to speak after hesitating for a long time. Miyu was a bit surprised and put down her chopsticks. Brother Xiangyang, you really don't mind? I have other partners besides you. Moreover, the beast world and the modern world are completely different. I don't mind, Miyu. I'm already very content just being able to be by your side. Miyu fell silent for a moment and then agreed. I should go back. Miyu glanced at her phone. It was a message from the owner of the clothing factory, saying that the clothes were ready. Although she felt a bit reluctant and worried, there were still many concerns in that world. I'll go with you, Li Xiangyang said decisively. Miyu hesitated slightly. Really? That world is different from here. After all, if an ordinary person goes to the beast world, they would probably be scared. Moreover, in the beast world, strength is revered above all. No matter how rich you are, it doesn't matter there. If it weren't for having the system, she wouldn't know how many times she would have died already. As long as you're here, that's the best, Li Xiangyang said with a smile. All right. Since he has said so, Miyu didn't persuade him further. The down jacket and quilt were already prepared, and Miyu took Li Xiangyang back to the beast world. Everyone was very happy to see Miyu, and although they were prepared for Li Xiangyang behind her, Su Ka and others still felt a bit jealous. This is Li Xiangyang, someone you all know. From now on, we are all family. Miyu touched her nose, feeling guilty as she introduced Li Xiangyang to a few partners. Xingqi glanced at Li Xiangyang, snorted coldly with an unfriendly expression, and turned to leave the villa. Xingqi. Miyu didn't expect Xingqi to leave just because of a disagreement and wanted to call him back. But Xingqi didn't look back. He was just throwing a tantrum. He would be fine once he calmed down. Although Xiao felt quite bitter about it, he respected all of Miyu's decisions. Xiao looked at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang, welcome to join us. There is a sense of generosity that belonged to the main consort. Miyu looked at the scene in front of her, feeling a slight sense of guilt towards Shoka. Forget it, as long as they can get along peacefully. She just didn't know where Xingqi had gone now, and Miyu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. It was winter, and outside was a world of ice and snow. She wondered if he would be in danger just running out like that. The little tiger cub had seen Li Xiangyang before, but it knew that he was trying to take its mother away from its father. Subconsciously, they distanced themselves from Li Xiangyang. With a new member in the family, Vivian was happy. Li Xiangyang sat beside Miyu, looking at the shrimp on the table, and readily peeled it for her. Seeing Li Xiangyang being so gentle with Miyu, Vivian felt quite gratified. Although her little female cub was very capable, which mother wouldn't want her child to be cherished? Chapter 175, Shoka's self-blame for his mistake. Just after finishing the meal, Li Xiangyang suddenly took out a few toys from the package he had brought. Miyu looked at the toys with some curiosity. Aren't these Fungrong toys? I've seen them before. When I came back with you, I thought about bringing some gifts for the little ones, but time was a bit tight, so I just chose this. Li Xiangyang said. The little tiger cub had just transformed not long ago, resembling a 2- or 3-year-old child, and kids naturally have no resistance to toys. They were overjoyed to see the toys and were no longer so resistant to him. Watching the children play happily with Li Xiangyang, Miyu felt much more at ease. It started snowing outside. I wonder how the star pool is doing. In this icy cold, although the water is warmer than on land, it doesn't warm up much. I should go look for the star pool, Miyu thought. Shoka looked at Miyu. I'll accompany you. Miyu shook her head. Just stay with him at home. I'll be back soon. Besides, the down jackets and blankets they brought back need to be unpacked. There's still a lot to do these days. Li Xiangyang wanted to go with Miyu, but he couldn't swim. You are a special existence in this world, so you can't go in alone, Miyu reminded him. She traversed between 2 worlds and had 2 identities, but Li Xiangyang did not. Helpless, Li Xiangyang could only stay at home and wait. The sea was just too dark. Miyu didn't expect that she could get lost on a path she had walked many times before. Unknowingly, she found herself in an area filled with coral clusters. How could there be coral clusters here? Miyu was puzzled. She clearly remembered that there were no coral reefs on the way to the star pool territory. Just as she was about to turn back, but couldn't find her way, she suddenly spotted a white-haired male not far away. Hello, I would like to ask where this is. Wells didn't expect to see a land creature here. Are you lost? Where do you want to go? I can take you there. Wells didn't rush to answer Miyu's question. I want to go to the sea shark tribe. Perhaps the person in front of her looked too harmless, so Miyu instinctively said that. Then let's go. I know the way. I'll take you there. A kind smile appeared on Wells' face. Looking around, all she could see were coral reefs, and there seemed to be no other creatures. After thinking for a moment, Miyu decided to follow the unfamiliar male. After all, she had the system with her and wasn't afraid. However, the further they walked, the stranger Miyu felt. The area around them seemed to be getting darker, and there were no corals left now. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I won't go for now. Can you take me back? Miyu said as she turned to leave. Behind her, sticky tentacles suddenly grabbed her body. Miyu was taken aback and looked down to find that there were tentacles wrapping around her. Before she could react, she felt a tingling sensation all over her body. No, something was off. Miyu felt a sudden sense of dread. The tentacle was poisonous. Before she had time to react, she subconsciously sent a mental call for help to Xingqi just before losing consciousness. At that moment, Xingqi was sitting on the rocks by the sea, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. Just a short while ago, he had said there would be no other partner, and now another one had been brought back so quickly. Xingqi felt a deep discomfort in his heart. While he was feeling this way, he suddenly received Miyu's mental call. Xingqi, save me. Had she encountered danger? Xingqi's heart sank, and he immediately got up and rushed back to the villa. He had expected Xingqi to return so quickly, and both Shoka and Li Xiangyang were surprised to see him. Where's Miyu? She went to look for you. What's wrong? Didn't you see her? Shoka asked, somewhat confused. What? She wanted to see, to look for me? It was then that Xingqi realized something was wrong. I felt her mental call by the seaside. It seemed she's in danger. Xingqi was filled with regret. Why did he run out? If it weren't for looking for him, Miyu wouldn't have encountered danger. Knowing that Xingqi was in a bad state, everyone refrained from blaming him. Let's split up and search. She might just be lost, Li Xiangyang said, unable to suppress his concern and wanting to help find her. Li Xiangyang, you take the cubs and search around here, Shoka suggested after some thought. After all, he was just an ordinary person in this dangerous jungle and had no ability to protect himself. If he encountered danger, he might not be able to escape. Having him with the little tiger cubs would at least provide mutual support. Xingqi, on the other hand, took a group to search in the sea. The group began to search separately, but they didn't find anything from dusk until dawn. Finally, the The commotion caught Vivian's attention. "What are you looking for?" Vivian asked, puzzled as she looked at everyone. "Where's Miyu?" Initially, everyone hesitated to tell Vivian about the situation. But now it was clear they couldn't hide it any longer and had to tell her the truth. When Vivian heard that Miyu was missing, she nearly fainted from fright. Fortunately, Li Xiangyang reacted quickly and caught her. Vivian's eyes turned red instantly. "You all go find Sidel from the Black Dragon clan and ask him to help look for her. If she is really in danger, it won't be enough just relying on the few of us." While the group was busy, Prince Lapu of the Iron Dragon clan suddenly arrived. "Shioka, I'm here to pick up the order I placed before." Seeing everyone looking hurried as if they were about to leave, Lapu was puzzled. "What's going on?" Shioka was not in the mood for business and told Lapu about the potential danger you might be in. "What? She is missing? Then let us help look for her together," Lapu said decisively. Losing someone in winter is no small matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to danger. Vivian also informed the leader of the Golden Dragon clan. After Lapu returned, he didn't forget to find people from the Triceratops clan to join the search. 5 days passed, and still, there was no sign of Miyu. At first, Vivian could hold on, but as time ticked by, she was about to reach her breaking point. How could this happen? How could a good person go missing? "Mother, don't worry. Miyu might just be lost because of the recent weather," Sidel said, looking at his mother with concern. Everyone, aside from Vivian, was also very worried. Li Xiangyang didn't expect Miyu to encounter so many dangers upon arriving in the beast world. He wasn't a beast man, and without a partner beast mark, he couldn't sense her presence. Because he was a beast man, there were many places he couldn't go, and at that moment, he felt utterly powerless. "Don't be too pessimistic. At least we know she is still alive and not in life-threatening danger." Shioka tried to comfort both himself and Vivian. It was his fault. He should have stopped Miyu from going out late at night. Chapter 176. Dual Personalities. Who is the main personality? Don't think too much. Even if it weren't you, anyone would do the same. Shioka saw what Xing-Chi was thinking. There was no blame, only comfort. That's what family should do. But next time, he should remember this lesson. "I have a way. My blood can be used as a guide." Xing-Chi suddenly remembered. "Your blood?" "The Shark clan has this ability. After forming a bond, his blood can find his partner," Vivian said nervously. "Then let us try it quickly." Xing-Chi quickly found a knife and cut his finger. Everyone soon saw the blood starting to flow into the sea. "Since it's in the sea, I'll go look. You all take turns waiting by the seaside," Xing-Chi said decisively. "It may be dangerous to go into the water in this season for those not from the sea clans." Shioka nodded, okay. He went back into the sea to search, but the blood had already lost its direction. The clues available were too few. The seawater would dilute the blood, making it increasingly difficult to get a lead. Xing-Chi was anxious, not caring about anything else, repeatedly cutting open his arms to release more blood in search of Miyu. The cold seawater and the gradually draining blood were exhausting his life. Finally, Xing-Chi could no longer hold on and fainted. On the other side, Miyu woke up and found herself in a cave. However, she couldn't tell whether she was above or below the sea, as there could be such cavities at the seabed. The white-haired man, who seemed harmless, had actually knocked her unconscious. Just then, Wells appeared, holding a live fish in his hand. "Eat." Miyu looked at the lively sea fish, instinctively showing a look of rejection on her face. However, before she could voice her refusal, Wells suddenly grabbed her neck like a madman. Ugh! The feeling of suffocation surged to her heart in an instant. Miyu desperately clung to his arm, trying to break free, but Wells was simply too strong for her to escape. With his other hand, he forcefully shoved the fish toward her mouth. The smell of the sea fish spread right by her lips, and Miyu tightly closed her mouth, feeling as if she was on the brink of death. "Why you? Let me go." She shook her head vigorously and hit him with her hands, almost believing she was going to die today. Was refusing to eat a raw sea fish really worth her life? Just as the air in her lungs was about to be squeezed out, Wells suddenly released Miyu. He stared blankly at his own hand, as if he hadn't realized what had just happened. "Why yes, I'm sorry." Just when Miyu was on guard, fearing he would go crazy again, the male in front of her suddenly apologized. Miyu looked at him in surprise. Apologize? What was going on? He put down the sea fish in his hand and looked at Miyu with concern. "Are you okay?" As the male approached her, Miyu instinctively took a few steps back. She had to keep her distance from this dangerous male. She didn't want to experience the feeling of almost being choked to death again. Seeing Miyu's wary expression, the male sighed. "Little female, don't be afraid. My name is Winnie. That was my younger brother just now." He didn't mean it. Younger brother? What younger brother? Miyu looked around in surprise, but there was nothing. Winnie was still apologizing profusely. "Can you forgive him?" Winnie had a face full of regret. Miyu originally wanted to ask what was going on, but she was afraid that it might provoke him and make him furious. She already had a rough guess in her mind, so she didn't rush to verify it. All right, she said in a hoarse voice. Seeing that Miyu had forgiven him, Vinny was very happy. Thank you, little female. Miyu saw a sincere smile on his face, and she was now certain that the male in front of her was schizophrenic. The gentle male, before her, should be another personality of Wells. But which of the two is the main personality? Miyu tentatively spoke up. Then, can you let me go? Winnie pressed her lips together and shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't. Why? Miyu was very nervous, wondering if that personality would appear again. Winnie glanced outside at the pitch-black surroundings and sighed, looking troubled. Because my swimming skills aren't good, and I'm very weak. There are deep-sea monsters outside, and I can't fight them. Deep sea? Had she already reached the deep sea? No wonder even the system couldn't connect. Seeing Miyu's pale face, Winnie gently reassured her, but don't worry when my brother comes back. I'll persuade him to let you go. Miyu nodded and thanked her. She probably had figured out the difference between the two personalities. Seeing that Miyu's mental state wasn't very good, Winnie offered to help her get some cooked food. Miyu did not refuse. At least Winnie looked a bit more normal, and the food he was supposed to bring back should be safe to eat. After Winnie went out, Miyu leaned against the cave, contemplating how to escape from here. The deep sea. In the dim room, it was hard to tell the time. Miyu didn't even know how long had passed. When there was movement outside again, Miyu only saw a black shadow approaching. Winnie? Miyu couldn't see clearly and could only tentatively call out. In response, a chilling voice said, "Humph, I am Wells, not my useless brother." Miyu's heart skipped a beat. Where was Winnie? She hadn't even figured out the rules of the two personality switches. I'm sorry, it's too dark, I can't see clearly. Miyu could only pretend to be submissive for now. In the next moment, something unknown was thrown in front of Miyu. After much effort, she finally saw that it was a burnt fish. Although it was charred, it was better than raw. This is for you. Wells's tone was stiff. With the previous experience in mind, Miyu dared not refuse and could only pretend to be nonchalant as she accepted the grilled fish, even remembering to say thank you. However, this grilled fish was too difficult to eat. The outside was burnt, but the inside was still undercooked, and the innards hadn't even been removed. Taking a bite, the fishy taste spread throughout her mouth. Miyu almost vomited, but thinking of Wells' previous perverted appearance, she forced herself to swallow it down. It was so disgusting. She glanced at Wells quietly. Thankfully, he didn't seem to notice her. She directly put the grilled fish into her space. Although she couldn't contact the system, at least the space could still be used. After finishing, the feeling of hunger was suppressed by the taste of the grilled fish. Is this considered a way to relieve hunger? Miyu thought. Wells noticed that Miyu had finished the grilled fish in front of her and didn't say much. Just quietly sat across from her. Sitting there, so silently, made Miyu doubt whether the person across from her was really Wells. You stay here. I'll go take a look. The cold voice rang out, and Miyu knew that the person across from her was indeed Wells. Chapter 177, The Cold Cave. Forget it, this Wells is not someone to provoke. Miyu thought to herself, and quietly sat back down. After Wells left, she didn't rush to go out. After all, she didn't know if he had any other characteristics besides his irritable temperament. What if this was just a trap he set, waiting for Miyu to sneak out, only to catch her at the door? By then, she wouldn't even know how she died. Thinking of this, Miyu sighed and tried to contact the system again. However, there was still no response from the system. It was really strange. The system was able to establish contact with her across two worlds, so why couldn't it now? Not knowing what had happened, Miyu could only try her best to save herself. While Wells hadn't returned yet, she rummaged through her space for various kinds of food. After wolfing it down, her stomach felt much better. Miyu leaned against the cave to rest, but her mind was busy calculating. The deep sea was indeed too far from the villa, and the lack of response from Shoka and the others was probably because they hadn't received the signal. She still had to rely on her own efforts. After eating and drinking enough, Miyu thought for a moment and decided to try to find the exit. Even if she couldn't escape right away, she needed to understand the environment she was in. She found a flashlight in the space, and when she turned it on, she realized that the cave was actually not very large. If she wanted to leave, there was only one exit. Miyu pondered for a moment, quietly inching towards the exit, but discovered that there was no one at the door. She let out a slight sigh of relief and continued walking forward. The ground was somewhat damp. The location of this cave was a bit special, as it had formed a large cavity inside. There were seaweeds outside the cave that blocked some of the water, but that didn't mean there was no water inside the cave. Miyu sighed. This place was really too cold and damp. With her frail body, she was almost unable to endure it here. Unsure if Wells was outside, Miyu thought for a moment and quietly made her way out. Exiting through this passage, the outside was pitch black. The light emitted by her flashlight was very weak, and after entering the water, that already faint light became even more insignificant. Fortunately, her special constitution in this world allowed her to move freely in the water. Miyu had just stepped out of the cave when suddenly she saw a black shadow pouncing towards her. Miyu was startled. Suddenly, she recalled what Wells had said. There are many fierce giant beasts in here. At least, Wells claimed he couldn't defeat them. Miyu didn't have time to think and quickly retreated into the cave. Fortunately, she got in just in time. The giant beast became incredibly excited upon seeing Miyu, as if it had caught its prey. It repeatedly slammed against the entrance of the cave, seemingly trying to get in and capture Miyu. Miyu's heart was in her throat. If this giant beast really came in, she would be in danger. Just when Miyu was extremely worried, the giant beast suddenly left. The heart that had been hanging in suspense finally eased a little. No wonder Wells was able to leave with peace of mind. With the situation outside being like this, she wouldn't be able to survive on her own. If she wanted to get out, the only option was to stay here quietly and see if anyone could come to rescue her. The flashlight was also running low on battery. It consumed power especially quickly in the water. Miyu was not in a hurry to change the battery, not knowing when Wells would return. She simply put the flashlight away into her space. If she still had the power of lightning in her hands, those fierce beasts outside would be no match for her. But now, unable to contact the system, she couldn't exchange for the power of lightning, and she felt completely powerless. Miyu let out a long sigh. Fortunately, she had so many things in her space that she wouldn't starve here. She just didn't know what kind of person Wells really was. If she could determine what he was, she could infer some of his personality and preferences from that. With the ability to secrete toxic mucus and many tentacles. Miyu thought for a moment and guessed that he should be an octopus. But why did he capture her? She hadn't heard that octopus beasts were part of the wandering beast faction. She was truly feeling a bit exhausted. After enduring such a long period of torment recently, Miyu's spirit had been tense, and there were moments when she couldn't hold on anymore. She dozed off in a daze, not knowing how long she had been asleep, only aware of a low sound in her ears. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself tightly held in someone's arms. Blurrily opening her eyes, Miyu looked at the person beside her, her expression somewhat dazed. "You're burning up? You're really hot," a gentle voice rang in her ears. Miyu knew that Winnie had returned. However, upon hearing the words fever, Miyu instantly perked up. She gently shook her head, and sure enough, it felt heavy as if filled with lead. But it didn't matter. She had prepared many medications in her space to deal with fevers. Miyu unfastened the bag she was carrying. She couldn't just conjure up medicine out of thin air. That would raise too many suspicions. So, Miyu took out the bag in her hand and pretended to search carefully inside it. "This is my storage bag that I carry with me. It contains some emergency medications. I wonder if you have hot water here." Miyu felt that her throat was also very hoarse. Just after saying that, Miyu sensed something was off. They were underwater. Although there was air, it was impossible to start fire. Even if they could, it would be extinguished quickly. More importantly, fire needs oxygen to burn, but it was clear that there wasn't enough oxygen in this cave. Reluctantly, Miyu had to give up. "There is no hot water here. Are you very cold? How about I hold you?" Winnie only thought that Miyu was extremely cold. Miyu shook her head slightly. Cold was just one reason. The main reason was that she wanted to drink something warm. "I'll go out and see if I can find something to make you feel better," Vinny said as she carefully set Miyu down. Watching Vinny leave, Miyu took out some mineral water from her space and mixed it with fever-reducing medicine, forcing herself to drink it. The mineral water was cold when taken out from her space, and when it went in her stomach, it made her feel even colder. Miyu sighed. The environment was truly too harsh, but there was no choice. She had to tough it out to survive. After thinking for a moment, Miyu found a quilt and a down jacket from her system space. She wrapped herself in the down jacket and folded the quilt, placing half of it on the ground and covering herself with the other half. Although it was a bit shabby, it was much more comfortable than lying directly on the ground. Unfortunately, the cave was too damp, and the quilt became wet after a short time on the ground. Chapter 178. How to switch between two personalities. Winnie soon returned, but he was empty-handed. Seeing the items you had managed to find from somewhere, Winnie couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. "I found it just behind there," Miyu casually made up a reason. Fortunately, Winnie didn't dwell on the matter and continued to focus on her comfort. However, seeing Miyu's cheeks still flushed, Winnie couldn't help but worry. "In your current condition, you need some nourishment to recover faster. Unfortunately, I'm so useless. I can't catch any prey." The expression on Winnie's face was filled with self-blame. Miyu was feeling really uncomfortable. She had absorbed some of the things Winnie said, but she couldn't respond at all. After chatting incessantly for a while and seeing that Miyu hadn't answered him, Winnie realized that he seemed to have disturbed her rest. Quietly, he sat beside Miyu, his gaze falling on her wet blanket. I'm going to find Wells and see if he can help us get some sealskins back. They are highly waterproof, and if we lay them on the ground, it can prevent the bedding from getting wet, Winnie said as he stood up to head outside. To be honest, Miyu was more worried about seeing Wells than about the wet blanket. That violent personality could suddenly appear at any moment. And Miyu felt that if someone like that came back, she wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. After all, the psychological shadow of almost being choked to death that day lingered in her mind for a long time. She didn't know how Winnie switched between his two personalities. Perhaps he would automatically switch to another personality to protect himself when faced with danger. But these were things you couldn't think about right now. After taking some fever-reducing medicine, Miyu felt drowsy. The medicine itself had a sedative effect, and on top of that, she hadn't rested well in the past few days. Even if she tried to hold on, her brain couldn't wake up. So, Miyu decided to stop struggling and just let herself sleep again. After all, neither Wells nor Winnie should pose a threat to her life at the moment. Winnie went out once and came back because he couldn't stop worrying about Miyu. Looking at Miyu, who had fallen into a deep sleep, he sighed softly. But Miyu was unaware of all this. Seeing that Miyu was just sleeping without any danger, Winnie picked up something next to him and left the cave once more. Outside, it was pitch black, and he could only vaguely see the shadow of a giant beast, but he couldn't make out anything clearly. He didn't know how long had passed. But Miyu still hadn't woken up when a figure suddenly entered the cave. Coldly glancing at Miyu, who was lying on the ground in a deep sleep, the person didn't say anything but placed what he was holding on the ground. He began to busy himself with the things in his hands. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Miyu vaguely felt herself being picked up again. Because of the unfamiliar scent, she groggily opened her eyes. In her daze, she saw a male figure laying seal skin on the ground. After confirming that there was no danger, she fell back into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, Miyu discovered that not only was seal skin lay beneath her, but even the cave wall she was leaning against had been covered with it. Miyu felt like she was being held in someone's arms, and the feeling of being carried around was not very pleasant. Winnie? Miyu only felt that such a gentle person must be Winnie, so she instinctively called out. While Miyu was unaware, Wells, who was holding her, had his pupils constrict and his face turned ugly. After all his hard work, he didn't expect Miyu to blurt out the name of her useless brother. Looking at the feverish little female in his arms, Wells snorted but didn't say anything more and turned to leave the cave. Miyu was completely unaware of all this in her slumber. When she woke up again, the fever had subsided. She was also a bit hungry. Although the ground had been covered with a layer, the blankets were still damp. The damp blankets felt sticky against her skin, which was uncomfortable. Miyu folded up the blankets and replaced them with 2 dry ones. Aside from herself, there was nothing else in the cave. Miyu found some bread, mineral water, and medicine from her space to eat. Taking this opportunity, Miyu tried once more to contact Shioka and the others, but the system still had no response. She should have anticipated this outcome, Miyu sighed. But she couldn't continue like this forever. She wondered what Shioka and the others were doing now. They must be very anxious about not being able to find her, feeling a wave of irritation. But the current situation didn't allow Miyu to dwell on her frustration. She had to quickly find a way to break through. She used a steel knife to scratch a line on the wall to mark the passage of time. Otherwise, Miyu felt she might forget how long she had been there. It had already been 2 days since she went missing. On the other side, the Shark clan, Xing-Chi slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, 11 little males were guarding his bedside. Without exception, their eyes were red, as if they had been crying. Xing-Chi struggled to prop himself up and gently rubbed the heads of the little cubs beside him. "Father, you finally woke up," the eldest little shark said, a weary smile on his face. "Don't worry, Father is fine." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings and roughly understood where he was now. He had returned to the Shark clan's territory. He couldn't remember much of what happened before he fainted, only vaguely knowing he had lost too much blood. At that moment, upon hearing that Xing-Chi had woken up, the clan elders came over. Seeing Xing-Chi lying on the bed, the elder finally let out a breath. "Xing-Chi, do you know how dangerous this time was? You almost lost your life. You should know that your life carries the entire Shark clan. It's not just your own," the elder said sternly. If it hadn't been for a male from the Shark clan who happened to see him while hunting, he might have bled to death. "I'm fine. How has the tribe been recently?" Xing-Chi pressed his pale lips together. The elder snorted and didn't directly answer his question. "Drink this medicine first. Your body is too weak right now. You need to recuperate properly." Looking at the medicine in front of him, Xing-Chi instinctively refused. "I'm fine. I won't take the medicine. I still have matters to attend to. You can handle the tribe, elder. As he said this, Shang-Chi tried to get out of bed. The elder snorted and sent the little sharks away. Chapter 179. Awakening Elfman. Shang-Chi, don't think I don't know what you're planning to do. While you were unconscious, you kept calling me U.S. name. You've been away from the sea for so long. Don't tell me you went back just to find her, the elder asked coldly. Shang-Chi nodded. Is there any news about Miyu? How long have I been asleep? To his surprise, even now, Shang-Chi was still thinking about Miyu. The elder sat down beside him and unceremoniously handed him the bowl of medicine. Take care of yourself before worrying about others. If you can't even take care of yourself, how can you care for others? The elder had watched Shang-Chi grow up and knew his hardships. Now that he had finally started to live a good life and had offspring, he was very angry that he was risking half his life for a little female. No, I really have to find her. Elder, please don't stop me, Shang-Chi said anxiously. Do you know what you're doing? Are you willing to neglect the entire shark clan for just one little female? The elder was genuinely angry. She is not just a little female. She is my mate. The person I love the most. Shang-Chi said firmly, looking straight at the elder. The elder's face was filled with disappointment. But Shang-Chi, you are the clan leader. You are destined to bear a lot of responsibility. For many, a mate can take first place, but for a clan leader with heavy responsibilities, duty will always come first. The male looked dejectedly at the elder beside him and laughed softly. If I don't have her, what is the use of the shark clan? Shang-Chi sat there blankly, as if all his spirit had been drained away. The elder never expected Shang-Chi would give such an answer. With a look of disappointment, the elder sighed, his face full of heartache. Even if you want to go find her, you should wait until you're well before going. Otherwise, in this state, you won't find her and might lose your own life. Shang-Chi lowered his head, saying nothing, unsure if he even heard the elder's words. A strong sense of self-recrimination spread in his heart. If he hadn't been so willful that day, running out in a fit of anger, Miyu wouldn't be in such danger now. So even if it was a life-threatening situation, it was something he deserved. Shang-Chi thought this, but did not show it. The elder had originally wanted to say a few more things, but seeing that Shang-Chi was still young, he figured that when one is young, there are always many regrets. Once he passes this hurdle, it will be fine. Once he accepts that little female is dead, it will be okay. The elder decided not to say anything more. Shang-Chi had already made up his mind. It would be useless to stop him. It was better to let him go find her. The little sharks were initially very happy to see their father return, but they didn't expect him to leave again so quickly. We'll go with you to find Mother, the little sharks said, hugging Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi was silent for a moment. Okay. He glanced at the children. If they really encountered danger, at least the little sharks wouldn't be in danger. Although Shang-Chi was worried about Miyu, he was also worried about the children. The elder knew that since Shang-Chi had made up his mind, he sighed and ultimately did not stop him. Shang-Chi dragged his injuries to the place he had previously searched and unhesitatingly cut open his arm to let out blood to continue searching. The little sharks finally understood where their father's injuries came from. Father, the eldest exclaimed in shock, you're not fully recovered yet. You can't bleed anymore. They all hugged Shang-Chi tightly. Although each of them was not very strong, together they had immense strength. Shang-Chi wanted to push the children away, but couldn't bring himself to do it. This is the only way to find your mother, Shang-Chi said in a daze. Father, we also have a blood relationship with Mother. Let me take your place. The eldest looked serious. The other little sea sharks echoed, yes, Father. There are many of us. Each can give a little, and it will be enough. Shang-Chi frowned. No, you cannot harm yourselves. Father, finding Mother is important. We are all males, and Father said we males must take responsibility. The little sea sharks grew up under such teachings and knew they had important responsibilities. Shang-Chi sighed, realizing that relying solely on his strength might not even help him find Miyu if he died. The children were connected by blood to her, which was more effective than Ruka and the others. One by one, the little sea sharks bled, but since they were still young, the amount of blood they could give was not much, so the direction they could guide was limited. In such a vast ocean, finding this place was already quite difficult. However, having bled a fair amount, the little sea sharks still decided to give up after some hesitation. After all, if they bled more, they would be in danger. Thus, Shang-Chi had to choose to return to the villa first to see if Ruka and the others had made any progress. How is it? Any news? Shang-Chi asked Ruka eagerly. Ruka, who was overjoyed to see Shang-Chi return, thought he had found someone, but was surprised that his first question was about this. Ruka shook his head dejectedly. Not yet. It had been so many days already. If it weren't for the beast mark on him indicating that the little female was still alive, both Ruka and Li Xiangyang would have gone mad. I can't find her either. I only know she is in the sea. Shang-Chi felt guilty. Seeing the scars on his arm, Ruka's expression became more complicated. If it weren't for Shang-Chi's jealousy leading him to run out, Miyu wouldn't have encountered danger. Although no one blamed him openly, there was still some resentment in their hearts. However, when Ruka saw his scarred arm and pale face, he couldn't say anything to blame him. After all, if he had thought of such serious consequences, he would never have run out. Don't worry, there must be a way, Ruka comforted. Vivian heard that Shang-Chi had returned and thought he had brought good news, but she was excited only to find that Miyu did not come back with him. I have an idea. Maybe we can ask Elfman for help, Shang-Chi suggested after thinking. Elfman? Ruka, he is hibernating now. What can we do? Let's go see. Shang-Chi sighed. The two quickly found Elfman's hibernation spot. Snakes hibernate by burrowing underground in winter. So, Elfman had dug a cave for himself to hibernate. When they found the cave, they noticed the entrance was rather small. It was unrealistic to wake him up through this small opening. After thinking for a moment, they had to dig open the entrance. Digging it open wasn't easy. It took them quite a while to finally manage it. The winter was too cold, and both felt a chilling sensation to the bone. Chapter 180. Waking up Elfman, maybe we need to raise the temperature around here a bit. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to wake him, Ruka said after looking around. Shang-Chi immediately lit a fire around the cave to raise the temperature. Theoretically, as long as the temperature rises, hibernating beasts may wake up. However, after a while, there was still no response from below. What's going on? It's been so long. Why is there still no movement? Ruka was also puzzled this time. No one had ever woken a hibernating snake beast in this situation. Ruka's eyes showed some concern. He had heard that waking a hibernating snake beast could lead to violent behavior. Moreover, Elfman was a purple-level snake beast, very powerful in his own right. Now that the temperature had reached spring levels, but he still showed no signs of waking up, it seemed they would have to think of another way. Ruka looked at the person below. When in hibernation, he revealed his original form, which was a massive purple snake, looking very imposing. Let's see if we can wake him up using other methods, the two said after pondering. This seemed to be the best option. After discussing, the two immediately descended into the cave. But no matter how they called, the hibernating figure showed no signs of waking. Oh, I remember hearing someone say before that if you use something bloody to stimulate him, maybe he would wake up sooner. Ruka suddenly recalled what he had heard earlier. But it seemed they didn't have anything stimulating with them now. We were too rushed when we came and didn't bring any prey. Shang-Chi was at a loss for a moment. It's okay. If we didn't bring anything, I have a way, Ruka said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his arm. Shang-Chi seemed to understand what Ruka intended to do, his eyes flashing with shock, even looking at him with some concern. They found a bowl, and without hesitation, Ruka cut his arm to let some blood flow. He filled the bowl with his blood and brought it close to Elfman, while Ruka and the others held their breath and watched. They weren't sure if it would work. This method had never been tried before. Now, in hibernation, Elfman had also transformed into his beast form. The snake beast was about 5 meters long and as thick as a person could embrace, appearing very impressive. The blood was placed in front of him without any reaction, and Ruka frowned. This might not work. In the next moment, before Shang-Chi could react, Ruka had already smeared blood on the purple giant snake's nose. Ruka, that's too dangerous. After all, he is a purple-level beast. If he loses control, you will be in great danger. Shang-Chi immediately became alert. The strong smell of blood stimulated Elfman to open his eyes. But at the same time, the smell of blood also provoked Elfman's beastly nature. With a loud crash, before Shang-Chi and Ruka could react, the purple giant snake rose into the air. Shang-Chi was far enough away not to be directly affected, but Ruka, due to his proximity, was immediately wrapped up. The massive tail of the snake lifted him high. Everything happened too quickly. Ruka didn't even have time to react and transform back into his beast form. The snake's tail wrapped around his body, tightening under the stimulation of the blood. Ruka felt like he was suffocating, his body caught in a massive whirlpool, leaving him no chance to resist. Shang-Chi didn't expect the awakened Elfman to be so ferocious. Seeing Ruka in this state, he feared he would be choked to death. Elfman, wake up, it's us. Shang-Chi shouted desperately. However, Erfuman showed no reaction at all. Shang-Chi, anxious and worried, watched as Shoka was gradually losing strength. Originally, he didn't want to resort to violence against Erfuman. After all, they were family. But now Erfuman was clearly out of control. Grinding his teeth, Shang-Chi attacked Erfuman. Yet, the purple serpent's scales were incredibly tough, and his strikes had no effect whatsoever. As he saw Shoka on the verge of being choked to death, Shang-Chi in a state of panic, attacked Airfumin recklessly. The force he had initially held back, fearing injury, was now unleashed. Airfumin, wake up. We need you right now. Please wake up quickly. Xingqi yelled until his voice was hoarse, but it was still ineffective. Please wake up quickly. Yu is still waiting for you. What will she do if you don't wake up? Upon hearing the name Yu, Airfumin, who had been barely holding himself back, suddenly stopped. After a few seconds, he released the nearly strangled Shouka. Once freed, Shouka felt as if he had survived a disaster. He gently patted his chest, finally feeling a bit calmer. It's good to be alive, was the only thought in Shouka's mind at that moment. To everyone's surprise, Airfumin quickly regained his composure, and those present let out a shallow sigh of relief. However, both of them could see that Airfumin was still in an extremely tense state, seemingly unaware of when he might lose control again. Please wake up quickly, look at us. We really need your help. Miyu needs your help too. No one else can help her. If you can't, she will truly be lost, Shouka gasped, spilling out his urgent words. Finally, the giant serpent before them transformed back into their familiar form. After taking on human form, both Shouka and Xingqi sighed in relief. Yu, what happened? Airfumin asked the two of them with uncertainty. Although the cave's temperature was high, nearing spring, he could still sense that it was not yet spring. This meant that someone had used a special method to awaken him. Instantly, he became alert, his gaze fixed on the two people before him, his crimson eyes still filled with a strong killing intent. Shouka and Xingqi informed Airfumin about Yu's disappearance. We're certain she is still alive, but we've tried many methods and still can't find her. In desperation, we can only ask you if you have any way to locate her, Shouka said, his tone filled with helplessness and deep anxiety. To his shock, Airfumin's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He stumbled to his feet and made for the cave entrance. But before he could take 2 steps, he fell heavily back down. His hibernation had lasted too long. Although he hadn't completed the entire hibernation, he hadn't eaten for a long time. Now, looking at himself collapsed on the ground, Airfumin's face was filled with anger. Chapter 181. Taken again, the hibernation has drained my strength. I can't get up without some energy. If I want to leave, I need to replenish a bit first, he said, looking up at the two people across from him, his meaning clear. If he didn't eat something, he wouldn't even be able to walk, let alone search for Miyu. Let us eat something first. Fortunately, Xingqi had prepared food in advance. He couldn't remember how long he had been hibernating, but his stomach was extremely hungry. When he saw the prey that Xingqi brought, Airfumin almost devoured it ravenously. He finished off all the dozen or so prey the two had brought, and only then did Airfumin regain a bit of strength. Seeing that he had finished eating, Shouka didn't even give him time to rest, and said anxiously, "Let us set off first." Airfumin thought the same, and the group quickly left the cave. Back at the villa, Airfumin first searched for a piece of clothing that Miyu had worn recently. The familiar scent on the clothing made Airfumin's gaze shift. It was a scent he loved, one he dreamt of during hibernation. But now it reminded him that he didn't know if he would ever see the person he longed for again. A sharp pain pierced Airfumin's heart. Remembering the scent on the clothing, he immediately set off. With Airfumin tracking, they moved quickly, and soon they arrived at the seaside. I also tracked her to the seaside before, but there was no further movement, Xingqi said, looking at the vast sea. In winter, the sea surface had frozen into ice, and they weren't sure if they would find anything. I feel her presence should be in the sea. We must dive to the bottom, Airfumin said after arriving at the seaside. They were close to the deep sea, and if they wanted to go down, they had to break through the surface ice. Airfumin rushed to the northern part of the inner sea, where the ice was thinner, and he could use it as a breakthrough point. However, relying solely on himself, his strength was far from enough. After spending a long time, he and T even managed to break open a hole. As time ticked away, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious. Shouka and Xingqi quickly joined to help. Just the 3 of us might not be enough. I'll call a few more people, Xingqi said, diving into the sea. He went to the shark clan to summon some of their kin. Not only because Miyu was their clan leader's wife, but also because she had helped them through the crisis with the Black Dragon clan earlier. So, upon hearing that this matter was related to Miyu, many clan members volunteered to come help. With more people, they quickly cracked open a gap in the ice. However, that wasn't enough. Just a crack wouldn't allow them to enter. The elder who had come with the group couldn't help but feel a headache at the sight. To be safe, the hole we break out shouldn't be too small. Otherwise, it might be difficult to get back out, he said. Yes, in this weather. If we don't widen the hole a bit, we might get stuck after going in and find the ice frozen over again when we try to come back. Another person added. Time was of the essence. They needed to call in more people. I'll go ask the Black Dragon Clan, Iron Dragon Clan, and Triangle Dragon Clan. Xingqi said, almost in a frenzy. As long as they can be quicker, any method will do. Shioka and the others continued to dig here, while Xingqi personally went to the Iron Dragon Clan, Triangle Dragon Clan, and Black Dragon Clan. After hearing Xingqi's request, the leaders of the three tribes immediately decided to come and help without hesitation. Even the Black Dragon Clan Seidel led the three leaders personally. With more people to help, the speed of digging through the ice increased significantly. Finally, after several days, the thick ice layer showed signs of thinning. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. At this rate, if we keep digging, it won't be long before we can break through. Shioka glanced over the ice layer in front of him. The Triceratops clan leader shook his head. I'm afraid we need to dig a little further out. Besides, the ice blocks we've dug up need to be transported away in a timely manner. They can't stay here. Otherwise, if we pause, these ice blocks will easily freeze back in a short time. This was something they hadn't considered, although it was much easier than digging for ice. Moving such large blocks in a short period of time was not an easy task. So the group divided into two teams. One team continued to dig ice, while the other team transported the dug-up ice blocks away. With this division of labor, the opening on the ice surface grew larger and larger. Every time Seidel thought about his sister's uncertain fate, his heart was filled with anxiety. The more anxious he became, the faster he dug. Vivian at home was still waiting anxiously, and no one dared to slack off for a moment. At this moment in the cave, after experiencing an unknown number of days of fever, Miyu opened her eyes again and finally felt much more relaxed throughout her body. During these days of fever, although Wells or Vini would occasionally bring her some food, those foods were basically hard to swallow. What Wells brought back each time was like burnt but uncooked fish, while Vini mostly brought back things like seaweed, which were all inedible. Miyu let out a sigh, feeling that it was truly difficult to survive. She reached up to gently touch her forehead, which was no longer so hot. The most important thing was that she felt much better. She must have already broken the fever. For the past few days, she had been in a state of drowsiness, and the marks on the wall were sporadic. Miyu could no longer accurately judge how many days she had been there. Not knowing how many days had passed and lacking a sense of time was a terrifying thing. Just as she was about to find Wells or Winnie to ask, she realized that she was now alone in the cave. He must have gone out to find some prey, she thought. She struggled to prop herself up, originally wanting to carefully observe if there were any other changes in the cave. But before she could react, she saw Wells suddenly rush in from outside, looking anxious and somewhat distant. Miyu guessed it was Wells. After spending these few days together, she had already been able to distinguish between Winnie and Wells accurately. With careful observation, the differences between the two became apparent. Just as Miyu was about to say something upon seeing him enter, before she could even open her mouth, he abruptly picked her up and threw her over his shoulder. Miyu was startled and desperately slapped his shoulder. What are you doing? Put me down now. Chapter 182, Goodbye Sophie. However, Wells had no intention of stopping. No, he absolutely cannot take me away. Miyu secretly called it bad in her heart. Wanting to struggle, but unable to, Wells chuckled coldly. Your companions are quite capable, being able to find you in such deep waters. What? Miyu was shocked when she heard these words. Her companions had come looking for her. A feeling that was hard to describe spread in her heart. She had thought that after being taken away for so many days, they would have given up, but unexpectedly, they had been searching for her with great difficulty these past few days. However, before Miyu could feel happy for a few seconds, Wells was about to take her out of the cave. What are you doing? There are fierce beasts outside. We'll die if we go out like this. Miyu subconsciously spoke, slapping Wells's body, her entire being filled with resistance. Perhaps Miyu's actions angered him. Wells snorted coldly. I'm not that useless guy for you. I won't be scared by these mindless giant beasts. Now behave yourself, or don't blame me for throwing you out to feed those beasts later. Miyu knew that he could do what he said, so after hearing his words, she calmed down quite a bit. Once they had moved, she could adapt to the situation. It was better than angering someone and being thrown into the sea, becoming a meal for those giant beasts. However, Miyu had no idea where Wells could take her. The moment she left the cave, she tried to reach out to the people in the star pool with her thoughts. Yet, for reasons unknown, whether it was the seawater or something else, she was unable to make contact. As she moved further away, she gradually gave up. When she was leaving, Wells released some toxin that caused her to faint again. When Miyu woke up, she found herself far away from that dangerous sea area. Before her was what seemed to be a tribe, and she was still slung over Wells's shoulder. Since she didn't know where she was, Miyu couldn't determine which group of people this tribe belonged to. Wells set her down and told her to wait there for a moment while he followed a male guard into the tribe. Taking advantage of Wells's absence, Miyu hurriedly sought help from the other male guards at the entrance. Those guards glanced at Miyu and only sneered, saying, "Little female, I advise you to stay here quietly. Don't even think about escaping." Hearing this, Miyu's heart sank. She never expected that the people of this tribe were actually in cahoots with Wells. Could it be that this was the tribe that Wells belonged to? Miyu thinks it looks different. If Wells is really a member of this tribe, then why does he need to report to the guards when entering? Shouldn't it be unimpeded? Miyu's heart skipped a beat, and she no longer dared to say anything more. Sitting quietly there, listening to the guards chatting, on the surface, Miyu appeared to be daydreaming alone, but in reality, she had perked up her ears, quietly taking in the conversation among the males. "The banquet is ready. Please come in," the leader of the Orca clan said respectfully. As the small female beside Wells, Michigan, you was naturally invited as well. As soon as she stepped into the banquet hall, Miyu spotted Sophie standing among the crowd. How could she be here? Miyu was startled. She had originally wanted to quietly attend without disturbing anyone, but she never expected to encounter her. This was Sophie's first time attending a banquet as the matriarch, and she was surprised to see Miyu right away. Sophie sneered, "You already have 3 males, and you're still not satisfied? You dare to come out and seduce more males. You really are a disgrace to us females." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instinctively turned to look at Miyu. Miyu moved her lips, about to explain something, but worried that saying the wrong thing would expose her identity as a partner of the star pool. However, before she could speak, Wells had already taken the lead. "What about my people? It seems like it's not your place to criticize them. Mind your own business." Wells looked displeased, and the leader of the Orca clan immediately stepped in to smooth things over. "All right, this banquet was originally set up for you. You can't be unhappy. Otherwise, it would mean we haven't hosted you properly." While speaking, the leader of the Orca clan shot a harsh glare at Sophie. That one look forced Sophie to temporarily keep quiet. Miyu sat down, trembling with fear. Fortunately, Sophie didn't let anything slip. Otherwise, she feared that the Orca clan leader would use her to threaten Chi, forcing herself to calm down. Miyu quietly sat beside Wells. Soon, dishes were served one after another. Although it couldn't compare to the barbecue made at home, it was much better than the half-raw and burnt fish that Wells cooked. Everyone took their seats, but Sophie still looked unconvinced. She walked over to the Orca clan leader and said in a coaxing tone, "Leader, look at this little female. She's so greedy, having 3 males and still not satisfied. You really should tame her well and teach her a lesson." The Orca clan leader was extremely lecherous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent here by the pterosaur clan leader just to please him. Now that Miyu was here, she couldn't think of escaping. However, upon hearing Sophie's words, the Orca clan leader's expression changed slightly. How dare a mere little female speak to him like that? Besides having a somewhat good-looking face, what else did she have? How audacious! "This is my guest. Do not be rude," the Orca clan leader said, his expression becoming much more serious. He had thought Sophie would take the hint, but to his surprise, she was completely oblivious. Continuing in a coaxing tone towards the Orca clan leader, she even threw him a flirtatious glance. "Leader, she's so beautiful. Don't you feel tempted?" The Orca clan leader didn't expect Sophie to be so clueless. He asked coldly, "So what do you want?" Seeing the Orca clan leader ask like this, Sophie's eyes lit up, thinking he had taken her words to heart. "That's easy. Break her legs and scar her face, so she'll never have the chance to seduce anyone again," Sophie said smugly. If it weren't for the need to hide her identity, Miyu really wanted to slap her. Look at that smug expression. Beside her, Wells's expression instantly changed. "You really have some nerve. My little female is someone you could talk about?" Wells's expression was very grim. Originally, seeing that Wells didn't say anything, the Orca clan leader was still trying to see if he could get a smile from him. But now, seeing the other party was angry, the Orca clan leader immediately changed his tone. "How audacious! It seems I have spoiled you too much," the Orca clan leader said with a grim expression as he looked at Sophie. She was just a trinket sent by the pterosaur clan. How dare she say more? Being sent here was just to please him. Did she really think of herself as something special? Sophie was reprimanded, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Chapter 183. Vini's timely appearance. Why is Miyu always the most favored one wherever she goes? Sophie wanted to say something, but the Orca clan leader gave her no more chances. "Now get back. Don't be an eyesore here," the Orca clan leader scolded. Sophie still wanted to say something, but the Orca clan leader didn't give her a chance to speak at all. Reluctantly leaving, Sophie didn't forget to give Miyu a fierce glare before she left. Once Sophie was gone, Miyu finally let out a sigh of relief. The person most likely to expose her identity had left, and she could finally feel at ease. After Sophie left, the Orca clan leader apologized to Wells. "It's all my fault for letting this clueless little female spoil the mood." Wells pursed his lips, his face cold, and said nothing. Miyu also said something while pretending to be wooden, quietly watching how things would develop, thinking it was better to observe first. Soon, someone brought over some food, but Miyu was preoccupied and had no appetite for the food in front of him. On the contrary, Wells seemed at home, eating whatever he wanted. The Orca clan leader appeared to be quite familiar with Wells. Miyu thought carefully and couldn't remember seeing someone like Wells in the Orca tribe. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the Orca tribe leader suddenly spoke up. "Lord Wells, when shall we attack the shark tribe again? It's winter now, and the sea is frozen, making it a great opportunity since the Black Dragon tribe cannot support them." What? Miyu was taken aback by these words. The leader of the Orca tribe still hadn't changed his stubborn ways when it came to attacking the sea shark tribe. It turned out that Wells was invited by the Orca tribe to help them in their assault on the sea shark tribe. Miyu subconsciously glanced at Wells beside her and saw that he seemed to have no reaction. Was it just a coincidence that Wells found her? A bold thought spread in her mind. "What is the rush? You haven't even rested well yet. What are you afraid of with me here?" Wells's face was filled with disdain. The Orca clan leader chuckled. "Yes, I was too anxious. Speaking of which, you said you have a winning treasure. Now that we are in a cooperative relationship, can you show it to me?" Wells glanced at the Orca clan leader and sneered. "Sure, soon." Someone brought over a large fish tank. Inside the fish tank were some shells and 2 small fish. Wells stood up and walked toward the fish tank. Miyu looked at the other person with a serious expression, feeling as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. Then, Wells barehandedly scooped one of the fish out, pierced his fingertip, and let a drop of his blood fall into the fish's mouth. After putting the small fish back into the fish tank, Miyu saw Wells casually stir the water with his hand. Soon, the water in the fish tank became exceptionally murky. At the same time, one of the fish in the tank suddenly died, while the other fish that had consumed Wells' blood was still alive and well. Miyu's heart skipped a beat. Wells actually carried poison himself. With this toxin enhancement, we have hope of taking down the sea shark tribe this time, the Orca tribe leader said with a smile. Wells only smiled slightly and sat back down beside Miyu. Watching the scene in the fish tank, Miyu's heart was in turmoil. If the Orca tribe leader and Wells really teamed up, Miyu could hardly imagine what would happen next. She wanted to go and inform the star pool, but before she could even think about it, Wells suddenly leaned over. "Don't think about informing anyone. The Orca tribe leader doesn't know your identity, but I do. If you dare to say one more word, do you think he would spare your life if he knew your true identity?" Wells' voice was soft, but there was an unsettling chill that followed it. Miyu looked up and met Wells' gaze. "I didn't. You better not." Wells snorted coldly. "Lord Wells, when we successfully conquer the sea shark tribe, I will definitely present to you the most beautiful female of our tribe," the Orca tribe leader said with a smile. His proud demeanor made it seem as if they had already secured the sea shark tribe. The banquet continued, but Miyu had lost her mood to continue. She held a leaf of vegetables in her hand, lost in thought. When the banquet ended, the Orca tribe leader cleverly arranged for the 2 of them to be placed together in a coral house. Although Miyu had already shared a room with Wells in the cave, it felt somewhat different now. After all, in that small cave, there was hardly any light, making it difficult to see what the other was doing even when they were in the same room. Now, in this bright coral house, the 2 were almost face to face. Miyu suddenly felt a bit nervous. "How about we take a break first? You've been busy for so long. You must be tired too, right?" Miyu asked tentatively. Wells didn't say anything, but slowly walked towards Miyu. Seeing the person approaching her, Miyu's heart raced. "All right, then let's sleep together." Wells embraced Miyu all of a sudden. Startled by the sudden hug, Miyu instinctively pushed Wells away. "Let go of me." Wells buried his face in Miyu's neck. "But I just want to sleep with you. I don't want to let go of me." "Sleep together?" She didn't believe that Wells meant lying in bed together. She saw intense desire in his eyes. "Why can't it be? You already have 3 partners. It shouldn't matter if I join, right? But what if I don't want to become your partner?" Wells's words had a seductive undertone. She didn't want to become his partner, but he wanted to have Miyu. Miyu waited for Wells to listen to his shameless remarks. Wells snorted, suddenly pulling Miyu into his arms, and the 2 of them lost their balance and fell onto the bed. The soundproofing of this coral house was excellent. Even the loudest noises could not be heard by people outside. Miyu felt a bit scared, wondering if she was doomed this time. Wells seemed to be emotionally unstable, likely due to some triggering event. He had pinned Miyu down on the bed, and his hands were starting to become inappropriate. "Let go of me! Let go of me!" Miyu exclaimed, her anxious tears almost spilling over. She needed to find a way to escape. Just then, Wells suddenly stopped his actions. What happened? Her heart raced with unease as she looked at the man above her. Miyu, I'm sorry. A gentle voice came through, and Miyu almost cried. It's you, Winnie. You've come. Miyu said, her eyes red. I'm sorry, my brother. It didn't hurt you, did he? Winnie quickly got off Miyu, looking at her, who was gasping for breath and crying, with a face full of concern. It was really great that Winnie had shown up. Chapter 184. Yu is in danger. Although Winnie still didn't think there was anything wrong with having just pinned Miyu down, Miyu gently pushed Winnie with her hand, her voice slightly nasal. It's good that you're back. After crying for a while, she gradually calmed down. Looking at Winnie across from her, Miyu felt a bit uneasy. It's okay, don't be afraid. No one dares to hurt you now, Winnie said with a smile. Miyu felt a hint of tears in her eyes upon hearing what Winnie said. She didn't know when Winnie would go back, and her heart was still a bit worried. Seeing Miyue's distracted state, Winnie couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. It's all Wells' fault for being so impulsive, making you scared. Don't worry, I'll stay outside tonight and won't let him act recklessly again. As Winnie spoke, she stood up and was about to walk out. Winnie's words reassured Miyu a little, as she silently hoped that he could suppress Wells' other personality. The scene from just now was still vivid in Miyue's mind, making it hard for her to cope. After Winnie went out, Miyu tried to contact the system again. This time, the system surprisingly responded. System, I want to exchange for the power of lightning, Miyu said. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she received a reply from the system. I'm very sorry, host, but I am currently unable to make exchanges for you. Miyu was startled. Why? A beeping sound echoed, and the system emitted a strange electrical noise. Host, there seems to be a strange magnetic field around Wells. And this strange magnetic field is affecting the system's functions, the system replied. Hearing the system's response, Miyu suddenly remembered that she couldn't contact the system in that cave. It was also because of the magnetic field that I couldn't reach you there. Yes, now that the magnetic field's effect has weakened, I can communicate with the host. The system answered. What kind of magnetic field would interfere with you? After all, the existence of the system is a miraculous thing, and now there is something that can disrupt it. In that moment, many thoughts crossed her mind. After all, the beast world was a magical place, filled with too many unusual entities, and she realized that the information she had about this place was still too little. The fact that you can contact me now may also be because you are farther away from him, but not far enough, the system replied. Miyu let out a sound of realization. After chatting with the system for a bit and understanding the situation, she had a general grasp of everything in front of her. Although she initially felt some wariness, the exhaustion of recent days made her unknowingly drift off to sleep. When she woke up, it was already the next morning. Soon, a young female brought her breakfast. Where's everyone? Miyu instinctively asked, her tone revealing an unrecognized tension. Miyu doesn't know whether it's Wells or Winnie now, so she summarizes it with a he. What if it's Winnie? He seems to have no abilities, and Miyu instinctively worries. The little female doesn't know that Winnie has a dual personality. Lord Wells has been discussing matters with the chief since early morning. The little female replies. Since the little female is talking about Wells, then Winnie's personality should be gone. But as long as he is not by her side right now, that's fine. Miyu was just about to go out for a walk when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Before the young female could react, she was dragged out by someone. Miyu looked at the person across from her, and it turned out to be Sophie, who was accompanied by several males. Miyu, I never expected your charm to be this great. Even a monster like Wells can be hooked by you. Sophie looked at Miyu with a face full of hatred. If it weren't for Miyu, she would never have lost her identity as the princess of the Black Dragon clan. She wouldn't have fallen to the point where she, clearly the wife of a clan leader, was treated like a gift to be passed around. Just this alone made her furious. How could this be justified? Sophie glared coldly at the person across from her. I didn't. Besides, this is the territory of the Orca clan. I belong to Wells, and you can't touch me. Miyu looked at the few males behind Sophie and could only choose to bluff. However, it was clear that Sophie had lost her rationality and couldn't hear Miyue's words at all. So what if we are not in the Iron Dragon clan or Black Dragon clan's territory? In the Orca clan, I am still the most favored little female, unlike you, who needs to rely on seducing other males to survive. Sophie looked at Miyu with a particularly disdainful expression. Miyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. After all, this was a misunderstanding. She had no intention of competing with you for anything. But if you dare to do anything to me, I will not let you off easily. Miyu made a fierce declaration. Sophie chuckled. Oh really? I do like to see how you 1T let me off. Sophie snorted. She raised her hand to have the male behind her grab Miyu. Miyu glanced at the several males, all of whom seemed to be from the Iron Dragon clan, and were likely brought in by Sophie. Without the help of the system, it was quite difficult for me to fight against these males. Before long, she was covered in injuries. Sophie crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. At that moment, on the shore, Xiao Ka and Xing Qi suddenly felt a wave of heat emanating from their bodies. Looking down, they realized it was the beast marks on them that were burning. Xiao Ka and the others exchanged glances. The burning marks indicated that the little female was in danger. It was you who was in trouble. Upon sensing Miyu's presence again, Xing Qi's face turned pale. The moment he felt Miyu was in danger, his heart was filled with guilt. That uncontrollable emotion seemed to rise up again. Don't think too much for now. Can you feel from which direction the heartbeat is coming? Elfman reminded from his side. In that instant, he also sensed that feeling, allowing him to catch a direction, but it was only for a brief moment, making him unsure if it was correct. After hearing his words, Xiao Ka and Xing Qi closed their eyes and began to feel carefully. There was a feeling, but it was fleeting and uncertain. However, it was certain that it should still be underwater, Xing Qi noted. This was consistent with the direction he had previously discovered using blood. When they tried to investigate further, that feeling disappeared. Everyone felt a bit defeated. Fortunately, she's still alive, Xiao Ka said, lowering his head in disappointment. Now they only knew that Miyu was alive. During the days she had been missing, the feelings transmitted from the beast marks had excited them each time, but the sensations were not good. In just a few days, they had sensed Miyu in danger twice, and Xing Qi lowered his eyes in despair. If they couldn't find Miyu, he feared he would go mad and wouldn't be able to face Vivian and the cubs again. Chapter 185 finally made contact. Finally, the group rallied again. Don't think too much for now. Let's break through this ice surface, and we should be able to go down, someone suggested. As long as we get to the seabed, it might be easier. Meanwhile, a male suddenly reported to the Orca clan leader. Leader, it's bad. Sophie took several males to find Miyu. Hearing this, Wells, who was discussing matters, suddenly stood up. Outrageous. Is there no one to stop them? Wells glared at the person in front of him through gritted teeth. The one being questioned lowered his head, not daring to say another word. They all knew the relationship between Sophie and the clan leader. Thus, even though Sophie was not their rightful clan leader's wife, they didn't dare to intervene lightly. Wells left without saying a word and hurried towards the coral house. The Orca clan leader did not expect that Sophie would dare to take people to find Miyu, and seeing Wells like this only made him more anxious. If he angered Wells, the upcoming cooperation could be in jeopardy. Not daring to think too much, the Orca clan leader immediately followed Wells to the coral house. Sophie was still unaware that she had caused trouble and was currently feeling quite pleased with herself. She looked at Miyu with a smug expression, her eyes filled with malice. Look at your pretty face. Tell me, if I scar this face, will you still be able to entice other males? Sophie said as she approached Miyu with a knife. Miyu subconsciously turned her head away, desperately trying to struggle back. The back of the knife pressed against Miyu's cheek, the cold blade sending a wave of fear through her heart. She was afraid that Sophie, in her madness, would ruin her face. Now you know fear? But it doesn't matter, since you like males so much, I'll help you with that, Sophie said, glancing at the few males behind her. Those males had long set their sights on Miyu, looking eager to pounce. With just a command from Sophie, they could have Miyu. Sophie, have you ever thought about the consequences of what you're doing? If the leader of the Orca tribe sees this, do you think you'll be all right? Miyu took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. However, Sophie didn't take Miyu's words to heart at all. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry more about yourself. How could the leader of the Orca tribe be angry with me? He likes me so much, Sophie said confidently. Miyu doesn't understand where Sophie gets her confidence. If the Orca clan leader really liked her, he could have become her partner long ago. So why wait until she becomes the partner of the Iron Dragon clan leader? However, seeing Miyu like this, Sophie gets angry. With a single command, the male behind her immediately steps forward, intending to seize Miyu. Miyu struggled desperately, but she was no match for the few strong males. Just when she thought she was done for that day, she suddenly heard a muffled bang. In the next moment, she saw Wells rushing in with people, followed closely by the Orca tribe leader. This was the Orca tribe's way of receiving guests. Even my little female dares to act. Wells, holding the battered Miyu, had a dark expression. The Orca tribe leader was also taken aback. He didn't expect that in just a short time, Sophie could do something so outrageous. Who told you to act like this? Get back. The Orca tribe leader glared angrily at Sophie. Is this all the means you have? A cold voice came from behind. Everyone's gaze fell on Wells, who slowly stood up, looking at Sophie's hands. Can't control these hands, right? No problem. I can help you. In the next moment, before Sophie could react, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Wells used a bone knife to disable Sophie's hands. A scream instantly erupted. However, that was not enough. Wells lightly grazed Sophie's face with a bone knife. Although it was light, the knife cut through her cheek. Sophie screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but in return, she received even more ruthless treatment from Wells. I advise you not to move around. Otherwise, if this bone knife accidentally cuts your throat, it won't be good, Wells said in a dark tone. Finally, after disabling Sophie's hands and returning to her face, Wells retracted his hand with apparent satisfaction. The Orca tribe leader glared fiercely at Sophie beside him. Even though her face had been destroyed like this, the Orca tribe leader still had no intention of standing up for her. Even after Wells dealt with Miyu, the Orca tribe leader didn't forget to have someone take Sophie back to the Iron Dragon tribe. Do you think she is someone important? Her partner is the leader of the Great White Shark tribe. Dragged away, Sophie shouted out Miyu's identity angrily. Upon hearing this, Miyu felt as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. After hearing those words, the Orca tribe leader's gaze towards her changed. After Sophie was dragged out, the Orca tribe leader walked up to Wells. Is she really the Star Pool's partner? So what if she is? Wells did not deny it. She's mine now. The Orca tribe leader's expression became even uglier. Lord Wells, you should know our relationship with the Great White Shark tribe. If we are to cooperate, she must be sacrificed, the Orca tribe leader said firmly. Wells frowned, who said that cooperation must mean sacrificing one's little female. Little master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. But she is not your partner yet. Miyu stood by, worried, watching the two people argue. If Wells couldn't win the argument, she might really be in danger. Fortunately, it seemed that Wells was winning. Well, since you're unwilling to give her up, I can only let you take her after you deal with the Sea Shark clan. Before that, she must be imprisoned. The leader of the Orca clan compromised. This was his final concession. At least she managed to save her own life. Miyu was quickly taken away. After passing through an area of black obstacles, Miyu was brought into a coral house. It was far enough from Wells, and after thinking for a moment, Miyu decided to try to connect to the system. This time, Miyu successfully sent out her heartfelt message. Just as Shio-Ka and the others were about to dive into the sea after breaking the ice, they received Miyu's message. This connection encountered no obstacles. Shio-Ka, Xing-Chi, Elfman, I'm currently with the Orca tribe. There is no danger, so don't worry. However, the chieftain of the Orca tribe already knows my identity. How did you end up with the Orca tribe? After carefully sensing, Elfman quickly came to a conclusion. Miyu didn't have time to explain. This matter is lengthy and will be discussed later. Before she could finish, her voice disappeared again. A group of people didn't have time to think much and quickly found the sea area where the Shark clan was located. Oddly enough, there didn't seem to be many clansmen here. After scanning the area, they quickly discovered the problem. Feeling them getting closer, Miyu continuously communicated with them through her mind voice. Not good, Chief. The Orca clan is attacking our Shark clan again. A male from the Shark clan stumbled over. Xing-Chi's heart instantly sank. This damned Orca clan chief, he hadn't settled the score with him yet, and now he was causing trouble again. However, the most urgent matter was still about Miyu. So Xing-Chi and Elfman took the male back into the sea. It should be right ahead. Elfman sensed that there seemed to be a faint aura of Miyu coming from the front. Xing-Chi was about to enter, but was stopped. He turned his head in confusion to look at Elfman. Having had previous experience of rushing to the destination, they avoided many detours and dead ends, which saved him a lot of time. The automated Silver Fox number 3 I set up used the Silver Fox beam and unexpectedly succeeded in stunning the demon sound bat. Again, regarding my pride, I didn't want to hold everyone back, so I put away my summoned beasts, which meant they couldn't take away the upgrade experience I needed. Additionally, I am a spirit tamer, and I have a special skill that reduces the experience required for spirit tamers to level up by 5. As soon as the words fell, the water dragon struck again. Yanpiyu did not dodge or evade, allowing the water dragon to spray onto him. He rubbed and kneaded his body with both hands. Seeing the scene, the closely following Xiao Yu and Jia immediately jumped into the bathing group. And of course, the lone wolf wasn't foolish either and rushed in as well. Han Chung saw the elder of the He family, who clung to him like a dog-skin plaster, and even with his good temper, he began to get angry, his expression turning cold. Do you still remember when I sent someone to scout that place called Abyss Valley? Tyre retorted. This Sangyu person is simply crazy. Dr. Wu and his apprentice are the ones who saved him. Besides, there's no illness that can't be treated. The poison from the magical flower valley is nothing. Does Sangyu really have that much confidence in himself? After getting home, without sorting through anything, he stuffed all the miscellaneous items he bought into the fridge, then hurriedly ran into the bathroom for a hot bath, which gave him a feeling of being revived on the spot. In a short time, Qin Feng issued a series of combat orders, undeniably decisive, mixed with an unreserved killing intent that soared from him, making everyone present smell the bloody atmosphere of an impending battle where both sides would surely be strewn with corpses. It's hard to tell how much time had passed. Jiang Kursin turned around without saying a word and returned to her dormitory. Especially Yuli, who glared at Yun Song with an unkind expression. Could this be another plot targeting Lin Zixin's identity? However, everything was still there, except for the 2 luminous pearls given to her by Prime Minister Day. Only one remained. She remembered that when she first received the luminous pearl, it had also been lost inexplicably. Who knew it would be lost again this time? This massacre was very brief. So brief that from the moment the Taoists entered until it ended, it only took a quarter of an hour. The first update, there were no other survivors. The only one left was Gongsun Yinran, who was only able to escape because her subordinates fought hard to protect her. When they reached the secret division bridge, they saw Sun Yuanhua covered in blood, and he, along with Wang Zheng, Zhang Tao, and others, were bound and escorted by several rebel soldiers, with some officials and more than 10 francs behind them. Wang Fan listened to Chu Jiao while chatting with Hao Hao, hoping to hear some useful information from him, so he could determine what Hao Hao was about to face and whether it could be avoided. A huge metallic clashing sound echoed. The circular base stood 400 meters high. At the towering metal concrete wall, the door of the high-speed freight elevator closed. Su Lu and the lieutenant who had been following him were in this elevator. Looking outside, his 2 subordinates stared blankly at their boss, unsure of what to do. Qi Jiguang was well known in the northern frontier. Many of the bandits were deserters. So many had heard of the Qi family army's reputation. Chapter 187, The Secret of Wells. Do you think you can kill me like this? Let me tell you, I'm not that easy to kill. Wells gritted his teeth. He had taken care of Miyu for so long, and unexpectedly, he was backstabbed at a critical moment. Miyu looked at him with a cold gaze, questioning the value of something that was forced. No matter how much you invest, it won't become yours. Is that really the case? Wells' gaze slowly dimmed. Elbow glanced at Zhuge Liang and Guijia. They all agreed with Lu Sun's opinion. After consulting with F.A. Zhang, he also felt that if it was just a simple feint, it would be difficult to deal with Liu Bei. After the raft was destroyed, the water surface gradually calmed down, swaying with submerged tree trunks that even spun in circles in the water. Although they drifted scattered in the water, they did not appear to have experienced any great storms. However, one thing could not be denied. Any son who witnessed his father kneeling to others before him would undoubtedly feel an indescribable impact. We're the 3 musketeers of our school, or you could call us the 3 golden flowers. I am Ollie, and she's a foam. The panda-eyed girl introduced herself. It's fine. Occasionally not sleeping well doesn't mean I didn't sleep at all. It doesn't matter. Agani also smiled as he spoke, but the smile seemed a bit strange no matter how you looked at it. There's nothing to regret, or rather, it's fortunate they died here. Otherwise, they would have forgotten to open the crystal hub, and it's better for them to have died. Further on, following the priest, was the current Japanese minister, Shichijo Shining. As the highest-ranking official visiting this year, reporters naturally crowded around. Peng Tao dashed out of the bedroom in a few quick steps. Su Yanglin had already answered the phone. The sound of explosions echoed throughout Mount Kibafu. When Peng Tao realized what was happening, his face turned pale. Ishii Shiro glanced at the man holding the knife and made a cutting motion with his hand at his neck. The officer nodded, raised a large rifle equipped with a scope, and aimed at the man. All right, let's have lunch together at noon. Where? Zhao Xian replied with a smile, then chatted with Yang Xiaoming on the phone before putting it away. While Mu Tian was exploring, the 2 slackers were not idle either. After they learned a complete set of immortal techniques, their strength improved considerably, but once they thought about learning more, they could no longer do so. A year and a half later, Kuei encountered some adventures near Viper Island and successfully advanced to the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage, just 1 step away from entering the Golden Course stage. Therefore, Yinhai Fog Valley became the best choice for many cultivators seeking short-term retreats. Thus, when Fengduwu caught up with Shui Jingyue and entered Yinhai Fog Valley, they could often see scattered cultivators and felt the gathering or dispersing of primordial spirits in certain places. The deeper they went, they even witnessed several breakthroughs. So, look at my current combat power. Can I rank in the top 10 among you? The Titan King grinned and asked. After the meeting, as he went upstairs, Su Ruibai took several deep breaths to prepare before knocking on Shi Cheng's office door. Seeing the black round object float towards the stage, the 3 of them jumped off the high platform in panic and flew towards the stage. Yun Shan became furious, stomped his feet, and leaped into the air. With a flip of his hand, He revealed his large knife, its cold gleam dazzling in the cool moonlight, a strike imbued with thick primordial energy, as if it wanted to cleave through the ink-black void and was unstoppable as it slashed down towards Fengduo. The three dragons couldn't figure out what was going on. Clearly, there was a level restriction here, and those above the Foundation establishment stage couldn't enter at all. No way, once a week. I can't even recover from the blood I've lost in a week. Xiao Zhu disagreed. If she had to endure a cut every week, then she might as well forget about her arm. Chapter 188. Returning to the modern era to find cure. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. My brother has caused trouble for everyone again. Winnie apologized awkwardly to everyone. It's still that person, still that appearance, but it's completely different from the arrogance just now. Elfman frowned deeply. How did the person in front of me change in an instant? The person before me now is a completely good person. Even Miyu found it somewhat difficult to handle. We're fine, what about you? Miyu coughed lightly and asked. Although the soul has changed, the injuries to this body will not change, so Miyu is still somewhat worried. Winnie looked at her hands and then at her body, shaking her head. Don't worry. I'm fine. A few people around quickly gathered around. Seeing this scene, Winnie looked somewhat at a loss. Where are you all? I'm sorry, Winnie. We have to take you away. Miyu took a deep breath, unsure how to explain that she and Wells were actually the same person. Two personalities of the same body. Why? I didn't do anything. Winnie appeared somewhat frightened. Several people from Elfman approached Miyu, protecting her behind them. You're too dangerous. I know my brother Wells has done many wrong things. I promise I won't let him do such things again. Can you forgive him this time? Winnie asked in confusion. Seeing the person opposite change like this, a hint of confusion flashed in the eyes of the people in front of her. Everyone turned to look at Miyu. Miyu briefly explained. Although this is the case, this person is too dangerous to be kept. Elfman said firmly. Xingqi also nodded in agreement. Who knows when this Vini might turn into Wells? Miyu didn't say a word, and Xingqi quickly captured Wei and I with the help of the Haisha clan. Wei and I had no strength to resist at all. Tied up, he looked at Miyu with a panicked expression. He couldn't understand why Miyu, who had been fine, suddenly turned against him. Miyu still felt a bit reluctant. Don't kill him yet. Just as everyone was about to take action, Miyu suddenly stopped them. An elder from the Sea Shark tribe stepped forward. If we don't kill him now, when his other personality reappears, it will be a problem. The elder's tone was filled with concern. Miyu understood the elder's feelings. To be fair, as an elder of a tribe, it is reasonable to have such concerns. I have heard of this illness, and it should be treatable. Please let me give it a try, Miyu explained while looking at Xingqi and the others. Others may not know, but Xingqi and the others are aware of the secret Miyu holds. Indeed, if they encounter such a person again in the future, how should they respond? In that case, let us temporarily detain the person and discuss further once we have clarified the situation. Xingqi spoke first. The elder of the Haisha tribe wanted to say something, but upon meeting Xingqi's determined gaze, he realized it was futile to say anything. Please don't worry. I will explain it to you later, Xingqi said to the elder. In the end, Vini was taken away. Miyu thought for a moment and decided to take Winnie back to the villa. At this time of year, apart from Xingqi and the others, it was hard for them to stay in the sea for long, especially for Elfman, who should have been in hibernation but was forcibly awakened and already felt a bit uncomfortable in the cold seawater. Upon returning to the villa, Winnie kept her eyes red and looked quite confused. Even though Miyu felt heartache, she didn't dare to relax even a little. After all, no one knew when Vinny would turn back into Wells. To resolve this situation, she needed to see a psychiatrist. After returning, Miyu told Li Xianyang about it. Li Xianyang fully agreed. Although Lily said this matter might be related to witchcraft, there was no evidence for that. Upon reflection, perhaps a psychologist was indeed more reliable. But I don't know much about medicine, so I might need your help, Miyu said slightly apologetically. Li Xianyang didn't mind, saying, Miyu, I'm very happy to help you. Just let me know what you need to do. They were going back to the modern world to find a psychologist, not knowing how long it would take. Before leaving, Miyu told Shioka and the others about it, especially Vivian, who felt very reluctant when she saw me. You was leaving again shortly after returning. Don't worry, mother. I'm going to a very safe place this time, Miyu said firmly. Knowing she couldn't persuade Miyu, Vivian could only nod with red eyes. But fortunately, the little tiger cubs were there to keep her company. Back in the modern world, Miyu let out a sigh, feeling a sense of unreality. After resting for a bit, they immediately went to the hospital, this time going directly to the psychiatric department instead of looking for the director. They simplified the difficult symptoms to tell the doctor, and the psychiatrist's brows were almost furrowed. Miss Me, based on what you described, it should be quite serious. To be honest, I recommend that the patient come to the hospital, the doctor said after thinking seriously. After all, it's necessary to prescribe psychiatric medication and combine it with psychological treatment. And most importantly, specific dosages must be determined after examination. Psychiatric medications are controlled substances, and prescriptions are very strict. What if we can't determine that now? Of course, Miyu couldn't bring Wells over. Not to mention that inexplicable magnetism he had made him a dangerous existence in a modern world. If someone with ill intentions discovered the secret about him, it would be bad for everyone. In that case, I can only prescribe you a little medication for temporary relief. The doctor glanced at Miyu. But it's best to get an examination after all. These medications are controlled substances. Even if I can prescribe, it won't be much. Some is better than none. What if I bring the equipment for examination and bring back the results? Li Xiangyang suddenly asked. The doctor nodded. If you have that technology, then of course that's fine. For the doctor, having the patient come in was just about getting more accurate results. If the patient was unwilling to come, bringing the results would be the same. Coincidentally, the hospital had a set of equipment that was about to be phased out. Although it was going to be discarded, the equipment was still usable, and Miyu and the others brought it back. At this time, in the beast world, after Shioka settled his family, he brought a bowl of rice upstairs. Pushing open the door, he saw Vinny tied up, hugging her legs, burying her head between her knees, looking particularly pitiful. Looking at Vinny like this, Shioka sighed. Get up and eat something. Chapter 189 Wells Vinny escapes. He knew that during the time he was taken away by Wells, it was Vinny who had been secretly taking care of her. Putting aside everything else, Vinny was a very good personality. Unfortunately, Vinny and Wells coexisted in one body. The other party seemed to be completely deaf to his words, still keeping her head down. Just as Shioka was about to bring the food over, Vinny suddenly raised her head, a trace of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Shioka, please let me go. I promise I won't harm anyone again. Shioka didn't even think and firmly refused. By the time he realized what was wrong with that sentence, he was already standing right in front of her. In the next moment, a small knife was drawn from who knows where and pressed against his neck. Seeing that small knife, Shioka's pupil shrank. No wonder he felt something was off about that sentence. If it were Vinny, she would ask for forgiveness from her brother, not guarantee that she wouldn't harm anyone. I can't let you go. Even if you kill me today, I won't. Shioka closed his eyes, feeling a bit regretful about his carelessness. At that moment, Miyu and Li Xiangyang returned. As soon as they got back to this world, Miyu felt a sense of unease. The telepathic connection between partners reappeared. Miyu furrowed her brows tightly. Something had happened to Shioka. Without a second thought, she rushed upstairs. As soon as she got up, she saw that the room where Vinny was being held had its door open, and through the door, she could see him holding Shioka hostage. Little female, I was just wondering where to find you, but I didn't expect you to come looking for me yourself. Wells sneered as he looked at Miyu across from him. Miyu frowned, not expecting that Wells had already learned to disguise himself. Let go of Shioka, Miyu said through gritted teeth. Wells buried his head in Shioka's neck, pretending as if he could bite through it at any moment. Letting him go like this would be too much of a loss, wouldn't it? Miyu just noticed that there was blood on Shioka. Wells, how dare you hurt Shioka? Miyu glared at him through gritted teeth. You didn't do anything, but do you want me to let him go? I can let him go, but you have to be my partner, and only my partner. Wells said matter-of-factly. He wore a proud expression, as if he was certain you would agree to his demands. Seeing Shioka's face gradually pale, Miyu disregarded everything else and unhesitatingly agreed to Wells' request. Li Xiangyang, who was nearby, had a serious expression. Haha, I didn't expect you to go this far for him. Fine, you can terminate your relationship now. Miyu quickly calmed down. If they were to means to lift or to remove, everyone had to be present. She wondered if he could wait a moment. After all, it's not like we are in a hurry, Miyu asked. Wells agreed. After coming down from upstairs, Miyu immediately had someone go invite Lily. Now, only Lily's singing could summon Winnie. She paced back and forth in the room, feeling uncertain about her current emotions. If it truly threatened Shioka's life, she would choose to the partner relationship. Of course, once the partner relationship was, she would no longer be able to rejoin Shioka and the others. But she believed this would not affect their feelings for each other. Just as she was pondering how long she could keep Wells calm, Lily arrived quickly. Miyu, I heard something happened to you. I was just thinking of coming to see you, but unexpectedly, I ran into someone who was looking for me on the way, Lily said. Seeing you like this. She knew her intuition today was correct. Miyu briefly explained the situation to Lily. After listening, Lily immediately said she knew what to do. However, my singing also has many limitations. For example, if I'm too far away, it might not be effective. so I'm afraid I need to hide behind the door. How long can you delay him? Lily asked. Miyu's gaze fell on Li Xiangyang beside her. Li Xiangyang was not really a person of this world. So if they were to sever their relationship, he would be the only one unaffected. Then I'll have to trouble you to act with me, Miyu said, looking at Li Xiangyang. Although she knew her identity was special, the thought of severing their partner relationship, even if it was just pretend, still made Li Xiangyang feel a bit uncomfortable. But now, prioritizing the bigger picture, Li Xiangyang agreed. After a few people were ready, they went upstairs. While Lily had been hiding at the corner and did not show herself at all, Miyu carried a plate of dim sum upstairs. It would take some time for the two of them to come back, so she thought it would be better to with the person beside her first. Could you let Shoka go for now? Miyu tried to speak in a pleasing tone. She was almost losing her composure because she noticed that Shoka's face was as pale as paper, and if this dragged on, it might really become life-threatening. Wells was in a good mood, probably due to his absolute confidence in his own strength, which made him not think too much about it. Miyu called over Li Xiangyang next to him, pretending to prepare to propose to terminate the partnership, but perhaps due to being too nervous, he failed several times in a row. Just then, a melodious singing voice came from the doorway, but Wells, who was immersed in his own world, didn't notice it at all. By the time he realized it, it was already too late for Wells. Vini's personality re-emerged, looking at the knife in his hand. A hint of unease flashed in Vini's eyes. Then he dropped the knife with a clatter, staring at Miyu in terror. At the moment Vini let go, Shoka's body fell to the ground limply like a kite with a broken string. Miyu was startled and quickly stepped forward to try to catch Shoka. When she pulled Shoka into her arms, Miyu noticed how pale his face was and felt the blood on him as soon as she touched him. Vini glanced at Miyu with a complicated expression and then hurriedly left the seaside villa. Miyu did not stop him from leaving. Her mind was entirely focused on the injured Shoka. At that moment, Li Xiangyang came over to check Shoka's condition. He had knife wounds, and they were quite large, requiring stitches. Fortunately, Li Xiangyang had experience in this area, so everything that followed was left to him. Miyu and Lily came down together, looking at her with gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do. It's okay, you saved my life earlier, so consider this my repayment. After saying a few more words, Lily left, and Miyu sat there alone, not knowing what she was thinking. Chapter 190. The medicine took effect. Li Xiangyang quickly finished treating the injuries on Shoka and went downstairs. He was not in any life-threatening danger, just needed some rest. As soon as he finished speaking, a few people approached. It was the leaders of the pterosaur and Iron Dragon clans. We heard that something happened here, so we came to see if there's anything we can help with, said the leader of the Triceratops clan. At the moment when Miyu was exhausted, seeing the two clan leaders approach made her feel a bit touched. There wasn't anything she needed help with for now, but she reminded the two clan leaders to protect their tribes well in the recent days. After all, no one knew when Wells' personality would emerge. The two clan leaders originally came not only to take a look, but also to probe Miyu's stance, as Wells' appearance had caused a certain level of panic throughout the entire tribe. If Miyu were to hide anything from them, they would have to consider whether to take measures for their people's safety. However, Miyu did not conceal anything from them. Instead, she told them everything about Wells' situation in detail. Just this alone made the two believe that they must support Miyu to the end. After they left, Miyu went upstairs to see Shoka. Shoka's condition was not very good. Although he had received stitches, the excessive blood loss had still affected his body to some extent. Since there was no blood type testing available for a transfusion here, the risk was quite high. After considering the situation, the third man decided not to give him a transfusion. Anyway, based on a physical condition, he would likely recover in no time. Shoka remained in a state of unconsciousness, and after a short while of guarding him, Miyu felt a fluctuation in the magnetic field around her. At that moment, the system, which had been silent for a while, suddenly began to alert her. Host, Winnie has appeared near the seaside villa. Is it really Winnie? What does he want? The system couldn't detect his thoughts, but he didn't seem to have any malicious intent. Upon hearing this, Miyu instinctively looked outside. The area outside the window was pitch black, and she couldn't see anything, but she vaguely seemed to see a shadow moving there. The feeling from that shadow looked like Winnie. Miyu thought for a moment, but eventually went out. However, before leaving, she ran into Elfman. You it's so late. Are you still going out? Elfman asked nervously. Just going out for a look. Miyu didn't mention where she was going, but as a snake beast, Elfman seemed to sense something. He glanced at Miyu and said, Okay, then I'll wait for you here. Miyu was a bit surprised that Elfman didn't suggest following along. After stepping outside, she soon spotted Winnie nearby. After thinking for a moment, she decided to walk over to Winnie. Just as Miyu was about to reach Winnie, he suddenly took a couple of steps back. Miyu, Please don't come any closer. Winnie's face was filled with worry. I'm afraid I might lose control and hurt you again. Although he was unaware of everything Wells had done, he had indeed harmed Miyu. You're just sick. If you want, I can help you get better, Miyu said after some thought. Hearing that there was a way to be cured, Winnie's eyes lit up. Really? But, after a brief moment of excitement, Winnie looked a bit disappointed. If that's the case, will I never see my brother again? That's not your brother. That's another version of you, Miyu said softly. I see. Winnie seemed to understand. Okay, I'm willing. If that version of me always hurts others, I want him to disappear. Winnie suddenly became very determined. Miyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Winnie was willing, it would be much easier. Taking out a pill from his own pocket and handing it to Winnie, Miyu said, just take it twice a day. Looking at the small pill, Winnie felt surprised. Such a tiny pill could have such great power? Just as Winnie was about to swallow the pill, he suddenly stopped his hand. Huh, you really are persistent. The sudden change in voice made Miyu's heart sink. It was Wells. Looking at the pill in his hand, there was a hint of amusement in Wells' gaze. Is this what you have? You think this will kill me? You really underestimate me. Wells' gaze fell on Miyu. It seems I have no choice but to take you with me. With that, Wells prepared to grab Miyu. Miyu wanted to run, but it seemed too late. The next moment, when she thought she was really going to be dragged away, suddenly another large and strong hand pulled her into its embrace. It was Elfman. What are you doing here? Go back quickly, Miyu said anxiously. Wells was powerful and carried a special toxin. She was afraid Elfman would be in danger. If I don't come, what will you do? Elfman said, rushing forward like lightning and grabbing Wells by the neck. Come here. Miyu responded with a sound and took out other medicine from her body, stuffing it into Wells' mouth. He didn't even have time to react before the medicine was swallowed. You seek death. Wells roared in anger and was about to pounce on Miyu. Elfman immediately stepped in front of Miyu, and the two began to fight fiercely. Miyu wanted to help, but without her system capabilities, she couldn't be of any assistance. She was a bit anxious, not knowing if the medicine was effective. Bang! With a dull sound, Wells' body suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string, lying on the ground motionless. Elfman looked at his hands in surprise. He clearly hadn't used any force just now. Miyu walked quickly and indeed saw the person lying on the ground slowly opening their eyes, confusion in their gaze. It hurts so much. Did Wells do something to you again? Winnie said with difficulty. Don't talk for now. Just rest well, Miyu said anxiously. Although she didn't know what exactly was going on with Winnie, she didn't dare to be careless. I'm sorry, Winnie said as he slowly sat up. There's no need to apologize. Here are the medications for the past few days. Come find me in 3 days, Miyu said as she handed him the remaining medicine. She didn't dare to give too much at once. After all, these were psychiatric medications that needed to be administered based on the situation. Winnie thanked her and soon disappeared into the darkness. Back at the villa, Miyu carefully checked Elfman's condition and confirmed that everything was fine before feeling relieved. You can't be so impulsive next time. It scared me to death, Miyu said seriously. If we're talking about recklessness, it should be you who is reckless. Elfman said a bit harshly for the first time. He couldn't even bear to think about what would have happened if he hadn't gone. Knowing she was in the wrong, Miyu lowered her head and didn't dare to say much. Shuka had also recovered quickly over the past couple of days, and everyone had enjoyed a rare few days of peace. Chapter 191. Miyu is pregnant 3 days later. Winnie came to pick up the medicine as promised. Learning that Wells had not appeared in the past 3 days and that Winnie had no adverse reactions, Miyu finally felt relieved. It seemed the medication was effective. Even so, Miyu still didn't dare to let her guard down. The checkup she originally wanted to schedule early was postponed after Miyu's consideration. As Winnie took the medicine from Miyu's hand, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. Miyu, I really, like you, Winnie said, his voice almost breaking into tears. But the feeling of being moved couldn't be faked. Miyu looked at Winnie's despondent eyes. Her heart stirred slightly, but she didn't know how to respond. She sighed softly and looked at the person across from her with a hint of reluctance. Take good care of yourself and take your medication on time. Winnie composed himself and nodded before turning to leave. Watching his figure disappear into the darkness again, Miyu couldn't help but be flooded with countless thoughts in her heart as she gazed in the direction he had gone. Upon returning to the villa, Miyu's mood inexplicably grew heavy. Elfman was sitting on the sofa and, seeing her come back, looked up and instantly perceived her thoughts. He got up and walked over to Miyu, wrapping her in his arms and gently saying, Don't think too much. Everything will be all right. He couldn't forgive Wells, but he had witnessed Winnie's care for Miyu. Miyu leaned against Elfman's embrace, feeling his warmth and listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat, her heart gradually calming down. Days passed, and Shoka's body fully recovered. Initially, Miue was a bit worried about whether there would be any lingering effects, but after Shoka's examination, she found everything was fine. Finally, she could feel at ease. Everyone enjoyed the rare tranquility in this peaceful time. However, a trace of worry remained in Miue's heart. She couldn't quite articulate whether her concern was about the possibility of Vini's condition relapsing or the fear of unknown dangers looming in the future. 3 days quickly passed, and Vini came as promised to collect the medicine. Miu carefully inquired about his situation over the past few days and felt slightly relieved after learning that he was doing well. You must take your medicine on time, and if you feel any discomfort, come to me. Also, I want to give you a simple checkup, Miu suddenly said. The instruments she had brought back from the psychologist had not been used yet. Although the current medication was prescribed this way, it was still best to check how much should be taken. Moreover, Miu didn't have much medication left in her hands. Winnie took the medicine, his eyes expressing gratitude. Okay, perhaps in order to spend more time with Miu, Winnie felt that even if she won his life, he didn't want to leave. Miu quickly called Li Xiangyang to carefully examine Winnie. The results were relatively optimistic. At least we are on the right track now. Most importantly, Well's personality did not appear after taking the medication, which indicates that Winnie is the main personality, Li Xiangyang explained. That Winnie is the main personality is probably the best news. All right, now we can rest assured. Miu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Winnie said with a somewhat complex expression, then turned and left again. Miu looked at his back and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. If it weren't for the shaman and the hardships of childhood, Winnie should be a good person now, right? But there are no ifs. As time passed, Miu's belly gradually grew. She gently touched her belly, filled with both anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Although it wasn't her first pregnancy, for some reason, she still felt a bit anxious. Leaning on the sofa, Miu stared at her protruding belly and spoke. Since knowing that Miu was carrying his child, Elfman had changed completely, becoming incredibly gentle. Don't be nervous, it's okay. I can feel that the babies are very healthy, Elfman softly reassured her. It felt like he was comforting Miu, but also like he was speaking to himself. Miu couldn't help but laugh. It will definitely be safe. However, after winter, they would have to consider moving back to the seaside, as both the pterosaur tribe and the triceratops tribe would need to come out to hunt. Staying in their territory for too long was not appropriate. But the fact that Miu was pregnant had to be temporarily set aside. After learning about Miu's troubles, Shoka took the initiative to offer help. Busy with preparations, the villa was ready in just a few days. During this time, Vivian seemed a bit downcast. Miu didn't ask but knew why. It was because of Sophie. Ever since she learned that Sophie had her face and hands destroyed, Vivian, although claiming she didn't care, couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance for the little female she had raised herself. However, thinking about the things Sophie had done, Vivian felt there was no need to worry about her. What Vivian didn't know was that at that very moment in the forest, Sophie had finally managed to get out, no longer having to face the strange looks from her tribe, and could finally enjoy a brief moment of freedom. Since being sent back, the attitude of the pterosaur tribe leader towards her was no longer as good as before. After all, she used to be a princess, cherished in the tribe, and now she had to please others, which naturally made Sophie unhappy. However, if she didn't please the pterosaur tribe leader, her future would be difficult. So in recent days, she had been trying to please the tribe leader while also asking the tribe shaman for ways to see if she could restore her face. Fortunately, after spending a lot of time and effort, she finally found a method. However, to heal her facial injuries, it was necessary to remove the necrotic tissue. And to ensure the effectiveness of the treatment, no painkillers could be used throughout the process, as the shaman said. In the past, she would not have been able to accept this. But now, even if she didn't want to, she had to accept it. Sophie unhesitatingly decided to go through with the method. Although the following days were excruciatingly painful, the scars on her face had faded significantly. Finally, she could go outside, and Sophie was almost bursting with anticipation. She had lost track of how long it had been since she had seen everything in the forest. What once seemed ordinary now felt exceptionally precious in her eyes. However, before Sophie could enjoy her happiness for long, several males suddenly appeared in front of her. Sophie instantly became alert. The males were not from the pterosaur tribe. Their fiery red eyes looked like those of the night tribe. What were the males from the night tribe doing here? A sense of unease surged in Sophie's heart, and her instincts urged her to leave quickly. However, standing there, she felt inexplicably unable to move her feet. The several males from the night tribe approached Sophie. What a little female, one of them said. Not bad. Let us take her back. As she saw them walking towards her, Sophie was so scared that her body trembled violently. I am the wife of the pterosaur tribe leader. You can't take me. If you take me away, The pterosaur tribe will not let you go, Sophie said through gritted teeth. She thought that mentioning her status as the pterosaur tribe leader's wife would scare them, but to her surprise, they didn't take her seriously at all. So what? The male who spoke first said with a mocking smile. Sophie shivered, unsure of what to say. Stop talking nonsense. Take her back and lock her up for breeding. The male's gazes shamelessly swept over Sophie. The intense scrutiny made Sophie feel very uncomfortable. Take her back to breed? Upon hearing this keyword, Sophie instantly perked up. If you want to breed, I know a little female with exceptionally strong fertility. She has at least 10 cubs each time. Please let me go. I am not fertile. Keeping me would be a waste of food, Sophie said, almost in tears. The others nearby couldn't help but sneer at her. Weren't you just saying you were the tribe leader's wife? If you can't breed, what use does the pterosaur tribe leader have for you? I really can't breed. Now that I've fallen into your hands, what is the point of lying? I just don't want to waste your time. Sophie hurriedly defended herself. As of now, there had been no movement in her belly. Originally, Sophie was a bit anxious, but at this moment, all her anxiety turned into relief. Hearing that there was another female with strong fertility, the males from the Night tribe instantly became interested. We came out this time to find a female with strong fertility. This one in front of us seems not to have bred before. Perhaps she really won't, they discussed. Ultimately, all the males' gazes fell on Sophie. In that case, we'll give you a chance. If you dare to deceive us, you will bear the consequences, one of the males said coldly. After warning Sophie, the males immediately had her lead the way. Sophie felt anxious inside, although she knew where Miyu was. She wasn't sure if she could get close because of the people protecting her. But now, she had to take the risk. If she didn't lead these males to find Miyu, Sophie had every reason to suspect she would be taken away by them immediately. The Night tribe fed on blood and often roamed at night, hence their name. This tribe had a special ability to become invisible. While their attack power diminished significantly in this state, the element of surprise compensated for some of their weaknesses. Soon, the several males from the Night tribe, under Sophie's guidance, arrived at the seaside villa. Miyu and her group have moved back, and Xingqi has been returning to his tribe from time to time lately, as the battle last winter caused significant losses for the tribe. Most importantly, Miyu is now pregnant with Elfman's child, which makes her feel a bit jealous. Although this situation was predictable long ago, Xiuka is in a similar situation. So in recent days, both Xiuka and Xingqi have been busy with early mornings and late nights. Meanwhile, Elfman has been keeping a close watch over Miyu. After examining wells, Li Xiangyang started preparing medicine for him. With the test results in hand, and with Li Xiangyang's help, Vini's health has been improving day by day. Seeing Vini's condition stabilize, Miyu also noticed that the strange magnetic field surrounding him gradually disappeared. It seems that perhaps Vini's unique personality led to the magnetic field that could shield his own system. Having reached this conclusion, Miyu decided not to dwell on it any longer. It's once again time for Wells to come and collect his medicine. Miyu had prepared the medicine early. Airfuman couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. He was actually lucky, as he could find an excuse to come see you every few days. Hurry up and cure his illness, so he can go back where he came from and stop bothering our peace. Airfuman's words were tinged with bitterness. Miyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was about to become a father, yet still so petty and jealous. Elfman's gaze fell on Miyu, becoming particularly gentle. It wasn't that he had to be jealous. He was just afraid that his back-and-forth behavior would affect her pregnancy. After all, this was their first child. Miyu gently touched her abdomen and said, "Don't worry, I can feel that the babies in my belly are very healthy. This pregnancy hasn't been too taxing. Aside from occasionally feeling a bit tired, I haven't experienced any discomfort." Just as the two were talking, there was a knock at the door. Under the moon, Miyu instinctively wanted to get up, but Elfman had already walked over quickly. He opened the door, and outside stood Winnie. "I'm here to pick up the medicine." The two had met privately several times, but each time Winnie still felt guilty. Miyu smiled and let him in. Now Miyu's belly had already shown signs of pregnancy. As soon as Winnie entered, his gaze fell on Miyu's protruding abdomen. "That's great, she's pregnant again." Winnie thought to himself and couldn't help but smile. "You're going to be a mother again, congratulations." "Thank you," Miyu said, and Elfman had already brought over the prepared medicine. Although Vini was saying congratulations, Elfman still didn't want him to get too close to Miyu. "The medicine has been given to you, so hurry back." Miyu glanced helplessly at the person beside her, who was throwing a tantrum. After taking the medicine, Winnie immediately lowered his head, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Just as Winnie was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. The steps he was about to take also came to a halt. "Not good." Saying this to himself, Winnie quickly turned around to look at Miyu behind him. Before Miyu could react to what was happening, She felt as if someone had grabbed her wrist. A powerful force was trying to take her away. Before me you could shout. Vini rushed over and struck hard next to her. Before me you could see clearly. She heard a muffled thud. It seemed that Vini's punch had hit flesh. Along with the sound, there was also the sound of someone falling, but she could only hear it and couldn't see anyone. Miyu's face suddenly changed. There was someone in the room, but she couldn't see them. Who could have such incredible abilities? It was a member of the Night Clan. Vini seemed to guess what Miyu was thinking and whispered. Elfman immediately reacted as well, reaching out to pull Miyu close to him. In his other hand, he had somehow obtained a long stick to use as a weapon. These people came straight for Miyu, clearly targeting her. Miyu focused intently on the surroundings. And indeed, there wasn't even a hint of a shadow. She wanted to summon the system, but for some reason, it had fallen into a dormant state. Could it be because of Winnie's condition? Miyu looked at Winnie with growing concern. Sure enough, in the next second, Winnie's gaze gradually changed. Those eyes were no longer visible. Aigu looked around anxiously, but he still couldn't find him. He felt absolutely no trace of Aigu, damn it. It was once again obstructed by someone with ill intentions using dark arts, because he understood that once he showed any sign of weakness, the cultivators below would scatter in an instant. The children couldn't be sheltered under their elder brother's wings forever. Sharing responsibilities is what makes a family. Sharpening the knife to deal with the turtle, a single strike to solve the problem without leaving a scar. The third fat man smiled. For him, making delicious food was also a form of enjoyment. If Sugu could negotiate, they wouldn't have resorted to a strike. Such a self-destructive method of injuring 3,000 while harming oneself by 800 is clearly not the way of a businessman. General Hu, did you deliberately accompany me out? Does Madam know? Wan Ying broke the silence between the two. After finishing these tasks, a large amount of spatial power vibrated violently in the air about a mile in front of Zhuang Yu. This TMD was simply like livestock. Xiao Jun wished he could immediately go up and tear this man to pieces. In other words, there were certain other beings existing within their bodies, and it was the shallow influence of those beings that created the current situation. Chung Su maintained a serious face, walked to the medicine cabinet in the back, raised a hand, and presented a drawer full of golden ginseng to everyone. Li Zhong knew that this meant Princess Yong'an had returned safely to the country, so he hurriedly changed his clothes to personally go out of the city to welcome her. Since Prince Liu Yun lost the rare opportunity to capture Princess Yong'an of the Great Zhou, he had been punished by the Han Emperor and confined to his residence without permission to leave. No one dared to step forward to rescue Du Lianyun beside the King of Hell. Du Lianyun's biological mother, Aunt Lan, after the initial shock, returned to her senses. Her face instantly pale. She crawled forward 2 steps, but when she wanted to continue approaching Du Lianyun, she was kicked away. His wife and T gained any weight after being raised for so long. Damn, when Jingxian, he really shouldn't have let him off so easily. He would have to find an opportunity to beat him up later. Because the impact of descending the mountain was very strong, Yi's toes received a severe shock, causing pain. 10 number plates were placed in front of the round table, and Xiao Huan arrived the latest, just sitting opposite Meng Yanxia, clearly pretending to be relaxed. With a forced smile on their face, everything was clear to Lung Yilan, yet he couldn't control his anger, his eyes filled with displeasure. When the country is in trouble, your first thought is not how to provide disaster relief, but how to profit from the national crisis. Xiao Huan's tone was cold. However, to her astonishment, Han Dong in front of her merely shrugged, seemingly not caring about the reward. Yixing hadn't drunk too much, at least not as much as it seemed. Dante Chi didn't take it to heart. Dealing with strangers inherently involved a testing process. And at least the fact that the other party wanted to hire him wasn't a bad thing. A large amount of phosphorescent traces appeared in the air, cutting the world into pieces everywhere all around. Not to mention anything else, just for the new station master of the military control in Kunming. If it were the time when Gu Wei and Ouyang Hao first arrived, meeting someone of Shaoqing's status would definitely earn them great respect. Just as he was about to continue stepping into the village, a bare-chested shepherd on the back of the mottled cow spoke up. Gao Lang and Hu Shan, along with their group, traveled north, and wherever they went, the rebellious bandits surrendered. By the time they reached the outskirts of the capital, they already had an army of 30,000 people, a vast sea of troops. Chapter 194. Through the snow forest the night was as dark as ink, deeply shrouding the forest of death. Miyu sat with her back against the tree trunk, her eyes fixed intently on the spot not far away where the male of the Dark Knight tribe lay. She nervously swallowed, not daring to breathe, and after making an effort to calm herself, she slowly closed her eyes, concentrating all her energy to try to communicate with Xiuka, Xingqi, an AI airfu man through her mind. Miyu, Xiuka, Xingqi, airfuman, can you hear me? I have been captured by a male from the Dark Knight clan and am now in the Death Forest. Miyu desperately shouted in her heart, her forehead gradually covered in beads of sweat. However, the surroundings were silent, with not a trace of response. She was filled with disappointment, yet still tried to comfort herself. It must be because that inexplicable magnetic field caused the system to malfunction again. Without the system by her side, impulsively fleeing would only lead to greater danger. She had to endure and wait for the right moment. Confirming that the male member of the Dark Knight clan had fallen asleep, Miyu carefully raised her hand and slowly took out bread and milk from her space. Her movements were slow, each tiny action filled with caution, afraid of making even the slightest noise. As she slowly tore open the bread packaging, the faint rustling sound seemed particularly clear in the quiet night. Miyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, her eyes fixed on the male of the Dark Knight tribe. Seeing that he remained motionless, she let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly brought the bread to her mouth. The sweetness of the bread spread across her taste buds, providing a bit of comfort to her weary body and mind, while the coolness of the milk slid down her throat, replenishing her strength slightly. Miyu ate while being vigilant and keeping an eye on her surroundings, always ready to respond to unexpected situations. After taking a few bites, she heard the male of the Night clan seemingly turn over, and she froze in fear, holding her breath with the bread paused at her lips. After a moment, seeing that the male of the Night clan remained still, she dared to continue eating, but by then she had lost her appetite, quickly consuming only a little before putting the remaining food back in her space. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense foliage, casting a few faint beams of light. Miyu had never slept soundly, and the sudden cawing of a crow jolted her awake. She opened her eyes wide, still half asleep and wary. A male from the Dark Knight clan strode over and casually tossed a bloody, freshly killed rabbit in front of Miyu. The rabbit's blood spread across the ground, and a pungent smell filled the air. Miyu furrowed her brows and refused without hesitation. Take it away. I want to eat it. Miyu looked extremely disdainful. The male of the Dark Knight clan snorted coldly, remaining silent. Beside them, Sophie, who had been hungry for several days, instantly lit up with excitement and pounced on the rabbit like a starving wolf, grabbing it tightly with both hands and gnawing at it frantically. Sophie's face was smeared with blood, and her eating was quite unappetizing, as she occasionally vomited due to the speed of her swallowing. Miyu was very surprised to see her like this. Sophie mumbled while eating, "I'm so hungry." The male of the Dark Knight tribe looked at Sophie with a face full of disdain and eyes full of disgust. Miyu looked at Sophie's embarrassing state, speechless in her heart, and turned her head away, unwilling to look any longer. After a short pause, they set off again. Miyu quietly followed behind the male of the Dark Knight clan, constantly thinking of ways to escape. Sophie, on the other hand, had a face full of reluctance and kept murmuring complaints. "It's all your fault, Miyu. If it weren't for you, how could I have been captured?" Sophie whispered in complaint. Miyu frowned and retorted, "Sophie, you know exactly how things are. Don't think she didn't see that it was you who brought those Night clan males here that day." Sophie snorted coldly, realizing she was in the wrong, and chose not to speak further. They struggled through the forest, the path becoming increasingly difficult, with the surrounding trees growing taller and sturdier, their branches intertwining and nearly blocking out the sky. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a pristine white snow forest. The snow forest was as white as a fairy tale world, but the Night clan males stopped in their tracks and turned around, their expressions serious as they warned Miyu and Sophie. "Once we enter the snow forest, do not make a sound. There are man-eating monsters in the snow forest, and if we disturb them, we will all die." Miyu's heart tightened, realizing he was not joking. However, Sophie looked disdainful and didn't take the warning seriously. They cautiously stepped into the snowy forest, which was silent and still, the only sound being the faint crunch of snow beneath their feet. Miyu's heartbeat quickened with tension, taking each step with extra caution. Sophie, on the other hand, looked around with curiosity, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, Sophie stepped into thin air, losing her balance and lunging forward. With a startled cry, she fell heavily onto the snow, making a loud noise. Miyu felt a sense of dread in her heart, her eyes widening in fear as she looked around for the source of danger. The male member of the Dark Knight clan's expression changed drastically, and he muttered a curse under his breath before unhesitatingly picking up Miyu and turning to run. Miyu bounced on the shoulder of the male from the Dark Knight clan, but her gaze remained fixed on the abandoned Sophie. Sophie sat in the snow, terrified, her eyes filled with despair. Then she saw several figures flying out from the depths of the snowy forest. Yes, flying, with broad wings on their bodies. The male of the Dark Knight clan ran quickly, and Miyu quietly asked, "Aren't you going to save Sophie?" The male coldly snorted, "If we go back to save her, we will all die." The male had a mark on Sophie. She wouldn't easily die, but going back to save her would undoubtedly put them in great danger. The male of the Dark Knight clan carried Miyu and fled desperately, moving at high speed, snow flying beneath their feet. After running for an unknown amount of time, the male finally came to a stop. Miyu looked around and found herself in front of a hidden cave. The cave was covered by dense vines and accumulated snow, making it hard to notice without careful observation. The male of the Dark Knight tribe was vigilantly watching the surroundings, signaling Miyu to enter the cave. After hesitating, Miyu cautiously walked into the cave. The cave was dark and damp, filled with a pungent smell. The male of the Dark Knight tribe followed Miyu into the cave and sat down in a relatively dry spot. Miyu leaned against the stone wall of the cave, her gaze fixed on the male of the Dark Knight tribe, her heart filled with vigilance. The male of the Dark Knight tribe closed his eyes to rest, seemingly recovering his strength. Miyu knew this was a rare opportunity and tried again to connect with Shoka and the others through her mind. "Shoka, can you hear my voice?" Miyu called out anxiously in her heart, her eyes filled with helplessness. However, the response was still a dead silence. Time slowly passed, and Miyu's stomach began to growl. She hadn't eaten properly in a long time, and the little food she had consumed earlier had long been digested. The male of the Dark Knight tribe seemed to hear the sound of her stomach and opened his eyes to glance at her before getting up and walking out of the cave. Miyu watched his departing figure, feeling anxious and unable to guess what he was going to do. After a while, the male from the Dark Knight clan returned, holding some wild fruits and a piece of roasted meat. He walked up to Miyu and handed her the food. Miyu looked at the food, hesitating in her heart, unsure if it was safe, but she was truly suffering from hunger. The male of the Dark Knight clan seemed to see through her doubts and coldly said, "Eat without worry. It's not poisonous. It won't do us any good if you starve to death." After hearing this, Miyu finally took the food, picked up a wild fruit, and took a bite. The sweet and sour juice satisfied her taste buds. Then she cautiously tried a piece of roasted meat. Although it was a bit charred, it was still acceptable in taste. After finishing, Miyu felt her strength recover somewhat, but the male from the Dark Knight clan urged them to hurry. Chapter 195, Arriving at the Dark Knight clan and being targeted. However, they hadn't set off long when Miyu felt that in this snow forest shrouded in darkness and cold, every inch of air seemed to be frozen with the breath of death. A faint sound came from behind her, like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper quietly approaching, making her alertly turn her head sharply. In that instant, her pupils constricted sharply, as if she had seen the most terrifying scene in the world. Two figures with huge white wings on their backs were rapidly closing in from the sky at a chilling speed. Their wings flickered with a holy light in the faint, almost imperceptible illumination, a divine radiance that should inspire awe and longing in people. However, at this moment in Miyu's eyes, it was no different from the deadly scythe wielded by a demon, filled with lethal danger. "Help, help!" Miyu's throat felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible hand of fear, yet she still struggled desperately to call out, driven by her instinct to survive. The male of the Dark Knight clan sternly warned her, "Shut up. Yelling will only make things worse." The Angel clan is cold-blooded and ruthless. They deeply despise small females, and no small female has ever walked out of this snow forest alive. Miyu's body suddenly stiffened, as if she had been hit by a paralysis spell, and her heart surged like a raging tide. Her mind was in chaos, countless thoughts racing through her like a revolving lantern, and she didn't know whether to believe the words of the male from the Night clan. However, the imminent danger that loomed close by left her no time for deep contemplation. Even the slightest possibility made her unwilling to take any risks. The male from the Angel clan attacked the male from the Night clan with a ghostly speed from above, their movements as fluid as flowing water, unhesitatingly plucking feathers from their bodies. Those feathers became incredibly sharp the moment they left their bodies, like blades that could cut through steel, whistling through the air toward the male from the Night clan. The male from the Night clan dodged left and right, his face filled with tension and seriousness, but still, he could not evade them completely. He was struck by several deep wounds, blood gushing out like a flooded river, instantly staining the snow beneath him a glaring crimson. Miyu widened her eyes in terror, too shocked to react as a feather brushed against her arm. "Ah!" Miyu cried out in pain, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. The male of the Dark Knight clan continued to clumsily dodge the dense attacks, falling like raindrops while desperately shouting at Miyu. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound, just run with me. Miyu's legs trembled uncontrollably, but the intense instinct for survival drove her to endure the fear, clenching her teeth as the male of the Dark Knight clan carried her, embarking on a frantic escape through the snowy forest. Behind them were the relentless figures of the Angel clan, their oppressive presence as heavy as a mountain about to collapse. After running for an unknown amount of time, they finally burst into a dark forest. The male of the Dark Knight clan slowed his pace, his breath quick and heavy, clearly exhausted from the thrilling escape that had nearly drained him. This is our territory. The Angel clan won't dare to chase us in here, the male of the Dark Knight clan said as he set Miyu down. Miyu was still shaken, her heart filled with unease. She knew that although she had temporarily escaped the pursuit of the Angel clan, she was now in the territory of the Night clan, like stepping out of a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. A male from the Night clan was leading Miyu deeper into the tribe. Where are we going? Miyu looked around, her eyes full of tension. You'll find out soon. The male from the Night clan did not directly answer her question. They arrived at a tent, and finally, the male from the Night clan stopped. He gestured for Miyu to wait outside while he lifted the heavy curtain of the tent and walked in. Miyu stood outside the tent, the biting cold wind whistling past her like sharp blades cutting into her skin. She hugged her arms tightly, trying to fend off the bone-deep chill and fear, but her body still trembled involuntarily. After a while, a male from the Dark Knight clan walked out and said to Miyu, "Little female, our chieftain wants to see you." Miyu's heart raced as she nervously followed the male of the Dark Knight tribe into the tent. Inside, a strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with spices filled the air, a stench that seemed to intertwine death and decay, making one feel nauseous. Deep within the tent sat a tall male of the Dark Knight tribe, the leader, Famin. He wore a black beast skin draped over him, and his red eyes glinted like they were forged from ice, adding to his imposing and terrifying aura that made others fearful to approach. The male of the Dark Knight tribe respectfully bowed to Famin, bending his body at a 90-degree angle with his fists clasped before his chest, displaying extreme humility, and then said, "Leader, this female has strong reproductive capabilities. She will surely bear you offspring." Famin had not given much thought to offspring before. His gaze remained cold and indifferent. However, when Miyu drew closer, he suddenly seemed to sense the most enticing fragrance. A barely perceptible ripple passed through his eyes, and he felt a stir in his heart, quickly deciding to keep Miyu. Having a dedicated blood slave wouldn't be bad, Famin said coldly, his voice like a chilling judgment from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. A small female beside Famin, Naya, turned extremely pale upon hearing this. Seeing Famin's interest in Miyu, her heart was filled with a burning anger and jealousy that gnawed at her soul like a venomous snake. "Take her down and wash her thoroughly. She will serve me tonight." Famin waved his hand dismissively, his gesture casual and contemptuous, as if Miyu were merely a humble plaything for his amusement. Naya stepped forward, glaring at Miyu with malice, as if she wanted to devour her alive. Then, she took Miyu to an extremely rudimentary bathing area. "You outsider, don't think you can win the leader's favor," Naya said, deliberately adjusting the water to a bone-chilling cold, a smug smile playing on her lips as if she were relishing the pain Miyu was about to endure. Miyu reached her hand into the icy water, and the bone-chilling cold instantly swept through her entire body like a tide. She couldn't help but shiver, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Why are you doing this?" Miyu couldn't help but ask, her voice trembling slightly in the cold, a mix of anger and grievance. Naya sneered, her laughter filled with mockery. "What makes you think you're special? The clan leader is just having a moment of whimsy. Once he gets bored, you'll be nothing." Chapter 196. Two Little Females Fight. Upon hearing Naya's provocative words, Miyu felt an eruption of anger surging within her, like a volcano erupting. Her eyes instantly widened in fury, and her angry gaze was like two sharp blades, piercing straight at Naya. She shouted loudly, "Don't go too far." Naya, however, smirked, her expression full of disdain, and provocatively replied, "I'm going too far. What can you do about it?" Miyu was completely infuriated by this arrogant demeanor. Unable to endure any longer, she suddenly pounced on Naya like a fierce tiger. Naya clearly did not expect Miyu to launch a sudden attack. Her triumphant expression instantly turned into a panic, and she stumbled backward a few steps in a flurry. Miyu took the opportunity to unleash all her strength and threw a punch, the wind from her fist howling. Naya barely managed to dodge to the side with all her might, But Miyu followed up with a flying kick, swift and fierce, accurately striking Naya's calf. Naya felt a sharp pain in her calf, stumbled, and fell to the ground in a disheveled state. "You little bitch, how dare you hit me?" Naya exclaimed in shock and anger, her eyes red, roaring like a crazed beast, as she frantically clawed at the ground, struggling to get up and fight back. Miyu pressed on with relentless pursuit, pouncing again like an agile cheetah, pinning Naya down firmly. Naya was terrified, desperately waving her hands in front of her, trying to fend off Miyu's rain-like punches. However, having been a blood slave for a long time, her body was already weak, and she was no match for Miyu. After this intense struggle, she was left gasping for breath, completely defenseless, lying weakly on the ground and panting, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. Miyu realized that it was an excellent opportunity to escape, so she quickly stood up and prepared to run away. Just as she turned around and took a few steps, she heard a sharp, piercing whistle from behind her. The whistle sounded like a death knell, making Miyu's heart sink. She knew that if she were caught and taken back, she would surely suffer even more brutal torment. So, she gritted her teeth and quickened her pace, desperately running forward as if a demon were chasing her from behind. However, she hadn't run far when several burly males from the Dark Knight tribe appeared before her like ghosts, blocking her path like towering walls. "Want to run?" One of the Dark Knight males sneered, his eyes filled with mockery, stepping forward and reaching out with a hand like an iron clamp that tightly grabbed Miyu's arm. Miyu struggled desperately, her feet kicking wildly on the ground, her body twisting violently as she shouted, "Let me go." However, her little strength was utterly insignificant in front of the males of the Dark Knight clan. She simply couldn't break free and could only be dragged back to the tent like a dead dog by the Dark Knight males. At that moment, Feynman was enjoying a bath in a natural hot spring not far away, surrounded by swirling mist that seemed dreamy and ethereal. Hearing the commotion outside, his previously relaxed brows instantly furrowed into a tight knot, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes as he said in a low, cold voice, "Bring her over." The Dark Knight males immediately complied, hastily dragging Miyu to the edge of the hot spring. "Throw her in," Feynman commanded coldly, his voice resembling a judgment from hell. Devoid of any warmth, the Dark Knight males ruthlessly lifted Miyu high and, with a splash, tossed her into the hot spring. Miyu was caught off guard and fell into the water, the scalding spring water instantly engulfing her, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. Just as she was about to struggle to the surface, Feynman coldly ordered, "Push her down into the water. Let her wake up." Upon hearing this, the males of the Dark Knight clan immediately reached out their large hands and forcefully pressed Miyu's head down into the water. Miyu struggled desperately, her hands flailing in the water and her legs kicking with all their might, but she couldn't break free. The hot spring water kept flooding into her mouth and nose, and she felt like her lungs were about to explode. The fear of death engulfed her like a tidal wave. After a while, Feynman slowly raised his hand, signaling the male members of the Dark Knight clan to pull Miyu up. After being pulled up, Miyu gasped for air like a dying fish. Her hair was wet and stuck to her face, looking extremely disheveled. Feynman sat in the hot spring pool, his gaze as cold as ice knives, looking at Miyu without expression and said, "Once you enter the Dark Knight clan, you can forget about escaping. You better behave and listen." Miyu was filled with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably, but she stubbornly raised her head and looked directly into Feynman's eyes, saying, "It's not that I want to run away. It's Naya who insisted I take a cold shower. I'm weak. I'll get sick like this." Upon hearing Miyu's words, Feynman fixed his gaze on Naya, his eyes filled with anger. Naya was terrified by his gaze, her soul nearly leaving her body, and she fell to her knees with a thud, the sound of her knees hitting the ground echoing. She clasped her hands together, crying uncontrollably, pleading, "Chieftain, I was just momentarily confused. Please forgive me." However, Feynman remained unmoved, coldly saying, "Throw her into the blood pool." Upon hearing this, Naya's face instantly turned as pale as paper, her eyes wide with fear, panic spreading across her entire face. She screamed hoarsely, "No, Chieftain, I won't dare again." But the males of the Dark Knight clan were like emotionless machines, ignoring her desperate pleas as they dragged her away, one on each side. Naya's cries grew fainter and eventually disappeared into the darkness. Feynman turned his gaze back to Miyu, saying, "Do you know what the blood pool is? Once you go to the blood pool, you'll be bled every day until the last drop of blood is gone. And you, as long as you stay by my side, only need to provide blood for me alone. You choose." Miyu looked at Feynman in terror, her eyes filled with despair. She knew that no matter which option she chose, it was like falling into an endless abyss, with no glimmer of hope. But in order to live for a while longer, even if just a flicker of hope, she could only grit her teeth and say with a trembling voice, "I will stay by your side." Upon hearing this, Feynman's lips curled slightly, seemingly satisfied with Miyu's choice, and he slowly let go of her. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth and, without hesitation, bit into Miyu's neck to drink her blood. Miyu only felt a sharp pain in her neck, as if being burned by a fierce fire. "Let go of me." Feynman remained unmoved by her words. The scene in front of Miyu gradually blurred, and her consciousness began to dissipate, as if her soul was about to leave her body. On the edge of life and death, she instinctively reached out to tug at Feynman's white long hair, gripping tightly with both hands and pulling back with all her strength. Feynman was tugged painfully and let out a hiss as he released his mouth. He looked at Miyu with anger, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire, but soon he took a deep breath and regained his composure. Feynman was still wearing a dark bee skin robe, looking down at Miyu still in the hot spring. Then, without any hesitation, he turned around and strode away. Chapter 197, Forcefully Fattened. Miyu stayed in the hot spring pool for a while before mustering the courage to drag her weary and scarred body out of it. Her legs still trembled slightly, a lingering effect of the fear and torment she had just experienced. She looked around. The strange and dangerous environment made her heart tighten with fear, overwhelming her like a tide. So she could only cower in a corner, trembling hands reaching into the system space to pull out a clean, thin sweater and down jacket, putting them on with the last bit of courage she had. The familiar texture of the clothing brought her a slight sense of comfort. She then took out a blanket and wrapped herself tightly in it. Crouched in the blanket, her body continued to shiver, and Miyu tossed and turned in fear and anxiety, unable to sleep. The next morning, a few weak rays of sunlight struggled to penetrate the small gaps in the tent, falling on Miyu's haggard face. The gentle touch slowly made her open her eyes. For a moment, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, and she almost thought that everything from yesterday, like a nightmare, had just been an illusory dream. But when her gaze landed on the strange and eerie surroundings, the cruel reality poured over her like a bucket of icy cold water, ruthlessly waking her from that brief fantasy. Miyu knew very well that she had to find a way to escape this terrifying place as soon as possible. Contacting Shioka and Xingqi was her only hope at the moment. Miyu slowly closed her eyes, concentrating all her energy, silently and devoutly calling out in her heart, "Shioka, Xingqi, can you hear me?" At first, the surroundings were as quiet as the depths of death, with only a dead silence responding to her. But she had no intention of giving up. She gritted her teeth and called their names over and over again in her heart. Finally, the familiar and urgent voices of Shioka and Xingqi echoed in her heart like a celestial sound. "Miyu, where are you? We are so worried." Shioka's voice, filled with concern and urgency, rang out in Miyu's mind. Miyu hurriedly responded, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm fine. I'm currently with the Dark Knight clan. They are very dangerous. You must be careful. Miyu, wait for me. I will come to find you soon. No matter what, I will rescue you." Xingqi said eagerly. A warm current surged in Miyu's heart, but she also knew that the danger posed by the Dark Knight clan was far from ordinary. "Don't act impulsively. You must be prepared. This place is terrifying, so please pay attention to your safety." Although Miyu was scared, she tried hard to calm herself down and not add too much burden on them. After a brief communication with Shioka and the others, Miyu felt slightly comforted. That glimmer of hope reignited her fighting spirit. However, she also understood that she couldn't completely rely on others for rescue. She had to find a way to escape herself. She decided to try using the system to travel back to the modern world, as it was her last lifeline. She tightly closed her eyes and clenched her fists, silently praying for the system to activate the teleportation function. Beads of sweat gradually formed on her forehead. She desperately longed to escape this terrifying place. However, no matter how hard she tried, the system showed no response, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Miyu sighed helplessly, her heavy sigh filled with disappointment and helplessness, and she could only temporarily give up. At that moment, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open, and a male from the Dark Knight clan, named Siluo, walked in. He was tall and sturdy, standing there like a small mountain. "Come with me," Siluo said briefly, his voice devoid of any inflection, cold like a machine. Miyu felt anxious, her heart suddenly racing as if it were about to jump out of her throat. She knew she had no room to resist and could only obediently follow Sero. They passed through dark, damp corridors, surrounded by a suffocating atmosphere. Eerie lights flickered on the walls, as if countless pairs of watchful eyes were hidden within. Eventually, they arrived at a place resembling a cafeteria. As Miyu stepped in, a strong, fishy smell hit her face, making her almost vomit on the spot. She looked around and saw many large wooden basins filled with a lot of greasy meat, piled high like small mountains, emitting a nauseating, pungent odor that seemed to carry the scent of death and decay. The cafeteria was also filled with many plump little females, each pale as paper, devoid of color, with hollow, vacant eyes. Their necks and arms were covered in shocking bite marks, old and new intertwined, as if they were silent histories of blood and tears. Miyu was startled, and she immediately realized that these little females were blood slaves. Like pitiful creatures imprisoned in darkness, they could only helplessly wait to have their life essence extracted, becoming tools to satisfy the cravings of the Night Clan. Siluo shoved Miyu in front of the wooden basin, his rough actions showing no hint of compassion. He grabbed a large handful of fatty meat from the basin and rudely stuffed it into Miyu's hands, as if it were garbage. Eat all of this and make yourself plump and healthy, so you can better supply the clan leader with blood, Siluo said quickly, as if such matters were commonplace. Miyu looked at the greasy, dripping fatty meat in her hand, feeling a wave of nausea in her stomach that almost made her throw up. Miyu had never seen such disgusting food and couldn't imagine having to eat it. I can't eat this, Miyu said with a frown, looking disgusted. Siro's expression darkened instantly, his eyes wide open as he glared at Miyu. You better behave, or you'll regret it. His voice was low and hoarse, but the threat in his tone was evident. Miyu was filled with fear and anger, her hands tightly clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. But she knew she couldn't act impulsively now. That would only put her in a more dangerous situation. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and then reasoned with Sero. I really can't eat this. Such greasy food will make me sick. I can eat other foods. I promise I won't get sick. Miyu's voice trembled slightly, a result of intertwined fear and anger. However, Sero had no intention of listening to her explanation, as if this was merely his task and no one could stop him from completing his work. With no other choice, Sero coldly and firmly issued his ultimatum to Miyu. If you don't finish it, you won't be able to leave here. Miyu looked at the greasy pile of meat in her hands, her stomach churning, and the pungent smell almost made her vomit on the spot. But she knew there was no other choice at that moment. She could only endure the discomfort. Chapter 198, Bloodsucking by Famine. She held the meat and quietly walked to a dim corner, slowly crouching down, as if this could give her some sense of security. Every time she picked up a piece of meat, it felt like she was facing the most terrifying thing in the world, her brow furrowed tightly, her eyes filled with disgust and helplessness. She ate it little by little, the slow movements resembling a difficult torture. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the noise of the banquet around her, she tried to focus. Miyu quickly hid the remaining meat in her system space. Like a flash of lightning, her eyes resembled those of a startled deer, nervously scanning her surroundings, not letting any detail that could expose her slip by. Miyu could clearly feel her heart racing, each beat striking against her eardrum, as if she would be discovered in the next second for this unspeakable secret. Thus, in fear and trepidation, about an hour passed. For Miyu, this hour felt as long as a century, with every minute filled with torment. Miyu carried a seemingly empty plate, her legs heavy as if filled with lead, walking towards Cello. Cello stood there, his tall figure exuding a cold demeanor, his gaze cutting through Miyu like a knife. When he saw the empty plate in Miyu's hand, he nodded in satisfaction, a slight smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. Didn't you say you couldn't eat? This plate is quite clean. I'll give you credit for being smart enough to come with me, Cello said in a mocking tone. Miyu lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze, silently following behind him, her steps heavy and slow. When she saw Famine again, the tent was filled with an ambiguous and dangerous atmosphere. A small female was lying on Famine, writhing her plump body, her face adorned with a flattering smile. Chief, you are so brave and powerful. Let me be your bed slave. I will serve you well and make you feel like you're in paradise, the female said in a soft voice. As she spoke, she drew circles on Famine's chest with her hand. However, Famine frowned, a clear look of disdain flashing in his eyes. He coldly said, You disgusting creature. Don't you even look at yourself? You think you can climb into my bed? You're filthy. Saying this, he waved his hand and directly grabbed the small female's neck. The small female widened her eyes in terror, desperately scratching at Famine's arm in an attempt to break free, but Famine was too strong. With a crack, the small female's neck was broken. She didn't even have time to let out a scream before collapsing to the ground, breathless, her eyes still wide open, unable to close in death. Miyu witnessed this scene, her heart filled with shock. Her body involuntarily trembled slightly, and her face turned as pale as paper. Her hands were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep in her palms, and a strong wave of fear surged within her. She knew very well that in this cruel and merciless place, she must not show any signs of offending Femin. Otherwise, her fate would be as miserable as that of the little female. She could only force herself to appear calm, trying to steady her breathing while standing still. Her eyes lowered, but her mind was racing to think of how to find an opportunity to escape this terrible hell. Femin glanced at Miyu, his tone flat yet carrying an undeniable authority, and said to Cello, "Get rid of this filthy creature's body. Don't stain my place." Cello replied and dragged the little female's corpse away. Then, Femin's gaze fell on Miyu as he lazily leaned back in his chair and said, "Come here. Feed me some fruit." Miyu took a deep breath and slowly walked forward. Her gaze fell on the fruit on the table, and as she picked up an apple, she discreetly grabbed a nearby bone knife. Although this series of movements was subtle, it did not escape Feynman's sharp eyes. He squinted, his gaze fixed on Miyu like a hawk, secretly speculating about her intentions. The corners of Feynman's mouth curled slightly, carrying a hint of a playful smile, as if he was looking forward to Miyu doing something interesting. Miyu felt Feynman's intense gaze, but she ignored it and pretended to focus on peeling the apple with a bone knife. Her hand trembled slightly, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her heart raced wildly in her chest. However, she still tried to steady her emotions and peeled the apple very thinly and evenly. After peeling, she cut the apple into small pieces, took a small wedge, placed it on a tray, and handed it to Feynman. Feynman watched Miyu's actions, his eyes showing a satisfied expression. He picked up the apple, placed it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and slowly said, "Not bad. You'd better behave and not try any tricks, or you'll regret it." Miyu nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, Chief, I understand." As night fell, the entire Dark Knight clan camp was enveloped in a festive atmosphere. Feynman brought Miyu to the banquet site. At the banquet, flames soared high, and it was extraordinarily lively. Each male of the Dark Knight clan was accompanied by a small female, whose eyes were vacant and expressions numb, as if they had lost their souls, merely being manipulated like puppets by the males beside them. Halfway through the banquet, some males, stimulated by alcohol, became as enthusiastic as blazing flames. They roughly pulled over the small females, opening their gaping mouths to bite down and suck their blood. In an instant, the banquet was filled with the painful moans of the small females and the satisfied roars of the Dark Knight clan males. The sounds intertwined, resembling a symphony from hell, chilling to the bone. Miyu looked at the bloody and brutal scene, her eyes filled with fear, her body involuntarily retreating. Her lips trembled slightly, her teeth chattered continuously, and her hands tightly gripped her clothes, as if that was her last support in this terrifying world. Seeing this, Feynman curled his lips into a wicked smile, a smile like that of a demon, filled with malice and mockery. He reached out his hand, pulling Miyu to his side like an iron hook, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist, his strength like a solid shackle that made it impossible for Miyu to escape. Then, he lowered his head, biting into Miyu's neck to drink her blood. Miyu felt a sharp pain, as if a sharp dagger was stabbing directly into her neck, and it felt like a fire was burning on her throat. She wanted to struggle, but her body was tightly confined by Feynman's strong arms. Like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Her eyes were filled with despair and helplessness, tears welling up in her eyes, but unable to fall. She could only silently pray in her heart for this to end quickly. The sweet smell of Miyu's blood was like a beautiful flower blooming in the darkness, quickly spreading through the air. That sweet fragrance seemed to have a magical power, instantly attracting the attention of the other male members of the Night Clan around. Their originally sharp eyes, like those of nocturnal animals, became hot and greedy, as if they could devour Miyu whole. Resembling a pack of hungry wolves spotting a juicy prey, their eyes shining with naked desire. Among them, one elder of the Night Clan had an especially intense light of desire in his eyes, almost igniting them. He took a large step forward, his heavy footsteps carrying an undeniable momentum, and said to Feynman, "Leader, look at the blood of this little female, so sweet and tempting. You can't keep it all to yourself. Let everyone have a taste of this delicacy." His voice was particularly loud amidst the noisy banquet, and some of the surrounding males seemed to be bewitched, echoing his sentiments. "Yes, leader, good things should be shared. I've never smelled such a sweet scent of blood before." "Exactly, leader. let us also taste her blood. Their voices intertwined, and their gazes towards me became increasingly naked, as if waiting for Femin's approval. They would pounce on me and drain her blood. Their stares at me formed an invisible pressure. However, Femin did not respond immediately. He tilted his head slightly, as if appreciating an interesting toy. His gaze slowly fell on Miyu's face, and that look seemed to carry a tangible warmth. Watching Miyu's fearful expression, he found it quite amusing. Miyu's eyes were filled with terror. Her body trembled slightly, like a leaf falling in the cold wind, trying to hide behind Femin. In the face of those bare, fierce gazes, Femin appeared to be the good person instead. The elder of the Dark Knight clan, seeing that Femin did not object, assumed he had acquiesced, and a triumphant smile instantly appeared on his wrinkled face. He eagerly reached out his hand, his rough, large hand clawing toward me, attempting to pull her over. Miyu instinctively swatted away the elder's hand, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, like a small beast driven to the brink. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Miyu's voice trembled slightly, but it was filled with determination. If she would be drained by these people, she would rather end herself. The elder was enraged by Miyu's actions. His face instantly turned red, as if ignited by fire, with veins bulging on his forehead like winding little snakes. "You foolish little female, dare to resist." His voice thundered, exploding in the banquet hall and causing those around to tremble slightly. Although Miyu was scared, she still mustered her courage and said loudly, "I am the chief's person. You cannot harm me. Your actions are disrespectful to the chief." Her gaze was firm as she looked at the elder and then turned to Fei Man, seeking support. Upon hearing Miyu's words, Fei Man's lips slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. He reached out with his long fingers and pinched Miyu's cheek, lightly squeezing it with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You little girl, quite sharp-tongued." Then he slowly turned his head to look at the elder and the other clansmen, his previously smiling eyes instantly turning cold. "This little blood slave is mine. Once I'm done playing with her, I will naturally let you have a taste. Now, don't move, or don't blame me for being rude." Fei Man's voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an undeniable power. Since the little female was willing to become his blood slave, he was more than happy to help her. The chief elder furrowed his brows tightly, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in his eyes as he wanted to try again. Fei Man's gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura emanated from him like a surging wave, pressing down on the elder. The elder felt the almost tangible pressure, his body trembling slightly, his feet seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move. Although he felt unwilling, under Fei Man's intimidating presence, he could only relent with a heavy heart, his eyes still lingering with unquenched desire and anger. Just then, a member of the Knight clan rushed over from a distance, looking flustered, his steps unsteady as he almost stumbled. He ran up to Fei Man, panting heavily, and shouted, "Chief, it's bad. Princess Diana has had an episode." Upon hearing this, Fei Man's expression changed drastically, a hint of panic flashing in his originally deep-set eyes. He immediately released Miyu and dashed towards Diana's residence like lightning. Miyu hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and looked at the male members of the Knight clan who were eyeing her fiercely. In the end, she still ran over to join Femin. When they arrived, they saw a slender little female lying on the bed with a pale face, her originally beautiful features now twisted in pain. The princess's body was convulsing uncontrollably, her head thrown back as if electrocuted, nearly touching the bed frame, and she was continuously foaming at the mouth, the foam flowing from the corners of her mouth onto the pillow. She looked incredibly tortured, as if being tormented by a demon. The clan doctor of the Knight clan was pacing anxiously nearby, his brows furrowed, his hands rubbing together incessantly, his eyes filled with helplessness. Femin quickly walked to the bedside, extending his trembling hand to tightly grasp his sister's hand. The grip so strong it seemed like he might crush her hand. His voice trembled as he asked, "How is Diana? How could this happen?" The clan doctor shook his head helplessly, his voice hoarse and heavy. "Chief, we have done our best." "What do you mean by done our best?" "I want you to make her better," Femin said angrily. "In this situation, we really have no way to help her. We can only let the princess endure like this. Moreover, the frequency of her episodes is increasing, and each attack is severely damaging to her body. I'm afraid her life is in grave danger," the clan doctor sighed. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow, as if he had already seen the scene of Diana's passing. Miyu stood aside, watching Diana in pain, and a trace of compassion surged in her heart. That compassion flowed like a trickle, gathering into a powerful force. She took a deep breath, as if trying to draw in all the courage she could, and then mustered the courage to step forward. "I can save her." Miyu's voice was not loud, but in the oppressive room, it echoed like thunder. Feynman suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp as two blades, fixed directly on Miyu. What did you say? Can you really save Diana? A glimmer of hope flashed in Feynman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by doubt. Miyu nodded firmly, her eyes showing no sign of retreat. Yes, I have a way, but you must let me go. Her tone was resolute as she locked eyes with Feynman, showing no fear whatsoever. Feynman's face was dark, as if it could drip water, his cold visage resembling a mountain shrouded in darkness, with a storm brewing in his eyes that seemed ready to consume everything. He stood still, his gaze piercing like an arrow directed at Miyu, who straightened her back and returned his gaze with unwavering determination, as if the air had solidified. Chapter 200. Carving out a path to survival. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Feynman suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful, domineering force surged from within him like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping away the remaining clan members in the room. Those clan members were like leaves caught in a tempest, utterly defenseless, being driven out of the house. In an instant, the once noisy room fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Miyu and Diana, who was lying on the bed, struggling in pain. Diana's condition was worsening. Her face, now devoid of color, appeared increasingly pale as if all her vitality had been drained. Frighteningly so, her body would occasionally convulse violently, each spasm seeming to exhaust all her strength, making her look heartbreakingly fragile. Feynman's deep, night-like eyes were fixed on Miyu, a mix of hope and doubt swirling within them, flickering like a candle flame in the dark, ready to extinguish at any moment. His lips trembled slightly, and, after a long pause, he finally squeezed out a low, hoarse voice from deep in his throat, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. You say you can save her, but is it true? You better not be lying to me, or else. Miyu nodded without hesitation and said in a calm and serious tone, It's true, I am not lying. I know of a medicine, a secret formula passed down in our family. As long as she takes it, it can suppress the attacks. Each time she has an attack, the damage to her brain is irreversible. Over time, even if she doesn't die, she will become foolish. Before me, you could finish speaking. Feynman was like a ferocious beast, completely enraged, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. He suddenly reached out his hand, his long and powerful fingers gripping Miyu's neck like a pair of steel pincers, moving with lightning speed. His gaze became incredibly fierce, as if he were the most evil demon from the depths of hell. He squeezed out words through clenched teeth, filled with bone-chilling coldness and fury. Umph. No one can threaten me, especially you, a humble human. Do you think that just because you have a little leverage, you can negotiate with me? You are too naive. With that, Feynman's sharp fangs glinted coldly in the dim light as he ruthlessly plunged them into Miyu's delicate neck. Miyu only felt a sharp pain surge through her, followed by a cold venom injecting into her body. Feynman's voice echoed in her ear, chilling like a ghost. If you don't want to become a blood servant who can only be drained, don't foolishly try to negotiate with me using this. I can let you live, but I can also make your life worse than death. Miyu's face turned bright red due to difficulty breathing, as if it had been scorched by fire. However, her eyes remained bright, showing no sign of fear. She struggled to squeeze out a voice from her throat, each word seeming to take all her strength. In this Dark Knight clan, I am destined to die sooner or later. If my life can be exchanged for Diana's, if I could have a beautiful Diana to accompany me into oblivion, that would be fine. I'm not afraid of you. Hearing this, Feynman's anger burned even more fiercely in his eyes, as if he wanted to set the entire world ablaze. He roared and violently threw Miyu aside. She fell to the ground like a tattered doll, her body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Miyu clutched her neck and started coughing violently, each cough feeling as if it could expel her lungs and heart. Feynman trembled with anger, and without saying a word, he charged forward like an enraged bull, grabbing Miyu's arm and dragging her towards the underground stone prison. Miyu struggled desperately, her feet leaving long traces on the ground. But she couldn't break free from Feynman's grip. The passage leading to the underground stone prison was dark and damp, with water droplets continually seeping from the walls, dripping down in a rhythmic sound that echoed in the silent corridor, like the countdown of death, each sound striking at the heart. The air was filled with a pungent stench of decay, the scent of death and despair. Finally, they arrived at the underground stone prison. Feynman roughly pushed Miyu into a small cell, and she fell onto the cold ground. Next to her was a large cage containing many pale-skinned, nearly transparent males with blood-red eyes and bald heads. These individuals had been languishing in a corner, but when they caught a whiff of Miyu's scent, they instantly seemed to ignite with a flame of madness. They resembled a pack of long-starved wolves seeing fresh meat, their eyes gleaming with greed as they crazily slammed against the cage's door. Feynman stood outside the cell, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Devoid of any warmth, only endless coldness. He kindly introduced Miyu, his voice laced with mockery. Do you see? These are the blood servants. Monsters specially bred by our tribe. Madmen. You're all madmen. Miyu exclaimed in despair. They once tried to resist just like you. But what was the result? They've lost their consciousness, their souls consumed by darkness, and now they only know how to suck blood. This is the fate of those who disobey. Do you think you can escape such a destiny? If you don't want to end up like this, just obediently listen to me. Otherwise, you will suffer worse than they do, Feynman said. Miyu struggled to get up from the ground, leaning against the wall, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Humph, do you think you can scare me like this? From the moment I arrived here, I never intended to leave alive. You talk tough, but it doesn't matter. After staying here for a few days, you'll know what true fear is, Feynman said coldly. You demon. You won't have a good ending, Miyu retorted angrily. Feynman stepped forward and, from behind the railing, grasped Miyu's chin. I a demon? In this world, only the strong can survive, and you humans are merely our prey. Can your knight clan trample on the lives of others at will? Is this what Diana thinks too? Miyu shouted, shaking off his hand with force. Feynman was slightly taken aback, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. But it was quickly replaced by indifference. Diana doesn't need to know these things. She is the hope of our Knight clan, and for her, I would go to any lengths. Any lengths? Including harming innocent people? Miyu accused. Feynman did not respond, only turning to prepare to leave. Miyu shouted behind him, Do you think locking me up here will solve the problem? If Diana doesn't receive treatment, she will still die. Feynman stopped in his tracks, but did not turn back, saying, That's my business, you don't need to worry about it. What you need to do now is think about your own situation. After saying this, Feynman let out a cold snort through his nose. Immediately afterward, he strode away without looking back, his black robe billowing behind him like a giant black wave, each movement carrying an air of determination. His figure was soon swallowed by the endless darkness outside the stone prison, like a shooting star falling into the abyss of eternal night, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 201. The Way to Detoxify. His heavy footsteps, however, struck Miyu's heart like a merciless hammer, hitting her again and again, each strike sending tremors through her heart, intertwining endless hatred and anxiety within her. Miyu bit her lip tightly, almost drawing blood, her eyes fixed on the direction where Feynman had disappeared. Her gaze was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if she wanted to burn a hole in the darkness with her eyes. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps gradually faded away and no trace of echo was left that she seemed to wake up from a nightmare, slowly turning her head. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the blood servants that were frantically crashing against the cage, and in that instant, her eyes were filled with a complex expression of fear and pity intertwined. Miyu instinctively took 2 steps back, each step filled with a hint of panic. Her back pressed tightly against the cold, damp stone wall. The chill of the stone seeped through her clothes, like icy hands gripping her skin, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. But at that moment, Miyu had no time to care about these sensations. She only wanted to distance herself from those terrifying figures, as if a sufficient distance could free her from this fear. These must be the orcs transformed by the Night Clan. Miyu's lips trembled slightly, her voice as soft as a flickering candle in the wind, carrying an unmistakable tremor. Images of vampires from the television and movies involuntarily surfaced in her mind. In those dreamlike scenes, transformed humans appeared like elves born from darkness, beautiful as roses blooming at midnight, elegant like swans dancing under the moonlight, possessing the allure of immortality. As if they were the supreme nobility of the dark world, exuding a charming magic with every gesture. But this was completely different from what I imagined. Miyu furrowed her brows tightly. The faces of these blood servants were as hideous as if cursed by demons, their skin pale like fragile paper, with blue veins visible beneath, intertwining like winding earthworms. Their eyes burned red like the flames of hell, filled only with madness and bloodlust, devoid of any rationality. The sight of their bald heads made them look like evil spirits crawling out from the deepest depths of hell, exuding a nauseating aura of wickedness, indistinguishable from the mindless zombies of the apocalypse, even more terrifying. Miyu took a deep breath, the air trembling in her chest. She struggled to calm herself. like a drowning person trying to grasp the last straw in a storm. She silently called out to the system in her mind. System, is there any way to help me detoxify the poison that Feynman injected into me? The system's emotionless electronic voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Sorry, host. The system cannot help either. This is a toxin unique to the Night Clan, and each male of the Night Clan has a different toxin. Only Feynman himself can detoxify the poison in you. A glimmer of despair flashed in Miyu's eyes, and her hands instinctively clenched tightly. How could this be? Am I really just going to let him manipulate me? Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, as if she were trapped in an inescapable dark cage. After a while, it seemed she suddenly grasped a ray of light from that abyss of despair, and a glimmer of hope reignited in her eyes. System, do that Shioka, Xing-Chi. An AI heir Fu Man know how to cure the poison of the Dark Knight clan? Miyu's voice held a touch of expectation. The system was silent for a moment. That moment of silence felt like a long night, causing Miyu's heart to sink again. AI heir Fu Man had been traveling the continent before partnering with the host. He might know. You could try to contact him, the system replied. Miyu quickly contacted Elfman through the system, her fingers trembling on the interface, her eyes filled with urgency. Elfman, do you know how to cure the Night Clan's poison? I've been injected with Feynman's venom, and now I'm feeling increasingly unwell. Her voice was like a taut string, full of tension and unease. Soon, Elfman's slightly noisy voice came through, with what seemed to be the sound of howling wind and chaotic footsteps in the background, as if he was on a dangerous and hurried journey. The Night Clan's poison? Let me think. Elfman's voice hesitated for a moment, and then he said, I believe I've heard that the blood of the Angel Clan's leader can purify the Night Clan's poison. But that's just an ancient legend, and no one has seen the Angel Clan's leader for many years, nor does anyone know where the Angel Clan is. This clue is really too vague. After hearing this, the light of hope that had ignited in Miyu's eyes dimmed a little. Miyu gritted her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. No matter what, this is still a hope. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Moreover, I had encountered a male from the angel race before, but when she thought of the terrifying appearance of the male angels, she shook her head repeatedly. Even if she could find the angel race, they might not be willing to help her. She always felt that male angels were more dangerous than male Night tribe members. Miyu furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she still said firmly, I want to find a way to return to the modern era and see if modern medicine has a solution for this poison. With such advanced technology today, there might be a way to develop an antidote. Elfman asked worriedly from the other end, Are you really poisoned? That bastard Feynman. How could he do this to you? Elfman's voice was filled with anger, like a burning flame ready to burst forth. Miyu replied with a bitter smile, Yeah, it was him. But this isn't the time to be angry. We need to find a way to detoxify first. Elfman was silent for a moment, then said firmly, Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you. I'll go and find a way to search for the angel tribe. We will definitely find a method to detoxify. Miyu hurriedly advised, It's too dangerous here. Don't take risks for me, and modern methods might be more feasible. Miyu's eyes were filled with worry. She didn't want to put Elfman in danger because of herself. However, Elfman wouldn't listen. I can't just sit back and watch you be poisoned. I have to try. During those long and torturous 3 days, Miyu's body felt as though it had been caught in a terrible storm, enduring immense pain every minute and every second. The poison spread wildly through her veins like countless evil tentacles reaching out in the darkness, ruthlessly eroding every inch of her skin and every cell. As the life force gradually faded under this demonic assault. Chapter 202. Li Xianyang's request. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, like white paper, devoid of any color. Her lips cracked like parched earth, covered in ghastly wounds. Those once bright and spirited eyes had now become dull and lifeless. Each labored breath came out as heavy and painful gasps, as if she were engaged in a tug-of-war with death, with an overwhelming disadvantage. Finally, after enduring the torment for 3 days and 3 nights, Miyu's body could no longer withstand the suffering. She felt the world before her suddenly spin. All light seemed to be rapidly consumed by darkness, and then she collapsed forward, fainting heavily. It was unclear how long had passed when Miyu's consciousness slowly surfaced from an endless abyss of darkness. She struggled to open her eyes, and before her was a completely unfamiliar stone room. The walls of the stone room were built from huge, rough stones, and a chilly breeze seeped in through the gaps between the stones, cutting across Miyu's skin like icy knives. Miyu couldn't help but tremble all over, shivering again and again. The hay hanging from the ceiling rustled in the cold wind. Miyu was just about to make an effort to open her cracked lips and ask the system what was going on when, before she could make a sound, the door was violently pushed open with a bang. Feynman strode in, his black robe swaying violently with his movements, like a ghost dancing in the darkness. His gaze was as sharp as the frost in the dead of winter, devoid of any warmth, only endless coldness and mockery. A cruel smile slightly curled at the corners of Feynman's mouth, a grin that resembled a specter in the night, sending shivers down one's spine. "You're awake. I have good news for you. You're pregnant. If you don't want your child to be born a lowly blood servant, you better obediently go save Diana," Feynman said coldly. Miyu eyes widened instantly, her lips trembling slightly as she suddenly remembered that she was already pregnant with Erfuman's child. The danger of being captured and the threats from the Dark Knight clan had made her forget about this. Her mind was a mess, with various complex emotions crashing over her like surging tides, wave after wave. Tears sparkled in her eyes as Miyu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She raised her head and looked at Feynman with a determined gaze. "All right, I promise you. But you must let me go first. Only then can I find a medicine. And you can't send anyone to follow me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I can complete it smoothly." Feynman crossed his arms over his chest, looking coldly at Miyu, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he sneered. "Fine, but don't think about playing any tricks. You have my poison on you and my mark. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I can easily find you." Miyu bit her lip tightly, leaving a row of deep bite marks, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't care at all. She had no other choice now. For the sake of her baby, she could only compromise for the time being. After Miyu left the territory of the Dark Knight clan, she ran wildly without a care for anything. Her figure darted through the dense forest like a flash of lightning, stirring up leaves and dust. Miyu's eyes were filled with determination and fear, not daring to linger for a moment, with only one thought in her mind. She must get away from this terrifying place, away from the Knight clan. She didn't know how long she had been running. Her strength was severely depleted, but she still pushed herself to the edge of the snow forest with her tenacious will. The cold wind howled through the snow forest, like countless evil spirits roaring, and the snowflakes danced like blades, creating a stark, white landscape. The bone-chilling cold air rushed toward her. This place had once witnessed a life-threatening danger that left a deep impression on her, and those terrifying memories made her hesitant to step recklessly into the snow forest. Miyu was panting heavily, her hands resting against a large tree, her body slightly leaning forward as she began to cough violently. Her chest felt as if it were about to explode with pain. But she anxiously asked the system in her mind, "Can I return to the modern era from this distance?" The system's voice quickly responded, "Yes, host." When Miyu heard this answer, it felt like she had grasped the last straw of hope, and she let out a sigh of relief. Through the system's communication device, she gasped and told Shoka and the others, I need to go back to the modern world for a bit. You guys don't worry." As Miyu returned to the modern world, the familiar atmosphere instantly enveloped her, giving her a feeling as if she had crossed time. She appeared in the garden of the villa on the hillside, where the flowers and plants were still lush and vibrant. The colorful blossoms swayed gently in the breeze, as if time had stood still here, and everything looked just as it had when she left. At that moment, Li Xianyang hurriedly walked out of the villa. He was dressed in a sharp black suit, and his usually meticulously groomed hair looked a bit disheveled. Under his deep and charming eyes, there were obvious dark circles, and his once exquisite face appeared slightly haggard due to the fatigue and worry over the past time. He had been waiting here for days, moving all his work to the villa, hardly leaving, just to await Miyu's return. The moment he saw Miyu, Li Xianyang's eyes instantly brightened, the light in them shining like brilliant stars. He excitedly shouted, "Miyu, you finally came back." Then, like a gust of wind, he rushed over. In an instant, as he reached Miyu, he suddenly spread his arms wide and tightly embraced her, his strength so great it felt as if he wanted to merge her into his body. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. "Do you know how much I missed you? Every minute and every second without you has been tormenting for me." Miyu's eyes were red, glistening with tears. She tightly hugged Li Xianyang back, burying her face in his embrace. Her voice choked. "I miss you too, so much." In that moment, all the fatigue, fear, and pain seemed to gradually dissipate in this warm and loving hug, as if there were only the two of them left in the world. Li Xianyang held Miyu tightly, as if he wanted to convey all his longing from the past time through this embrace. After a long while, he slowly released his hold, his hands still resting on Miyu's shoulders, staring at her without blinking, his eyes full of deep affection, The days without you felt like every moment lasted a year. Do you know? I worry about you every day, afraid that you might encounter something unexpected in that dangerous place. Miyu looked at Li Xiangyang's haggard face, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. She gently reached out to touch Li Xiangyang's face and said, I miss you too. When I was there, I often thought of you. Li Xiangyang grasped Miyu's hand and said earnestly, next time you go back to the beast world, you must take me with you. You're still in danger now, and I can't let you face it alone anymore. Chapter 203. No Signs of Poisoning. Miyu frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. But she still smiled and said, let's wait for next time. I've been really busy in the beast world lately. Moreover, it's too dangerous there. I don't want you to get into trouble. Miyu did not tell Li Xiangyang about her poisoning. She didn't want to make him worry more. Just then, an urgent ringtone broke the warm, yet slightly sad atmosphere. Li Xiangyang frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He took out his phone, saw it was a call from his assistant, and answered, What is it? The assistant's anxious voice came through the phone, loud enough for Miyu to hear faintly. President, there's an urgent matter at the company that needs your immediate attention. It's a mess here, and everyone is waiting for your decision. Li Xiangyang's frown deepened, and a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He looked at Miyu, filled with reluctance. I understand, I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Li Xiangyang embraced Miyu again, burying his head in her neck, and said in a low voice, Miyu, there is something at the company. I have to go. I really don't want to leave you. Miyu gently patted Li Xiangyang's back and comforted him. Brother Xiangyang, you go ahead. The company's matters are important. I'll wait for you here and won't leave. Li Xiangyang looked deeply at Miyu, as if trying to engrave her image in his heart, then turned and left quickly. After taking a few steps, he looked back at Miyu before disappearing into the villa. Miyu watched Li Xiangyang's departing figure and sighed deeply, then turned around and left the villa to head to her hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Miyu walked straight to the director's office. She pushed the door open, and the director was sitting at the desk reviewing documents. The director was a bit surprised to see Miyu. What brings you here? Are you not feeling well? Miyu sat down across from the dean, looking a bit tired. Dean, while I was traveling in Africa, I was bitten by a strange bug, and I haven't been feeling well these past few days. I want to get checked to see if I've been poisoned. Upon hearing this, the dean immediately became anxious. He put down the documents in his hand and leaned forward. Bitten by a bug? We can't take this lightly. However, you need to tell Li Xiangyang about this. He has always been very concerned about your situation. If he finds out I kept it from him, he will definitely be furious. Miyu quickly waved her hand, her eyes showing a hint of determination. No, absolutely cannot tell him. Dean, you know his personality. If he finds out, he will definitely worry and neglect everything else. Besides, I don't want him to intervene this time. I can handle it myself. The dean hesitated a bit, frowning as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After all, Li Xiangyang had always been very concerned about Miyu's matters. Whenever Miyu came to the hospital, he would be the first to receive the news. Miyu saw the director hesitating and felt a bit anxious. She suddenly stood up, quickly walked to the director's side, her eyes becoming sharp as she looked directly into the director's eyes. Director, you need to recognize the reality. Under whose name is this hospital operating? And who pays your salary? You must help me keep this matter from him. There is no room for negotiation. The director sighed helplessly. All right, I will help you keep it secret. But you must promise me that if there are any issues with your health, you must seek treatment promptly and not delay. Miyu nodded, her expression softening. I understand, Dean. You can rest assured. The dean led Miyu to the examination room and personally drew her blood. He carefully looked for a vein on Miyu's arm with the syringe, saying as he searched, Don't be nervous. It might just be a normal insect bite reaction. It doesn't necessarily mean poisoning. Medical technology is very advanced now. Even if it is poisoning, we have ways to deal with it. Miyu forced a smile and said, I hope so. After the blood draw, the director personally supervised the entire examination process, leaving no step overlooked. Throughout the morning, the hospital's examination room was filled with a tense atmosphere, with nurses moving about quietly, as if afraid to disturb this serious ambience. Finally, in the afternoon of the same day, the test results came out. The director held the report, his brow slightly furrowed, looking at Miyu with some confusion. The test results show no signs of poisoning, and all the indicators are normal. Miyu listened, her eyes flashing with surprise. She hurriedly reached for the examination report, her eyes fixed on the contents, reading it word by word. After finishing, she still found it hard to believe, her brow furrowed. Director, could there be a problem with the examination? I really feel very unwell, and those symptoms do seem like poisoning. The director shook his head and said firmly, Our examination equipment is the most advanced, and there were no issues during the examination process. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any errors. However, to be safe, we can conduct a more detailed examination again. Miyu nodded, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. All right, let's check again. The dean then arranged for a more comprehensive and detailed examination, including a deep analysis of her blood and a thorough check of her bodily functions. While waiting for the results of the second examination, Miyu sat in the hospital corridor. Her emotions were as tangled as a mess of threads. At times she stared blankly out the window at the blue sky and white clouds, her thoughts drifting far away. At other times, she lowered her head, lost in deep thought, her brows furrowed. The nurses and patients around her came and went, curiously observing the anxious-looking woman, but Miyu was completely oblivious. A few hours later, the results of the second examination came out. Seeing the dean approaching, Miyu hurriedly went up to ask, "How did it go?" The dean walked over with the report and said to Miyu, "The results of this examination are still the same, with no signs of poisoning. However, your body is indeed a bit weak, possibly due to travel fatigue combined with psychological stress. I suggest you take a good rest and adjust your condition." Miyu tightly clenched the examination report, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Her brows were furrowed, as if there was an unsolvable knot in the center of her forehead. Her eyes filled with confusion and reluctance, as if her gaze could penetrate the report itself. Her lips trembled slightly as she murmured, "It seems that, just as the system said, only Feynman can solve this." The director looked at Miyu, his eyes full of sympathy. He sighed gently, leaning slightly forward, his tone soothing. "Miss Me, I understand your concerns. Anyone would be afraid in this situation. However, you know the level of our hospital. Our examination equipment is state-of-the-art, and every examination process has undergone strict scrutiny. According to the test results, there are indeed no signs of poisoning." Just then, the system's emotionless voice suddenly echoed in Miyu's mind, cold as a winter wind. "Host, don't forget that modern medical technology has not yet developed to the point of knowing everything. Not all viruses or toxins can be detected by existing examination methods. You have been poisoned by the Dark Knight clan's toxin, which comes from another world. Modern medical technology is helpless against it." Miyu heard this, and her face instantly turned pale. Her body shook violently like a puppet that had lost its balance. A hint of despair flashed in her eyes as she murmured to herself, "How could this happen?" Miyu's gaze became hollow, filled with frustration. The glimmer of hope she once had for modern medicine was now shattered like a bubble. She remained silent for a while, as if searching for the last ray of light in the darkness. Then she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. "Dean, this is all I can do for now." She paused and added, "By the way, there's one more thing. Could you please help me find Dr. Han, the epilepsy specialist at the hospital? I have a friend who has epilepsy, and I need to understand the medication situation. This is very important." Miyu made an effort to set her own issues aside. She hadn't forgotten her purpose for returning to the modern world. A flicker of confusion crossed the dean's eyes, but he nodded. "All right, I'll arrange that right away. You sit tight for a moment and try not to worry too much." The dean stood up and quickly left the office. Before long, Dr. Han, the epilepsy specialist, arrived at the office. Miyu hurriedly approached, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Dr. Han, it's like this, my friend has epilepsy, but I'm not very clear about her specific situation. Could you introduce all the medications for treating epilepsy to me? Also, the dosage instructions, the more detailed the better, as this is related to my friend's health." Dr. Han nodded and began to explain. "There are several types of medications for treating epilepsy. For example, phenobarbital works well for generalized seizures, but it may have side effects like drowsiness. Additionally, the dosage of each medication must be adjusted based on the patient's age, weight, and frequency of seizures. And there are also specific considerations for the timing of administration." Miyu listened attentively while quickly taking notes in her notebook, occasionally asking questions. "Dr. Han, what if the type of seizure is not very certain? Also, can these medications be used together?" Dr. Han patiently responded. "If the type of seizure is uncertain, we need to observe the symptoms first and try to choose medications with fewer side effects. Generally, it's not recommended to mix several medications on your own, as it can lead to drug interactions and increase the risk of side effects." After explaining, Miyu looked earnestly at Dr. Han. "Could you please prescribe these medications for me? My friend's situation is urgent, and she can't come to the hospital. I want to take the medication back to try it with her first. If there are any problems, I will bring her here immediately." Dr. Han frowned and said somewhat seriously, "These medications cannot be prescribed casually. Medication for epilepsy is very cautious, Different patients have significantly different reactions to medications, and the wrong dosage could worsen the condition. Dr. Han, I understand your concerns, but my friend really can't wait. Her condition is getting worse, and I can't just watch her suffer. I promise, if there are any adverse reactions, I will bring her to the hospital right away. Miyu closed her notebook. It was impossible for her to bring someone from the beast world here, and Feynman would never agree to let her take Diana away. Dr. Han looked at Miyu's eager and sincere expression, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. All right, but you must be careful. I will prescribe some commonly used medications for you, but you must closely monitor your friend's reactions. After saying that, Dr. Han began to prescribe the medication and wrote detailed instructions for use. Miyu took the medicine and the instructions, gratefully saying, "Thank you so much. This is truly a life-saving medicine." After bidding farewell to the and Dr. Han, Miyu hurriedly left the hospital. At the hospital entrance, she took out her phone and sent a message to Li Xiangyang. Brother Xiangyang, I have returned to the beast world. Please handle the company's affairs well, and don't overwork yourself. I will come back once I resolve things over there. You and Mi Zhao take care of yourselves. After sending the message, she put her phone in her pocket and looked resolutely into the distance. Before the poison in her body was resolved, the fewer people who knew, the better. Therefore, she needed to minimize contact with Li Xiangyang to avoid raising any suspicions. On the other side, Li Xiangyang was driving with a joyful smile on his face to pick up Mi Zhao. When they arrived, Mi Zhao spotted Li Xiangyang and flew over like a cheerful little sparrow. Brother Xiangyang, are we going to see sister? I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her so much. Li Xiangyang picked up Mi Zhao and laughed. Yes, we'll see sister soon. She must miss you a lot too. Just then, Li Xiangyang's phone beeped, and he took it out to check. It was a message from Miyu. After reading the message, his smile instantly vanished, and his eyes were filled with disappointment, as if the sunshine had suddenly been covered by dark clouds. Li Xiangyang quickly dialed Miyu's number, his fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. The voice on the other end said that the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable, and each word felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. He knew that Miyu must have already returned to the beast world. Mi Zhao looked at Li Xiangyang's changing expression, her big eyes filled with confusion. She tugged at Li Xiangyang's clothes and asked, Brother, where's sister? Why hasn't she come? Does she not like me anymore? Li Xiangyang came back to his senses, put Mi Zhao down, squatted down, gently stroked her head, and forced a smile. No, Xiao Zhao. Sister likes you very much. It's just that she has something very important to do right now. She's too busy to have dinner with us. Let's have dinner with sister next time. Okay? Mi Zhao pouted, feeling a bit wronged. All right then, I really miss my sister. Li Xiangyang hugged Mi Zhao in his arms, gently patting his back. Sister misses you too. She will come back to find us once she finishes her work. Miyu's figure appeared like a phantom, just flashing at the edge of the snow forest in the beast world, when the biting cold wind swept across her cheeks like countless sharp steel knives, mercilessly cutting into her skin. Each gust of cold wind felt like the fingertips of death, attempting to leave a deep mark on her skin, and the bone-chilling cold almost froze her blood. Suddenly arriving in the beast world was truly unsettling. Miyu didn't have time to feel too sentimental and contacted Xing-Chi and the others through the system. Shouka, Xing-Chi, AI Airfu-man, where are you? Xing-Chi's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and the howling wind couldn't hide his enthusiasm. We see the snow forest. We're very close to the Dark Knight clan you mentioned. Miyu's heart suddenly sank, and her face turned as pale as paper in an instant. She shouted with all her strength, Be careful of Xiaolin. There is danger. Chapter 205. Encountering Danger at the Shouka Star Pool. Her voice was slightly distorted due to her anxiety, and her eyes were filled with terror, with the veins on her forehead slightly bulging from tension. However, her warning came too late. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold notification sound, as if it came from the depths of hell, exploded in her mind like a bomb. The target, Shouka, Elvman, is facing life-threatening danger. Please assist the host as soon as possible. This voice struck Miyu's heart like a heavy hammer, making her feel as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart, causing her pain to the point where she could barely catch her breath. Miyu was anxious. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down her forehead, instantly freezing into ice droplets in the cold air. Her lips trembled slightly as she hurriedly asked the system, Can I exchange for the power of lightning in the snowy forest? Her eyes were filled with tension and anticipation, and her hands unconsciously clenched tightly together, the knuckles turning white from strain. The system's emotionless voice responded, Yes. This simple word was like a ray of hope in the darkness, calming Miyu's previously frantic heart just a little. Miyu no longer hesitated. Her legs sprang forward as if equipped with springs, racing towards the direction indicated by the system. Her figure darted through the snowy forest like a flash of lightning, each step kicking up large clouds of snow mist that swirled behind her, an external manifestation of her anxious emotions. In Miyu's eyes, there was only one firm belief: to quickly reach Xing-Chi and the others, ensuring they faced no mishaps. At this moment, deep in the snowy forest, two male angels of the angel clan were spreading their enormous white wings, circling in the sky. With each flap of their wings, a howling cold wind surged forth, like a crazed beast rampaging through the snowy woods, causing branches to shake violently and snow to fall in a rustling sound, as if it were the whisper of death. They wore cruel smiles on their faces, their lips curled up to reveal sharp teeth, and their eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty light, like two burning flames of evil. "Ha! These foolish guys, today is their death day." One of the male angels laughed loudly, shooting feathers from his back like arrows towards Xing-Chi and the others below. Each feather carried a fierce momentum, glinting with a cold light in the sunlight, resembling the scythe of death, whistling towards the target. "That's right, these stupid humans," another male angel echoed, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. Xing-Chi and Xiao-Ka dodged while counterattacking. Xing-Chi swung the sword in his hand, shouting, "Everyone be careful." His sword created sparkling silver blossoms in the air, forming brilliant light screens in an attempt to block the feathers raining down like raindrops. Each time a feather struck the light screen, it emitted a crisp clanging sound, sending sparks flying. Xiao-Ka, unwilling to be outdone, wielded his spear like a dragon, its tip glimmering with a cold light under the sun. His gaze was sharp as he growled, "Humph, think you can hurt us? It's not that easy." Xing-Chi continuously deflected the approaching feathers, the sound of the spear colliding with the feathers echoing in the snowy forest. However, the aerial attacks were too dense to defend against. A feather swooped past Xing-Chi's arm like a ghost, instantly slicing a deep wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain, leaving a shocking trail on the white snow. Xing-Chi frowned, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." Xiao-Ka's cheek was also grazed by a feather, a long blood streak extending from the corner of his eye to his chin, blood flowing down his face and dripping onto the snow, resembling blooming red plums. Xiao-Ka spat. "These guys are really hard to deal with." Seeing both of them injured, Eldman furrowed his brow tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that it was winter now, and forcing himself to end his hibernation had left his strength shackled by an invisible chain, greatly diminishing his power. His fists unconsciously clenched, silently blaming himself. "It's all my fault for being so useless at a time like this." Eldman's eyes turned red, unable to watch them fall into a dire situation. They were partners, comrades, and at this life-and-death moment, what did the usual competition matter? Eldman's lips pressed tightly together, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute, as if he had made a certain decision. With a flash of dazzling light, Eldman transformed into his true form, a gigantic purple python. His massive body quickly coiled up, forming an incredibly solid fortress, tightly wrapping around Xiao-Ka and Xing-Chi. His scales shimmered with a mysterious and deep purple light in the sunlight, each scale resembling a finely polished purple gemstone, emitting a captivating glow. These scales fit tightly together, forming an indestructible defense line, shielding the two from the feather attacks raining down. Each feather that struck his scales produced a clear, ringing sound, echoing through the snowy forest like a symphony of death. Eldman's body trembled slightly, enduring wave after wave of attacks, but his gaze remained steadfast as a rock. Xiao-Ka and Xing-Chi were both shocked and ashamed. Xiao-Ka shouted loudly, "Eldman, you go. Don't worry about us. It's not worth it." Xiao-Ka was confused by Eldman's actions. They were supposed to be rivals, yet Eldman was now using his body to protect them. His eyes were filled with complex emotions, gratitude, guilt, and concern for Eldman. His voice was hoarse with excitement as it echoed in the snowy forest. Xiao-Ka tried to break free from Eldman's protection, but Eldman's body was too heavy for him to move. Xing-Chi joined in, shouting, "Eldman, you go. Don't sacrifice yourself." The two male angels, witnessing this scene, erupted into unrestrained laughter. One of them, with a mocking smile, shouted derisively, "Oh, look at you two, so deeply affectionate. How touching. But today, you will all obediently die here." "Humph. Right, let's see how long that oblivious python can hold on. Once he exhausts his strength, we'll take care of all of you in one go, ha." The other quickly echoed, his expression becoming even more ferocious as he shouted menacingly. At this critical moment, Miyu had already rushed to a spot just a few steps away from the scene based on the system's instructions. Miyu took a deep breath, and her breath instantly transformed into a cloud of white mist in the cold air. Ignoring the chill, she focused all her energy and issued a command to the system to exchange for the power of lightning. In an instant, a dazzling blue light enveloped her, the brilliance resembling a mysterious force from the depths of the sky, appearing particularly striking against the backdrop of the pure white snow in the forest. Chapter 206. Diana strikes again with a sudden sweep of her hands. A thick bolt of lightning roared from her palm like an enraged dragon, shooting straight towards the two male angels in the sky who were still recklessly attacking. The lightning carried a destructive momentum, as if the air itself was instantly torn apart, producing a series of explosive crackling sounds. The two male angels, immersed in the pride of about to slay their prey, were completely unprepared for this sudden attack. The lightning struck them accurately, and a powerful current spread throughout their bodies in an instant. The two male angels froze, their wings stopping mid-flap, the cruel smiles on their faces instantly solidifying. Then their eyes rolled back, and they plummeted straight to the ground, crashing with a loud thud into the snow, creating two deep craters and sending up a cloud of snow mist. "Quick, go!" Miyu shouted with all her strength, her voice echoing in the silent snow forest. Shuka, Xingqi, and Elfman hurriedly ran toward Miyu upon hearing her call. Shuka and Xingqi supported the heavily injured Elfman on either side, their steps unsteady but moving quickly as they followed Miyu, sprinting away from the area through the snow forest. Meanwhile, the two male angels, who had already lost consciousness, instinctively let out a cry for help, sending a signal to their tribe before completely losing awareness. This cry for help was like a stone suddenly thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up countless waves within the angel tribe and causing quite a commotion. He had long been extremely bored with the monotonous and uninspired life in the tribe, constantly troubled by the lack of anything fresh and interesting to pass the long, tedious time. Just then, he suddenly heard the distress signal from his fellow tribesmen. A glimmer of excitement flashed through his previously hollow eyes, and a slight smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, "Interesting, it seems something fun is happening." With that, he unfolded his huge and magnificent white wings and swiftly flew towards the direction indicated by the signal. Before long, Andrew arrived at the scene. He looked around and quickly spotted Miyu and the others fleeing in panic through the snow forest. A mocking glint passed through his eyes, and with a gentle flap of his wings, he appeared like a ghost above Miyu and the others. Trying to run?" Andrew said coldly. His voice was like a chilling wind, instantly making those below feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Before he finished speaking, he casually waved his hand, and a white blade of light shot towards Miyu and the others like a meteor. Seeing this, Shuka and the others immediately shielded Miyu behind them without hesitation. Xingqi gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his arm, and once again swung his sword, trying to block the incoming blade of light. The sword collided with the light blade, producing a piercing metallic sound and scattering a dazzling array of sparks. Miyu knew that she couldn't sit idly by, so she focused her mind again to unleash her lightning power. She quickly moved her hands, and moments later, a thicker bolt of lightning shot from her hands towards Andrew in the sky. However, what Miyu never expected was that the lightning power, which could instantly crush ordinary enemies, vanished without a trace the moment it touched Andrew, as if it had never existed at all. Miyu was greatly shocked and quickly asked the system, "What's going on? Why is the power of lightning ineffective against him?" Andrew, due to his special physical structure and bloodline, is immune to the power of lightning. The emotionless voice of the system echoed in Miyu's mind. Upon hearing this, Miyu's heart suddenly sank. But at this moment, she had no time to think more, as Andrew's attacks came one after another, leaving them no chance to catch their breath. Shoka and the others also sensed that the situation was dire. They knew that, given the current circumstances, facing Andrew head-on was not an option. So, they could only choose to flee desperately, hoping to escape this terrifying pursuer in a vast snowy forest. However, Andrew was not in a hurry to finish them off. He was like a cat toying with a mouse, leisurely following them in the air, occasionally unleashing a few energy blades or stirring up a gust of cold wind, just to exhaust Miyu and the others. "Haha, run. Let's see how far you can go." Andrew laughed, his voice echoing through the snowy forest like a judgment from hell, filling Miyu and the others with despair. Shoka, while supporting Elfman, shouted encouragement to everyone. "Don't give up. We will definitely find a way to get rid of him." Shang-Chi also endured the pain and responded, yes. As long as we don't give up, there is still hope. Miyu bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with determination. She knew that everyone's fate was closely linked at this moment, and she had to come up with a way to deal with the crisis ahead. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she would never give up. Thus, Miyu and her companions desperately fled through the snowy forest, while Andrew trailed behind at a leisurely pace. This life and death chase game was intensifying in the icy wilderness of the Beast World. Within the territory of the Dark Knight clan, a stifling and anxious atmosphere was spreading. Inside Diana's stone house, despair loomed heavily. Diana had another attack. Her once beautiful and enchanting face was now contorted in pain. Her body convulsed violently on the bed, her hands clutching the sheets tightly, as she emitted continuous groans of anguish, the sound tragic and desperate, as if being mercilessly consumed by endless dark torment, causing those who heard it to tremble with fear. The clan doctor of the Dark Knight clan was beside himself with worry, like an ant on a hot pan, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his clothes. His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with concern and helplessness. He paced back and forth in the stone house, tightly clutching various herbs and rudimentary medical tools, yet repeatedly set them down, as he had no way to help Diana with her condition. Feiman, as the leader of the Dark Knight clan, wore an extremely grim expression. Flames of anger and anxiety burned in his deep-set eyes, and his tightly pursed lips were almost bitten to the point of bleeding. Looking at his sister struggling in pain, his heart felt as though it were being stabbed by countless needles. "You bunch of useless fools," Feiman suddenly roared, his voice echoing like thunder in the stone house, causing those nearby to shiver. "I sent you to find that little female, and you still haven't found her? She is now the only hope to save the princess." A male member of the Dark Knight clan, standing next to Feiman, trembled slightly, fear written all over his face as he replied, "Leader, we have tried our best to search, but that little female seems to have disappeared without a trace. We simply cannot track her scent." Before he could finish, Feiman angrily raised his hand and violently threw a cup he was holding. The cup arced through the air and shattered against the corner of the stone house with a loud bang, sending shards flying that nearly cut the nearby clan members. Just as everyone was sinking into despair and anxiety, Feiman's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head sharply, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had sensed Miyu's presence at this critical moment. "Finally, I've found you," Feiman gritted his teeth and said, his tone a mix of joy at finding hope and anger at Miyu's previous disappearance. He waved his hand and shouted to several males beside him, "Follow me. Let's find that little female following this scent. We must bring her back." Without waiting for a response, he rushed out of the stone house, and the males hurriedly followed, racing like arrows toward the direction of the scent. Meanwhile, in the icy, snowy forest, Miyu and the others were in a dire situation. Seeing that Miyu and the others were about to escape the snowy forest, Andrew's previously playful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by coldness and determination. He put aside his earlier thoughts of playing with his prey, deciding to take action immediately to kill Miyu and the others here, eliminating future threats. With a gentle wave of his hands, countless pure white feathers fell from his massive wings, quickly assembling in the air. Each feather shimmered with a cold light, resembling the blades of death. These feathers aimed straight at Miyu and the others, poised to strike, waiting for the prince's command to rain down upon them. "Want to run?" "Not so easy," Andrew said coldly, his voice laced with intense killing intent. Shioka and the others sensed this deadly threat, their faces turning ashen. Shioka shielded Miyu tightly behind him, gripping his weapon firmly. Although he knew that their resistance against such a powerful Andrew might be futile, he still resolutely stood his ground. "Everyone, don't be afraid. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let him hurt Miyu," Shioka shouted. Shang-Chi also gripped his sword tightly, his gaze steady as he replied, "Yes, let's go all out together." Although Elfman was severely injured, he persevered, transforming into his true form as a python, wrapping around Shioka, Shang-Chi, and the others once again, using his hardened scales to build their last line of defense. At this critical moment, Feiman and several males from the Dark Knight clan reached the edge of the snowy forest, following Miyu's scent. He immediately spotted the deadly feathers aimed at Miyu and the others, as well as the murderous Andrew. "Who dares to touch my people, seeking death?" Feiman roared, instantly transforming into a mass of blood-red black mist. This black mist exuded a chilling and evil power, like a demon from hell. He waved his hands violently, and the blood-red black mist surged toward Andrew like a raging tide. Wherever the black mist passed, The air seemed to turn blood red, releasing a pungent smell. Andrew did not expect such a sudden ambush, and his expression changed instantly. He sensed the immense power contained within the blood-red black mist, and a sense of trepidation surged within him. However, as a prince of the angelic race, how could he easily retreat? Where did this bastard come from? Daring to ruin my plans? Andrew cursed angrily, and at the same time, he quickly darted back, trying to evade the oncoming blood-red black mist. However, the blood-red black mist was incredibly fast, catching up in the blink of an eye. Andrew had no time to dodge and was suddenly enveloped by the black mist. He felt a powerful force binding him tightly like a ferocious beast, rendering him immobile. "Ah, let go of me," Andrew shouted angrily, struggling desperately, flapping his wings in an attempt to break free from the black mist's grip. But the black mist clung to him like a parasite, giving him no chance to escape. Taking advantage of this moment, Miyu and the others reacted. "Quick, run," Shioka shouted. Miyu hurriedly nodded, knowing that she could not waste this hard-earned opportunity. She shouted to Shioka and the others, "Follow me. We're heading to the Dark Knight clan's territory. We can hide there for a while." After speaking, Miyu took the lead and rushed toward the direction of the Dark Knight clan's territory. Her figure moved through the snowy forest like an agile shadow, quickly weaving in and out, each step stirring up large clouds of snow, which billowed up behind her. Shioka, Xingqi, and Airfuman also followed without hesitation, their figures darting through the snowy forest, raising a cloud of snow behind them, standing out in this icy world. Andrew was tightly bound by a blood-red and black fog that coiled around him like a demon, his anger burning like a raging fire, almost consuming him entirely. He struggled desperately, managing to break free a little from the suffocating grip. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, resembling two burning coals, glaring fiercely at Feynman. "You reckless fool, meddling in my affairs. How dare you ruin my plans? You dare to intervene in my business, in someone I'm going to kill? Do you have a death wish?" His voice, sharp and piercing from extreme anger, echoed at the edge of the silent snowy forest, as if it could tear the surrounding air apart. Feynman's expression was stern, showing no signs of being swayed by Andrew's overwhelming fury. He merely let out a cold snort, his voice deep and carrying an undeniable authority. "In this beast world, it's always about strength. But listen carefully. These people have now stepped into the territory of my Dark Knight clan, which means they are under our protection. From this moment on, you have no right to lay a hand on them here." Upon hearing this, Andrew trembled with rage, flapping his wings violently and howling as he swept around, causing the surrounding trees to rustle and their branches to shake violently. But Andrew remained unfazed, glaring at Feynman, and shouted in frustration, "Feynman, you better think this through. Are you really going to become enemies with our angel clan over a mere female? Don't forget, our two clans have been at odds for many years, and we have only just managed to divide the territory and maintain a superficial balance. Are you really willing to break this hard-won peace for her?" Feynman felt a flicker of hesitation in his heart upon hearing Andrew's words. Indeed, the Angel clan and the Dark Knight clan had always been sworn enemies, and the endless conflicts over the years had severely depleted both clans, with countless members lost in battle and family shattered. It was precisely because of this that the two clans had, after prolonged killing and negotiations, managed to divide their territories and reach a temporary state of peace. Now, was it really worth igniting a new round of conflict between the two clans just because of this suddenly intruding female, reigniting the hatred and disputes that had finally settled down? Feynman's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing a complex expression, filled with both concern for his sister's illness and contemplation about the future relationship between the two clans. Miyu observed Feynman's hesitation closely. She knew that something had to be done quickly to stabilize the tense situation. Therefore, she stepped forward, looked at Feynman with determination, and said loudly, "Chief Feynman, I have found the medicine that can save Princess Diana, as long as you allow us to stay here safely. I assure you that I can cure the princess's illness and restore her health." Her voice was clear and loud, standing out in the tense atmosphere like a ray of hope piercing through the heavy darkness. Upon hearing this, Feynman was momentarily taken aback. He slowly turned his head to look directly at Miyu, his eyes flashing with a mix of confusion and surprise. Feynman stared intensely into Miyu's eyes, as if trying to penetrate her soul, wanting to determine the truth of her words from her gaze. After a moment, it seemed he had made a firm decision. He slowly turned to face Andrew, his expression growing increasingly stern and resolute. Feynman took a deep breath and, in an incredibly firm tone, declared, Prince Andrew, I have decided to protect these people today. No matter what, I will not allow you to lay a finger on them. If you are wise, you will quickly take your people and leave the territory of my Night Clan. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. It will not be as simple as it is now. Andrew was caught off guard by Feynman's unwavering stance in support of Miyu and the others, and his face turned an angry shade of pale, looking extremely unappealing, like a frost-bitten eggplant. How dare you, Feynman, stand against my Angel Clan for the sake of these outsiders? Just wait to bear the wrath of my Angel Clan, Andrew spat out with gritted teeth before leaving. He shot a furious glare at Miyu and the others, then angrily turned and spread his massive wings, flying towards the Angel Clan. As Andrew departed, he stirred up a stronger gust of wind, which howled through the trees, causing them to sway violently, their leaves blown off and swirling in the air, the rustling sound echoing in the silent snowy forest. Feynman sighed in relief when Andrew flew away, but soon he recalled Miyue's earlier words, and the doubts he had just set aside surged up again. Feynman suddenly turned around, striding towards Miyu and grabbed her chin tightly, as if he intended to crush it. He lifted her face forcefully, compelling her to meet his gaze. Little female, you better tell me the truth and not attempt to deceive me. If you dare to lie and cannot cure Diana's illness, then you will be doomed. I will not let you off easily. Feynman's voice was low, filled with threat. Miyu was pinched to the point where her jaw ached, but she endured it and looked at Feynman with a determined gaze, saying, I am not lying. Don't worry. I will do my best to heal the princess. Feynman snorted coldly, released his grip, and then shouted to several male members of the Dark Knight clan beside him. Capture these males and keep a close watch on them. The male members of the Dark Knight clan received the order and immediately charged towards Shioka and the others. Although Shioka and the others fought back desperately, they were no match for the male members of the Dark Knight clan. The agile and powerful males quickly subdued Shioka and the others. One of the males took out a small bottle from his waist, opened the cap, and an unusual fragrance instantly spread out. Upon smelling this fragrance, Shioka and the others felt dizzy, and soon their vision went dark as they fainted. The males of the Dark Knight clan carried the unconscious Shioka and the others, waiting for Feynman's next instruction. Feynman walked up to Miyu and coldly said, Little female, listen carefully. I'm putting their lives in your hands now. If you can't heal Diana, I won't show any mercy, and then these males' lives will be forfeit. In the evening, the sunset's blood-red glow fell like a light veil over the mysterious and perilous beast world. The afterglow painted the sky in a brilliant yet somewhat eerie red. Miyu was taken by Feynman, rushing towards the territory of the Dark Knight clan, their figures casting long shadows on the ground under the setting sun. Miyu's mood was incredibly heavy, like a giant stone pressing down on her heart. Not long ago, she had just reunited with Shioka and the others, thinking that they could temporarily escape the crisis and share a moment of peace. However, now they were cruelly separated again. The thought of this filled her with uncontainable worry. As they stepped into the territory of the Dark Knight clan, a stifling atmosphere hit them. Soon, they arrived at the stone house where Diana was located. Inside the stone house, the scene was chaotic and heart-wrenching. Diana was having a seizure, her body convulsing violently on the bed, her once beautiful face twisted in pain, her hands flailing wildly in the air, and she was letting out cries of agony. Feynman was burning with anxiety. He suddenly turned to Miyu, his eyes filled with urgent expectation and command. He shouted loudly, You need to think of a way to save her. Miyu furrowed her brows tightly as she quickly walked to Diana's side, carefully checking her condition with a serious expression. It wasn't the right time to act. They could only wait until the episode passed and she calmed down a bit before treatment, otherwise it would be dangerous. Miyu's voice trembled slightly, filled with urgency. She knew that every second of delay would increase the damage to Diana's body, and it would also gradually erode Feynman's trust in her. But at that moment, she had no other choice but to wait for the right opportunity. Although Feynman was anxious, he also understood that he couldn't act impulsively. He could only wait anxiously on the side, his eyes never leaving his sister who was struggling in pain. Finally, Diana's episode began to subside. Her body no longer convulsed violently as before, only occasionally trembling slightly. She looked as if she had just walked out of the gates of hell, extremely weak. Chapter 209, Comforting Diana. Seeing this, Miyu hurriedly took out sodium valproate from the system space. It was 2 white-coated tablets, which looked particularly striking in the dim stone room. She cautiously walked to Diana's bedside, gently propping her up, and slowly fed the tablets in her mouth. What did you give her? Feynman didn't stop Miyu's actions, his expression filled with frustration. He took a quick step forward and grasped Miyu's wrist with such force that it nearly crushed it. His eyes were filled with suspicion and anger as he stared intensely at Miyu, questioning her. "This is a special medicine from my hometown. It can cure Diana." Miyu met Feynman's gaze without flinching. With Shu Ka and Xingqi locked up by Feynman, she wouldn't do anything to harm Diana. Feynman stared at Miyu for a long time, as if trying to discern the truth from her eyes. Finally, the strength in his hand gradually eased, and he released Miyu's wrist. Miyu rubbed her wrist, which had been pinched red, and ignored Feynman's complicated gaze. She sat down quietly by Diana's bed, silently guarding her. After taking the medication, Diana seemed to find a bit of solace and slowly fell into a deep sleep. During this long ordeal of illness, she had hardly slept well. For these past few days, she had been mercilessly tormented by the pain of her sickness, and even when awake, she was too afraid to close her eyes for fear of an attack. The endless terror was like a nightmare she could never escape, tightly wrapping around her. The prolonged suffering had made her complexion as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of color, and her eyes were deeply shadowed, resembling two deep black holes that consumed her vitality. Watching her sister finally able to sleep peacefully, Feynman's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit, and he let out a gentle sigh, his eyes filled with pain. He turned to look at Miyu, still harboring a hint of doubt in his eyes, and asked, "Is this really enough? Will she really get better?" Miyu shook her head and replied seriously, "Of course not. This only temporarily alleviates her symptoms. We need to continuously monitor her condition, and she must keep taking this medicine without interruption. Otherwise, her illness will relapse." Hearing Miyu's words, Feynman furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze sharpening as the worry for his sister's illness surged in his heart again. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly ordered the clansmen beside him, "Go, bring those males to me. If she can't be cured, then break their throats." His voice was cold and filled with threat, echoing through the stone house, penetrating everyone's bodies. "You can't do that. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to cure Diana immediately. Right now, we can only control her condition with medication, and that takes time," Miyu said anxiously, startled. Feynman looked at Miyu's anxious yet determined eyes and understood she was not lying. In the end, he could only give in helplessly, but his eyes still held a warning for Miyu. "Then you take good care of Diana. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you," Feynman said before turning and leaving the stone house, leaving Miyu to closely care for Diana inside. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the stone house, falling on Diana's still somewhat pale face. Each ray of light seemed to caress her, bringing a hint of vitality to the pain-filled stone house. Feynman arrived early to visit Diana, and when he saw his sister, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. After a night of rest, Diana's complexion had noticeably improved. Her previously colorless face now had a faint blush, and her breathing had become much steadier, easing Feynman's anxious heart a little. However, Diana still appeared gloomy. She lay quietly in bed, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling of the stone house, as if she had lost all hope for this world. "Diana, how are you feeling?" Feynman approached the bedside and softly called out. His voice was gentle, as if afraid of disturbing his sister's fragile spirit. Diana slowly turned her head to look at her brother, her eyes devoid of any light. She whispered, "Brother, I don't want to go on like this anymore. Living is just suffering. It would be better to die." Her voice was filled with despair, causing a sharp pain in Feynman's heart. Living means there's hope. If you die, then everything is lost. Miyu sat by the bed, gently holding Diana's hand, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness as she comforted her softly. Miyu's voice seemed to possess a magical power, carrying a warm strength that attempted to dispel the despair in Diana's heart, which was like a looming shadow. Diana's eyes were filled with tears, the droplets swirling in her eye sockets like glistening pearls, ready to overflow at any moment. However, Leo also despised me because of this illness. He was unwilling to accompany me anymore. Diana's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice filled with endless sorrow, each word seeming to be painfully squeezed out from her shattered heart. Before she could finish her sentence, Diana could no longer hold back. Tears burst forth like a flood, streaming down her pale cheeks, each drop soaking into the pillow, spreading a dark stain on the soft bee skin. She was immersed in memories and pain, her mind constantly replaying moments with Leo. She recalled running and laughing together under the moonlight. But those sweet moments had now turned into illusions, leaving only endless suffering. Her life had been completely ruined by this illness. Every day she either struggled in the pain of the sickness or languished in the fear of it. Each minute and second felt like torment to Diana. Leo was nothing but a coward, a complete timid fool. He didn't deserve your affection, nor was he worth your sorrow. He didn't understand your worth. You should forget about such a person as soon as possible. Feynman's face turned extremely ugly, his eyes burning with the flames of anger. His fists were tightly clenched, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, revealing his inner rage. He was truly paying for his sister, unable to bear seeing her suffer for someone so unworthy. Diana, don't be so pessimistic. Miyu looked at Diana in pain, her heart filled with compassion, unable to help but speak up again to comfort her. As long as you keep taking your medicine on time, your condition will gradually improve. You must believe that this is just a temporary hardship. Soon you will be like normal people, able to run freely across this vast land. Feeling the wind brush against your face, no longer tormented by pain. Your life will be filled with color again, and there will be more beautiful things waiting for you. Her voice was gentle yet firm, trying to light the lamp of hope for Diana. Chapter 210. Diana's love-struck mind. Even if my illness gets better, what use is it? Leo, he is already with someone else. I lost him as if I lost the most important thing in my life. My heart has died. Diana shook her head slightly, her eyes filled with despair. Her voice was low and hoarse, each word full of helplessness and sorrow, as if the vitality of life was slowly draining from her body. If there was no Leo in her life, then living like this was no different than being a walking corpse. This Dark Knight clan princess, you're really love-struck. Miyu couldn't help but comment. But her tone was not one of blame. It was more of a feeling of disappointment. Diana looked pale as she turned to Miyu, and before she could say anything, Miyu spoke again. Is it worth being so despondent over such a person? You must know that those who truly love you want to care about your illness. Love is a magical force. It's like an everlasting flame that can cross all barriers. It knows no gender, no race, and certainly doesn't vanish because of illness. You are so kind and beautiful. You deserve someone who truly understands and loves you. You cannot give up on yourself just because Leo has left. With Miyu's comforting words, Diana's emotions gradually improved. A faint glimmer of light flickered in Diana's eyes, a dawn of hope trying to penetrate the dark clouds. Really? Will there really be someone who doesn't despise me and loves me? She looked at Miyu, a hint of gratitude flashing in her eyes. Of course, with your kindness and beauty, you will definitely meet such a person. For now, you need to take care of your health first. Miyu nodded with a smile. Come on, Diana, it's time to take your medicine. Seeing that Diana's emotions had stabilized, Miyu took out the medicine from the system space and handed it to her. Diana obediently took the medicine. Perhaps Miyu's words had given her some hope. After taking the medicine, her emotions gradually stabilized, and the despair in her eyes faded significantly, like dark clouds slowly dispersing, letting the sunlight shine through. Feynman, seeing his sister's condition improve, finally relaxed the tension he had been holding. He took a deep look at Diana and Miyu, then silently turned and left the stone house. Miyu saw Feynman leaving and hurriedly chased after him. Feynman, when will you release my companions? They are innocent. You can't keep them locked in the dungeon forever. She caught up with Feynman, anxiously asking, her eyes filled with sincerity and urgency. Feynman stopped, turned to look at Miyu, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. As long as you obediently cure Diana and don't cause any more trouble, you and your companions can stay in the Night Clan and receive my protection. In this dangerous beast world, only under my protection can you be safe. No, we can't stay here. We have a home. Our home is in the inner sea, where our cubs are still waiting for us. We need to go back to our home. That's where we truly belong. Miyu firmly rejected without hesitation. Her eyes were resolute and unwavering, showing no sign of faltering. Home, for her, was the warmest harbor in her heart, where her concerns and longings lay. She had to return no matter what. Feynman snorted coldly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. That's your concern. If you insist on leaving, I can't guarantee your safety, especially for your companions who are still in my dungeon. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving Miyu standing in place, her face filled with worry. Miyu was filled with worry. She was truly concerned about Shioka and the others in the dungeon. How are they doing now? Were they hurt? Would they be mistreated? These worries gnawed at her heart like countless ants. After pondering for a while, Miyu decided to seek Diana, hoping she could take her to the dungeon to see Shioka. Diana, I have an unreasonable request. Seeing Diana lying weakly on the bed, her pale face made Miyu hesitate, unsure whether to tell her about this matter. Sister, feel free to speak, but my illness is impossible to cure. Diana spoke clearly when it didn't involve Leo. My companions are locked in the dungeon, and I'm very worried about them. Can you take me to see them? Miyu gritted her teeth and voiced her request. Diana looked at Miyue's eyes filled with worry and expectation, feeling very conflicted. She knew her brother's temper. If she let Miyue's companions go without permission, he would definitely be furious. But seeing Miyu so worried for her companions, she felt a bit guilty. After hesitating for a long time, Diana finally nodded gently, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Okay, Miyu, I promise you, but I can only let you see them for a moment. I don't have the authority to release them. Only my brother can do that. I hope you understand. I don't want to make him angry. Diana said softly. It's okay, Diana. I'm already very grateful to see them. Miyu quickly nodded, her eyes filled with gratitude. Sister, there's no need to be so polite. Diana blushed slightly. The two of them cautiously made their way to the dungeon, remaining very quiet along the way, with only the sound of their soft footsteps. The entrance to the dungeon was hidden in a dark corner, surrounded by a nauseating smell. As they stepped into the dungeon, the stench of decay intensified, as if it were going to swallow them whole. Dim light filtered in from torches spaced far apart on the walls, illuminating the surrounding eerie environment. The walls were damp, with water droplets occasionally falling, making a ticking sound that felt particularly eerie in the silent dungeon. When Miyu saw Shioka and the others, her heart tightened suddenly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. They were all injured, some wounds still oozing blood, the bright red blood glaring under the dim light. Their faces were as pale as paper, devoid of color, with cracked and peeling lips, and some even showed bruises. Shioka's lips were chapped, but his eyes brightened at the moment he saw Miyu, though they quickly filled with worry again. Miyu, why did you come? It's so dangerous here. You shouldn't have come. Xingqi spoke first, his voice a bit hoarse, clearly having suffered a lot. I came to see you all. Miyu choked out, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to hold them back, not wanting to make Shioka and the others even more worried. You're all hurt like this. How could I not come? This place is dirty, chaotic, and damp. You're pregnant. What if something happens to you? What will we do? Shioka said anxiously, tried to stand up, but collapsing back down due to his severe injuries, his brow tightly furrowed in pain. Chapter 211. Farewell to Shioka and the others. It's time to give birth. Miyu's eyes reddened as she hurriedly took out anti-inflammatory medicine, iodine, and Yunnan Baiyao from the system space. Her hands trembled slightly, and her voice carried a hint of sobbing. You all are hurt like this, and still say it's nothing. How can I feel at ease leaving? Just endure a bit. Once the medicine is applied, you'll be better soon. She first gently wiped the wounds with iodine. Each touch felt like it was on her own heart, causing her deep sorrow. Her movements were very light, afraid of hurting them. If it hurts, just say it, don't hold it in. Don't worry. These injuries are nothing, they replied. What about you? You didn't suffer up there, did you? Did famine hurt you? Shioka held her hand and said softly, his eyes full of concern. Miyu shook her head and continued to apply medicine to them. I'm fine. Famine just wants me to cure Princess Diana's illness. You must take good care of yourselves and don't let your wounds get infected. I will find a way to get you out, trust me. You need to be careful. That Famine doesn't seem like an easy guy to deal with. If he poses a threat to you, don't worry about us. Just escape first. Elfman weakly said. We can't let you put yourself in danger for us. Xingqi agreed. Stop talking nonsense. We're in this together. I will never abandon you. Miyu said firmly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Time quietly passed in this tense, yet warm atmosphere, with each minute feeling so precious. Soon, Diana glanced at the sky and softly reminded Miyu, it's time. We have to go. If my brother finds out I brought you here, he will definitely be angry. A hint of reluctance flashed in Miyu's eyes. She knew she couldn't let Diana be put in a difficult position. She stood up, looked carefully at Shioka and the others again, and instructed, you must take good care of yourselves and keep your wounds clean. I will think of a way to rescue you as soon as possible. You must hold on. You must be careful too, Miyu. Shioka and the others nodded, their eyes filled with reluctance for Miyu. The door of the dungeon slowly closed behind them with a heavy thud, as if completely separating two worlds. That night, the moonlight was like water, spilling over the surface of the Dark Night Clan's lake. Miyu carried a wooden basin to the lakeside to fetch water. Preparing to wash up, the surroundings were tranquil and silent, with only the gentle sound of the lake water lapping against the shore, rhythmic like a soothing lullaby. Suddenly, a male from the Dark Night tribe rushed up from behind and tightly embraced Miyu, his strength overwhelming her and making it impossible for her to break free. He greedily inhaled the scent emanating from Miyu, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he murmured, your scent is so sweet, like the most enticing nectar in the world. As he spoke, the male from the Dark Night tribe lunged toward Miyu's neck, revealing sharp fangs, intending to drink her blood. "Ah, who are you? Let me go." Miyu cried out in terror as she struggled, her heart racing and her mind blank, only thinking of escaping this terrifying figure. However, the male's strength was immense, holding her tightly and rendering her immobile. Just as his teeth were about to sink into her neck, the mark left by Femin suddenly emitted a dazzling light, triggering protection. The light was as blinding as the sun, accompanied by a powerful force. The male from the Dark Knight tribe was struck as if by lightning, being thrown back and crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, his eyes filled with fear. In disbelief, he glanced at Miyu, disregarding everything else, scrambled to his feet, and fled in panic, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Femin, sensing the unusual movement of the mark not far away, was startled and hurried to the lakeside. "Are you okay?" When he saw Miyu safe and sound, his previously tense expression relaxed. He quickly walked to her side, examining her from head to toe, concern filling his eyes. Miyu covered her neck, still shaken and her body trembling slightly. "Femin, please detoxify me quickly. I'm afraid it will affect the baby in my belly." Miyu's voice carried a hint of sobbing. She was truly afraid of hurting her child. Femin frowned, walked over to Miyu, and his expression turned serious. "Don't be afraid. I will handle it." He gently pushed aside Miyu's hand that was covering her neck and examined the wound. Then, he lightly bit down on Miyu's neck and used his strength to suck out the poison he had previously injected, little by little. In the following days, Miyu stayed close to Diana, never leaving her side. She carefully observed the changes in Diana's condition and adjusted the dosage of medicine for each meal based on her body's reactions. Every time she administered the medicine, Miyu was exceptionally cautious, allowing no room for error. That day, the sunlight streamed like golden threads through the narrow cracks of the stone house, casting delicate patterns inside. Amidst the dappled light and shadow, it should have been a tranquil and peaceful scene. However, there seemed to be an undercurrent of unease in the air, like the oppressive calm before storm. Miyu was immersed in her daily care when suddenly, a sharp pain struck her abdomen like a thunderbolt. She knew she was about to give birth. It was an indescribable pain, as if her body were being torn apart, with wave after wave crashing against her nerves. Miyu's forehead was instantly covered in beads of sweat. Her body began to tremble slightly, and her hands instinctively protected her abdomen. What made Miyu even more anxious was that the process of giving birth was more difficult than she had imagined. As the delivery progressed, she inevitably began to bleed. The smell of blood spread through the air like a lighthouse in the dark, attracting the attention of many male members of the Night Clan. These males, driven by instinctual desires, became even more frenzied upon smelling the scent of blood. Their eyes became dazed and fervent, issuing low growls as they advanced step by step towards Diana's stone house, resembling a pack of beasts controlled by hunger, sensing prey, and itching to pounce, posing an extreme danger. Seeing this, Diana was greatly alarmed. She knew how terrifying these irrational clan members could be. If they broke in, both Miyu and the baby in her belly would be in grave danger. Without hesitation, she ordered her maid to quickly notify Femin while suppressing her inner fear and stepping out the door. Standing at the entrance, Diana used her identity as a princess to sternly admonish the male members of the Night Clan. "How dare you? Stop right there. You're not allowed to trespass into my stone house, or you will face military punishment." Her voice echoed outside the stone house, carrying an undeniable authority, pressing upon those frenzied clan members in an attempt to awaken the last remnants of their rationality. However, the males, intoxicated by the scent of blood, did not retreat. They lingered outside the stone house, the fire of desire in their eyes burning hotter, continuously emitting threatening growls, as if they were about to break through the defenses at any moment. Inside the stone house, Miyu's pain was intensifying. Her complexion turned as pale as paper, her lips colorless, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down her forehead. Each contraction felt like the scythe of death sweeping over her, her body nearing its limits. But for the sake of the baby in her belly, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Diana was anxiously standing at the door of the stone house, doing her best to fend off the crazed clan members outside, but her strength was ultimately limited. Just as she was about to lose control over the males, a hurried sound of footsteps came from a distance. It was Femin, accompanied by several beast servants. Femin's face was terrifyingly dark, his eyes flickering with flames of anger. He understood how serious the consequences could be if these clan members lost control, and he was even more worried about the safety of Miyu and her sister inside the stone house. "All of you back off," Femin roared, his voice booming like thunder in the night sky. The sound contained the authority and power of a clan leader, like surging waves sweeping towards the frenzied, male members of the Night Clan. This powerful momentum momentarily stunned the crazed males, causing their steps to halt instinctively. But the desire in their eyes showed no signs of dissipating, still burning like a raging fire, scorching their remaining rationality. Feynman showed no hesitation, a decisive glint flashing in his eyes. He charged towards the stone house with the beast's servants like arrows released from a bow. The beast's servants quickly scattered, forming an unbreakable wall around the stone house. They held weapons, their gazes as steadfast as rock, ready to resist these irrational clan members at any moment. Like guardians protecting a sacred sanctuary, safeguarding you and Diana inside the stone house. Feynman quickly stepped into the stone house, and the heavy stench of blood hit him in the face. His eyes instantly turned blood red, a primal reaction awakening the wildness within him in response to the bloody stimulus. But he forced himself to remain alert because he knew that the most important thing now was to protect Miyu and her child. "How are you?" Feynman approached Miyu, and seeing her in such pain made his heart ache. He had never seen Miyu in such a vulnerable state. The usually strong little female was now being tormented by excruciating pain, stirring an inexplicable emotion within him. He interpreted it merely as concern that if Miyu died, no one would be able to save Diana. Miyu was in so much pain that she could barely speak. With her last bit of strength, she said, "Hurry, find a way, they are too terrifying." Her voice was as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. Each word seemed to be squeezed out with great difficulty. "There is only one way now, to mark you with my seal, to let my breath cover you. Only then can we stop those crazy guys outside. But doing so may have some effects on you. Are you willing?" Feynman furrowed his brows and took a deep breath. He knew that the situation had reached a critical point, and this was the only way to stop those insane tribesmen. Miyu hesitated upon hearing Feynman's words. However, thinking of the crazed Night Clan members outside the stone house, she had no other choice. "I agree. Please help me quickly. For her child, for Diana, and for everyone's safety." She gritted her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes, and said with her last bit of strength. Feynman looked at Miyue's resolute gaze and felt a surge of emotion. He no longer hesitated, opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and gently bit down on Miyue's collarbone. In that moment, Miyue felt a sharp pain, but she bit her lip tightly and made not a sound. Her hands clutched the sheets tightly, her knuckles turning white from the effort, silently enduring immense pain. As Feynman's teeth sank into Miyue's skin, a strange power flowed from his body into hers. That power was like a warm stream, slowly coursing through her veins. A black feather mark gradually appeared on Miyue's collarbone, seeming to come alive, shimmering with mysterious light. Feynman's mark acted like an enigmatic shield, and from the moment it was imprinted on Miyue's skin, it began to slowly release a powerful and unique aura. This aura seemed to possess life, spreading out in delicate tendrils, gentle as a spring breeze caressing the surface of a calm lake, creating faint ripples. However, this seemingly gentle power had a wondrous and almost eerie effect. It was like the dawn in darkness, gradually obscuring the enticing scent that filled the air from Miyue's labor. That scent was cut off, allowing the male Night Clan members, who were overwhelmed by the intoxicating aroma and driven to madness, to regain their sanity. Their once dazed and fervent eyes gradually cleared like the receding tide. Each male Night Clan member displayed a mixture of confusion and fear on their faces, their bodies trembling slightly, seemingly terrified of the disaster they had almost caused. Inside the stone house, Miyue was enduring the pain of childbirth, a pain that was beyond description, as if her soul were being pulled from her body. Each contraction felt like a thrilling tug-of-war with death. Her sweat fell like rain, soaking the bed beneath her. But she held onto one belief, to ensure the safe birth of her offspring. After what felt like a century of torment, Miyue summoned her last ounce of strength, and with a relieved cry, she finally completed the delivery. 10 snake eggs lay quietly, round and smooth, like 10 meticulously crafted, translucent gems, shining with the brilliance of life. Arriving in this legendary world filled with hope and expectation. Each snake egg seemed to contain boundless vitality, the subtle sheen on the shell hinting at the signs of life within. However, the process of childbirth was like a brutal war, exhausting all of Miyue's energy. Her eyelids grew incredibly heavy, the world before her gradually blurred, and finally, everything went black as she fell into a deep, unconscious state. Time passed, and Miyue's consciousness slowly awakened like a leaf drifting in the dark, slowly surfacing in the endless void. She opened her eyes to find herself in a strange stone house. The light inside was dim, with only a few rays filtering through narrow cracks, barely illuminating a small area around her. Even so, she could see Shioka and others gathered around her bed, each face filled with concern. "You finally woke up? You have no idea how worried we were about you." Shioka tightly grasped Miyue's hand, his hand trembling slightly, his eyes filled with pain, and his voice hoarse with emotion. Chapter 213. The Angel Clan's little princess has her eyes on the star pool. His gaze was fixed on Miyue, as if he wanted to engrave her image deeply in his heart, fearing he might lose her again. "During the time you were unconscious, we were almost going crazy, truly scared for you." Shioka's voice faltered, as if something lodged in his throat prevented him from continuing. Miyu weakly smiled, her gaze sweeping over everyone, as if confirming each person's presence and feeling their concern. Suddenly, she noticed Elfman was missing, and her heart tightened sharply, worry flooding over her like a tide. "Where is Elfman? Why isn't he here?" Her voice, though weak, was filled with tension, and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes, as if she had already sensed something bad. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gaze in unison towards one direction. Miyu was so anxious that she was almost about to struggle up from the bed when she heard a faint rustling sound coming from a corner of the stone house. The sound was particularly clear in the silence of the stone house, like sandpaper gently rubbing against the floor. She turned her head with great effort and saw a huge purple python coiled up there. The python's body was robust and powerful, and beneath it was a pile of soft hay, carefully arranged in a circular shape, with her freshly laid snake eggs resting on top. The python's eyes were like deep gems, emitting a vigilant yet gentle light, quietly watching over everything and guarding those precious snake eggs. Miyu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. She knew that Elfman was fulfilling his duty of incubating the snake eggs. How long would it take for these snake eggs to hatch? Miyu's gaze was filled with anticipation, the kind that a mother feels for her child's imminent birth. Shioka gently stroked Miyu's hair, looking at her with tenderness in his eyes. "It will probably take about 30 days. However, this is not absolute. It also depends on the talents and strengths of the hatchlings. Generally speaking, the stronger the ability, the longer the incubation time may take. This is a wonderful rule bestowed by nature, and we can only wait patiently." Miyu nodded slightly, her gaze never leaving the snake eggs, her eyes filled with affection, as if she could already see the adorable appearance of the hatchlings. "I hope they can all hatch safely and healthily," she murmured, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly to form a happy smile. After a while, as if remembering something, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes as she looked at Shioka. "How do we end up here? What about Feynman?" Her eyes were full of curiosity. Shioka smiled and explained, "He brought us here. This place is far from the Dark Knight clan and is adjacent to a forest where we can hunt and obtain plenty of food. Feynman arranged it this way, which can be considered as finding us a relatively safe place to survive." Miyu looked surprised, her eyes filled with disbelief. She widened her eyes as if she had heard an absurd tale. "Feynman, let us go. Why would he do that? He was so tough before, I thought." Her words were full of confusion, her brows slightly furrowed as she continuously pondered the reasons behind Feynman's actions. Shioka's lips curled up slightly, wearing a look of both gratitude and helplessness. He gently sighed and said, "He said to make sure you deliver the medicine Diana needs on time. Otherwise, he would come to catch you himself. It seems that although he let us go, he is still worried about his sister's condition." Miyue listened to Shioka's words, feeling a mix of emotions. Yes, he really cares for his sister. The fact that he could let us go this time is truly a significant concession, Miyue said with a sigh, a hint of understanding flashing in her eyes. "Well, anyway, we are temporarily safe now." Shioka comforted softly. "I will definitely deliver the medicine to Diana on time. Consider it a way to repay his kindness. We cannot let him down," Miyue said firmly. On that day, sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting patches of light on the forest floor. Shioka and Elfman were hunting in the forest as usual, moving lightly and with keen eyes searching for traces of prey. The forest was filled with fresh air, and birds were singing joyfully in the branches, making everything seem so peaceful. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. The little princess of the Angel clan, accompanied by a group of beast servants, came out to play and pass through this forest. The little princess was dressed in luxurious attire, her exquisite skirt light as a cloud, adorned with gemstones that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. When she saw Xingqi's blue hair and eyes, a flash of amazement and affection crossed her eyes. In the angel clan, most of their hair and eye colors are white and gold, and Xingqi's unique blue was like a rare treasure in the little princess's eyes. The little princess walked up to Xingqi with her head held high and said in an undeniable tone, "Your blue hair and eyes are truly beautiful. This princess likes them very much. Come back with me and be my pet." "I am not a pet. I will not go with you." Xingqi frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. The little princess did not expect to be rejected, and her expression immediately darkened, flames of anger igniting in her eyes. "Humph! You dare to refuse me. You all capture him." With her command, the beast servants immediately lunged towards Xiuka and the others. Seeing this, Xiuka and Elfman reacted quickly, standing back to back, their eyes filled with vigilance. "Xingqi, be careful," Xiuka shouted and engaged in a fierce battle with the beast servants. They swung their weapons, each attack infused with powerful force, trying to repel these aggressive enemies. But the beast servants were numerous and all fierce fighters. They surged like a relentless tide, coming at Xiuka and the others in wave after wave, leaving them no chance to catch their breath. Soon, Xiuka and Elfman began to struggle to hold on. In the heat of battle, they sustained multiple injuries, blood gushing from their wounds, staining their clothes. At that moment, Miue was in the stone house, taking care of the snake egg, when suddenly, a frantic voice from the system echoed in her mind. "Host, the feeding targets Xiuka and Elfman are in life-threatening danger. Please rescue them as soon as possible." The voice was like a thunderclap, buzzing in Miyue's mind and causing her heart to race instantly. Miyu was startled. She knew the situation was critical and time was of the essence. What to do? What to do? System, quickly think of a way to transport me in front of Xiuka. Miyu anxiously paced back and forth, torn between the snake egg and her beloved. It was truly a difficult choice for her. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the system specially approved her transportation to the forest. As soon as Miyu appeared, she unhesitatingly exchanged for the power of thunder. Chapter 214, Back to Modern Times. With a sweep of her hands, the lightning danced like silver snakes in her grasp, then struck towards the beast servants. A dazzling light flashed, accompanied by crackling sounds, and several beast servants were instantly knocked unconscious on the ground, with residual currents around their bodies emitting a pungent burnt smell. The little princess was both shocked and angry. She didn't expect such a powerful person to suddenly appear and ruin her plans. "Don't run," she shouted angrily. But Xiuka and the others had already taken the opportunity to escape deeper into the forest, their figures quickly disappearing among the dense trees. After escaping the danger, the group gathered in a hidden cave, letting out a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and the gratitude of having survived. "That was too close. We almost didn't make it back," Elfman said, heart still racing, clutching his injured arm with a furrowed brow. "Yeah, thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise we would have been in danger," Xiuka agreed, feeling relieved. The weather turned against them. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast, and then snowflakes began to fall. The snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers, quickly covering the ground with a thick white coat. The Dark Knight clan's climate is different from that of the Inner Sea. It is cold all year round, and the chills seeped into their bodies like icy tendrils. Suddenly, Elfman shook his body, his face turning pale as paper before slowly collapsing. The others hurried over, their eyes filled with concern. Elfman slowly opened his eyes, his lips trembling slightly as he weakly said, "It's too cold. I want to hibernate." "You want to hibernate now? What about the snake egg?" Miyu looked anxiously at Xiuka and Xingqi, her eyes full of desperation. "Xingqi and I will take turns going out to hunt. Otherwise, we want to have food, and we can't just stay in the room motionless," Xiuka said with a frown, looking helpless. "And we're all injured right now, so moving is a bit difficult," Xingqi weakly added. "Then we can only leave the snake egg to fend for itself. Let's just hope for the best. If it can't survive, it's fate," Elfman said with a bitter smile. He felt reluctant, but the harsh reality left him in utter despair. Miyu gritted her teeth, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes as she made a bold decision in her heart. She could not sit by and let the little one be born safely. "No, we cannot give up like this. I will take the snake egg back to the modern world and hatch it using a modern incubator." "Modern? What kind of place is that?" Elfman was somewhat surprised. He had never heard this term before, and his eyes were filled with confusion. "Never mind that. Let us just leave here first. Moreover, Elfman, you shouldn't go looking for a place to hibernate in the forest. It's too dangerous. Come with us," Miyu said urgently, her gaze firm and unquestionable. Before leaving, Miyu did not forget her promise to Feynman. She took enough medicine for half a year to the Night Clan. Feynman, this is Diana's medicine for half a year. I will be gone for a while, possibly a long time, but rest assured when I come back next time, I will continue to deliver medicine to her, Miyu said upon seeing Feynman. Where are you going? I hope you can keep your promise. Diana's condition cannot be delayed. Feynman looked at Miyu, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. I know. I will definitely come back, Miyu nodded. After saying that, she turned and left, embarking on a new journey. Miyu brought the snake egg, and, along with Xiao Ka, Xing Qi, AI Air Fu Man, and others, returned to modern times through a special method, arriving at the Half Mountain Villa. The environment of the Half Mountain Villa is beautiful, with lush green trees surrounding it, in stark contrast to the dangers of the Beast World Forest. Back in modern times of the Half Mountain Villa, everything feels so familiar, yet somewhat strange due to the long absence. Miyu stood quietly in the center of the living room, her gaze slowly scanning the surroundings. And a trace of doubt unconsciously arose in her heart. Li Xiangyang was not there. She gently pressed her lips together, took out her phone from her pocket, and with her long fingers skillfully swiped the screen to dial Li Xiangyang's number. Soon, Li Xiangyang's voice came through the phone. Hello. His voice sounded particularly clear in the quiet space, carrying a hint of busyness and fatigue. I'm back. Miyu's voice carried a touch of weariness. But beneath the fatigue, there was a hint of anticipation. Even though she had just returned to the modern world not long ago, it felt as if she hadn't seen Li Xiangyang for a very long time. What? You're back. Li Xiangyang's voice instantly rose a few octaves, his surprise evident. Wait for me. I'm in a meeting. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Li Xiangyang spoke quickly, his words revealing his eager feelings. He wished he could rush to Miyu's side immediately. No rush. You go ahead with your work. I'm not leaving tonight. The corners of Miyu's lips slightly lifted, revealing a gentle smile. She knew that Li Xiangyang's longing for her was no less than her longing for him. It was a deep-seated concern that wouldn't diminish even across thousands of miles. You have no idea how much I miss you. These days without you, I feel like I have no energy to do anything. You can't just leave so suddenly again this time. Li Xiangyang's voice was a bit choked, as he struggled to contain his excitement. I know, this time I have a lot to talk to you about too. You focus on your meeting, don't get distracted. Miyu comforted him. After hanging up the phone, Miyu began to carefully examine the villa. The passage of time in the modern world and the beast world was equal, and it was currently winter in the modern world. With the cold air spreading through every corner of the house, a chill seeping through clothing and invading people's bodies. Miyu shivered slightly and quickly walked to the thermostat controller. Her slender fingers gently pressed the button on the controller, turning on the central air conditioning for the entire house. With a faint hum of operation, warm air flowed out of the air conditioning vents like gentle waves, gradually filling the entire villa. Elfman, who had been somewhat listless, showed significant improvement in his condition as he was enveloped by this warm atmosphere. His previously dull eyes began to sparkle, and his body no longer trembled as it had before. Miyu walked to Elfman's side, her eyes filled with concern, and softly asked, How are you? If it stays at this temperature, do you think you need to hibernate? Elfman slightly moved his body, stretched lazily, and felt as if he had regained vitality. I should be able to endure it. This temperature is quite warm, as long as it doesn't get any colder. I need to hibernate. That's good. If you hibernated here, I really wouldn't know what to do. This place is different from the beast world. It would be troublesome if something unexpected happened, Miyu said with a smile. Chapter 215. Everyone meets yes, thanks to you, Miyu. If you hadn't brought us here, I might really have to find a place in the forest to hibernate, Elfman said gratefully, looking at Miyu. The villa on the hillside covered a vast area with numerous rooms, each uniquely laid out and decorated. There are many rooms here. You can each choose one, Miyu said, smiling at Xiaoka, Xingqi, and Elfman, her eyes filled with enthusiasm. Xiaoka's eyes sparkled as he curiously examined the modern decorations around him, exclaiming, Everything here is so different from the beast world. I've never seen such strange things. Of course, it's much safer here than in the forest, Xingqi said, nodding in agreement with Xiaoka, his smile carrying a hint of relief. In the forest, they had to worry every day about being attacked by wild beasts or other dangers. At least here, they could sleep soundly. After everyone chose their rooms, they discovered an unexpected problem. The villa only prepared one guest room, while the other rooms had no beds. In the empty rooms, only 4 walls and some simple furniture made it feel a bit desolate. Miyu smiled helplessly as she took out her phone skillfully opened a shopping app and began to carefully select a bed online. The light from the phone screen illuminated her face, reflecting her focused expression. "What do you think of these options?" Miyu asked, handing her phone to them. Displaying the images on the screen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, hoping to choose a bed that everyone would like. "I don't really understand these. As long as it's comfortable to sleep on," Shioka shrugged, looking indifferent. "I think this brown wooden bed looks nice. It seems very high quality." Xingqi leaned closer to Miyu, his eyes glued to the phone screen, occasionally sharing his opinions. "Yeah, I think this one's pretty good too," Elfman agreed. "All right, I'll place the order and have them deliver it. Soon we'll have a bed to sleep on." Miyu nodded, a satisfied expression in her eyes, her fingers quickly tapping on the screen as she decisively placed the order. Meanwhile, in the company conference room, Li Xiangyang was anxiously sitting at the conference table. After a long wait, the lengthy meeting finally came to an end. Li Xiangyang hurriedly stood up, quickly tidying his things. His movements were a bit rushed. After packing up, he quickly left the company and headed straight to the kindergarten. At the kindergarten, Mi Zhao was sitting obediently in the classroom, his obsidian-like eyes occasionally glancing at the door. Filled with anticipation, his small figure looked a bit lonely in the classroom, but thinking about seeing the person who would pick him up soon filled him with joy. He tightly held a drawing he made, a family portrait, ready to surprise brother Xiangyang later. When he saw Li Xiangyang's figure appear at the door, Mi Zhao's eyes suddenly brightened, like two sparkling little stars. He excitedly shouted and dashed towards Li Xiangyang like a little cannonball. "Brother Xiangyang, you finally came." His tender voice echoed in the classroom, filled with joy. "Yes, let us go home now. Sister is back." Li Xiangyang picked up Mi Zhao, kissing his rosy little face, his eyes full of affection. When they returned to the mountainside villa, a warm air greeted them as they entered the house. The dining table was already filled with dishes, a fragrant aroma wafting throughout the room, creating a cozy home atmosphere. Li Xiangyang looked at this familiar and warm scene, his heart filled with emotion. However, when he saw the other men in the house, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of sourness rising in his heart. In the past, when Miyu returned to the modern world, she was always alone. This time, she brought Shioka and the others along, disrupting their rare world of two. Li Xiangyang stood in place, observing the somewhat complicated situation in the house, a bitter smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. He slowly walked to Miyu's side, then gently opened his arms to embrace her, leaning in close to her ear and whispering, "You really brought me a big surprise." His voice was soft but couldn't hide the complex emotions, as if expressing the longing of the past days and the current feeling of being at a loss. Miyu felt his complex emotions, hugged him back, and then gently patted his back, again and again, the motion like soothing a frightened fawn, each touch filled with tenderness. Just then, Mi Zhao's childish voice broke the subtle atmosphere. "Sister." He rushed towards Miyu with his short legs at the fastest speed, then tightly hugged her leg, rubbing his little face against her leg, looking like a spoiled little kitten full of joy. When Miyu saw this, a gentle smile immediately spread across her face. She slowly squatted down, stretched out her hands, and picked up Mi Zhao, giving his rosy little face several hearty kisses. "Do you miss your sister, little Mi Zhao? Your sister misses you so much." Miyu's voice was full of affection, a feeling that only arises when facing the most beloved family members. This warm scene, however, made Elfman feel a bit jealous. He strode over and wrapped his arm around Miyu's waist, pulling her closer to him, his eyes filled with a hint of possessiveness. "All right, Elfman, stop being jealous. This is Mi Zhao, my younger brother," Miyu hurriedly explained to him with a smile, sensing Elfman's jealousy. Her voice was gentle, allowing everyone present to hear clearly. Then, Miyu turned to Mi Zhao, pointed at Shioka and the others, and patiently introduced them with a warm smile. "Mi Zhao, they're all your sister's boyfriends, and also very important partners to her." Mi Zhao blinked his big, watery eyes and asked with a confused expression, "Sister, isn't your boyfriend Brother Xiangyang? Why are there so many of them?" His voice was soft and carried the unique innocence of a child. "They're all like that. Just as you have many little friends, sister has many people she likes," Miyu replied gently, smiling as she stroked Mi Zhao's head, her fingers running through his soft hair. Although Mi Zhao was young and couldn't fully understand such complex emotional relationships, he could sense the tenderness in his sister's words. He tilted his little head, looking at everyone with a bewildered expression, and then he stopped asking questions. The family sat around the dining table, which was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, and the enticing aroma made their mouths water. Everyone began to enjoy the sumptuous dinner. and the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively. "This dish is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good before," Shioka praised while eating, his curiosity about this world growing. "Yes, the food here is really tasty, and the tableware is so exquisite, completely different from what we use in the beast world." Xingqi, as a senior, rarely spoke much but took pride in knowing more than the others and introduced things to Shioka and the others. "Ha, look at this. Doesn't it look like the strange fruit we saw in the forest? But this tastes much better than that fruit." Airfuman quietly enjoyed his meal. The cheerful atmosphere made the entire restaurant feel more relaxed and enjoyable. Mi Zhao was also eating happily on the side, his little mouth stuffed full, mumbling, "Delicious, sister. I want more." Miyu looked at everyone, her face beaming with a happy smile. "Eat slowly, there's plenty more." Laughter and cheerful voices echoed in the restaurant, weaving together a warm family symphony that filled the home with a strong sense of warmth. After dinner, Miyu cleared her throat and clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. "Now that we've finished eating, let us hold a family meeting to discuss our future lives." Miyu's voice was very serious, contrasting sharply with the relaxed atmosphere during the meal. Upon hearing Miyu's words, everyone quieted down, and the once lively restaurant instantly fell silent. Everyone put down their utensils and turned their eyes towards Miyu, curiosity filling their gazes. Miyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "I've thought about it for a long time, and I want to stay in a modern world from now on and not return to the beast world." "Why?" Shioka asked with some confusion. Miyu thought for a moment, but she knew in her heart that the real reason was that the system required her to find 5 feeding targets. Now that this task was completed, and she had also gained 10 years of lifespan from Shioka and the others, it didn't matter that Claude hadn't found her yet. Therefore, she didn't need to rush between the modern world and the beast realm for her life extension anymore. However, she didn't want to tell them this. She blinked and replied, "Don't you think the modern world is more comfortable and safer? There aren't as many dangers here as in the beast realm. We don't have to live in constant fear every day. The environment and conditions in the modern world are incomparable to those in the beast realm. Plus, bringing you all to the modern world means we can still live together and continue to increase our affection and gratitude levels. Thinking about it this way, it's not a loss. Compared to the constantly perilous beast realm, Miyu's heart naturally leaned towards the modern world. Although it held many memories, it also came with countless dangers and hardships, and she didn't want to let everyone fall into that kind of life again." Shioka was the first to express his thoughts. He looked at Miyu with determination in his eyes. "Wherever you are, I will be there too. As long as we can be together. It doesn't matter where we go." Xingqi frowned, thought for a while, and then said, "If that's the case, I need to go back to the Inner Sea Shark clan. I have to hand over the position of chief to a capable male in the clan, then I'll come back to find you all. After all, it's my responsibility." His voice was steady, showing his serious attitude towards the matter. "I don't mind, anywhere is fine. As long as you are by my side, that's the best for me." Elfman seemed relaxed, shrugging as if he wasn't worried about where he was at all. His carefree demeanor suggested that even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't affect him. His gaze never left Miyu, filled with love and dependence. "Really? That's great." Li Xianyang felt a flash of excitement in his eyes when he heard Miyu say she would stay in the modern world, tightly holding the woman's hand. After a while, I will also find a way to bring the little tiger cubs and little sea sharks to the modern world. Our family needs to be together." Miyu looked at everyone, her eyes filled with emotion. After dinner, Elfman slowly returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he carefully climbed onto the bed, slowly coiling his massive body. He gently placed the snake egg in the center of his body, using his body heat to continue providing warmth for the egg. His eyes filled with tenderness and focus. This was his and Miyu's baby, the most precious treasure to him. Miyu also stood up from the dining table, stretched lazily to relieve her fatigue, and then walked towards the master bedroom. Shioka and Xingqi exchanged a smile, and each returned to their carefully prepared rooms. Li Xianyang went to coax Mi Zhao to sleep first. He quietly entered Mi Zhao's room, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at Mi Zhao's adorable little face, his eyes filled with affection. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful forest inhabited by many lovely little animals. Li Xianyang softly told me, Zhao, a bedtime story. His voice was magnetic. Each word seemed to carry magic, weaving a colorful dreamscape. Mi Zhao blinked his drowsy big eyes, his small hands tightly grasping Li Xianyang's clothing. After a while, he fell into a sweet dream accompanied by the fairy tale. Li Xianyang smiled and gently covered Mi Zhao with a blanket. After doing all this, he got up and quietly walked toward the master bedroom. As Miyu walked in the master bedroom, she keenly noticed that there were quite a few changes in the room, in the space that originally belonged to her. There were many male items added, and she understood in her heart that these must have been left here by Li Xianyang when she left. She slowly approached, gently touching those familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar objects. Each touch felt like she was brushing against Li Xianyang's deep longing. Miyu felt a mix of emotions, including being touched, heartbroken, and a hint of sentimentality about their separation during this time. At that moment, Li Xianyang walked to the doorway of the master bedroom. He stood there somewhat awkwardly, watching as Miyu's lips moved slightly, seemingly hesitating about how to speak. "I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't have put things here without your permission. But during the days you were away, this was the only way I could feel as if you were still by my side, which helped ease my longing for you." His voice was low, with a hint of guilt in his eyes, afraid that Miyu might get angry because of this. Miyu felt a wave of emotion after hearing his words. She walked up to Li Xianyang, lifted her head, and tears shimmered in her eyes. "Silly Xianyang Gich, how could I blame you? I know what it feels like to miss someone. While I was in the beast world, I thought of you every moment." After saying this, she gently opened her arms and tenderly embraced Li Xianyang, as if to completely eliminate the distance between them and merge all their longing into this hug. Li Xianyang also held Miyu tightly, their gazes meeting as if time had stopped at that moment. Then, their lips slowly drew closer and softly kissed. This kiss was filled with love, longing, and the joy of reunion, as if expressing their mutual concerns over these days. Chapter 217. Returning to the beast world to handle affairs as they kissed, Li Xianyang's breathing became rapid, and his heartbeat quickened, like a flame burning in his chest. He felt somewhat dizzy, his mind in chaos, only thinking of getting closer to Miyu. But soon, his rationality returned slightly, and he gently pushed Miyu away, his eyes showing a hint of struggle. Then, he turned and hurriedly rummaged through the drawer, his movements somewhat flustered. "What are you looking for?" Miyu asked, looking at him with some confusion. Li Xianyang replied somewhat embarrassedly, I don't want you to get hurt." "Xianyang Gij, there's no need for that. I want to have your child," Miyu said, reaching out to stop him, her gaze firm. Hearing Miyu's words, Li Xianyang's heart trembled. "Miyu, you just laid the snake egg, and your body hasn't recovered yet. There's no rush for having a child. I don't want you to be in any danger. Your health is the most important thing to me." He gently caressed Miyu's face, his touch as tender as if he were stroking the most fragile treasure in the world, and the love in his eyes was almost overflowing. Miyu felt even more touched by Li Xianyang's words. She held Li Xianyang's hand and rubbed it against her cheek. "You always think of me like this. I'm really lucky to have met you." The next morning, sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains and onto the bed. Miyu slowly opened her eyes in the warm sunshine. She instinctively reached out to touch the space beside her, only to find that the spot where Li Xianyang had been lying was already empty, leaving behind only a bed that still held some warmth. She got up and walked out of the room, immediately catching a whiff of delicious food. When she arrived at the dining room, she saw that Li Xianyang had already prepared breakfast, with the table filled with a variety of dishes, not only her favorites but also those specially made for Xiuka. "Xingqi and AI Air Fu Man, why didn't you sleep a little longer? You work so hard every day. Why don't we hire 2 nannies to help?" Miyu walked over to Li Xianyang and said with concern. Li Xianyang, while setting the table, replied, "No need. I'm worried that if the nannies discover Xiuka and the others' identities, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Let's handle it ourselves. It's okay. I can learn to cook and help you later. With so many of us, it won't be too tiring to take turns cooking." At this moment, Xiuka walked over and said with a smile, "Well, that's fine. I can't do everything by myself," Li Xianyang said. He truly liked Miyu and was willing to do anything for her, but for others, it was merely an additional consideration. Since Xiuka had taken the initiative to speak up, he naturally had no reason to refuse. After breakfast, Miyu looked at AI Air Fu Man, who was incubating snake eggs, and said with a smile, "You continue to incubate the snake eggs here. Be sure to take good care of them. Don't worry, Miyu. With me here, the little ones will be safe." AI Air Fu Man nodded seriously. "Xiuka, Xingqi, and I will head back to the beast world for a while. They have some matters to attend to, and we'll be back soon." Miyu leaned in and gently kissed AI Air Fu Man on the cheek. AI Air Fu Man hugged Miyu tightly and kissed her lips passionately. "Both I and the little ones will miss you," AI Air Fu Man said, looking at Miyu. "We'll be back soon," Miyu said, feeling both amused and helpless. Then, Miyu prepared to return to the inner sea of the Shark Clan with Xiuka and Xingqi having been there before. Miyu was somewhat familiar with the area. She directly spent 10 million to exchange for direct access with the system. "Are you ready? We're about to set off." Miyu asked Shioka and Xing-Chi ready. Let's go, they replied in unison. With a flash of light, they disappeared from the villa and headed toward the inner sea of the shark clan. Upon returning to the beast world's inner sea, a familiar scent enveloped them. The unique salty and fishy smell of the sea mingled with the humid air. Xing-Chi stood by the sea, taking a deep breath. The scent filled his lungs, revealing a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. His gaze turned toward the distance, where the shark clan was located, filled with both reluctance for his kin and determination for the future, a resolute spirit akin to breaking out of a cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. As if he could already see the new life waiting for him ahead, he walked purposefully toward the territory of the shark clan, each step steady and powerful, carrying a sense of mission. Upon returning to the shark clan, Xing-Chi wasted no time and immediately convened a meeting of the elders. The elders of the clan hurried over, their faces filled with confusion as they looked at Xing-Chi. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. No one knew the purpose of Xing-Chi's summons. Xing-Chi slowly stood up, his figure standing out prominently among the elders. He scanned the room and began, "Elders, I have gathered you today to announce something important." He paused, taking a deep breath as if mustering great courage. "Elders, I have decided to leave the shark clan." His voice echoed in the nearly silent meeting room, like a heavy bomb dropped, instantly shattering the previous calm. The elders erupted into a flurry of emotions, surprise, worry, and various sentiments intertwined, creating a storm of feelings in the meeting room. "Leader, why do you want to leave? The shark clan cannot be without you," an elder exclaimed, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. "Yes, Xing-Chi, you are the most capable male in our clan. What will we do if you leave?" Other elders chimed in, their voices rising in protest against Xing-Chi's departure. Xing-Chi looked at the agitated elders, feeling touched, but his resolve remained unshaken. He raised his hand to signal for quiet. "I know everyone is reluctant. I wouldn't leave the shark clan if it weren't necessary." Xing-Chi's voice was somewhat hoarse, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Then don't leave, leader," an elder called out. "My partner feels that the seaside is too humid and wants to live in another place. Wherever she goes, I will go. This has also led me to find something even more important to me. I believe that with you all and the other excellent males in the clan, the shark clan will continue to thrive. And I have made my decision. It will not change, and I hope everyone can understand." Xing-Chi looked at his familiar kin once more, feeling even more reluctant. But he knew clearly what he wanted. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unwavering determination. The elders looked at the resolute expression in Xing-Chi's eyes and knew that his mind was made up. Further persuasion would be futile. Though reluctant, they could only helplessly agree. "Then we need to quickly select a new leader," one elder said helplessly, his voice filled with resignation, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. "Yes, we can hold a competition to select a new leader, giving capable males in the clan a chance," Xing-Chi proposed. He hoped to choose an excellent new leader for the shark clan through this fair method. Thus, the shark clan suddenly decided to hold a grand competition. This news spread rapidly through the clan like wildfire. Young males in the clan eagerly signed up to participate, their eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. For them, this was not only an opportunity to become the leader, but also an excellent chance to prove their strength and serve the clan. They all hoped to showcase their abilities in the competition, become the new leader, and lead the shark clan toward a brighter future. On the day of the competition, the entire shark clan was buzzing with excitement. The arena was surrounded by clansmen who cheered and shouted, supporting the males they backed. On the stage, the young males competed fiercely, showcasing all their skills and unique abilities to the fullest. After round of intense competition, a young blue-level male finally emerged victorious. He was agile and displayed extraordinary strength on the stage, and the elders recognized his potential to advance to purple level, making him a very suitable candidate for the new leader. Meanwhile, Mia had also arrived at her mother Vivian's residence. Vivian was inside, organizing some items, when she suddenly heard familiar footsteps at the door. She looked up, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. She immediately got up, walked over to Miyu, and embraced her tightly. "My child, you're finally back. You have no idea how worried I was about you." Vivian gently stroked Miyu's head, her eyes filled with relief. "It's good that you're back, safe and sound. Mother, I missed you so much too, but I came back this time to say goodbye. I have to leave." Miyu tightly hugged her mother, her voice choked with emotion and tears glistening in her eyes. After speaking, she hesitated to look at her mother's face, fearing she might see a look of disappointment. Vivian's smile froze on her face as she looked at Miyu, filled with reluctance. "You're leaving. Where are you going?" Her voice trembled, filled with confusion and worry. Mother, I will be living in another place, where there are people I love and things I need to protect. Miyu gently wiped the tears from her mother's face. Although Vivian felt reluctant, she knew her child had grown up and had her own thoughts and choices. She held back her tears and nodded. Child, since you have made your decision, I won't keep you any longer. You must take good care of yourself, and if you have time, come back to see your mother. I will, mother. You must take care of yourself too, Miyu choked out. After bidding farewell to her mother, Miyu, accompanied by Shioka, headed to the Iron Dragon clan. The territory of the Iron Dragon clan was imposing, filled with massive rocks and sturdy fortresses. They met the chieftain and the prince of the Iron Dragon clan. Miyu took a deep breath and said, Chieftain, Rap, I come say goodbye. I am leaving. You are leaving. What will happen to the Sea Shark clan? The chieftain of the Iron Dragon clan frowned slightly. I hope that after I leave, you will take care of the Sea Shark clan and the Black Dragon clan. We have always depended on each other, Miyu replied. The chieftain pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, since you say so, we will do our best. What about the business we had before? If you leave, will we still continue? Rap asked with a furrowed brow. Since crystal beads could be exchanged for lifespan, Miyu did not intend to give up this business. I will deliver the goods to the seaside villa periodically, and you just need to leave the crystal beads behind. I will come back to collect them myself. This way, we can continue our cooperation. Miyu smiled. Hearing me use words, Rap nodded in relief. That's good. I hope everything goes well for you outside. Miyu meticulously arranged everything. She used special means to have pigs purchased from the modern world sent to the Triceratops tribe, Iron Dragon tribe, Golden Dragon tribe, and Black Dragon tribe. These pigs have been carefully taken care of in modern farms, each one shiny and plump. When they were delivered to the various tribes, it caused quite a stir. In the Triceratops tribe, the villagers curiously gathered around. Where did so many prey come from in this cold winter? A young Triceratops villager asked, blinking his big eyes. An older villager stroked his beard and smiled. These are gifts from Miyu. We must take good care of them. Over in the Iron Dragon tribe, the warriors gently herded the pigs with long spears, discussing, Miyu is truly thoughtful. These strange creatures might bring us new vitality. The Golden Dragon and Black Dragon tribes were also filled with joy upon receiving the gifts, and everyone was very grateful for Miyu's generosity. After handling all of this, Miyu prepared to return to the modern world with the 5 tiger cubs and the little sharks. The 5 tiger cubs were like 5 fluffy little balls, their eyes sparkling with lively light, and their tiny paws were incredibly cute as they grabbed at things. The 12 little sharks had smooth skin, and their water blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. In human form, they were already as big as 2- or 3-year-old children, and they spoke very clearly. Babies, we're going to a new place where there are lots of fun things, Miyu gently told them. Really? Is there a place more fun than the beast world? One little tiger cub tilted its head and asked in a babyish voice. It's a very special world, Miyu replied with a smile. When they returned to the hillside villa in the modern world, night had already fallen. Mijao returned home from school as usual, and as soon as he walked in the door, he was stunned by the sight before him. In the living room, there were 17 children about his age, and he stood frozen in place with his mouth wide open for quite a while before he came to his senses. Sister, who are they? Mijao tugged at Miyu's sleeve, but his eyes never left those unfamiliar children, feeling a bit scared. Miyu smiled and squatted down, looking into Mijao's eyes, and said, Mijao, these are all your sister's children. These 5 cuties are tiger cubs, and those 12 beautiful ones are baby sea sharks. They can all transform into human form now. Little ones, this is Mijao. He is your little uncle. Mijao blinked, and the surprise in his eyes slowly turned into curiosity. He looked at the little tiger cubs and baby sharks, walked over, and smiled, saying, Hello, I'm Mijao. Welcome to my home. The little tiger cubs and baby sharks also responded with smiles, but they were still a bit shy. Mijao suddenly seemed to think of something. He ran back to his room and soon came out carrying a large pile of toys. The toys were a mix of everything, including toy cars, little robots, plush toys, and so on. Chapter 219. Learning modern knowledge, let's play with the toys together. There's so much fun. Mijao enthusiastically invited everyone as he placed the toys on the ground. The little tiger cubs quickly gathered around, and one of them picked up a toy car and curiously asked, What is this? It looks really strange. Mijao smiled as she picked up the toy car and demonstrated on the floor. Look, like this, it can run on the ground. How fun. The other little tiger cubs also picked up their toys and started to play. This one is so soft. It's so comfortable. A little sea shark gently touched a plush toy. This is my little bear. I like it the most. Now we can play together, Mijao said with a smile. Everyone was having a great time, and the living room was filled with laughter and joy. Miyu stood aside, watching the warm scene with a sense of comfort, her lips unconsciously curling into a slight smile. After dinner, Miyu took Xing-Chi to the poolside in the back garden. The water in the pool sparkled under the lights, clear to the bottom. Xing-Chi, what do you think of this pool water? Can the little sharks live here? Miyu asked with a worried expression. Xing-Chi squatted down, scooping up some water with his hands, observing it carefully and sniffing it. Then he stood up and said, "Don't worry too much. They've grown up now and don't have such high demands for water quality. That's good. I'm just afraid they won't adapt here." Miyu sighed in relief upon hearing this. In the evening, the little sharks came to the pool to play in the water. As soon as they touched the water, they swam joyfully like fish returning to the sea. They still couldn't stay out of the water for too long, or they would revert to their original form as little sharks. Mi Zhao was watching by the pool when suddenly, a little sea shark accidentally stayed out of the water for too long and instantly transformed back into a small shark. Mi Zhao took a few steps back in fright, her eyes wide open and her face filled with terror. "Sister, what is going on?" Mi Zhao's voice trembled a bit. Miyu hurried over, hugged Mi Zhao, and comforted. "Mi Zhao, don't be afraid, they won't hurt you. This is their true form. They are baby sharks, and they have just transformed back to their original state." Mi Zhao hid in Miyu's arms, cautiously peeking out to look at the little shark. After a while, his fear slowly diminished. He then glanced at the 5 little tiger cubs beside him, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity, and asked, Can you also transform?" The little tiger cubs exchanged smiles, and then, amidst a flash of light, transformed into 5 majestic tigers. These tigers were about 2 meters long, their fur adorned with vibrant patterns, as if nature itself had painted a masterpiece. They stood there with great dignity, their eyes shining brightly. Mi Zhao was once again shocked into silence, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and it took him a while to react. "Wow, you guys are amazing. This is so cool." Mi Zhao jumped up excitedly. The fear in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by amazement and excitement. The little tiger cubs transformed back into their human forms, and one of them smiled and said, Isn't our transformation impressive? When we grow a bit bigger, we'll become even stronger." Mi Zhao circled around the little tiger cubs several times, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You are really amazing. I want to play with you so much. Can you transform again for me to see?" The little tiger cubs scratched their heads, looking a bit troubled. "We can't transform too many times right now. It will be very tiring. We'll show you again once we've rested." Mi Zhao was a bit disappointed, but quickly cheered up. "All right then, you must show me again after you rest well." "Okay, we promise you," the little tiger cubs replied in unison. Mi Zhao laughed happily, as he had fully accepted these magical little companions. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, creating beams of golden light in the room. Li Xiangyang left early and returned with a bag full of various discs. He walked over to Miyu with a light step, a hint of an expectant smile on his face, and handed the bag to Miyu. "I think these discs can help Xiao Ka and the others quickly understand the modern world, allowing them to better adapt to life here." Miyu took the bag and curiously pulled out a disc, which had images of modern cities printed on it along with simple and easy-to-understand descriptions. "This idea is really great," Miyu praised, then called out to Xiao Ka, who was playing with the little ones in the living room. "Xiao Ka, come here quickly, we have something fun." Upon hearing Miyu's call, Xiao Ka immediately ran over with the little tiger cubs and little sea sharks following behind him, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What is this?" Xiao Ka asked, his interest evident in his expression. "This is a disc that can show you many things about our world. It will help you adapt here more quickly," Miyu explained with a smile. So, Miyu took Xiao Ka and the little ones to the home theater room. They all sat on the comfortable sofa, and Miyu opened the player and inserted a disc. The images unfolded on the big screen, showcasing bustling city streets filled with people and cars, various tall buildings lining the streets, and colorful neon signs. "Wow, there's so many people. What are those things that run? And how can those tall buildings be built so high?" A little tiger cub asked in surprise, his eyes wide open and little paws pointing at the screen. His adorable appearance and the crisp, tender voice echoed in the quiet theater room. "Those that run our cars. They're a means of transportation. Those tall buildings are constructed by people using various materials, and there are many amazing construction techniques here," Miyu replied gently, looking at the little tiger cub with patience. As the disc played, everyone saw various places like schools, hospitals, and shopping malls, each scene filling them with wonder. "This place looks so interesting. There's so many things we've never seen before," Xiao Ka exclaimed. He leaned slightly forward, seemingly wanting to get closer to the screen to explore the mysteries of this world. While watching the disc, Li Xiangyang was not idle either. He thoughtfully found an experienced tutor. This teacher had a high reputation in the education field and was skilled at teaching students from scratch. Whether they were mischievous children or students with learning difficulties, they could make significant progress under her guidance. Li Xianyang brought the teacher to a specially arranged room, which was simply decorated but had a special one-way glass. From the side where the teacher stood, the glass looked like an ordinary mirror. But on the other side, Xiao Ka and the little ones could clearly see the teacher's instruction. Teacher, here's the situation. You will teach the students to recognize characters and pinyin here. Although you can't see the students, they can communicate with you through a microphone and ask questions if they don't understand anything, Li Xianyang explained to the teacher. The teacher frowned slightly, thinking how strange this family was. However, considering that wealthy people might want to protect their children's privacy, she nodded in agreement, even though she felt a bit puzzled. No problem. I will do my best to teach them well. After all, Li Xianyang has provided so much. Even if there are a few odd requests, I can accept them. Thus, Xiao Ka and the little ones began a new learning journey. Classmates, let's start by learning pinyin. This is open your mouth wide and say, the teacher said through the microphone. Her voice clearly reached Xiao Ka and the little one's ears. Her pronunciation was standard and loud, trying to ensure every student could hear accurately. Xiao Ka and the little ones followed along. And although some pronunciations were not quite standard, they were all learning diligently. This character is pronounced Ren, with one stroke and one dot. Just like a person standing, the teacher continued explaining. Ren, they repeated after her. And the little sea sharks even drew the strokes of the character on the glass with their fingers. As the days went by, their learning progress accelerated. In just 1 month, Xiao Ka and the little ones had learned commonly used characters and pinyin. After each learning session, they would excitedly discuss the new knowledge they had acquired. Mom, today I learned a lot of new characters. This character, I know it means the things we read that have pictures and words. A little sea shark said proudly, his little face flushed with excitement. Yes, I also find it very interesting. These characters can combine to express many meanings, the little tiger cubs replied with smiles. Miyu was filled with joy upon seeing their learning achievements. The babies had done an amazing job. To reward you all, I bought each of you a mobile phone. Saying this, she magically pulled out a pile of brand new phones. Mobile phones? What are these? What are they used for? The little tiger cubs asked curiously. They gathered around, their eyes fixed on the phones, filled with confusion and curiosity. They reached out their chubby little hands to touch these novel gadgets, but worried that they might accidentally break them, so they could only look on eagerly. These are very useful. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can use them to search for answers online, just like a little magic box that knows everything. And if you don't want to search, you can use them to message me and Li Xianyang to ask us questions. Plus, you should often message me, so you can practice the pinyin and characters you just learned, Miyu explained patiently, and then began teaching everyone how to use the phones. She picked up one phone and opened the screen to demonstrate the various functions to everyone. As everyone gradually adapted to modern life, Li Xianyang also started to consider the family's financial situation. Ever since Miyu decided to return to the modern world for a long stay, Li Xianyang was no longer as anxious as before. He realized that with so many more people in the family, more financial support was needed. So he decided to return to the company and work diligently. That day, the company was busy, and Li Xianyang had to work overtime. As the night grew deeper, the lights at home remained warm, but Li Xianyang was unable to come back. Miyu looked at the empty seat, feeling a bit lost. But she also understood Li Xianyang's hardships. As night fell, the stars twinkled like brilliant gems embedded in black satin. Xiao Ka sat alone in the room, the surroundings quiet as the deep sea, with only the sound of his steady breathing. He picked up his phone, his long fingers lightly tapping on the screen, and sent a message to Miyu. What dishes do you like? I want to learn to cook so I can make them for you in the future. At this moment, Miyu was lazily lying in bed, the soft quilt partially covering her body. Her room was bathed in moonlight, exuding a warm tranquility. When her phone screen lit up, she slightly opened her eyes and saw Xiao Ka's message. It felt like a warm current flowing through her heart, dispelling the slight chill of the night. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she replied, You want to learn how to cook? That's a great idea. I love many dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour ribs, and shredded pork and garlic sauce. I'll find a few cooking videos for you to learn from. After sending the message, Miyu searched online for several classic cooking videos, carefully selecting the most detailed and easiest ones. She sent Xiao Ka a few links along with a note. These videos are great. You can learn from them. Upon receiving the videos, Xiao Ka immediately immersed himself in learning. So that's how it is. Put this in first, then that. He focused intently on the screen, afraid to miss any detail. The next morning, Sunlight poured in like golden threads, gently spilling into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Miyu slowly awoke in the warm sunlight, stretching lazily and yawning as she sat up from bed. As soon as she stepped out of her room, an enticing aroma wafted towards her, drawing her to the dining room. There stood Shioka beside the dining table, holding a plate of freshly made sandwiches, his face displaying a nervous yet expectant smile. His eyes were fixed on Miyu, filled with a longing for recognition. "Miyu, I made sandwiches. Why don't you try some?" His voice carried a hint of anxiety, his hands trembling slightly, revealing his nervousness at that moment. Miyu walked over, picked up a sandwich, took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up with surprise. It's really delicious. Shioka, you are so talented. This is the best sandwich I've ever had." Miyue's voice was filled with surprise and praise. Hearing her compliment, Shioka revealed a bright smile. "Really? I'm glad you like it. I will learn to make more dishes in the future. I will work hard to make sure you can eat delicious food every day." His voice was full of confidence and joy. At that moment, Xingqi watched from the side, his brow slightly furrowed and a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. "I feel like I can't help it all. You all have things you can do. I seem to have no value in this family." His voice was very low, and his hands unconsciously clenched. "Yeah, I also don't know what I can do." Erfumin sighed slightly from the side, his gaze also carrying a bit of confusion. Miyu hurried over and comforted them, saying, "Xingqi, don't think like that. You can take charge of the shopping tasks. Didn't you often go to the supermarket with me before? You're quite familiar with it. Shioka can send you the list of items needed on your phone." Chapter 221. Pregnant Again, Elfman. Your most important task right now is to take care of the little snake babies. Look, a month has passed, and the snake babies have already hatched. They need your careful nurturing now. Miyu turned to Elfman, patiently reassuring him. After hearing Miyu's words, Xingqi's eyes lit up a bit, and he nodded. "Okay, then I'll be responsible for the shopping. I will do this job well and won't let you down." Elfman also smiled. "Yeah, I will take good care of the little snake babies." After breakfast, Miyu took Xingqi to the supermarket. The supermarket was bustling with people, and the shelves were filled with a variety of products. The colorful packaging sparkled under the lights, dazzling the eyes. "Xingqi, look, this is the supermarket. Shioka will send you the list of necessary vegetables, snacks, and daily necessities, and you just need to buy according to the list," Miyu said. "Okay, I got it. How do I buy this? Do I just take it and then go over there to pay?" Xingqi asked, pointing at the products on the shelf. His eyes were filled with curiosity, observing everything around him. "Yes, once you've picked everything, we go to the checkout to pay," Miyu patiently explained. She took Xingqi around the supermarket, introducing him to the arrangement of various products and how to purchase them. After wandering around the supermarket, Xingqi gradually got familiar with the process. He carefully looked at the list, selected the items diligently, and checked unfamiliar words using his phone. With Miyu's help, he successfully completed the shopping task, and the shopping cart was filled to the brim with items. In the evening, Li Xiangyang returned home from work, holding a pile of things. He walked into the living room and smiled at everyone, saying, "I've gotten the ID cards ready for Shioka and the babies. Children can apply for ID cards once they turn 1 year old, which will make things easier for them in modern life." While speaking, he distributed the ID cards to everyone. Miyu took the ID card and said happily, "You really thought of everything, Li Xiangyang. You must be tired from work every day." Miyu brought over a cup of water. She had just finished issuing the ID card, and Li Xiangyang was already leaning on the sofa, drowsy. Miyu looked at him with concern in her eyes. In the following days, Miyu began to plan more for the lives of Shioka and the others. She opened her computer and searched online for various interest classes and training courses. "Shioka, Xingqi, AI Airfu Man, I've enrolled you in all sorts of classes. This way, you can adapt to modern life more quickly and learn more skills." Miyu said. "What kinds of classes?" Shioka asked curiously. "There are many, such as painting classes, music classes, and some courses to enhance knowledge. By the way, I've also hired a private tutor to teach you how to drive, so it will be more convenient for you to go out in the future." Miyu replied with a smile. "Driving? That sounds interesting," Xingqi said with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. So far, they had mostly been studying at home and rarely went out, but he had seen that big metal box called a car and had even been inside it. It seemed impressive. It could move faster than him. If he learned to drive, would he be able to go out in it? "Yes, with a car, we can go to more places." AI Air Fu Man nodded in agreement. He had recently seen many videos of others driving on his phone and was quite interested in it. Seeing their enthusiasm for learning to drive, Miyu promptly hired a private tutor for Shioka, Xingqi, and AI Air Fu Man to learn how to drive. Over the course of a month, Xiaoka, Xingqi, and AI Airfuman worked hard to learn to drive with their tutor. Each day, at the training ground, the sunlight witnessed their sweat and growth. From the initial nervousness of sitting in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly out of unfamiliarity with the car, to gradually becoming familiar with the operations, and finally being able to drive confidently at high speeds on the training ground. They experienced a sense of confidence and pride in mastering a new skill. Today, I finally managed to back into the parking space smoothly. I feel so accomplished, Xiaoka said with a bright smile, his expression sparkling with excitement in the sunlight. Yeah, driving's really fun. Once we learn, we can take you out to play, Xingqi responded excitedly, mimicking driving motions as he spoke. As time went by, 6 months passed, and Xiaoka and the others absorbed knowledge about modern life like sponges, having basically mastered how to survive in this brand new world. One day, sunlight poured through the windows, casting a golden veil that gently enveloped everything. Xiaoka and Li Xiangyang were busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen downstairs, and the aroma of food filled the air, the smell of a happy life. The two chatted and laughed, discussing the day's recipes and Mi Yu's recent preferences. Mi Yu seems to particularly like sweet things lately. We can make more today, Xiaoka said while stirring the batter. Yeah, I've noticed that too. I'll make her a glass of fresh juice later. Li Xiangyang replied with a smile, skillfully chopping vegetables. Suddenly, an astonished voice came from the second floor. The sound was like thunder in the quiet house, startling both Xiaoka and Li Xiangyang. Mi Yu's voice was filled with obvious shock, mixed with a hint of panic. What's wrong? Xiaoka quickly put down his cooking utensils, ignoring the flour on his hands, and rushed toward the stairs with a worried expression. Li Xiangyang also hastily turned off the stove where eggs were frying and followed him upstairs. The two hurried up to the second floor and saw Mi Yu standing in the bathroom, holding a pregnancy test, her expression complex, filled with surprise, confusion, anxiety, and a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. Xiaoka, having never learned about pregnancy tests, looked at Mi Yu and Li Xiangyang with a confused expression. Li Xiangyang, however, instantly recognized the 2 lines on the test. Surprise flashed in his eyes, and he widened them, his voice slightly hoarse as he asked, "Is it? Whose is it?" Mi Yu shot him a reproachful glance, her eyes seemingly saying, "You know the answer." She said, "What do you think? During this time, apart from you, I've taken precautions with everyone else." Li Xiangyang was taken aback at first, and then his eyes filled with excitement. His hands trembled slightly, as if he couldn't believe this sudden and immense surprise. He stepped forward and grasped Mi Yu's shoulders. "Really? We're going to have a child?" His voice trembled a bit, and tears sparkled in his eyes, tears of joy. Chapter 222, Giving Birth to Twins. Mi Yu looked at his excited expression, and her anxiety gradually dissipated. She nodded, a hint of joy and anticipation in her eyes. Yes, it should be true. The two of them didn't dare to delay, and immediately went to the hospital for a checkup. The hospital was bustling with people. The noisy sounds and the pervasive smell of disinfectant created a tense atmosphere. They sat in the waiting area, their hands tightly clasped together, palms slightly sweaty. From time to time, their eyes darted to the door of the consultation room, feeling both nervous and hopeful. "Congratulations, you're already 2 months pregnant, and it's twins. You can already see the fetal heartbeat and embryo, and the development of the fetuses is very good," the doctor said with a smile after the results came out. Li Xiangyang was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He held Mi Yu's hand tightly, as if he wanted to convey all his joy and love through that hand. "That's great, we're going to have 2 babies. This is the fruit of our love, the most precious gift from heaven." He gently embraced Mi Yu, kissing her forehead. Tears sparkled in Mi Yu's eyes as she smiled and said, "Yes, I'm really happy and looking forward to it." From that day on, Mi Yu was treated like royalty. Li Xiangyang put aside all his work and wholeheartedly took care of Mi Yu. Every day, he would wake up early to select the freshest ingredients at the market, then meticulously prepare nutritious meals, always varying the dishes to satisfy Mi Yu's tastes. "Today I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. You need to eat more so that the babies can grow up healthy," Li Xiangyang said as he served her a piece of the tempting sweet and sour ribs. His eyes filled with tenderness and love. "Everything you make is so delicious. I feel like I'm going to get fat from being spoiled by you." Mi Yu replied with a smile, her eyes full of happiness as she took a satisfying bite of the ribs. It's really delicious." Not only Li Xiangyang, but everyone in the family was also very attentive to Mi Yu. Xiaoka would accompany Mi Yu for walks every day in the garden. He carefully supported her and said softly, "Mi Yu, let us walk slowly so you don't get tired. If you're tired, we can take a break." Xingqi was responsible for making the home cozier and more comfortable. He filled Miyu's room with flowers, filling it with fragrance. Miyu, these flowers are beautiful, right? I hope they make you happy every day. The little tiger cubs and little shark pups were also eagerly anticipating their new siblings. They often gathered around Miyu, their little heads huddled together as they chattered excitedly. Mom, will the little babies be born? We really want to play with them. One little tiger cub asked with big eyes. When they're born, we'll share all our toys with them, an excited little shark pup said. You'll have to wait a little longer. You need to be good. When your little brothers and sisters are born, you have to protect them, Miyu said with a smile as she patted their heads. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 months had passed. Miyu was about to give birth and was sent to the hospital's delivery room. Outside the delivery room, Xiuka, Xingqi, Li Xiangyang, and Erfuman anxiously waited. They paced back and forth in the corridor, worry written all over their faces. Their eyes fixed on the door of the delivery room as if they could see through it. Inside the delivery room, Miyu's painful cries echoed, each sound piercing their hearts like a knife. Every cry deepened the furrow of their brows and intensified the worry in their eyes. Miyu, you must hold on. Xiuka clenched his fists, his face filled with anxiety, his lips trembling slightly as he silently prayed. Erfuman was even more frantic, grabbing Li Xiangyang by the collar. His eyes filled with anger and blame. It's all because of you that Miyu has to suffer so much. His voice choked, tears shimmering in his eyes, reflecting his pain for Miyu. Li Xiangyang stood outside the delivery room, listening to Miyu's anguished cries, which felt like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his lips trembling, his eyes full of heart-wrenching pain. He repeatedly blamed himself in his mind, hating that he couldn't share Miyu's suffering. Miyu inside the delivery room was also enduring great torment. She never imagined that this childbirth would be so painful. In the past, when giving birth to the tiger cubs, the little sharks, and the snake eggs, their sizes were relatively small, although the labor was arduous. It was nothing compared to this experience. Every contraction felt like raging waves crashing over her, relentless and mercilessly pounding her body and will. She clutched the sheets tightly, her fingers turning white from the force, veins bulging on her forehead, sweat soaking her hair. Her consciousness gradually blurred in the excruciating pain, yet she was repeatedly pulled back to reality by the pain. Ah, it hurts. Miyu's cries echoed in the delivery room. Come on, Miss Me, you can do it. Just hold on a little longer, the midwife encouraged her. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, every minute and second feeling so long. After struggling for a full 5 hours, Miyu felt as if she had walked through the gates of hell. Finally, with a loud cry, a new life was born. Followed by another cry, a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix, had safely arrived in this world. The nurse, beaming with joy, came out holding the babies, excitedly announcing, "Congratulations! It's a pair of twins, and both babies are healthy." However, at that moment, Li Xiangyang and the others were completely focused on Miyu in the delivery room, not paying any attention to the adorable babies in the nurse's arms. Li Xiangyang was the first to rush into the delivery room, followed closely by Xiuka, Xingqi, and Erfuman. They reached Miyu's side and saw her lying there weakly, her face as pale as the first snow of winter, her lips devoid of color. Li Xiangyang held Miyu's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. Choking back sobs, he said, "You've suffered so much. I really feel so pain for you. I've never been this scared before. I'll go get a vasectomy soon, and I won't let you go through this kind of pain again. We won't have any more children." His voice was thick with emotion, each word filled with deep guilt and love for Miyu. Miyu slightly opened her eyes and looked at Li Xiangyang, who was feeling so guilty. She gathered her strength and gently shook her head, weakly saying, "This was my choice, don't say that. However, now that you all have your own babies, I don't want to give birth again. It's really too painful." She squeezed Li Xiangyang's hand gently, softly comforting him. "Just rest well and don't think about anything. We're all here," Xiuka said softly from the side, tears shimmering in her eyes. Chapter 223, The Grand Finale, Part 1. "Yes, Miyu, your top priority now is to take care of your health," Xingqi echoed. Elfman also said with reddened eyes, "You need to take good care of yourself first." The next day, the official Weibo account of the Mi Group released a major announcement. The president of the Mi Group has given birth to a pair of twins, adding new joy to the family. A family meeting decided on the identity of the future heir of the Mi family. This news burst forth like brilliant fireworks in the business world and social media, instantly causing a huge uproar. Major media outlets reported it, and congratulatory messages flew in like snowflakes. "Wow, the president of the Mi Group is truly a winner in life. Twins. This is a big happy event for the Me group, and future development is surely worth looking forward to. After Mi finished her confinement period, her body gradually recovered. She noticed that Xiao Ka and Li Xiangyang had been unusually busy lately, often disappearing from sight. One day, Mi saw Xiao Ka preparing to go out in the living room, so she walked over and asked Xiao Ka, "You've been coming and going early and late these days. What exactly are you so busy with?" Xiao Ka nervously adjusted his clothes, avoiding her gaze, and forced a smile as he said, "It's nothing special, just some small matters. Don't worry about it, just take a good rest." "Small matters? You always say that, but I can tell by the looks on your faces that it doesn't seem like small matters at all. Are you hiding something from me?" Mi frowned, looking at him suspiciously. Xiao Ka walked over to her, gently patted her shoulder, and his eyes carried a hint of reassurance. "Really, it's nothing. You've just finished your confinement, so don't tire yourself out. We'll tell you once we're done." After saying that, he hurriedly left. A few days later, Mi ran into Li Xiangyang in the garden. "What are you all so busy with? Don't try to play tricks on me. I have the right to know." She grabbed Li Xiangyang, her tone a bit dissatisfied. "We really are dealing with some matters, so just take care of yourself and the baby," Li Xiangyang said with a smile, trying to soothe her. "Are you not telling me because you don't consider me part of the family anymore?" "I don't want to be kept in the dark all the time," Miyu said, crossing her arms angrily. "How could that be? We just don't want you to worry. You just had a baby, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Just wait a bit longer. We'll definitely tell you in a few days." Li Xiangyang quickly hugged Miyu, looking helpless. Miyu sighed helplessly, and her confusion grew deeper. Once again, Miyu saw Xing Qi, and Erfumin was hurriedly preparing to leave. "You two stop right there. Have you conspired to keep something from me?" Miyu shouted. "If you don't speak up, I'm really going to get angry." "Miyu, I really can't say anything, so please don't ask," Xing Qi said, scratching his head awkwardly. "Yeah, you'll know in a little while." Erfumin nodded in agreement. "Ever since I finished my confinement, you two have been so evasive. Just tell me what is going on." Miyu glared at them, her eyes filled with questioning. They ultimately did not tell Miyu and dodged the topic. Until that day, a few little cubs mysteriously approached Miyu. One of the little tiger cubs grabbed Miyu's hand and said with a smile, "Mommy, we're going to take you to a fun place. You have to close your eyes." Miyu looked at their lovely appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Curiously, she asked, "What fun place is this? Do I have to close my eyes?" Another little sea shark blinked its big eyes and said, "Mommy, it's a secret. You'll find out if you close your eyes." Miyu found it interesting and obediently closed her eyes. The little ones covered her eyes with their small hands and carefully led her step by step towards the villa's backyard garden. Along the way, Miyu could hear their suppressed, excited laughter and their soft murmurs. "Shoo, be quiet, don't let Mom guess." The little ones were like a group of adorable little angels, surrounding Miyu as they joyfully made their way to the backyard garden. Their small hands tightly held onto Miyu, and some even jumped up occasionally, overflowing with excitement. When they finally brought Miyu to the backyard garden, she slowly removed the blindfold, and an enchanting scene immediately came into view. A gentle breeze brushed by, making the roses sway softly, as if whispering secrets or dancing gracefully. Colorful balloons were scattered throughout, some floating in the air and others tied among the flowers, adding a lively and cheerful touch to the romantic scene. Just then, melodious music began to play softly, the soothing melody flowing like a babbling brook, enhancing the romantic atmosphere even further. The little ones were chattering excitedly when Mi Zhao came over, winking with a hint of a mysterious smile as he said to the little ones, "Come on, let us go play a more fun game over there. We'll leave this for your sister and Li Xiangyang." Upon hearing this, the little ones immediately cheered and scattered around Mi Zhao. Soon, the backyard garden fell silent, with only Miyu standing alone in this sea of flowers. Miyu was still immersed in the sudden beauty and romantic atmosphere when a soft sound of footsteps approached. She turned her head in surprise and saw Xiao Ka, Xing Qi, Li Xiangyang, and Erfumin, all dressed in sharp suits, standing tall like princes from a fairy tale. Each of them held a bouquet of red roses, the vibrant red mirroring the passionate emotions in their eyes. They walked towards Miyu with orderly and solemn steps, each step steady yet tinged with a hint of nervousness, as if this was the most important journey of their lives. Xiao Ka reached Miyu first, his gaze filled with deep affection, as if his eyes could melt her heart. Slowly, he knelt on one knee, looking up at her with a gentle yet firm voice. "Miyu, from the moment we met, my world has changed because of you. You have brought us countless joys and warmth, and we have weathered so many storms together. Today, in this special place, I want to make a lifelong promise to you. Will you marry me?" Li Xiangyang followed suit, also kneeling on one knee, tears sparkling in his eyes, a mix of excitement and deep emotion. He said, his voice choked with emotion, "Miyu, you are the most important person in my life. Every time I see you, my heart feels full. I hope to walk through every day of the future with you, through thick and thin, never to part. You are my everything. Will you marry me?" Xingqi smiled and also knelt on one knee, gently holding Miyu's hand as he tenderly said, You are the most special female I have ever met. Your kindness, your wisdom. I want to create more beautiful memories with you. Will you give me this opportunity? Erfumin, a bit shy, knelt on one knee as well. Miyu, you're like a warm harbor to me. By your side, I feel a sense of security and happiness I have never felt before. I hope to always be by your side. Will you be my lover? Miyu was already moved to tears, with tears swirling in her eyes, blurring her vision. She looked at the people in front of her who loved her deeply, her lips trembling slightly. I am willing. I am willing. Her voice was not loud, but full of strength. Li Xiangyang took out a delicate box from his pocket, and when he opened it, a magnificent ring sparkled with brilliant light. The diamonds on the ring refracted colorful light in the sunlight, dazzling and eye-catching. He gently took Miyu's hand and placed the ring on her ring finger, saying, This ring represents my eternal love for you. It will witness our love. Just like this diamond, eternal and indestructible. Shioka took out a diamond bracelet, and the diamonds on the bracelet were crystal clear, sparkling with enchanting light in the sunlight. This bracelet is like the emotional bond between us. It will tightly connect us, never to part. He gently put the bracelet on Miyu's wrist, smiling as he said, Miyu, I hope you like this fishbone diamond necklace. Xingqi handed her a fishbone diamond necklace, gently putting it around her neck, his eyes full of affection. Elfman then took out a diamond anklet, squatting down to gently put the anklet on Miyu's ankle. This is what I prepared for you. Although it isn't as eye-catching as the ring and bracelet, it carries my love as well. I hope it can accompany you on every step of your journey, filled with happiness. Then, Li Xiangyang, as if performing a magic trick, took out 4 fake marriage certificates sold at the school gate. Although they were fake, each of them solemnly picked up a pen and carefully wrote their names. As night fell, the stars twinkled, and the backyard was enveloped in warm candlelight. A beautifully set dining table was placed in the center, filled with delicious food and fine wine. The candlelight illuminated everyone's faces, reflecting their happy smiles. At the table, everyone laughed and shared their joy and hopes for the future. Today is truly the happiest day of my life, Miyu said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. As long as you are happy, we are satisfied, Shioka gently replied, holding Miyu's hand softly. Everyone enjoyed the delicious food while engaging in pleasant conversations. The fine wine swirled in the glasses, emitting a charming fragrance. In a slight haze, Miyu's gaze gradually became a bit dazed. Suddenly, some vague images flashed through her mind, and she furrowed her brows, trying hard to grasp those images. I feel like I remembered something, Miyu murmured, her voice somewhat ethereal. What's wrong? Are you too tired? Shioka asked with concern. No, I feel like someone is waiting for me, but I can't remember who it is. A hint of confusion and bewilderment showed in Miyu's eyes as she tried to find answers in the fog of her memories, but it was in vain. In another time and space, in the beast world of Beast City, the 4th male stood alone on the city wall. The night wind rustled his clothes. He quietly gazed at the starry sky, his eyes filled with longing and guilt. Miyu, where are you? It's my fault. I can never let go of the people of Beast City. I went against our promise. I'm sorry. His voice drifted into the night sky, carrying endless regret. It could not reach Miyu's ears. He stood there on the city wall like a lonely statue, drowned in longing and self-blame. Time passed, and the years flew by. The little ones had all grown up, becoming even more adorable and clever. As the children grew, the story of this big family continued to be written, with each new day filled with warmth and joy. The little tiger cubs and little sea sharks were increasingly diligent in their studies. They often gathered in the living room after dinner to share new knowledge from school. The little tiger cub would animatedly describe the wonders of physics experiments, while the little sea sharks would enthusiastically discuss ocean knowledge for biology class. The little snake cubs and dragon phoenix twins didn't understand, but they provided great emotional support to their older siblings. Their little eyes fixed on the little tiger cubs and little sea sharks without blinking. The little tiger cubs and sea sharks, encouraged by their younger siblings' positive feedback, worked even harder in their studies, hoping to bring new knowledge back to their brothers and sisters every time they returned. Mi Zhao listened with a smile, occasionally participating in the discussion to guide them into deeper thinking. Miyu and the third boy looked at the children's growth with great satisfaction, their eyes reflecting endless love for them. Every school morning, sunlight poured over their vibrant faces, and Mi Zhao was always there by their side. Kids, remember to listen to your teachers and get along well with your classmates. Miyu reminded them with a smile, just like always, standing at the door. The little tiger cubs would playfully salute. Say, Mom, we know. The little sea shark would come over to rub against Miyu, responding cheerfully. The little snake cubs were still too young to control their transformation into humans and were not yet of school age. The third boy had specifically hired a tutor for the dragon and phoenix twins, treating it as a way to take the little snake cubs along for their early education. Mi Zhao is like their guardian angel. He cares about the little ones even more than Miyu at times. The little tiger cubs and little sea sharks are increasingly reliant on Mi Zhao, and their bond is growing stronger in their daily family life. The little snake cubs are also continuously growing and changing. Although they can't go to school like their older siblings yet, they show a high enthusiasm for learning in their introductory courses. The dragon and phoenix twins get along exceptionally well with the little snake cubs. They often play together. The little daughter of the twins reads picture books to the little snake cubs, who curl up beside her, flicking their tongues and listening attentively. Occasionally, the little snake cubs even try to imitate human actions, making everyone burst into laughter. Shioka has found his own joy and career in modern society as a tiger keeper at the zoo. Every day, when he returns home, he excitedly shares the fun he has at work, such as, today a little tiger learned a new skill, especially smart, just like our little tiger cub when he was young. Today, the little tigers were very obedient, eating meat and drinking milk nicely. Miyu listened, her eyes filled with smiles, as if she could see those lovely scenes. Whenever he walked into the tiger enclosure, the majestic tigers seemed to sense his unique aura, as if sharing a tacit understanding among kindred spirits. He carefully took care of each tiger, observing their conditions, just like he once did for his own kind in the beast world. In chapter 225, the side story, he would gently groom the tiger's fur, and when feeding them, his eyes were full of love, as if these tigers were another bond he had in the modern world. Shioka was becoming more adept at his work in the zoo, even participating in the planning of a new exhibition area. One day, he excitedly returned home to tell Miyu, our zoo is going to open a new interactive area for big cats, where visitors can learn about tigers up close. I suggested many interesting ideas, like setting up some simulated hunting challenges for everyone to experience the survival skills of tigers. You really have integrated your love for tigers into your work. This will definitely be popular, Miyu replied with a smile, noticing the spark in his eyes. Xing-Chi, leveraging his own advantages, became an expert in marine animals. He often traveled between various aquariums and research institutions, studying the mysterious and beautiful marine creatures. Sometimes, the little sharks would follow him to observe the sharks swimming in the enormous tanks, and Xing-Chi would patiently explain the characteristics of each shark to the little ones, as if passing down a culture about the ocean. When researching new marine conservation technologies, he would also share his ideas with his family, and they would discuss together, making those brainstorming moments warm and cozy. Elfman had an innate pursuit of speed and became a race car driver. He enjoyed the thrill of speed, which was his way of releasing himself, and also a stage to showcase his value in this era. These few who had abandoned their original worlds for me, you had also found places to shine in the new world. Perhaps they initially chose the modern era because of Miyu, but seeing their family warmth, their children able to attend school without the need for violence, they genuinely liked the current environment, each striving to find their own value in the modern world. As Li Xiangyang watched Mi Zhao gradually grow and mature, he began to hand over many company affairs to her. He only intended to have 2 biological children, a pair of twins, but the older brother was unwilling to take over his father's company. And as for the younger daughter, Li Xiangyang could not bear to let her endure the hardships of work. Thus, the seemingly glamorous CEO position, in the eyes of outsiders, ultimately fell on the poor Mi Zhao. By gradually delegating tasks to Mi Zhao, Li Xiangyang also had more time to accompany Miyu. In this family, every member shone in their own life trajectory while remaining closely connected. Their lives were peaceful and beautiful. Every morning, he would prepare a warm cup of coffee for Miyu, then sit beside her to plan the day's arrangements together. The love between them was like an everlasting flame, burning steadily for decades, warming each other's hearts. Miyu and Li Xiangyang's youngest daughter is like the little princess of this big family. Her chubby little face and big watery eyes can always melt everyone's heart. Being the youngest, she receives meticulous love and care from her brothers. In this warm family, every day is filled with happiness. Miyu often leaned against Shioka, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction as she looked at her loved one surrounding her. The sunlight streamed through the window into the living room, where everyone sat together, laughter and joy echoing in the room. The little tiger cub excitedly recounted the football match at school, how he ran on the field and scored goals, his vibrant energy making everyone proud of him. The little daughter ran around among them, her laughter as clear as silver bells, infecting everyone nearby. On weekends, they would go out together for fun. Sometimes they would have a picnic in a park in the suburbs, and Shioka would bring the delicious food he made himself, including fragrant roasted chicken wings and colorful fruit salad. Miyu helped prepare the utensils and tablecloth, busy chatting. Today, we can really enjoy nature. They spread a blanket on the grass and enjoyed the fresh air. The little tiger cubs and baby sea urchins chased and played around on the grass, while the little girl chased butterflies among the flowers. Xing-Chi pointed out the birds flying in the sky, explaining their types and habits, and Miyu often listened intently. However, on this day, while everyone was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, many small animals were attracted by the lively scene. A little squirrel curiously peeked from a nearby branch, and a few little rabbits hopped around in the grass. When the little girl saw these animals, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She gently walked over, squatted down, and extended her little hand towards the squirrel, making soft sounds. To everyone's surprise, the squirrel actually ran down the trunk and jumped onto the little girl's hand, scratching her palm with its tiny paws as if to greet her. The little rabbits also hopped over, and the little girl touched this one and that one, chatting with them as if they were longtime friends. At first, the family did not notice this magical scene, as they had many small animals at home, and it was not surprising that the little girl loved them. It wasn't until the little tiger cub shouted, "Dad, Mom, look at Sister," that everyone turned their attention to the little girl and were amazed by the scene before them. They had always known that the little girl was very sensitive to the emotions of small animals, but they never expected her to communicate so effortlessly with them. Shioka smiled and said, "Our little girl is truly amazing." Miyu's eyes were filled with surprise and joy as she walked over to pick up her little daughter and kissed her cheek, saying, "Sweetheart, how are you so amazing?" The little girl blinked her big eyes and shyly replied, "I just talked to them, and they're all so cute." On another weekend, they decided to go camping in the forest. Along the way, the little girl excitedly looked out the window at the scenery, constantly asking questions about the forest. After arriving at the campsite, everyone worked together to set up the tents and prepare food. In the evening, when the bonfire was lit, everyone sat around it. Suddenly, the little girl stood up and pointed to the darkness not far away, saying, "There's a little deer over there. It seems lost." Everyone was a bit surprised and looked in the direction she was pointing and indeed saw a pair of bright eyes. The little girl slowly walked over and softly communicated with the deer. Before long, the deer emerged from the darkness and followed the little girl back to the campsite. "It seems our little princess is going to show her magic again," Miyu said with a smile. Everyone laughed, and the laughter echoed in the forest, intertwining with the sounds of insects, creating a unique nocturne. The children were playing, while Miyu and Shioka were laughing. The sound of laughter filled the entire park. From then on, the family lived happily ever after. Synopsis: after inheriting a billion-dollar fortune, Miyu was diagnosed with an incurable disease, with only 1 year left to live. She completely gave up, but after being transported to another world and binding to a feeding system, she worked hard and frantically fed electronic pets to prolong her life. On the way to escape, she became seriously ill and bought a hospital to save herself. When resources were scarce, she bought a villa on the mountain, built a swimming pool, and swam freely. When a black-bellied character was hungry, she bought a supermarket and ate snacks at will. Blood-sucking uncles, business rivals, and illegitimate children were all pushed aside.